The first thing you did after gaining X-ray vision was not to secretly make money and get rich, but to peek into the secrets of young women. You just glanced casually and knew that the charming proprietress of the small restaurant downstairs, the child in her belly is not her husband's, and she is planning to let you be the father of the child in her belly. So after chatting for a while, you immediately took the opportunity to leave. I just remembered that my roommate is still waiting for me to bring back the food. How about we meet again next time? Wang Yan listened and was stunned for a moment, staring at you with resentment. I was about to get into the mood, and now you're telling me that there's a long way to go. Are you teasing me? Whether you want to take this child or not, you have to take it. With a firm heart, Wang Yan directly planned to make a big move, pouting her red lips and preparing to use the Mount Tai pressing down technique, attempting to suppress you here. At this moment, in front of the shop, there suddenly came a hesitant inquiry, is this place still open? Wang Yan suddenly turned around and saw a young man in a cream-colored outfit looking around at the door, seeming a bit nervous. When he saw her looking over, he immediately felt embarrassed and lowered his head. A little lamb has arrived. This was Wang Yan's thought at the moment, and in just an instant, she dismissed the idea of targeting you, immediately shifting her attention elsewhere, her expression changing, and warmly welcoming him, saying, hey, handsome, the shop is still open. Feel free to tell me what you want to eat. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You didn't say anything when you saw it. You finished your meal with a few big bites. Then you ran away in a hurry without any intention of helping the other party. In that situation just now, maybe the other party was the one who took the initiative to come. After all, it takes two to tango. Upon arriving home, you had just stepped off the elevator and were about to open the door when a surprised female voice suddenly sounded behind you. Isn't this Shamu? You're back from work so early today. You turned around at the sound and saw a beautiful figure standing at the opposite door. This woman is called by Rong, the landlord of the house you rented. It is said that she is almost 40 years old, but she maintains herself very well, and you can't tell at all. With a little dressing up, walking on the street, no one would suspect that she is in her 20s. You have a deep understanding of this. The first time you met Bai Rong and her daughter, there was a big misunderstanding. You mistook her daughter for her sister. Bai Rong laughed so much at the time and praised you for being very good at socializing. You were not stupid, so you just went along with it. Later, every time you met the landlady Bai Rong, you called her sister Bai. This time was no exception. As soon as the two of them met eyes, you immediately smiled and said, how could that be? Bai Jia, I took a day off from work today due to some matters. Otherwise you wouldn't have seen me at this time. Before the words fell, you continued curiously, normally at this time, shouldn't you be downstairs practicing Pilates? Bai Rong smiled at the words, with a little complaint, your sister. I have been feeling a little unwell these days, so I haven't gone temporarily. With this relaxation, even my little perky butt is almost gone. While speaking, Bai Rong also deliberately arched her body, making a bow and hip-raising movement, as if she didn't consider you an outsider at all. It is said that women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s are like tigers. Women of Bai Rong's age are sometimes more open than those in their 20s. On the contrary, it was you who twitched at the corner of your mouth, looking a bit worried, cautiously glancing around, and whispered softly, sister, can we be a bit more careful about the impact? If this is seen by outsiders, who knows what rumors might spread. Bai Rong didn't care at all. What's there to be afraid of? This whole floor is my sister's property. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, I'll immediately raise their rent. You hesitated for a moment, unable to find a way to refute it for a while, because what Bai Rong said was a fact. The 4 sets of houses on this floor are indeed all owned by this rich woman. After some thought, you finally brought out the ultimate weapon. It's not that I'm afraid of others, but mainly because if Ling Jie sees it, it won't be good. She will definitely get mad at you again. When you mention my daughter, Bai Rong gets even angrier, complaining, that girl Bai Ling is so annoying. I've worked so hard to raise her since she was young, but as she grows up, she becomes more and more disobedient, always arguing with me. What's wrong? Just because I've been single for a long time, does that mean I'm not allowed to have personal needs? It's simply unreasonable. Don't you agree? Xiao Mu, you laughed awkwardly upon seeing the situation, but didn't dare to casually interrupt. Bai Rong didn't mind and continued to speak for herself. You see, I'm not getting any younger. Should I take the opportunity now while I can still bear children and give Bai Ling a little brother or sister? Otherwise, 100 years later, she might feel quite lonely, not even having a close relative to talk to. Upon hearing this, you are completely confused. Hey, Mrs. Landlady, is it really appropriate to ask for my opinion as a tenant on this kind of issue? Shouldn't the correct approach be to seek your daughter's opinion? Besides, I'm just a working guy. How could I understand the thoughts of a wealthy widow like you who has been living alone for many years? Oh, wait, it seems a bit off. Now that you have X-ray vision, Are there some thoughts that shouldn't have been there before, but can now emerge? For example, so, after knowing Bai Rong for 3 years, you seriously sized up your landlord for the first time. You admit that before this, you didn't have the courage to face the rich woman seriously, despite being familiar with her on the surface. Deep down, you still placed yourself in a lower position, and sometimes even felt a bit inferior, afraid that she might suddenly change her attitude and show a look of disdain towards you. Facing your suddenly penetrating gaze, Bai Rong, who was originally full of smiles, suddenly felt a tightness in her heart. She felt that the young man in front of her, who was originally naive, had suddenly changed a bit. Even the look in his eyes towards her was somewhat different, with a hint of a different meaning in it. However, Bai Rong is not a young girl in her 20s who would feel shy when stared at by a man. Instead, she smiled confidently and said, "What's wrong, Xiaomu? Did you suddenly realize that your sister is very charming? So you want to transform into a hungry wolf and devour me fiercely?" As she spoke, what surprised you was that Bai Rong actually took a step forward as if nothing had happened, deliberately using her hand to tighten the loose top, letting the dimpled, delicate figure inside show through. A great deal of initiative to send it up. This kind of behavior immediately made Luffy, a beginner, a bit overwhelmed. Immediately, he lowered his head in a bit of embarrassment. "That's sis. I just remembered that there's something else going on in the house, so I'll stop chatting for now." Before the words left his mouth, Luffy opened the door with his hands and ran inside. For a while, Bai Jia was the only one left in the spacious hallway. "See this?" Paige couldn't hold it together any longer and covered her mouth with a giggle. The reason she liked dealing with innocent youngsters like Luffy was that she thought it would be especially fun to tease. They were both single anyway, so she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in case of a match. The big deal is that the old cow eats the young grass. That's the difference between how young women and young girls approach certain things. Just the kind of look Luffy just gave me. If a young girl of about 2 or 8 years old had seen it, she would have absolutely cursed the hooligans and then quickly moved away. But a young woman is a completely different story. As long as she doesn't resent the person, she's definitely the first one who will actively cater to even hotter displays of affection. Especially for a young woman like Bai Jia, who had been widowed for many years. She couldn't wait for the young guy's eyes to fall on her. Doesn't this speak volumes about the fact that the self hasn't aged and is still glamorous? The other side. As soon as the door closed, the expression on Luffy's face quickly returned. One had to wonder if his previous appearance was a deliberate act for Bai Jia. In fact, Luffy admitted that there was an element of acting in him just now. The reason is simple. A large new combination of words appeared above his vision, and there was something in it that made him barely tense up. That's right. Just as he had just sized up Bai Jia, he silently used his penetrating eyes as well. The purpose is naturally to see if the landlord is so consistent. But who would have thought that these eyes of his own would suddenly play a joke on him? Some otherworldly combinations of data emerge. Name, Bai Jia. Age, 42. Height, 165. D+. Recent, 0. 5. Physical state, pristine. High deficiency fire. Physiological period. Shoulders and back with dark wounds and aches. Appendicitis about to strike. Leg flexibility max. Looking at the text message in front of him as if he was checking his account, Luffy was a bit confused. Not big brother, are his eyes so personalized now? I can't believe I can even see through this kind of private information. Let's not talk about age, which can be inferred with the naked eye. Can anyone tell him what 0.5 means again? It's not that kind of thing, is it? Luffy admitted that he was actually a little sulky within himself, but it wasn't so much that it affected his eyes. Luckily, he wasn't one to take the bull by the horns, and it only took a moment to get things out of the way. The eyes also moved to the last column of physical states and began to analyze them one by one. Pristine should refer to the landlady Bai Jia. She has never been operated on. That's worth a point. The high deficiency fire on the other hand is supposed to be related to the fact that she has been single for many years. The physiological period just happened to also correspond to the days of discomfort that Bai Jia had just mentioned. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that this appendicitis about to strike is also coming true? Thinking about this, Luffy was lost in thought. As he was considering whether or not to tell the other party in advance, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Old Lu, why have you been standing at the door since you got back? Did you meet something?" Luffy looked up at that. He just saw Zhang Hao holding a bottle of ice coke in his hand, standing in the aisle looking at him with a concerned face. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit strange. Zhang Hao, a man who had always been unpretentious, rarely had such a delicate mind. In the past, when she found him standing in the doorway, she would have just glanced at him and said hello. At most, I barely ask more than a few questions sometimes about why I've been coming home so late lately, but there has never been a time when I have been so attached. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. Thinking of this, Luffy temporarily put Bai Jia's matter aside. Immediately, he gave his roommate a skeptical look. Hosey, honestly, did you secretly do something to apologize to me again? Thinking about it, Luffy suddenly remembered a past event. That seemed to be the case when Zhang Hao accidentally formatted the seed he'd held onto for years when he borrowed his laptop to reward himself one time. Therefore, Luffy had reason to suspect that something similar had happened again. Fruity. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Zhang Hao immediately felt a bit weak. That old road. Listen to my cunning. No. Explanation. I really didn't mean to take your computer to watch the movie. It was just a little impulsive at the time. Plus you're the only one who has those collector's editions on Blu-ray. Luffy thought it was a big deal and signaled to use it as long as there were no problems. But who would have thought that Zhang Hao's next words would make him cry and laugh a little? Because the guy actually formatted the computer again. Now Luffy really didn't understand. Hosey, are you damn well doing this on purpose? This is the second time. Besides, it's not like this formatting can be done in 1 or 2 steps. I have reason to suspect that you're jealous that I have an out-of-print video of Aoi. And that's why you're doing this. Zhang Hao immediately screamed. I'm really not to blame this time. Who told you not to turn on the firewall the last time you climbed the wall and logged into 91? And as a result, you didn't even know your computer had a virus. I only suddenly realized it after the fact, when all the papers on your laptop were almost eaten. Luffy felt something wasn't quite right. How did it become a file being eaten up again? Didn't you say it was formatted? Zhang Hao didn't say anything and pulled Luffy to the living room, signaling him to see for himself. Only a Q version of Hatsune Miku was bouncing around on Luffy's laptop screen. Have fun with it. Zhang Hao pointed at her in pain. I looked it up. It's called the Hatsune virus. It doesn't look harmful, but once you get tired of playing it will keep eating folders and icons on the screen. I forgot to turn off your computer when I was done with it, and it ended up looking like this after I realized there was almost nothing left on the screen to eat. In the end I had no choice but to format your computer. But who would have thought she'd still be here? After hearing what happened, Luffy slowed down for a while before realizing it. Looking at the Hatsune Miku on the screen that was constantly bouncing around and greeting himself, he felt a bit of egg on his face. He'd seen this thing last night and thought it was an electronic pet that came with the software, so he didn't take it seriously. It was his own fault in the end. Chapter 26. What? Let me fix the plumbing? As things stood, Luffy also rested his intention to continue using this computer. Nowadays, with huge sums of money in their pockets, it's time to get the birds and the bees. He'd already decided that he'd go to the mall and do a little shopping when he had a few days to spare. Jerk off all those electronics you used to crave but couldn't get because of the price factor. Experience what it's like to be a thug. However, Zhang Hao didn't know what he would be thinking about this time. Seeing that Luffy had been looking down at his laptop without saying anything, he thought he was angry. Immediately patted his chest to state, Old road, you rest assured. Change tomorrow. I will take the computer to find a god to give you recovery. To ensure and before the same is the same. Luffy didn't look at him in a good mood. Forget it, Hosey. You've forgotten the lesson from last time. Just go to the computer city to recover a file, and still let someone rip off more than $400. It's just like going to give away money. Zhang Hao was a bit embarrassed. That's not the first time you're inexperienced. It's one and done. Absolutely no problem this time. Luffy didn't believe it, and deliberately snickered. And secondhand, I think it's going to kill for someone. Forget it, Hosey. Didn't I win a few tens of thousands of dollars in scratch-offs yesterday? So it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to get a new computer. Just what the saying goes, out with the old and in with the new. Zhang Hao was naturally happy to do so, and now he didn't have to pay for it. So immediately, he looked at Luffy with a smile. That would be great. Why don't we call Wang Jiao to celebrate with us one day when we are free? Luffy was wary. Celebrating what? It's not just because I got a new computer, is it? Hiroko, I can tell you that this kind of thinking is not acceptable. Isn't this a clear attempt to hit me in the fall? Zhang Hao immediately denied. Oops, it's not what you think. Luffy was a little confused. What was that celebration for? Zhang Hao revealed the answer to the riddle. Old Lu, do you still remember that 15-skilled demonized child from yesterday? I sold it today. Sold by a superhero in the district. Luffy's eyes lit up. Yeah, quickly tell me, how much did you sell it for? Zhang Hao was glowing. Do you dare to believe it? 30,000 whole $30,000. Luffy was a little unsure. Is that a high price? Zhang Hao immediately explained. High. Exceptionally high. According to its own value, it's only 15,000 at the top. This girl has directly doubled off. You say I cannot be excited. Speaking of which, also counted us lucky. The district's tycoon demon refining on the head. I casually hung up 30,000 yuan in the treasure pavilion. He did not return the price on the second. As soon as the money comes in, I'll transfer a couple $1,000 to you right away. All as a cut. The more Zhang Hao spoke, the more excited he became, and his face turned red. Apparently, $30,000 is a lot of money in his eyes. Actually, if it wasn't for the acquisition of these magical eyes, plus the $5 million coming in this afternoon, he was also likely to laugh as much as the other guy. According to Zhang Hao's nature, the $30,000 of horizontal wealth would be divided into at least $6,000 for him. It's almost worth 2 months of his salary. But now that he's rich, he's not going to want it. After thinking about it, he straightened up and spoke towards Zhang Hao. Hao Zi, why don't you just forget about giving me my share of the money? You did all the work. The stuff just happened to come out on my number. Zhang Hao froze. Old Lu, what do you mean by that? Luffy said the pretext he had thought of before. Deliberately. Little Master won more than $50,000 last night, already can't see you share that little dividend. So don't want it. Zhang Hao immediately objected. This can't be done. You won't lose a single penny of the promised dividends. If you don't accept it, I'll spend it all on your account as before. Luffy was still trying to push back, but was suddenly interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. When he turned around and tried to speak again, Zhang Hao was long gone. Needless to say, it must have gone back to the bedroom so as not to continue discussing what had just happened with him. Luffy wasn't surprised by this. The two of them have been sharing a room for so long that they know exactly who the other person is. And Zhang Hao happens to belong to the kind of people who have strong principles, and it's hard to change what they've decided. Luffy sighed at the thought, decided it was best to go ahead and see who had been knocking on the door and seemed to be in quite a hurry by the looks of it. After the door opens, looking at the landlord Baijie Luffy, who was wearing pajamas in front of him and had an anxious face, was a bit surprised. It's an unfortunate night to play the widowed young woman knocking on the door. It'll be easy to misunderstand. So immediately asked, Sister Bai, how come it's you? Did something happen? Seeing Lu Fei appear, Baijie's heart was delighted. That Xiao Lu, are you busy this time? Sis is looking for you for something. Luffy was a bit puzzled. Just hanging out, sis. If there's anything you can say. Baijie was rarely coy. The water pipe in my house is broken. Can I trouble you to help fix it? Luffy thought she was joking, so he deliberately joked. Sister, you don't dare to talk nonsense in this big night. Repairing water pipes is a big job, and I'm not sure I'm up to it, given my physical strength and skill. Baijie froze for a moment at his words, and gave him a blank look in a bad mood. Go. Sis is serious with you. The plumbing in the house is really bad. This is going to turn the kitchen into a waterfall. You know, sis usually spend money to buy things is an insider line, involving electrical piping valves and so on. All do not understand. Luffy was still a bit unconvinced, and his hesitant eyes looked towards Baijie. Sis, is it true that the water pipes in your house are broken? Baijie couldn't care less for the sake of her home not being flooded. Straight away, he took Luffy's arm and yanked him towards the house. Such behavior immediately startled Luffy. Goodness gracious rumble, now it's also blatant to rob good women and men. Just as he was considering whether or not to take the initiative when the time came, the sound of pricking water suddenly caught his attention. Fix your eyes. The large kitchen had long been covered with water, and it had even begun to flow over the sliding door into the living room. If it had been any later, I don't think the entire living room would have been spared. Seeing this, Luffy didn't rub it in. Straight away, he rushed into the kitchen and shut off the tap water valve inside in 3 tries. Paige breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight. The heart that was hanging in the air just now was finally released. She almost thought the house was going to flood. Just as he was about to open his mouth to thank Luffy, he suddenly realized that the clothes on his body were drenched by the tap water he had just sprayed. Such a testosterone-filled scene instantly made her, a young woman who had been widowed for many years, a little tense. For a while, Baijie not only blushed a bit, but her heart was even more thoughtful. Chapter 27. It's good to be young. See the situation. Luffy was a bit puzzled. It was the first time he had seen his landlord, Baijie, so shy. The mind was suddenly puzzled. No, sis, I didn't do anything. I just turned off the tap valve. What a way to make you blush. You didn't used to be like this. Since his attention would not be on himself at this point, he naturally did not realize that he was already wet. Baijie's heart tightened as she looked at the expression on Luffy's face. After whispering a few dark words to himself in his mind, he immediately adjusted. Smilingly, she looked towards Luffy. This time it's thanks to Xiao Lu, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Luffy was a bit speechless, and instantly reminded. Actually, you can still call the property. They come quite quickly. Baijie slapped her forehead as a bit of an afterthought. Right yo, if you didn't remind me, I almost forgot about them. Forget it, now that it's all settled, let's not talk about it. Before the words left her mouth, she deliberately asked, by the way Xiao Lu, I see that the water was quite heavy just now. You didn't get wet on you, did you? As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of beautiful eyes unabashedly surveyed Luffy all over his body. But the truth was that only she knew exactly what she wanted. Caring about whether the other person's clothes are wet or not is not real, but looking at them more is real. Spare her. Bai Jia is a passerby, but really have not seen such rare things. As the saying goes, men are horny on the surface, women are horny from the heart. In fact, if you really want to pick the most horny creature in the world, its laurels are not female. Obviously, Bai Jia is one of the best. Looking at Bai Jia's increasingly hot eyes, Luffy knew something was wrong even if he was slow. Follow the line of sight. Ha! Good for you! So he looked at Bai Jia in the wrong way. Bai Jia did not panic in the slightest at the situation, and suggested without blushing, Xiao Lu, I see you're all wet. Why don't you go change first and we'll talk? Luffy gave Bai Jia a sly look and also spoke in a shocking manner. Sis, it looks to me like it's on you too. Why don't you go change your clothes too? Paige sniffed and looked down at herself. Where is it? I'm not all right here? He was wondering if Luffy was mistaken when he suddenly froze. Then he looked at Luffy grudgingly. This guy, how dare you start making such blatant jokes about your own landlord? It's simply lawless. If it weren't for the fact that you're pleasing to the eye, I wouldn't let you off so easily. 10 minutes later, the living room of landlord Bai Jia's house. As soon as Luffy sat down, Bai Jia immediately handed over a cup of steaming tea. Xiao Lu, it was really troublesome for you just now. Drink a cup of hot water first to warm up your body. Luffy took it without being polite, and immediately took a large sip to warm up his stomach. This is the beginning of fall, and the deeper the night goes, the colder the temperature gets. Coupled with the fact that he had just been soaked in cool water, he was really feeling a bit chilly. When a mouthful of it went down, his entire body felt refreshed. Unconsciously, he let out a little moan of comfort. Bai Jia smiled at this and didn't say anything. Since seeing Luffy's 8-pack abs and specialty just now, the more she looked at the other, the more she realized the better she looked at the other. It's good to be young, not only in good health, but also in capital. Luffy also noticed that something was wrong with her, and was quietly sizing up the other woman even as he sipped his tea. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but at first glance he realized a certain detail. If he remembered correctly, Bai Jia had just worn a light red nightgown, but now it's pink pajamas. The bottom line is that the pajamas seem so immodest. The lace is surprisingly lacy. Here and now. How could he be told not to think about it more when he was alone in a room with a man and a woman? Couldn't be sending certain signals in the dark, could it? Should he quietly take a look with his perspective eyes? It'll save you a lot of trouble if you see anything. After all, we are now a society governed by the rule of law. Again, freedom of love requires that you are in love with me. There are 1,000 ways to put a man in jail in a minute if the woman doesn't want to. So Luffy no longer hesitated and glared quietly at Bai Jia. With a flash of blue light, a new combination of words appeared. Bai Jia, the estrogen continues to secrete. Got it. This one is different again from the last one. Is this constant secretion of female hormones the legendary courtship? After thinking for a few moments, Luffy decided to bravely give it a try. After combining certain messages he saw when he first used his penetrating eyes on Bai Jia, Luffy quickly formulated a strategy. It's hard to start everything. Let's start off with a bang. So he was the first to break the silence after his eyes twinkled. Sister Bai, have you been feeling a little uncomfortable in your back lately? Paige froze. Surprised. Yeah, how did you know? Luffy began to make things up. You may not believe me when I say it, but I've studied a little Chinese medicine. It only takes a little pulse to get a general idea of what's going on in your body. Bai Jia became interested. Don't lie to me. If you're not allowed, I'll raise your rent next month. Luffy was confident. Hey, if you don't, you can double your rent next month. Bai Jia had a desire to win, and I don't know how to think, deliberately said. Sis won't take advantage of you either. If you're really that good, I can fulfill a small request that isn't too much when the time comes. Saying that, he stretched out a jade hand and put it in front of Luffy's heel, signaling him to take any number he wanted. Seeing her take such initiative, Luffy felt more and more that his earlier suspicions were true. So the mind-turned fingers to Bai Jia pulse began to pretend up. But who thought that the two sides just contact? Bai Jia and pull out the hand, eyes staring straight at him. Ugh Lu, you're not going to take this opportunity to mooch off me, are you? Luffy naturally wouldn't admit it and immediately retorted. Sis, don't you know me well enough? I'm a decent man. I won't do those dirty things, he said and patted the coffee table, signaling that it was safe to continue. Somehow, Bai Jia sniffed and gave him a flavorful blank look. Hey, sis is a person who has been here before and naturally knows what you men are thinking. What's the saying? A man's mouth deceives a ghost. That's what Bai Ling, her deadbeat dad, told me back then. And you say you're a decent man. He only rubs the blanket and warms up the air, but never makes a move. It ended up making a mess of people that night. Literally. Looking at the various little expressions on Bai Jia's face, and the little movements full of flavor between her hands and feet, Luffy admitted he was a little punchy. Chapter 28. Mom, What are you two doing? TNND. Big deal is going to jail. See the somewhat churlish landlord in front of you. Luffy's reasoning was eventually taken over by his male instincts, and with a clench of his teeth he grasped by Jia's jade hand in a death grip. Sis, don't blame me for not being human. It's just that you're so. Before the words were finished, the door of the room that was originally closed was suddenly opened. A beautiful woman who looked 7 times similar to Bai Jia appeared in the doorway. At this moment, it was as if time was forbidden. The 3 people present froze in place. The room was even more dead silent. After a few moments, it was finally Bai Ling who took the lead in breaking the silence. Only to see her face unable to stop twitching, she forced down the shock in her heart and tried her best to ask in the most calm tone, "Mom, what are you two doing? Don't tell me it's something shady." Before the words are out, it was obvious to Luffy that there was a surge of murderous energy in the room, and its source happened to be the white spirit standing in the doorway. At this moment, it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses were passing by in his heart. That's no way to play. He was just about to make a move on the landlord himself. So why is her daughter back? The most outrageous thing about this scene is that the other guy even bumped into it. Can anyone tell him what to do now? Waiting online quite urgently. Just in these few seconds of work, the way the woman, Bai Ling, was looking at herself was getting more and more dangerous. If you don't get it right, you'll be dead in the next second. Just when Luffy's mind was a bit confused, Bai Jia was the one who took the initiative to round up the conversation. Aya, this is not my good daughter is back. Still standing at the door for what? Quickly sit down and rest. Bai Ling didn't say anything, still staring at the duo. She needed a rational explanation now. God knows what she's in the mood for. I had just come home from work, only to see my own mother and the tenant alone in the living room, and the two had their hands clasped together. That's the rhythm of getting yourself a stepdad. The most unacceptable thing was that this man she knew was about the same age as herself. The two of them were going to play Oblivion. No way. This was something she, Bai Ling, could not accept in any way. Paige, however, ignored it. After smacking away Luffy's salty hand that was grabbing his own without a trace, he explained with a smirk, Xiaoling, look at my memory. I almost forgot that Xiaolu is still here. The thing is, the water pipe in the house accidentally broke just now, and I didn't know how to deal with it, so I could only call him to help in a hurry. As a thank you, I made it a point to invite him to sit in on the meeting, and for that I even brought out our family's treasured poor. Don't you think so, Lou? Luffy nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, things are just like what Auntie said. If you don't believe me, Sister Spirit, you can go to the kitchen and take a look. This will be no more standing water. But the ground is still wet. When the mother-daughter duo of Bai Jia and Bai Ling were present at the same time, Luffy would still be called by his normal title. Otherwise he always felt awkward. Looking at the duo in front of her as they sang in unison, Bai Ling's face was confused. Is it really such a coincidence? She didn't dilly-dally at the thought, and instantly looked past the foyer toward the kitchen. Only the kitchen floor was now damp, with bits of water dripping down from time to time at the cabinets. Her hanging heart relaxed at the sight. At least it's true that the water main thing broke, but then she realized something was wrong. This thank you is thank you. How did it get on? If she hadn't mistaken just now, Luffy's hand had a death grip on his own mom's arm. That look in his eyes and that forward lean didn't look like he was making normal small talk. There's a big trend of one-liners. No, Bai Ling, have to ask for clarification. Otherwise you're going to have more stepdads around your own age someday. As the saying goes, you can't know your daughter like a mother. As soon as Bai Jia saw that her daughter Bai Ling's momentum was a bit off, she immediately interrupted her spell casting. Lou, didn't you just say there was something else going on at home? Why don't we talk another time? After saying that, he even winked silently towards the person in front of him. The meaning is self-evident. You'll be tortured if you don't leave. Luffy also reacted quickly and immediately responded. Auntie, if you don't say it, I almost forgot. My roommate is still waiting for me to bring him food. Then Auntie, Sister Xiaoling, I'll take my leave. With that, he got up and headed for the door. Bai Jia was even polite. Xiao Lu, go slowly. Do you want me to see you off? As he said that, he got up and followed Luffy, with the momentum of sending the Buddha to the west. For a while, Bai Ling was the only one left in the large living room. Exasperated, she rolled her eyes. Good man, what's the difference between you two playing in tandem and covering your ears? In the hallway, Luffy looked at Bai Jia in front of him and was a bit embarrassed. That's sis. I just had a momentary impulse. You won't be offended, right? Bai Jia gave her a glance and said in a bad mood. What's wrong? Didn't you just want to eat me in one bite? How come you've gone soft now? Luffy's eyes widened at the words, incredulity in his eyes. Sis, you mean I can? Paige pouted. Can what? Luffy hemmed and hawed, revealing his big white teeth. As long as you're bold. The landlord takes maternity leave. Bai Jia hurriedly covered his mouth. You're afraid you're crazy. If Bai Ling hears this, you won't be able to get away with it. Luffy's machismo took over. I'm going to take care of her mom. How can I be afraid of her as a daughter? Bai Jia's eyebrows flickered and she gave him another blank look. What do you mean you fixed her mom? I didn't promise anything. Luffy shamelessly held Bai Jia's jade hand. The old ancestors told me that a woman is wanting as long as she doesn't refuse. Paige smacked away the salty hand. And what if I say no? Luffy's cheek was even thicker. The old patriarchs also said that women like to say the opposite. That not wanting is wanting, so refusing is wanting more. Paige showed her cards straight. Wait for my news later. After saying that, without waiting for Luffy to respond, he turned around and went home. This sudden and tumultuous maneuver directly caused Luffy to freeze in place. Your wait for news is a bit too informative. The other side. Bai Jia had just sat down on the couch when she was immediately greeted by her daughter's questioning. Tell me, will you be honest with yourself or do you want me to torture you before you tell me? Bai Jia directly played dumb. What are you talking about? Little Linger? Why can't I understand a single word of your mom? Bai Ling's silver teeth clenched. I have no objection to you finding a man, but why that guy? Bai Jia continued to play dumb. What that guy? Xiao Linger, are you talking about Xiao Lu? Bai Ling completely tensed up. Bai Jia, you're not want me to call someone around my age my father, are you? That would drive me crazy. Bai Jia finally stopped pretending to be stupid and instead hugged the other party. Silly child, didn't I tell you that it's impossible to get married from now on? Shiren froze for a moment. So you and him? Paige smiled and whispered down into her daughter's ear. In no time at all, Bai Ling's fair face quickly turned red. The eyes that looked at his own mother were even more filled with odd colors. What the hell? Her mom wants to do the whole leave the father, leave the son thing? Chapter 29. It's good to be young. It took a while for Bai Ling to digest the powerful news. After her mood had completely calmed down, she looked at her own mother, Bai Jia, in disbelief. But mom, why that kid? Bai Jia smiled mysteriously. Because he has character. Bai Ling was even more confused. What characteristics? Why don't I see it? Don't you listen to his fancy words for a moment of ghosting. Bai Jia didn't hide anything, and straightforwardly stated Luffy's characteristics just now. They had been dependent on each other for so many years, mother and daughter, and their bond was deep. Still help each other out a lot now, so it's not particularly evasive about certain issues. In a flash, Bai Ling stared at her own mom with wide-eyed disbelief. Hey, Mom, you're not kidding, are you? Just that kid can be that good? Bai Jia knocked her daughter's head, and said in a bad mood, although your mom is a bit old, her eyes are sharp, how can you be wrong about something like that? Bai Ling covered her head in dissatisfaction. Yes, you're right about everything, but I'm old enough. Can you stop hitting me in the head all the time? It'll be humiliating. Bai Jia didn't say anything when she sniffed, and only looked at her daughter with a smiling face. It was only at this time that Bai Ling would show a side as cute as when she was a child. She was just about to look at it for a while longer when Bai Ling suddenly popped out a sentence that baffled her. Ugh, Mom. A question just occurred to me. You didn't suddenly make this decision because of that, did you? Bai Jia froze at his words and was a bit speechless for a moment. As much as she hated to admit it, it really seemed to factor in. Bai Ling looked at the expression on her face as if she had discovered a new continent. Bitcha squeezed up to Mom Bai Jia and whispered something that made her blush. Bai Ling was curious. Mom, is it really that important? Paige didn't hesitate. It's important. Very important. Bai Ling followed up. Can you tell me more? I'm quite curious. Bai Jia changed the topic. You dead girl. You're not thinking about spring, are you? Bai Ling hurriedly denied it. Not at all. But no, don't be ridiculous. Bai Jia followed suit. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. Bai Ling was dumbfounded. 1 hour later. 7th floor of a hotel. Luffy followed the queue and came to room 713. Honestly, he'll be a little nervous about this. Luckily, he was still mentally fit and adjusted in no time at all. After letting out a deep breath, he raised his hand and swiped his card to enter. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of running water coming from the restroom. It occurred to me that I hadn't showered in half an hour. He simply stripped off his clothes and took another snappy shower. 2 hours later, Luffy came out of the wash refreshed. It just feels like a new phase of life has begun. Soon after, Bai Jia sat motionless on the sofa, her eyes full of grudges. This kid, he's really thinking out of the box. Luffy knew nothing of this and only felt a bit of afterglow. Seeing that Bai Jia had been staring at him, he assumed that the other man was doing the same. Just curious, she asked. Sis, are you? Paige. Luffy was undeterred. Want to wait no more? Bai Jia was terrified in her heart. Have you practiced fitness before? How come your stamina is so good? Luffy was also a bit strange. I don't know. Anyway, this will make me feel like I have an endless supply of energy all over my body. It would be tempting to find a sandbag and whack it all the time. Bai Jie sniffed even more grudgingly. Then go whack a sandbag. What are you staring at me for? Luffy scratched his head. That's a good point. Why don't we try it now? Bai Jie looked at his expression, full of doubt. Ugh hi. What for? Luffy, okay. Paige went to bed at 3 in the morning and got up at 8 in the morning. The reason she was up so early was to slip away quietly. As a person who has been there, she understands the characteristics of young people the most. So the plan was to hold off for a while. But who would have thought that just as soon as he opened the door, a ghostly sound came from behind him. Sis, you're not trying to eat it up and deny it, are you? Bai Jie's body stiffened immediately, and she turned back with some embarrassment, only to see that Luffy was currently propping his head up with his hand, looking at her with an ambiguous expression. See this? Bai Jie's heart tightened and quickly denied. How can I? I'm not thirsty and want to drink a glass of water. Looking at the new alert on the field of view, Bai Jie, I'm going to slip away. The corners of Luffy's mouth turned up slightly. So what's the relationship between the two of us now? Bai Jie didn't react. Xiao Lu, what relationship? Luffy was not tired of it. I asked what is our relationship? Paige was a bit hesitant. Supply and demand? Luffy froze for a moment and immediately laughed badly. What a supply and demand relationship? Then I'll see how the law of supply and demand works. Paige looked at the expression on his face, full of fear. Ugh hi. What do you want this early in the morning? Next day, morning, company building entrance. Li Yen, who was touching the fish and smoking, looked at Luffy, who came to work with 2 big black circles under his eyes, and was startled. Holy Luffy, what have you been doing for the past 2 days on vacation? Why do you look like you have a weak kidney? Luffy answered truthfully. What else? The landlord. Li Yen froze for a while before he realized it, and uncertainly opened his mouth towards him. Old Lu, it can't mean what I understand it to mean, right? Luffy was unapologetic. What do you think? Li Yen admired. Asterisk. It's really impressive when you don't see it for a day. Old Lu, how did you become so bullish? Luffy didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly asked where Liu was. Li Yen pointed in the direction of the conference room upstairs, signaling another meeting. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to come to the stairway to smoke and feel the fish. Luffy saw this and patted the other man on the shoulder, signaling him to continue. Luffy himself, on the other hand, snorted and crawled blatantly to his workstation to huff and puff. Such a bold act immediately startled the rest of the department. What the hell? How did this Luffy guy get so bold? I can't believe you dare to touch the fish with such abandon. Isn't he afraid that the manager will come back later and give him a good scolding? In fact, if the door to the manager's office hadn't been locked by Lu Yu, Luffy would most likely have gone straight there to take a nap. And again, if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yu, the demoness, still had some thoughts, plus he hadn't thought about what to do for the time being, he wouldn't bother going back to this crappy company. Chapter 30, Small Southern Potatoes. Ugh, Luffy wake up. Luffy was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by Li Yan's shout. When he looked up, he saw that the guy was looking at himself with a frown on his face. Luffy yawned in disbelief and looked over at him. What's the matter? Is it dinner time? Li Yan hurriedly shook his head. It's only 11 o'clock. It's still early. Luffy gave him a disgruntled look. Then why did you call me? I was just catching up on my sleep. Before the words were out of his mouth he slumped back down on the table, ready to continue his own wet dream. There's one thing to be said for this paid sleep. It's a really good feeling. Even dreaming is different than it used to be. Just now, he had dreamt that both mother and daughter, Bai Jia and Bai Ling, were carrying large bellies. Seeing this, Li Yan was anxious and hurriedly shook him again. Don't Lu, is it okay to sleep later? I have another important matter here that I need your counsel on. Luffy was nonchalant. Say what you have to say and say what you don't. Li Yan wasn't angry either. Licking his face he continued to speak. Jia Hui said she wanted to recognize me as her godbrother. Do you think she was hinting at me? Luffy looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you really stupid or not? That's all that counts as explicit. Li Yan was a bit stunned at first. Ha? Explicit? Then blushing again. Does this mean she wants to get closer to me? Luffy directly broke his fantasy. Silly dog, they're giving you a good guy card. Li Yan immediately retorted. Impossible Luffy. Jia Hui, she even wanted to recognize me as her brother. How could she send out a good guy card? Luffy didn't reply and only swept a glance towards Song Jiawei's without a trace. Song Jiawei, hey, as long as I recognize this lickspill as my brother, I'll be able to get a long-term meal ticket for nothing again. Let's see if I don't pinch him to death. Yo, can't tell if it's still a T-sister. Seeing this, Luffy decided that it was necessary to make Li Yan recognize reality. After all, after receiving money from people, how to have some after-sales service. So after a moment's thought, he muttered a few more words in the other man's ear. Li Yan immediately faced a difficult color. But then he thought of Luffy's brilliant plan earlier, and gritted his teeth or followed his method to try it out. 1 minute later, seeing Li Yan's face change, Luffy immediately joked, "How about it, godbrother? Is your god sister willing to lend you 100? It has been proven countless times that the best way to test the true relationship between two people is to borrow money." "What? Your best friend won't even lend you $100? Well, congratulations, you've lost another good friend." Li Yan was in tears at this moment. "Luffy, how do you think this world has become like this? I thought I could have a sensational office romance, but who would have thought it would actually be another deal? I even kind of suspect that if I hadn't invited Zhao Hui to eat at the bottom of the sea that day, she wouldn't have paid any attention to me at all." Luffy nodded seriously. "No need to doubt old Lee. That's just the way it is. Times have changed nowadays. What's the saying? It's hard to be a man with money and a man without money. If you had $8 or $10 million right now, I guarantee Song Jiawei would go out of her way to fall into your arms." Li Yan instantly changed his face. "Just kidding. If laborers had that much money, they wouldn't be looking for her type. Just that height, like a small potato." Saying that, Li Yan suddenly changed his words and looked at Luffy mysteriously. "Old Lu, I have a big deal you want to get involved in?" Luffy was unimpressed. "What's the big deal? So godly?" Li Yan looked around for a moment and pulled out a piece of white paper with several sets of numbers on it from his pocket. "You see, these are the winning numbers I jotted down in my dream last night, and I have a feeling this is still going to work." Luffy was aware of Li Yan's habit of buying double-colored balls from time to time, so it wasn't surprising. But it's one thing to know, it's another to get him involved. Given certain aspects of Xia's current situation, Luffy didn't believe that the numerical numbers in this lottery thing could come up randomly, so he immediately rebuffed. Go go go. Buying this stuff is no different from beating a dog with a meat bag. I'm not getting involved." Li Yan patted his chest and guaranteed. "Don't. Such a lucrative business is rare. Let's give it a try. I promise, I'll definitely hit it this time." Luffy didn't believe it in the slightest. "Don't kid yourself, old Lee. You've bought this girl so many times, and you haven't even gotten a hair back, and you still tell me that you can win?" Li Yan continued to deadpan. "Okay, it's fine if you don't participate. Then can you pull a brother's leg? It's been a bit tight these days. I can barely afford to eat." Luffy suddenly realized. "Li Yan, you're a dishonest kid. The method I just taught you is now being used on me." Li Yan muttered in a low voice. "Who told you, kid, not to talk about martial arts? A few days ago pitched me several hundred, plus these 2 days to invite Song Jiawei to dinner, spent a small 2,000. This is not poor." Luffy sighed helplessly at that. "Say, how much do you want to borrow?" It really did have something to do with him in the end, so he spoke bluntly. Li Yan was immediately delighted. "Not much, not much. 300. No, 500 will do. I'll pay you back as soon as I get paid in a few days." Luffy waved his hand. "Don't bother with 3 to 500. For the sake of being a colleague, I'll directly transfer you 1,000. Both of them had borrowed money from each other before, but it was only a stingy 3 or 500. Both sides had to pretend to pull their punches for a while before they could do so. Li Yan was the first time he saw the other party so quick and generous. Instantly shocked. "Holy Lao Lu, when did you become so generous? This handout is 1,000 yang ah." Luffy didn't bother to explain. "Want it? You have 3 seconds to think about it." Li Yan hastened to smile. "To be." In no time at all, 1,000 yen arrived. Seeing the WeChat balance return to 4 digits, Li Yan immediately looked at Luffy with joy. "Say, old Lu, you really don't want to think about trying to buy a lottery ticket with me? I really have a feeling I'll win this time." Seeing how serious he was, Luffy immediately became interested and silently swept him with his penetrating eye. Li Yan, about to get rich overnight from winning the lottery. Exact amount unknown. Luffy froze at the sight. Holy, this guy Li Yan really didn't lie to him. Dreaming up these numbers can be a real winner. Thinking of this, instantly his mind turned to look at the other party pretending to be indifferent. "Alright, old Lee, for the sake of being a co-worker, I'll believe you once. I'll transfer you another $100, so feel free to buy a couple dozen bets for me." Li Yan almost thought he heard wrong. "Dozens of bets? Luffy, you're not kidding me, right?" Luffy laughed. "What? Aren't you in the bag? Not confident again now?" Li Yan swallowed his saliva. "How can I? You wait. I'll go downstairs to the lottery store to play it later, but I'll tell you in advance, the higher the bet, the lower the chances of winning the jackpot." Luffy didn't reply, signaling that it was out of the way, all for fun. Anyway, with his penetrating eyes, he had plenty of ways to get money, and he didn't care about this little bit or two. After the two of them finished talking, he was just about to continue resting when he suddenly realized that the office door was hidden at some point. Looks like that Lu Yu is back from her meeting, so with a change of heart, he got up and headed in the direction of the office. In chapter 31, Lu Yu felt that he could do it again. Lu Yu would be staring intently at the computer, seemingly working seriously, so much so that she didn't even notice someone coming in. Luffy didn't make a sound at the sight and carefully slipped behind his opponent. After seeing that the other party was still oblivious, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he deliberately lowered his head and leaned next to her ear to greet her. "Yo manager, what are you doing so seriously?" "Ah." The sudden voice startled Lu Yu, and he was instantly ready to break into a rage. Let's see which ungrateful one dares to scare her. Who knew that just as soon as he turned his head, he saw Luffy's face, so he held back the words in his throat by sheer force of will. Turning slyly, he said, "Luffy, you asshole. Don't you know that people scare people to death?" After saying that, it was even more heartfelt and patted his chest. Luffy was not amused by the situation and opened his mouth to tease. "No manager, I'm this, talking about it but getting caught up in the scenery." So the next thought that came to mind was, yeah. Lu Yu saw that he had suddenly stopped moving and was immediately alert. If this guy is quiet, he's not doing anything right. Hastily, he looked up at the other man. Under the four eyes, Lu Yu immediately knew that this shy batch was again taking advantage of himself, so he hurriedly reached out to stop. "What are you looking at? If you look again I can call someone." Luffy wasn't the least bit flustered. "What's the matter, manager? You have the guts to put it out, and you won't allow others to look at it for a few moments." Lu Yu glared angrily. "Bah! I'm not for poor people like you with no taste." Luffy was straight up brazen. "Looks like the manager has good taste. And lace." Lu Yu's face was slightly red. "Asshole, your eyes with binoculars, that can be seen inside." Luffy shrugged with a wicked grin. "Hey, I don't have any binoculars, but other than that, would the manager like to take a look at it?" Lu Yu froze for a moment and subconsciously asked, "What?" Luffy scowled. Lu Yu instantly understands in seconds, full of shame and anger. "Stinking rascal, I was really blind to recruit you in the past." In the past 2 days while Luffy was away, Lu Yu also made it a point to find out who recruited the other party in the first place, intending to take revenge afterwards. But who would have thought that it wouldn't matter if she didn't check? She was confused. This guy's resume is actually still the same one he picked out of a whole bunch of freshers in the first place. It's simply self-inflicted. Luffy didn't care about that, and turned his words directly to the computer screen in front of him. "I said, manager, how come you used to stay in the office all day and not come out? So it turns out you were sneaking around getting this. He, openly speculating on stocks during office hours. If this is known to Mr. Su, you're afraid that you won't be able to avoid another batch of criticism." Lu Yu immediately denied. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Just happened to want to see it today." Luffy sniffed in disdain. Stocks were something he had never played with, but certain knowledge was known. So hand-holding the mouse a little bit to find out the background transaction records in recent times. Nice guy. Yesterday's buying and selling record was uninterrupted from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's just absolutely brilliant. How's that for hard evidence? Lu Yu backtracked. If it wasn't for you bastard threatening me with that, I wouldn't be like this. Luffy was puzzled. How does this relate to me? But before the words left his mouth, he immediately thought of another possibility. So with shocked eyes, he looked at the other party. Lu Yu, you can't tell me that all of that misappropriated money you have. Lu Yu simply showed his cards directly. Otherwise, what do you think I'm going to do with those millions? I'm in debt. If I don't find a way to make some money, I'll probably get a debt collector at my door one day. When the time comes, not only will you lose your job, you won't even be able to secure the high quality of life you have now. If that's the case, you might as well kill me. After hearing this, Luffy sort of reacquainted himself with Lu Yu all over again. I'm sure it's early spending. Luffy had wondered about this before. Lu Yu, a monthly salary hold up more than 10,000 department manager. How to spend a lot of money. Either a super VIP at this salon or a platinum member at that luxury store. Even the rentals are high-end apartments. Thousands of dollars a month. Now it's all explained. With the words having been said, Lu Yu didn't mind revealing more of his bottom. His face changed provocatively as he looked at Luffy. Surname Lu Yu, give me a good listen. In a few days when this girl earn enough money to the company's several million are paid back, we'll have your good fruit to eat. Be sensible and bow your head and admit your fault now. And maybe I'll be merciful enough to let you go then. The economy is in a recession today and there are layoffs everywhere. Lu Yu was certain that the other party would not dare to resign easily. Don't look at this branch to open. The staff salary is not high, but its head office is broad, and the system is perfect. Therefore, certain regulations have been followed in accordance with the system of the head office. And one of the most important points is that 6 insurance and 3 gold will be paid to the employees on time every month. This is the kind of benefit that companies can't even find. Plus, cloaked in the name of a subsidiary of a large publicly traded company. It's a gimmicky thing to say than the average company. Few people would leave their jobs voluntarily if they didn't have to. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yu had been so confident in disliking people. That's an oversupply of jobs. Lu Yu had thought that Luffy would have a huge change of expression after hearing his words. Anything less than a frown and a change in attitude towards himself. But who would have thought that this guy would actually start to get worse? Not only were his eyes dead set on her pretty face and not moving, his throat was gulping down saliva from time to time. It looked as if he was about to turn into a hungry wolf and pounce on her the next second. The situation could not help but make her heart tighten. No way, no way. This guy shouldn't be able to dogpile himself hard to the ground. Just as this thought of Lu Yu's had risen, Luffy suddenly laughed. The sudden turn of events left her a little puzzled. This guy, what the hell is he up to? It's becoming more and more unsettling to watch. I don't know. Luffy had just seen how confident she was and once again used his penetrating eyes on Lu Yu. That look amused him. Lu Yu, a grasshopper in the fall. It won't last more than a few days. Although he didn't understand what the words meant for the moment, his intuition told him that it was most likely related to what the other party was doing. The first to bear the brunt is the stock that the other party is currently throwing away more than $3 million to buy. Yoa Health, $8.88, up 10% at the moment. Now with a closed order of 2 million hands. About 1.8 billion. That's right. This is the reason why Lu Yu was so confident in uttering a large portion of words just now. He just looked and Lu Yu bought 3,700 lots at a cost of $8. That's a net gain of $320,000 today. The daily collection is over 300,000. A very scary number. Anyone who sees it is afraid to be bursting with confidence, especially since this stock is so popular at the moment, and there are over $1 billion lined up to buy it. As long as it's not a cutie, all can think of at least 2 or 3 more days of upticks. With this calculation, Lu Yu still had at least $1 million to gain. In just an instant Luffy understood why she was so confident just now. The word was that the misappropriated public funds could be paid back, but when he thought about the hints on the perspective eye, he felt that things shouldn't be so simple. So taking advantage of Lu Yu's inattention, he once again silently used his penetrating eye. And this time he's not looking at a person, but the stock Yoa Health. Chapter 32. Woman, you're still too young. There was a flash of blue light, and the combination of words on the vision rearranged itself again. Hey, I'm going to be brave enough to win today's diving championship. Diving champion? This is going to be really interesting, thought Luffy in his mind as he looked at the prompt in front of him. In the stock market, the word dive often signifies a bad start. The reason is simple. Diving is a sport act that requires a person to jump directly from a high place in order to complete it. And once this stuff is on a stock, that means it's about to fall off its high horse. Whether it's a slow dive or a flying stream will depend on this stock's pre-movement. If the stock hasn't risen too much in the previous period, then congratulations, this dive won't be particularly bad and will likely rise back up on the same day. Because there wasn't a lot of profit taking in it. People didn't make much money or even just a little bit of a loss. Meet the diving heart of the first thought is that I want to return to the capital. Thinking is to wait a few more days, may be able to rise back. But once this stock has experienced a big rise in the previous period, and at this time the popularity of the stock is booming, then congratulations again, because you're about to see a rare time-limited performance in the stock market that flies off the charts. It's understandable why this would be the case. Probably more than half of it is profit taking in there because of the early big rally. Everyone is pocketing 20 or even 30% pure profit. Once you see some wind, or the momentum is not right, the first thought in your head is certainly to preserve the existing profits are the main. At the moment it is easy to create a very cruel phenomenon. Stampede. In that situation, everyone upholds the mentality of deadbeat and will sell their stocks at low prices one after another. The end result is that there are very few buyers and an extraordinary number of sellers, and the stock price drops to freezing in an instant. Worst case scenario, even a second drop is possible. Meet the good luck of the stock and the main force will save the day. Bad luck inside the main force will even lead the run. In the end, it's all about beating the drum and whoever takes the last hit is out of luck. In order to determine which situation Lu Yu was in right now, Luffy also clicked on Yoa Health's daily K-line. It's not so much that he doesn't see it, but when he does he gloats even more. This stock has more than doubled in just a few days. It has skyrocketed from 4.2 all the way to a long red straight to 8.88 today. After such a long period of upward movement, you can imagine how much profit taking there will be in it. Later on, if the momentum starts to dive once it's not right, there will definitely be a stampede effect. Thinking of this, Luffy looked at Lu Yu with sympathy in his eyes. Manager, enjoy this short happy hour while it lasts. You'll be crying later, but just as well, I'll have even more opportunity to make an issue out of it. The thought of Lu Yu's body, which was even hotter than Bai Jie's, and this proud and unapologetic character, Luffy suddenly felt a fire in his heart, and there was an inexplicable throbbing in his belly. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Lu Yu felt a bit puzzled. No, what does this asshole mean? He had been poking around his new stock purchase since a while ago, tapping away at the top of his computer from time to time. Then the eyes went back and forth between himself and the stock. First the odd sympathetic look was thrown in one's direction, and then it was even more excessive. There was a look of determination in his eyes. This guy, he's definitely thinking of something bad again. So, Lu Yu decided to take the initiative. Immediately, his expression was aghast, and he stared at Luffy with a wary face. I'm warning you, if you look, you'll go to jail if you're too impulsive. Luffy smiled at his words. Manager, it's still uncertain whether I'll enter the bureau or not, but you and I think there's a pretty big possibility. Lu Yu froze, somewhat unsure. What do you mean? Not trying to blackmail me about embezzlement again, are you? I can warn you, I'm not afraid now. If you make any more unreasonable demands, I'm going to flip out on the spot. Although Lu Yu was certain that she could pay back the company's money in a few days, after weighing the pros and cons, she felt that it was still the most cost-effective without tearing her face off with Luffy. After all, she has a lofty ideal, and later thought of climbing to the top of the company to replace Su Qian, that stinking woman, and the embezzlement of public funds that would have been publicized. Even if she wades through the danger afterward, it will leave a stain in the eyes of the headquarters leadership, and will have a great impact on her career. This was something she could never accept. Looking at Lu Yu's face full of alertness, Luffy was instantly happy. This silly woman, she doesn't realize she's in for a big mess. Thinking about what was going to happen later, his eyes twinkled and he decided to take advantage of the fire first. So after a moment of contemplation, Lu Fei deliberately said, Lu Xiao Niao Niao, do you believe that the Iowa health you bought will dive later? Of course Lu Yu didn't believe it and immediately retorted, jump your ass. Even if you jumped it wouldn't jump. Stocks don't know how to read numbers, always recognize them. People's Bright 1.8 billion buy orders there. Stop was sealed dead, and now there is not even a sell order. You tell me how to dive? Oh, I get it. You must be thinking that the only thing holding me down is almost gone. So you're trying to use a psychological attack on my self-confidence to achieve some ulterior motive. I told you, Luffy. No way. Seeing Lu Yu so confident, Luffy came to be interested. At that moment, he provoked. Little girl, since you are so confident, should we both bet on it? Lu Yu didn't hesitate. Bet on it? Say what's the bet? Luffy smiled lewdly. Hey, the bet is simple. When the time comes, the losing side will just unconditionally fulfill one demand of the winning side. Lu Yu was confident and agreed without even thinking. Good, let's do it. But I can warn you, don't back out if you lose then. Iowa Health's 2 million lots of closed orders gave Lu Yu 1,000,000% confidence, so she didn't believe she would lose at all. In order to make her believe, Luffy's mouth twisted and immediately issued a poisonous oath. If I, Luffy, go back on my word, the children I have with you in the future will have no assholes. Lu Yu dropped his heart at his words. The tiger's venom is not a good thing. Now this stinking man in front of me should not go back on his word. Wait, what this guy just said seems a little off. What do you mean? Kids born to me don't have assholes? That's not making fun of this girl. Asshole. Almost fooled him. Reacting, Lu Yu immediately raised his head and glared at Luffy. The eyes were deadpan, the meaning unmistakable. If you want to continue, say it again for me. Luffy, on the other hand, forced a smile and spoke again. I swear, if I renege on the bet I just made, I'll have absolutely no ass in my future children. After carefully listening to each word to confirm that it was correct, Lu Yu put his heart down. It was followed by a turn of the diaphanous eyebrow and a deadpan stare at the real-time developments of Iowa Health on the screen. With close to 2 billion closed orders, no one should be foolish enough to sell anymore. But who would have thought that as soon as this thought rose in her mind, a large sell order of 150,000 lots, that is, worth more than $10 million, was slammed out. Chapter 33, You're a bit fierce. Such a situation immediately caused Lu Yu's breath to stutter. You don't think so? Is it really true that this crow next to me is right? At the thought of this, her otherwise calm heart began to tense up. Don't. The rest of her life's happiness could be bet on this stock. To really out of a good or bad, Lu Yu feels that he can only spend the future in the heavy debt repayment career. If that was the case, she'd rather die. At this time, Luffy also saw the 150,000 lots of sell orders. So immediately, he began to verbally irritate Lu Yu. Hey manager, see? I told you Iowa Health would take a dive. It's starting now. If you call me husband a few more times now and say husband I was wrong, let me go, maybe once you're happy you won't make demands later. Seeing his villainy, Lu Yu was instantly annoyed. You bastard. I knew you didn't have good intentions. Want me to call you husband again? Dream on. Don't get too happy. This is only 150,000 lots of sell orders. It's not even a fraction compared to the remaining nearly 2 million buy orders. Luffy continued to point at the screen in a manner as he sniffed. Check Lu, Are you sure there are only 150,000 lots of sell orders? Why do I see it's 450,000 lots? Whoa no, it's 500,000 hands now. Lu Yu sniffed and glared viciously at Lu Fei. Nonsense. It's not. It must be your blurred eyes. But before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately startled by a scene on the screen, only to see Iowa Health's sealed orders in the rapid reduction. Not a moment's effort before the 2 million hands of sealed orders is less than nearly half, and there is a steady stream of sell orders coming out of the sell column. The lesser ones have a few hundred dozens of hands, and the larger ones even directly have a couple of thousand hands directly smashed down. She looked at these few eyes' effort. This closed list and less than 100,000 hands. Looking at the stop will not be able to keep. Now Lu Yu was really anxious. The mountains in his chest rose and fell rapidly. His entire body trembled with impatience, and he even began to mutter under his breath. Don't. Didn't everyone say it would keep going up? Why has it suddenly changed again? If I had known I wouldn't have bought it. Please don't sell anymore. If you sell any more, stopping block orders won't hold up. But how can a voice control the rise and fall of a stock? As time goes on, the selling gets more and more amount of money. Even though there are a number of people who continue to buy in order to maintain the stops, it is ultimately a drop in the bucket. With a super large 300,000 lots of selling order thrown, the original more than 2 million lots, nearly 2 billion of the stop seal completely collapse, and the resulting chain reaction quickly fermented. A lot of profit taking in the stop broke in the moment of crazy out. In just a moment, the stock price, which had been $8.88, swooped right down to $8, exactly the same cost as Lu Yu's purchase. Seeing this, Lu Yu's entire body froze. Over. It's really over. Her $300,000 plus daily earnings are gone. Her dreams of a continuous stop are about to be dashed. As for using this fortune to cover the misappropriation of public funds, it is absolutely impossible. A never-before-seen feeling of suffocation suddenly surged through Lu Yu's heart. In just a moment, tears gushed out of his eyes like a fountain. With that, Lu Yu cried. Soft sobs began to echo throughout the room and grew louder. For a while, it made Luffy a bit embarrassed beyond belief. No, manager, don't cry at every turn. In case my co-workers in the department hear me, they'll think I'm doing something to you. It's easy to be tempted by a man and a woman in the same room, as much as I'd like to do it. I can't take the blame for this before things are done. It's a big loss. Okay. Thinking of this, Luffy's heart was set on taking advantage of the situation, stepping forward and directly letting Lu Yu, who was sitting on a chair and sobbing softly, lean into his arms, and out of his voice, he spoke softly to comfort up. Manager, don't cry. I have in. It's still early. Maybe it'll go back up later. Women are sensual creatures. If you want to achieve a one-hit kill to take her down, the best opportunity is to strike at the very vulnerable stage of the collapse of their psychological defenses. Let's say now. For this sudden behavior of Luffy, Lu Yu did not resist, but instead her body slanted and took the initiative to lean towards his body. When she heard the sound of his soft comforting words, she even looked up at him with tearful eyes. Begin to actively seek psychological solace. Really, Luffy? You mean it's going to go up and come back? Of course it's fake, Luffy replied at first in his mind, but on the surface he responded to Lu Yu with certainty. Fool, can I still lie to you? Just now I said it would jump and it jumped. This will say it will definitely go up too. As the saying goes, men are not bad. Sometimes women just like to hear falsehoods, especially in its most emotionally sensitive time. You a little coaxing, she will be on your good side. This is not Lu Fei's words. Lu Yu's red eyes rubbed vigorously on him, wiped away her tears and then re-looked at Iowa Health in the screen. Under his breath, he even mumbled, well, listen to you. You've always had a good crow's mouth for an asshole. Coincidentally, this coincides with the time when the buy-side forces in the stock, Iowa Health, are on the rebound. Stocks that had been leaking instantly began to rebound like a rocket to the sky. It went from $7.07 to $8.05 in just a split second. With a big restop, Lu Yu was so excited to see this that he started cheering loudly. Hurry, come on, just use the momentum to soar. Charge, buy me all those sell orders. As Lu Yu became more and more exuberant, the screams became sharper and sharper, and Iowa Health's share price began to grow all the way into the red. 10 seconds later, amidst its screams of excitement, an oversized 400,000 lot buy order blasted out, catapulting Iowa Health's share price to the top in one fell swoop. The price returned to the halt at $8.88. The increase is also back up to 10%. Its stop single is quickly exceeded 1 million hands. There is a return of the king of the trend. See this. Lu Yu could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart, and started celebrating as soon as he hugged Luffy beside him. Ha, you are absolutely right. It went up again. It really went up again. Mua mua hubby. That's great. That's wonderful. You were awesome. Awesome. Under the great sadness and joy, Luyu seemed to have completely released himself. Chapter 34, Office. Luffy was certainly happy to have someone take the initiative. While Luyu was fooling around, he certainly couldn't be idle. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come, so he did what he had to do. The sudden movement startled Luyu, causing him to sober up. Returning to her, she looked at Luffy who was close by. She was suddenly blushing. Dying. What did you just do in the heat of the moment? Why are you so unreserved? I can't believe I approached this guy voluntarily. But what annoyed Luyu the most was that this bastard Luffy actually took advantage of the fire. Shamelessly taking advantage of himself at this point. How can he do that? Doesn't he know that a man and a woman are not related? The most difficult thing for Luyu to accept is, she was wearing the same traditional professional attire today as usual. A black silk wraparound skirt and the ever-present little one-size-fits-all white shirt. Without mentioning the other advantages of these pairings, the most obvious feature highlights a few words. The more he thought about it, the more Luyu felt that something was wrong. No way. She couldn't let this guy take advantage of her for nothing anymore. So Luyu forced herself to hold back the throbbing in her heart and began to struggle. Bastard. Haven't you taken advantage of me enough? I'm warning you not to move. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose slightly at the sight, silently enjoying himself. He, Luffy, was not a dumbass like Willow. The other girl is at your door, and you're still shamelessly pretending to be a decent person. Such people are either incompetent or have a questionable orientation. Who can resist temptation as long as he's a decent man? Not to mention the likes of Luyu. Looking at the indignation on the other party's face, Luffy purposely reminded in a serious manner. Manager, if you keep this up, don't blame me. While saying that, Luffy also began to pretend to be excited. A face of perversion on the body eyes full of unsuspecting look at Luyu. It was a big deal. Such behavior immediately scared Luyu and quickly became honest. If she keeps it up, she's going to make a fool of herself. Luffy nodded in satisfaction at this and began a second round of psychological offense. Manager, you're starting to be purely evil. If I remember correctly, you started it just now. And while I'm at it, that is, Luyu must be dead set against admitting it. I'm not. Don't you talk nonsense. The corner of Luffy's mouth lifted up idly. That's strange. Is it possible that these dozen marks on my face were arched by a pig? Luyu subconsciously retorted. Who are you cursing, you asshole? You're the pig. But as soon as she exited, she realized she had fallen for the other side's trap. This guy is actually setting himself up. At that thought, she immediately looked up at the other woman with wrathful eyes. But who would have thought that Luffy wasn't afraid in the slightest, and looked directly at each other. For a moment, it made Luyu feel like he was being devoured. No way. She would definitely suffer the most if there was a stalemate at a time like this. Thinking of this, Luyu decides to take the initiative to show his weakness by retreating. With a small blush, she stammered and spoke. That Luffy, I admit I was wrong just now. Can you let me go now? Luffy, of course, would not give in so easily. I Zelio a turn, and deliberately bad smile. Manager now recognized the mistake late yo. Unless you say husband please spare and I'll consider sparing you. Hearing this, Luyu was immediately infuriated. Bastard, you're gaining an inch. Believe it or not, I'm calling someone right now. Luffy didn't care. Scream and scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. If I'm not mistaken, the soundproofing in this office should be first rate. Even if you do something excessive, no one will hear you. Luyu nervously swallowed her saliva. Don't be impulsive. Now the woman does not agree, but it is against the law. Luffy gave her a disgusted look. No, manager, aren't you a little horny? You think of that every time I say something? Luyu was momentarily speechless. We're alone in a room, and we're in this state. Plus what you just said. What else am I supposed to think? But there's one thing to be said for the guy's strength. Looks like a good farmhand. The more he thought about it, the stranger Luyu's thoughts became. With that, the look in someone's eyes began to look off. Luffy didn't notice this for a while, or he didn't have time to. The reason is simple. He was cozying up to the view at the moment. It's time to say no. It's true what they say about standing tall and seeing far. Just a little dizzy. For a moment, the two actually froze. And so as time went on, an inexplicable atmosphere spread through the small office. 20 minutes later, all is calm. Luffy looked at Luyu with a smug expression. Shake Lu, how does it feel? Luyu glanced at him in dissatisfaction and said, asshole. Disgusting. Luffy got a little upset. Disgusting? What do you mean by that? You started it just now. Luyu was furious. Luffy, what do you mean? If you guys hadn't just started. Luffy wasn't going to let her rehash the past and immediately interrupted. Ugh, hi manager. That's where you're wrong. Things can be eaten without words. I didn't do anything. You. Hearing this, Lu Yu was instantly annoyed. She kind of couldn't look herself in the eye right now. She actually did that just now under some kind of obsession. It's almost a bit faceless. Luffy didn't care about that much. He only felt that this would be a good mood, and his body felt even more refreshed. After what had just happened, he had automatically counted the other as half his woman. With that in mind, he decided to pull the other side. Chapter 35. The Child. Looking at the pretty face in front of him with some red rhymes, Luffy opened his mouth in a rare serious manner. Lu Yu, listen to my advice. While Iwa health is still up at this time, you can sell all the parts you can, or you'll be sorry when it dies again. The stock market in Xia follows the N+1 buying and selling principle. This means that a stock bought today will not be sold until tomorrow. Just now, Luffy read that 700 of the 700 lots of Iwa health shares held by Lu Yu were bought yesterday. If you dumped all these stocks at the 888 stop price, Lu Yu can not only lock in a portion of the profits, but also to minimize the losses caused by the Iwa health stock dive afterwards. He did the preliminary math. Lu Yu bought 700 lots of Iwa health at a cost of $2.96 million. Just dump 700 lots while you can and you'll quickly make back over $5 million. At that time, even if this Iwa health from 888 yuan stop price fell 727 stop price, Lu Yu today will not produce a loss. But at this time, Lu Yu has long been interests to the mind, which is Lu Fei can be moved by a few words. Upon hearing Luffy ask her to throw out her cash cow, Iwa health, she instantly looked like a cat that had exploded. I'm warning you, Lu, we were just getting what we wanted. Don't you dare use this opportunity to get close to me, or even to order me around. There are still 5 million closed orders on Iwa health right now. What the hell are you doing asking me to sell it at this time? Luffy teased. What can I have in mind? I just don't want to be watching someone cry again. After all, you have my child in your belly. Don't you think so, manager? Lu Yu was filled with shame and anger. Asshole Lu Fei, what are you babbling about again? How could I have your baby? We don't even have that. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes narrowed and deliberately smiled badly. Which one is that again? Manager? Why didn't I understand? And, are you really sure there isn't one? If I remember correctly, at the very beginning someone was. Luffy purposely didn't finish his sentence, leaving some space for the other party to reminisce on their own. You. Lu Yu was already almost confused with anger and couldn't stop shivering as she pointed her finger at Lu Fei. After so many encounters, she kind of realized something. That is, no matter what, you can't talk about the man in front of you. After all, one can't be shameless. Solely she gave up struggling and directly turned her back to Luffy and pretended to be deaf. Looking at Lu Yu's posing appearance, Luffy laughed and did not say anything. Since you're ignoring me, I have other ways to get you to talk. So the bright idea, pick up the mouse to Lu Yu's stock account began to operate. The stock market in the Summerland is closed. Typical opening times in the morning are from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. And in the afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. It was just after 11:29 a.m. A mere 10 seconds before the morning break. That's enough time for him to execute a sell operation. But who would have thought that just as the final step was about to be completed, Lu Yu snatched the mouse over in one go. Soon after, looking at Luffy who suddenly appeared beside him, Li Yan was startled. Asterisk. Old road, why are you out of your goddamned mind? You don't even make a sound when you walk. Lu Fei didn't have the good sense to look at him. Li Yan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Can you keep your eyes peeled when you're groping for fish? You'd be screwed if the manager came just now. Li Yan hemmed and hawed. With you I'm still afraid of what manager Luffy kind of didn't get it. What do you mean by that again? What's with the connection between me and the manager again? Li Yan revealed a look that all men know. Old Lu, don't pretend. Tell me honestly, did you take the manager down? Luffy was a bit curious. What does that mean? Li Yan squeezed his eyebrows. Old Lu, haven't you noticed a very fragrant smell on yourself? I've only smelled this kind of smell on the manager. Yo, Luffy froze at his words, sniffing down at his collar and sleeves before looking at Li Yan in disbelief. Is it really that obvious? Li Yan couldn't hold it in. Ha, fake. I'm just swindling you, kid. But now I do have confirmation that there's definitely a problem between you guys and the manager. A big one at that. Luffy didn't bother to explain, and directly kicked him with his foot, half threateningly saying, now that you know, rot in your stomach, or you'll have a good time. Li Yan quickly nodded his head when he saw this. Don't worry, this is something that I, Old Li, absolutely rotted in my stomach. The words did not fall and the words turned. Alas and alas, old road. Honestly explain you two in the end to which step. I have a good bottom. Luffy sniffed back. If you want to know, go ask yourself. Hearing this, Li Yan trembled when he immediately looked in the direction of the office with palpitations. Just kidding. Letting him go to the demoness Lu Yu is no different than sending her to her death. Seeing that Luffy didn't want to reveal more information, Li Yan was also very sensible and didn't continue to ask more questions. According to this relationship between him and Luffy anyway, if the other party and Lu Yu really made it work, it would definitely be beneficial to himself. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore and directly took out a lottery ticket from his pocket and placed it in front of Luffy. Old Lu, here's the $100 lottery ticket you made me buy, a total of 50 bets. I think it's a bit too wasteful to buy one number, so I played a few more sets of numbers according to the ones I used to buy. Don't be offended. Luffy was a bit surprised. Okay, Old Li, are you so fast? The lottery tickets are ready even before the end of the day. Li Yan scratched his head. It's not thanks to your blessing. Just now I kept dragging the manager in the office, so I went downstairs to hit a few groups while I was feeling the fish. Thinking of the hints on Li Yan earlier, Luffy deliberately joked. Old Li, if this lottery ticket really wins, you wouldn't regret having to go back, would you? Li Yan quickly shook his head. Which can said to help you buy that is your? Not to mention the money is still you pay. Besides, it's not like I didn't buy it myself. Luffy didn't say anything at that, just smiled. He wanted to see how Li Yan would react when he really hit the jackpot. After all, the human heart is unpredictable, and with enough benefits brothers can turn against each other. If the other party was really so superficial, he, Luffy, wouldn't mind pulling him a few more times in the future when he was rich. He then ignored him after a few more words of small talk with Li Yan. After sitting at the workstation and stretching his body, he turned on the computer, and then even downloaded a stock app and started to register. Now that he knows that the penetrating eye can see through stock information, of course he's going to utilize it. For others the stock market may be like a casino, where you can lose your money if you're not careful, but it was a fish out of water for him, the one with the penetrating eyes. Maybe one day he'll make a name for himself as a stockbroker. Chapter 36. Not as good as earlier. Just as he reached the meal, Li Yan got up and greeted towards Luffy. Go the old way. Eat. Luffy shook his head to signal his opponent to go first. He'd had a lot of milk earlier in the office, and he wouldn't be hungry yet. Li Yan saw the situation also did not force. Pulling aside a few colleagues are still quite chatty. They went down together happily. In a short while, the only person left in the large department was Luffy, who stayed at his workstation holding the mouse and clicking around, frowning and nodding from time to time. Those who didn't know thought he was serious about his work, but in reality, you only have to get a little closer to realize that this guy is really just paid to speculate. After more than half an hour of research, Luffy finally picked a stock that was a better buy. Southland Properties, current share price $3.96, up minus 10%, closed orders 2 million lots. Yes, it's the one above that looks like a dead stock. At this time is not only 3 consecutive days of down status, but even the down price there are nearly 800 million funds in line to sell. Open stock reviews inside is even more wailing and cursing, but it's such a stock that everyone scorns, and the tip on Luffy's vision is a sudden change in the picture. Southland land, hey, I'm going to quietly go up and then wow everyone. If it wasn't for these magical eyes hinting at it, he wouldn't have believed it would happen even if someone had told Luffy ahead of time. A stock that has been pinned to the ground for days on end will skyrocket right up in the afternoon during the 2-hour trading session. Originally, according to Luffy's idea, he wanted to seize the opportunity to find a few more similar stocks. After all, he wasn't as stupid as Lu Yu's who pressed her treasure all on one thing, in case something goes wrong that can be regrettable. But who would have thought that some of the things that came up on the way to find the stock surprised him? As he utilized his perspective eye to observe more stocks, some strange phenomena appeared. Let's say the stock of Summerland Bank is in front of us. No matter how much Luffy used his eyes for perspective, the cues on his vision were always set in stone. Summerland Bank, hey, you want to know my trend? No way, I won't let you see it. At first when Luffy saw it he thought he was blinking or not staring hard enough, but with subsequent experiments, he suddenly realized a pattern. That would be a similar situation with TNND. All these stocks that have official ties to the Summerland. Let's say a very small stock. Julie Group, what? You still want to see my little secret? Ask my big brother first. This big brother Luffy checked through the backstage and it was none other than the Xia military. In the end, Luffy, who was not dying, felt that he was capable of doing so. Directly to the summer stock market disc use up perspective eye. Get the result is more let him laugh and cry. A-share market, roll. Labor will always follow the party. Okay, now Luffy finally understood what was going on. Turns out these stocks are protected by the legendary party gas. In this case, so he also extinguished continue to look for the same as the Southland real estate stocks. After all, anymore, he had to use up some of his stamina every time he used his penetrating eyes. It's not much, but it can still be a bit debilitating once it adds up. Just as he was stretching, the ends of his 10 fingers seemed to touch something extraordinary. Before he could react to the effort, a gnashing voice rang beside his ear. Luffy, don't you go too far. It's in a public place. Luffy snapped his head back and realized that Lu Yu was standing behind him at some point. At the moment, he was looking at him with a face of shame, so he took the initiative to greet. Yo, what a coincidence, manager. You're so red in the face. Are you not feeling well? Lu Yu continued to grit his teeth. Let go. Luffy was an afterthought. Oops. I'm really sorry. I thought it was someone playing ball in the office. Lu Yu has gotten used to this shameless look of his, but he can't do anything about it. One can only curse a few times in one's mind to vent one's anger. It wasn't the first time she'd seen it anyway. She was used to it. Besides, although this guy is a bit shameless, his capital is quite sufficient. If he had a little more money, he wouldn't mind talking to him himself. After all, the spiritual experience feels good. But that's about it. As for the marriage thing, that's a different story. Although Lu Yu did not have much ambition, she still wanted to have a dream of a luxurious wife. Unless the dream woke up someday, he would consider finding an honest man to marry. Now that she's young, her first focus is still to enjoy life. Lu Fei saw that Lu Yu had been silent and took the initiative to speak again. Manager, what have you been staring at my brother for? Could it be that the big one can't say no and wants to bully the little one again? Lu Yu took it all for granted that she didn't hear, and only opened her mouth towards Lu Fei. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to join us? Luffy felt that the sun had struck the west. This demon girl would actually take the initiative to ask him to dinner. This is a typical weasel paying homage to a chicken. Something's up. So immediately, he looked at her warily. A dinner date is fine, but don't make a move on me then. Lu Yu laughed at her exasperation. You're a big man and you're still afraid that I'll eat you? Luffy blurted out. Not so much to eat, but I'm afraid you're holding a small hostage. Lu Yu understood in seconds and directly blanked Luffy several times. This guy is so full of. It's almost perfect. 10 minutes later, downstairs at Starbucks, looking at the few milk coffees and sandwiches in front of him, Luffy launched into a disgruntled whine. Lu Yu bit into her sandwich and said nonchalantly, right. Otherwise you think I'm keeping this figure how? The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched, and he began to be immodest again. Aren't you afraid that the two of them will be starved thin? Lu Yu still didn't understand. Who are these two? Luffy's eyes shifted slightly. The meaning was self-evident. Lu Yu saw this and gave him a blank look without any good reason. Can you people be more serious? Eat. And, I'll tell you what, this isn't an office. There are people around watching. Luffy then remembered that he was in a public place and subconsciously raised his head to glance around. Sure enough, there were already several people whose eyes were cast this way from time to time, obviously listening to what had just been said. Seeing this situation, Luffy simply did a shrinking turtle, buried his head and ate. Lu Yu looked at him in this manner and was instantly happy. Humph, bad guy. Finally, you've made a fool of yourself. Chapter 37. Help me. 20 minutes later, Lu Yu, who had eaten and drank enough, finally remembered to get down to business. Ugh, Luffy, how did you know something was going to happen to Iwa Health? Luffy was unsure. Did something happen to Iwa Health? Lu Yu took out her cell phone and opened the news message interface, pointing out a message about Iwa Health that she had just seen to Lu Fei. Look, Iwa Health has already been investigated by the Securities and Exchange Commission for making false accounts. Luffy was a bit surprised. Really? That's quite a coincidence. Then the conversation turned a bit conspiratorial, and I don't know who was dying before because I sold her 700 lots of Iwa Health stock. That was a bruise on my arm. As he spoke, Luffy rolled up his sleeve to display a row of teeth marks. That's right, before under Luffy's forced maneuver, that 700 lots of sellable IHH stock was eventually dumped. As for the consequences, they are quite remarkable. Comrade Lao Lu was honorably wounded. Lu Yu looked at the rows of teeth marks a little embarrassed, began to play cute. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, although this will not be open yet, but Lu Yu knows, as long as the Iwa Health was filed for investigation of the matter out, the afternoon stock price will be absolutely plummeting. The reason is simple. Such listed companies will definitely cause retail investors to sell off in large numbers in the event of such fundamental problems as financial fraud. After all, no one is stupid. Anyone who runs slow at this point will absolutely get buried in it. It's not a good idea to take 3 or 5 dips. Plus Iwa Health doubled its share price in the early days, which was full of profit-taking. The stampede created on the dip will be even worse. What's the saying? Pampered women are the best. Luffy hadn't realized it before, but when he saw Lu Yu, the manager who had always been in the style of a royal sister, beaming and tugging on his arm with both hands with a face that begged for forgiveness, he admitted that he was a bit impulsive. There's a feeling of wanting to charge right away, but he immediately suppressed the fluttering in his heart. A woman like Lu Yu, who doesn't see a rabbit without a hawk, must have a reason for doing so, so he said with deliberate anger. It's too late to apologize. Unless, Lu Yu immediately pursued. Unless what? Luffy was nonchalant. Unless you strip dry and wash yourself later and wait for me obediently in a nice hotel room, maybe I'll forgive you. Or whatever you want me to do for you next. I won't agree to it. The Starbucks would be pretty much gone by now. With just two clerks having a chat at the bar, Luffy wouldn't have to worry too much. Surprisingly, even though Luffy said something so blatant this time, Lu Yu didn't get angry. Instead, a look of gravity appeared in his eyes, as if he was considering whether or not to agree to him. Now Luffy was really kind of curious. What circumstances prompted this woman to make such a dramatic turnaround? He felt that the IHH thing alone shouldn't be enough. Fruity. After a minute-long period of careful contemplation, Lu Yu seemed to have made some sort of determination. A serious look was given to Luffy. Actually, it's not like I can't agree to what you just asked, but you have to do me a favor. Luffy became interested. What kind of favor? Tell me. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Give me $5 million and I'll immediately agree to be your girlfriend. I'll do my best to cooperate with whatever you want to do then. Luffy froze for a moment at his words. That's it? Lu Yu kind of wants to laugh. Say it like you can take it out. This is 5 million, not 50,500. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Luffy, only to see him open Alipay with a disdainful face and fling the bright balance in front of Lu Yu's eyes. It's only $5 million. I have it. Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded at the sight. No. I'll just make a joke to set the stage for what's to come. Why are you hitting people with money at the drop of a hat? But one thing is for sure. This stinky man seemed a bit handsome just now. How come I didn't realize it before? Moreover, if she really has this 5 million, she Lu Yu owes those money will not be able to pay it back. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's eyes towards Luffy were not right. Without thinking, she made her decision. Eyes dripping with water, voice whispering towards Luffy opening. Hubby help me. Money 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 I want. If he were to let go of Lu Yu being so proactive towards himself in the past, Luffy would have been happy. I'm afraid, there is even a great probability of not being able to sleep for days. As for the reason why well do not need vegetables. Busy planting it. One more minute of rest is a sorry excuse for having such a hot girlfriend at home. But who called it after he shelled out $5 million? That's something to play with. It's not that I'm talking about you, manager. I used to think you were a man out of the low life. But who wants to be exactly like the mediocre ones? They're all gold diggers. Don't blame me for continuing to hold it if you do. After a moment's thought, he silently retrieved his cell phone again. Lu Yu was anxious at the sight. No, you asshole. Didn't you toss people around so much in the past just to take advantage of me and make me call you husband willingly? Why are you in a hurry now that I've taken the initiative? Can't you afford to play? No way. Lu Yu, must not be so reckless. She felt that seducing men was her forte than making enough $5 million in the stock market. After glancing around and seeing that no one was indeed there, she actually quietly unbuttoned the second top button of her shirt. You like to watch, don't you? I'll show you. I'm going to get my money's worth when the time comes. To say that before, in her eyes Luffy was merely a well-capitalized stinker who was barely dateable. Now it's different. With the addition of the 5 million balance, countless auras deepened in an instant, swinging into a human quality male suitable to be her boyfriend. As to whether or not to subsequently marry him, naturally, it depends on the financial resources behind it and how well it performs in certain areas. Take time, for example. Looking at the gradually mesmerizing eyes on Lu Yu's face, Luffy felt the need to remind the other party. You can't charge in public, so he purposely coughed heavily a few times, and said loudly and fervently, Sister-in-law, we can't do this. We'll be sorry for our dead big brother. The sudden words froze the Starbucks clerk who was chatting not far away. Holy, what the hell? There's a big ethical drama going on here. No, I have to see it. So at once he sniffed, only to see a big, beautiful woman in a standard black silk wraparound skirt and white blouse with a good figure was leaning over and looking straight up against the man in front of her. Chapter 38. Making a play. Lu Yu was now confused. Especially confused. What the hell? What is this stinking man up to again? You can't say such a thing. If she was photographed and posted online she would be an overnight sensation. Nowadays, short videos are rampant and there are many more who like to get up and watch. She won't be able to talk even with 3 mouths. But she couldn't lash out at the man in front of her in order to settle her debt as quickly as possible. Luckily, she had some quick wits, and with a twinkle in her eye she came up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Oof, let's see how I can counter you. So after brewing up her emotions, she looked to Luffy slyly, deliberately biting her red lips and pleading in a low voice. Hubby, I hate it. I want to play a game at home. Why do you have to be here? I'll be shy. As the saying goes, As long as you're not embarrassed about yourself, the embarrassment is for someone else. In order to take the $5 million, she's kind of going out on a limb today. This situation, it immediately caused the two young guys watching from the bar to deliberately choke. Lean, is there any law left? You two couples, deliberately spreading dog food in front of single people, right? But I'd have to say the most speechless of them all is Luffy. No, manager, is it really necessary for you to go to this extent for the sake of this amount of money in my pocket? Hiss. When you think about it, it seems like a real possibility. It's $5 million after all. After all, many people don't make that much money in their lifetime. Looking at Lu Yu's face with the expression of not stopping until she got what she wanted, Luffy felt the need to find a place to talk to her. After a few moments of thought, he suddenly noticed an express hotel across the street. The name is kinda funny. Why don't we go there? The more he thought about it, the more Luffy realized that it was feasible. After all, it always takes some time to talk about things. And that's a long time, and one always gets tired and definitely rested. Seeing that Lu Yu still kept staring at himself, Luffy waved his hand slightly in a gesture and whispered next to the other party's ear. Not long after, Lu Yu took the initiative to take Luffy's arm and go out. This situation. But the two single dog clerks in the store were dumbfounded. No, buddy, you two are so close? If I remember correctly, it's a weekday. Don't even have to go to work. An hour and a half later, Lu Yu looked at Luffy grudgingly. She felt she had lost a lot of money. This asshole. The Parisian family says they're ripping it off, beautifully describing the need for an experience. It's unbelievable. However, when he thought of the $5 million that was about to arrive, Lu Yu felt that his payment was still worth it. After all, she was kind of a man of two, and the man in front of her was still very satisfying. It's just that it might be a bit of a hassle to get to work in the next few days. Instead, it was Luffy. This is going to be a bit tasteless. Only half leaning on the bed, holding the phone to have a look at the Oriental Fortune app. It would just be 2 p.m. The time period for stock market trading. He's been staring at the Southland stock since the finish. As for why the stakes are so high, the reason is simple. Just now, he invested all $5 million from his PayPal, bought 600 lots of Southland land at $3.96. Although he firmly believed that what he saw with his prospective eyes would never be wrong, but after all, it was a huge sum of nearly $5 million. So he had to witness it with his own eyes before he could rest assured. Lu Yu saw that he had been staring at his cell phone and didn't let go. She also curiously came over. Hubby, what are you looking at? Is such a big beauty in front of you not as attractive as a cell phone screen? After some in-depth exchanges, Lu Yu, this husband, is called more and more skillful. With that hot body, the average youngster would probably surrender immediately. But those didn't work on Luffy, because now he was as good as a saint. Seeing that Lu Yu was vigorously giving out benefits on her arm, she gave her an even more impatient look. Lu Yu is also very understanding. Immediately and obediently stopped the cute and pampering action, and then stretched out his face to curiously look at Luffy's cell phone screen. Southland Properties. Shares at $3.96. Down 10%. 7 million down. Block orders? What's there to see in this falling stock? Is there something going on? Thinking of this, Lu Yu didn't hesitate to softly inquire. Hubby, what have you been looking at this stock for? Do you want to buy it? Luffy blurted out. Wow, I forgot to tell you. I might not be able to give you that $5 million for a while. Lu Yu froze for a moment at his words. Then his eyes widened. What do you mean? Did $5 million disappear? Luffy didn't hide it and directly told the other party the truth. Disappearing is not so bad. Just now my left eyelid suddenly kept jumping. I felt that there might be a big fortune to be made, so I poked a stock. Look, it's this Southland land. Lu Yu was stunned. You're crazy. You dare to buy a ticket that has been down for several days in a row. There's bound to be some big negative. She felt like she had probably been duped. Now not only is the person given to the other party, but the money will most likely not be gotten. If you're not careful, you'll lose your money. Luffy didn't care what she thought, only smiled confidently. The shortfall is a small thing. I've always been accurate. Maybe the check will stop later. Don't believe me. I told you before that Iowa Health would take a dive. And you still don't believe me. It's not even close to the close and it's starting to dive in a straight line. As he was talking, Luffy pulled up the real-time dynamics of Iowa Health stock price for Lu Yu to see. As expected, the original 888 yuan stopping price and nearly 1.5 million hands of stopping block orders have long since disappeared. At this point the stock has been struggling around $7.30 and could drop at any time. See this? Lu Yu immediately looked stagnant. The words of questioning that were about to come out of his mouth were also held in midway, and his heart became incredibly complicated. It's one thing to know that Iowa Health will fall due to financial fraud. It's another to witness it. The bottom line is this. The guy in front of me had asserted that Iowa Health was bound to take a dive long before that news about its financial fraud came out. It's almost like having precognition. If this ability could last forever, wouldn't one have a chance to hug the golden thigh? Thinking of this, Lu Yu was suddenly in a tangle. Chapter 39. Enforcement of Family Law. There were only two options for her now. The first one is simple and brutal. Flip the bird with the man in front of you right now and stink him up. As for what just happened, consider it a dog bite. This option is more risky. Subsequently, even if she wanted to get rid of the other party's entanglement, it would be exceptionally difficult, because as long as she didn't pay back the money she had misappropriated from the company, she was sure that she would continue to be held by the man in front of her. As for why it was taken, please, misappropriation of public funds, this matter can be big or small. Light turn a blind eye as long as the return on the whole is nothing happened. Heavy prosecution to the end of the court. See, even if you no longer admit fault, to pay back the money or to go to jail for a few years. Unfortunately, Lu Yu is now on a collision course with Su Qian, one of the branch bosses. This is something that will absolutely be investigated to the hilt if it gets back to her. Lu Yu felt that she was still young and in the prime of her life. Don't want to go to jail now. I've got to get up early in the morning and work late at night to live that kind of life. So that option was instantly passed over for her. The second option is a bit more straightforward. She, Lu Yu, took a bold gamble, believing that the man in front of her had some kind of magic. It is possible to consistently predict the direction of the stock. As long as this is true, that $5 million debt is a small kiss. But just like this, Lu Yu was a bit unwilling to be held by the other party. After half a day of agonizing, she decided to struggle a little. It's a good way to give yourself a break. So blaring and crossing her arms, she looked at the man in front of her with a deliberately exasperated, semi-threatening voice. Deadbeat, how dare you lie to me? Aren't you afraid I'll call the police to arrest you now? Luffy let out a light laugh. Yo, little goblin, capable of being patient, still calling the police to arrest me? Then you tell me what reason you'll use to make the police uncle detain me then? It's not whoring, is it? Hearing this, Lu Yu was immediately displeased. Blah blah blah, whore yourself out. She's not stupid. Isn't calling the other person a whore just plainly calling yourself a lady? She, Lu Yu, was not the kind of person who would sell her soul and body for a few $1,000s. It's got to be a couple million at least. Well, it better be 5 million upwards. Anyway, this will be Southland Real Estate. Also did not move. Lu Fei simply put down the phone and Lu Yu idle chat will be. Then, Lu Niao Niao, why don't you tell us how you plan to make them arrest me? Lu Yu assumed a fighting stance and fixed Luffy with cock eyes. It took a moment to hold back a reason why he thought he was winning. I'll say then that you intended to rape me against a woman's will. Well, that's a good enough reason, isn't it? Luffy could barely hold in his laughter. No, Lu Yu, have you forgotten that the ID card for this room is yours? The person who goes to the counter to open the room is also you. And the person who pays the money is also you. How do you say that this is called against the will of women? Lu Yu sniffed in exasperation and began to clench her small fists. Luffy ignored it and went on to add, and by the way, there's more. If I'm not mistaken, I drive a car in fully automatic mode. Yo, didn't even step on the gas the whole time. Don't you think that's strange? This time Lu Yu was completely tense and started waving her small fists to pound Luffy's chest. You asshole, it was definitely on purpose. I told you why you were just looking at the scenery back then. So that's why. Lu Yu's stamina hadn't recovered yet this time. The punches were also soft and flimsy, hitting Luffy like a tickle. Seeing this, Luffy didn't bother to stop. Think of it all as giving yourself a massage. The most outrageous thing was to see the other party's strength getting smaller and smaller, but also and provocative. Hey Lu chick, are you tired? Do you want to take a break before you fight? Lu Yu gritted his teeth, then he bit into the shoulder regardless. All of a sudden, Luffy's wail resounded throughout the room. Holy, this is playing for real. It really hurts. Lu Yu began to gloat. Humph. Stinky man told you not to know what's good for you. Now you know how powerful I am. Luffy saw this and felt the need to enforce the family law. Then his eyes twinkled with a wicked smile. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Lu Yu was immediately terrified. Hey, what are you doing? I have to go to work company later. Another 40 minutes later, the time came to 2:50 p.m. It was nearing stock closing time. Luffy reopened the Oriental Fortune app the first thing he did after executing the family law. Southland Properties. Shares at $3.96. Up minus 10%. With a downside block order of 2 million lots? It's not right. How did that happen? Looking at the same stock price as half an hour ago, Luffy fell into silence. Shouldn't I? It's now just a few short minutes before the stock market closes. How come this Southland land doesn't even show any sign of going up? Not only is the stock price still the same as before at $3.96, But even the number of downside block orders hasn't decreased a bit. What's even more outrageous is that there are also 300,000 more lots coming in than the previous one. 7 million. In this case, anyone with a little bit of stock knowledge knows that there will definitely be another consecutive drop tomorrow. It was too late to avoid it for fear. So how could anyone be stupid enough to rush in? And it's true. In the real-time dynamics of Southland Land, the buying orders are almost always a few lots and a few lots, while the selling orders are increasing by thousands and thousands of lots. Just this effort, the downstop block orders and more tens of thousands, pushing the 2 million hands mark. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but have a suspicion. Had he made a mistake with his perspective eyes? But immediately he dismissed the idea. Instead of believing that your magical eyes are wrong, you should suspect that things are going to go wrong. General, even if the stock is continuously down, its closed orders will be significantly reduced near the close of the market, because it's all coming up to the time period when the market is almost closed. As long as the sell orders that are at the back of the queue are no longer relevant at this point, they are no longer likely to sell anyway. It would be better to withdraw the order in time to adjust your mood and come back to the line early the next day. Can't say I'll be lucky to get in front of the line to sell before it's too late to stop the loss. The more he thought about it, the more Luffy realized that this was a possibility. The reason is simple. Because of this work, Southland Real Estate closed orders and suddenly increased to 2.6 million lots. This was obviously done on purpose by someone. Think about it. Luffy patted Luyu, who was lying on the side, with his hand. Is there still more than $1 million in your account that you're not using? Luyu instantly turned back. Yes. Ah. What? Luffy was a little curious. What's wrong with you? How come you can't speak well anymore? Luyu immediately gave him a ghostly blank look. You. This guy. Getting a bargain and still selling out. Luffy came to a realization and immediately turned the conversation back to what he had just said. Shake Lu, do you want to experience what it means to rush up to the clouds? Chapter 40. Can't squeeze in. Lu, you kind of didn't get it. Rushing up to the clouds? What is that? Could it be? Luffy gave her a blank look. Do you have some kind of special fetish? Everything you say can be connected to that. Lu Yu shyly reddened her face. Still, it's not you who caused this guy. What novelty names are thought out? What? Is that something a normal person would think of? Luffy smiled brightly and took the initiative to start explaining. What I mean by rushing up to the clouds is when a stock goes straight from down to up in one day. Now you understand. Lu Yu instantly understood, and then her cherry mouth slightly opened to reveal a color of disbelief. Hubby, do you mean to say that this stock of Southland properties will complete the Earth's skyboard? It can't be. It's going to have almost 3 million downside closures, and there's less than 5 minutes of trading time left. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible to realize something so counterintuitive. Lu Fei smiled confidently. Lu Xiao Niao Niao. This you don't understand. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Have you ever seen any stock where the closed orders continue to increase when the market is almost closed? Lu Yu shook her head, signaling that she had never seen it. She had been speculating in stocks for a little over 2 months, though not for long. These basic common sense are still understood. The closer the market closes, the more calm the stock market will become. Not only is there no gain if you buy blindly at this point, but the stock price can easily be affected by after-hours news. In case of bad news, the next day it will just open lower. This is clearly disproportionate to the reward and risk. Seeing that the other party understood, Luffy spoke in a rare tone. If you believe me, take the $1 million or so in your account and punt the stock. Don't blame me for not telling you ahead of time when the sky is really the limit. Lu Yu sniffed and made a mistake. In her heart she still didn't want to believe that this could happen in just a few minutes, but denying Luffy to his face would cause a rift in their relationship. In that case, wouldn't her previous efforts to spend so many words to enhance the relationship between the two be in vain? Thinking about it, she could only resort to the ultimate woman's must-have technique. Spoiled and cute. So she moved down and her hands naturally tugged on Luffy's arms to start the show. Hubby, I feel like this thing. But who would have thought that before she could even get halfway through her sentence, Luffy reached out and stopped her. To be honest with you, Ms. Lu, it's all up to you. I won't force you. If it weren't for the fact that you keep calling me husband, I wouldn't bother to say much. After saying that, Luffy took a pillow and put it behind himself. Then he found a comfortable position again and just smoothly half leaned on it. Hearing this, Lu Yu thought she was angry, immediately followed by leaning on her side, and then spoke in an aggravated voice. Husband, I didn't say I didn't want to. Just don't get mad, okay? Women are natural movie queens and are especially capable of utilizing their various strengths. Under Lu Yu's tingling and lasso-like pampering, Luffy did feel a lot better than he did just now. At least that's how it seemed to Lu Yu. Before, when she pulled the arm of the guy in front of her and kept handing out benefits, the other guy tended to be indifferent. This time, however, the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly, clearly in enjoyment. Seeing this, Lu Yu's heart snickers and prepares to continue to pinch up. So the eyes nourished to turn to Luffy. Luffy playfully smiled and then smoothly ready to lie in his arms. But who would have thought that just as he acted, Luffy suddenly sat up with a prancing motion. The color of excitement was even more evident in his eyes. Such behavior immediately scared Lu Yu. No way. No way. It's less than a 10-minute break. Is this guy gonna do it again? That's a little too much demand. If this keeps up, people will. Just as Lu Yu started to worry, he suddenly realized that Luffy's attention was actually completely off himself. His eyes were even more dead set on the cell phone screen in front of him. It seemed there was something more intriguing inside than her fiery petite body. Does it say that? In just a moment, Lu Yu thought of a certain possibility, so he quickly got up and leaned his head on Luffy's shoulder, and his eyes moved to the screen of his cell phone on its heels in the process, only to see originally still a dead silence on the stock of Southland real estate. Suddenly rose a 90-degree vertical red arrow. It was charging upwards unstoppably at this point. The real-time dynamics of its transaction column, tens of thousands of hands of hundreds of thousands of hands and even hundreds of thousands of hands of super large buy orders are endless. Even though there is always a corresponding sell-off, it still can't stop it from advancing. In just a few moments, Southland Land's share price soared from a falling $3.96 to $4.42, and the rise continues unabated over time. Great to have a fly on the wall. This scene immediately scared Lu Yu. Oh, my god, the man was absolutely right. There really will be a floor and ceiling board coming up. Think about it. Lu Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Frantically, he searched for his cell phone. No way. She's going to take advantage of this wave, even if it means getting on the last train. Looking at Lu Yu's fumbling appearance, Luffy kind of wanted to laugh. Now you know you're in a hurry? You've been doing that for a long time. 3 minutes later, the Dacha stock market closed. Looking at Southland Properties' nearly horrifying 10 million lots, or nearly $5 billion worth of sealed orders, Luffy very indisputably gulped. Holy, what's going on here? I can't believe it's driving these guys so crazy. 5 short minutes, using over $8 billion of capital. It has been hard to pull this junk stock, which has been down for days, down and up. Is it possible that something major has happened? Thinking this, Luffy unhurriedly clicked on the company news section. With just one glance, he froze. Southland Land, according to reliable official information from Xia, a large oil field has been discovered in one of the mines belonging to our company. The exact amount of reserves is unknown. What the? You can still play like that? Looking at this outrageous message, Luffy's mouth twitched, feeling a bit speechless. Oil fields found in mines. What a thought. Luffy was a little less convinced anyway, but he didn't really care if it was real or not, as long as he could make money for himself. If he had done the math correctly, in just a few minutes of work, his stock return would have been directly over 20%. At $4.99 million times 20%, his profit for the day is now infinitely close to $1 million. While Luffy was happy that his daily income had passed another $1 million, a crying voice suddenly rang beside his ears. Hubby, I didn't squeeze in. Looking back, only to see Lu Yu was looking at him with red eyes pitifully, a look of begging for comfort. Chapter 41. Your goddess. Luffy laughed at that, deliberately not in a good mood. He said, if you can't squeeze in, just squeeze hard. It's just like when I tried everything. How could Lu Yu not understand the ambiguity? This guy was clearly teasing her, so he grunted softly and deliberately played a small temper. It's all your fault. You didn't urge people more. That's a loss of nearly $300,000 at least. Luffy sniffed even more and couldn't hold it in, deliberately laughing badly. Hundreds of thousands of what? I lose someone's billions of family property are given to you. You still want what bicycle? Seeing that he was still toying with himself, Lu Yu's mouth pouted higher and higher, looking at Luffy with a sense of grievance. Geez, I'm serious with you, can you comfort me a little? They say a pampered woman is the best. Fruity. Under Lu Yu's pretense, Luffy felt a sudden, it's okay. He then begrudgingly consoled. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Lu Yu suddenly widened his eyes. Aha! That's not what I meant when I said comforting. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. High-tech building. Li Yen, who was groping for fish, was startled when he looked at Lu Yu, who limped back to the office. So with a nervous look of concern, manager, are you alright? And why is this knee red? Lu Yu sniffed at him with a mischievous look in his eyes, and then remembered someone sitting next to him at his workstation. It's the very culprits that caused themselves to be like this. Immediately, he looked stern. Li Yen, verbal insults to your boss during work hours. Dock your salary by 20. Also, your colleague Luffy can't make it this afternoon for something, so you can finish all his work. If you don't finish tonight, you're not getting off work. After saying that, Lu Yu didn't care if the other party heard him clearly or not, so he limped back into the office holding onto the wall. Only Li Yen was left standing dumbfounded. A million straw horses passing by. No manager. I just cared about you and casually asked why you were red. What's with the verbal insults? The other side. High-tech gardens neighborhood. As soon as Luffy got home, he was greeted by his roommate Zhang Hao's cut. I throw the old road. You're still alive. Ha? Luffy was unsure. How do you talk? What do you mean I'm alive? Zhang Hao struggled to glare at his small eyes. Holy, you guys have been out of touch for almost 2 days. If it wasn't for the fact that laborers saw that you posted a friend circle last night, they almost called the police. Luffy was unimpressed. As for that, it's only one night. Zhang Hao looked as if he knew him all over again. Good heavens, old Lu. When did you follow Wang Zhao's example of staying out all night? Be honest. What did you do last night? Luffy didn't hide it. What else can I do? Girls. Zhang Hao's breathing suddenly tightened. Really duh? You're not kidding me, are you? Luffy raised his sword brow. Why don't you believe me yet? I'm telling you, you're the only virgin among the three of us. Before the words were out of his mouth, Luffy ripped the shirt off his shoulders and neck, then craned his neck in triumph. Fixing his eyes, there was a very clear row of teeth marks on the bronze-colored skin at the shoulder, and a slightly closer look revealed a faint lipstick mark on the outside of it. Anyone who is a human being can understand that this thing is definitely the work of some woman. Zhang Hao seemed to feel betrayal. His face showed disbelief. Lao Lu, you kid actually secretly betrayed the revolution. We said we'd be single together. So why are you quietly looking for a woman? Quickly, who is that woman? Luffy smiled mysteriously. If I said it was the landlord, would you believe me? Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words and carefully looked around Luffy several more times. Only after a while did he hold back a sentence. Not that I'm talking about your old road, but where you say it's the landlord's daughter by Ling, I can believe you 3 times. But if it's about her? Sorry, I don't believe a word of it. Just kidding. Goddess Bai Jie according to the age can almost be our mother. That decades of life experience down. What small tits have not seen? If this can still look at you, kid, I'm afraid the sun has not come out of the west. Luffy shrugged. What if people want to have a second child and I happen to bump into them? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Zhang Hao immediately retorted. Lao Lu, we cannot be practical. On the landlord's conditions, not to mention the other. The landlord's family has 7 or 8 houses, and they are a rich woman, so they can still be interested in a poor boy like you. Although you guys are still a little bit handsome, you're not even comparable to those creamy kids. That's why it's impossible. Luffy suddenly smiled evilly. And what if I use my specialty to conquer her? Zhang Hao immediately stared with wide eyes, his face in disbelief. You mean? Luffy winked to signal that it was what you thought it was. Boys sharing a room together sometimes aren't that accommodating, and it's not uncommon for them to come out of the shower and wander around the living room naked and in their pants. So Zhang Hao was aware of Luffy's strong capital. After receiving Luffy's affirmation, Zhang Hao was like receiving a great blow. Not only was there a huge shock in his expression, his body couldn't help but back up, and he began to mutter under his breath. It can't be. It's impossible. My goddess wouldn't be so shallow. Seeing this, how could Luffy not understand? Zhang Hao, the girl who usually does not show his face, actually has a secret love for the landlord behind his back. Thinking about it, he felt the need as a roommate to save the other man. Otherwise there's a good chance this guy will fall flat on his face. So after a quick turn of the eyes, he immediately began to open his eyes and talk nonsense. Haha Hosey, I told you that your kid secretly has a crush on the landlord. Now I've found out. Zhang Hao hadn't slowed down yet. Old Lu, what do you mean by that again? Luffy patted him on the shoulder and hemmed and hawed. What else could it mean? I'd say I just made up everything I said, to try and see if you boys are fencing inclined. Otherwise, you're not going out all day and you're afraid of women. And I'm worried that you won't be able to resist your loneliness that night and sneak into the bedroom to lay your hands on me. Hearing this, Zhang Hao seemed to instantly come back to life with full blood. Go, get the hell out of here. I'm sexually normal. I can tell you. Things can be eaten carelessly but words can't be spoken carelessly. What you just said scared me to death. I told you, how could my goddess be like that? Luffy began to squeeze his eyebrows. Yo, and goddess, look out Zhang Hao. Your kid is actually this kind of person, sneaking around and liking mature women. That's pretty stuffy. Zhang Hao was non-committal. That's because you don't understand that they are good. Not only one by one like a big sister is gentle and considerate but will also be very. As he spoke, Zhang Hao's voice became smaller and smaller, and his cheeks became red with shame. How could Luffy not understand when he saw this? This guy remembered some more episodes from his hard disk, but there was one thing to say, and what Zhang Hao said wasn't too wrong. Paige is good at everything, and makes you feel like a fish out of water. The only thing that's a little less than complimentary is that I don't really like standing on the windowsill and looking at the view. Just as Luffy was thinking about how to unlock this package next time, Zhang Hao suddenly opened his mouth towards him. Chapter 42. The Other Side. Not right, old road. Your body teeth marks plus lipstick marks cannot be fake. So you still have a woman, ah. Luffy spread his hands. That's why I just said you're the only virgin among the three of us. Zhang Hao stormed out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How does this sound so solid? Honestly, which sister was so ungrateful to be plopped down by this piece of cow dung of yours? Luffy smiled contemptuously. You may not believe me when I say it. It's that Lu Yu. Zhang Hao thought he heard wrong. His eyes widened. Lao Lu? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Lu Yu, a person he knew, was the other party's immediate leader in the company? The two of them had shared a room for so long, and Zhang Hao hadn't heard Lu Fei whine in front of him, and the source of all the conflicts, for the most part, refers to the woman Lu Yu. If this was taken down in one fell swoop by this guy in front of him, Zhang Hao could really admire him. But it's not just that. The best way to resolve a conflict is to take care of its source. What he didn't expect was that this Luffy kid actually started practicing. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Luffy saw his disbelief and made a gesture to flirt. Hosey, this you don't understand. Ever heard the saying that as long as the guts are big, the leader takes maternity leave? Zhang Hao sniffed and exclaimed. I still only see my young mother at home, not my old father in prison. Lao Lu, this is a society of law and order. It doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Luffy almost didn't strain himself. He meow, this kid is a real talent to say that. Don't believe it. Well, don't blame me for playing hard to get. So pull out your cell phone and open WeChat and start high-end operations. I'll be ugly. Don't blame your brother for irritating you as a single dog when the time comes. Zhang Hao was unimpressed. It's not like I'm paper mache. I can't stand it. But who would have thought that before the words were finished, Zhang Hao's entire body froze. The reason is simple. Luffy opened an entire chat screen with Lu Yu displayed in front of him. Lu Yu, the fox hubby. Did you get home safely? Luffy, a big carrot. Lu Yu, it's a fox, a hubby, people's butts are still a little sore. Have mercy. Luffy, a large carrot, drink more hot water. Lu Yu, is a fox, a hubby, I want you to feed me personally. Luffy, a large carrot roll. Lu Yu, is a fox, a nasty people do not want to roll into your arms. Shy shy shy. Such a straightforward and revealing plus dog-licking chat records immediately made Zhang Hao taut. So what, old road? Are you sure you're not just hoodwinking me? Why does this look like a sci-fi movie? Luffy laughed at this. How's that for sci-fi? What? You're so used to seeing male lickspittles that you won't allow any female lickspittles? Zhang Hao still expressed his skepticism. Impossible. Just such a flowery beauty. Why would she take the initiative to treat you like this? Fake. Absolutely fake. You kid must have opened the WeChat size to get chat records to cheat me. Luffy had shown him a picture of Lu Yu before, so Zhang Hao was aware of what the other party looked like. Other than that pair of mesmerizingly long legs is a great beauty. Not to mention that there is a pair of proud in front of the body of the world of the double peaks plus points. Proper geek killer. To have him believe that such a beauty was taken by his own brother would be worse than killing him. Luffy didn't care about that and continued to speak to himself. Yo, Hosey, you still don't believe me, to be honest. Do you want me to send a message over right now to verify it? If you ask him, there is no better moment in life than pretending to be in front of an acquaintance. The taste was simply doubly soothing. Zhang Hao immediately replied. Okay, that's it. If this is true, I'll wash your stinky socks for a month. Luffy laughed dumbly and didn't say whether he would answer or not. Only editing up on the chat bar without a trace. Luffy, little baby, send a real-time beautiful photo over to the master to see. This is only more than 6 o'clock. According to Lu Yu's nature should still open the computer logging on WeChat sitting in the office. So there's a good chance it'll come back in seconds. As expected, a string of messages floated over the next second. Lu Yu, that's so good hubby, you finally took the initiative to send me a message. Luffy, cut the crap and hurry up. Lu Yu, wait a minute, I'll make a picture. In no time at all, a tantalizingly beautiful photo appeared on Luffy's phone screen. Lu Yu in the photo was dressed professionally, biting her lower lip with a mesmerized look in her eyes. It is a tempting one. Seeing this, Luffy looked at Zhang Hao on the side with a smug expression. How about it, Howsy? Now you believe it. Zhang Hao had already begun to doubt life. No. On what grounds? How can you kid pick up such a goddess-level character and make her obey you? Luffy took it for granted. Ha, young man, that's what you don't understand. If you had my specialty you could do it too. Zhang Hao casually asked. What specialty? Luffy gave a bad smile. Extra long. Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, then looked at Luffy with eyes full of grudges. It was as if the look was saying, old road, you've changed. No longer the innocent virgin I used to know. Luffy didn't care about that. With a thought in mind, he was ready to continue bragging, but he didn't realize that a video call had pushed through at that moment. The initiator was none other than Lu Yu. Seeing this, Luffy's mouth twisted as he deliberately snickered. Howsy, can I trouble you to evade a little? My daughter-in-law is video calling me. If you don't leave, don't blame me for not warning you if you get stuffed with dog food then. Zhang Hao didn't want to talk anymore. With only that little indignant look in his eyes, Luffy headed for the bedroom without looking back. He's meowing. It's an impossible life. I'm going to go find an ant in the middle of the city to soothe this wounded little soul of mine. 30 seconds later, Luffy found a quiet place and picked up the voice call. Just as soon as the connection was made, Luyu's soft to somewhat whiny voice rang out. Hubby, why don't you answer the video? Luffy casually glossed over it, taking a shower. It's inconvenient. Luyu immediately made a little sex. Humph, lying to me again. There's no sound of water even from your side. Besides, we both know exactly what we look like. Is there a need to be so outgoing? Luffy did not think. Alas and alas, manager. Things can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. Oh, our relationship is not yet to the point where we can chat naked. Luffy wasn't stupid. It is natural to understand that the reason why Luyu would be like this is entirely on the grounds that he can see through the stock uptrend and can thus bring benefits to the other party. That's why the attitude is so warm. If that trait disappears one day, guaranteed the will flip out. But now, it's probably going to be stuck to itself. As expected, the next second Luyu rounded himself up. I hate that. If you want to do it via video, you can just say so. It's not like I don't want to. Luffy, 6. Luyu was surprisingly excited. Whoa. Hubby, are you confessing to me? I couldn't be happier. Luffy looked confused. Why didn't I know that? Luyu blurted out. Hey, because 6 equals 5 plus 2 plus 0 dash 1 plus 3 plus 1 dash 4. His Chinese meaning is, you love me, want to be with me for a lifetime. See, I was right. Hubby, you're so annoying, I'm not even mentally prepared for this. You just started confessing. Luffy sucked in a breath of cold air at that. I'll rub it in. How can this woman be so terrifying? Chapter 43, I can do anything you want. Luyu didn't care what Luffy thought. He just wanted to bring the two of them as close as possible. Then as soon as possible from the other side of the mouth to know the next as, Southland Real Estate, General will skyrocket the stock. Seeing that Luffy didn't make a sound, he immediately took the initiative to heat up the field again. Hubby, are you acquiescing by not saying anything? Luffy couldn't hold it in. No, I'll Luyu. Why didn't I realize before that you have the potential to be a licking dog? Luyu didn't get angry when she heard that, and answered with a smile. It's not impossible as long as hubby likes it. Luffy was dumbfounded. When he was not sure how to reply, the WeChat ding-dong message sounded again. Looking down, it was a photograph. Inside is none other than Luyu. She was seen licking her red lips and looking ahead with a deep look on her face, as if she was looking at someone. Without even thinking about it, this someone could definitely refer to Luffy on this end of the voice. As expected, in the next second Luyu's slightly drawn-out voice sounded again. Hee hubby, do you like this? Hearing this, Luffy only felt goosebumps fall all over his body. It seems he underestimated the appeal of money, or how far certain women can initiate in its presence. Alas, it is true that desire keeps on corrupting. Reason told him it was all a lie, but the strong hormones in the body think otherwise, and just feel that it's good to enjoy it in silence. And that's what men are supposed to do. So Luffy started to follow his instincts and almost subconsciously replied, "It's okay." Luyu was immediately delighted in her heart. He, as long as hubby likes it. In fact, people can still shoot a lot of this kind of yo. Only, Luffy knew that things were coming to a head. So picking up the conversation along the way, only what? Luyu started to figure it out. It's just that people don't have stockings to wear right now, and they're freezing and shivering, so I can't shoot it. If you could you tell me which stock is going to go up tomorrow? So I can earn some pocket money to buy myself a Parisienne to keep me warm. Luffy sniffed a bit breathlessly. With the centralized air conditioning on 24 hours a day in the office, you'd be damned if it could freeze you. Sure enough, this woman is still money-oriented after all, so he immediately refused. No. After saying that and without waiting for the other party to reply, he immediately hung up the voice chat. Such behavior could scare Luyu at that end. Thinking he was angry, he sent over a message in a hurry. Honey, I just mentioned it off the top of my head, don't get mad. People actually have them in stock, so maybe there's something in there you'd like. Pictures. Looking at the long black silk legs and the very large, very white yuzu inside, Luffy felt that he still couldn't be such a slag. After all, people fishing guys know that beforehand to make a nest, they're on this raise a fish pond and then how to put some bait. Right. After thinking for a moment, he edited a paragraph and sent it. Luffy, the day will come. You sell the Ihwa health stock tomorrow first, and wait for the rest until I hear from you. Luyu seconds back. Good husband. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, I will obediently wait for you to spoil. Lovely. Looking at the news in front of him, Luffy felt like a world away. Who would have thought that the siren manager who disliked him all day long would actually be in his palm? even doing anything to please themselves. And it's all because he has these amazing eyes. Just as Luffy was lying on his bed and slowly closing his eyes in preparation for an emotional moment, a bellowing voice suddenly came from the living room, barely catching him off guard. Luffy sniffed. As soon as he arrived at the living room, he saw Zhang Hao sitting in front of the computer pounding his chest, seemingly unusually distraught. So he immediately asked after him, "Hosey, what's wrong with you? Even hearing me on the phone with a woman isn't so bad, is it?" Seeing him appear, Zhang Hao sighed deeply. "Old Lu, it's not what you think. It's TMD this outfit. It really pisses me off. Damn it. I'm not willing to do it. It was obviously so close. The wealth of the heavens is on my head." Luffy sniffed a little confused, so he moved to the other side and asked curiously, "What equipment actually can make you this fantasy brush so angry?" Zhang Hao didn't say anything, only pointing his finger at the computer and signaling Luffy to see for himself. Luffy didn't say much, his eyes straying to the screen. Above is still the familiar Fantasy Westward Journey computerized version, with 6 numbers hanging neatly on a row of pages. One was his and the remaining 5 were the others. Only on one of the pages, a belt full of dominance stood where the mouse arrow pointed. Band of Granite Dragon and Phoenix, level 150, special effect Rage. Looking at the text on it, Luffy froze. With that, he sympathetically glanced at Zhang Hao beside him. Although he hadn't played the game Fantasy Westward Journey for a long time, he still remembered some of the basic things. One heck of a point he remembered very well. That is, the 2 words in this game, Fury and Rage, represent a world of difference in value in the equipment of the belt. Exactly how much difference felt not quite remembered, but in his vague recollection as if the selling price would be more than 10 times, because scarcity is just so different. Still, out of curiosity, Luffy casually asked, "Hosey, how much is a level 150 Rage band worth now?" Zhang Hao was probably autistic and only silently held out a finger after hearing him. Luffy would say, 10,000? Zhang Hao gently shook his head. Luffy guessed again, 100,000? Zhang Hao nodded and shook his head again. Luffy instantly understood that it was to the point of at least $100,000. When he thought of this, he suddenly turned his eyes nourishingly, and deliberately snickered. Although this rage is not as good as anger, it must be worth $10,000 or $20,000 anyhow. Did you have to do that just now? Zhang Hao sniffed and drifted through a sentence. God TM 20,000 or 20,000. This thing is now a few thousand dumped out or people hate it. It's one of those things that's tasteless to eat and discard. Luffy could barely keep it together, and could only look sympathetically at his best friend. Come on, the splash of riches is really gone. Oh no, it's not even rich anymore. Just as he was about to speak out to comfort the other party, the doorbell outside the house suddenly rang. See the situation. He could only put his roommate aside for a moment and go over to see who it was. But who would have thought that just as soon as he opened the door, he saw a big beauty standing in the doorway. When he saw it was him behind the door, he immediately glared. Luffy fixed his eyes to see that it was actually the landlord's daughter. Bai Ling. Chapter 44, Bai Ling suddenly panicked. Looking at the white spirit who was staring viciously at him, Luffy suddenly felt a little bad. A ridiculous thought very much sprang to mind. This isn't here to make a scene, is she? However, since he was not a vegetarian, Luffy, did not panic at all in his heart. After all, even as a mother to win the fight, no in the end will be afraid to be a daughter. Even if they were all together, Luffy was confident that he could suppress them with both hands. Thinking of this, a different kind of burning sensation suddenly rose up between Luffy's chest and abdomen. Ahem, calm down, Comrade Xiaolu. You can't eat this kind of covered rice if you want to. Not in line with mainstream values. Bai Ling was slightly shorter than Luffy by that much, so at the moment she was tilting her head to glare at him. Naturally, certain subtle expressions on the other's face could be detected. The moment some evil thought had just risen within it, she seemed to notice it out of instinct. Immediately, his eyes flickered to reveal a look of disgust, and his mouth was very unforgiving. Stinky man, disgusting, nasty. For S sake Luffy ignored it all. Then even more pretending not to know, he asked, "What's the matter with knocking on the door so late?" Bai Ling turned her head away and seemed a bit ashamed. "You know what you did in your own heart, so why do you have to knowingly ask?" Lu Fei directly played dumb. Oops, Sister Xiaoling. This thing can be eaten indiscriminately but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Lu Fei, swear to God that I have never done anything against my conscience. Bai Ling sniffed and got even angrier, yelling, "Are you a bastard planning to deny it? Scumbag!" Luffy saw this and hurriedly covered her mouth. Asterisk. You are afraid that others can't hear you anymore. I'm not the one who's going to lose out when it gets publicized. Shiren thought he was going to do something to himself and struggled hard. Let go of me. Lu Fei, are you still a man? You dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it? My mom. But before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that the man in front of her was scowling madly at her. Just as Bai Ling was still a bit uncertain, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly sounded from the back. Old Lu, did something happen? Why do I hear the sound of arguing? Luffy just went down and turned back to explain that Zhang Hao didn't need to come out. It was just a little friction. Only to suddenly realize that this guy had come behind him at some point. For a while, 6 eyes were facing each other, and the air seemed to freeze. From Zhang Hao's perspective, at this moment, Luffy had one hand on Sharen's shoulder and one hand towards her mouth to cover it, as if to stop her from saying something. And at this moment, Bai Ling is very hair a little messy, face excited, eyes red, a look of a man in distress. In this situation, at this moment, it was hard not to let Zhang Hao, a first-timer, have certain associations. The guy instantly exploded. Asterisk. Old road. You kid actually. Perhaps he was so excited that for a while he couldn't even speak properly, only repeating one after another. That gave Luffy time to react. He also didn't care about Bai Ling, who was standing in the doorway, and only wrapped his arm around Zhang Hao, who was in shock, and dragged him towards the house. As he walked, he was still trying to brainwash the guy because he didn't know where the girl had just heard. So he tentatively asked, Hosey, do you think we are good brothers? Zhang Hao hurriedly nodded his head, only to look at Luffy with incredulity in his eyes. It's so true that you know what you're doing. His seemingly honest roommate actually had his foot in both camps behind his back, and one of them was actually Bai Ling, the daughter of his goddess. Thinking of this, he deliberately lowered his voice and questioned, Old road, how can you bastard be like this? Having a girlfriend and still going after the landlord's daughter. How angry this would make the landlord. When Luffy saw him like this, he understood in his heart. I guess Zhang Hao didn't hear the part about Bai Jie, so a change of mind began to spend money to eliminate disasters. Howsy, I also do not say much nonsense. $1,000 you just as what did not see you see into it. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Lu, you bastard still really wants to be the Sea King. No, I have to tell Bai Ling or I won't be able to live with my conscience. Luffy continued to raise the price. $1,500. Hearing this, Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment before showing a determined look. No, that's the daughter of the goddess of my heart. It's gotta add up. Luffy didn't hesitate. $2,000 at one price, or we can't be brothers. Zhang Hao's breathing suddenly tightened at the words, and he resolutely made up his mind after looking back at Bai Ling, who was still standing in the doorway. Good deal, but you kid have to transfer the money now. Otherwise I'm afraid you'll back out. Hearing this, Luffy did not grumble, and sharply transferred $2,000 on WeChat. A minute later, the quiet hallway. Looking at the white spirit in front of him, Luffy said in a serious manner, Do you realize that almost Auntie was disgraced? And if it hadn't been for my resourcefulness, I'm afraid it would have been all over the news about me and her every other day. I don't mind all this for a young guy in his 20s. Just come and rent a room somewhere else and pat yourself on the back. But if I remember correctly, you two, mother and daughter, are the original residents of this neighborhood? How will you see your neighbors when the time comes? To put it mildly, by then those old ladies who have nothing better to do will definitely go around spreading rumors that Auntie can't resist her loneliness to seduce youngsters everywhere. What do you think you and your mother will do when the time comes? Bai Ling was momentarily startled when she saw how serious he was talking. I'm sorry, it was only in the heat of the moment. Luffy immediately turned the tables. Never mind. It's lucky it's my roommate this time. We're still on good terms. He promised to keep my secret. Bai Ling then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If my mom finds out about this, I'm afraid she'll scold me to death. Luffy was a bit surprised. Auntie's not home? Did something happen to her? Bai Ling sniffed and gave him a blank look without any good humor. Yo, you know how to care about people now? Where did you go? It's just scum. Looking at the white spirit's lightspeed face change, Luffy was speechless for a while. This girl's back and forth is a bit too much. However, as for the handling of this matter in Bai Jie, Luffy felt that he was still a little bit justified. A day or so of sparse nonsense. After finishing, he ran off to the office without caring about anything, which is proper scum behavior. So seeing Bai Ling like this, he didn't retort, but the good attitude was naturally gone. After all, no matter what, he was considered the other party's elder in a way. So the momentum of a change in the body of a body deliberately stride forward a step in the face of impatience. I asked you what she in the end how to do. You don't understand. Luffy's sudden assertiveness immediately startled Bai Ling. She then remembered that the other man was an adult male who was almost 8 feet tall and in his prime. It's in a dark hallway, so if he really wants to do something to himself, there's nowhere to run. Chapter 45. My mom seems to be falling in love. Thinking of this, Bai Ling subconsciously worried. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, She even looked at Luffy with a nervous face. I can warn you. You're still young, don't do something impulsive or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Luffy was unsure. What are you talking about? I was just going to ask what happened to your mom. Before the words left his mouth, and I don't know if it was intentional or not, Luffy took another step forward. Now Bai Ling was completely tense and thought he was going to do it. And so, to Luffy's dumbfounded eyes, he ran off in a huff. The situation confused Luffy. No, sister, I'm just asking your mom if this is necessary. But Luffy didn't bother to delve into that. Since asking his daughter didn't work, he'd have to greet her mom herself. So pulling out the cell phone in his pocket, he began to flip up Bai Jia's WeChat. Don't look at her age. She is in her early 40s, but her heart age is small, so she uses a very kawaii WeChat avatar. It didn't take long for the cartoon avatar named Tiny Baby on the net to appear in Luffy's eyes. That's right. This person is none other than Bai Jia. After tapping on the message edit section, Luffy blurted it out without even thinking about it. Luffy, Tiny Baby, are you home? I worked hard for you the other day. I bought some cherries today. If you're at home, I'll send them over to make up for you. He didn't care about anything else after he sent it, yawned and went home. As for whether this Yin Tao sends or not, it depends on whether the other person returns the message or not. It's time to return some of that after eating so much of people's the other day. There's a saying in the country of Xia that it's not polite to come. Luffy thought deeply. The other side. Bai Jia was humming a little tune as she leisurely plopped down on the couch and watched a TV show, but suddenly saw his daughter Bai Ling panicked and ran back. Thought what happened then asked curiously. What's wrong, little spirit? Looking frightened? Bai Ling was furious when she saw this cozy little look on her own mother's face, so she immediately shouted, Mom, I'm being bullied. Will you help me? Paige froze at the words, a little unsure. How come this good-for-nothing is being bullied again? And it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, does it? However, out of her love for her daughter, she still deliberately said viciously, whoever dares to bully my daughter, I'll get him killed. After saying that, he propped up his body with his arms in a gesture to get up. But who would have thought that before I reached the halfway point, I would be screaming in pain. Oh yo daughter, quickly come to help your mother a hand. I just waste this but seems to be a little pain in the ass. Seeing this, Bai Ling became angrier and angrier, because she knew the reason for this scene, so also did not care about the mom Bai Jia's call, only exasperated sitting on the sofa without saying a word. It was Paige's turn to get nervous. With this look on her daughter's face, she looks like she's really being bullied. So he raised his head and asked with a grave face, Little spirit, what happened? Don't you scare me. Bai Ling saw this and sighed deeply, saying in a good-natured manner, it's not that guy surnamed Lu. Just now he actually wanted to do me that in the hallway. Look who you've chosen. Now you're showing your true colors. Bai Jia sniffed with a puzzled look on her face. You're not talking about Luffy, are you? It shouldn't be. He doesn't seem like that kind of person as far as I know. Could there be any misunderstanding in between? Hearing this, Bai Ling couldn't care less about anything else, and immediately questioned, Mom, it's not that I'm talking about you. It's a matter of knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. And how do you know what he is after only how many times you've dealt with him? Bai Jia's pretty face blushed. This is not a lot of dealing, but there are quite a few deep conversations. Anyway, I was under the impression that he wouldn't do anything too much except be a little impulsive. I don't think he'd do anything too much. Besides, you're still my daughter. This rabbit won't eat the grass in the nest when it's in a hurry, let alone a human being. Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she sniffed. She hadn't realized until now that Mom wasn't actually on her side, and had been talking toward the man. Is it possible that Mom is really spooked and now that she has a man and has forgotten her daughter? Her elbow is starting to turn outward? She was starting to get completely nonplussed at the thought. The deal was to go to the father and leave the son. Don't let the meatbag hit the dog and there's no return. That would be a big joke. What scares her the most is actually another thing, and that is that most of the family's property can be in her mom's name these days. Just as Bai Ling barely calmed down and prepared to have a good talk with her own old mother, the cell phone sitting on the couch suddenly rang. The two fixed their eyes on a message from none other than Luffy. Seeing this situation, Bai Jia was a little embarrassed to open her mouth towards her daughter. That what Xiaolinger? The information you also saw. I'm a bit inconvenient with my legs and feet. Why don't you go open the door for Uncle Lu later? Hearing this, Bai Ling only felt a blackout. It's over. My mom seems to be falling in love. At the same time, Zhang Hao was a bit surprised to see Luffy who came back so quickly. No, old Lu, you got it done so fast? Luffy shrugged. Yeah, or how long did you think it would take? Women, just let them be. Zhang Hao froze for a moment, only realizing that this sounded a bit familiar. It took him a long time to remember. Wasn't that the mantra of his other co-tenant roommate Wang Jiao, who had been staying out at night for a long time? Oh come on, now there's another dude born. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Wouldn't it be nice if he could be like that someday? But then Zhang Hao thought of his feminophobia, and a faint sadness came over him. If this disease can't be cured, he's afraid he'll end up alone in his life. Looking at the expression on his best friend's face, Luffy felt it was time to change the subject, so the conversation turned back to the game. What's that, Hosey? I think you're lucky today. Do you want to try weapon appraisal again? Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, a bit unsure. Old Lu, what do you mean? Luffy made a gesture and patted his shoulder. You kid just did not black me 2,000 oceans. What's wrong with this to forget? I'll tell you what, either you spend him now, or don't blame me for crossing the line. If you want to hack my money, there's a price to pay. Hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately became indignant. I knew your kid's money wasn't easy to come by. It's not even warmed up yet and you're already thinking about it. I'm telling you, I earned this with my skills, and you're not taking a dime of it. While saying that, Zhang Hao opened the recharge page of Fantasy Westward Journey, and brushed all this money to recharge the point coupons. Then bought 2 more 160 weapons to appraise them at Luffy's strong suggestion. Chapter 46. Hey, that's a lot of eye candy. Old Lu, you kid is really ruthless. Looking at the 2 level 160 unidentified weapons in front of him, Zhang Hao could not stop his flesh from hurting. This kind of high-level weapon appraisal is something that belongs to the Fantasy Westward Journey where only high-end tycoons can afford to play, or dare to play. Why do you say that? Because this thing it's exciting and it burns. Let's just say these 2 level 160 unappraised giant swords in Zhang Hao's account. Don't look at this little thing. It's $1,000 a handful. On a normal person's salary of 4 or 5,000 a month, who would spare the money to play this? The most outrageous thing is as long as he uses then mouse so slightly harder later. Guess what? Hey, that's $1,000 down the drain. Amazing you say. Of course, that's just the odds. And then there are the lucky ones who are so overexcited. It's possible to successfully appraise something of great value and go on to a life of laying flat, but the probability is not much higher than winning the lottery. Some people even suspect that those who can produce super artifacts with just 1 or 2 hands are dog trusts found by the official Fantasy Westward Journey game. The reason is simple. There are too many tycoons who invest hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in this kind of weapon identification in order to obtain a divine weapon, but the results often end in failure. People can't even get what the big man can't even get with money. Why do you come out with a little bit of your hand here? What is this if not a trust? So Zhang Hao, who bought these 2 160 level unidentified weapons under Luffy's half-forced and half-threatened state, was very depressed. Looking at his best friend with the look of a complaining woman, Luffy laughed and said without a smile, "No, Howsy, anyway, this money is for nothing." As far as this is concerned, Zhang Hao was a bit indignant. What's for nothing? Obviously I earned it with my skills. The hush money you boys gave me for having your feet in 2 boats. I think you're deliberately taking revenge and can't see me making this fortune. Luffy hurriedly stopped. Alas, we can make a deal. The white spirit thing is over. You even took the money but don't go back on your word. Besides, I asked you to buy these 2 unidentified weapons for your own good. Don't treat your good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words and pointed his finger at his head. What do you mean by this, Old Lu? Letting me spend money down the drain and still saying it's for my own good? Luffy blurted out. Of course. If it wasn't for the fact that we're on good terms I wouldn't bother to say anything. Appraise these 2 weapons if you don't believe me. Zhang Hao was shocked. Hey, Old Lu, don't scare me. You mean these 2 level 160 unqualified weapons will produce something? Luffy smiled confidently. Listen to me. This is called a man's intuition, understand? Zhang Hao shook his head a bit unconvinced. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that your kid can still open the eyes of heaven? Open the eyes of heaven? Looking at the text prompts on the visual field in front of him, Luffy deliberately snickered. How do you know unless you try? Maybe it's even open. In fact, he had just scanned a few things from the game booth out of chance, and he hadn't expected it to pay off. Out of the goodness of his heart, he let his roommate, Zhang Hao, buy 2 of them. How? He, Luffy, had always loved to hate. As long as it was someone closer to him, he never minded pulling the strings when he could. Zhang Hao was still a bit hesitant. Old Lu, it's not that I don't trust you, but, Luffy couldn't look away and immediately interrupted him. Then a bit impatiently said, No, Howsy, why are you a big man so motherly? I'll tell you what, I'll do it myself if you keep this up. The big deal is that if I lose money then, it's on me. But if you make a profit, you won't get a penny. His roommate is good at everything, but sometimes he hesitates to make certain decisions, and it doesn't hurt at all. The most outrageous one Luffy could remember still happened when they were in college. It was all the rage in those days to have sororities in the men's and women's dormitories. Once they happened to meet a dormitory of very interesting girls with unique interests. One of them are clearly expressed to this guy has a good feeling. take the initiative to want to add his WeChat. This kid is still hesitant to fear that others are just a whim. As a result of his maneuvering, the girl stomped her feet, turned around, and ran off to find another boy who looked much different from him. Within days the duo made a high-profile announcement that they were together. In this situation, the angry Zhang Hao fiercely slapped himself a few times, straight up cursing myself for not being a man deserves to be single. It was rumored in their little circle for a while. Seeing that Luffy had said so, Zhang Hao no longer hesitated and immediately made up his mind to be so bold. The $2,000 or so is anyway a white crossroads. Even if the loss is not much heartache, the big deal was to find an excuse to let this Luffy kid treat him to dinner and then kill him again. After making a decision in his mind, Zhang Hao also stopped dawdling, maneuvering with his hands. He boxed the mouse a few times to the two unappraised weapons and just clicked on them, with two flashes of blue light. Ha! Nothing has been accomplished. The words on top of the two weapons were even more bare. Not even a blue word representing a special skill or special effect. Seeing this, Zhang Hao's heart was instantly cooled. It's over. The $2,000 is afraid to be really early. Why would he think that? The reason is simple. In the game of fantasy Westward Journey, no matter what the appraisal of weapons and equipment, as long as there is no blue letter on it, it will not be worth a few dollars. Or maybe it's simply scrap metal, and no one even looks at it when it's on the stand. Just as Zhang Hao was about to turn his head towards the Luffy beside him and whine a few words, he realized that the other party had been frowning and staring closely at the weapons in the screen. So he's a little confused. What's up, old road? What's wrong? It's just a couple of breakdowns. There's nothing to see. I told you a long time ago that this weapon appraisal thing can't be touched, and you still insisted that I get it. There you go. Chicken and egg. Another $2,000 down the drain. I'm telling you, if you don't buy me a nice dinner, this isn't over. Before the words were finished, Zhang Hao even thought of where to go. He heard that there was a new Hai Di Lao in the neighborhood, and the waitress's sisters in it were pretty good looking, so he kind of wanted to go check it out. He was afraid of women, but that didn't stop him from having an eye for beautiful scenery. Isn't there an old saying, what is it called? Can be viewed from afar but not to be played with? Zhang Hao feels very reasonable. Just as Zhang Hao was getting hungrier and hungrier, Luffy's words pulled his thoughts back. Asterisk. Cozy. Don't you see something wrong with the damage of this weapon? Zhang Hao took a sniff and immediately froze. Could it be that he's blind from all the sex he's had? Where is this damage wrong? It's outrageous. Chapter 47. I have two big white rabbits. Dragon Tackle Sword. Level 160. 666 points of damage. 666 points of hit? Holy, it can still be like this? Looking at the properties of the weapon in the screen, Zhang Hao instantly exploded. None of it. This stuff is so outrageous. The damage attribute range of the Fantasy Westward Journey level 160 weapon is 490 to 667, and this girl is almost full. Most coincidentally, this sword's hit amount was also the three values of 666, which was simply mind-boggling. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was one of those self-service playing bigots messing around. After all, he hadn't seen anything so coincidental happen in all his years of playing. Looking at the excited expression on Zhang Hao's face, Luffy deliberately joked, Hey, comrade Zhang Hao, calm down. This saliva is about to flow out. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were watching a movie. Zhang Hao sniffed and threw an eyebrow towards Luffy, shamelessly saying, Sister, which has this thing gluttonous? This is white silver. If I could, I'd trade the 100T hard drive in my computer for 100 of these weapons. That would feed and clothe me for the rest of my life. After hearing this, Luffy was a bit puzzled. Why do you need 100 of them? Isn't this thing worth a lot of money? Zhang Hao blurted out without even thinking. It's worth money. How can it not be? Although this weapon is not particularly expensive, as long as it is properly operated, how can it be sold for about 30,000? But it's not a small fortune. It's only 30,000. After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Luffy was immediately a bit disappointed. Since the stone gambling daily income of 5 million, and speculation in the stock market a few minutes casually harvest million later, this money he really a little bit looked down. Yes, he, Luffy, was just a little puffed up, but he put on a happy face in order to keep his best friend's emotions in mind. Zhang Hao was in the middle of his excitement, so naturally, he didn't notice the change in him. Instead, he excitedly pounded Luffy's chest and squeezed his eyebrows and said, I say, old Lu, how come your kid is so powerful? A bite that can ship. Simply divine. Luffy laughed at this and looked at him half jokingly. I can see through my eyes. Believe it or not? Zhang Hao immediately denied. Don't joke, Lao Lu. You think you are the protagonist of a novel? And perspective. If you ask me, your kid must be on a lucky streak lately. Right in the middle of a great fortune. That's why it works so well. Luffy didn't say anything this time, only smiled. That's how it is sometimes. No one believes you when you tell the truth. After all, the thing about eyes being able to see through was still too magical to put in the real world. Zhang Hao didn't care what he thought, and took it upon himself to start distributing the proceeds. Old Lu, it's thanks to you that I was able to identify this thing this time. That's why I've thought it over. No matter how much this weapon sells for, we'll both share the proceeds. Do you think that's a good idea? Luffy just wanted to rebuff, but was immediately interrupted by Zhang Hao. Alas and alack, old Lu. If you don't accept this money, you're not treating your brother as one of us. Seeing Zhang Hao's serious look, Luffy didn't say anything else after all. For a bullseye like him, once a decision is made on something, it's hard to change it. Luffy had known his opponent for so long that this was still clear. On the contrary, Zhang Hao, looking at the expression on his best friend's face, knew that the other party had agreed. So with a wave of his hand, he opened his mouth towards Lu Fei. Hai Di Lao goes up the old road. All the consumption tonight will be paid by me, Mr. Zhen. After saying that, he began to pack up the things on the table, looking like he was ready to leave immediately. But who thought that was when Luffy spoke up. Wait Hosey, there's no rush to eat the seafood. I have important things to do. Zhang Hao froze at his words and looked at him in puzzlement. What's the matter, Lao Lu? I didn't hear you say anything before? Luffy smiled evilly and nudged his head towards the game page in the screen. Didn't you say I was lucky? Want to try again? Zhang Hao was startled to hear this and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Don't, brother Lu. I'm just saying this casually. You can't take it seriously. This high-end weapon appraisal can cost $1,000 a time. It's almost as good as gambling. Don't get addicted to this. Luffy didn't care. It's fine. Isn't there a saying that a little gambling is good for the soul? So I'll just play casually to try my luck. Besides, didn't you just say that weapons sold for at least $30,000? Splitting it in half for me would be $15,000. I'll take it as a dream to earn, a dream to spend. The big deal is that the basket is empty. It's no loss. Before the words were out of his mouth, Luffy sat down on his butt in front of the computer, picked up the mouse and started picking and choosing. Zhang Hao saw this and was a bit eager to speak, although he felt that what Luffy said made a bit of sense. He always felt strange, as if there was something wrong. The money's not even in your pocket yet. Why are you spending it in advance? 10 minutes later, looking at Luffy, who had been picking his way through the screen, Zhang Hao finally couldn't help but speak. I say, old road, what the hell are you doing? How come you've been looking at people's weapon stalls on the game when you said you were going to appraise the weapons? It's just as well that you're looking, but you're not buying a single piece. You're just looking at it, and you're not even buying any of it. Fantasy Westward Journey is an online pay game. Each account for every hour online game company has to charge 80 cents. So Zhang Hao said so. To this Luffy only waved his hand, signaling that there was no hurry. He also wanted to be fast, but there was no way. This game planning probability was too pitiful. He had been picking for so long before slowly realizing a phenomenon that this high-end weapon appraisal was really untouchable by the general public. This stuff is purely a money pit for game companies. From the very beginning until now, he had used his perspective eyes to look at no less than 1,000 level 160 weapons, and without exception, they all turned out to be nothing good. Most of them were, like the weapon in front of him, a bunch of junk code. Tackle Dragon level 160 unidentified weapon. Hey, don't look at me so expensive, but it's actually a money loser. Whoever buys it loses. Just this kind of situation. For a time, Luffy to give up the idea of earning money from the game Fantasy Westward Journey. That is, until he stumbled upon a player while browsing the stalls, and suddenly a light went on. I have 2 big white rabbits. This woman is possessed by the Emperor today. Let her help build 10 weapons and maybe there will be a windfall. Seeing this situation, Luffy no longer hesitated to instantly private message up. Luffy, is Missy online? Can you help me? I have 2 big white rabbits. Luffy got straight to the point. 50 Dayang a handful. Can you help me go build a few 160 weapons? I have 2 big white rabbits. What does that mean? Luffy continued to explain. I'm a person who believes in destiny, and I feel a special bond with you. And my intuition tells me that as long as a 160 weapon passes through your hands, there will definitely be a special reward. I have 2 big white rabbits. You can just say it if you want to pick up a girl. There's no need to go to so much trouble. Luffy smiled contemptuously. If you don't believe me, I can transfer the money first. I have 2 big white rabbits. Luffy didn't hesitate. 80 yen a handful. I have 2 big white rabbits. Luffy continued to take the pinch. 100 yang a hand. Micro signal to me now, transfer money. I have 2 big white rabbits. LWY 233. This situation can put aside. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. The heart is more straight. No, bro. Why did you start picking up chicks when you were talking about weapon appraisal? Chapter 48. The Big White Rabbit is a schoolgirl? Luffy was still unaware that his brother had been stunned, and still carried on with his own actions. After picking up his cell phone and opening WeChat, he searched according to the micro-signal sent by the other party. Soon, a WeChat name with a rabbit avatar on its head caught his eye. Yeah, the name of this girl's micro-signal is exactly the same as the one in the game. Or is it I've got two big white rabbits? Seeing this, Luffy was a bit speechless. No, girl, how much do you like big white rabbits? Why do you always call everything this? Just when Luffy was a bit confused, he suddenly had a flash of clarity of thought. This, big white rabbit seems like, it could also mean more than just rabbits, right? If that's the case, that's kind of interesting. This girl seems to be quite well capitalized. Why else would she show it off? Thinking about this, Luffy couldn't help but get curious. Later, once the other party through his WeChat, how one must go to the other party's circle of friends to turn around. Otherwise it doesn't even live up to the name. Looking at this occasional piggish appearance of Luffy, Zhang Hao could no longer sit still. Propping his hand on the desktop and sticking his head in front of Luffy, he questioned. Old Lu, what the hell are you doing? What about the promised weapon appraisal? Why did you start picking up girls while you were doing it? I can warn you, you'll get into trouble if you have your foot in three boats. Be careful of becoming Makoto's second. Hearing this, Luffy was a bit unhappy. What do you mean Ito Makoto is second? Is he, Luffy, that unaware of what's going on? So he immediately said in a bad mood. Howsy, if we don't know how to speak, then say less. What do you mean by Chang's second? Aren't you cursing me to death? Besides, I'm stuck in the middle of getting my weapons appraised. How did I get involved with picking up girls again? Zhang Hao blurted out. Old Lu, I may be slow to react, but I'm not stupid. You just talk to me. This get weapon appraisal on weapon appraisal. There is a need to look at a girl passing by shamelessly add people Weibo? Also 100 oceans to help you build a 160 level unidentified equipment. I think it is afraid that the girl does not agree with you to add WeChat to smash money is right. This is not how we spend our money. Lu Fei was not angry, only a mysterious smile. Howsy this you do not understand it. Have you ever heard of a folk saying called borrowing luck? Borrowing luck? Zhang Hao shook his head to indicate that he didn't understand. He'd grown up in the city and hadn't heard such a rare word. While the I have two big white rabbits has not yet passed through the microblogging, Luffy began to explain in a flash. What about the so-called borrowed luck is actually quite understandable. It's when you meet someone one day and realize that they're lucky, and that almost everything they do comes to fruition. But when you do something on your own, it often fails. At this time you might be able to open your mind a bit, find a way or think of a method to make this lucky person involved in this matter, maybe immediately all the way to the wind. Of course I'm just saying this in a milder way. Some people who are more ruthless will directly take away other people's luck through some means and use it to add to their own. This kind of person often has an evil heart and will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. It's generally better for people not to come into contact with them. Hearing Luffy's words, Zhang Hao instantly understood. Old Lu, what you mean is, you think this sister is very lucky, so you want to use her luck to help you appraise something good? Luffy nodded, indicating that was it. Zhang Hao was a bit dumbfounded and only found it unbelievable, so he immediately retorted, no way, I still don't quite believe it. I always think it's a bit too mysterious. I still think you boys are full of from start to finish. The purpose is to cover up that ugly face of trying to pick up a girl to be a sea king. Luffy didn't get angry at the sight and just smiled, because the other guy was half right. He was indeed full of, but the purpose is not to pick up girls. Instead, this is used to cover up certain windfalls due to the enchantment of these magical eyes. After all, although Xia is a society based on the rule of law, certain concepts of the people of the country have always been deeply rooted. One of the points is to honor the gods and Buddhas, and certain things that extend from them. The term borrowed luck just happens to be in the mix. Coincidentally, the cell phone that Luffy had placed on the table also happened to light up this time. Looking down, it was his WeChat friend request that had been approved. As soon as he opened it, he received a quick and concise message from the other side. I have two big white rabbits, transfer the money quickly or delete it in seconds. Yo, that's quite a character. Seeing this situation, Luffy also do not hesitate. Click on the transfer interface, nimbly transferred $1,000 in the past. This scene could make Zhang Hao on the side look dumbfounded. Seeing that the wood has been cast, can only quietly say on the side, old road, people say turn on. You are not afraid of people after receiving money to delete you in seconds? Luffy was unimpressed, pointing to this I have two big white rabbits circle of friends. Hosey, that's a bit of a small man's heart for a gentleman's heart. The other sister is a senior student of a nearby institution, Lake University, which can be so low quality. Besides, the world would be really screwed if even this group of college students with stupidity and clarity in their eyes and naivety for people were contaminated. Hearing Luffy say this, Zhang Hao immediately nodded in agreement. He also went to college and naturally knows how naive and innocent he was during his college career. No sooner had the duo spoken than the ding-dong sound that signaled the arrival of a new message sounded once again. I have 2 big white rabbits. Count your watch. But I'll be ugly, haha. I play fantasy mainly for casual banter with my friends. I don't know much about much else, so don't blame me if I get it wrong. Luffy was succinct. No problem. Just go straight to the number. Half an hour later, after some hustle and bustle, 10 newly released Fantasy 160 level unidentified weapons were officially placed in front of Luffy. As for the I have 2 big white rabbits, after helping Luffy to get it seems to have something urgent, hurried off the game. But what was a bit surprising was that somehow this girl had told Luffy her name before she got off the number. Lu Wanin, a name that sounds very Jiangnan style, to which Luffy only smiled slightly, saying it was all to be expected. This $10,000 are spent. Isn't it normal for a girl to take the initiative? Of course, he's not some lickspittle. In fact, the only thing he transferred to Lu Wanin was the $1,000 for the errand fee, and the rest was spent on this building of the weapon. Seeing that everything was in place, Luffy didn't hesitate any longer, and just boxed and tapped at the 10 unidentified weapons in the screen. He didn't feel much for himself when this flurry of maneuvering went on. Instead, Zhang Hao, who was standing behind him, had his heart in his throat. The reason is simple. That's over 10,000 bucks. If something doesn't happen, it's all gone down the drain. Even if it's not his, it hurts to look at it. It's enough for him to go to Buckingham dozens of times to spend money on chatting with big sisters. Just as Zhang Hao was getting more and more nervous, a series of blue character achievement point prompts in the screen blinded him. Chapter 49. Your wife is online. Looking at the achievement tip that had jumped for more than 10 seconds, Zhang Hao could no longer hold back. As soon as he snatched the mouse out of Luffy's hand he began to eagerly check it out. At the same time his mouth became full of the words of tigers and wolves. Asterisk 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 your ass. This asterisk is hanging it. I've done so many appraisals in the past and never achieved anything. But you can't stop once you do it? Ding lei. IU ancestor board. Do not bring such differentiation. If this doesn't turn out to be good, I, Zhang Hao, will write my name upside down from now on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at his best friend, who had begun to babble, Luffy couldn't stand to watch and reached out to tap him on the shoulder. Calm down Hosey. These are just small scenes. Only after hearing this did Zhang Hao's emotions gradually relax. However, the originally white large face had long since become red, his eyes staring dead at the game interface in the screen, and his body could not stop shivering. Just clicking a mouse to read a weapon attribute phrase isn't even sharp anymore. Apparently, this guy is still in a state of hyperactivity. Seeing this, Luffy spoke again. Why don't you let me do it, Hiroko? Otherwise I'm afraid you'll die suddenly. Zhang Hao twisted his head to look at him, hesitating for a moment or handing over control of the mouse. Excited as he was, he still felt after his reprieve that he couldn't deprive Luffy of his right to open a blind box. Anymore these things are owned by others. But even so, 4 of the 10 appraised level 160 weapons had been unveiled to him. There aren't any blue words, but they are invariably high damage, high hit weapons. Although the value is not as good as the one he offered before, it is invariably a fine $10,000 item. In other words, just for this time, this Luffy kid had easily earned more than $30,000. This nifty earning speed is easier than picking up money on the ground. What alarmed Zhang Hao the most was the fact that no blue words had come out until now, which meant that 9 times out of 10, the 6 weapons in the back would have them. Once both high attributes and useful blue words appear on a particular weapon, the value will skyrocket rapidly. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao's heart grew more and more nervous, and his huge body shook more and more. Instead, Luffy himself, who was at the center of the event, was much more calm. For one thing, he'd been rich before, so he wasn't too concerned about this small amount of money. Secondly, after the enhancement of his penetrating eyes, he had already had some anticipation in his mind, so his expectations were not that high. The reason he went to such lengths to get this weapons appraisal was more to provide more emotional value for himself. Zhang Hao saw seems to be still dumbfounded, a little taut, grasping the time to urge up. The old road? The old road? What are you doing? Hurry up and do it. You boys thought I was slow on the front foot. How come you're grinding on the back foot yourself? Get your ass in gear. I'm still waiting to brag about it to the substitute group. Looking at his best friend with a monkey's eye, Luffy said without any good reason. Well, it's starting. After he finished speaking he stopped dawdling and resumed checking up on the weapon attribute values behind him. The 5th one, still a high damage weapon. Zhang Hao was already numb. 6th, still a high damage weapon, but this time the hits are low, so I'm guessing it's worth a couple $1,000. But this time, Zhang Hao didn't numb out. Instead, he became more and more nervous, because he knew there was definitely something big back there. Fruity, The seventh weapon did not have high damage, but a blue phrase, never wear out, appeared. Because of Fantasy Westward Journey's unique mechanism of equipment that will be damaged if used too much, it makes a lot of weapons skyrocket in value once they get their hands on this thing. With just one glance, Zhang Hao burst beside the value of this weapon. I've lost the old road. This is a big shipment. This sword is worth at least $50,000. You boys are really god tonight. Luffy sniffed with a calm face and smiled only slightly. It's only $50,000. He can't look at it. Continue. The sight quickly came to the eighth weapon. Its words had just appeared, making the duo in front of the screen light up. None other. This time it's actually a high damage weapon with 3 blue words. These kinds of odds are literally 1 in a million on a game like Fantasy West. There was even a unique achievement tip whenever it appeared, called against all odds triple blue characters. It's evident in the name. Just when the duo thought something absolutely amazing was going to come up, a few words on the word list made it a bit bracing. Sturdy, kill, jumbo, one of the 3 most wasteful phrases in Fantasy Westward Journey. Having them on your weapon is no different than not having them at all. Seeing this, Zhang Hao immediately burst out. Nima. I knew the dog Ding Lei didn't have any good intentions, and he ended up making this whole thing disgusting. Luffy's mouth twitched at the sight, and he quickly clicked to the next weapon in the spirit of out of sight, out of mind. But who would have thought that this time, even Luffy wanted to curse a bit, because this anticlimactic triple blue word has come up again, only it's still disgusting. Sturdy, precious, easily repaired. 3 even more disgusting phrases than the last one are nothing to write home about. Such behavior caused Zhang Hao, who was eating on the side, to snicker. Nah, old road. This borrowed luck of yours seems to be a bit weak afterward. This weapon phrase is getting more and more skewed. Nope. It should be called getting wicked. Luffy also got serious when he saw this, and deliberately said with disdain, it's not even the grand finale yet. What's the hurry, Ahosi? Maybe the last weapon comes in a big one. Zhang Hao was immediately happy. Lao Lu, we still need to know how to be satisfied. Although the 9 weapons in front of you do not have any super artifacts, but full countdown you also earned 100,000 or so, plus the back of this too against the Sky 3 blue characters. If you ship again, I Zhang Hao immediately give you a show upside down pull. Before Zhang Hao could finish his words, he was forced to hold them back by himself. The reason is simple, because Luffy unveiled the mystery of the last weapon. Deicide. Level 160. Damage 630, hit 660, strength plus 30, special effect simple plus never wear out. Looking at the artifact in front of him, Zhang Hao was surprisingly speechless for a moment. Now his mind was even more filled with only one thought, and that was that this Luffy kid was going to get rich. Although he didn't know exactly how much this level 160 deicide was worth, but speaking from his years of experience, its market price will never be less than 200,000 RMB. If done correctly it could double again. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao immediately stared at his own best friend with wide-eyed death. The next second was even without hesitation, sliding on his knees and hugging his thighs, his face full of fawning to Luffy. Then he said shamelessly, Lu begging for adoption. Such behavior immediately startled Luffy. Then he even looked at his own best friend with a face of disgust, and only spat out a single word in his mouth that threw out the ground. Get lost. Meanwhile on the other side, a dormitory at Lakeland University. I have 2 big white rabbits, also known as Lu Wanin, who just got off the game, dragged her own best friend who came back in a hurry and started to talk in a whisper. Chapter 50. He was craving your body. Su Yao had just returned to the dormitory before her but was hot. She was pulled to her side by her own best friend, Lu Wanin, so she immediately looked at the other side with a puzzled face. Agagag Lu Wanin, what do you want to do? So secretive. It couldn't be an itch there, could it? Lu Wanin knocked off the salty pig hand in the air and said in a bad mood, people are planning to talk about business. Don't move your hands. Looking at the serious look on her best friend's face, Su Yen knew that the other party had really met something, and also put away her small mind of playing around. But out of playfulness she still snickered if anything. What's wrong? What's wrong? MS. Lu, what could possibly be so difficult for the flower of the English department? Lu Wanin sniffed and pouted, looking at her own best friend. Stop it sister Su Yao. What's the flower of the English department? It's just that group of boys who are fooling around. I've met a strange thing today. Can you give me advice first? Su Yao finally got serious when she saw this. Alright, I know. What is it? You tell me. Lu Wanin took a long breath and retold what had just happened between her and Luffy. The story was so twisted and strange that Su Yao was stunned to hear it. In the end, she even looked at her own best friend with a bit of incredulity. Wanin, you're not kidding me, right? You mean to say that, just now you just casually strolled around in the game, and someone took the initiative to find you? just let you help fight 10 pieces of equipment, and in the end gave you 1,000 pieces of crafting fee at a price of 100 oceans a hand? Lu Wanin nodded affirmatively. If you don't believe me, look, this transfer record is still here. After saying that, Lu Wanin opened her cell phone and flipped out the chat records with Lu Fei and handed it to her best friend. Then with a puzzled look on his face, he asked, "Ugh, what on earth do you think this man means? Is he really doing this just to get me to help gear up? Or is there something else going on?" After hearing this, Su Yao immediately looked at her own best friend like she was an idiot. "Not that I'm talking about you, Lu Wanin. Are you really stupid or are you really just mesmerized by this $1,000? Of course people do this for other reasons." Lu Wanin was confused. Isn't it just to help with a piece of equipment? What could he be after? Su Yao was a bit annoyed. You're a human being. What else could it be? Don't you even look at people's friend circles after you friend them? Look at where this person's friend circle message is positioned. Saying that, he pointed to a self-locating picture in the screen and showed it to Lu Wanin. 235 Maplewood Way? It's so close to our school. Looking at the address above, Lu Wanin's small mouth slightly opened a bit incredibly. Could this be a coincidence? Looking at her own best friend in this silly manner, Su Yao felt the need to teach her a lesson. After spending a few seconds quickly organizing her words in her head, she instantly looked at the other woman solemnly. "Willow Wanin, I suddenly realize you're kind of nerdy. Such an obvious means of flirting with a girl and not even realizing it, and almost fell for someone else's trick." Lu Wanyin's face showed surprise. "He's teasing me? Not so much. That's 1,000 yen spent for nothing and you didn't get anything?" Su Yao sniffed slightly. "Are you sure? Want to stop thinking about it?" Lu Wanin pursed her lips and contemplated for a while, but still shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Seeing this, Su Yao knocked a melon crash on her head without any good sense and said helplessly, "I'll ask you, what is the most important thing between people?" Lu Wanin replied in seconds. "Trust. How important it is. It's the prerequisite for carrying out everything." After saying that, she suddenly looked back at her own best friend with a face full of astonishment. "Did you just say this?" Su Yao immediately nodded. "That's right, that's it. Trust. Don't you realize, you silly girl? Your trust in him has invariably increased a lot, convinced that he only took the initiative to find you in order to build equipment. And after this incident, you became curious about him in your mind and began to think about why this man did what he did. So much so that you finally came to ask me, am I wrong on those 2 points?" Lu Wanin was very agreeable, so she nodded her head like a chicken pecking. Then again, she looked at her best friend with wide, curious eyes, signaling the other to go on. She was listening carefully. Su Yao lightened her voice and continued to speak again. "As for the third point, it's easy. All the other guy has to do is repeat this time a couple more times, and your trust and curiosity about him will deepen. And when this degree reaches a certain amount, he will ask you to meet him for a suitable reason. And then he'll..." As she spoke, Su Yao began to sell her words, her eyes fluttering as she looked up and down at Lu Wanin. After this action lasted for a few moments, Lu Wanin, a curious baby, finally couldn't help but inquire, "And then what happens to him, Su Yao? Don't you talk only halfway. It's going to be a rush." Su Yao looked at her own girlfriend's stupidity, her eyes turned around, and laughed badly. "And then what else can I do? Like me, I'll pounce on you and eat you dry." Before the words left his mouth, he raised his hands and lunged at Lu Wanin with open teeth and claws. It seemed like Lu Wanin had practiced dancing and her body was very soft and flexible. Only a split second later he dodged a pair of salty hands. Seeing this, Su Yao did not pursue, only looked straight at her own best friend somewhere, then said with an ambiguous expression, "Chick, does that make sense now? There's a saying that it's better to do nothing than to steal, and there's no such thing as falling pie in the sky. If you take people's money now, they'll have to eat your family's rabbits to cover their debts later." Lu Wanin was still a bit unconvinced. "It's impossible. I haven't met with him on one hand, and on the other hand, his looks aren't exactly appealing. Is it necessary for this person to go to such great lengths? I still think people are simply looking for me to make a gear shot. Nothing more." Su Yao sniffed and rolled her eyes. "No, Lu Wanin, you don't have a point in your heart about how pretty you are. Other than that, I don't know how many people can be mesmerized by your big white rabbit that is the same as your WeChat name table. Have you forgotten how many smelly men lined up to ask you to treat them during the beginning of freshman year?" Lu Wanin thought about it and answered seriously. "There are probably hundreds of them, and they are all colorful and unsuspicious. All of them were rejected by me fiercely. Also since then, I rarely add guys on WeChat unless I know them." Seeing this, Su Yao did not have the good sense to say, "That's not it. How come you didn't know about it this time when you met a slightly higher level tease master? Maybe this guy is a boy from one of our faculties at Lake University. In order to get close to you, not only to ask someone to find out what game you play, in which district called what name, but also to design a series of serial traps waiting for you to take the bait. and finally weaving a dragnet to bind you hard to his bed for his picking. If I'm not mistaken, in a few days he'll take the initiative to micromanage you, and then it'll be the same old story of paying you money to help equip him. It's a long shot, isn't it? Just so you know. In this world, curiosity about people is the first sign of a girl's fall. Lu Wanyin was shocked. No way. This is too calculating. Those boys look stupid to me. Not like they're that smart. Su Yao smiled at his words. Still boys being silly? Lu Wanyin, the reason why they are like that is because they are facing a big beauty like you, and they are a little embarrassed to crave your body. If you put it on anything else, you'd see one of them absolutely smart as a monkey. If you don't believe me, go play a League of Legends or King's Honor and try playing against them. It'll definitely count you to death. Even know exactly when you're replenishing and how many seconds your skills have left. Lu Wanyin still wanted to argue, but unexpectedly the cell phone she placed on the table suddenly lit up. Su Yao, who was on the side, picked it up and took a look, and immediately opened her mouth towards her confidently. Look, isn't this speaking of the devil? The game brother who gave you the money messaged you again. Chapter 51, Green Tea's Way of Thinking. Seeing Su Yao teasing herself so much, Lu Wanyin immediately ranted. But don't be ridiculous. I don't even know his name. Su Yao wasn't angry either. She only handed her cell phone to the other party with a smile on her face. The meaning was self-evident. I'll stay here and quietly watch what you do next. Lu Wanyin didn't bother to pay attention to her, only inputting the password to check the message by herself. She was also a bit curious as to what the other woman was looking for her for. Could it be that he's continuing to help build equipment? Didn't that just confirm Su Yao's suspicions? Wouldn't that be a bit too fast and unlikable though? Right in the middle of Lu Wanyin's doubts, the message interface opened. Luffy, I have a big carrot, get on the thread now if you're free and send you something as a thank you. Send me something to thank me? Seeing this, Lu Wanyin was even more confused. How is this thanking her again for no reason? By now, she kind of felt more and more that the true image was most likely as her best friend said. The fact that the other party was approaching him so close one after another was purely gluttony for his body. Thinking of this, Lu Wanyin was a bit hesitant to go online. Just as she was caught in a tangle, Su Yao, who was eating melon on the side, suddenly brought her head over with a teasing face. Good sister is still hesitating, what quickly online your game brother is waiting for you, maybe I'll send you money again. Lu Wanyin was not happy to make a small temper, directly threw the phone on the bed. Love whoever, I don't care about him. After that, he sat down in his chair and started stacking up little stars. It was a job she had recently found online. There is a girl who wants to show her feelings to her beloved guy, but she is lazy. That's why I purposely spent $500 large on the internet to find someone to stack a jar of little stars for her. And each little star has a love message written on it, which looks very romantic. It just so happens that Lu Wanyin is better at this kind of handmade work, coupled with the recent pocket money and a little tight, so took it. It had taken less than 3 days of work to get most of the jar done, making her feel a sense of accomplishment. Making a small amount of money and doing something that looked very romantic at the same time was Willow Wanyin's favorite. This time it was Su Yao's turn to be anxious. Hurriedly knocked off the things in her hand. What are you doing, Lu Wanyin? Not on the game how to stack up little stars. Lu Wanyin raised her willow eyebrows. I'm busy earning money here. No time for games. Besides, I'd be lectured to death if I ever crossed paths with that guy in front of you again. I'm not going to make a fool of myself. When she finished, she picked up the paper on the table again and began to refold it. Within seconds of work, a cute little star took shape. You can see how far his mind and hands have gone. Seeing the situation, Su Yao immediately became anxious. My Miss Lu, I said it, but I didn't stop you from contacting that person. Lu Wanyin didn't understand. Su Yao, what do you mean by that again? Why am I hearing more and more about this? Su Yao playfully blinked her left eye and then said as if she had something to say. Look at it, Wanyin. This is 1,000 dayang. Obviously not a bad moneymaker. If that's the case, why do you have to go out of your way to fold little stars here for this measly $500? Isn't it purely foolish to take this slow money when there's fast money to be made? Hearing this, Lu Wanyin immediately looked at her own best friend with wide-eyed incredulity. Su Yao, you don't want me to be a green tea to keep hanging on to someone and then cheat him out of his money, do you? That's not good. It's just too shady. Su Yao continued to agitate. How can this be called black heart and green tea? Isn't it normal for boys to spend some money chasing girls? Besides, it's not like you need to do anything to make this happen. Just act normally as if you have no knowledge of the contact. The only thing you have to do is always remind yourself that the other guy is craving your body. So just don't ever meet with him. The rest of it is just wishful thinking on his part. And it's not mental. Under Su Yao's skewed reasoning, Lu Wanyin instantly fell into deep thought. Seems to be making some decisions. The other side. Zhang Hao has just finished blowing the awesome with his counterparts in the group of trainers. And by the way, when he asked for a price. He watched Luffy, this guy, chatting with which sister again, with a piggish look on his face. So the corner of his mouth twitched and said indignantly, "Old Lou, can you kid restrain yourself? Don't be so horny. How many has this been? Even though your name is Luffy, you can't really be the Sea King without any boundaries." Luffy, on the other hand, was confused. "What are you talking about, Posey? How come I don't understand?" Zhang Hao opened his cockatoo eyes a bit indignant. "I'm here looking for a divine artifact buyer for you. You're still playing dumb. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I'll just ask one thing. Was the person you sneakily messaged over just now a woman?" Luffy smiled brightly. "Worthy of being my brother. What sharp eyes. I'm not thinking that it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. And to drink water without forgetting to dig a well. That's why I purposely called that girl online to thank her. Do you think this should happen?" Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words and said with a bit of uncertainty, "Is that really it? But you didn't look a bit like that just now. There's clearly a sense of the big bad wolf meeting Little Red Riding Hood and trying to eat someone up." Hearing this, Luffy immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head to retort righteously, "How Z? It's not that I'm talking about you. You're 80% getting too much blurry-eyed, aren't you? I'm not that kind of person. I'll show you the chat logs if you don't believe me." Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand when he saw this. Ugh, ugh, ugh. They're all brothers. That's not necessary. I was just asking. I'm talking to you, Lao Lu. Just now I can give you a clear inquiry. That level 160 simple plus never wear and tear weapon that you have previously put out. If you are in a hurry to get out of it 220,000 now someone wants it. If you're not in a hurry someone is sure to push you around 350,000 to 400,000, but he's going to charge a favor. So how do you see this going? Luffy sniffed with interest and asked curiously. There are still people who can inflate prices with this thing. Ha, how did you get it? It can't be bragging, right? As he spoke, he silently turned off the screen of his cell phone on the table again. If Zhang Hao had looked closer at this time he would have just seen a newly arrived message. Tiny baby, by J badass. When are you coming over? Zhang Hao still had nothing to say about it. Only after hearing Luffy's words, he thought carefully for a moment to state his guess. I think it's very likely that this group of people are jacking up the price by buying and selling themselves or utilizing gifts for big anchors. After all, there are still so many influential big anchors in fantasy westward journey. As long as you give them a little favor fee and casually exaggerate a little bit during the live broadcast, this price will easily be tens of thousands higher. Luffy's brow furrowed at that, and he fell into a brief moment of thought. Then his eyes glowed as if he had thought of something good and looked straight at his best friend. Chapter 52. I don't want. Looking at Lu Fei's weird look, Zhang Hao was a bit unsure. Old Lu, what's the meaning of your eyes? I'm warning you, it's okay for you to be a scumbag, but don't think ill of me. It's not a good idea to be unisex. Luffy immediately laughed when he saw how nervous he was. No, Hiroko, I've noticed that you've been thinking about that no matter what lately. So it's not like you're the one who's really horny, is it? Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, then said with a bit of aggression, my brothers have been with me for more than 20 years, and they haven't even had a chance to see the world. So what do you think I can do? Luffy immediately expressed his disbelief. Howsy, can we be more honest? Although you have never had a girlfriend, but Buckingham such places can go quite a lot. I can't believe you've never really eaten meat. These days there may be a lot of college virgins, but if you enter society and work for a few years and still keep a virgin that can be a little less, it's no wonder that men can't hold back. It's just that those goblins are so tantalizing. Today various massage parlors and spa clubs are popping up all over the place. Which young guy in his prime can stand the temptation of these mature older sisters? All it takes is a little hook and the $1,000 or $800 in your pocket is gone. This kind of thing couldn't be more normal. And Luffy, as Zhang Hao's best friend and shared roommate, naturally knew some of the kids' little secrets. Don't look at this guy as very womanophobic, but sometime and those substitute colleagues together to get together, but not less to go to the KTV and massage parlor these places. There's a saying, a man is 3 times drunk and fools you until you cry. Zhang Hao is one such example. As long as a little bit of drink, the inner sultry nature will be immediately exposed. I remember one time the 3 of them sharing a room went for a late night snack and had a little drink. I may have been happy or drunk that night. Zhang Hao, this guy holding a bottle of wine to the neighboring table of a group of girls, began to mouth a good sister. Beautiful sister called the toast. But the sight of the Luffy Wang Jiao 2 people looked dumbfounded. The most outrageous thing was that a young woman in her 30s at the head of that table seemed to have some interest in him, and took the initiative to pull him to her side to drink a cup of wine. Just when the two are feeling this kid's peach blossom luck, the young woman, his tattooed body a face of horizontal meat concubines, came. Luckily, there were a few uniformed police officers passing by the roadside at that time, so it didn't cause a big trouble. In the end, naturally, the 3 of them could only settle the bill in a hurry and slink away. and Zhang Hao immediately tensed up with his hands protecting his chest as he looked at Luffy's increasingly strange expression. Old Lu, let's talk things over. Don't keep staring at people's bodies. I'll admit to going to massages and eating meat, but I've always been committed to male virtue. My first time is definitely reserved for my future daughter-in-law. Luffy was a bit speechless when he looked at him like a bear. After thinking about it, I'd better not fool around with him and just say what's on my mind. Hiroko, I have a major mission for you. Don't let me down when the time comes. Hearing the words, Zhang Hao revealed a skeptical look. But it can't be something that sells your character. I won't do it. Luffy laughed at the situation and said in a bad mood. What betraying personality? I'm letting you earn a lot of money. After I thought about it, I'm not in a hurry to sell this weapon anyway, so I'll just leave it to you to slowly maneuver to raise the price. Didn't you just say that someone would take it for $220,000? I've thought about it. Let's take this price as a benchmark. If you can sell it for as much as you can buy, then we'll split the extra portion equally between the two of us. What do you think? Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, and a look of incredulity immediately appeared in his eyes. This was not asking him to help sell something. It was like giving him money no differently. So he immediately shouted in excitement. Old Lu, from now on you are I am my own father. From now on, I will absolutely not go west when you point east. I'll definitely rub your back when you take a shower. Seeing this, Luffy gave him a look of displeasure and said with slight dislike, ******* off. I don't want your asshole, son. Go wherever you like for me. Don't interrupt my fun and games. Zhang Hao hurriedly bowed his head and smiled. Okay, Le Roadmaster. You have fun here, ha. After saying that, he exited the room with a wink and didn't know what to do. Luffy didn't bother. After casually closing the door behind him, he turned his attention to the electric screen. After such a long time, it's probably about time for that Lu Wanyin to come online if she really wants to. Otherwise he's out of date. That's right. As a kind-hearted summer 5 good youth, Luffy certainly knows how to repay kindness. Borrowing someone's luck to make 300,000 or so how to thank each other. Of course, he doesn't rule out other factors influencing it. Let's say this rabbit that Lu Wanyin posted in her WeChat circle is really white, big and cute, although they are shy and don't like to show their faces. Still, Luffy is able to see things through certain arcs. The only thing that was a bit of a shame was that the owner of the rabbit seemed to be rather shy and kept blocking her pretty face with her cell phone while taking pictures. This made Luffy a little indignant. Fantasy Westward Journey. Janya City Map. Luffy maneuvered his account here once he returned to the game. This was the meeting place he had agreed with Lu Wanyin when he sent the message earlier. Fruity. As soon as he used his gamertag to walk to the place where the two parties first met, he saw an exquisite female number dressed in fashion standing there. Its ID is exactly the same as I have two big white rabbits, which is Lu Wanyin. Almost at the same time, Lu Wanyin also discovered his appearance and immediately launched the bureau chat. I have two big white rabbits, Ryu Wanyin say. What do you want to thank me for? Big bad wolf, Luffy. Wow. The weapon you helped build just now came out a little better, so I'm going to give you one as a thank you. After saying that, Luffy, I didn't care about anything else. I picked a high damage weapon for myself and gave it to the other party through gifting. Seeing the high level weapons that suddenly appeared in her backpack, Lu Wanyin didn't understand a little bit, and only felt that it was either treachery or thievery to offer something for nothing, so he hastily refused. No, what's the point of you giving me something again? I don't want it. After saying that, she sent the stuff back the way Luffy had just done. Luffy wasn't going to compromise just like that, and instantly babbled. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let's see the stuff first. Besides, I'm genuinely thanking you for helping me make so much money before I do this. There's something to think about. After saying that, Luffy didn't dawdle and sent all the specific attributes of that divine weapon deicide through chat. This is the kind of good stuff that anyone who plays fantasy will understand its value. As he expected, after a while Lu Wanyin's message sent over again. Chapter 53, Fated Koi. I have two big white rabbits. Is this really inside the ones I built? You didn't lie to me, did you? Luffy's eyes twinkled as he began to lay a trap. How could I lie to you? I'm not the kind of person who gives money to people for no reason. If it weren't for the fact that the two of us are indeed destined for each other, plus the fact that through your hands came such a good thing, I wouldn't have given you anything. Besides, that weapon I'm going to give you isn't worth a few dollars, so you can't refuse my good intentions 3 more times, or I'd have a bad conscience. Lu Wanyin. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Luffy took it all as an agreement, so he randomly picked one of the high damage weapons and gifted it. Looking at the weapon that reappeared in her backpack, Lu Wanyin thought twice or felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so she started another round of pulling. Lu Wanyin, why don't you better take it back? I always feel that this is not good. It's not like I built your weapon for free and charged you $1,000. It's a bit much to take your stuff back here. Although Lu Wanyin didn't know the exact value of the level 160 equipment sent over by Luffy, but looking at the attributes, she felt that she could still sell it for $1,000 or $800. As the saying goes, you don't get what you don't deserve. Such a large sum of money to be given to herself for nothing. Lu Wanyin out of instinct still did not want to accept it, especially after that brainwashing from her best friend just now. She always felt a little weird inside. If I were to pocket something for nothing now, I'd always have the feeling that the green tea was actually my own. On the contrary, it was Luffy, who immediately began to open his eyes when he saw that Lu Wanyin wasn't as determined anymore. Geez, beautiful. That's not how it's said. If it wasn't for a chance encounter that brought us together, I wouldn't even have a chance to make this money. To put it mildly, this valuable weapon wouldn't have appeared without you. You'd be a little too unkind to refuse again. I'll tell you what, if you're really over it, what do you think about using this weapon I gave you as a deposit for the next time you build something for me? Lu Wanyin was a bit confused. What do you mean by that again? Luffy smiled mysteriously at the new hint on his vision. Hey, it's very understandable. You've given me your first build, so I'll contract for all the rest. This receives my money even if it's my royal builder, but don't give it to anyone else. I have a feeling you're going to be my destined koi. Lu Wanyin's small face reddened when she saw this, a little embarrassed. She just felt the lack of distance from the person in front of her. Talking about being his destined koi. It's just so overbearing. So for the first time, he got a little emotional with Luffy. Blah blah blah. What's wrong with you people? I'm not your koi. This scene was just seen by Su Yao, who was applying a mask in front of the mirror. Instantly, he rushed over with wide eyes, then opened his mouth towards his best friend with a face full of shock. Hey, Willow Wanyin, what are you doing? I'm asking you to go trolling for men to earn money, not to be hooked up with men as a warbler. After saying that, Su Yao didn't care whether Lu Wanyin agreed or not. With a face mask on, he stuck his head in front of the computer and tried to check up on the duo's chats. How could Lu Wanyin be willing to do as she wished? And immediately resisted. For a moment, the laptop's keyboard crackled. Even Luffy's side received a bunch of uninformed gibberish. Look at him for a second. After waiting for a while, he saw that this hadn't stopped and finally couldn't help but start asking questions. Lu Beauty, I know you have a big heart. It's not a big deal to roll a keyboard with a slight bow of the head, but there's no need to be like this all the time. It's hard not to think you're implying something if you go on here. After the message was sent, Luffy waited for a while more and lost interest when he saw that the situation was still the same as earlier. Maneuvering the game number, he began to casually stroll around the places where there were a lot of Fantasy West Tour players, trying to find new koi again. 5 minutes later, the war between the two women finally subsided. It's just that the end result was a bit unexpected. No one could do anything about it between the two of them, and in the end they had to shake hands and make peace. Both sides looked at each other, looking at each other's lousy appearance, and they both smiled heartily. Immediately after that, there was a tacit understanding that Lu Wanyin was in control of the mouse to dominate, while Su Yao was disguised as a dog-headed military advisor to give references at the side. The duo began to start going over Ryu Wanyin and Luffy's chats from beginning to end again. At the very beginning, the expression on Su Yao's face was still calm, as if everything was under control. In her heart, she was even more certain that Luffy was just a boy who had found another way to gluttonize her best friend Lu Wanyin's body. But as the conversation continued, she realized it was getting more and more off, because this guy is really giving it. Let's not talk about the easy plus neverwhere weapon of level 160 that Luffy sent over in the message log that was worth a lot of money at first glance. Just the level 160 high damage weapon in this backpack in front of her was so shocking that Su Yao couldn't say anything. Hey, are you kidding? You can just give away this kind of $10,000? What's the deal with this guy's family? When she thought of this, she looked at her best friend with her eyes open and full of resentment. Beauty Willow, do you know how much this weapon is worth? You still don't want it even though people have given it to you so many times. Lu Wanyin was unsure. What? Is he expensive? Su Yao stretched out her slender 5 fingers to her own bosom friend. Expensive? Of course it's expensive. At least it's worth this much. Lu Wanyin froze for a moment, somewhat disbelieving. $5,000? It can't be possible. How could that person just give away such an expensive thing? Su Yao blankly glanced at her own best friend without a good mood. What 5,000? I'm saying this thing is capable of 5 figures. From my experience as a 5-year veteran of Fantasy Westward Journey, it can sell for at least $12,000 to $15,000. You said it was expensive. Lu Wanyin sniffs her breath suddenly tight, nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva after some incredulity. It can't be actually so expensive? I thought it was worth over $1,000 at first. Thought it was too expensive to have. After what you said, I'm afraid I can't take it even more. After saying that, Lu Wanyin opened the chat bar and prepared to private message Luffy to try to return the item again. She had a feeling that if she did take this weapon, she might actually get herself killed. Such behavior could scare Suya, who was on the side, and she hurriedly defiantly jumped onto the computer, and then looking at her own BFF like a cat nursing her food. Chapter 54. Wife is really online. No way. I can't let you do that. Suya dead hugged the computer with a look of coexisting with it, but Lu Wanyin was angry and laughed. I can only say in a bad mood. Big sister. That's something someone gave me. The right to dispose of it is mine. Why are you in a hurry again? If I just take this kind of expensive thing, how do you expect me to pay it back later? Suya began to gas. People are voluntarily given. You have to return what? It's a very popular saying these days. It's called I'll take the gift, you take the thought. Isn't this just right? This thing is worth more than $10,000. If we keep it and sell it later, we'll be able to eat something spicy and flavorful, won't we? I can tell you, I've even thought of a place to eat, the new Hai Di Lao near the school. Seeing this look of her not stopping until she achieved her goal, Lu Wanyin was a bit speechless. This would finally make her realize why her best friend always had so many suitors around her. Feelings are coming to a head. What's that triple phrase called? No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. A proper green tea plus scum girl. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wanyin gave up her intention to argue with him, intended to use force to assert sovereignty. But who would have thought that Suya would directly switch tactics as soon as she was about to make a move, uttering a paragraph of words that were not shocking. So what, Wanyin? How about this? If you really feel bad about it, then let me take this sin. Lu Wanyin didn't understand a bit. What do you mean? You'll take it? Suya continued to explain. What I mean is that if you don't want the stuff, I'll take it on your behalf. And then this gamertag is also given to me for the time being, so I'll do the pulling with the other side. Of course, I won't let you suffer either. How about we split the proceeds 50-50? Lu Wanyin sort of heard it. Suya is playing the most popular online boyfriend paid transfer set some time ago. The short version is that it talks to an online boyfriend who hasn't posted a photo, then transfers him to be at a high price when he gets tired of talking about him, and the trip ends up being seamless. The whole thing was perfect. Suya play more absolute. Directly let her do not have to care about anything on the shares of dividends. She can be said to be no capital profits. The only thing she had to do was just pretend she didn't know anything. Such behavior is no different from aiding and abetting the enemy. Thinking of this, Lu Wanyin no longer bothered to listen to her own bosom friend's nonsense, and directly rolled up her sleeves to start staging an all-out martial arts fight. Suya naturally wouldn't give in easily. In time, a tug-of-war between girlfriends erupted in the modest dorm room. Just as the battle was getting heated, the door to the dormitory opened. Over here, Luffy had been wandering around the game for quite a while, but still hadn't found any suitable koi like Lu Wanyin. So much for the idea of continuing to woolgather. Found a nice scenic spot in the game to hang out. Of course, he wasn't idle. While this is going on, check up on Fantasy's friend Bar. Looking at an unfamiliar yet familiar ID made him think of those green years in high school. In those days, he would take advantage of his vacation every week and call up 3 or 5 friends to join him in hacking. While playing the game, he had a conversation about his future dreams. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like his dream at first was to be a lawyer? Nope. It seems like the right thing to do is to become your own company, to become an entrepreneur with both money and free time. That way you can live a shameless life of having a secretary to do something and watching the secretary do nothing. However, with the failure of the college entrance examination and the gradual entry into the society after graduation from the university, he realized how naive his original idea was. This society is essentially the law of the jungle. There's a saying that sums it up very well. It's hard to be a man with money, but it's hard to be a man without money. Without money, it would simply be hard to move an inch. Working a 9-to-8 shift and receiving a salary of about $4,000 a month. There is no capital to talk about entrepreneurship and dreams. But now, it's a different story. He shouldn't be short of money in the future with the power of these magical eyes. So it was time to pick up some things again. How about start by opening your own company? The more he thought about it, the more Luffy felt his eyes light up, even excitedly. I started to grab a pen and paper to plan. The first option is to run straight to the entrepreneur's ultimate dream of building a car? Seems a bit unrealistic. He doesn't know anything about this field in the gross, and the upfront R&D costs for this project are so big that it will cost at least tens of billions of dollars. He, Luffy, didn't have that kind of money to burn for a while. The second option is easy. Go straight for the hottest new energy route at the moment and just open a company of this type. Luffy thought about it and felt that it was still a bit unreliable. Too many people engaged in this business. The pressure of competition is too great. There is no core technology to invest money into the water and no difference. After thinking about it, Luffy felt that there was only one type of company that was suitable for a salty boss like him to run. That's the investment company. This kind of company is both simple and convenient, without having to go on a hiring spree or running out of high-end technology. Simply put, it's taking a big stack of bills and looking around for projects that look good to invest in. Success earns a lot of money. Failure would only cost a little money. The more he thought about it, the more Luffy felt that this direction was feasible. The reason is simple. With the help of these special eyes, he can see a lot of things that normal people don't know. Naturally, the success rate is much higher. At that time, he only needed to cast a wide net while traveling all over Xia. Why worry about the great cause? Say it and do it. Luffy picked up the mouse and was ready to look online to see what office buildings were for rent in the neighborhood. After all, to open a company, no matter how, there must be a suitable office space. Luffy has already thought, well, to rent high-grade high-floor double-high office building, so that standing on the top to have the kind of out-of-this-world feeling. But just as he turned around to look at the computer screen, he realized that there was a female character on his game character's heels at some point. Fixing my eyes, the ID is actually Little Red Riding Hood. How come this guy has the exact same name as my game wife? Could it be me? But when Luffy shifted his sight back to the Fantasy Friends section, he found that Little Red Riding Hood's avatar was still gray. In order not to have the embarrassing phenomenon of recognizing the wrong person, Luffy decided that it would be better to ask for clarification first. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy is the waifu? Little Red Riding Hood, bah, who's your wife? Scumbag. Seeing this deja vu return attitude, Luffy immediately confirmed that he had not recognized the wrong person. So another message was sent over to try and catch up. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, hey wife. You haven't lost your spirited style after all these years. Luffy now remembers that the reason he and Red Riding Hood first bonded was because of its peppery personality. At that time, the two because of something full of half an hour to spray. And finally somehow added friends became friends. Just as Luffy begins to remember the past, a message from Little Red Riding Hood appears on the screen again. Chapter 55. Bah! Scumbag! Little Red Riding Hood, yo! 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 Now know a mouth a wife called a sweet. Just now in Janya City and sister chatting how to not think of this wife again? I just walked next to you 4 or 5 times on purpose. And I didn't see anyone notice. No, I should say so. At that time, all eyes were on that newcomer's sister. Where was I as a wife? I at times have changed. It's true that a new generation is better than the old. Little Red Riding Hood has hit Luffy with this combination of punches. It was surprisingly kind of impossible to argue against it for a while. No dude, is there really such a coincidence in the world? You're chatting with a girl and your gaming wife sees you? What's the most outrageous thing is that people have been hanging out in front of them for a couple of times and haven't realized it yet. Thinking about this, Luffy's mouth twitched a bit speechless. And when Little Red Riding Hood saw that Luffy didn't reply, she sent another big little essay all over the place. Little Red Riding Hood, what's wrong? Are you dumb? Couldn't it be that I poked a soft spot and got weak? It's also true that this family's flowers don't smell as good as the wildflowers. Humph. None of you stinking men are any good. Each one of you will eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. Looking at the paragraphs that poured out like a waterfall, Luffy rolled his eyes as he read them. This Little Red Riding Hood is worthy of the Sichuan and Chongqing region of the sister. A little on the explosion can be called a super small pepper, but as a big spitter who had sparred with him back then, Luffy naturally knew where his weaknesses were, so he was in no hurry to reply. Just have a chat with Bai Jie on her cell phone while waiting for the other to continue her output. Going by Luffy's experience a few years ago, it takes no more than 3 minutes at most before the other person needs to take a break to update the thesaurus in their head, and this gap is the perfect time for him to counterattack. But who would have thought that this time he was wrong in his estimation? 3 minutes later Little Red Riding Hood was actually playing a seamless foreign language. Do you have the courage to say a word? Why did he become mute? Seeing this sudden appearance of English, Luffy felt that he needed to make a killer move ahead of time. Otherwise there's no telling what this little chili will get up to. So his eyes zigzagged and a line of text was edited out and sent over. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, hey Pepper. You're not jealous, are you? As soon as these words came out, the dialogue box instantly became deathly silent, as if a spell of silence had been cast upon her. Little Red Riding Hood never spoke again. Seeing this situation, Luffy raised his sword brows and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. Hey little man, still trying to fight him. However, at this time, he did not have the intention of pursuing the attack, but instead, his words turned to inquire about the reason why the other party suddenly disappeared in the first place. It became a matter of concern to him for a time at that time, so naturally he had to be the first to ask about it. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, explain. What have you been doing all these years since you disappeared? Your sudden disappearance back then had me disheveled for a while. After the message was sent, the dialogue went silent for a few more moments before the message reappeared. Little Red Riding Hood, don't ask. Ask and you'll be studying abroad. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, don't tell me you're done explaining. Ha, this is too perfunctory. Little Red Riding Hood replied in seconds. I'm just so what? What can you do to me? Big Bad Wolf, Luffy scumgirl, only playing with my feelings. Bah! Little Red Riding Hood was a bit annoyed. Can you not learn from me? You're such a winky face. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy fine. Then tell me where you are now. Let's meet up. Little Red Riding Hood, let's just forget about it. I think it's just fine. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy why? I remember when we were supposed to meet in college. Why have we changed so quickly? TSK, it's true that she's a scummy girl who only plays with men's feelings. Little Red Riding Hood, come on. I'm doing this so I don't hurt your ego. The Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, started to agitate. Talking grandiose? I think you're 80% an ugly girl. That's why you're squirming like that. Little Red Riding Hood was a little angry. You're the ugly one. I'm the one who's loved by everyone and blossomed in every flower. Never mind not chatting with you. The company suddenly has some urgent matters to deal with. I have to get off. After a few more moments, once the two images had appeared in the chat box, Little Red Riding Hood's game character disappeared in place. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit helpless. He had wanted to add a WeChat after chatting to make it easier for each other to contact each other, which is yellow again, but he was used to it. The other party has been this windy since before, and I didn't expect to be like this even now. It's true what they say, some things are just born that way, and no amount of changing them is just an exercise in futility. Instead, it was the last two pictures that Little Red Riding Hood sent over that caught Luffy's attention. Each one has a watermark on it, depending on the time or the present. One is a pair of long, white, flawless legs, which from the angle should be a selfie. In just an instant Luffy realized that this was what the other party had sent over in order to refute her claim that she was ugly. Even Luffy could guess what was going through Little Red Riding Hood's head the moment she took the shot. Probably see, if this girl can have such attractive long legs, will she still grow ugly? The second photo is much more interesting. The shot was of the corner of the laptop and the night view out the window, as if to elaborate with Luffy that she wasn't just blurting out what she said about having an emergency. Rather, it is true. Seeing this, Luffy felt much more relaxed. At least the other man wasn't trying to perfume him, and that was enough. Friends get along. Nothing else matters but sincerity. But there's one thing to be said for the long legs of Little Red Riding Hood. They do look quite eye-catching. It made Luffy, an old driver, couldn't help but look twice. In this era of black and white silk everywhere, there are not many people who have the courage to go to work with bare legs. But looking at it, Luffy realized that something was not quite right. That tall building in the background outside the window seemed a bit familiar to him. It seems to have been seen somewhere. So Luffy's eyes lit up and he immediately searched for a similar address using the background behind this image. In no time at all, a building exactly like the tall building in the picture appeared in the computer screen. Star City International Financial Center? Looking at the landmark in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Nice guy, isn't this just across the river? If he remembered correctly, it was only about a 20-minute drive there. Thinking of this, Luffy couldn't help but show a bad smile. Chapter 56. By Jia's Little Mind. He had already thought about it. When the time came, the company would open near the Star City International Financial Center. This might have a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Hey, Little Red Riding Hood, don't let me, the Big Bad Wolf, catch you. Otherwise it definitely comes down to a single kill offline. As for how to kill it, depends on whether this chick cooperates or not. Jia. Just as Luffy was about to get high on himself, the screen of his cell phone on the table suddenly lit up. He looked down to see that it was the landlord sending another new message. Tiny baby, by Jia, I've waited for the flowers to bloom. If you don't come over I'm going to go get my beauty sleep. Seeing this, Luffy smiled slightly. It's got 3 exclamation points on the back, so it seems like a real wait. It's also true that it's going to be after 9 p.m. The average person who doesn't have a nightlife is afraid that they would have rolled under the covers and played with their cell phone. Thinking of this, Luffy stopped grumbling. Standing up and twisting his head, he stretched before heading towards the living room. But who would have thought that as soon as they arrived in the living room, a familiar Japanese sound would meet their ears? Luffy sniffed and looked over, only to see that the restroom lights had come on at some point. Through the blurred glass door, a large figure was faintly visible, saving from time to time, seemingly busy with something with its head down. Luffy saw the situation a little speechless, walked over and knocked on the door. After toward the good-natured said, Hosey, we can't bring more Bluetooth headset when we reward ourselves. Otherwise this pale voice could probably be heard upstairs and downstairs. Zhang Hao sniffed and shivered violently, indignantly replying, ******* Lao Lu, is your kid sincere? The laborer was almost ruined. Luffy, on the other hand, was unimpressed. Don't blame your brother for striking you. Howsy, you can't even stand this bit of excitement. How are you going to face someone's full court press when the time comes? Zhang Hao has not reacted. Subconsciously asked. Lao Lu, what full court press? It's not playing soccer again. Hearing this, Luffy almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He'd forgotten that the other guy was still a first-timer. So the spirit of the idea deliberately joked. Hosey, this I cannot explain clearly with you for the time being. Why don't you hurry to find a girlfriend to ask? Maybe she'll tell you. Zhang Hao would be a real fool if he didn't react again, and immediately rose red with a stiff upper lip. I'm a bit undesirable in terms of time, but I'm recovering fast. Big deal when the time comes. The more he spoke the quieter his voice became, and he seemed to be getting a little weak. In response Luffy shrugged his shoulders and gave Zhang Hao a final admonishment from a humanitarian point of view. So what Hosey? Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. The boom can go up in smoke. Let's stop now. Before the words fell, Luffy nimbly took out a large box of durians and cherries from the refrigerator that he had peeled earlier and went out to visit Bai Jia. For a while, the whole was left with only Zhang Hao alone there chasing after the breath of life. 1 minute later, as the door to the room opened, a white mountain range blocked Luffy's view. When he came back to his senses, he realized that it was his landlord, Bai Jia. Seeing this, Luffy froze for a moment and asked a bit puzzled. Sis, you don't usually wear this to open doors for people, do you? Paige was purposely unsure. Yeah, is there a problem, Path? Luffy's eyes widened all of a sudden at his words, and his breathing suddenly tightened. This is not too generous. Fishbone camisole with lace pajamas. What man wouldn't be mesmerized by that? I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from taking her on the spot. Something doesn't seem right. Why are you still acting like you haven't seen the world when you've already done it? It still seems like too little experience. So it's easy to be ruled by instinct sometimes. Looks like I'll have to do more willpower exercises on this in the future. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, although Bai Jia was calm on the surface, in her heart, she had already been laughing and was very pleased. Although this little calf was raw, he was ultimately just a hot-blooded young man, easy to pin down. Heck, it wasn't a waste of time for her to make a special effort to match it. For a while, Bai Jia felt a spring in her step, and even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Such behavior immediately caught Luffy's attention. How could he not understand that he was being taken by the other party's small mind? Understanding that, he was instantly happy. It seems that the mind of this little woman truly knows no age. Solely, he also went along with the other party's wish and complimented them without mincing words. Sister Bai, it's not that I'm talking about you. You can't go on being so young and pretty, or else all those 20-something girls in our neighborhood will soon be afraid to meet you. Bai Jia smiled and narrowed her eyes when she heard this. Her jade hand picked up and nodded down Luffy without any good sense. Why didn't I find you so sweet-mouthed before? Like honey. Luffy raised his sword brows and blinked vigorously. That's not because a few days ago, a capable person helped me get the hang of it. Bai Jia can still not understand what he is saying. The flavor of 1,000 kinds of white after a glance at him did not have the good sense to say, Pooh, you're the one who's poor. Then the line of sight shifted slightly down to Luffy's hand and asked curiously, what have you got here? It looks like quite a lot. Luffy lifted the bag in his hand and opened it with a smile. This doesn't look like you're tired the other day. So I specially bought some durians and cherries from the box office supermarket for you to make up for it. I don't know if you like it or not. Bai Jia saw the situation in front of her eyes abright, nonchalantly on the jade hand to the bag, and then took out a box of peach to open and then self-centered taste up. Vermilion lips surging, some chewing and slow swallowing immediately issued a voice of praise. So sweet. Before the words left his mouth he looked at Luffy again with a pair of beautiful eyes. Count on you kid to still have a bit of conscience, knowing to give me a tonic. Before the words were finished Bai Jia couldn't help but pick up another peach and stuff it into her mouth. She seemed to really like it. Luffy laughed at the situation and said with a smirk, Sister, if you like it I still have some at home. Why don't I bring them all over for you? Bai Jia sniffed and the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she playfully said, Hua, feelings that I'm not even a first-hand item. I was wrong about you. Luffy immediately Shadow Emperor on the body, pretending to be aggrieved Baba-like. Sister, I do not want to is really this thing is a little too expensive. I rarely see a few times a year, so I did not hold back. Bai Jia, on the other hand, subconsciously said, is it expensive? Not expensive, right? I've eaten this kind of imported Tao. It's only 100 yuan a caddy. I sometimes have a craving often buy a 10 or so pounds to put at home as a snack to eat. As she spoke, Bai Jia realized what seemed to be the wrong piece. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she seemed to have missed a very important point. That is, Luffy is in a completely different economic situation than she is in. She does not do anything at home, just lie down every month. There are small tens of thousands of rent income. so buy a little more expensive fruits and so on, not a little feeling. On the contrary, Luffy himself, a month's salary is only 3 or 4,000. On his hands these durians plus cherries less to spend a few hundred, for him can be said to be a large expenditure. To put it mildly, it was rare for him to luxuriate so much in buying fruit once a year. Thinking of this, Bai Jie felt a sudden sweetness in her heart. Is she being taken seriously? Chapter 57. His warm-hearted rich woman? Sometimes the most taboo thing a woman can do is to self-brainstorm after a relationship brain. When Bai Jie thought things through, she immediately said softly towards Lu Fei, Xiao Lu, I'll accept your feelings. I'll turn around and transfer the money to you. The sudden words made Luffy a bit unresponsive, so he looked at the other party with a puzzled expression. Sister Bai, what do you mean by this? Bai Jie said with a smile on her face, I said I'll take the stuff and the thoughts, but I'll advance the money for the purchase. After all, you're still young. It's the time to save up for a daughter-in-law. You can't afford to spend money on such inconsequential matters. After saying that without waiting for Lu Fei to reply, he took out his cell phone and transferred $1,000 to Lu Fei. Such behavior instantly made Luffy look at Bai Jie with wide-eyed incredulity. Is this the warm-hearted rich woman rumored to be considerate? It's so love. But he, Luffy, was not such a casual person, and immediately balked. How can sister? I am a 7-foot man with hands and feet. If you accept this money, I will not be in the eyes of other people's little white boy. Bai Jie sniffed in her heart to steal joy, but her mouth is still unforgiving. Hey, can not be so nonsense. Let you just accept which so much nonsense. I didn't see you being such a pain in the ass back then. Luffy smiled broadly at the situation and wasn't retorting, just assuming that the money was the labor fee for helping to repair the water pipes the day before. Bai Jie is a turn of phrase, took the initiative to take over the fruit in its hands and began to be polite. Ji Lu, I see it's still early. Why don't you come in and sit down? Luffy's eyes twinkled in mock surprise. So what? Now, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Sister Xiaoling is still at home. Bai Jie did not understand, subconsciously replied, what is inappropriate? But also casually chat will pull family life. But before the words fell, she seemed to understand something and instantly glared at Luffy with her pupils shrinking petulantly. Luffy returned the cheeky grin, just ready to lift the foot to enter the door. Suddenly realized what temporary change of words. Sister, I think it is better to next time. Otherwise it will not end well. It was Bai Jie's turn to be a bit confused. What is not good to end? We're just having a normal conversation. What else can happen? And again, there are other people in the house, so it's unlikely that any other accidents will happen. Just as Bai Jie was about to ask the man in front of her what was going on, a sultry sound came from behind her. Mom, I'm hungry. Make me a snack. She turned around and saw that her daughter Bai Ling had come behind her at some point. At that moment, it was staring at the two with a serious face, as if expressing something. How could Bai Jie not understand those little things of hers? She could only sigh helplessly and open her mouth towards Luffy with a bit of regret. I'm sorry Xiao Lu, the children at home are a bit unintelligent, so it seems we can only invite you in as a guest next time. Hearing this, Luffy almost didn't burst out laughing, and it took a lot of effort to hold it back. It's no wonder he has a low laugh track. It was really that Bai Jie was comparing Bai Ling, who was still a few months older than him, to a child in front of him, and Fang Zhang was a bit of a bear to watch. It always felt a bit inexplicable, and Bai Ling smelled this scene immediately after a little taught. Jade feet to the ground a stomp to start whining. Mom, what's wrong with you? I'm old enough, how can you really talk about me like that? Before the words left her mouth, she opened her beautiful eyes again and gave Luffy a hard stare. It was as if to say it's all your fault. You guy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise this girl will have your ass. Seeing this situation, Lu Fei has not yet spoken. Bai Jie voice from the mouth. I some blame to look at their own daughter. And you say you're the oldest. Look how you treat your guests. He was kind enough to bring us food, and instead of thanking him you did this to him. Don't apologize to your Uncle Lu yet. Listening to this, Bai Jie seemed to subconsciously treat Luffy as if he was in the same generation as herself. At these words, Bai Ling instantly froze. It was the first time she had ever seen her mom's elbow turn so far outward, and she was a little aggravated. Instantly pouted, aggrieved and looked at his own mother, while a pair of eyes began to wet, with the potential to drip and gush out at the drop of a hat. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit embarrassed. He could only quietly wave goodbye towards Bai Jie, and then close the door of the room again silently. Looking at the reclosed door, Bai Jie sighed and looked at her own daughter somewhat helplessly. Okay, stop pretending. With this little trick of yours, you can fool others but not me. Hearing this, Bai Ling smiled cheekily. At that moment, he intimately took Bai Jie's arm and pampered himself. Hey, I knew Mom still loved me. It's not like some wild man from the outside can just take it away from her. Looking towards her daughter, Bai Jie fell into silence, not knowing what she was thinking. This way. As soon as Lu Fei entered the door, he bumped into Zhang Hao picking at a few pieces of clothing and asked curiously, "Hiroko, the sun is beating down on you. You're paying attention to your personal attire. Could it be that you're going on a date with some sister later?" Zhang Hao was instantly delighted to see him return and grabbed Luffy's arm to inquire. Come Lao Lu, quickly give me advice on which of these clothes I should wear to go out more handsome." Luffy came to be interested, swept a glance at the clothes in front of him, picked up a piece and said with interest, "I think this one can be. Guaranteed that once you wear it out, you'll be the most beautiful boy on the street." That turnout. It's absolutely awesome. Zhang Hao was instantly displeased. Looking at the green t-shirt in front of him, he spoke indignantly towards Luffy. "Old Lu, can you damn well have some peace? I don't even have a girlfriend yet and you're making me go out in all green?" Luffy's face was full of indifference. "You don't understand this, Hao Z. If you want to live a good life, how can you not wear some green? Listen to me. Besides, you don't even have a girlfriend. Who can green you? If you want to be green, it's you who can green others." Zhang Hao sniffed and froze for a while, looking at the green body shirts in his hands, a little bit of intention. "Listen to you. It seems to be a little bit of reason, yo-yo." Luffy stifled a smile and casually asked, "Right, Hosey, what are you going out for at this hour?" "It's not really going on a date with some sister, is it?" Zhang Hao replied in a second. "Which is to go on a date with my sister. Didn't we just agree to go to the new Hai Di Lao restaurant in the neighborhood for a meal? Have you forgotten about it?" Luffy sniffed a bit and looked at the dark green t-shirt on the other man with some embarrassment. It was a long time before he asked uncertainly towards the other, "So what, Hosey? Why don't you change your clothes? Wearing this body shirt out seems a bit hot." Chapter 58. Twins? Half an hour later, on the 5th floor of a commercial street near Lake University, Luffy and Zhang Hao had just gotten off the escalator when two uniformed collagen-faced girls warmly greeted them. "Welcome to Hai Di Lao. How many are dining?" Seeing the almost identical-looking sister in front of them, both of them froze in unison, and it took a long time before Luffy opened his mouth to reply. "We're just two. Is there still a line at this point?" The girl on the left, who was clearly a few sizes bigger in front of her, immediately smiled sweetly. "This handsome man, if you want a small table, you may need to wait a little longer. There are still 10 tables in front of you." Hearing this, Luffy stretched his neck and glanced inside, asking with some curiosity, "Not right, beautiful? I see inside is not still empty, a lot of seats. Why still have to queue? The girl, on the other hand, was unimpressed, still smiling and replied, "Hey handsome, those empty tables can be medium and large tables. Oh, you can book it if you want, but they do have a minimum spend. If there are only 2 of you, I'd recommend picking smaller tables to be more cost effective. After all, it's cheaper and doesn't create waste." Luffy didn't say anything when he sniffed, only bumping Zhang Hao, who was still dazed, with his shoulder and inquiring in a low voice, "Hosey, why don't we try a center table? You've got a big appetite anyway. 1 is good for 3. Only then did Zhang Hao come back to his senses, and immediately looked at Lu Fei with some indignation. "Old Lu, if you want to book it, don't wait to expose people's shortcomings like this." "Ha? I'll expose you?" Hearing this, Luffy was a bit unsure. I don't understand why Zhang Hao was suddenly pretentious, but immediately he discovered the end, only to see that this guy immediately lowered his head after he finished speaking, seemingly a little embarrassed. Luffy followed the line of sight and the airport girl of the 2 women was staring curiously at Zhang Hao's body with a pair of big watery eyes. Seeing this, Luffy instantly understood and began to gloat. Zhang Hao, this guy is a typical deadbeat. At first, before going out, told him not to wear this big green t-shirt to go out, easy to attract attention. This time feminophobia again, guilty of it. In fact, in Luffy's opinion, the problem with the outfit wasn't too big. The main thing was that the print on it was just too distinctive. I don't know what that businessman was thinking, but he actually printed some odd quotes on the front and back. "What green is also an attitude. As long as the head is green, I am the most beautiful boy on the street." With words like these, it's fine if others don't notice, but if they look a little closer, they'll definitely be filled with laughter and can't hold it in. No, after Luffy had done so, the plump girl of the twins had also discovered the beauty of this. Sharp forced a smile and narrowed his eyes at Luffy. "Sir, if you'd like to order a center table, you can go in now, but I'd like to remind you that our minimum per table spending for a center table here is $666. Luffy sniffed and responded softly, "Okay, just book the center table." The plump girl smiled and nodded, with a slight touch of her delicate hand on the tablet. She smiled again. "Sir, your place has been confirmed. It's at table 13 in section B." Before the words left her mouth, she touched the girl beside her who was still holding back her laughter and reminded, "Chihiro, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and show the guests the way." The girl known as Chihiro froze for a moment before reacting as an afterthought. and then even some complaints softly muttered. I know sis. You don't so hard okay? People's shoulders are hit by you hurt. Seeing the situation, the plump girl slightly apologized as she looked towards Luffy and the two of them. Sorry you too. My sister has only been working part-time for not long so she's a bit not too used to it. Why don't you let me take you there? Luffy smiled at that to signal that it was okay. After waiting for her eyes to travel between the two women in front of her for a while before asking curiously, may I ask if you two are twins? The looks are just too similar. The plump girl smiled gleefully. Yeah, don't we look exactly the same? Luffy was just about to nod when a girl named Chihiro started to protest. Not at all. This old woman, Chi-Yu, is a full 3 years older than me, so don't let her sweet appearance fool you. The plump girl's mouth twitched at her words, and she looked at her sister with mischievous eyes. Chihiro hadn't realized it yet, and was still looking at Luffy as if he was trying to shake something out of him. But in the next second, a large brain crash descended, instantly subduing the young girl who was trying to turn over a new leaf. Once everything was calm, the plump girl looked sweetly at Luffy again. Mr. Lu, it's getting late, so why don't I lead you in first? Luffy spread his hands, signaling that he was always available. But after such a mess just now, he did know the name of the plump girl in passing. 1,000 words. A pretty interesting name. It seems that the parents of these two sisters like to talk about romance otherwise why would they purposely named Thousand and Thousand Hunt, such a pair of poetic name? But the point that Luffy found the most interesting was the fact that the sisters were as good as their table. Being the older sister when it comes to voluptuousness and the younger sister when it comes to having the perfect tarmac? 5 minutes later. Order is complete. Zhang Hao immediately came to life just as Chinny had left his efforts. Squeezing his eyebrows toward Luffy, he said, Alas, 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 old Lu was really lucky this time, actually able to run into such a good-looking sister flower. My goodness, no matter the height, size or looks, they are almost exactly the same. If I meet them on the street next time, I probably won't be able to tell who's who. Luffy looked at him in this skinless manner and immediately said in a bad mood, Hosey, it's not that I'm talking about you. We as a man at least a little bold. Do not meet a woman day after day into a bear. They were in front of us, shrugging their heads and not even daring to fart, but as soon as they left, they immediately came to life and started judging. Why? It's the same as those lower head men. Zhang Hao took it all for granted that he didn't hear it. His eyes narrowed and he lowered his head again to mutter obscenely towards Luffy. Ugh, old Lu, how tall do you think that sister will be? Luffy frowned and said with some uncertainty, I guess it's only about 162. Just now the visual estimation can reach my shoulder here. What? Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Is it because you're interested in someone else? Hearing this, Zhang Hao hastily waved his hand, signaling that this was not his cup of tea, then looked around and quietly spoke toward Luffy. I'm not asking about height. I'm asking about that. As he said this, he gestured a few more times towards his body, the meaning of which was self-evident. Labor asked about the height when lying down, not when standing up. Luffy was speechless for a moment at the sight. When did this kid become so lewd that he started caring about a girl's physical and mental development? Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong somewhere. Chapter 59. Men become bad when they have money. Looking at the skeptical expression on Luffy's face, Zhang Hao hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, Lao Lu. I'm just curious as to why there's such a big gap between the two sisters, both born of the same mother. With this current momentum between the two of them, the children they will have in the future will definitely be full and hungry. Simply. Luffy's mouth twitched as he sniffed, somewhat unenthusiastically. This is none of your business. Zhang Hao, why don't you think about how to cure yourself of gynophobia if you have time to worry about it? With your current symptoms, I'm a bit worried that your old Zhang family will become extinct. Don't blame my brother for not reminding you. Mental illness early treatment. Don't be too late to regret. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, was unimpressed and seemed to have seen through something, tilting his head towards Luffy. Old Lu, you think I don't want to cure it, but this heart disease still needs a cure. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to do it on my terms now. The more Lu Fei listened to the more confused, puzzled to ask, what is the situation Ahausi? How do you still play riddles? This is not like your style Zhang Hao sipped his water and opened his mouth with a calm face. It's not much. In fact I have thought carefully about my own problems and it's pressing a bit of a point. You say that I am afraid of women. In the final analysis, it is still because of the family conditions since childhood is not good, coupled with the influence of the original family environment formed by the kind of sea people on the head of the inferiority complex caused by. This character has been there for almost 20 years. No one can change it for a while. Wouldn't you say that's the truth, old road? Luffy's sniffing face condensed, thinking for a while after a rare face full of solemn toward his own best friend said, Hosey, actually you are right or wrong. The most important thing is still how you yourself look at this matter. or whether you are willing to change. Zhang Hao kind of didn't get it and looked at Luffy with a puzzled face. What do you mean? The corner of Luffy's mouth tilted in a smirk as he said, in fact, in the end the one thing that can make a capable person change instantly is one thing. Money. There's no such thing as fear if you have enough money in your pocket. As the saying goes, men with money tend to turn bad. It's especially easy for them to become philandering. If you had $8 or $10 million in your card, you'd be so self-confident that you'd hook up with every pretty girl you saw. You tell me I'm right. Hearing this, Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded approvingly. However, he seemed to have remembered something, and seriously added, Lao Lu, there is one thing that I think is a bit biased, and that is that although pretty girls are good, I still prefer sweet big sisters a bit more. As for the reason you know, Luffy didn't bother to pay attention to this little bit of his broken mind, and continued to speak again according to his own thoughts. So I'm saying, it comes down to a lack of money in your pocket. Howzy, honestly tell me, you graduated these years in the end did not save money otherwise how to live more and more useless. You kid don't tell me that all your money has been gleaned for those sweet big sisters in the city village. Then I will look down on you. Hearing this Zhang Hao was a bit unhappy, immediately retorted, Old Lu, what kind of strange idea do you have? Don't you know my situation? I don't go out of my house all day long, so I wouldn't spend money on those things. To tell you the truth, I don't have much saved up, but I still have a small $100,000 in my wife's capital. If I add what I've earned in the past few days, it'll definitely be more than $100,000. Luffy's eyes lit up at the sight, and his eyes zigzagged as he suddenly snickered. That's great, Howzy. I'll be responsible for eating and drinking enough later. This meal is on you. This sudden divine twist instantly caused Zhang Hao to freeze, somewhat unresponsive. What the hell? I've been working my ass off with you, and all of a sudden, you're thinking of your brother's coffers? Can we still have fun? All of a sudden, a wrathful expression covered Zhang Hao's entire fat face, which was unbearable to watch. Seeing his best friend in this state, Luffy couldn't stop laughing. It was a long time before he resumed speaking at the other's sultry look. Hosey, I was just joking with you just now. Don't take it seriously. I've made a great deal of money this day, and I'm sure it's on me. Zhang Hao's resentment remained, and he said indignantly, Old Lu, I find that you are getting more and more cheap, and there is a tendency for you to gradually get closer to that guy Wang Jiao. Hearing this, Lu Fei was a bit unhappy. Ugh, Howzy, this is where you're not. How can you compare me to Wang Jiao? His kind of super scum. If it wasn't for the fact that we're still on good terms, I'd spit on him if I was passing by. That kid can change 7 or 8 girlfriends in a month. He's like a human self-propelled cannon. Before the words left his mouth, Luffy suddenly looked like he remembered something again and opened his mouth towards Zhang Hao again. Howzy, do you think we should inform Wang Jiao that we're going out for dinner? Otherwise he'll be sad when he comes back and sees no one in the house. Don't think we're abandoning him. That would be a big mistake. Zhang Hao blurted out. Come on. It's not bad if that kid can come back 2 or 3 times a month. How can he be caught up by us? To say abandonment should also be that kid first abandoned us. When we were in college, we used to help him all the time, but now that we're rich, we only know how to pick up girls and get a room, and we don't even let our brothers drink the soup. Luffy felt the same way. Wang Jiao, this guy since the family demolition has begun to fly since the self. Not only dyed yellow hair but also all day to stay in the nightclub. If Luffy remembered correctly, the last time this kid went back to their shared room was like a week ago, and had not stayed in the room that night. Only hastily, and the two of them said hello and then took a box of Jasper's Express with Indian God oil in hand and went out. And I don't know what it's going to do, but there's one thing to be said for that kid. Although he's a bit of a loose cannon, he's still good to his brothers. Find him to borrow money, never ask the reason. A few $1,000s say transfer. Do not even ask when to pay back the money. Definitely buddy enough in that regard. Just as Luffy was pondering whether or not to still inform the other party, Zhang Hao suddenly spoke up. Something's wrong with the old road. We seem to be in the wrong place. Luffy was a bit unsure. What are you smoking? This is not exactly the bottom of the sea. What else can be wrong? Zhang Hao didn't say anything, only raising his hand and pointing towards the surroundings, signaling Luffy to see for himself. Luffy saw this and looked around in the direction of his finger. It was only then that I suddenly realized that all around me, no matter how big or small the tables were, they were basically paired with male and female counterparts. It is a wicked thing. When he saw this, he muttered in his heart, did they both go to singles hell by mistake? Chapter 60. Have some oysters to make up for it. Seeing that Luffy had also noticed something strange, Zhang Hao hurriedly lowered his head to discuss it with him. Old Lu, see if I'm right. Wouldn't this be a bit too mysterious? Luffy, he understood, since before he even coaxed and cheated to drum up borrowed luck, said, Zhang Hao, this kid is really a bit of faith in the metaphysical say. Thinking of this, he laughed and deliberately joked. Howzy, Told your kid to go out before a little less rude. Now see what are suspicious. A quasi is a kidney deficiency. Remember to eat more oysters later to make up for it. Zhang Hao saw that he was still joking, and immediately looked at him with a bit of a grudge. Lao Lu, can we not mention this? It's easy to hurt self-esteem in public. Besides, I'm just as vain as I am, but I'm not as bleary-eyed as this. At least 8 of the 10 tables around here are in love with each other. Something is wrong. It feels like it's purposely targeting singles like us. It's also too heartbreaking. Luffy rushed to stop when he saw this. Ugh. Hiroko, I have to correct you on one thing, huh? I'm not a single dog like you. Now that I've transformed into an advanced version of the werewolf, Luyu's pile of beauty meat could have been eaten down by me a long time ago. Zhang Hao, *******, almost forgot about this. I can't eat this meal. Before the words were finished, this Zhang Hao fellow got up and wanted to leave. Luffy saw the situation and hurriedly reached out to stop, said in a bad mood, how can you kid cannot withstand the blow it? All things move the brain with a little reverse thinking. Okay. Zhang Hao looked puzzled. What do you mean Lao Lu? Can you speak more simply? Don't use your brain in front of your brother all day. This will make me lose my trust in you. Luffy was unimpressed. What else? Did you kid forget the words I said before I left the house? Zhang Hao, if you want to get by in life, how can you not wear some green? Luffy gave him a disgusted look. You're damn talented. Do you really plan to put a green hat on yourself in the future? Zhang Hao, then what do you mean? I can't remember everything I said before I left home. Naturally, I'm picking the impressive ones. Luffy thought about it and realized that this was also the case, so he stopped selling out. I mean, the guys are actually pathetic, giving up an entire garden for a single flower. And now you, Comrade Zhang Hao, are allowed to have unlimited options. The entire garden is yours to pick and enjoy it well if you dare to think and look, passing through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. Isn't such a state beautiful? When Zhang Hao heard this, he immediately looked at Luffy with wide-eyed incredulity. Gold Road. You're damn talented. You can make your own desire to be a scumbag sound so refreshing. Luffy skimmed his mouth dissatisfied. What do you mean by scum? It's just that my love is too much to fit in with just one woman. Zhang Hao froze at his words and looked at Luffy with a bit of skepticism. It always felt like your boy was driving, but I had no proof. Luffy slightly lowered his head and showed a you-know-what expression, instantly causing Zhang Hao's CPU to come to a standstill. 15 minutes later, looking at his best friend who had been wolfing down his food by turning his grief into a meal, Luffy felt the need to put a stop to it. Otherwise he won't even be able to eat a slice of beef from the pot later. When he was pondering what to start with, he suddenly had a bright idea and deliberately shouted towards Zhang Hao. Howsy, look, there are black silks behind. Zhang Hao jerked his head up and looked around. Where is it? After he looked around and saw nothing, he immediately looked at Luffy with indignation. Old Lu, you kid is also too inhumane. For a few slices of beef actually let down the brothers to your trust for many years. Luffy, who told you to act like a starving man, burying your head just to eat? You kid really think that adults out to dinner is to eat not to chat more to promote the relationship Zhang Hao chucked another large chopstick of meat into his mouth and chatted as he ate. What feelings are exchanged? Eating is the way to go. Besides, it's just us two grown men, so let's keep our feelings to a minimum, or else don't really become good fencing buddies for life. Luffy sniffed with a bad smile. You mean you're willing to talk when there are more than one girl on the table? Zhang Hao, that's for sure, who has nothing to do with interacting with a big old man like you on a regular basis. At best, blowing off steam after eating and drinking is more like it. Luffy didn't believe it. Liar. Don't be afraid of women again when I call them over. Just focusing on eating. You don't even dare to look at them more. How could Zhang Hao be willing to admit defeat? And immediately said who was afraid of who. He'd been set up so many times by Luffy this morning. He had to get tough anyways. Otherwise he couldn't swallow it. Besides, he didn't believe that this Luffy guy was capable of pulling a random girl over. After all, it's almost midnight. What girl would casually come out to dinner for a message from a guy? What? You're telling me it's true? I'm sorry. Then, this dinner out is not real. The ham is real. Looking at the expression on his best friend's face, Luffy smiled confidently. With a light lift of his right hand he beckoned towards the waiter who was not far away. Within seconds, a uniformed young girl came trotting over enthusiastically. Hello handsome, may I help you? Luffy smiled slightly. Pretty girl, can you do me a favor? My friend lost his love today and is a bit depressed. If you can you arrange for a chatty sister to accompany him to eat a meal and enlighten him so that he can come out a bit faster? The little sister looked at Zhang Hao sympathetically before saying without hesitation. Okay guest, you wait a moment, I'll talk to the manager. She'll see what she can arrange later, but it may take a few minutes to transition in between, so I hope you understand. Luffy nodded his head to indicate that it was okay. The little sister smiled sweetly at the sight, then hurriedly ran towards the direction of the bar not far away, obviously going to look for the leader. In this situation, Zhang Hao, who was on the sidelines, was dumbfounded. No, brother, is this okay? So he hastened to speak out against it. I'll throw the old road. You don't count this. This is pure and simple cheating. Luffy smiled disdainfully. What? Now you know you regret it? It's too late. I see that the girl will come over you kid in the end will be what? Don't blame me for laughing at you if you're still a cowering bear by then. Zhang Hao deadpanned. Old Lu, don't be too happy too soon. What if the manager doesn't agree? Luffy looked at his best friend like a fool. Hosey, have you forgotten where we are? This is the bottom of the sea. People's aim is to put service first, and being able to ask staff to dine with you is a specialty of the store. It's just that too many people are too thin-skinned to ask. Sometimes this spending money should make the best use of it. Don't give up their due rights because of thin skin then the only one who suffers is themselves. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was actually speechless, because what Luffy said seemed to make sense. Chapter 61. Senior I want. Seeing that his best friend had nothing to say, Luffy decided to pass him another trick with a twist of his mouth. After looking around and seeing no one approaching, he beckoned the other to come closer. Then with a lewd face, he said, Hosey, want to find a girlfriend? Zhang Hao nodded his head like a chicken pecking. He'd been horny for 20 years or so, and he did seem to be holding back a bit lately. Luffy hemmed and hawed. It occurred to me that there's a good method that might make a clean break. Do you want to know? Zhang Hao was impatient. Old Lu, why don't you say it quickly? Don't hang people's appetite. Luffy smiled mysteriously. This method is actually very simple. That is, if you come to Heideleo more often to shop around, you might meet a more desirable waitress someday. This way you don't even have to think of a reason to ask someone out to dinner. You just get the person's manager to designate it. And if you're too afraid of women to talk, just eat with them. Anyway, it is paid to touch the fish to eat and drink. The girl at least will not hate you. More 2 or 3 times will naturally understand what you think. Maybe someday I'll meet a snacker, and one way or another I won't be touched by your persistent sincerity. And then I'll marry you without a second thought. Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, then looked at Luffy with a speechless expression. Go, 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 go. The probability of success is lower than a sow in a tree. When Luffy saw him like this, he said in a bad mood, what makes the probability low? How do you know if you don't try? Just in case fate comes your way. Don't believe me. Who is that? Zhang Hao thought that Luffy was cluing him again and gave him a disgusted look. Old road, it's not me talking about you. I won't fall into the same trap a second time. Luffy shrugged his shoulders at the sight, stating that you can believe it or not, but people have come over anyway. Fruity. The next second a familiar face appeared in front of the duo. This person was none other than the younger sister of the sisters, Chihiro. What a coincidence, beautiful. Looking at Chihiro in front of him, Luffy said with the first smile. Chihiro also brightened up when he saw that it was an acquaintance, and sat down and joked with himself. Hey handsome, looks like we're still a bit destined to meet each other. Honestly, is it that you saw that this girl is as beautiful as a flower so you purposely found an excuse to let the manager line me up to come here? Luffy, no way. This is purely destiny. Don't you think so, Hosey? Hearing this, Zhang Hao nodded in silence. Then he lowered his head the moment Chihiro's eyes looked at him, not even daring to look at the other party. Such behavior made Luffy a bit speechless. This girl Zhang Hao, how come when it comes to the critical time is this bear again? It's really not useful, but it's a waste of 200 pounds. On the contrary, it was Chihiro, who saw the situation and his eyes zigzagged, smilingly picking up the chopsticks while eating. He tried to find a way to find a topic of conversation and began to constantly liven up the atmosphere at the dinner table. In no time at all, the table was talking and laughing, but most of the time it's Chihiro talking, Luffy coaxing from the sidelines, and Zhang Hao, often in a state of wanting to say something and being coy, so he started to pee. 20 minutes later, looking at Zhang Hao's empty seat, Chihiro spoke towards Luffy in disbelief. Ugh, what's taking your friend so long to go to the restroom? Something's not wrong, is it? Luffy chucked up a handful of cilantro, rolled a few mouthfuls down after not thinking. It's okay, that kid may have a bit of kidney loss so it's been a long time? Chihiro was happy and said with a smile, how can you be a friend like this, and talk about people like this in front of girls? You'll get a beating. Luffy didn't care. That's what you don't understand. I call it love and blame. Chihiro, bah, talking so flamboyantly, but you're still a detrimental friend. Luffy felt that it was a bit inappropriate to continue discussing this topic with the girl, so the conversation changed to continue with what he hadn't finished talking about earlier. Ugh, you just said you're a current student at the University of Finance. You're not lying to me, are you? Chihiro ate like a groundhog and said, why would I lie to you for nothing? there's nothing to gain. Luffy saw this and smiled mysteriously. Then we can be considered a bit of fate. According to the school's saying you should call me a senior. Chihiro was instantly interested. Are you too? Luffy nodded his head in a hurry and said, if anything, that's for sure, believe it or not, he said, flipping out a graduation photo from his cell phone and handing it directly to the other person to look at. A group photo of the 2015 graduates of the College of Industrial. Looking at the group photo in front of her, Chihiro was a bit speechless. This school is 2 blocks away from their finance university. It's true that men's mouths lie about ghosts, and they all start talking nonsense just to get closer. So her eyes flickered with alarm. Ugh, hi. I'm warning you, I'm just an escort. Don't get any ideas about me. Luffy, that's no nonsense. I didn't do anything. So how come I'm saying I'm hitting on you? Chihiro, didn't you say you were from the University of Finance and Economics? How come on the graduation photo it's the industrial college next door? It's fine if you want to get close, but you can't talk nonsense with your eyes open. Luffy's face was not red and his heart was not jumping. Where am I talking nonsense? Just tell me if the president of your financial university is now Zhang Chang and that's the end of it. Chihiro was a bit confused. Yeah, but what does that have to do with whether or not you're from Zaida? Luffy took it for granted. I didn't say I'm from Zaida either. I mean Zhang Chang before I was the principal of our industrial college, and now it has become the principal of your University of Finance. So together, when the time comes, the two of us graduation certificate on the principal's signature is not the same. Since we both went to school with the same principal, isn't this still a senior-sister relationship? Luffy's set of hard logic came down and confused Chihiro a bit. No, brother, is that okay? But when you think about it there seems to be a tiny bit of truth in it. As the saying goes, eat what you want, take what you need. So she didn't dwell on it anymore. If you want to call it that, then yes, I'm not losing out anyway. So Chihiro's eyes twinkled, and she deliberately and playfully said, then this senior, can you treat your dear schoolmate to a few more boxes of beef rolls? Oh, no, there's also some chilled beef brains, 1,000-layer tripe, beef meatballs. Ah, schoolgirls are quite eager to eat. Why don't we order a few of those too? While saying that, Chihiro kept snickering and playing a little game in her mind. Hey, it's not that easy to take advantage of me, but I'm going to have to make you bleed hard. The food she just mentioned are all the most expensive food in the store. If you really order all of them, you won't be able to get down without a few hundred. She'd been craving it for a long time, and now she finally had it. Just when Chihiro was still reveling in the fact that he had finally captured the wrongdoer, someone had quietly and gropingly opened his penetrating eyes. Chapter 62, The Sister Who Can Prosper. With a flash of blue light, a new combination of words appeared on Luffy's vision. Chihiro, Big Eater, Late-Stage Hero, Fortune Hunter, Yossi, it's charades time again. Looking at the words fluttering in front of him, Luffy began another round of analysis. The Big Eater one is very understandable. It says that Chihiro, the girl, is voracious and can eat. This is something Luffy has learned the hard way, because from the time she got there, the mouth that didn't stop for a moment, but anything with meat in it is in the belly. Luffy even had reason to suspect that this girl had the constitution of a king of appetizers. Otherwise how could she still order another 10 or so meat dishes? As for the second point of this late-stage hero, put aside before Luffy might still be confused. But ever since he played with his cell phone some time ago and unintentionally swiped a female netizen called Lu Huistor on Jitterbug, he instantly understood. The term, once applied to women, generally refers specifically to the ability of certain parts of their body to develop secondarily in violation of the physiological norms. In Luffy's opinion, Chihiro is a girl who has nothing to say about her appearance. She is a proper little beauty. But it's just that the tarmac that comes with the body is a bit hot. And if this place could develop twice, it would probably be an instant hit and would have a lot more fans. After all, soccer is the #1 sport in this world. And there are countless fans who enjoy practicing with the opposite sex. We don't know how we practiced it, because these guys don't treat us like brothers and barely let outsiders look. But what confused Luffy the most was this last, fortune cat, phrase. Isn't this stuff not usually used to describe objects? How can it still be on a person? Just when Luffy couldn't think of anything else to do, he suddenly had a flash of light in his head. Could it be that this thing has something to do with one's luck? Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly thought through a word that popped up in his brain. Wanted. These two words are a saying often circulated in the folklore of the Great Summer Country. It refers to a man who had a mediocre life and a career before he started a family. But miraculously, he suddenly began to turn his luck around after marrying a certain woman as his daughter-in-law. Not only did they have a good life, but their careers began to run smoothly and high, and they ended up in the limelight. Often at such times, this woman is praised by those around her as being extremely prosperous. After figuring this out, he looked at Chihiro with a wrong look in his eyes. This kind of human-sized pot of gold, Do you want to find a way to bind yourself to it? After all, the girl looks a bit of a pushover. While Luffy was fuming, Chihiro was happily feasting. She first picked up a chopstick full of big fat beef with cilantro, then dipped it in her own carefully prepared sauce, and finally stuffed it all into her mouth without any image, and finally swallowed it with a few mouthfuls of huffing and chewing. Finishing up after taking a sip of the chilled little drink, Chihiro immediately squinted her eyes with a happy little expression. Hey, this mushroom can finally eat delicious food and have a good time. Because of her family, she and her sister had always been frugal, and rarely had they been so extravagant, so when Luffy boasted about it, she had no qualms about opening her little stomach to eat her heart out. It didn't take more than a few moments for her to wipe out most of the big stacks of big fat beef that had just been served. Just as she was about to continue enjoying this difficult culinary journey, she suddenly realized that someone had been checking herself out. Turning his head, it was actually this Luffy guy. Seeing this, Chihiro instantly guarded his bowl with both hands and became vigilant. You can chuck it yourself if you really want to, but you can't save yourself the trouble of staring at these in my bowl. I'm warning you, you'll be impotent if you take my meat. Such an act of food protection made Luffy's mouth twitch as he watched. Sis, you seem to have a bit of a good eye. I'm not craving for meat, I'm obviously eyeing you. Don't be so slow to react. Chihiro also noticed the wrongness of Luffy's vision at that moment, and immediately switched ways to lean back with her hands protecting her chest. Senior, I can warn you, it's not right to covet a freshly minted, not yet full-grown schoolgirl. If you're horny, have a cold Coke first to settle your nerves. If you really can't, you can still go downstairs to the bath center and solve your personal problems before you come back up. Don't worry, I'll try to eat a little slower. That way you can still have some meat to replenish your nutrients when you get back. Luffy was amused by her look and didn't have a good time. Who are you looking down on? If I really go down there, I guess you guys will come back to the bottom of the sea in shape. Chihiro quickly waved his hands. No. This store can stay open until 5 in the morning. Ordinary people can't last that long. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she realized that something wasn't quite right with herself. That wouldn't be her insinuating that Luffy wasn't very good, so she hastened to explain. So what, senior? I didn't actually mean that. You should understand, right? Luffy deliberately moved his butt a little closer to her, then smilingly said, "Good you elementary school girl, eat my and still curse me. Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson." After saying that, while the other party wasn't paying attention, Luffy gave the other party a small brain crash just like her sister Chu. Such intimate behavior immediately caused Chihiro's small face to blush. Then in a small voice, he protested, "Asshole, if it wasn't for the fact that you treated me to a delicious meal, I'd absolutely scream molestation to get you down." Luffy froze for a moment at his words, then felt a chill run down his back. He'd almost forgotten it was a public place in the heat of the moment just now. If this Chihiro girl really did that, he was afraid that he would be on fire instantly. Predictably, there will definitely be one of him on tomorrow's Shake Shack hot list. Thinking of this, he immediately raised his head and looked around nervously to see if anyone had noticed the difference just now. But who would have thought to look around and realize that there wasn't even a single person who looked up? One or two of them sat down intimately and began to you and me. Individuals with good relationships are starting to feed each other one bite at a time. Come on. Feelings were overthinking him. These couples are busy warming up their relationship so they can get ahead of business later after dinner. Instead, Chihiro, looking at Luffy's afterthought, made to hold back a laugh and said, "Don't look. This restaurant is filled with couples from the nearby college towns at night, and they're too busy living as a couple to worry about anything else." Before the words were out of her mouth, she picked up another chunk of cilantro with meat and put it in her mouth to chew, her cheeks bulging adorably. Luffy, he kind of realized that the girl in front of him might not really have room for anything else in her head except for food. After seeing this clearly, Luffy's mind instantly flashed, and he thought of a good way to take this humanoid fortune cat for himself. After pretending to sit and eat quietly for a few bites, he found a reason to reopen his mouth towards Chihiro. Chapter 63. Don't lie to me again. How much do you make a month working part-time here? It looks like it's pretty hard work. Still eating? Chihiro said. No, I don't think so. I think it's okay. A day is only 4 hours that passes quickly. Besides, people are paying me $22 an hour, so it's only right to work hard. Hearing this, Luffy always felt that something was a bit off about it. On second thought, I realized that people work for 4 hours and have $88 in the account, while he was working overtime every day more than 10 hours a day, and only get more than $3,000 a month. When you add it all up, you're only making $12 an hour, which is only half of what they're making. Simply, seeing that Luffy didn't say anything, Chihiro took the initiative to ask again. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you also want to come to work part-time? Luffy began to want to escape. That's not true. Originally for the sake of the two of us as seniors and siblings, I wanted to introduce you to a part-time job full of benefits, but now it seems to be unnecessary. Chihiro's interest was piqued. Ugh, tell me about it. Everything else is fine here, but the one thing I'm not used to is having to smile at everyone I meet, and I've had to do it so many times that I've lost my little face. It seems like it wouldn't be so bad if there was an alternative. Luffy swallowed the beef in his mouth and got straight to the point. I know a new investment firm that's looking for a temporary accountant. They don't do much every day. Just help with the math when the boss needs it. The hourly rate isn't as much as yours, but it's still $20 an hour. And the main thing is that there's less to do, and there's more freedom when you're in the office. So what do you think of that? Chihiro's eyes lit up. Such a coincidence? It actually matches my specialty? Luffy, that's true, or I wouldn't have mentioned it specifically. Chihiro hemmed and hawed. Looks like this girl is pretty lucky. Luffy brought it up again. By the way, would you be interested in trying it out? Chihiro pondered for a moment. Try. But will the timing be right? I have classes a lot of times during the day, so I'm afraid I won't have time to go over there, and that would tend to hold people up. Luffy waved his hand. I thought it was something big. This is nothing. The owner of that company is quite nice. If you really can't get away, just tell him in advance. Besides, that would have been a new company, and there's usually nothing going on. Chihiro's face showed excitement. That's great. Quickly tell me where it is. As long as it's not far from the school, I'll be there in the next few days for the interview. Luffy hesitated at his words and said with some uncertainty, the company seems to be near that Star City International Financial Center. I'm not too sure about the exact place. Why don't we add a WeChat first, and I'll talk to you in detail in a few days when I've asked for clarification? Chihiro's small face tightened with suspicion. Ugh, senior. You're not fooling me, are you? All that talk just to trick me into micro-signaling. Luffy patted his chest in righteousness. Do I, Lou, look like that kind of person? If you really don't believe me, I can swear to God. Chihiro nodded. Good. Swear it then. Before the words left his mouth he added, remember to take a poisonous oath, so that I feel more reliable. Luffy froze at his words and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. This girl how do not follow the rules. Ah, normal people should not just polite to reveal the past? How come she's so gung-ho when it comes to her? It's easy to lose friends that way. Seeing Luffy's hesitation, Chihiro was instantly alert, his skeptical eyes reappearing. This senior, you are losing the trust that this schoolmate has in you. If you don't swear again, I have reason to suspect that what you just said is all nonsense, and that your ultimate goal is to plot against this girl. Luffy started ghosting. This is the first time I've sworn in front of a girl. Can't you just let me think of the words? Chihiro's eyes widened. There's more to this? You really haven't had it before? Luffy held up 4 fingers. I swear to God. Chihiro rolled her eyes. Bah! Men's mouths lie to ghosts. Make it quick. I have to eat. Luffy laughed to himself and sulked for a moment before resuming. This time, he purposely stared at his face, looking very solemn. Lou, swear to God, if I lie, I'll have a child with you without an asshole in the future. Chihiro smiled cheekily at this. That's more like it. This girl will reluctantly believe you. In her opinion, there shouldn't be any man in the world who would joke about his own offspring. After all, passing on the family name is a big deal in the traditional concept of the Xia people. Just as she was stuffing her mouth with meat and preparing to continue washing her ears, she suddenly realized that there was one piece that seemed a little off. So immediately, he frowned with a face of remembrance. Well, it's true what they say about lying to people about having babies with no ass, but it seems like this guy just had a little personal job sandwiched in between. What do you mean? Have a baby with me without an asshole? This girl is not molesting this girl. After thinking about this, Chihiro instantly tightened her small face and glared at Luffy. Good you thick-browed guy. How dare you betray this girl's trust in you and secretly take advantage of me? No way. There's definitely a ghost in what you're saying. I don't believe it. Seeing this, Luffy smiled brightly, a little embarrassed. It is true that the hardest thing in the world to fool is a woman. As long as she doesn't fall in love with her brain, one's brain is more sensitive than Sherlock Holmes. Just now he had purposely used Jay Chou's version of rap to speed up his speech, but he was actually still heard by Chihiro. But he didn't panic, and instantly sophomorized without blushing. Just got a little nervous and blurted out a little bit. Want to give it another chance? As the saying goes, it's a good thing you don't make a mistake. I'll never make a mistake next time. Chihiro looked him up and down for a moment before still shaking his head slightly in disbelief. Her sister said that men lie to you only 0 and countless times, but never halfway. Luffy sees this and has another plan and starts using food to buy people off. Why don't? Let's order some more shrimp sliders. I see you quite like it. Chihiro began to hesitate, nodding and shaking his head, obviously struggling. For a foodie, no matter what the problem is, it's not worth mentioning in front of the food. Luffy saw the momentum as better immediately increased, directly bowled to the sky to a super doubled. A few of Chihiro's particular favorites were reordered several more times. With such behavior, Chihiro immediately abandoned his principles and began to stammer. Seeing as you're so sincere, this girl will give you another chance. This time don't do it and say it's wrong again. Before the words were out of her mouth, the cravings in her stomach were attracted by the freshly cooked shrimp sliders and she began to gulp uncontrollably. This scene could make Luffy, who was on the side, look happy. Yo, this girl is not only a foodie, but also a little arrogant in her feelings. Hey, that's a good one to keep around for a few laughs. Chapter 64, You feed me? Hey, what are you looking at? Say it. Seeing Luffy wandering off again, Chihiro stretched out her jade hand in front of his eyes while chewing food in her mouth. She sort of noticed that the guy in front of her seemed to have a bit of habitual inattention. No wonder the college I went to was an industrial college. Seems to be the reason why. Unlike this girl, even though she often deserted classes and ate in high school, she got into the University of Finance, which is 30 points higher than the industrial college. Luffy hadn't realized that the sister had already tagged him on her own, and when he came back to his senses he was the first to smile. Ugh, Chihiro, has anyone ever told you that you're cute when you eat? Especially when your mouth is bulging with stuff. Kind of like a groundhog, yeah? Chihiro's small face reddened, a little embarrassed. Why are you like this? You change the topic when you're talking. Can you still have a good chat? Luffy, what's the matter? You're not allowed to be praised anymore. You're really strange. Chihiro. Luffy looked at her lustful look and instantly revealed an expression that seemed like a smile. Exasperated. Chihiro could only turn her grief into a meal and took a big bite. There's 5 minutes later. Once everything was calm, the two returned to their original topic. It was Chihiro who spoke first this time. You said that company not only has free working hours, but also has meal and transportation allowances? Wouldn't that be a bit too magical? After all, I'm just a part-timer. Shouldn't these benefits be for regular employees? Luffy was a bit surprised. Are you thinking these aren't necessary? Why don't you take the initiative and ask your boss to cancel those perks when the time comes? I'm sure he'd love to. Chihiro quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. I mean, this boss is pretty nice. Why don't you set up an interview for me? It's just as well that I haven't had classes for the last couple of weeks, and I've been able to make a few more trips to familiarize myself with the company. She is not stupid. There is no difference between not taking this free benefit and being a fool. Obviously, Chihiro had been completely heartened by Luffy's continuous encouragement. Seeing this, Luffy was delighted. Chick, now you're finally getting in the sack. His efforts had not been in vain, and the first employee of the new company, which had not yet been established, was finally available. A meal to get a fortune cat. This deal is not bad at all. Although Luffy thought this in his mind, his face didn't show it. Still with a calm face, he spoke towards Chihiro. Do you want to ask your sister about this? I'm afraid you'll be wasting your efforts if she doesn't agree then. Chihiro's head shook. No. This girl is already an adult. This freedom of choice is still there. Besides, if it weren't for my sister's hard pull, I'd have quit working here a long time ago. Not only are there a lot of rules but a lot of, and it's killing me. Luffy was a bit stunned. Is it that bad? Didn't you just say it was fine here? And when I came here, I saw you just standing at the door to welcome the guests, so it shouldn't be too tiring. Chihiro began to pour out bitter water. What is quite good? That is the staff code of conduct. Inside the requirements of this, or be found will be deducted money. As for the welcome, this thing is even more bull. Today and my sister with the girl temporarily have something to ask for leave. The manager just look at my eyes and arrange to go there. Otherwise, those of us who work as part-timers would not have so much time on our hands, letting us do all the dirty work, so we can't wait to be squeezed clean. You don't know. One of the sisters who came with me was so miserable that she was assigned to sanitize the toilet several times in a row. Good guy. The toilet is so big a piece of ground. Have been scrubbed. Shiny oil still do not allow people to rest. Otherwise we have to deduct money. Simply in sweatshops no difference. Luffy was really shocked. It's not that bad. I heard that Heidi Lau's treatment is quite good. Chihiro grunted a few times and pointed in a direction. If you don't believe me, try standing and carrying a tray around for a couple hours all the time like that guy. You'll be so tired you won't even think about talking. Luffy looked in the direction of Chihiro's finger. A young girl was seen hurrying in a certain direction with a large plate piled high with food in one hand. Maybe the plate was too big, or maybe the food inside was a bit heavy. It was obvious to see that one of her hands was shaking a bit. Luck seemed to be on her side, and tragedy was averted when a waiter who happened to be passing by reached out in time to help when she was about to lose her grip. See, that's the norm for us waitresses who work part-time. Luckily this won't be crowded enough to have someone to help. If we meet the store full, we'll have to fend for ourselves, Chihiro said as he picked up a large chopstick of mutton roll and stuffed it into his mouth, then squinted his eyes to feel the pleasure of savoring the food. A time to show off your foodie nature. Looking at her enjoying her little expression, Luffy was instantly aroused and decided to tease his opponent, deliberately snickering. So are you going to thank me? A senior you haven't seen in years. Not only do they let you get paid to touch fish and eat big meals, but they introduce you to such a great part-time place. Chihiro smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior. Luffy's eyes widened. So that's it? Wouldn't that be a bit too unconscionable? Chihiro said rightly. Then what else? You don't still want me to tie the grass to the ring and give myself to you, do you? Luffy deliberately mime-wrote his chin in consideration for a moment, then looked the other man up and down for a moment, his eyes finally resting on a certain spot. No, you're not my type. A little too small. Chihiro didn't understand at first, until he followed Luffy's line of sight and looked down. It wasn't until he saw the backs of his feet that he instantly realized. Immediately, he opened his cockatoo eyes like a little hen and stared at Luffy. It's too much, senior. How can you drive in front of your elementary school sister? Besides, I'm only a freshman, so maybe I'll even come back later. Hearing this, Luffy nodded in agreement. That's true. What's the saying? If you build it up thick and thin, maybe someday you'll be able to build it up flat. Chihiro always felt that it sounded a bit strange, but he couldn't tell, so he didn't bother thinking about it. Anyway, it sounded great and she especially loved it. So in a good mood, she didn't know what was wrong with her, and directly picked up a large piece of meat from her bowl and sent it to Luffy, and then said very generously, Hey, don't say this girl didn't thank you. This secret beef taco eating seasoning is something I've tried 1,000 times to come up with. I'll let you have a taste of it today. Luffy froze at his words, then subconsciously opened his mouth to swallow his jaw. In this situation, Zhang Hao, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. No, man, I just pissed myself for an hour or so, and this is what you give me. Chapter 65. Hey, pretty girls smell better. For a while, all sorts of complicated emotions flooded Zhang Hao's mind, so much so that he couldn't help but have that old heirloom classic song ringing in his head. I should be under the car, not in the car. Hiss, something doesn't seem right. Isn't this song a BGM only for being green? How can I afford this high-end soundtrack when I'm a single dog? After figuring this out, Zhang Hao's thoughts were instantly clear, instantly reversing his direction towards the outside of the seafloor. After squatting in the toilet for so long, he felt it was time to go out and get some fresh air. Zhang Hao was not stupid. Now past not instantly become 200 pounds of human-shaped light bulb. He was a bit ashamed of Luffy's increasingly scummy behavior, but he couldn't do anything to delay his brother's good deed. Besides, he could use this as an excuse to cover up the fact that he had been urinating for so long due to his fear of women. It can be a double whammy. But to prove his own great sacrifice, he spared Luffy a message before going downstairs. Doing good deeds without leaving a name is not his style. Zhang Hao, this Luffy kid has been lucky lately. He's going to take this opportunity to kill him a few times. Why don't you snore him a couple of packs of wazoo while you're at it? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao smiled wickedly and pulled out his cell phone and started editing it as he walked. The other side. When Luffy swallowed half of the chopsticks in one gulp, the entire air seemed to quiet down. To the naked eye, Chihiro's entire body was a bit confused. No, what the hell did she just do? Why did you feed someone with your own chopsticks in a moment of confusion? The key thing is that the other person is still ing male. Chihiro's whole head was spinning at the thought. No way. She absolutely couldn't let her oldest sister see the scene, or she would definitely be doomed. Don't look at her sister, Chi-Yu, who is usually gentle and very nice to talk to, but once the gender issue is involved, she will have a different kind of paranoia. Thinking this, Chihiro hurriedly pulled out the chopsticks in Luffy's mouth. In order to avoid embarrassment is not even think about picking up the small bowl in front of you and buried head to eat. It is her habitual style to play ostrich when things are not decided. This time was certainly no exception. Looking at Chihiro in such a hurry, Luffy was happy. This girl lives up to her fortune cat attributes and looks stupidly cute. Just as he was about to open his mouth to continue the snark for a few more moments, Chihiro's little eyes suddenly drifted over and away again. The look seemed to say, you keep quiet for now or I won't be able to help being shy. Seeing this, Luffy forced a smile and didn't say anything, only quietly watching her eat. He wanted to see how long the little groundhog could pretend. Another 5 minutes later, even if Chihiro's heart was big, she was a bit tense. No other way, it was really hard for her not to care that there was someone watching her the whole time she was eating. As for why, the reason is simple. How can a lady eat openly when someone is staring at her? Especially when it comes to eating meat, the only way to feel good is to take a big bite. Okay. So she immediately raised her head to look at Luffy after eliminating the last bit of meat in her bowl again. What do you keep staring at me for? Eating? Don't cry when all the meat is gone. Luffy laughed and joked. Eating doesn't smell as good as looking at a beautiful woman. Chihiro froze for a moment, then instantly became a bit embarrassed. That's true, but you can't keep staring at people. How very embarrassing it would be. Luffy pretended to be shocked. Elementary school sister. What are you thinking? I'm not talking about you again. Chihiro's brain short-circuited like crazy, feeling almost dumbfounded by the dryness of the words. What? Have I become one of those poobah women on the internet? She was a little embarrassed at the thought, so prepared to speak up and apologize. But just as I tried to open my mouth I realized that something was wrong with that piece. That's not true. Luffy sits inside and she sits outside. If she remembered correctly, her left side was nothing but an aisle and a wall. So where was a pretty girl to look at? After thinking about it, Chihiro instantly twisted her head towards the end of Luffy's line of sight, only to see that things were just as she thought they would be. There's no beauty over here. Nothing but walls. After seeing this, she turned her head and looked at Luffy with an exasperated look. Why are you talking nonsense? That's clearly a wall. Where's the beauty? Luffy's eyes narrowed in a smirk and said, Are you sure? Do you want to take a closer look? Hearing this, Chihiro's pretty brows frowned in confusion. Could she still be wrong? In the spirit of practicality, she craned her head around several more times to take a closer look. That's right. There's only walls here. Where's the beauty? Is it possible that the guy next to me is blind and seeing ghosts? Or has he been fooling this girl all along? Just as Chihiro was about to question her opponent properly, something on the wall suddenly caught her attention. When she stretched her neck to see clearly what the other party looked like, her mouth opened slightly and her eyes widened. What the hell? The beautiful woman this guy is talking about wouldn't be himself in the black screen monitor on the wall, would it? After thinking about this, Chihiro immediately turned around with a slightly reddened face to look at Luffy and said in a somewhat awkward manner, What's wrong with you? Not only do you talk in a roundabout way but you're also oily. If you want to compliment someone, you can just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. What's the saying? Since ancient times the setup is the most popular. The same sentence expressed in a different way may have a completely different effect. Let's say now, Luffy would probably be immediately disliked back as a smelly rascal if he looked at someone straight up and complimented them on being beautiful. So he kept looking at her. Maybe he'll even throw him a big blank stare when he's done. But once the process took a turn, and she was allowed to discover it for herself, it could have a completely different effect. This is not. At this time, Chihiro not only did not say what blame words, but instead said lowered his head, small face read a very used look. Seeing this, Luffy's heart was clear. It is not due to one's own skillful means that this is caused. The reason for this is that the opponents are still too good. Chihiro just stepped into the university not long ago. A little social experience is not. Where met the man of all kinds of thousands of layers of routines. That situation just now would have been on a woman like Lu Yu. I'm afraid I'll just smile gleefully and then look at the balance of the other person's wallet to act. If you meet someone who doesn't have a big wallet, you'll definitely just smile back and leave it at that. If you meet a wallet bulge, that's even easier. She doesn't even need you to set her up. She's just drunkenly leaning on you. Just when Luffy's thoughts were a bit scattered, the cell phone on the table suddenly lit up. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a message from Baijie. It's almost midnight. What does she want? Could it be something urgent? Thinking of this, Luffy hurriedly opened WeChat to check it up. Chapter 66. Chihiro's Little Secret. Tiny baby, Baijie, are you asleep yet? Why don't you come out for a late night snack and chat? Seeing this, Luffy froze for a moment. In the middle of the night, this late night snack, he was decent? Seeing this situation, he didn't bother to talk nonsense and began to get straight to the point. Luffy, is there seafood in there? The other person replied in almost seconds. Tiny baby, White J. Luffy was unforgiving. Why don't you tell me? I'm in a hurry. Tiny baby, White J. Luffy, so I'm sleeping? Tiny baby, Baijie, what's wrong with you? Can't we talk properly anymore? Luffy, busy. Tiny baby, Baijie, still busy? I think he's busy flirting with girls. It's not a good thing to be up at this hour. Sis is coming through. You don't have to explain. Room No. 1702. Unit 2. Building 7. High-Tech Garden District. You love to come or not? After saying that without waiting for Luffy to reply, Puffy sent over 2 photos. The first photo is simple, a table full of kebabs. Nothing but meat. The second one is a bit more intriguing. The shot is of a glass of wine outside plus a row of beers in a circle. What does that mean? You're not going to get drunk tonight? Or is it the booze? But before Luffy could think about it, a crisp voice rang beside his ears. What's so secretive? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pair of curious little heads came up. Scared, Luffy even turned off the screen to collect the phone in one go. He whipped his head around when it was all done. All of a sudden, 4 eyes met, and both sides began to stare at each other wide-eyed. Chihiro, Luffy. The two were silent with each other for a while, but eventually it was Chihiro who took the lead with a grin. Senior, don't be so stingy. It's not like we're going to miss a piece of meat if we take a look. Luffy returned without any good humor. Do you know what it means to have personal privacy? WeChat chat logs are something that can be looked at indiscriminately. Believe it or not. I'll call the police to have the police uncle arrest you. You didn't care. Who's afraid of who? It's not certain who the uncles will come to arrest at that time. It's not like I haven't heard of the great name of your boy's browser records, so when the time comes, I'll just drop by and report you to them for being involved in pornography, and see who gets taken away for education first. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, and said a bit speechlessly, "Where did you hear that nonsense from? And how could there be that kind of thing in a boy's browser?" Chihiro grunted. "Don't think I don't know. I watched Onlookers when my college roommate checked her boyfriend's cell phone, and it was a hell of a scene. What Korean manga boarding anime? Island romance drama. There is everything on it." At that time, some of us who do not believe it even deliberately clicked in to see. The more he spoke, the lower Chihiro's voice got, and finally he even became stammered, apparently realizing that he was talking in a somewhat wrong direction. How did it go from a righteous accusation to a non sequitur? Seeing this, Luffy said with a smirk, "Say it, why don't you continue? Did you guys end up watching the Korean version of the manga or the Japanese version of the video? But don't tell me that in the end you guys picked the American version of a blockbuster." Hearing this, Chihiro silently lowered her head. She admitted that it was the first time she had officially seen the thing. A little scary and a little curious. Looking at the small expression on Chihiro's face, how could Luffy not understand that the other party had seen the world? But he had no intention of taking this opportunity to make a yellow noise. It had been less than a few hours since they had met. Don't look at just now can occasionally open small jokes to make fun of each other a few times. But in fact the relationship is only on the surface, not familiar to the kind of anytime racing on the highway. Besides, now is still in the bottom of the sea saloon. This kind of people come and go in public places, in every aspect, or have to scruple a little. There would be a long time to come, and when Chihiro did work for the company he owned, then there would be plenty of opportunities. So he turned his words around and took the initiative to give the other side a step down. "Elementary school girl, is your cell phone still charged? Lend it to me." Chihiro was a little confused. "What do you mean? Isn't your own still fine? Why are you suddenly asking about mine?" Luffy laughed. "Didn't I say earlier that I'd give you an appointment for a part-time interview with that new company? Did you forget about it? We haven't even added WeChat until now. How can we contact each other then?" Chihiro then reacted and said with a smile, "Hey, that's true. Come on, I'll sweep you." With that, he took out the Xiaomi cell phone wrapped in a cartoon rabbit ears phone case from his pocket and looked at Luffy with a smile. She originally thought that this guy will take advantage of the opportunity to flirt more than a few words. I did not expect to actually change the subject. Do not see quite a gentleman's manner well. In fact, Chihiro had occasionally been quietly pornographic with a few of his roommates in the dormitory since that visual shock incident, enjoying and learning about some of mankind's most exciting and stimulating cinematic blockbusters in the meantime. But if she was really asked to discuss the matter in front of a person of the opposite sex, she would never be able to do it. If Luffy had really flirted with this just now, she guaranteed that her favorability rating for it would have been instantly zeroed. Not even if the guy bought himself a great meal. As for now, hey, little secret. Seeing the situation, Luffy did not grumble. Nimbly opened the WeChat QR code. In a short while of work, a micro-signal friend request called Wavy Beauty appeared in his message bar. Looking at such a straightforward and pugnacious name, Luffy subconsciously glanced at Chihiro's front. "What is this? What's missing?" Chihiro also seemed a little embarrassed and just started shrugging it off. "You may not believe me when I tell you, but my roommate forced me to change my name. She said that what's missing should be made up for." Luffy didn't say anything when he heard this, only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his eyes showed a few hints of laughter. "The meaning is self-evident. You'll see if I believe it or not and be done with it." After casually passing Chihiro's friend request, he didn't put down his phone, but casually flipped through Chihiro's friend circle as per common sense. It wasn't that he had some weird fetish for looking at a girl's routine or seeing if there were any hot pictures of her life. Its main purpose is to see if the other person has blocked themselves the first time after friending them. He vaguely remembered a profound lesson from college. Once to participate in club activities had met a chat particularly hot sister. Then he had not seen the world, thought the spring came, and mustered the courage to go to the other side of the WeChat. Naively, he thought he was about to get off the hook and went back with gusto. But who would have thought that when he returned to the dormitory at night just ready to turn down the other side of the circle of friends to find a suitable topic of conversation, but suddenly found a horizontal bar in front of him. Since then he's grown up, and the first thing he does when adding someone is look at the friend zone permissions. And if it's still the same crossbar? Sorry about that. I'll delete it first. Chapter 67. Sister 2? The good thing was, Chihiro wasn't like some of the people Luffy had met before. Not only is there no crossbar when you open it, You don't even have viewing privileges for a few days. This is a side note to part of this girl's personality. Very generous and direct. And superbly gluttonous? No wonder Luffy thinks so. The truth is that when he took a closer look, he realized that at least 8 out of the 10 friend circles this chick had sent were related to food. The rest of the 2 either say they're hungry again, or ask their circle mates for recommendations on which neighborhood is better for snacks. This strange drawing style was instantly refreshing to Luffy. Gee, so food is really the only word in the foodie world. Chihiro was right next to him Luffy, so naturally he noticed the guy's little move. Seeing him peeking at his own circle of friends, he muttered instantly, "What are you looking at? What's there to see? This girl's greatest hobby in life is eating. I'm not allowed to share it." Luffy was a bit stunned. "No, schoolgirl, I didn't say anything? Do you have to be like this?" Chihiro was momentarily speechless and a little embarrassed, so he hastily changed the topic. "Ugh hi, I actually don't mean that. What I mean is that the food made by this girl is too tempting. Don't get hooked." Luffy kind of missed the point and looked at Chihiro in confusion. Where's the food anymore? Isn't the circle full of her thoughts after eating it? What today at lunch is a bit like the 3rd trimester, and the night after that the chili is too light and soupy. What made Luffy the most speechless was the line about how tofu brain needs to be salted to taste good. Look at that. Is that human? Obviously the sweet ones are the delicacy of the earth. Okay. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Chihiro quickly stretched out her jade hand and scratched a few times on Luffy's cell phone, then pointed to a 9-panel photo and proudly raised her little head to brag about it. "Hey, don't get greedy. The table of dishes in this photo were all made by my girl herself." "Well, it looks appetizing, doesn't it?" Luffy looked down. Just about every photo showed Chihiro holding a plate of food and smiling at the camera. And then right in the center of the 9-panel grid was her sitting in front of a table full of food with her hands clasped together and her head bowed down to make a wish. By the looks of things, it appears to be her birthday. Seeing this, Luffy joked, "Don't brag. I don't believe you made this. It's probably your sister in the kitchen. After all, what kind of person spends their birthday and cooks for themselves? They mustn't take a break and enjoy themselves in the process." Chihiro gave him a blank look. "Blah blah blah. Do you know what it means to say that what you make is the best? Besides, you don't see my sister looking so virtuous, but she's actually a proper cooking idiot. If I let her cook in the kitchen, I might as well just kill me. You don't know. Not only does her cooking look bad, but the taste is simply awful. One bite is no different from eating poison, and you're guaranteed to have a clear stomach for days after you taste it." Luffy was a bit unconvinced, so he instantly cast a skeptical look at Chihiro. He doesn't cook often, but he knows a few things. It's hard to make a meal that tastes and smells good, but it's a lot easier if you're just filling people's bellies. It's just a matter of putting the vegetables and seasonings in a pot and cooking them, so how bad could it be? Looking at the expression on his face, Chihiro knew that he had to produce some evidence to prove himself, or else he might have to take the blame. She didn't blame Luffy for not believing it. Who asked her sister to look so virtuous? The disorientation is just too great. Chihiro felt indignant just thinking about it. Because of this reason, she usually took the blame for her own old sister. After all, to those neighboring aunts and matrons, she looked like one of those silly plus mistake-prone little kids. Her sister wouldn't do those things. The more you think about it, Chihiro is a little sad and angry, so without even thinking about it, he took out his cell phone, and then neatly opened the photo album with the note evidence of murder, and bluntly put his sister's black information in front of Luffy. "Look, these guys are my oldest sister's masterpieces, so you'll just have to see if you have an appetite and be done with it." Looking at the various red, white, and green colors in the album, Luffy couldn't stop his right eyelid from twitching. This girl is clearly a sign of great evil. This isn't cooking, it's obviously trying to drug someone. Chihiro raised her willow eyebrows at the sight, and actually began to introduce herself with interest. "Look, that dark green is my sister boiled for an hour of porridge. This is okay in addition to look a little disgusting, no appetite outside of eating at most a little stomach. The one that looks yellow is awesome. It's the Indian version of chicken curry and rice that my sister made by looking at the online video, and it looks like this. If it falls on the ground and says someone can't hold it in and has diarrhea, I guess people will believe it. As for the best of them all, there's nothing better than this mediocre looking white tofu cooked in milk that says it's for people on a diet. Guess what happened when I drank it? I lost 6 pounds in 2 days. Luffy, wasn't that effect pretty good? Why are you saying it's the best again?" Chihiro's heart palpitated and said quietly, "Diarrhea to me thin. Those 2 days, I went to the bathroom at least 20 times. Luffy gave a thumbs up in heartfelt admiration. "Can't see it. You're pretty hard to kill, this little groundhog. This won't even kill me." Chihiro, hearing this, she was silent for a moment. Then he raised his head again and patted his chest proudly. "Otherwise you think how this girl got this cooking skill? It wasn't because she forced her to. Some other day when I'm free, I'll definitely let you taste my handiwork for yourself." Luffy readily nodded his head in acceptance. Then before he could say anything, Chihiro spat on himself again. I'm telling you, actually, my sister, but who would have thought that her words had only just begun? Behind her came a soft humming sound, and then felt a chilling chill coming from the back. In just a moment, the originally excited Chihiro immediately wilted like a frosted eggplant, because she knew she was going to be in trouble, and it was definitely her oldest sister standing behind her. Thinking of this, she turned her head a little stiffly, then squeezed out a full smile and concurrently said, Sis, what a coincidence, when did you come over here? Without saying hello in advance, Chiyu looked at her own sister in this staggering manner and glared at her without any good reason, making a gesture to carry out a loving brain crash, but halfway there, he seemed to remember something, and quickly withdrew his hand, turning to look at Luffy in a slightly apologetic manner. I'm sorry Mr. Lu, my sister has a more active personality and is a bit jumpy, so if there's anything wrong with her, please bear with me. Luffy smiled back. No, right? I think she's quite good. Not only can she talk well, she can also liven up the atmosphere. Especially the dip she makes is a masterpiece. Seeing Luffy praising himself in front of his sister, Chihiro was instantly delighted. Raising his little head to take credit, he said, See sis, I'm awesome. Seeing her own sister's smug face, Xian Yu did not say anything and only favored her with an untraceable glance. Then with a smile and a nod toward Luffy he headed for the door. The welcome group was small tonight, so she couldn't afford to be away from her post for too long. Only what Chiyu didn't know was that Luffy suddenly had a flash of light in his head as he looked at her departing back, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. This helps people to the end. How about recruiting this one as a sister to the company as well? Chapter 68. Abducting a primary school girl. Just as Luffy pondered how to do it, Chihiro asked suspiciously as she waved her jade hand in front of his eyes. What are you looking at? I'm warning you, don't hit on my sister. If you do, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Luffy wouldn't admit it, so he deliberately threw a look at Chihiro that looked at an idiot. Sis, do you think I'm stupid? Chihiro shook his head a bit puzzled. Not stupid. On the contrary, it's a bit of a monkey's errand. Luffy didn't have the heart to say. Then don't. How could I be so smart as to mothball a woman whose cooking is comparable to poisoning? Wouldn't that be suicidal? Chihiro's small face scrunched up in a barfy frown. It seems to make some sense, but I don't think it's still right. According to those roommates of mine, times have changed. It's popular for guys to cook, and girls just need to take care of looking pretty and spending money. Luffy, he almost forgot that the current version of Xia's society was being updated. Boxing is all the rage now. After thinking about it, he thought it would be better to change the subject. It was not a good idea to engage in gender antagonism. The conversation then turned to Chiyo's work. By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Is your sister a part-time worker at the bottom of the sea like you? Chihiro seemed to be not yet full, picking up another large chopstick of meat and stuffing it into his mouth before drumming his cheeks as he ate back. No, my sister, she has always been a formal employee. Have been working in other stores for a few years. This time as the opening of the new store coincidentally arranged her over. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have run away to work part-time at Seabiscuit. Luffy frowned at his words, a little puzzled. That's not right. Didn't you say before that your sister was only 3 years older than you? You're only in your freshman year of college now, and she's holding out for a senior internship or just graduated from college. So how is it possible that she's been working at Seabiscuit for years again? Does that mean she? Luffy didn't say the next words explicitly, something that was a sore point for some people, often only to be understood. Otherwise it is easy to cause offense. Rather, Chihiro didn't think as complicated as Luffy did, and spoke up straight away. That's right, it's what you think. My sister didn't go to college, well, or even finish high school, when she voluntarily gave up her education due to some circumstances at home. Alas, unfortunately I have a brain that does nothing but eat, and I couldn't even manage simple high school math, so I ended up having to fail her expectations and take a finance university exam. Speaking of, Chihiro's mood began to lose a little bit, as if thinking of this and that sadness, even the speed of eating meat in his mouth became slower. Seeing this, how could Luffy not understand? It's probably another heartbreaking story behind these sisters. There must be something wrong with mom or dad, or simply, both. Otherwise there would certainly be no dropouts halfway through the school year. After all, in Xia, a country where the education of the next generation is the most important thing, the concept of doing everything for the children is deeply rooted in people's hearts. The phenomenon would never have occurred if it had not met with extreme circumstances. Thinking of this, Luffy was a bit embarrassed and looked to the side at Chihiro and said with a slight apology, So what? Let bygones be bygones. I'm sorry for bringing back these bad memories. As an apology, I'll go ahead and drink this cold Coke. After that, without waiting for Chihiro to say anything, Luffy drank it all in one go. Seeing his face full of nervousness, Chihiro immediately revealed a gloating expression. Ha ha ha, I lied to you. I'm an optimist. I don't get depressed that easily. As long as there's food in front of me, this girl is full of energy at all times. While saying that, she also rolled up her sleeve and made a fist to show off the biceps on her arm towards Luffy. Except that no matter how hard she pushed, no muscles bulged in those small, slender, white arms. For a while, both sides were a little embarrassed. In the end, it was Luffy who couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to suggest, "Why don't we try it after we've eaten enough? Maybe your biceps will wake up from their nap then." Chihiro, she was tempted to retort that she wasn't 3 years old, that such talk was bull ****** fools would believe, but on second thought, I don't think it's necessary. If I really say that, I'll be cutting my own throat. If you can't get off the stage, you're really a big dummy. So she immediately revealed her 8 big white teeth and smiled cheekily towards Luffy. Hey, heroes think alike. I'd better eat my fill first. After saying that, he spared a moment to pick up the ice cola on the side and look at Luffy. Come on, senior, to celebrate our acquaintance. Cheers. Luffy smiled back at that, picking up a drink on the side and drinking it in one go. He originally wanted to sidestep Chienua's college major, and then follow the gourd to make a carrot post in the company to find an opportunity to lure the other side over as well. Now it seems to be a long-term solution, but he was in no hurry. The days were still long. As long as you take care of the snack food in front of you, are you still afraid that her sister will run away? After all, it's a good idea to work outside, or sisters together, so that they can rely on each other to help each other out a bit. Otherwise, it is easy to be abducted by the bad guys outside one by one. As for the rest, we'll see what happens when the time comes. Just as Luffy was getting a little carried away, a cacophony of noises not far away suddenly caught his attention. When he looked up, he only saw Chio leading a group of sisters towards this side. They were talking and laughing along the way. The most crucial thing is that their faces are not only full of youthfulness. One by one, their face value is also very resistant. The lowest level of several people can be counted on the level of a small beauty. Of course, to say the most eye-catching, or 2 of these girls walking actually comes with special effects. The walk is actually shakier than the jitterbug. Such a beautiful view naturally attracted the attention of many men along the way. Individuals who come out with their brothers and friends are fine, and can blatantly enjoy a few moments. The most pathetic than those who accompanied his girlfriend over the male comrades, even if only quietly glanced at a few eyes, immediately ushered in the sight of the girlfriend of a key 3 consecutive. First a soft grunt to express displeasure, then an ear twist and thigh pinch in unison. In a moment, these guys realized what it meant to be worse than death. The fast ones have already called their babies and are coaxing them well. As for the slow ones, they are still in a dead duck's mouth, not admitting it. One slip up in the prelude to this evening's build-up could very well be a chicken and egg. The pile of seafood and oysters on the table will be for nothing. Luckily, Luffy is still a bachelor, so he can do whatever he wants as long as he has a thick skin. Let's say now, looking at the group of girls getting closer and closer, he brightly started to salute. But the more he looked, the more he realized that one of the girls looked familiar. It's not that the face looks familiar, it's just that the walking demeanor and the sense of dang in front of the body between walks has a sense of déjà vu. Chapter 69. Deterrence. But no matter how much Luffy tried to recall, he could never remember where he had seen it. He even made a point of pretending to stand up and stretch in order to recall it further, for a more untraceable observation. But heaven forbid. Oftentimes the more desperate you are to remember something, the more often it doesn't work out. Not only could he not recall it in the slightest, but even that original impression in his mind began to blur. In the end, Luffy didn't gain a single thing until the girls' group completely disappeared around the corner. It's a good thing that Luffy isn't the type of person to take the bull by the horns. It took only a few moments to convince myself not to dwell on it, that maybe it was just a case of recognizing a mistake. But when he came back to his senses and prepared to sit down, he suddenly realized that the little groundhog Chihiro was not eating in a rare way, but instead stared at the direction where the ladies disappeared in an uncharacteristic manner. This really piqued Luffy's interest, so he deliberately reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Hey, wake up, the people are gone. When he turned his head he asked again curiously, what, is this seeing an acquaintance? Chihiro shook his head. No, I don't recognize any of them. Luffy wondered, then why are you looking so mesmerized? Are you a lesbian? Chihiro sniffed and waved her small fists. You're the lesbian. Your whole family is a lesbian. What this girl hates most in her life is seafood. Luffy wouldn't let up. Then tell me what I was looking at? It couldn't have been. Luffy didn't finish, only gesturing roughly in front of his body. He was sure Chihiro understood what he meant. As expected, Chihiro sniffed and hemmed, a sort of acquiescence. Luffy was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, no, elementary school girl, what are you looking at that for? Isn't this nonsense? Chihiro frowned. Nonsense? What does that mean? I'm sick of seeing people engaging in padded letter scams, coming out to dinner and faking it, being afraid that men won't look at her like that. Luffy was sipping his drink and barely managed to choke on it when he heard this. He slowed down for a while before looking at Chihiro with a gossipy look on his face. What's the situation? Can you elaborate? Chihiro gave a smirking little look. Aha! You can't have missed that. Can you, senpai? It's true that you boys only look at the size, and don't think about anything else at all. Luffy, don't sell me short. Tell me the details. I'll order you a couple more plates of tripe. Chihiro's little face was instantly excited, and after glancing around without a trace, she quietly whispered to Luffy. For a moment, Luffy had the feeling of being dunked by a pelican. The other side. As soon as Lu Wanin sat down, she pulled her best friend Su Yao and said nervously, Ugh, Su Yao, did you realize that someone has been staring at us just now? Su Yao smiled and replied, It's not me talking about you all, Wanin. It's not very normal, is it? You have to understand, if these sisters in this dormitory go out together, they'll be the center of attention everywhere. After saying that, Su Yao used her hand to dial down her big waves. After that, she even raised her head like a noble black swan and looked around, like she was patrolling her territory. After pausing for a few seconds, she finally rested her eyes on the two women across from her and said with a smug expression, Sisters, don't you think so? If anyone were paying attention, they would definitely notice that Su Yao had lifted up her chest again without any trace while she was talking, exuding a choppy charm. Seeing this situation, the girl with a bit of baby fat sitting opposite Su Yao hastily joked, Oops, our great beauty Su is showing off her omnipotent charm again. It's just a bit of a shame that we're all girls here, so I'm afraid we're a bit out of luck. Sitting beside her with a melon-faced sister also smiled and echoed, Yes, this waves. That man see not confused, afraid not to hate head down. If you ask me, it's still our Su Yao who has the foresight. This capital is not enough to make up for the technology. Anyway, those stinky men can only see and cannot touch. How do you know whether it is true or not? Hearing this, Su Yao stretched out her jade hand and nodded her own BFF a few times without any goodwill. Goodyear Yi Qian in Zhao Xin, when I have worn out my lips to let you bite together, you two live and die refused. This time this lady used but envy up and began to yin and yang. Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite Su Yao, covered her mouth and snickered. Isn't it afraid that the effect is not obvious? Now with your perfect display, I'll have to get a few sets high and low. Don't you think so, Zhao Xin? Zhao Xin, who was at the side, nodded her head in a hurry. A sly color flashed in his eyes, and the thief said, I think when the time comes we can buy a few more sets to prepare. When the time comes, we'll see the man down. Seamlessly switching from B to G 24/7, and still mesmerizing the boys. Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't hold it in and looked at Zhao Xin a bit speechlessly. Little Shinzi, it's not that I'm talking about you. If you still want to raise a high building on a flat ground with that small airport of yours, I'm afraid no one will believe it when the time comes. And from B to G, I think you'd better get to a first. Zhao Xin looked down at her super tarmac, and immediately became a bit sad and indignant. Su Yao, are we still good girlfriends? We don't have to hit people like this. Maybe I'm a late-stage hero. Yi Qian began to make up. You just resign yourself to your fate, little Xin heir. I have helped you so many times. You feel yourself possible. Zhao Xin pounded her feet. No, I don't believe it. From now on I'll eat papaya with milk every day. I don't believe there's no chance. Su Yao smiled contemptuously and added again, saying as if you haven't eaten it before. The effect is just like that. If you ask me, you might as well get a boyfriend before it's too late. Maybe you can salvage it. Zhao Xin is devastated and can only turn her last hope to her only best friend who hasn't spoken up. Wan Yin, you control them. These guys are backstabbing me again. Lu Wan Yin looked dumbfounded. Ha? What happened? What were you doing? Zhao Xin was completely in a daze. It's over. This last teammate can't be relied on. This is heavenly. She was doubly devastated and could only hang her head alone to heal silently and alone. On the contrary, it was Su Yao, who saw Lu Wanyin in this out-of-concert look, immediately joked. What's wrong, my sister Wanyin? Why have you suddenly deserted? It can't be because you're thinking about some man, right? Hearing these words, Zhao Xin, who was sitting across from Lu Wanyin, instantly came back to life with full blood and looked at her with an excited expression. Almost at the same time, Yi Chen next to her was just like that, looking over with a face full of gossip. All of a sudden, there was a great deal of triple jeopardy. Seeing this situation, Lu Wanyin directly raised her waist and came to a Jedi counterattack. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? What a bunch of weaklings. Chapter 70. Belly. Belly big? This explosive statement from Lu Wanyin immediately subdued the remaining three women. After all, in a girl's world, the most intuitive comparison is between two things, face and body. You can make up for it with makeup. But the body, unless they were ruthless enough to go under the knife, they would never be able to surpass Lu Wan-in in their lives. After all, the weight of the several women together was only just enough to separate them from Lu Wan-in. Just when Lu Wan-in felt that she must have won, the small airport Zhao Xin took a ghostly glance at Su Yao and Yi Qian on the side. Then each of the three women smiled heartily and extended their sinful salty hands towards Lu Wan-in in unison. Lu Wan-yin's hands protect her chest. Yikes, what do you guys want? Yi Qian began to command. Little Shinzi, give it to me. Zhao Xin pervertedly smiled. He. Wan-in chick, let me. Master Xin. Experience what it means to feel heavy. Su Yao flanked her with an assist. Wan-in, this time you violated the public's wrath. Oh, if you can't do it, you'll have to submit to it. Lu Wan-in resisted. Blah blah blah. You three female rascals. How dare you? If you guys keep this up, I'm not buying later. Su Yao, Yi Chen, Zhao Xin, Lu Wan-in. In a flash, each of them stared wide-eyed, and even the air suddenly became quiet. This way, after Chihiro's constant science, Luffy finally understood how to tell if it was a big mad bully or not. To summarize in one sentence, practice is the only standard for testing truth. That's right, this ninny presses on with her blabbering. Just because you're small, you're hostile to all the big demons who have huge things. Seeing this situation, Luffy's mouth twitched with a face full of weirdness and asked, So, you treat your sister as well? Chihiro gave him a blank look. What are you thinking? Would you hate the little guy you grew up watching? Besides, this girl had a hand in making my sister so reasonable. Luffy smiled brightly. That's right. He sort of realized that Chihiro, this sister, didn't have much heart at all. When you eat, you start talking out of your ass, and it's easy to pour everything out. So he just ate and made small talk with her while having a good time. In the middle of the way, her sister Qianyu passed by several times. Every time she saw her sister's mouthlessness, she had the impulse to rush up and knock his brains out. But helplessly, Luffy the guest was beside him. Plus it was working hours. Every time he could only want to move but stop, staring at his own sister with eyes that would kill. But somehow, Chihiro, perhaps high on food, or perhaps enjoying the thrill of being on the verge of a beating, all but ignored her. Another 20 minutes later, Luffy finished checking out and then stood in the doorway chatting and gossiping with the thousand words and thousands of sisters for a while before getting ready to go home. I was surprised to see that I hadn't been gone long before I was tapped on the shoulder. When he turned around, it was actually this Zhang Hao fellow. Asterisk. Cozy, why are you a godly guy? You don't even make a sound when you walk. Zhang Hao gave him a grudging look. Old Lu, what do you mean by walking without a sound? I've called you several times, but this guy just ignored it and just walked away. I'm afraid he's not rushing to see his sister. Luffy hastily denied it. Ugh, I can warn you, that's complete slander. I wasn't thinking of going home quickly to sleep at the end of the night. Who would have known that your kid would still be wandering around the door after disappearing for so long? Zhang Hao looked disgusted. Old Lu, stop pretending. I just saw it all. Luffy's eyes widened in uncertainty. What did you see? Zhang Hao said cheaply. What else can it be? You kid dry wipe clean the other sister's belly and not responsible. Patting the ass on the go. Poor little girl standing at the door with her belly looking at you to go. Luffy was momentarily stunned, then looked at his own best friend warily. I can warn you Hosey, don't spit blood on your kid. I, Luffy, have always behaved properly. Am I not the kind of irresponsible scum that everyone spits on? Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed as he looked at him with a smirk. Are you sure about this, old road? And what about the girl named Chihiro who just waved goodbye to you while covering her little tummy? Don't tell me you didn't grow her belly by feeding it to you. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, a bit speechless. This guy seems to have a point. If he didn't order those plates of beef tacos hard in the back, I don't think Chihiro would have been dead set on shoving them in his mouth. So much so that the other person's little belly ended up looking a bit like she was carrying a baby in May. Does this count as giving her an early taste? Luffy was thinking wildly. Zhang Hao suddenly bumped his shoulder and said with a wink, Brother, honestly explain, your kid recently were to learn the means of flirting with girls. How all of a sudden the enlightenment? Not only did he take care of his boss, but he actually started to quietly start going after his college student sister. Luffy saw this and gave him a blank look. Just kidding. What do you mean by flirting with girls? I'm pure charisma. Okay, there's one more thing I'm going to reiterate to you. Hiroko, Chihiro-chan and I have a pure and innocent senior sister relationship. It's not as dirty and complicated as you think. Zhang Hao naturally didn't believe it, pretending to be yin and yang. Yo, now they are all called senior and junior. This in a few days is not to become a godbrother and godsister again. Lao Lu, ask yourself with a clear conscience, how many of those dogs around us when we were in college were serious about recognizing their schoolmates? It's not just screaming and cuddling with schoolgirls. Luffy, What else could he say but that he was a good judge of character? In order to plug Zhang Hao's foul mouth, he could only spend money to get rid of it. He is a good friend for many years. How can he not understand the purpose of this guy Zhang Hao? It is not that just now Zhang Hao this guy sent a message over to invite credit snooze Huazi, he ignored it. That's why it's been yakking on the sidelines. So he could only resign himself to the situation and said, Haozi, I'll transfer the $200 to you now. Can you stop continuing to read? Zhang Hao smiled and said immediately, that's more like it. Another 15 minutes later, in front of Building 7 of the high-tech garden neighborhood, Zhang Hao looked at his best friend who suddenly paused in his tracks. What's wrong with the old road? Why don't you go? Our house is in the next 8 buildings. Luffy, Hosey, I suddenly feel a bit bloated. Why don't you take your stuff back first? I'll take a walk downstairs to kill some food? Zhang Hao didn't say anything, and said casually as he took the things in Luffy's hands for himself. That's fine. You kid better take a proper walk. Don't be like that Wang Jiao guy who went halfway to pick up girls. Then I'll despise you. After saying this, without waiting for Lu Fei to reply, carrying large bags and small bags, he entered the door of the unit without looking back. Luffy watched the person walk away completely before stepping into the doorway of Building 7 with a little bit of trepidation. If he remembered correctly, it would be 1702, right? Chapter 71, Robbery of Property and Sex. Shortly thereafter, the 17th floor of the 7th building. Luffy had just gotten off the elevator before taking a few steps when he was attracted by the bright light revealed in the hidden door of a room not far away. There, Murphy has a situation? Thinking of this, Luffy could no longer hold back the sense of justice in his heart and rushed over with a few arrow steps. It's late at night. Don't invite thieves. If you meet a robber, it's just a matter of spending money to get rid of the disaster. But once you meet a sex robber, it's a problem. But who would have thought that as soon as Luffy pushed open the door, he was shocked by the scene inside, only to see empty bottles of finished wine all over the huge living room on the table. The table in the center of the living room was cluttered with a blinding array of food stacked in random piles. Beside it, a half-opened bottle of red wine and glasses were casually dumped on. On the sofa aside, a pile of clothes were mixed together in a mishmash, and there was no lack of strange things among them, so they looked very solid. Other than that, the whole house was actually empty. Such a situation could make Luffy freeze. This can't be a real thief, right? In his haste, Luffy couldn't think of anything else and directly rushed towards the only room in the house where there was movement. He, Mr. Liu, will bring these lawbreakers to justice today. Plus on the spot. It must not be allowed to jeopardize the earth again, even if it means serving a tiger with your body and exhausting yourself to the point of death. For the sake of the happy life of the people of Xia, Luffy has no regrets and is willing to dedicate his youth without reservation. Next day, morning, Luffy just opened his eyes and realized he was in a strange place. Looking at the white ceiling above him, only for a moment like a tidal wave of memories rushed out of his mind. He vaguely remembered that last night, after he'd rushed into the darkened kitchen, he'd only seen a figure sneaking around. In order not to spook the suspect, he rushed in with a few arrows and attempted to quickly take control of the suspect from behind. But who would have thought that the other party's strength was unexpectedly great? The latter could only turn his offense into defense, constantly confronting and pulling against it. As for the winners and losers in the back, let's not talk about it. As a mature citizen of the Summerland, Luffy has always preferred to do good deeds without leaving his name. Save the police uncle to break the bank for him again. Like those banners, awards and so on. Better to send more to the needy. Just when Luffy began to think wildly in the sky. Instead, the cell phone on the table vibrated, accompanied by a soothing sound of music. Love even when you're dead. Luffy knew that it was the alarm clock he had set that had gone off. After casually picking up his cell phone and turning it off, Luffy looked at the sunny sky outside the window, and after thinking about it, decided to go to the living room for a little sunbathing before saying anything. But who would have thought that just as he came out of the bedroom, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. No. What about the empty wine bottles and messy clothes that were all over the floor before? How come it just disappeared all of a sudden? Are thieves so diligent these days? It's not even enough to steal his babies, but they actually do the hygiene as well. It's so love. The most outrageous thing is that Luffy actually found a pot of hot tea brewed with black goji berries in a thermos cup on the dining table. This was, clearly a bit of a look down on him. Luffy was a bit indignant at the thought. 10 minutes later, the living room. Luffy leisurely half leaned back on the sofa, sipping tea while opening the Oriental Wealth app without haste. The stock markets in the Summerland open at set time slots. The official opening of trading is at 9:30 a.m. And there is a 10-minute setup time before 9:30 a.m. During this time, stockholders can make early declarations on any stock with their own ideas. The short answer is that if you are particularly bullish on any stock that you think is going to go up in these first few minutes of the opening bell, you can get in line to buy it early. That way you're bound to buy it as soon as it opens. Currently, this comes with the caveat that you don't list it too low. If you hang a down price, want to buy a high open or to go up the stock, it is not no different from daydreaming. There is a saying in the country of Xia that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and this saying can perfectly summarize this period of pre-market trading in the stock market. The odds are that you've picked the right stock to bet on and succeeded, and the odds are that you'll reap the rewards, and most likely for days on end, and vice versa. And there was a reason why Luffy was up so early. Just kidding, he still had $6 million lying around in his stock account right now. Can he sleep? It's not like he hasn't heard of the summer stock market. It's one day at a time. If he meets the big black market today, he shall not die of loss. So in the last 2 minutes before the stock market opened, Luffy clicked into his stock account. The next second, he froze. Wasn't his stock balance $6? 1 million. How did he get another $700? 000 after one night? What's going on? Could it be that money really does make babies? Just as he was doubly surprised, a set of data explained why this was so. Southland Land. Current share price $5.32. Cost $3.96. Up 10%. Looking at the stock price changes in front of him, Luffy then remembered that there was a bidding session before the opening of the summer stock market, and Southland Properties actually opened straight up because of yesterday's amazing ground and pound performance. After figuring this out, Luffy immediately got a little excited. He did not do anything this day. Just sleep. A night's work actually can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars for nothing. This girl and pick up money are no difference. See this. A little salty fish possessed. He felt sleepy, yawning a few times and then squinting his eyes. He had the tendency to fall back to sleep. Actually, I don't blame him. Anyone who goes to bed at 5 a.m. at night and gets up at 9 a.m. in the morning would do the same. Not to mention the thousands of push-ups he forced himself to do before bed. However, before sleeping back to sleep, Luffy still left a heart and soul, intending to utilize his penetrating eyes in advance to observe the recent situation of Southland Land. As the saying goes, fear not, fear not. For the summer stock market, he has always reported the greatest reverence. The earth and sky boards can appear, so it's only natural to have another heaven and earth. He vaguely remembered reading a news report earlier about a stock called Key You're Too Beautiful, being possessed by a movie star on a certain trading day. Within a day actually staged a succession of the ground sky plate, the sky floor of the super show, straight to the majority of shareholders as a monkey to play. It is rumored that a few of them were so angry on that day that they swore they would never speculate in stocks in their lives. The reason is simple. Those perfect buy and sell points were all caught by them. Sell on the downside, buy on the upside. A small handful of direct one-time losses of 40%. This is not cutting leaks. Pulling leak routes are not so thorough. Thinking of this, Luffy went straight to the Southland Properties stock trading interface. Well, popular. A screen full of pop-ups discussing what to do if you can't buy it. Desperate to squeeze in a piece of the action. The stop block orders are also very reliable, with close to 5 million lots of block orders on the $5.32 stop price. Just when Luffy thought his worries were redundant, a new combination of words appeared on his field of vision that made him break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 72. Special fetishes. Southland Land. Hey, please enjoy my jet skiing performance today. Can you still speculate in stocks? That was Luffy's first thought as he looked at the row of text in front of him. Spare me the civilized man. This would make him want to curse a little. With 5 million closed orders and over $2 billion blocking the door, you and I are talking about a jump dive today? Who would have thought of this thing without opening the eyes of heaven? Well, he, Mr. Liu, has really opened the eyes of heaven. Hey, small handshake. Let's put that 7+ million in our pockets first. Such a line. This will be next to someone to see it. Will absolutely curse Luffy. In fact, some people are already mocking him on the Eastern Fortune stock pop-up. After all, on a trading bar full of only single-digit transactions, it's a bit jarring to see just one of his 10,000-handed brothers sell. Pop-ups such as the following are commonplace. Master got lucky and actually squeezed in. Thank you, Mr. Manhwa. 666. Other people squeeze their heads to get in. This person more than 10,000 hands actually sold, so he's really out of his mind. How did I get this? Again, it's connected to the disk 5 times. I don't think it's going to happen this time. Don't be afraid upstairs. Just get used to it. My daughter-in-law has greened me 8 times. I don't believe that this stock speculation can still be green every day. Looking at the thousands of strange comments on the pop-up screen, Luffy smiled delightedly. I can only silently wish this green brother a happy day. After confirming that the $6.7 million had been recredited, she put down her cell phone. Then after stretching he got up and headed toward the bathroom. He'd had a sweaty night last night and he'd have to wash up before he went to bed. But someone seems to have forgotten that he accidentally crushed a switch somewhere in the shower last night by pushing too hard. So much so that as soon as he opened the valve, he was wincing from the oncoming hot water. 10 o'clock in the morning. A building. Luyu just couldn't wait to run to the office as soon as the meeting was over. She was now hating that Su Qian more and more. A day really have nothing to do. Early in the morning to pull them these managers and department heads meeting. The beauty of it is doing a summary of the previous day's work and today's plan. Angry Luyu almost didn't lift the table on the spot. Is this what they should be doing as leaders? Aren't these the things they use to torture the staff down there? Why is it suddenly being used on them? It's unbelievable. Driving for such a long time is delaying her speculation. As soon as he thought of the few remaining $2 million in his account, Luyu couldn't wait to open his stock account as soon as he entered the office. Sure enough, another green. Yesterday also alive and well, Iwa Health, is now half dead. The entire K-line in addition to just open the plate upward high for a while after the direct flow straight down 3,000 feet. It is now on the verge of falling. Seeing this, Luyu's heart tightened as he palpitated and patted his D+. It's a good thing she honestly listened to that guy Luffy's advice and sold the remaining 2,000 lots at a low price before the market opened. Or else she would have lost money. Now it's also a small loss of 20,000. But for the stockholders of the summer, doesn't that less loss equate to a profit? And Luyu now has the great god Luffy behind him, so this small 20,000 loss can be taken back in minutes. Thinking about it, Luyu suddenly realized a very sharp problem. Wait, where's my husband? He's not missing work again today, is he? How am I supposed to know which stock to buy today if he's not here? Thinking of this, Luyu put down the mouse in her hand and walked out of the office with a twist. Who would have thought that as soon as she left the house, she would immediately see Luffy's workstation empty, and the workstation next to it, Li Yen, was giggling there all the time. Seeing this, Luyu was furious. Can't even look at a coworker and have the nerve to smile. Seeing this situation, Luyu wearing black silk twisting her arse, stepping on high heels the sound of anger came to the other side. Li Yen, daze and giggle during work hours. Deduct 5 points from your performance. And your coworker next to you didn't show up for work. You have an unshirkable responsibility to supervise. Deduct another 5 points from your performance. Said performance? In fact, in Luyu company a point is $1. In just a few moments of work, Li Yen painfully lost 10 pieces of ocean. According to the usual situation, at this time, Li Yen would definitely scream out complaints to Luyu. But somehow, he was out of character this time. Not only did she not say anything after hearing such unreasonable words from Luyu, but instead, she happily smiled and nodded her head towards her. A look of joy. Such behavior immediately brought back bad memories for Luyu. No way Sigma, degree winky face. This guy wouldn't have awakened some special fetish like some guy in the past. Thinking of this, Luyu's heart trembled and he gulped a little nervously. After a few seconds of thought, she decided to let Li Yen off the hook for now and not follow up on his verbal output. If it was really what she thought it was, wouldn't it be like she was rewarding the other person? So Luyu immediately turned his spear towards the new male employee not far away. Unbeknownst to her, if she had looked more closely, she would have realized that what made Li Yen go against the norm was not that he had any special fetishes. Instead, it's a lottery ticket on the table. By the time Luffy opened his eyes again, it was 2:30 p.m. After a good morning's sleep, he felt refreshed at this point. Not only is my back not sore and my kidneys not hurting, but even the trails are back to swimming. But unfortunately, he had no intention of exercising for the time being, so he could only leave it to its own devices for now. Get out of bed and simply take out a bottle of ice cola from the refrigerator to gargle. Give the heartthrob temporarily pour pots of cold water. Luffy once again picked up the cell phone to open the Oriental Wealth. The next operation is just like the previous one. With the added power of his penetrating eyes, he quickly found a prospect that caught his eye. A publicly traded company called Tokyo Heat. At this point it looks half dead, though has been on the verge of an imminent drop, but it's a bit different in Luffy's POV. Tokyo Heat, get high. You old perverts, I'm going to show you what real Tokyo Heat is all about today. It's natural for Luffy to support this kind of stock with character. So with a big hand, I bought 10,000 lots outright at 6.7 per share. I don't know if it's coincidence or fate, but under the ignition of this sudden 10,000 hand buy from Luffy, the stock price of this Tokyo Heat actually took off directly in place along with the trend. One after another, 10,000 buy orders kept pouring in, hardening the stock to a halt in a few dozen seconds. Not a moment's work, the bright 1 million hands of sealed orders blocked the door of the stop. Looking at this outrageous scene, Luffy's heart called out, "No, is this okay?" The sight made him think a ridiculous thought. Was the big man even himself? Chapter 73, The Great Tonic. But immediately, Luffy was amused by his somewhat childish idea. If his $7 million or so were really that useful, wouldn't there be big shots everywhere in the Summer Kingdom? Because according to the latest data from the Great Summer Kingdom, The per capita assets of the citizens of the capital city are nearly $10 million. Just thinking about this per capita statistic made Luffy want to throw up in his mouth. He meowed. According to this, wouldn't I have hundreds of billions of dollars per capita with the richest man in the world? Of course, after a little self-hatred, Luffy stopped dwelling on it. For a small person like him, who only had a little money and no power at the moment, enjoying the moment was what he should do. Just now he bought 10,000 lots of Tokyo Heat at $6.07 per share, at the current stop price of $7.75. That's $1 per share profit already. And the summer stock market is one hand represents 100 shares, which means that in just a few dozen seconds, Luffy made millions. Thinking about this, Luffy decided to treat himself. How about asking a lady from the eastern suburbs to come and give yourself a massage? I hear they're pretty good at it? Seems a little less safe. In case if they met the biochemical matrix, he and Xiao Lu would be screwed for the rest of their lives. After agonizing for a while, Luffy finally decided to honestly order a deluxe version of takeout. After all, man is iron and food is steel, and you can't enjoy yourself until you've eaten enough. Just as he picked up his cell phone and was about to open his order, there was a sudden knock at the door. Could it be that Sister White is back? Luffy's eyes lit up at the thought. It's all food anyway. He doesn't really care what he eats, as long as it fills your belly. But immediately he was disappointed, for outside the door stood not the man he had hoped for, but a uniformed delivery boy. Seeing Luffy appear, Xiao Xiao immediately smiled and asked, "May I ask if you are Mr. Lu?" Luffy nodded softly in agreement. Yes. The little man was delighted at his words and said hurriedly, "This is your takeout. Please sign for it." Then paused for a moment, red-faced and nudged Luffy's chest a bit shyly to add the opening. "Ms. White also asked me to tell you that you worked hard last night, dear. Please make sure you finish what's inside or people will worry about you." As he said that, the delivery boy quickly handed the bag in his hand to Luffy, and then ran away without looking back. He really couldn't have said those words if the customer hadn't given him so much. Such behavior could have confused Luffy, and he was alone in the doorway messing around for a while. A few minutes later, looking at the table full of seafood oysters, Luffy felt the need to express his dissatisfaction. Holy, what does that mean? Looking down on people. So he instantly opened up WeChat to find someone protesting and editing up. Luffy, as luck would have it, the other person replied in seconds. "Tiny baby, page so soon?" Luffy, explain. "What does it mean? Tiny baby, Baiji, replenish your energy." "Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to." "Oh." Luffy, "Tiny baby, page, is it not enough? Shall I get you some more?" Luffy, "There's really no need to buy these." Tiny baby, White J, I get it. Luffy, really get it? Tiny baby, page, that's true. Remember to collect it later. Luffy, what the hell? More? Tiny baby, buy J, transfer $1. 314, remarks on hard work. Humph. Now you're satisfied. Luffy, actually, that's not what I meant. Tiny baby, buy J, transfer $5,200. Note, I understand. What else could Luffy say but that it was a good read, and then silently accepted it. Compared to the millions of dollars a day in the stock market, he only felt that the weight of this money was the heaviest. After that he and Baiji chatted a bit more before they began to wolf down their food. 20 minutes later, after a windfall, Luffy patted his stomach in satisfaction. Looking at the table full of oyster shells, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment, eating 30 of them in one go. That's a record he's set for himself. He had a feeling that if he would have gotten down on the floor and done push-ups this time, he would have done hundreds more than before. Unfortunately, there was no one around to witness it, so he gave up on the idea. I don't know if it was a coincidence or a stroke of luck that the message from Baiji appeared immediately after he had just finished eating. "Tiny baby, it's okay. It's all gone. Do you want me to order you some more?" Seeing this, Luffy froze for a moment and asked, somewhat oddly, "What's the deal? How do you know I'm done eating?" On the other end, Baiji smiled delightedly. Hey, little secret not to tell you. Luffy wasn't stupid, and after seeing that he immediately turned around in the room, and then a thing came up that made him cry a little. There are actually small security cameras in the corners of his damn living room and bedroom. Simply, after understanding this, he immediately inquired towards Baiji. "Don't tell me, this thing has a video function." Tiny baby, Beck J, that's hard to say. Luffy directly laid flat. "It's not like I'm the one who suffers anyway, so whatever, you're all over." Tiny baby, White J. Seeing this, Luffy hemmed and hawed. I was just about to flirt with the other person some more when a somewhat unfamiliar message popped up. AAA Diamond Intermediary Floor Apartment, Mr. Lu, do not forget to meet at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in front of the Starbucks downstairs, Star City International Financial Center. Oh. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit confused. What's going on? When did he ask someone out? Only after a few moments of being dumbfounded did he remember with hindsight that last night, on his way to the bottom of the sea with Zhang Hao, he seemed to have found an agent who looked good online to make an appointment to look at office buildings. Come on, thanks to his dedication to remind him, otherwise he would have been stood up, in an office, looking at the Daxia stock market, which is about to close in only 20 minutes. Lu Yu's heart is burning with anxiety. In his heart, he couldn't stop complaining about someone, said we'd wait to hear from him. She'd waited for the yellow flowers to get cold, but she hadn't even seen a period. This was the first time in many years that Lu Yu was so looking forward to a man sending her a message. How can I put this feeling? It made her feel very weird, like she was being a female lickspill. But once he thought of the small amount of money that was spent for nothing, Lu Yu felt that it was actually not impossible. So it was that after waiting a few more minutes to no avail, she decided to take the initiative. After carefully selecting a selfie from her private album, she sent it towards Luffy without hesitation. Of course, the necessary voice sincerity is naturally missing. After coughing lightly a few times to clear her throat, she started pouting in a clip-clop voice that could be sweet and cloying. Honey, I missed you so much. But who would have thought that just as he opened his mouth, the hidden door of the office suddenly opened. Chapter 74, Someone up there? The sudden movement startled her at once. Lu Yu just raised his head and was ready to get angry, but he saw a big beauty with white skin and a convex front and back standing at the entrance of the office. When this person saw her looking over, he immediately joked with a face full of teasing. Yo husband are called on. This is which great god has taken my little Ewer into his arms While saying that, this woman also twisted her waist and walked to the side of the sofa and sat down. And then even more unconcerned about crossing her legs to appreciate the manicure on the jade hand, a look of leisure and ease. It seemed that he didn't put the owner of the office, Lu Yu, in his eyes at all. Looking at the woman's yawn, Lu Yu rolled her eyes and said, Chen Dan, you're not staying in your own office. What are you doing here? This woman called Chen Dan, 25 years old, is the company's treasurer, but also Lu Yu's good girlfriend, is considered a rope on the grasshopper, because she was part of a small gang that embezzled public funds together with Lu Yu, and was also the big lead. However, unlike Lu Yu, this woman's connections were harder. His mom is in the management of the head office. That's why she was able to become the branch treasurer at a young age. This is also one of the underpinnings that Lu Yu has been able to keep at odds with Su Qian, who is one of the branch's senior managers. How can I say this? Although Su Qian has someone above her, this person's energy is not as big as Chen Dan's mom. So although Su Qian has been looking at this small group of them want to get rid of quickly, but in the way here also have no way. I have no choice but to use my position to discuss them, at least until they are caught embezzling money on the sly. After all, without a fatal handle still want to win their alliance of interests, which has been operating for many years, is simply a fool's errand. Chen Dan was not angry when he heard Lu Yu's words, only lightly hummed a smiling snicker. What's the matter, little jade child? Was I crashed through the little secret furious? If I hadn't come to you this morning, I wouldn't have been able to eat this big melon. Lu Yu naturally would not admit it, immediately playing dumb. What little secret and big melon how come I don't know? Chen Dan, who still do not understand their own girlfriends look like. See her like this, also did not say anything more. After staring at her for a while with a smile but not a laugh, she smiled sweetly and deliberately clamped her voice to imitate what Lu Yu had just done. Geez, hubby, I missed you so much. Lu Yu naturally couldn't just be taken so easily, so he immediately turned the tables. Cannot Chen Dan, where did you learn the clip sound? With that voice? You could just throw it out on the street and charm a whole bunch of smelly men to death. Honestly, have you been pining for sex again lately to engage in online dating to fish for those uninitiated youngsters? When Chen Dan saw that she was still pretending, the laughter in her eyes became even more intense. A turn of mind directly got up and came to the side of Lu Yu. Jade handed dial pointing to the table of the cell phone. Bad smile. Xiao Yuer, we're both 1,000-year-old vixens, so let's not play chatty here. If you have the guts, open your cell phone and let me see it now. Or I'll start a rumor about you to the other sisters. Although there are not many of us in this small group, there are at least 4 or 5 of us, and when we come together to attack, then you can't help it. Hearing this, Lu Yu's heart tightened. As the old saying goes, nearer to the heart, 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 nearer to the heart. After years of being together, she naturally knew what those girlfriends of hers were like. All of them are so skilled that to say they are charm foxes plus green tea horse is a putdown. But if he just exposed Luffy to their view, Lu Yu wasn't comfortable with it. It's unlikely that she'll be tapped out someday, and then where will she go to justify it? Thinking of this, she simply did not do anything and started lying straight away. After quickly making a good draft in his mind, he whispered towards Chen Dan with a mysterious face. This way. Luffy hurriedly cleaned up the leftovers on the table before leaving room 1702. He wasn't in a hurry to get to his appointment, though, but was going to go home and change first. Star City International Financial Center is only a 20-minute drive from High-Tech Gardens, so it's really a little early to go over there. After all, it's only just approaching 3 o'clock. But who would have thought that just as he reached the doorstep, his cell phone suddenly lit up. Luffy fixed his eyes. Ha! It's a message from Lu Yu. Luffy hadn't wanted to get involved because he knew what the other guy wanted to do as soon as he looked at him. But since several of the photos were very close to his heart, he reluctantly replied, Luffy, what for? It's the fox Lu Yu now. Now, Luffy, can't you get your head out of your ass? Don't be all that all day long. It's the fox Lu Yu aggrieved. Pitiful. Luffy didn't bother to listen to her pulling her punches and got straight to the point. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Busy. Lu Yu replied back in seconds. Stocks to be. Luffy knew that was the case, and with a little shake of his hand he was directly planning to turn off the screen and ignore it. But Lu Yu seemed to have seen through his thoughts and directly sent over another. Very nice picture. Seeing as the other party was so understanding, Luffy sent over a stock code anyway. After all, it was nothing more than a show of hands to him. He didn't mind being generous at some point as long as it put him in a good mood. Of course he had reservations and didn't send the best quality ones in his head. Instead, a very odd stock was posted. On the other side, in the office, Lu Yu couldn't wait to search as soon as he received Luffy's code. Immediately, a stock called Starlight Farm Machinery came to mind. She didn't even think about it. She just opened up the trade bar and prepared to punt her entire position. Such behavior could have frightened the Chen Dan on the side, hurriedly reaching out to stop. Hi, Lu Yu, what do you mean by this? Are you being silly? You dare to buy this kind of stock, pouring your head like a loom all day long. Isn't buying it just going to pick up the slack for the majors? As one of the main force of the small group of misappropriation of public funds, Chen Dan is aware of Lu Yu's recent speculation in the stock market, because the trend is still the one she first brought up in her small group. But no matter how many of their sisters are more than one dish, a blind operation down all the miserable losses, there is no choice but to think of a crooked idea to pay money from the company, expecting an early return of capital. Instead, it ended up getting deeper and deeper into this situation. Chen Dan's has been a small loss of nearly 10 million large leaks. Think that speculation technology is still much higher than Lu Yu, so she was very uncomfortable with this kind of behavior from the other side. What's Lu Yu doing buying this dead stock that almost no one trades? Can't lose enough to send some more? Or has she been ghosted? Chapter 75. Nonsense. Seeing her best friend's puzzled look, Lu Yu had wanted to explain a few things first, but when she saw that it was only a few minutes before the summer stock market closed, she didn't bother to say anything, directly peeled off Chen Dan's jade hand regardless of the full position pokies. This is because Starlight A&M itself is one of those cheap and inactively traded stocks, so when Lu Yu more than 2.8 million funds smashed down, actually directly make the stock price from the original 2.8 yuan per share straight soared to 2.86 yuan. It's up as much as 2%. Also known as the rumored 6 cents of rage. To Lu Yu's more than 2 million funds can pry the value of more than 2 billion listed companies' share price. Visible, Starlight Agricultural Machinery, this stock dead fish to what point? In the summer stock market, the appearance of this situation represents only one possibility. That is, the stock has no investor interest, which means that it does not have the slightest investment trading value. So when Chen Dan watched her own best friend operate with such a single-mindedness, she immediately stared at him with wide-eyed incredulity. Lu Yu, I kind of understand how you lost over $1 million before. With all the haphazard buying you've been doing, there's not enough money for you to splurge. It's just nonsense. Lu Wu retorted. Ugh. How do you talk? What do you mean by fooling around? Didn't I just say, I've recently made some connections, and now there's someone up there, so I can get the scoop. Trust me, this Starlight farming machine will definitely go up. Chen Dan sniffed a bit of tears and laughter. Jade finger pointed at the screen in the stock questioned. Little Jade, you do not want to see what you say? You just spent over $2 million to pull up the stock price, and someone else knocked it down with a few tens of thousands of dollars. What does that mean? It means that no one wants to buy this stock. As long as someone is shipping, it's bound to go downhill. If it's still going up in this case, it's no more difficult than if the sun were to strike the west. As expected, Lu Yu followed the place where Chen Dan's finger looked, only to see that she had just bought 10,000 hands only to pull up to 2.86 yuan. Starlight Agricultural Machinery shares was a small retailer of 100 hands of small selling on the down. The most outrageous thing was that those 100 lots caused more price fluctuations than when she had just bought them. The stock has managed to fall from the previous $2.86 per share to $2.69 per share. In just a few moments, Lu Yu lost over 100,000. How tragic. This situation is actually relatively rare in the summer stock market. Generalized called now belongs to the seller's market. It means that more people are selling and fewer people are buying right now. So at the slightest hint of a sell-off, the stock price is instantly crushed. If no one has been buying, theoretically any sale of a single ultra-low lot could cause this stock to drop instantly. Chen Dan originally thought that Lu Yu would be shocked to see this, and even a little alarmed. But the truth was not at all what she thought it would be. Seeing that Starlight Agricultural Machinery stock price fell, Lu Yu not only not sad, instead, a little pity to buy their own rush, or can still be cheaper to buy. This scene was really a bit absurd to Chen Dan, so much so that her mind couldn't help but develop an idea that was bull asterisk 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 to the extreme. Could it be that Lu Yu, this niece, has been put in some kind of ecstasy by that man? Otherwise it couldn't have been like this. With her shrewdness, it was impossible for her to do such an irrational thing. Thinking of this, she immediately stretched out her jade hand and touched Lu Yu's forehead, muttering to herself, "It's not like she's flirting. How could she listen to that man so much?" Lu Yu slapped away the hand on her forehead and her pretty face flushed. "Blah blah blah, you're the one who's flirty. If you want a man, go out and fish for one yourself. Don't talk nonsense to me." Chen Dan blurted out, "I don't want to touch those smelly men's. I might as well pinch your shoulders more if I have this effort." On her lips, she said that it was a shoulder pinch, but in reality, her jade hand was very dishonestly flowing down the stream, leaning straight towards Lu Yu's body. Fortunately, Lu Yu's quick eyes and hands, immediately in the middle of the fight-off to commit the crime of salty pig hand, and then even more nonchalantly disliked back. "I'm sorry ma'am, they have an owner." Chen Dan froze for a moment at his words, then opened his cherry mouth in disbelief. Oi, little Jade, don't tell you that you've been taken so easily. That's not like you." Lu Yu looked like he was taking it for granted. "Otherwise? You think this inside information is good to get? Do you know what it means to not be able to catch a wolf by giving up your child?" Seeing her like this, Chen Dan, who still did not understand what happened, so deliberately snickered. TSK, still can't give up the child to catch the wolf. I see that the opposite is true." Lu Yu didn't get it, so she looked at her bosom friend with a puzzled expression. Chen Dan tracelessly licked his lips, signaling that he wanted to go. Lu Yu, she wasn't stupid, so she naturally understood what it meant, but it was not good to say it explicitly, so he could only roll his eyes greatly at Chen Dan. The corners of Chen Dan's mouth rose slightly when he saw this, and he was just about to capitalize on the situation. But who would have thought that the words were stopped in their tracks by an upward red light on the screen? This way. As soon as Luffy entered, he was greeted cordially by his best friend Zhang Hao. "Yo, isn't that our walking brother? It's been almost a day and a night and you remembered to go home." Luffy, on the other hand, had expected this, so he hemmed and hawed. "Hosey, don't be gloomy, look at me what you've brought," he said, handing over the bag in his hand, signaling the other to look at it before he did. Seeing him in this mysterious manner, Zhang Hao curiously looked down and then immediately burst out. "I lost Lao Lu. When did you become so generous as to bring back abalone and oysters for your brother?" Luffy began to bull asterisk. "Howsy, you do not look at our relationship. This is not a brother to see you recently rewarded more diligent, especially to buy you some makeup. Don't be too impressed. In fact, these things are by Jie later ordered." He saw thrown there and a bit of a waste, so sex directly brought back to do a favor. It can kill two birds with one stone. Zhang Hao did not think much about it, and immediately put the walking brother thing behind him. Smiling, he threw Luffy an eyebrow before feasting beautifully. "That's the way it is between brothers. A little sunshine and it's bright. It's much better than those girls." This is not Zhang Hao while eating also did not forget Luffy, waving his big oily hand then signaling him to come over to eat some together. Luffy smiled at that, signaling that he wasn't hungry yet, then back inside to change into fresh clothes before heading back out again. His clothes had been sticky all day, and now he was finally refreshed. 40 minutes later, downstairs at the Star City International Financial Center, no sooner had Luffy gotten out of his station than a somewhat pleasant voice rang out behind him. Chapter 76. Those things about looking at houses. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu?" Luffy turned back to see a beautiful brunette. This woman was dressed in a standard OL uniform and looked very pleasing to the eye with her front and back, although with just the most classic black silk plus wrap skirt plus white shirt suit, but looks a little different, flirty and attractive. Looking at the other party walking over with a smile on his face, Luffy pointed to his head in confusion and asked, "Are you calling me?" The beauty smiled gladly. Her slender hand pulled out a business card from her pocket and handed it to Luffy, and then her Jew lips opened and said without haste or panic, "Yes, Mr. Lu, wasn't it you and I who made an appointment to see the house at 4 in the afternoon? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Yu. I'm the diamond sales manager of Flying Bird Properties. specializing in high-end office building business. Luffy took the business card and glanced at it. The information on it was exactly the same as indeed what the other party had said, so he asked curiously, "How do you know I'm the one you went to the appointment with? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you were mistaken?" Luyu sniffed and pursed her lips and said with a smile, "That's not necessarily so. Shouldn't anyone's first reaction to being hit on by a great beauty be to be happy? Besides, didn't I recognize the right one? Don't you think so, Mr. Lu?" While saying that, Luyu also playfully winked his left eye to Luffy, which was very cute. Luffy understood. It seemed that the woman in front of him knew how to utilize her advantages. It's also true that the world is such a strange place, and in the case of strangers, people will always unconsciously give the right amount of tolerance based on the other person's face value. This is especially true when dealing with the opposite sex. Still, Luffy casually joked, in that case, Miss Lu seemed to have hit on quite a few other people before she bumped into someone from Lu. Those guys got lucky cluck. Luyu Music smiled and explained, "What lucky or unlucky? We can meet our destiny. Know each other is also should. Besides, for someone in my line of work, every stranger on the street is a potential client, and this isn't incidentally expanding the client pool." Luffy sniffed in realization. He then remembered that where he was considered the CBD of Star City, and usually at least 6 or 7 out of 10 walking on the street were elites who worked in the neighborhood. These people do belong to the high probability of people who will take the initiative to start their own business and carry out real estate replacement. For people engaged in the intermediary industry such as building apartments, is not exactly a small gold bean that will be moved in human form. After understanding this, Luffy gave a thumbs up towards Luyu and heartily exclaimed, "Worthy of being a diamond manager. Just dedicated. If I had the energy for this serious work, I wouldn't be where I am now." Seeing Luffy praising himself like this, Luyu smiled and joked, "Mr. Lu is really modest. How can a small person like me compare to a big boss like you?" Luffy spread his hands, "Ms. Lu, with my outfit like this, do I look like a big boss to you? It's more like a salesman running errands for his boss." He was dressed more simply because it was already summer. It's just a normal t-shirt and slacks plus sneakers, which the discerning eye can tell are all cheap. The purchase price of his body does not add up to more than $1,000. How to look at it is not a little bit of being a boss. After hearing this, Luyu gently shook his head and said his own opinion. "Mr. Lu, you haven't done this line of work. You may not quite understand. The most important thing to do is the power of the eyes. If I were to judge a person's worth based on just a little bit of appearance and dress, then I guess I would have lost my job and changed my profession long ago. You may not believe me when I say it. I've always had a sixth sense. Intuition tells me that you're definitely one of those big boss level characters. Even if you're not now, you'll definitely become one in the future." Hearing this woman speak so eloquently, Luffy felt a surge of goodwill. People like to hear compliments, and he was no exception, especially coming from such a beautiful woman. It's easy to get in the mood. To put it mildly, even if Luffy didn't have these magical eyes and was now a small businessman running errands for his boss, he would still be happy to deal with people like Luyu. Just so some conversation down, the distance between the two people invariably even closer a lot. Looking at the very flattered look on Luffy's face, Luyu's heart was also happy. In fact, this passage was something she didn't even know how many clients had said, but it worked surprisingly well every time, whether the other party is really a big boss or not. After listening to this paragraph will have a favorable impression of her, and the probability of closing the deal in her hands afterward will be greatly increased by a lot. At the end of the day, even if she doesn't close the deal, she is confident that the other person will definitely think of her when they need her again in the future. After many years of practicing in the field, this method has been tried and true. Luffy didn't know the other party's heart's little plan. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, he took the initiative to open his mouth. "Ms. Lu, I think it's about time. Why don't we both go upstairs first?" Luyu naturally gladly agreed. Towards Luffy's slight smile then took the initiative to step forward to take the lead towards the Star City International Finance Center inside. While walking, he also introduced himself to Luffy in a very soft voice. "Mr. Lu, the Star City International Financial Center, as the city's landmark building, has been the site of many." Luffy didn't say anything when he saw this, and only kept following behind the other party with a serious face, not knowing whether he was listening to her or admiring the other party's delicate figure. Maybe half and half? 20 minutes later, Star City International Finance Center, 64th floor. Looking at Luffy, who was standing still behind him, Lu Yuya blushed slightly. "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I don't know why the landlord suddenly changed the locks again. Why don't we just look at going to the next room? This one may not be watched today for a while." Luffy didn't say much when he saw this, only nodding his head slightly in acquiescence. He has rented before and knows that certain landlords don't support agents when they suddenly change the locks. Only the mind still questioned a little bit about the business ability of the building apartment. He can't even view these 2 office suites in a row, so I'm afraid he's not being fooled with a fake listing. How else could it be so coincidental? Lou Fable was relieved to see that Luffy only nodded and didn't get angry. Even if she had been able to do a lot of calculations, she had not expected to meet such a situation when she brought her clients to see the house. If it wasn't for her adaptability, plus the fact that she had prepared a few spare rooms, she would have been in deep this time. Thinking about this, she instantly held a grudge against a certain green tea in the store. Both room keys are collected by the other party. The owner is also familiar with her. To say that she does not know the absolute impossibility, the other side must have done this on purpose, is not afraid of his month to take away her consecutive domination of most of the year's top seller. As for using such underhanded little tactics like this, no wonder people at the store usually say she's having an affair with certain customers. It seems like there's really no wind in the sails. Chapter 77. This is really a misunderstanding. It may have been a bit of a rush, or it may have been the close proximity. This time, Lou Fable actually didn't take Luffy to the elevator, but instead dove headfirst into the stairwell. Seeing this, Luffy's mouth twitched a bit speechless. He all but felt the need to remind the other that self was in no hurry for these few minutes. He, Lou, always belonged to the kind of person who would never climb stairs as long as there was an elevator. Don't ask what the reason is. Ask is that there was a neighborhood power outage to climb out of the psychological shadow. Not to mention the effort of climbing the stairs. It's easy to run into those unsavory and dirty things in that kind of stairwell where no one walks. What Durex, black silk, is still polite. The last time the power went out he climbed a dozen or so floors to get home, all in his own neighborhood stairwell to see the kind of unnameable yellow objects. It's simply messing with the humane mind. And this Star City International Finance Center is such a high building. It's not guaranteed that something will appear in the stairwells of such high floors where no one walks around all year round. After all, he didn't trust the property to be thoughtful enough to clean it every day. Just as Luffy was about to open his mouth to stop his opponent's action, the scenery in front of him made him want to stop talking. Okay, let's forget it this time. Next time, don't do it. The building apartment has almost climbed halfway up. Looking at Luffy standing back and not moving thought he was not looking at the room. So hurry up and urge it on. Mr. Lou, the rest of that office suite is upstairs on the 2nd floor. If you're willing to see it, I promise it will please you. Hearing this, Luffy hesitated. Just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but saw the other party's anxious appearance or chose to close his mouth to follow. He's a man who always listens to persuasion. If you say look, seeing Luffy re-following, Lou Fable didn't dawdle and stepped on her little high heels to the stairs. A few dozen seconds later, looking at the duo of Floor Fable and Luffy who hurriedly came out from the stairwell, the sweeper ant at the entrance immediately revealed a wry smile. It was as if she was saying that she had already seen through everything. Such a behavior could make Luffy's scalp tingle as he watched. No, Auntie, let me explain. I really didn't do anything. We both just took a shortcut through. But when Luffy saw the look on Lou Fable's face, he chose to shut up again very wisely, so as not to make it worse. At this time, not only was her face flushed, her breathing was a bit disorganized, and there was something wrong with how she looked. Seeing the situation, Luffy frowned a bit worriedly and asked, Miss Lou, are you alright? Are you not feeling well? Lou sniffed and waved her hand, signaling that she was fine and only needed to rest for a while. Instead, the sweeper ant standing on the side could not look at it, inexplicably glaring at Luffy before running to the building apartment. Beside began to shush. Ya girl, you're coming. Do you want Auntie to go get you a cup of hot water to drink? Not that I'm saying you youngsters feeling good Auntie can understand, but you should also pay attention to it. And this young man, what are you still doing there? Why don't you come over and help your girlfriend? Can't you see she's getting a little weak? Luffy was flabbergasted. What's going on? How did he become his girlfriend? Auntie, you're a warm-hearted person, but you can't make up rumors. Luffy was just about to retort, but the somewhat slowed down Lou Fable was the first to speak. No Auntie, you've got it wrong. He's not my boyfriend. He's just a client I'm looking at. And I'm just a bit weak lately. I'm already better now that I've rested, so I don't need to trouble you to pour hot water. Clients? After hearing Liu's words, the sweeper ant froze. Fox-faced eyes weaved between the two for a while, and then even revealed an expression of sudden realization. After patting Liu's shoulder with his hand, he said with some pain, I understand. Everything for life. But sister, Auntie as a passerby can have to tell you in advance. Work is work, cannot overly spoil your body. Building apartments. Luffy, the two of them did not understand that this warm-hearted ant might have brainstormed some special plot. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit speechless. I'm afraid this Auntie hasn't watched too much of certain uninspired dramas, or else how could her thinking be so divergent? The most bull asterisk 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 thing was that Auntie seemed to be even more convinced of what she had in mind when she saw that the two didn't say anything. The eyes that looked at Luffy seemed to begin to hold a slightly meaningful look to them. It was as if he was going to exercise his right to free speech in the next second and stand on the moral supremacy point to instruct Luffy up. At this critical moment, a young man in a plaid shirt ran over and said anxiously, "Sister Wang, I've been looking for you for half a day. Why are you still here? I don't know what asshole ordered takeout and spilled it in the company aisle, and now it smells like snail powder all over the company. You go and take care of it. Otherwise when the manager sees you later, he'll say you're not cleaning well and look for a chance to dock your paycheck." Auntie Wan was instantly unenthusiastic when she heard this. Without hesitation, he let go of Lu Yu's arm and ran in a certain direction, and on the way, he even slapped his thighs and cursed, seemingly greeting certain people. In no time at all, it disappeared into the hallway. The speed was so fast that even Luffy didn't react, and the Lu Fable on the side was also stunned. The enthusiasm had faded too quickly, leaving her with a sense of loss. Instead, the young man seemed to be used to seeing it later. Scratching his head and looking at the two of them embarrassedly said, "It didn't cause you any trouble just now, did it? Sister Wang is a bit of a worrywart, and very self-centered. Sometimes it's easy to cause unnecessary trouble for people, so please bear with the two of you." Hearing this, the duo of Luffy and Lu Fable glanced at each other, then each smiled knowingly. Looks like there are quite a few victims of this estimation. It all gives a whole lot of experience. Just as Luffy spoke up and was about to thank the other with a few polite words, the young man began to push. "You two better leave while you still can. What I said just now was me lying to Sister Wang. Someone ordered snail powder is true. As for that soup spilled Lu purely in the child's head. Later Wang's sister found a quasi will come back. Fruity." Before these words fell, Auntie Wang's familiar loud voice rang out in the hallway again. "Lee, I just looked around and I didn't see any soup spilled there. You couldn't have seen it wrong, could you?" The Luffy duo couldn't think of anything else when they heard the sound, only casting a grateful look at this little Lee before speeding off. Kidding aside, this kind of tuba might come out of the woodwork if she catches it again. Sometimes gossip is spread by such so-called hotheads. There's a saying, what's the meaning of the phrase? It seems unintentional, but it's intentional. Maybe this Auntie Wang has some special fetish for brainstorming certain things. Chapter 78, There's a Soul Ring? 20 minutes later, 66th floor, Star City International Finance Center. In an office, Lu Yu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows a little excited. She had a feeling that this time to bring to see for sure can be a success. It was easy to see from Luffy's expression that the man was very pleased with the writing room, especially the upturned corners of that mouth that could hardly be suppressed. However, Lu Yu was very rational and knew that he couldn't rush this moment, so he didn't rush to confirm the idea in his heart. Instead, he walked up to Luffy with the sound of clacking heels without haste, laughing and snickering. "Mr. Lu, the scenery here is nice, isn't it? Do you want someone to pinch your shoulders?" Luffy looked confused. What do you mean by that all of a sudden? To meet that kind of delightful thing? Should he be a little more reserved later? Just as he was about to get a little carried away, Lu Yu spoke again. There just seemed to be a few hints of playfulness in his eyes. "Hey, don't get me wrong, Mr. Lu, I don't know anything about massages. I mean there just happens to be another massage and physical therapy parlor on this floor, and it looks like it seems to be doing pretty well, so I can hook you up if you need it. If it feels right, you can have them come to your home if you feel a little tired in the office and want to stretch your muscles." Luffy, well, the sentiment was that he was thinking a little too much. Looks like he still hasn't generated the kind of kingly style that the protagonists in novels have. What with the slightest show of wealth, a beautiful woman falls right in line. Observing words and colors is a basic skill in the business of being an agent, so with just one glance, Lu Yu could see the slight sense of loss in Luffy's eyes. In order to move this large lease along as quickly as possible, the building apartment agonized for a short while before deciding to make a slight sacrifice. Of course, she wouldn't put herself at a disadvantage. After a few moments of thinking about it, they immediately came up with a brilliant idea to get the best of both worlds. After walking up to Luffy with a big smile on her face, she said as if she had something to say, "Mr. Lu, if you think it's troublesome to go next door and call someone, I can also work part-time temporarily, but I'll tell you in advance, I really don't know how to do this, so don't blame me if I don't have a good grasp of the strength." Luffy sniffed and looked at the nails on her jade hand and said with a smile, "How could I? As long as you don't pinch me on purpose, I promise not to say anything." Lu Fable smiled and didn't say anything. Slightly back a few steps to the back of Luffy, a pair of soft as boneless slender jade hand quietly placed on the shoulders of Luffy gently kneaded up. For a while, a tingling sensation continued to gush out from the back of Luffy's neck and slowly swam around in his mind. In a flash, his entire body felt much lighter, and a bit of floating feeling rose in his heart. As a non-professional who seldom goes to massage therapy, Luffy felt that at this time, Lu Yu's technique was no different from the professional technicians in those physical therapy stores. If I had to say something different, it would be that the other person's nails are a little long and still sting a little at times. Well, except somewhere. I guess it's all about talent. And Lu Fable clearly has the potential to be a mechanic. Just as Luffy squinted his eyes and prepared to quietly enjoy himself for a while, a bit of cunning suddenly surged in Lu Yu's eyes. Mr. Lu, since you've enjoyed my services, you can't cut too hard when you rent the room later when you make your bid. Hearing this, Luffy froze, and then said somewhat in a bad mood, "Feelings you, this is still a chargeable item, ah. Forget about it, do not press it. Then press it will be completely on the thief ship." Office leases have always been based on how much money per square foot, and the one he is currently in is about 220 square feet. For a random $1 or $2 less per square foot, he could save hundreds in January. For that amount of money, it's enough to be able to go to the clubhouse in style properly. Although he was rich now and didn't care about that, he couldn't be that wrongdoer for nothing. Lu Yu see him like this is not in a hurry to explain, placed on Luffy's shoulder 10 fingers or slow kneading, and then waited for a while before opening his mouth as if he was pampered. "I am Mr. Lu, I'm just kidding you, don't get me wrong. Actually, this office space is so cheap, you'll be dying to rent it as soon as you hear the price." Luffy came a little interested. "Oh, you tell me first." The building apartment was confident. $99 a square foot. "What do you think of this price?" Startled, Luffy turned back to confirm. "Are you sure you're not kidding?" He had checked beforehand that the average price of an office building in the Star City International Finance Center was only about $140 a square foot. Of course, this number is subject to change, depending on the floor and the renovation. Based on the 66th floor situation where it currently sits, it won't top out at more than $200 a square foot. As for the minimum, from Luffy's point of view, naturally the lower the better. But after really hearing the price, he was still a bit dismayed. Lu Yu, on the other hand, smiled sweetly. "Right, you heard it right. That's the price. How about it, Mr. Lu? Do you feel very impressed? I can responsibly say that this price is the cheapest in the International Finance Center office building, in addition to those rough." When Luffy heard this, his first reaction was to just put down a deposit to take the house, but immediately he was alert again. By floor and finish standards, it would have to be at least $150 per square foot to match its value. There must be a demon in this case. Could it be that there has been an accident inside this house? Does it mean there is a soul ring? There's no way it would be that cheap otherwise. He's heard a lot of these stories from his frequent swiping of Jitterbug. What about a college student who rents a rental room much lower than the market rate for cheap, only to always hear the sound of chopping bones in the kitchen in the middle of the night? It turned out that a quick inquiry towards the old tenants around the area revealed that the husband of the former tenant was there to finish her off. As for the sound of chopping bones, it was. He instantly shuddered a little at the thought, so with a serious face, he looked at Lu Yu, then solemnly opened his mouth to inquire. "Ms. Lu, are you sure the landlord will rent it at this price? Or is there something special about this office suite?" When Luffy said that, it could almost be considered explicit. Lu Yu naturally understands what she means. She has been in the real estate business for a long time and has heard some evil stories, so immediately patted the C+ guarantee. "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, there's absolutely no problem with the rental price of this set of office space. You can sign directly with the landlord at that time. As for why it's so cheap, I'm not actually particularly sure. The landlord just told me it's all up to fate, as long as the tenant she sees eye to eye with is at that price. But don't worry, I've asked around beforehand. I can't say anything else, but I can guarantee that this place is absolutely clean. If you don't believe me, you can ask around the property later. There's a classic TV show that says the prettier the woman the better she is at cheating. That's why Luffy wouldn't listen to Lu Fable's explanation so easily. The property is where he'll go, of course. But before that, Luffy had already silently used his penetrating eye on Lu Fable. Chapter 79. All things considered? With a flash of blue light in front of him, a new combination of words appeared on Luffy's vision again. Floor Fable, Hensy Giant 2 Rabbits. What? Looking at the words in front of him, Luffy was confused. What the hell? I know all these words, but what do they add up to? That's no way to play charades. But Luffy is not a bullseye person. Since it didn't work once, let's try it a few more times. Maybe a new change will come along. But helplessly, Luffy's hopes are good, but the reality is cruel. He tried several times in a row, and the combination of words on his vision remained the same, without a single change. On the contrary, Lu Yu, seeing Luffy keep staring at himself, his heart was a bit inexplicable. It wasn't that she blamed her for thinking too much. It was just that the duo had a bit of an odd perspective at the moment. At this point, Luffy was leaning back in his chair, twisting his head upward to look at her obliquely, and the Louvre itself was relatively tall, plus she was the one with the C+, and so the center of the duo's line of sight would inevitably possess something to block it, so much so that from her viewpoint, it looked like Luffy was both staring at her face and looking elsewhere. Lou Fable wanted to warn, but was afraid that it was a misunderstanding to the point of causing a bad result. Finally, after much thought, she felt the need to change this awkward situation. The reason is simple. As much as she likes to make money, she does have her own bottom line, not the kind of guy who'd sacrifice anything for money. Wouldn't that be no different from the girls in the city village who are forced to live? And so, after this state lasted for almost tens of seconds, Lu Yu deliberately opened his mouth towards Luffy with a tense face. Mr. Lu, did the makeup on my face go off? Luffy subconsciously returned. No, isn't it fine? Lu Yu was categorical. Impossible. It must be spent, or else you couldn't have been staring at it. Mr. Lu. After saying that, Lu Yu very naturally twisted around and pulled out a small makeup mirror from his pocket to check it out, and while looking at it, he also spat at Luffy if anything. Mr. Lu, you don't know how ugly a girl becomes when her makeup is smudged. I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of an important client like you, so as to end up leaving a bad impression. Speaking, Lu Yu seemed to have really discovered something and exclaimed, "Yeah, my eyebrow lines are disappearing. No way, I have to make up for it." Before the words fell, Lu Yu and I don't know where to pull out an eyebrow pencil seriously traced up. Seems to be really pay attention to their own image. Seeing this, Luffy's mouth twitched a bit, speechless. He really wanted to speak for the majority of men in his heart. That is, boys are all Maharajas. Really can't see that kind of small detail. Sometimes, there's really no need to dwell on that. Otherwise both sides are pretty tired. But after Lu Fable's toss, Luffy also came back to his senses from the daze he was in just now. Since he couldn't find out whether things were true through his eyes for the time being, he could still make some side comments through other means. Recalling the words spoken by Lu Yu just now, he suddenly turned his words towards the other party and asked curiously, "By the way, Lu Fable, what did you mean when you said that the landlord told you to take everything as it comes? Does this renting an office room have to depend on fate? This is a bit too odd." When Lu Yu heard this, he immediately put down what was under his hand and explained it to Luffy. "Mr. Lu, what the landlord said about going with the flow means she's going to look at the tenant's face before she rents the room. If she thinks it's a good fit, she can just rent it out for $99 a square foot without saying a word. But if it doesn't work, it's a bad idea." Luffy was a bit staggered. "According to you, I have to be interviewed for a rental?" Lu Fable nodded. "That's pretty much it. I'll just have to show you the others if you mind. But to be honest, I think you can give it a try. Mr. Lu, after all, if you and the landlord have enough eye contact, you can save a lot of money. This office space normally rents for about $160 per square foot, so let's go with 150. 220 square feet would save you about $10,000 per month. That's over $100,000 a year, which still smells good when you do the math. Of course, if you're not bad at it, forget I said it, winky face." Luffy, what else can he say but that this landlord has money to spare? Luffy was tempted to say he wasn't bad, but who can resist the thrill of picking up over $100,000 for nothing? After all, it's not all about material fulfillment, but also about emotional fulfillment. At least that's what Luffy thinks now, so he asked curiously, "And how is this eye contact determined? It can't be that the landlord and I meet, and then the two of us don't see eye to eye and then just break up, right? It's just like a blind date." Lu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Which needs to be so troublesome? If Mr. Lu Yu do not mind, let me take a photo to the landlord to send over on the line. I promise, whether it works or not you'll get the exact news within a day." Luffy sniffed and deliberately joked, "Isn't this still the same process as a blind date? Two people who don't know each other exchanging photos first." But this time the man does not seem to lose. "As long as you see the right eye, a year will be able to whore more than 100,000 yuan bride price is not responsible. Do you think so, MS? Lu, seems like it." "Yo," Lu Fable said with a smile. Then turning towards Luffy, he spoke again. "So, does Mr. Lu want to try?" Luffy gladly accepted. Joking aside, how could he turn down something that was costless? It's just a photo. The other guy can't take it and make little cards. So with Luffy's permission, Lu Fable quickly took a picture of him sitting in his office chair. According to Luffy's intention was to let the other party on the spot to communicate directly with the landlord is the best. But there is no way he has no luck. The building apartment made several calls and voice calls to the landlord in a row without getting through. Seeing this, Luffy could only give up on the idea. After that, he chatted with Lu Yu in the house for quite a while, and didn't leave until it was almost sunset. Of course, he didn't go straight away. rush in the Star City International Center property before the end of the day and went to inquire about the specifics of this set of office rooms, only to get the results but led him some tears and laughter. How? That office suite is not only fine, it's a blessing. According to the property guy, several companies that had previously opened there were exceptionally prosperous and eventually grew. Several of these bosses even wanted to rent the office space long-term or buy it outright after their successful careers, but they were all rejected one by the landlord. The reason is also simple and brutal. I'm not a bad mother. It's all as it should be. Such a situation had piqued Luffy's interest. He was now curious as to what kind of person this landlord was. You can't be a fortune cookie like that Chihiro, can you? That would be interesting. Chapter 80. The contrast is a bit big. 5:40 p.m. Downstairs at Star City International Finance Center, Luffy just came out of the properties was shocked by the image in front of him, only to see that the original spacious downstairs leisure plaza has long since disappeared, and was instead replaced by densely packed moving dots. He fixed his eyes on them, and realized that the dots were no other than the social animals on the office building that came down intensively to eat. Nope. I should have said white-collar workers. Looking at the increasingly surging crowd, Luffy was pondering where to leave faster when he seemed to hear someone calling his name while he was in a trance, so he subconsciously looked in the direction of the source of the sound. But as far as the eye could see, there were no familiar faces, except for groups of strangers. Seeing this, Luffy laughed to himself. He is not a social person. In addition to the two guys he shared the room with, in this city can be said to have no acquaintances, who will be outside to take the initiative to say hello to their own. As for the co-workers, no kidding. They can't get off work at this hour unless the sun hits the west side, so surely he's overthinking it. After realizing this, Luffy immediately headed towards the less crowded direction without looking back. As he walked he pondered a question. That would be whether or not to get a ride to dinner later. As for whether it's a boy or a girl, and whether you need to exercise after a meal to kill your appetite, we'll see what happens then. But who would have thought that before Luffy could take a few steps, he suddenly felt a light tap on his back. He jerked back. No one's here? Could it be a ghost? Just as he was feeling a bit puzzled, a small, slender hand suddenly reached out from below and waved in front of his eyes. Hey, I'm here. Only when Luffy's line of sight moved slightly downward did he realize that there was a cartoon body shirt wearing, long and delicate cute little potato in front of him at some point. Well, what's the saying? Grow tall and see far. With his nearly 5 feet 8 inches height, this girl who looked like she was only about 5 feet 5 inches was just too easy to overlook. Not to mention that it would be so crowded that Luffy subconsciously looked away, thus ignoring the surrounding situation. That's why they didn't spot each other in the first place. The girl didn't get angry, and even took the initiative to cock her head and smile at him to greet him. Yo, long time no see, how have you been? Hearing this, Luffy was confused. The girl in front of me is enthusiastic, though, and kind of cute. No, it was a childish look, to be precise, but he really wasn't the least bit impressed. Is it possible that the other party recognized the wrong person? At his previous economic level, how could he know this kind of girl, when he just wanted to open his mouth to ask the other party? But somehow the words of inquiry were on the verge of his mouth but the ghost changed. It's been a long time, big beautiful girl. How have you gotten prettier and prettier? I almost didn't recognize you. The girl froze for a moment at her words, then stepped forward and poked her head out to look at Luffy with a grin. Are you sure you remember me? Why don't I feel like it at all? Luffy didn't hesitate. How can that be? I'm that kind of person. The girl's eyes curved into a crescent shape. Yo, really? Then tell me my name. Luffy got a little weak at the sight. After all, he was just spooking the hell out of him earlier, because until now he hadn't found the slightest memory of the other party in his mind. Luckily, he still had a little bit of quick wits and decided to preempt the situation. Let me say it's okay, but big beautiful girl, you're the one who greeted me first. According to the principle of first come first served, shouldn't you also say it first? The girl smiled even sweeter, and without even thinking about it, she directly blurted out, Hey, Luffy, can't see it? These few years haven't been wasted in the society. You've learned to make the first move, no longer the schoolboy who blushed when he talked to pretty girls. Hearing this, how could Luffy not understand? This girl must have been his classmate at some point in time, maybe even the same table. Thinking of this, he quickly went through the various colleges, high schools, middle schools, elementary schools. In his mind that still had some impression. Toddler, holy, kindergarten just seems a bit redundant. Who remembers anyone when they were all wearing open pants back then? Unfortunately, Luffy searched for half a day, but naturally still didn't have a suitable target. With no other choice, he decided that he'd better cheat with his eyes. In fact, he wouldn't just use his penetrating eyes on people if he didn't have to. After all, if he meets someone and uses it, Will he become overly dependent, not to mention that his life will be the first to become very uninteresting? Discovering new things through thinking is one of the great joys of life, and Luffy doesn't want to be deprived of it. Looking at the small expression on his face, how could the sister not know that this guy was scamming who? So the small pink fist actually nonchalantly whacked down Luffy's chest. Exasperated. Good you Luffy. I also copied your answers when I took the professional exams, but you've forgotten about it? The sudden small punch not only interrupts Luffy's use of his penetrating eyes, but it also sparks a fragment of a certain memory immersed in his mind. Professional exams? Copied the answers for me? Or is it a woman? So many screaming words together instantly reminded him of someone from his college days. Thinking of that, the eyes he looked at the girl in front of him were instantly filled with astonishment, dismay, incredulity, and various other emotions. Nima. Although it is said that women are big, but he, Luffy, had never seen a big cinder block off nearly 160 or so pounds of somewhat tan skin either. In a few years will actually be transformed into this fair-skinned, full of collagen face, looks cute and a little childish breasts. Weight is obviously not more than 100 exquisite small potatoes. Ah, what is this? The ugly duck turns into a little swan? Looking at Luffy's surprised appearance, the sister was very satisfied, and immediately stood on her tiptoes and raised her proud little head triumphantly. What? You finally think of me? Isn't it a little bit like being impressed after 3 days of separation? Luffy nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. TSK, 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 Li Jia. You're more than just scraping the bottom of the barrel. It's almost like a magic trick. If those animals in your class had seen you like this, they'd have regretted it. Such a potential stock, and they just missed out. Li Jia sniffed and stomped on him. What are you talking about, Luffy? How did you become so oily too? Luffy hemmed and hawed. Lu, have always only told the truth. Is it wrong to say? Li Jia's mouth didn't say anything, but her face broke into a smile. Just when Luffy thought that she would continue to make a few snide remarks, the words from the other party's mouth suddenly changed drastically, and if anything, she opened her mouth towards him. Forget about that for now. I saw you coming out of the financial center office building just now. Do you work here? Chapter 81. Auntie is not available today. Luffy didn't say anything at that, but only nodded in acquiescence. After all, he was already planning to start a company here. To generalize a little bit, and this is at work are one and the same. Li Jia was overjoyed and said with a smile, it's possible. You can work in this kind of high-grade office building. Unlike me, I can only get by with a studio in the neighborhood with my friends. Luffy was a bit surprised. A studio? What kind? Li Jia sold a secret. Hey, I won't tell you first. Let's talk about it when we're free. I still have something to do later. My friend is still waiting for me over there. If I hadn't met you just now, I would have met up with her long ago. As she spoke, Li Jia pointed towards a certain point. Luffy looked in that direction, and there was indeed a tall, beautiful woman who was looking this way from time to time. Seems a little curious. Luffy smiled at the situation. Then we'll have time to make another appointment. I remember we seem to have added WeChat when we were in college, and Li Dane shouldn't have grasped the deletion yet, right? Li Jia gave him a blank look and said a bit unkindly, how could I? On the contrary, you this guy, as soon as you graduated from the university, as if you lost contact, never looking for me as an old classmate to chat days. At the expense of the two of us in the university is considered a friend it. Luffy scratched his head and snorted. Usually I'm busy with work. How can I have time to chat with people? This lame excuse made Li Jia roll her eyes when she heard it. She didn't point it out, though, and pointed her finger in the direction she had just gone, signaling that she had to go first, or her friend would be waiting. Luffy smiled and nodded. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the other party had already walked out a few steps away. Luffy didn't think much of it when he saw it, and turned around, ready to go in the other direction. It's nice to meet old classmates, but who knows if it's just a passing acquaintance. He will not be stupid to think that Li Jia, just so enthusiastic and active, is interesting to himself. Most likely to be the possibility of a whim is greater. What's the saying? Rich people don't change their countryside like a brocade coat at night. It's natural for this woman to show off in front of her former acquaintances when she becomes beautiful. That's the human condition. But somewhat coincidentally, Luffy had not gone far when the screen of the cell phone in his hand suddenly lit up. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a message from Jia. Li Jia, I'm a bit busy today. Let's have a dinner date next time when we have time. Cute. Luffy, no problem. Li Jia, you're kinda foreign. Luffy didn't reply when he saw this, but instead followed the other person's avatar and clicked into his circle of friends. Well, luckily for him, the other side didn't have access to him. But there's nothing refreshing in Li Jia's circle of friends, just some of the other person's usual sharing of life. Scanning around, I can't believe there isn't even a profile picture. I don't know if this is intentional on the other side or if it's just habit. Li Jia now this body appearance. Slightly a full body photo. Estimated plus her college classmates' livestock are estimated to be greedy wailing it. 20 minutes later. The entrance to a food court. Looking at the young couples talking and laughing that kept drifting by in front of him, Luffy admitted that he had come to the wrong place. To make up for this fault, he decided to follow the trend and find a meal hitch. The first person he approached was Bai Jie. After all, anymore, it's the mature older sister who's a bit more considerate. Luffy, drip, have you eaten yet? The other person seemed to be playing with his cell phone and answered almost in seconds. Tiny baby, Paige, is it a serious dinner date? The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched when he saw this. Eating is eating. Where else can you say it's proper? Tiny baby, White J video. Video? Nah, that's a modest eating. Seeing the screenshot on the video, Luffy almost didn't strain himself. Almost subconsciously, he rushed to remove his thumb from the phone screen. This will be on the street, beside the people coming and going. If he is not careful handshaking, afraid of not on the spot to lose his reputation social death. Paige seemed to have expected this, and sent a new message over within a few seconds. Tiny baby, Paige, no way no way? That little calf who dared to stand on the edge of the balcony and work out wouldn't be afraid to click on it, would he? Luffy's in a cold sweat. Tiny baby, by Jet TSK, 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 it's true. You're only able to bully a weak girl like me. Luffy's breath suddenly tightened at his words, and he felt a bit like he was being grabbed by the throat. If you can tolerate it, how can a man say no in front of a woman? After making the decision, Luffy immediately looked for a corner with few people, muted his cell phone, and then a bit of a thief clicked on the video sent by Jie. To be honest, it was really his first time to do this kind of thing in such a big public. How can I put this feeling? Besides being a bit nervous, T&D actually have that little bit of excitement? 30 seconds later, looking at the video of the little yellow man who kept spitting his tongue at himself, Luffy realized that he had been tricked. Thinking of this, he instantly became a bit indignant. In the spirit of lose choice to never lose, he edited directly on his phone with a thought. Within moments, a text was sent out to him. Luffy, the little yellow man is pretty cute. I just don't know if there's a live action version. Tiny baby, Bai Jie ba. What a thought. I'm going to eat. I'm not chatting with you, rascal. Luffy was in a hurry. No, add me. Tiny baby, Bai Jie. Sorry kiddo. Auntie's not available today. Pictures. Looking at the familiar picture in front of him, Luffy froze. I threw. Isn't this the same Seabiscuit he went to yesterday? Paige is actually eating there. Seeing this, Luffy intended to come uninvited with a thought. But who would have thought that before he could move? He was subdued by a pretty face with bad eyes in the second picture. This person was no other than Bai Jie's daughter, Bai Ling. Seeing this, Luffy instantly caved in. Come on. I'm afraid I won't be able to find this rice hitchhiker. He'd definitely be euthanized on the spot by Bai Ling, the sister, if he went over there unknowingly. The other side. Bai Jie had just put down her cell phone when she welcomed her daughter Bai Ling's disgruntled pout. Mom, will you stop playing with your cell phone while you're eating with me? That's rude. Bai Jie, which still do not understand their own daughters what mind, immediately nonchalantly disliked back. What? For the mother even this right are not ah? Besides, I don't know who was just playing with his cell phone all the time, not even bothering to get a dip, and making me, a mother, make more trips, and no shame. Bai Ling cocked her little mouth full of aggression and actually began to mutter in a small voice. Humph, you don't even love me as much as you used to since that smelly man showed up. Are you still my real mom? Chapter 82. Mother-daughter confidentiality. Bai Jie naturally heard this muttering, and after her beautiful eyes flowed, she actually moved to scare her own daughter's little mind. For now, but not necessarily later. Didn't you hear people say that you can still get a small number to play with after you've practiced with the big one? The more I see you like this lately, the more I think it makes sense. Ugh, don't tell me, with that kind of vigor, maybe one day you'll wake up with a younger sibling. Bai Ling sniffing not calm, instantly wide-eyed and full of incredulity to look at his own mother. Mom, that's not what you told me before. I thought we agreed it was just an occasional diversion. You can't keep your word. Bai Jie smiled sweetly. Baby girl, haven't you heard the saying? These women can be fickle. Yo, and a young woman like me is one of the best. Your mom's so pretty. It's normal for me to change a few times. When these words came out, Bai Ling was immediately stunned. All of a sudden, she had the feeling of being stabbed in the back. Before also swore that promise to love only me won it. Mom, you how to say change, just change. Thinking of this, Bai Ling immediately threw her line of sight to Bai Jie's belly that was so flat that it didn't have an ounce of fat. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. The more she looked at Bai Ling, the more she felt that it wasn't as flat as it was before, and in a trance it was even slightly bulging. Murphy, there's already a situation. Thinking about this, Bai Ling's heart tightened. She could never let that happen. In just a split second, Bai Ling made a decision. With a flourish of his hands on the tabletop, he rose from his chair with a prancing sound, then turned around with the intention of heading towards some destination. Danger has to be nipped in the bud. Paige wasn't surprised to see it. Having been mother and daughter for many years, she had long since gotten to know her own daughter inside out. Naturally, he knew what the silly girl was thinking right now, so he held back the laughter in his heart and deliberately asked, "Yeah, daughter, do you have an upset stomach and want to go to the restroom?" Sharon turned back with a fake smile, a sort of acquiescence, then quickly buried his head and left. There was no time to lose. She had to be quick about it. But who would have thought that before he could take a few steps, Bai Jie's ghostly voice appeared from behind him. "It's not right, Xiaolinger. I remember the direction of the undersea toilet doesn't seem to be in that place. You're not going the wrong way, are you?" Bai Ling's body stiffened at the words and mechanically twisted her head to look at her own mother. After glancing at each other, she could only turn her direction with an embarrassed smile, saying a lot of things was wrong, and the roti hat she wore in order not to reveal herself early. But who would have guessed that before this hat could be put on securely? Bai Jie's sultry speaking voice once again sounded from behind her. "Good girl. It's a little unrealistic to think about buying medicine in the bathroom. If you really need it in a hurry, your mom and I still have some here. Why don't we lend it to you first?" Hearing this, how could Bai Ling not know that she had been in her mom Bai Jie's calculations from the beginning to the end? It could be said to hold her in the palm of her hand. After figuring this out, she instantly deflated and came to Bai Jie with her head down like a defeated little hen. Looking at her own old mom's smirking look, she simply swung straight for the fences, pulling Bai Jie's arm to pout like a child. "Mom, how could you do this? I've known it for a long time, and I've been teasing people about it. Spoiled." It's the unbeatable weapon that Sharon has when facing her own mom's inability to do anything. Whenever she made that face, her old mom would dote on her and forgive her. At most, she'll be knocked on the head with a pretense of anger, and then there was no more. Before that, whatever mother and daughter did would have been forgotten, until she starts her next act of death begins. But today something didn't seem right. Instead of being moved, Bai Jie began to fight back. "What? Now you know you're wrong? What do you think about when you're fooling around with your little lover boy?" Bai Ling was dumbfounded, and her entire body was dumbfounded. "Mom, what little lovebirds and nonsense? Why don't I understand what you're saying?" Bai Jie directly shadowed her upper body, covering her chest in a pretense of sighing. "Ugh, really a woman is not a woman. I was just going to go to the drugstore to buy birth control pills, and now I can't believe I'm denying it. It seems that man is more important in your heart than mother. Thanks to my 20-odd years of hard work to bring you up, and now you're not even as important as a wild man from outside. I am very distressed for my mother." Bai Ling, she sort of realized that her own mother was insinuating the yin and yang herself. Being in her 40s and still being such a drama queen, one can only say that she really deserves to be her mom. She looked around a little awkwardly at the thought. "See, the perimeter has begun to notice after." Immediately small-handed tight pulling mom pleaded. Mom, I was wrong. Can you stop acting? There are people looking at this. If you cause others to misunderstand your daughter, you can't even jump into the Yellow River to wash it." No wonder Sharon was nervous. In a society like Xia, which was accustomed to honoring the old and loving the young, the accusations of the elders against the younger ones were naturally highly trusted. If Bai Jie continued to toss and turn like this, Bai Ling couldn't even begin to think about what the people around her would think of her. Betraying an ungrateful daughter who raised her mother for years for a man? Or is it the relationship brain that's good-looking but easily lulled into a frenzy by men? I'm afraid that all kinds of strange labels will be put on her by then. The good thing is, Paige knows how to take the measure too. Knowing that his daughter had conceded defeat, he immediately raised the giant mountain range in front of him and looked at his own daughter with a victorious stance. The look on his face said, "Small sample. Still want to fight with your old lady? I can know more than you can read." Bai Ling had a hard time saying anything, and could only lower her head and raise her mouth to look at her own mom, trying to muddle through again. But Bai Jie wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to ride out the storm. She felt that if she didn't suppress her daughter's anger, she might dare to steal her one day. Why would I think that? Forget it, whatever. Let's train our own good daughter first. After the jade hand slapped the table, she immediately changed her temperament. If anything, began to question Bai Ling. What's the matter? You've gotten hard. You've dared to drug your dear old mom. Naturally, Bai Ling would not confess to the crime. A heartbeat leaned over and wrapped his arm affectionately around his own mom's arm and started a new round of pampering. Mom, look what you're saying. I'm doing this for your own good. Bai Jie will not be so uncovered. Immediately did not have a good temper. Yo, still for my good. My Pristone, this kind of medicine is can just mess eat? Don't you know he has a lot of side effects? Bai Ling was shocked. Ugh. There are side effects to eating that stuff. Bai Jia tapped her daughter's forehead with her index finger, pouted and gave her a blank look, then deliberately exaggerated. So what do you think? It's a poison, especially for someone as old as your mom. If you're not careful, it might be a fart. Bai Ling, a virgin who didn't know anything about this, was instantly shocked. Chapter 83, easily taken. So immediately with tears in her eyes, she looked at her own mom with a slightly sobbing voice. Mom, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I won't dare to do it again. Bai Jia saw that her daughter was intimidated by herself, and she was overjoyed. Humph, little spirit, this was not taken lightly. I've watched you since you were a kid. I know which position you're going to sleep in as soon as you stretch your little legs out. Still want to escape from my mother's five-finger mountain. It's just a dream. But looking at her daughter's reddened eyes, Bai Jia was also a little heartbroken. Immediately the words turn immediately joked. Hey small spirit child, are 20-something people in trouble still only know to cry? Also do not know shame. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is a public place like Hadileo. People come and go everywhere. If others see you, they will laugh at you. Bai Ling's small face reddened at his words, and she looked around sheepishly. As expected, there were at least 10 or so people in the surrounding area who had stopped eating, and their eyes began to glance her way from time to time, and most of them are men. Individuals with high self-confidence among them were not only not afraid when they saw her looking over, but instead smiled and nodded their heads in greeting. It made it hard not to suspect that if she had really brought the rain and pear just now, maybe the other party would have been gentlemanly enough to come over and care. As for who the other side is targeting, that's a little less certain, because Bai Ling had just looked around the week and actually realized that many of these people's gazes were actually not focused on her. Instead, most looked to their own old mom. Such a situation immediately caused another wave of frustration to rise in Bai Ling. What the hell is wrong with the world? These stinky men are looking at a young woman instead of a big beautiful woman like her? Seeing this, Bai Ling glanced at her own mom with some grudges. Why do you dress up so beautifully all day long? No wonder your daughter is still single. At least half of this is on you. Sometimes, women's psyches are just so strange. Even if the other party was his own mother, Bai Ling had a little resentment born in his heart. Bai Jia naturally knew these little expressions of her daughter Bai Ling, and even which men around her were looking at her she knew exactly. She was used to it all though, and didn't care at all. Rather she kind of enjoyed it. The more people look at it, doesn't it mean that Bai Jia charm is bigger? What's to mind? She was wrapped up tightly at this time, and it wasn't like she was one of those demonic yes who relied on exposing her flesh to get people's attention. So no shame at all. These people are purely attracted by the old lady's personal charm. Just as Bai Jia was playfully trying to take out the hair band in her bag and bite it in her mouth to tie up her hair, and in the process tugging at the heartstrings of certain smelly men around her, Bai Ling who was on the side suddenly came over in a mysterious manner. Mom. I suddenly remembered something. I don't know if I remembered it correctly. Bai Jia was puzzled. What is it? Is it necessary to mutter so quietly? A glint flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. If I remember correctly, did my aunt's grandmother come in the past few days? Bai Jia gave her own daughter a glance. Great aunt is great aunt. And what your aunt grandmother? Where did you learn to beat around the bush? Bai Ling smiled cheekily. Mom, your great aunt isn't exactly my aunt's grandmother. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Bai Ling ignored her pouting and started to get straight to the point. Say, what's the point of asking this all of a sudden? Bai Ling beamed. Can't I just ask casually? Bai Ling let out a light laugh. I still don't understand you. You're a dead girl. You don't have a good heart. Bai Ling revealed a wicked smile. Hey, worthy of being my mom. She's a good judge of character. Bai Jia was lazy. Say what you have to say and fart. Old me, I'm hungry for dinner. Bai Ling's cheeks reddened as she whispered. Mom, since my aunt and grandmother are here, what the hell are you? Before the words were even halfway out of her mouth, Bai Ling's pretty face became more and more blushing. Toward the end that voice wasn't much louder than a mosquito. If it wasn't for Bai Jia's sensitive ears, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hear a single word. Just as Bai Ling was curious as to how exactly her own old mom would respond to what seemed to her to be a very embarrassing question, Bai Jia simply smiled contemptuously. Dabbing his hand in the cup of coconut milk, he writes out a word on the table without haste. Bai Ling looked down, and her entire body was suddenly as blushing as a ripe apple, to the point of being a bit fidgety. Seeing this, Bai Jia smiled from ear to ear. She didn't even know what her own daughter thought. I can't believe I'm asking this old geezer this kind of thing. It's just asking for trouble. At this time if someone passes by, the mother and daughter will definitely notice that the original smooth desktop at some point there is an additional character pin. As for what it meant, it was probably only clear to the mother-daughter duo in front of them. This way, Luffy wasn't idle after his failed dinner date with Bai Jia, and in the meantime, he started looking for his next meal hitchhiker. It's not that he can't eat alone, but it's more fun to eat with a man and a woman. Originally, The second person he looked for was Chihiro, the snack food. But who would have guessed that just as soon as his message was sent, this girl whooshed in and bombarded him with a message. The clatter of 10 replies nearly blinded Luffy. After briefly spending 20 or so seconds skimming through it, Luffy finally distilled a few core words from these messages. 2 simple sentences. This girl would love to come and eat, but she can't skip or dare to skip because she has a counselor's major class in the evening. So make sure to ask Luffy, the great man, to credit her for the number of times she's eaten this time. Change the date tomorrow when she's free. Luffy could clearly sense that Chihiro's mind was obsessed with eating. To this, Luffy naturally agreed readily, and packaged a promise that next time, we will take each other to the Huimin Street in Star City to eat from the beginning to the end. With such trenchant words from him, Chihiro immediately called him senior in one mouthful. It was a big deal to say one thing and then give your body to another. Such a situation amused Luffy. He had a feeling that if someone really took this girl to eat all over Star City, he might really take it. As for who this guy is, he'll look into it when he likes to fly airplanes someday. 10 minutes later, Hampu Avenue. Looking at the familiar intersection in front of him, Luffy sighed and decided to find that spare tire rice hitchhiker after all. To be honest, he actually didn't want the other side to have too much to do with it. But what's the saying? A man's a man. There are some natures that are always unchangeable by man, especially since the man also had a D+ aura that regular people didn't have, which made it a bit hard to let go. And so it was that after struggling with it for a little while, Luffy finally gave in to his instincts. I opened the WeChat of the woman called It's Fox Ah. Chapter 84, The Attacking Luyu. The block wasn't far from where he worked, so Luffy simply chatted as he walked toward the office. It's a bit of a journey. All warmed up. Luffy, what are you going to do after work? Luyu messaged back not as fast as Luffy thought. A full minute passed before there was a letter. It made him wonder for a moment if the woman had quit money. It's a good thing he immediately dismissed that concern when he saw the reply, because it was still the same flavor. It's the Fox Ah, Luyu now. Now. Honey oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh can it wait? Luffy stared between his eyebrows. Manager, can you learn to be nice? Look at that. I'm the kind of guy who only knows that in his head. Luyu was aggrieved. But this is the only thing people can attract you to. Aha, is this woman so self-aware now? That was the first thought that went through Luffy's head when he saw the news. He felt the need to correct the other though, and that was that this advantage she had was only temporary. Luffy, I'm sorry, you're just a spare tire. Luyu replied back in seconds. Happy heart, my husband finally recognized me, / Nabla // Luffy was staggered. Luyu still seconds back. Look at it hubby, you don't have a girlfriend right now. And I'm the spare tire you personally admitted. A spare tire is usually in the tier of friends over lovers. According to mathematical thinking, if the goodwill of both parties when lovers are together is 100, I, the spare tire, must have more than 50 by any reckoning. Round it up a little, and you'll have 100, too. So hubby, you finally admit that I'm your girlfriend. I'm so happy. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Luffy, what else can he say but that once a woman wants to get close to you, she doesn't even need you to say a word. She herself would find a way to stick it to her and utilize various ways to bring the two sides closer together. There's a saying that sums it up well. It's called a man chasing a woman across a mountain, and a woman chasing a man across a layer of paper. Luffy didn't think so before, but now he was deeply impressed. It's just that for him, the layer of paper between him and Luyu is a bit thick. It may not be stabbed for the rest of my life. As for the reason, hey, how do you break it all without it? But who would have thought that? Without waiting for Luffy to react, a deeper set came again. It's the Fox Ah, Luyu husband, why are you confessing to people again? Ah. Luffy huffed at the sight and instantly sent a big question mark. He swore to God, didn't say anything earlier, just sent a couple ellipses over. Wait, an ellipsis? No way. This can also be, as expected. The next second Luyu let him see what it means that this woman is as scary as hell. It's the Fox Ah, Luyu husband, just now you sent 2 sets of ellipses. Each set of 3 points, which adds up to 6 points. This 6 equals 5 plus 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 3-1-4, which translates into Chinese as I only love you for a lifetime, not a lifetime. See, I wasn't wrong. And on top of that I compared it to the last one and realized that you're even more affectionate towards me. All love, only me for life. Actually, I'm not that bossy. You can love other people too, but only people like my future mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Looking at the large paragraph in front of him, Luffy fell into silence. What else can he say but that it is damn good to be rich? Just when he wanted to ask the other party how he didn't have time to come over when he had this time to chat, Luyu's new message arrived. It's the Fox Ah, Luyu hubby, emergency, Su Qian that seems to be coming over. I'll talk to chat later. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. seemingly afraid that Luffy wouldn't believe it. Luyu also used a watermark to take 2 pictures over. Photos. The first one is very ordinary. It's just a lot of people having a meeting in the conference room. Looking at the angle, Luyu seems to have put her cell phone under the table to secretly take the picture. The second one is a bit more interesting. The shot is not of a person or an object in the office. Instead, it's a picture of slender legs in a Parisian. After Luffy's visual inspection, this leg must not belong to Luyu. As for why he's so sure? Little secret. Seeing this, Luffy instantly realized that Luyu wasn't lying. She was indeed in a meeting. However, Luffy is a bit puzzled. According to the company's past practice, that is never the precedent of the management meeting at night. And judging from the pictures, several executives who have been away on long-term business trips are back. The situation made it hard for Luffy not to suspect that something big was about to happen to the company. He was almost downstairs anyway, so he decided to go up and take a look. Other than that, he's got over a month's paycheck on the line. Now he was rich, but one size did not fit all. These wages can be all the hard-earned money he used to work overtime day and night. Not a word less. Backing up, if something did happen, he might be able to muddle through for a bit. After all, now that he is rich, it's not wrong for him to give something back to his old boss. As for how to give back, that depends. The other side. As soon as Su Qian walked away, Chen Dan complained in a low voice towards her best friend Luyu. This stinking. There's nothing to do in the middle of the night to hold a meeting. It's really idle. Then again, the conversation immediately changed to bring up what had just happened. Ugh, Jade, what were you doing tapping my leg with your cell phone? You didn't take it to do something bad, did you? Luyu glanced at Su Qian, who was still impassioned, and returned a bit absent-mindedly. How could I? I look like the kind of person who would sell my best friend's jade leg. Chen Dan blurted out. It's not like that. It's clearly that. Don't think I didn't just see that you sent a picture of my legs to someone else. Quickly, who is that person? Man or woman? Because of the anti-peeping screen, even if Chen Dan was closer, he could only rely on guessing. It's not a big deal anyway, so Luyu didn't hide it. Who else could it be? The one I told you about during the day. Chen Dan froze. Isn't that your husband? Why did you send me a picture of my legs? Luyu smiled lewdly. I'm not wearing Parisian family, so I'm borrowing yours. Dan Chen. Go. Who told you not to wear it yourself? It's not like you don't have any. Luyu sighed. Don't mention it. It was torn, but it hurts me to death. Chen Dan's eyes widened. Hey Xiao Yuer, don't tell me. You've been. Luyu nodded. You thought Lu. Ugh, that's not right. Why are you reacting so strongly? Didn't I tell you during the day? Chen Dan's breathing tightened. A bit hateful. What? I thought you were joking at the time. Have you forgotten what we sisters are all about? You ninny? We're going around dangling Warbler's son-in-laws, not making ourselves into bait for other people. Luyu was just about to make a sophomoric argument, but suddenly realized that there was a clattering sound of high heels coming from behind her. When she looked back, she found that Su Qian was looking at the two of their girlfriends with a smirk on her face. Chapter 85. Azu's sister. 10 minutes later, an office area of the company. Li Yen was leisurely humming a ditty and touching the fish, but he didn't want to just turn around and realize that there was a figure standing behind him. It was a shock. When he saw that it was Luffy, he immediately muttered and complained. I throw the old road. Why don't you make a sound when you walk? You asshole. Do you know that people scare people to death? Luffy shrugged. It's not my fault, oldly. Your kid gropes for fish just like that. Can you not put on headphones and look down at the same time? If you didn't know better, you'd think you were watching a little movie. Hearing this, Li Yen hurriedly covered Luffy's mouth, and then looked around with a little bit of weakness. Seeing that no one heard him, he immediately muttered in a low voice towards Luffy. Asterisk. Can't you be a little virtuous? If someone hears you, it'll ruin your image in the department. Hearing this, Luffy immediately stared at the other party with wide-eyed incredulity. Holy oldly, I've only been here for a day. How come your kid started paying attention to his personal image? Could it be that he's got his eye on one of the girls in the department again? As the department of the years of old oil, Li Yen cannot be less in the face of the group to do some unsavory things, especially in front of a couple of male co-workers who knew each other well. It was a bit unkempt. All day long he digs his nostrils with his long fingernailed pinky, left side finished with the right side, calling it a sign of a mature man. Of course the guy was good at disguising himself and never did any of that in front of those girls in the department, and at most occasionally greased the skids. Seeing Luffy pointing it out, Li Yen didn't hide it and immediately scowled in a certain direction. Hey, old road, not bad for you. See that busy little girl in the corner? She's a new intern, and she hasn't even graduated from college yet. How's that for good? Luffy looked in the direction he was talking about. only to see a skinny little girl with black-rimmed glasses working intently in front of a computer. With just one glance, Luffy knew that his opponent was Li Yan's type. The reason is simple. Not only does this girl look a bit similar to Song Jiawei, she's also a super tarmac, very much in line with Rock Lee's particular proclivities. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Li Yan naturally knew that he understood what self meant, so immediately and shamefully, he came to the front with a lewd smile. What do you think, Lu? Do you think we're a good match? I've been thinking about it, and I still think these fresh out of school girls are a little bit easier to fool. When Luffy saw this hungry look on his face, he immediately took a step back in disgust, and then said in no uncertain terms, "Old Lee, not a brother to pour cold water on you. Now the times have changed. Student girls are not the same as we were back then. What's the saying? You don't know what you know. Maybe it's just someone's disguise." Li Yan sniffed unhappy, actually began to defend up. "Old road, cannot be nonsense slander my family as you sister, or I can turn my face ah." Luffy was instantly happy and deliberately snickered. "You kid is good. You're starting to forget your friends when you see color. Remember what you said today. When the time comes, don't be played around by others and come back to me crying in ashes." Seeing Lu's face so well spoken, Li Yan thought he knew something, and immediately panicked a little. "Old Lu, what do you mean by that? Don't scare me." How? As a veteran driver who frequented massages near college towns, he still knew some of the secret history of the community. One of them is a student's sister in certain universities who can't stand the temptation of money and goes into the abyss of degradation. In case his Aju sister is also of this kind, then the fun will be great. However, Li Yan thought for a second and realized that it was unlikely. Those girls are used to making a quick buck, so how would they stoop to being social animal interns in their company? All day long here on the exhausting, only $100 or so. Not as much as that half an hour points earned it. As far as minutes and seconds and whatnot, he, Li Yan, didn't even dare to think about it. Which dude is going to be really just like that? Or keep the money to go to the hospital for more visits first? When Luffy saw this nervous look of Li Yan, he couldn't help himself a bit, so he patted the other party's shoulder, deliberately consoled. "It's all right, old Lee, who hasn't had a past it? We'll get over it if we endure it. The most important thing is to be happy. As for those worldly eyes, them." The more Luffy did this, the more Li Yan became a bit flustered. Doesn't that clearly imply that he knows something? So without even thinking about it, he took Luffy's arm and asked with a nervous face, "Old Lu, can't sell out with the brother again, or else this romance of buddies is going to die in the bud again." Seeing that Li Yan was like this, Luffy also stopped dragging his feet. After finally scanning the 3 words, "Voodoo Demon," on the vision again, he said in a serious tone towards Li Yan, "Old Li I just gave you a joke how you took it seriously. Don't worry, I've never seen your Aju sister before, so I'm sure there's nothing wrong with her. Just for the sake of a colleague I have to remind you, this chase girl before the best to inquire about the situation of people's homes. Don't be too late to regret yo." Li Yan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. "No Lao Lu, you're talking, make people puzzled ah." Luffy, on the other hand, looked mysterious. Hey, old Lee, this kind of thing can only be understood. Besides, if you have the time to fool around with me here, why don't you go and help your sister Azu more? I think she's a bit too busy. Not I say you are, old Lee. This kind of send warmth to pull in the relationship between the two sides of the good time how you do not grasp it. No wonder I've been a bachelor. Hearing this, Li Yan immediately disliked him back without a care in the world. "Old Lu, you kid actually has the face to say this. If you hadn't played disappearing act this morning, would Sister Azu be like this?" Luffy was unsure. What does that mean? How is this even related to me? Before the words fell he seemed to remember something. Wide-eyed instantly asked back, "Wait a minute, old Lee, you don't mean to say, she's helping me finish the job, right?" Li Yan was indignant. "Otherwise, not that I'm talking about you, old Lu, you're so dashing. Can you take care of us bitter co-workers a little bit too? In the past 2 days while you were away, that demoness Lu Yu was putting all your workload on my head. If it weren't for Azo's sister coming over for her internship this morning, I would have quit my job." Luffy sniffed and snorted. "So what, old Lee? It's been a hard 2 days, huh? Come on, brother, feed you a big chicken leg first to make up for it." As he said that, Luffy took out the chicken leg from the KFC family bucket on the table and stuffed it into Li Yan's mouth. Then grabbed another chicken fillet in his hand and threw it into his own mouth. Just when he was a bit curious as to why the other party would be so generous to spend more than 100 oceans on ordering takeout today, this guy Li Yan suddenly seemed to remember something and directly pulled his arm and sat down. Then pulling a lottery ticket out of his pocket he excitedly opened his mouth towards Luffy. Come on, old road, get that lottery ticket of yours out and match it up." Chapter 86. The Lottery with a Story. Lottery? What lottery? Probably due to a bit of overexercise over the past few days, Luffy actually didn't remember this file at all. For a while, the eyes that looked at Li Yan were actually a bit puzzled. Li Yan saw the situation as if he had seen a ghost and looked at Luffy with eyes full of unbelief. Are you okay, Lu? It's only yesterday and you don't remember? But don't tell me your boy is only in his 20s and you're getting Alzheimer's. Luffy was silent. If this guy Li Yan didn't remind him, he really forgot about the lottery. Could it be that too many push-ups can really affect your memory? With that in mind, he decided it was necessary to get the opinions of his great readers, because each one of them is a master of casually making thousands of them in one sitting. On the contrary, Li Yan, seeing Luffy frowning all the time, was immediately worried. Holding out his right hand in front of his eyes, he warned kindly, "Old Lu, don't scare me. If we really feel something is wrong there, we must go to the hospital as soon as possible, or it will be too late to regret. I've heard recently that it's not impossible for young people to get diseases like Alzheimer's." Luffy, go old Lee, will you stop crowing? I'm just so tired these days that I'm not thinking about it for a while. I'm in great shape. How did I get that old lady dementia? Li Yan frowned a bit puzzled. Not right, old road. You kid, these 2 days did not work. How can you still be tired? But who would have thought that before the words left his mouth? Li Yan suddenly looked at Luffy as if he remembered something, with a look of having seen a ghost. ****** Old road. Yesterday afternoon I saw that Luyu walking slowly, and every now and then she got a little squirmy. Shouldn't that be you, kid? He didn't dare to say the latter words explicitly, in case the other people in the department heard them and passed them to Luyu's ears. He was afraid that he wouldn't be targeted to death. Now with Azu's sister, the little sheep here, Li Yan still doesn't want to carry the bucket and run away for the time being. Besides, jobs are hard to come by these days, although the salary of this job is a bit low now, but at least it is considered a branch of a listed company. It's still a bit of a facade to work here, especially in his hometown. This in the public company plus office building to work in the label of a stack together. That is twice the face. As for if someone asks how much salary, he does not panic. Directly a less than 10,000 will easily take it. Luffy smiled confidently and said with some small satisfaction, "That's not true. Otherwise, do you think that I, Mr. Lu, would be able to skip work with such peace of mind? Can I be so reckless without taking care of my boss beforehand?" When Li Yan saw this villainous look on his face, he immediately became a bit indignant. "Luffy, I was wrong about you. When we agreed to fight together, you kid actually started eating soft food." Luffy was righteous. "If you have the ability, you can go too. There's more than one female leader in our company. I heard someone say that the new one, Su Qian Su, is also single, so if you're capable, go get her. Not to say that we can eat and drink spicy food. At least we can walk around in our department without any problem. You can go to work whenever you want, and I'll make sure no one will hold it against you." Rock Lee, he'd like to, but not in that condition. Thinking of this, Li Yan couldn't help but wonder what made Luffy take down that demoness Luyu. Personal charisma? Personal competence? He figured it was more likely the latter. Otherwise Luyu, the demoness, wouldn't be like that. After Li Yan fooled around for a while, Luffy also finally remembered where he put his own lottery ticket, so he turned and headed toward the office. In no time at all, a crumpled lottery ticket that seemed to have been soaked in water was taken out of it. Seeing this, the corner of Li Yan's mouth twitched. Intuition told him, this lottery ticket might have been through some story, otherwise it wouldn't have become so. Luffy didn't care what Li Yan thought. He walked straight to the desk and casually picked up Li Yan's lottery ticket and started checking it. At that time, a total of 5 sets of numbers were bought. When it was agreed that he would buy whatever Li Yan bought, that's why Luffy only swept a glance and realized that the first 4 sets of numbers on both lottery tickets were exactly the same. Only he bet a little heavier. But as he neared the last set of numbers, Luffy realized something was wrong. So he hurriedly reached out and called over to Li Yan. Come on, old Li. Something doesn't seem right. Didn't you say yesterday that we both bought the same lottery ticket? What's wrong with you now? Don't be fooling me. You kid. Li Yan was also a bit stunned when he heard that. Impossible. I clearly remembered to let that lottery store owner play the same for me only. Luffy didn't say anything and directly handed the lottery ticket in his hand to the other party. No, if you don't believe me, see for yourself. Li Yan took the lottery ticket and directly skipped the first 3 sets of numbers, checking them one by one from the 5th set. 4, 9, 10, 17, 19, 8, 7, 4, 9, 10, 17, 19, 7, 8. Li Yan read it out several times before he could straighten out the combination of numbers, especially the combination of the 2 different numbers at the end, 7, 8 and 8, 7. The more he looked at them, the more he frowned. It seemed to be thinking, or remembering something. Looking at Li Yan's gloomy face, Luffy thought he was worried about something and casually joked, Old Lee, this is wrong. You don't take it too seriously, just pay attention next time you buy. With regard to lottery tickets, Luffy had always held the mentality of taking what he could and forgetting what he didn't have. After all, there are so many influencing factors behind this. If it wasn't for the fact that Luffy had stumbled upon the possibility of Li Yan making a fortune recently through the added power of his penetrating eyes earlier, he wouldn't have bothered to buy it. No, he didn't ask Li Yan to help him go shopping today. Some things belong to whomever they are supposed to belong to, and it's not always possible to grab them. To put it plainly, it's all fate. Judah remembered a news report not long ago about an extremely lucky and destined son, even if he was lost as a child, also ran from a house of 10 millionaires to a house of billionaires. It's almost as if he was born into a rich life. Who are you going to talk to about this? But who would have thought that Li Yan did not move after hearing Luffy's words, but instead, his expression became more and more grave, and then it was transformed into a strange kind of excitement. Before Luffy had time to ask more questions, the kid couldn't wait to run to the computer. Then it was even more so as he saved his 10 fingers and edited on the keyboard on the fly with a speed that was unimaginable to normal people. In no time at all, the official website of the Summerland Fortuna appeared in Luffy's field of vision. Seeing this situation, how can he not understand that his lottery ticket is 80% won? And looking at the situation, the winning amount is likely to be even bigger than the one from Li Yan. Thinking about this, Luffy also got a little excited. If he remembered correctly, he had bought 10 bets on the last set of numbers. If there really is a first prize, it would be tens of millions of dollars. Chapter 87. A favor? After figuring this out, Luffy also immediately came up and looked at Li Yan with an excited face. How about it, old Lee? I'm not going to hit the jackpot here, am I? Li Yan didn't say anything at his words, only twisting his head to look at him with eyes full of indignation. Then pointing to a line of numbers in the screen signaled Luffy to see for himself. Luffy was a bit confused at the sight, not understanding what this kid was up to again. Still, he picked up the lottery tickets and matched them one by one following Li Yan's finger. For this kind of lottery, Luffy had only heard of the double color ball and had never bought it, so he didn't really know how winning a few prizes was a checking score. Except for one thing, of course, and that is the fact that everyone in the Summerland knows that picking all the right ones is the first prize. Could this be the one he has? Otherwise, this kid Li Yan wouldn't be so weird, looking at himself with a resentful face. And with that, Luffy began to chime in with a bit of anticipation. The winning numbers for this double color lottery are 4, 9, 10, 17, 19, 8, 8. My numbers are 4, 9, 10, 17, 19, 8, 7. I can't believe I'm off by one digit. Not so unlucky. Looking at himself losing out on the first prize due to a difference of a single digit, Luffy immediately showed a ed-up expression. The heart is even more containing him soaring. Nima. That's tens of millions of dollars. It just flew. But his behavior at this moment was another feeling in Li Yan's eyes. It just feels like he's getting a bargain. So he immediately spoke towards Lu Fei with a ghostly incomparably. Old Lu, you kid honestly explain. Recently is not gone luck. It's already starting to get people in money and sex. That's all you kids are actually still not satisfied. Attempting to have the heart of a snake swallow the elephant, Luffy was dumbfounded and looked at Li Yan. What do you mean by two gains? Old Lee? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Li Yan gave a disdainful laugh, deciding that this kid was pretending. So twisting around, he began to count off Luffy. I don't need to say much about people, right? That demoness Lu Yu has probably already been eaten up by you. Luffy nodded in agreement with that. But when it came to the second point, Li Yan picked up the lottery ticket belonging to him on the table and slapped it in front of Luffy with a look of indignation. The old road. Look at you just now like that. Doesn't it make you feel bad that you didn't win first prize, or even a little ed-up? But have you ever thought about how I feel? TMD, I told that boss to play the same combination of numbers. Why is it that yours is the only one that will be wrong? And it was so coincidental and lucky. There's just no justice. The more Li Yan spoke, the more agitated he became, almost pointing at the sky and cursing. It was a good thing that the other overtime people in the department were very conscientious with their headphones on and were poking around, so they didn't hear the commotion on this side of the room. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. That new intern, Sister Azu, did glance curiously this way, not knowing whether she heard it or not, or hear how much. Luffy didn't have time to pay attention to this, and when he saw Li Yan's appearance, he immediately asked in puzzlement, Old Lee, what the hell are you doing? The last set of numbers on the two lottery tickets, although the boss made a mistake typing the last two numbers in the wrong place. But you're not so bad. We're both one number away from winning the first prize anyway, so it's only logical that we should both win the same prize. And why are you making such a heavenly scene? It's as if you've suffered a great loss. Hearing this, Li Yan immediately had the feeling of being dumbfounded and unable to speak. He wanted to point at Luffy's nose and curse to soothe himself, but then he realized that the guy really didn't understand the rules of cashing in this lottery thing. After wanting to speak for a long time, he had no choice but to drag Luffy back to the computer to point at the prize redemption rules angrily. Old road, do you see for yourself that it's a matter of getting one number wrong? It's a heck of a lot of second and third place. According to the rules for cashing in the double color ball, the wrong last basketball number and all the previous ones are correct is the second prize. Distribute the prize according to the prize pool and the number of bets, and the right blue ball number. Wrong last red ball number instead can only be the third prize. The most ridiculous thing is that the third prize TM is a fixed $3,000 a bet. You boys tell me how big a difference it makes or not? Luffy, what else could he say but that he had missed the mark by a hair's breadth? Who would have thought that this double color ball prize rules so pit? This wrong position different bonuses there is a difference. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately comforted Li Yan. Old Li, don't be angry. This is just an accident. Maybe next time you'll win the first prize. Besides, it's easy to lose your life when you win a big prize like this. So for the sake of your health, a brother will begrudgingly bear it for you. Rock Lee, if it wasn't for the fact that it was now a rule of law society where hitting people was against the law, Li Yan would definitely give this guy in front of him a few punches. Look at all this talk. Am I the one who lacks those years of life? What I'm missing is money. If you can say that you can fold your life for 10 years to be able to change a double color ball first prize, Li Yan estimates that he will not hesitate to change, because there's no way he's going to make $4 million in 10 years in his lifetime. Luckily, Luffy's next words immediately made his little grudge dissipate. Old Li, I think we should do this. I can win the lottery this time also thanks to you to help me buy, and brother, this second prize and have 10 bets. By the time I collect the prize money to share you a bet. You see into it? Li Yan was instantly ecstatic. Really, Lao Lu? You can't make fun of a brother. You can't make jokes like that. Luffy didn't hesitate. A man's word is his word. I'm not going to lie to you, but don't say I'm cheap when the time comes. You kid, and only share your money for one bet. Li Yan shook his head frantically. How can I? Lao Lu, from now on you are my Li Yan's blood brother. If anyone in the company dares to treat you badly, I'll be the first to rush up. Just kidding. Li Yan had just seen it. The second prize money of this double color ball is not much. That's still more than 80,000 a bet. Even if he removed the 20% tax, he, Li Yan, would still get his hands on $70,000. That's damn near more than his current yearly salary. And only a dumbass would think it's too little. That's a lot of money for nothing. Seeing Li Yan's face full of gratitude, Luffy only smiled. If he hadn't forked this kick across the room, Li Yan might have gotten more. Of course this is only hypothetical. According to the general pattern of double color ball draws, the probability of an ordinary person like them winning the first prize was pitifully low. The odds are that Li Yan will still only get a second place finish. He's kind of returning things to their rightful owners, using other people's money to do my own favors. I, Luffy, am so damn smart. Just as he was about to ask Li Yan what this guy was planning to do with the money, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly lit up. Luffy takes it out and fixes his eyes on Luyu's message. Chapter 88. The Gap. It's the fox. Luyu hubby, I'm back again. Luffy's eyes narrowed and he deliberately replied. Sorry, it's late. I even sent a picture of my dinner from the internet when I was done. Luyu replied in a second. But people have already found a good place to eat. I'm so sorry. Luffy's eyebrows furrowed at the sight of this. A little upset. If he remembered correctly, it didn't seem like he had asked the other guy to find a place to eat, did he? Is this a preemptive strike? No, we can't encourage this kind of anger. It's easy to be a bully. Immediately prepared to have read no return. Whatever else, let it dry for half an hour. But who would have thought that Luyu's next words would stop the movement between his hands? Hey, this place is a package you'll love. / Nabla / Locate, 520, Happiness Avenue. 520, Happy Street? This place Luffy a little impression but cannot think of it at once. So directly click into the location to check it with Dojo. But it didn't matter if he didn't look. He couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. There's a sense of eggheads. The location ended nowhere else. The very same backyard hotel he'd stayed at the last time he'd been there. Seeing this, Luffy fell silent. Luyu's math is really snapping. Comparable to a black-hearted capitalist. When you've had your fill, you put people to work straight away. Don't even give a break. Or maybe it's not even trying to manage the food at all. Just as Luffy was thinking about whether or not to agree right away, Li Yan's head suddenly stuck out. After quickly glancing at the cell phone screen, he immediately gave a thumbs up towards Luffy and then said in a manner, It's okay old Lu. A girl actually took the initiative to ask you to go to a hotel. Don't worry, brother will definitely keep your secret to death and never let the manager know. Hearing this Luffy froze for a while, somewhat puzzled to look at the other party. Old Li, What are you talking about, confidentiality or not? Could it be that you don't recognize this person? Li Yan froze for a moment at his words, then with wide-eyed incredulity, he looked in the direction of the office and said with some incredulity, Hey, old Lu, you can't be kidding me. This somewhat overly clingy girl on your cell phone is Lu Yu. Luffy didn't take it well. Well, what did you expect? Am I, Mr. Lu, the kind of scum who eats from the bowl and looks at the pot and likes to have his feet in two boats? Besides, don't you have her WeChat too? How can you still forget? Li Yan scratched his head and said with a little embarrassment, Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Lao Lu. In fact, I'm not hiding it from you. Anyway, she won't take the initiative to find me. I've long since pulled Lu Yu this woman's WeChat black. Hearing him say that, Luffy was a bit speechless. How can I say this? Lu Yu, this woman is like this. Although in accordance with the company's regulations and the department everyone added WeChat, but there is something all only in the department group at people. As if there was some sort of cleanliness fetish, there was rarely a time for a separate personal private chat. If it's only the women in the department, there are no men. Having said that, Luffy still felt deep admiration for Li Yan's behavior of daring to directly blacken Lu Yu. If this kind of thing is found out, you definitely won't be spared a scolding. Unlike him, he had to be forced to sacrifice himself in order to get it over with. Every now and then you have to endure the danger of being hollowed out. Li Yan didn't know what Road Flyer was thinking about this time. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he immediately came over and quietly bumped Luffy's shoulder, then said with a squeeze, Good old Lu. Actually, without saying a word, he got a woman with a strong character like Lu Yu into submission. Can you give a little insight into how you managed to do that, brother? If I remember correctly, it's been less than 3 days. You kid is a god. Luffy laughed suddenly. Didn't you know? Why do you still know? Li Yan was flabbergasted. What the hell? How did he know? What's this guy selling again? Why are you playing with your brother's brain again? Luffy didn't say anything when he saw this, and only smiled slightly. He looked down at the other man, then patted Li Yan's shoulder again. Luffy was sure that any man would understand what he meant. What's that saying? It's all in the words. Some of the things you say will not only be cheesy, but they can easily hurt your self-esteem. Fruity. Li Yan, who understood, was instantly shaken, right hand pointing at Luffy as best as he could, a bit unparalleled up. She, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This actually works? Luffy looked at him as if he couldn't accept the reality, and immediately filled his face with a smile. Old Li, don't think nonsense. As the saying goes, practice is the only standard for testing the truth. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself, but don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better weigh your own personal ability before that. Although there is a saying that the strongest fortresses are often breached from within, this spearhead of the attack has to be powerful too. Rock Lee. He always felt that there was something in Luffy's words, but he didn't have any substantial evidence. In the end, 1,000 words can only be transformed into a quiet sigh. Alas, it is true that we know the face of others, do not know the heart of a. These women, in particular, are born with several faces. It's not like us guys to be so superficial. Luffy couldn't look away and just changed the subject. Alright, Old Lee, don't feel sorry for yourself here. If you have the time to ruminate here, you might as well go and help your sister Raju more. Look, people seem to be meeting problems. Li Yan looked in the direction Luffy indicated, only to see the intern girl with her hand on her chin, staring at the screen in front of her with a sad face, as if she had met something difficult. Seeing this situation, Li Yan immediately passed a grateful look to Luffy, and then bumbled over to save the hero. Not a moment's effort. Not only the sister's sad face disappeared, the two of them even talked and laughed, and they had the feeling that they hated each other. Seeing this, what could Luffy say? I can only hope that Li Yan this guy do not fall too deep, or really found a foodie devil as a girlfriend, later have him good to suffer. What? Are you saying that this Fudomo is not the other Fudomo? Then Luffy could only marvel at the depth of Xia's culture. After a little bit of emotion, Luffy also stopped dwelling on these have-nots. It's probably driving someone crazy after leaving them hanging for so long. As expected, when Luffy picked up his cell phone to take a look, sprawling dozens of unread messages had long been waiting for his approval. Without exception, all of them were sent by Lu Yu. Luffy didn't bother to look at it again from the beginning, and casually replied with a before heading downstairs. Chapter 89. Affection and Desire. 20 minutes later. Backyard Hotel. 3rd floor. Luffy had just gotten off the elevator when he saw a figure lunging towards him. Out of instinct, he dodged towards the side. Then there was a scream, and someone had a close encounter with the wall. 30 seconds later, by the window, Lu Yu covered her forehead and looked at Luffy with a pitiful expression. Honey, why did you hide just now? Look, someone's forehead almost broke the skin. Seeing her making a show of pampering, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, and he said in a bad mood, "Who told you to change your clothes randomly for nothing? I just got off the elevator without reacting and jumped into my arms. I thought it was some female hooligan drunkenly trying to take advantage of me. Besides, if I'm not mistaken just now it wasn't the forehead that hit first." After saying that, Luffy's sight swept towards Lu Yu's body without any trace. The meaning is self-evident. Lu Yu. She was furious, but put up with it to make a small fortune. In the current situation, put the general man on the body has long pulled people in the arms of mercy, and then rubbed the forehead while the baby long baby short coaxed, and the man in front of him wasn't impressed at all. Simply, although this was what he thought in his heart, Lu Yu didn't show it at all. Instead, his face changed instantly, switching forms. Without blushing, he opened his mouth towards Luffy. It's worthy of being my husband. It's awesome. One glance and you can tell that people are joking with you. Before the words left his mouth he winked at Luffy and said playfully, "Hubby, look, do you still like this stepmother's dress that I specially changed for you?" While saying that, she twirled around beautifully in front of Luffy a few more times. Slim red dress with Lu Yu convex figure, coupled with her slightly half-exposed white shoulders, and the wind wafted into the nose of the point of the scent, giving people a very appetizing feeling. Why did I say appetizing? Luffy thought about it and blamed it on his hunger. On the contrary, it was Lu Yu, who saw that Luffy hadn't said anything, and immediately bit her red lips to continue teasing. "How's that? Are you satisfied with your outfit today? I've prepared this especially for you." Lu Yu did not believe that this could not seduce the heart of the man in front of her. Truth be told, Luffy was a bit of a heartthrob. However, in order to not let the woman in front of him grasp it so easily, he opened his mouth as if nothing had happened. "It's not bad, but it's worse than my landlord." Then, without waiting for the other party's response, he changed his mind. "By the way, isn't the second floor a place to eat? Why did you ask me to come here?" Lu Yu would feel a little hard to bear. She had made a lot of calculations, but she didn't expect the man in front of her to not answer. It gave her the feeling of hitting cotton with all her might. Since learning about Luffy's wonders, Lu Yu instantly decided to tie himself to the other side, but she was self-aware enough to know that the other woman had only lust and no love for her, and that desire will continue to diminish over time, until one day there is none, and then she would disappear completely into the other side of the world. There was only one way she could think of to prevent this from happening. That would be to utilize the existing strengths to go and constantly interact with Luffy. By interacting with each other over and over again, the other person forms a certain habit, which comes to increase the bond between the two of them. When the time came for even that much more, she could think of ways to use this to be right next to the other side as much as possible. This leads to the goal of constantly earning small amounts of money for yourself and satisfying your high quality of life. But who would have thought that the man in front of her simply wouldn't take it, directly ignoring her invitation to interact over and over again? That left her feeling a little powerless. But Lu Yu is not so easily discouraged. For a small fortune? No, it was to enhance the relationship. She had prepared multiple plans. Since plan A B doesn't work, we'll just go straight to plan C. Not interacting with me, are you? Do the same at dinner later if you can. So when Luffy asked why she came to the second floor, she immediately pulled out 2 dining coupons from her pocket with a face full of surprise. "Dang it, hubby, look, this is the deluxe buffet for 2 that I specially prepared for the 2 of us. That's $888 a head. And I hear there's not only Australian grouper, but also red wine. How's that for a surprise?" Surprised? A meal will cost nearly $2,000. Even Lu Yu spends a lot of money, but also a little heartache. But for the sake of the future, she endured. After all, you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. She'd already thought about eating for a while when she got in later, and then finding a chance to get the man in front of her slightly drunk. Before then it was, where's my husband? Why is it gone? Just as Lu Yu began to brainstorm the images of what would happen next, the Luffy in front of him disappeared. Turned toward the elevator entrance. To be precise, this sudden change made Lu Yu freeze. "Not husband, why don't you follow the rules? This is how I am told to count you." Seeing this, Lu Yu hurriedly ran all the way to catch up. Then he was puzzled and asked, "Hubby, didn't we have a dinner date? Why did you suddenly leave? Could it be something urgent?" Looking at the combination of words on his vision, Luffy forced back the laughter in his heart and tried his best to speak towards Lu Yu with an indifferent face. "Manager, you don't think I really came to have dinner with you on purpose, do you? I told you, I already ate out earlier." Lu Yu. What else could she say but that men really weren't any good? "And eaten. She'll hear your stomach growling by now." What an eye-opener. But Lu Yu didn't point it out. Who told her to lean on the other side later? After hearing this, she immediately stood on her tiptoes and whispered towards Luffy without even thinking about it. In no time at all, Luffy's eyes lit up and looked at Lu Yu with a bit of novelty. "Is that true? Lu Yu nodded seriously as a reconfirmation. She would have to sacrifice a little something in order to be able to eat with Luffy and bond. Luffy saw the attitude immediately came to a 360-degree big change, took over the hands of the meal coupon with a wave of a big hand and said with a smile, "Tell me about it. I'm starving." Lu Yu didn't say anything when she sniffed, and only gave Lu Fei a flirtatious blank look. The mind was even sputtering. "If I wasn't at the end of my rope with you, the hell I'd say something like that. What kind of love over time is just bull asterisk to fool those little girls? I only believe in myself." Luffy naturally understood the little things in the other party's mind, but he was too lazy to say more. Seeing that the purpose was accomplished, he immediately wrapped his arm around the other party's thin waist and strutted towards the dining area. Chapter 90. Lu Yu's Little Mind. As soon as the duo entered the dining area, the sight in front of them made Luffy's eyes light up. The dining area is large and exquisitely decorated, with a wide array of meals on the tabletops that look colorful and appetizing. Since it was buffet style, there were people walking around everywhere, but compared to its large venue, these crowds are still a bit underwhelming, so it gives off a cold feeling. As far as the eye could see, there were basically guests dining only every few tables, and they were mostly couples. Rarely do families or solo people come here to eat. In Luffy's opinion, the price of $888 a head is the most important factor in this phenomenon. After all, this is really a little bit of cost-effective. The owner also seemed to understand his own position, so Luffy walked all the way to many of the dining areas that were spaced out in a similarly small package, between two neighboring tables. It's often all talk and no action, as long as you don't purposely look up. This gives a lot of the young couples who dine here a little privacy. Everyone seemed to enjoy the format as well, so the further in he went, the more obvious it became to Luffy that the couple inside was getting more intimate. All sorts of little gestures to enhance each other's feelings keep coming up. What with feeding each other and sitting around whispering is even more common. What's more, they seem to think it's not enough. Even feeding saliva too, in front of a large audience. It's almost a little bit hurtful. But what made Luffy the most speechless was the strange environment here. Can someone tell him why the lights in a nice buffet get dimmer the further in you go? It's obviously light on three sides. The most outrageous thing was that vaguely, Luffy also heard faint music playing in parts of the area. As for what kind of music it was, he didn't dare to listen closely. Judging from the current situation, Luffy seriously suspected that this boss was faking the buffet and promoting the population of Xia was the real thing. With this environment and atmosphere, at least more than half of the couples will engage in post-dinner elimination behavior after eating. Seeing this, how could Luffy not understand? This place was definitely carefully selected by Lu Yu. Fruity. Seeing Lu Fei casting inquiring eyes, Lu Yu immediately leaned towards her shoulder and then looked as if she was full of inviting credit. Hee hubby, this place I picked out is okay, isn't it? Luffy didn't say anything when he sniffed, but the hand wrapped around his thin waist moved down a few points without any trace. The meaning is self-evident. Chick. Good performance. Lu Yu naturally understood, and backhandedly pulled Luffy and tried to run to a remote place, but as a decent man, Luffy felt that a meal was a meal and should never do something indecent. Naturally, it was a stern refusal. 1 hour later, a corner of the second floor by a window. Forgive Lu Yu's skillful tongue, but he was also a bit clueless in the face of Luffy, who had been only nodding his head as an answering machine, not even giving a response. After all, she couldn't sing this one-woman show any better on her own. After thinking about it, Lu Yu, who really had no choice, could only start with the topic in the company. Hubby, what do you think of that Su Qian woman? It worked well this time, and the other actually looked up and thought in a rare moment. That's a rare rarity. For a moment, Lu Yu instantly understood the error in the direction of his previous attack. That's right, the two of them used to be from two different worlds after all, and they didn't cross paths much, so how could the other party be interested in the thing she said? Actually, Luffy wasn't as complicated as Lu Yu thought. He simply just doesn't like to talk much during meals. In addition, the other party is talking about topics that only women are interested in. Naturally, there is even less desire to open up. Now eat almost. Just the other side and asked about his Su Qian. This he is a little interested in women. After thinking about it will be truthfully evaluated. Pretty good looking, but I don't think she's as old as you. Lu Yu was not happy with what she heard and purposely pouted. Blah blah blah. I'm serious. Luffy swept his eyes in front of the other party and cried a little. Manager, I'm talking about age. Where are you talking about? You have the nerve to call me immodest. Hearing this, Lu Yu immediately had a small red face and lightly grunted, making a small fuss. Bugger, it's not because you're talking ambiguously that makes people misunderstand. It's all your fault. After saying that, he even stepped on Luffy without a trace to show his displeasure. Luffy laughed at this and snickered. And you blame me? If you didn't want that stuff in your head, could you say something like that? But it's true. It's the same thing on the surface. It fits your persona as a manager. It was rare to see Luffy interacting with himself, so Lu Yu naturally had to seize the opportunity. At that moment, with a pair of arms crossed, her beautiful eyes stared, and she glared at Luffy with a deliberate little woman-like puff of anger. Lu Yu's heart was clear. Any man who likes his women to have diversity. As for what diversity means, it seemed to her to do nothing more than give a sense of contrast. For example, the high and mighty cold imperial sister starts to act cute. The nerdy little potato pretends to be an imperial sister. Situations such as these give a strong sense of visual impact, and the greater the contrast, the easier it will be for these smelly men to become obsessed and fall in love. Of course, the private kind. She wouldn't be able to say that explicitly. What others thought Luffy didn't know, at least in his opinion. Lu Yu's move was still somewhat useful to him. Actually, to be honest, Lu Yu, this aside from that character, no matter the figure and appearance, is top-notch. There was one thing he didn't like much though, and that was her voice. The other party wasn't from the northern part of Xia either, but somehow there was always that peculiar flavor of the place in his speech. Not the slightest bit of the southern woman's kind of gentle as Jade Birdie feeling. For this reason, Luffy had no feelings for Lu Yu calling her husband. Except when the clip notes. So when he kept his mouth shut, he felt quite a bit better about Lu Yu instead. Now seeing her now in this dumb bride-like little womanly manner, she immediately felt a little interesting. One thing led to another, and the ghost got up and extended his index finger to poke the other's bulging cheeks. Aha! Not only is it full of collagen, it's also quite elastic. It's just that this layer of putty on top is a little thick. He'd thought earlier that the woman didn't wear much makeup, so it seemed he'd been wrong. I wonder what this looks like in the flesh. Forget it. With a body like that, you don't need a bicycle. It's all the same with the lights off. Just when Luffy's thoughts were a little lax and starting to let go, Lu Yu had a flash of light in front of his eyes, and his heart was even more delighted. One's thinking is really right. This was the first time this Luffy guy had taken the initiative to do this to her, making intimate interactions that only couples normally do. Then a light flashed in her eyes, and a hint of cunning immediately drifted across her eyes. Before Luffy could react, he instantly bit down towards the index finger in front of him. Chapter 91, Mother and Child. 10 seconds later, looking at the neat row of light-colored teeth marks on his fingers, Luffy couldn't help but grumble. Lu Yu, you're really good. Still really biting. He thought the other party was joking at first, but who would have thought that this was really down with it? Lu Yu smiled playfully. Humph. I told you to bully people before. I call this an example of an eye for an eye, understand? Luffy froze for a moment, and then there was a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was tempted to retort, but suddenly realizing that what the other party said seemed to make sense, he was actually a bit speechless. In order not to lose face, he only had to let out harsh words. An eye for an eye, huh? Just you wait. You'll be in for a treat. Lu Yu. She could still not understand what the other party meant, and immediately opened her big pitiful eyes and conceded. Husband, I was wrong. Luffy didn't say anything, only the corner of his mouth rose slightly, looking at the other party with a smirk. The meaning is self-evident. It's too late to admit you're wrong. Just as Luffy was getting a little smug, he suddenly realized that something was a little off. Didn't his own behavior just now fall right into the setup that Lu Yu had woven? First, use small interactions over dinner to increase their feelings, then find opportunities to deepen them a bit. It's a proper 1,000-layer set. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately glanced at Lu Yu on the opposite side without any trace. The other party, although on the surface, was looking like she was begging to be let go, but as long as you look closely, you will find that this woman not only has a hint of excitement in her eyes from time to time, even the corners of her mouth are slightly upward, obviously out of the intention that the trick is about to succeed. In order to further verify his thoughts, Luffy even quietly used his penetrating eyes again. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. Once he did, Luffy was a bit nonplussed, because the words on the vision were really giving him the cold sweats. Lu Yu, mothers with children are expecting. Okay, he'd really gotten a little carried away in the last few days, and had almost forgotten about it. Honestly, if a woman really did come to him one day with his child in her arms, there was a real possibility that he might soften his heart a bit, given his character. As for how soft-hearted, that depends on the circumstances, but now that I've found out, of course, I'm vigilant in that regard. He's still young and it's a good time to make a career. He doesn't want to be tied down by the next generation. On the contrary, Lu Yu, seeing that Luffy had been staring at him without saying anything, thought that he was a bit stupid. Immediately, he pretended to be coy. Hubby, there are many people here. Why don't we both? But who would have thought that before she could say anything, she was immediately interrupted by Luffy. It's not even 8 o'clock. There's no rush. I just saw that you don't quite like cilantro, so I'll go ahead and get you some. After saying that without waiting for Lu Yu to reply, Luffy got up and walked towards the lettuce area on his own. Such behavior could have confused Lu Yu. What the hell? When did this guy get so warm and fuzzy? Could it be that it was taken down by the old ladies? Thinking of this, Lu Yu's heart rejoiced. Stinky man, no matter how powerful you are, you still fall under the pomegranate skirt of my mother. From now on, I, Lu Yu, will be rich. But is that really the case? Apparently not. Luffy helping Lu Yu with his food is fake. Turning his head to a vending machine somewhere to buy DLS is real. As for why it's in the buffet. It's not true that some people treat their female friends to an 888-person buffet on the second floor of a hotel at night and send them back. It's clear that the owner of this store understands how young people think these days. When Luffy came over, it was almost about to be sold out inside. 5 minutes later, looking at the empty-handed Luffy, Lu Yu subconsciously asked, "Hubby, didn't you say you were going to go and clip the cilantro for me? Where's the cilantro? Isn't there any more?" Luffy froze at his words, then casually and perfunctorily said, "Oops, I just looked and the cilantro seems to be gone. Why don't you just eat something else?" But who would have thought that before he could say a word? Someone passed by at the side aisle with a large plate of cilantro. Seeing this situation, how could Lu Yu not understand that she was again fooled by the man in front of her? It's true what they say, a man's mouth deceives a ghost. This guy didn't just go and do something good. Did he just go for a smoke? No way. He didn't smell of smoke. Is that the bathroom? Still can't be. The press isn't in that direction. Thinking about it, Lu Yu only felt that there was one possibility. She vaguely remembers that there seems to be a vending machine over there that sells some rather miscellaneous things. Does that mean he's going to buy? Thinking of this, Lu Yu immediately looked at the other party with a face full of grudges. This stinking man actually doesn't believe her. It's an abomination. Lu Fei doesn't care what Lu Yu thinks. Seeing that things are lost, he still talks about the company without blushing. By the way, is there any big event in the company recently? Otherwise, how come you management opened the conference at night to come? I don't remember it ever being there before. Lu Yu see things go against his wishes, can only sigh quietly, and then a little resentment said answer. What else can there be? Su Qian, that woman, and the demon chanting. Luffy was a bit curious. Demonizing? Not so much. I've seen Su Qian a few times from afar. Sense shouldn't be that kind of person. Lu Yu gave a blank look and spat. Right. As long as it's a pretty woman in your men's eyes, it's all good. Do you know what it means to know a man's face and not his heart? Luffy went straight to the point. Don't be so wordy. Just tell us what you said at the meeting. Women can find hundreds of flaws in anyone they look at least instantly. Luffy didn't have time to listen to Lu Yu complaining here. Seeing that Luffy was a bit impatient, Lu Yu was also very sensible and got to the point. I didn't listen closely to the rest of the meeting, but one thing was quite important. Recently the company had a receivable of tens of millions of dollars due and never got it back. Many executives want to get their money back as soon as possible to avoid long nights. But that woman Su Qian is thinking of taking this opportunity to increase cooperation with the other side. Delaying the repayment date as a condition to take on a few more projects from the other company. Got into a fight with several VPs at the meeting over it. Luffy came to be interested and immediately asked curiously, which company? It actually makes her so confident? In order to take the other side of the project, actually even want to give up tens of millions of dollars. Lu Yu blurted out. Who else could there be? Hungtai Group. It's not like you don't know that they've always been our company's biggest partner. It's actually Hentai? Hearing that name, Luffy immediately froze a bit. How could he not expect that such a company with a market capitalization of several $100 billion would still default on its accounts? Could there be a hidden agenda? Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Lu Yu with a curious face. She's got a lot of girlfriends, so she might know something. Chapter 92. How about I help you? Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have a flower on my face? Seeing that Luffy kept staring at himself, Lu Yu asked curiously. As she spoke, she took out her vanity mirror from her small bag again and scrutinized it. Luffy was a bit speechless at the sight. Don't look. You're beautiful. I mean, do you know something about the inside of it? Like what happened to the Hungtai Group? Lu Yu didn't care that much, still holding the mirror and carefully checking it out. Men's mouths lie to ghosts. After what just happened, she wouldn't listen to Luffy's bull **** so easily anymore. In Lu Yu's opinion, his image outside is more important than anything else. As luck would have it, when she looked a little closer she noticed that the color of the lipstick on her mouth was a little faded. Seeing this, she instantly grabbed her lipstick from her small bag and wanted to touch up her makeup. But who would have thought that the Chanel lipstick in his hand would be snatched away before he could do anything about it? When Lu Yu looked up, she saw Lu Fei looking at her with a smirk as he held his lipstick. Seeing this situation, Lu Yu immediately begged with a bitter face, "Husband, I'm wrong, I'll say it okay. Don't you dare eat another one." This one is expensive. More expensive than the last one. Luffy was a little curious. How expensive can this be? It can't be in 4 figures, can it? Lu Yu hurriedly nodded. 1888 apiece. Looking at the gadget in his hand, Luffy was speechless for a moment. No wonder they say women make good money. Just don't overdo it, okay? TSK, TSK, TSK. 1. 888 apiece. More than his previous half-monthly salary. In his opinion, it would be nice for the lipstick to cost $8. One is 236 times net profit, which is more profitable than robbing a bank. Seeing Lu Fei staring at the lipstick and not saying anything all the time, Lu Yu's little heart fluttered. This bastard. He's not thinking of something bad again, is he? If it wasn't for the sake of gaining Luffy's favor, she wouldn't have brought out this most expensive lipstick. Just as Lu Yu was getting more and more worried, Luffy suddenly laughed. Then to its shocked gaze, he threw the lipstick in his hand. Unfortunately, Lu Yu's reaction was a bit slow. He didn't catch it, so much so that a ludicrous scene ensued. That's lipstick buried directly in the abyss. 10 seconds later, looking at Lu Yu's sultry eyes, Luffy was a little embarrassed. Accident. Accident. It was purely accidental. Lu Yu still looked on with resentment. Luffy suddenly suggested with a wicked grin, "Why don't I get it out for you?" Lu Yu rolled his eyes as the corners of his mouth twitched. "Beautiful you. Let's wait until later. This is a bit inconvenient." Luffy trailed off. "Really?" Lu Yu smiled playfully. "Fake." When she finished speaking, she straightened her back and used her 2-finger zen to hold her lipstick in Luffy's dumbfounded eyes. After finishing, she winked at Luffy and said in a haughty tone, "See, I'm a woman with a D+ aura," which had thought that the words did not fall. A black shadow flashed again. Lu Yu's hands of lipstick actually disappeared again. How could she not understand that she was falling for the other side's trap again? Luffy looked at the gadgets in front of him towards Lu Yu with a raised sword eyebrow and said with a smile, "No matter what kind of Ultraman possessed you are, you'll still be easily suppressed by me." Lu Yu. What could she do? He was desperate too, because what the other guy said was also true. Thinking of this, Lu Yu pouted and began to look at the other party pitifully. But who thought that before the words came out, Luffy was the first to speak. "Manager, it's almost time. Let's finish talking about that thing we just did and leave." Lu Yu seemed a bit forgetful. "Which thing? How come I don't know?" Luffy nonchalantly knocked on the head. "What else? Hentai." Lu Yu covered his head in a pretense. "Pain, pain, pain, pain." The sound was so loud that it immediately caught the attention of several couples passing by in the neighborhood. The men in the couple all gave him admiring looks. Some even gave him a thumbs up without a trace, thinking that he was a model for our generation. The female side is much simpler. Directly body twisted to make a small sex. Heart secretly happy and have a reason to buy a bag. "What? You don't want to? Wasn't in love with me anymore. I can't believe I'm trying to emulate that scumbag bullying my girlfriend." Lu Yu also seemed to want to make a slight demonic gesture when he saw this, but he was stopped by Luffy's eyes before he could start. Inkbrand spoke in a hushed voice after a while. "Hubby, actually the news about hentai I also heard from a girlfriend beside me, but I can't be sure of the truth." Luffy sniffed and gave a look that signaled his opponent to cut the crap. Seeing this, Lu Yu cleared his throat and began to narrate. "I heard my girlfriend say that hentai group is about to face a large batch of accounts that are due and cannot be repaid because some of them are very short of money recently. Top Secret is a bit puzzled." "Not right, ah. According to you, so that Su Qian how dare to continue to increase the cooperation with hentai? Isn't she afraid something will go wrong then?" Lu Yu seemed to be very dissatisfied with Su Qian, so as soon as she saw Lu Fei mention it, she said in a bad mood, "That is cheap. What else is there?" "Luffy, seriously, cut the crap." Lu Yu pondered for a moment to voice his opinion. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food, and the greater the risk of this then isn't the greater the reward. In my opinion, Su Qian is trying to take this opportunity to take a shot. Now take advantage of hentai group's crisis to increase cooperation. In case the other party pulls through when the time comes, won't they just get on this several $100 billion ship? The resultant series of rewards are unimaginable. Being able to stand firm in the branch in the first place. Not to mention, when the time comes, there's even a chance to transfer to the headquarters. Luffy started crowing. "And what if this big ship does sink?" Lu Yu deflated. "Then let's all have some fun together and go back to our respective homes and find our respective moms. I'm a poor little woman who will have to rely on my husband to support me." While saying that, Lu Yu got up and came to Luffy's side, making a bird-like appearance. It could have made the S and lesbians who were just watching look silly. "No, dude, where did you learn that pickup technique? Simply deep grandmaster deep passages. To hit someone and still have the girl lean over and pout is just brilliant." Next thing you know, these men are miserable again, because their girlfriends think it's looking at a beautiful woman, and wrath begins a new round of petty servings. Looking at the somewhat crooked Lu Yu, Lu Fei gave a disgusted look and said a bit unkindly, Go, 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 I'm not going to raise you, manager, we agreed in advance. It's a case of each taking what he needs, otherwise I'll turn my back on you. Luyu had no choice but to honestly sit on the sidelines. A look of all listen to your good boy look. Seeing this, Luffy nodded in satisfaction, then asked with a bit of doubt, since it's all like this, why don't you leaders stop her? Isn't that dragging everyone along with you to the mothballs? Chapter 93, Pillow Talk? Luyu casually replied, right, if we're not careful, this branch will go up in smoke. Luffy pulled his mouth, then you're still so laid back, you're often at odds with her anyway, and you're not dead set against it? If I remember correctly, you said you'd replace her before, that's forgotten? Luyu stretched out her jade hand and picked up a cherry from the table and chewed it slowly, then said without haste, replacement is replacement, and it doesn't also depend on the situation. It's not good to be the outlier. I've already thought of waving the flag at the back first, and then giving a fatal blow at the critical moment. Seeing how confident she was, Luffy immediately congratulated her. Looks like you're pretty sure of yourself. Congratulations in advance. Since he decided to start an investment company, it was natural to start with the industry he knew best. The parent company of Luffy's public company is a design and installation and maintenance company. Of course, their turn as a branch is less comprehensive and will be divided based on region, and the Star City branch where they are located focuses on the interior decorating part of the business. It will be decorated in various uniform styles according to the developer's requirements. Well, do it while trying to save money and look good. To put it plainly, it's the most beautiful thing you can do with the least amount of money. But who would have thought that as soon as Luffy's words left his mouth, Luyu immediately shook his head. Let's just forget about it. I think this time, it's a bit mysterious. That woman Su Qian's backer got the old chairman's support this time, so I'm afraid she won't be tough to the end. Luffy came to be interested. How come it's related to the headquarters again? Luyu gave him a blank look. So what did you think? It's really just us little shrimps tossing around here. To put it mildly, how many of those branch executives are not related? After all, our parent company is a family business. Is a person all like to listen to some gossip? For this kind of luxury gossip Luffy is more a little excited, so he signaled Luyu to continue. Seeing that he was so interested, Luyu quickly organized his words in his mind before describing the whole story. It's actually quite understandable. It's the old chairman stepping aside and not releasing his power, and the new chairman wanting to quickly get a hold of the company. And this Huntai incident is a battle between the two sides. The old chairman of the board wants to force a fight, so that the old man can prove that he is still good. This is to strike a blow to the new chairman's sharpness. The new chairman is naturally reluctant, but there's no way the board of directors is dominated by the older generation. So in the end, we definitely can't compete. That's why I say that Su Qian has a high probability of success. So that's it. Luffy realized after hearing this, but then asked curiously, no, didn't I hear that the old chairman only had one son? Is it necessary to hold it like that and not let go? If you ask me, at your age, you might as well enjoy life. Don't you think so, manager? Luyu backhandedly grabbed the salty pig's hand that wanted to do evil, and said in a bad mood, although the words are said so, but you feel your conscience and ask yourself, if there is often a little leprechaun blowing pillow wind beside your ear, will it still be like this? After hearing this, Luffy's eyes widened with utter curiosity. Tell me quickly, don't hold back. That's how he likes his melons. It's good to hear more about it now so that you can have more experience when you meet it in the future. Luyu mysteriously smiled, whispered, it is said that the old chairman of the board of directors recently recruited a new secretary, not only beautiful but also articulate. The old man coaxed her rash. Lately, she's even been brought around from time to time, and it's been rumored at headquarters that she's the new chairman's baby mama. Luffy looked a bit odd at that. Okay, it doesn't meet that classic quote, if there's something the secretary does, it's still the secretary who does it. The only thing you have to be careful about is prioritizing and sequencing things. Just as Luffy was about to follow up and ask if there were any other interesting things, Luyu suddenly asked in a strange turn of phrase, that's not right, hubby. Why did you suddenly start caring about the company? Could it be that there are plans? Luffy didn't have anything to hide, and directly told him about his intention to open an investment company. Hearing this, Luyu immediately said excitedly with both eyes glowing as she pulled Luffy's hand, hubby, can you let me get some shares too? I don't want much, just 1%. Luffy gave her a disgusted look. No way. Besides, do you have any money? Luyu stood tall. I have this. Luffy looked at her like she was an idiot. Wake up, dreams have everything. Luyu was unforgiving. Hubby really can't. 1 in 10,000 is fine. I'm not a picky eater. Luyu wasn't stupid, knowing that with Luffy's magic he would definitely rush to the top in the future. By then, as long as she owned this 1/10,000th of the original shares, at least she would be a small director. but she would have the opportunity to contact Luffy often. Luffy naturally knew the other party's little plan. Understanding that she was the master of not seeing the rabbit, she immediately drew a big pie. What's your hurry? I haven't even gotten to the bottom of this yet. We'll see what I'm in the mood for when the time comes. Although he said so on his lips, Luffy had already sentenced the other party to death in his heart. Not to mention 1 in 10,000. When the time came, she wouldn't even give 1 in 100,000 to the other party. This kind of thing, naturally, is only reliable if it is firmly grasped in one's own hands. Lu Yu, on the other hand, thought that Luffy's heart had softened, and immediately wrapped her arms around him to initiate the benefits, and then with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he got up and hurriedly headed somewhere. In no time at all, he returned with a large tray of something. Seeing a dozen oysters spilling out in front of him, Luffy was a bit speechless. Don't tell me that this stuff is for me. Lu Yu nodded frantically. Eat it, it's very tonic. After that she picked one up and handed it to Luffy as if to feed him. Luffy, don't kid yourself. Bai Jie ordered for Zhang Hao to eat at the back. How can he still eat here? Eating more than 30 in one day is already his limit. Okay. So Luffy immediately refused without mercy. If you want to eat it, you can eat it yourself. I don't need it. Then the words continued before they fell. This will be late anyway. You give me the room card. I'll go explore first. Right. I've got all that stuff, so you don't have to go extra to prepare it later. Lu Yu didn't say anything when she sniffed, and only stared at Luffy with her eyes wide open, obviously trying to struggle a bit more. Luffy, on the other hand, was nonchalant when he saw this, and directly took out the rune card from her small bag and left. Looking at Luffy's increasingly distant back, Lu Yu sighed quietly. One can only turn grief into strength and take a bite out of an oyster. As far as she was concerned, this kind of thing was the same for anyone who ate it. Chapter 94, Down. The next day, the sun rises in the east, the wind and the sunshine. Anyway, there are just a lot of days. The sleeping Luffy slowly opened his eyes, and somehow, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of him, he felt sore. After a few moments of reprieve, he barely managed to prop himself up on his hands to half lean against the bed. Thinking back to all that had gone before, he had only one thing to say. The forces are mutual. Even if you don't move there are side effects. After half leaning against the bed and habitually fuming for a while, Luffy then picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. Yo, it's kinda early. It's only 9:15 a.m. 5 minutes before the stock market's pre-market bidding begins. 5 minutes is more than enough time for a shower. A little more snappy, maybe even a big one. As a matter of fact, someone in the road did. 4 minutes later, Luffy had just come out of the washroom after taking a shower and draping himself in a bathrobe when a clip tone sounded next to his ear. Dear O, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh good morning. He looked up, only to see Lu Yu sitting on the sofa staring straight at him, her eyes flooding with auras from time to time. Luffy froze for a moment at the sight, then asked with an odd expression, didn't you woman leave? Why are you back again? Lu Yu sniffed and instantly aggravated. I'm the one who didn't leave. I'm not thinking that you will be hungry when you get up. That's why I went downstairs to get you breakfast. The words did not fall and whispered a small broken read up. You this person how to be like this before also called people baby. A turn back on the mouth called this woman. Really? Winky face. Luffy ignored it all. Instead, he righteously accused the other party. It's not that I'm talking about you, Lu Yu. Day in and day out. Even going to work is not active. Can you still have some sense of enterprise? You still want to take out Su Qian and move up the ladder? Why don't you get married and go home to nurse your child? Lu Yu began to mutter in a low voice again. I also want to but you don't let. Luffy, come on, it's all about you again. Luffy tugged at the corner of his mouth and didn't bother to say anything more. Otherwise it's going to be endless. It just so happened that he would be a bit hungry this time, so he immediately opened the breakfast Lu Yu had placed on the table without any hesitation. But whoever thought just opened it. He cried a little. Goji berry and silver ear soup with seafood kanji? It's early in the morning. Are you trying to tonic me to death? Lu Yu didn't say anything and only looked at him innocently with her large Kazlan eyes, as if she was expressing something. Luffy smiled awkwardly at the sight and buried his head to eat his breakfast honestly. Honestly, really don't blame him. He'd never seen anyone who was still alive and kicking when he double rode with his girlfriend to play king until 3 in the morning. What? You said you could? Then you deserve it. But Luffy didn't stay idle. While eating, he picked up his cell phone and opened Oriental Fortune to check up the pre-market bidding of Tokyo Heat. Well, the format seems to be okay. Although there are about 100,000 hands of shipments, but the take-up is still very acceptable. Stop the ceiling order still has nearly 1 million hands in the blocking door. The situation couldn't be better. Yesterday's close was $7.75 and the current price is $8.52. According to the 10 000 lots he now holds. This night's work easily lay another 770,000 big money. It's simply not too good. However, with the previous experience of Southland Land, Luffy naturally wouldn't be so blinded and simply bluffed by the scene in front of him. Don't look now, there are nearly a million sealed orders. As long as the main force are unhappy withdrawal orders, then the stock price with the elevator as rubbing down, without even looking back. Thinking of this, he immediately used his penetrating eyes without any trace. In no time at all, brand new combinations of words appeared before his eyes again. Tokyo Heat, firm. I want to be firm. Luffy, meow meow meow. Look at the meaning of this stock is not a second mana. Today seems to continue to stop. Seeing this situation, Luffy immediately intended to withdraw from Eastern Fortune in preparation for lying down. But halfway through, I realized something was wrong. If he was satisfied with earning only 10 points a day, wasn't he, Mr. Lou, a bit too salty? Thinking of this, Luffy immediately spun back around and without hesitation directly sold off all 10,000 lots of Tokyo Heat. Such behavior immediately let do not know when to come to him in front of Liu anxious. Not a husband, this is still suspended it. What are you selling it for? Luffy glanced at the other party and said indifferently. What long hair and short knowledge, only earning 10 points a day. Dogs don't even want it. Liu Yu's eyes instantly glistened at the words, his eyes filled with adoration. Wow, not bad for my husband. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh, the cursing is so handsome. Then along the way, he softly inquired, hubby, so which stock are you going to buy later? Can you reveal it to me in advance? Luffy saw this and laughed without humor. You elected cabbage it, said to buy if you have this kind of time to ask me which stock to buy, why don't you go and see how your Starlight Agricultural Machinery is doing? Just in case it comes in low, don't cry foul. After Luffy reminded him of this, Liu Yu then remembered the 2 million or so in his pocket as an afterthought, so immediately some hands and feet to open the flush checkup. In the next second, it immediately looked at Luffy in tears. Hubby, really dropped. Luffy stuck his head out and good lord, it's only been open for a few minutes and it's down almost 5 points straight away. Seeing this, Luffy began to gloat. Told you, didn't I? That opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. You can't even grasp the money you're allowed to make. People just opened the market but rushed up to 7 or 8 points. Then you seize the opportunity to make at least 5 points. How would it be like now so head over heels it? Liu Yu began to dump the pot. People just now is not concerned about you went well. This is only. Luffy immediately interrupted. But don't mess around here. You might as well hurry up and sell it if you have the time. If you keep dawdling, I'll give you a high dive later. Liu Yu's small face tightened as she sniffed, and immediately stopped talking nonsense and buried her head in the operation. But who would have thought that only after delaying this for a while, this Starlight farming machine has fallen by 2 points again, simply not intending to give people a chance to live. After Liu Yu so tossed, the original profit of more than 10 points of the stock managed to shrink to only 5 points, another $100, 000 or so less earned. Seeing this situation, Liu Yu obediently prepared to sell cute and pretend to be pitiful to win Luffy's sympathy. But who would have thought that before the words were out of his mouth, Luffy gave his expulsion order. Manager, I'd like to take a nap later when I'm full, so why don't you just go? Otherwise it's a bit inappropriate for us to be alone. It's easy to get into trouble. Liu Yu, she was angry now, very angry, but she could only endure. Seeing that Luffy wanted to kick people out, he still weakly suggested, it's kinda cold today, why don't I warm up a comforter for you first? This way it's more comfortable to sleep. Chapter 95. Fishing to sprinkle bait. Luffy didn't say anything at that, only pointing to the central air conditioner that was on above him before throwing another look at the other party. The meaning is self-evident. I have it. I don't need you to warm the bed. When Liu Yu saw this, he immediately hung his head a little, and several times he wanted to speak. After finally looking at Luffy several times in aggravation, he honestly got up and prepared to leave. But who would have thought that just as he reached the door, Luffy's voice sounded again. Wait a minute, don't you go yet. Hearing this sound, Liu Yu instantly turned back to look at Luffy with a face full of surprise. Hubby, oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless, can't let people go just like that. While saying that, she trotted all the way to Luffy's front and made a gesture to be pampered. Luffy looked odd at this. No, manager, don't get me wrong. I called you because you forgot your cell phone. Nothing else. Liu Yu's face stiffened at the words. Looking at the cell phone on the table with a feeling of wanting to cry, the mind was more than a little wrathful and spiteful. Is there any justice left? Why is it so hard for an old lady to earn a little money? Luffy cannot care so much. See her still stay there, not move. Immediately said nonchalantly. What still froze, manager? Take the phone on the go. Don't keep me from sleeping back in if you keep dawdling. The ground of this sound expulsion order. Spare Lu Yu again do not want to go also have no way out. She could only express her reluctance with a step back and a look full of resentment. 1 minute later, looking at the room where he was the only one left, the corners of Luffy's mouth turned up slightly. I used to hear people say that women are attracted to men, but now he's attracted to men, right? He wouldn't easily let that woman Lu Yu get first-hand information from him. Human desires are endless, and if they get off to a bad start, they can get out of hand. Take himself for example. He is content with a salary of $3,500 when he expects to earn more than $10,000 a month, but when it really comes to the current daily salary of nearly $1 million, but feel how it is not enough, just hope that they earn more and more. As for why he didn't just drop a few million to make Lu Yu's woman submissive? Just kidding, if only reality were that simple. It is human nature to want, and to want. Again, Luffy is even more impressed with this nature he possesses. Give her $1 million today and it's a safe bet that in a few days she'll want 2 million, 3 million or more. This money smashing has a shelf life, and once the shelf life is over, it's hard to tell. Instead of trying to feed such a bottomless pit, he'd just spread the occasional bait and keep fishing with one line. If one day he doesn't want to, just cut it off. Besides, no one really likes dead fish. Another 5 minutes later, after eating and drinking, Luffy stood in front of the window and stretched out while bathing in the sun, only slowly picking up his cell phone and spreading bait once his body had fully awakened. Luffy, go back and take a pill. Then be a good boy and go to work and wait for my news. The other person still returns in seconds. It's Fox. Lu Yu. Hey, copy. I knew you remembered people. Hubby v greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Luffy, remember to take your pills. Lu Yu. Okay, _winky face. Saying that, Luffy knew that this woman would never be so honest. As for why he thought that, it started with the fine needle he had accidentally found last night. After sprinkling the bait, Luffy didn't pay any more attention to the large message that Lu Yu sent over later. He even went so far as to set a do not disturb for the other party in order to out of sight, out of mind. He didn't put down his cell phone after dealing with this matter. Instead, he checked the messages in his cell phone with interest. It didn't matter if he didn't look. He was shocked. It's only been a night's work, and there's actually a dozen unread chats, almost as many as in the past week. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to think about it. Seeing this, Luffy involuntarily smiled. Sure enough, it's true what it says. Poor in the city no one asks. Rich in the mountains have distant relatives. He hadn't made much noise about being rich, but the people around him were naturally more numerous. After feeling slightly emotional, Luffy still honestly read the message. The first thing that caught his eye were the words of his roommate. Zhang Hao. Xiao Zhang wants to lose weight. Zhang Hao Lao Lu. Those sums of money from the previous sale have arrived. Your portion has been transferred. Remember to collect it. Transfer. Yo, that's pretty elaborate. Looking at the several $1,000s that had been transferred in separate transfers, Luffy immediately understood his roommate's good intentions. Transferring money in batches makes it easy to see at a glance which items are all being sold for money. Although Luffy had now become a bit disillusioned with the small amount of money that didn't add up to 5 figures, he was still quite satisfied with Zhang Hao's way of handling things. This brother must also be clear accounts, or it is very easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings and contradictions. After collecting the money and briefly transferring a few $100s to the other party as a hard-earned fee, Luffy began to check the news of the next person with around. A lonely husky, Li Yen. Old Road, my third prize of 3,000 yen has arrived. By the way, did you go to the prize redemption center yesterday? If you didn't, try to get there at noon. I checked that area. It's jammed in the morning and afternoon. Luffy was a bit speechless. How's It's not a brother talking about you. Can you not be so hasty? It's your turn not to run a single sub. If you have this kind of effort to give me research on prize redemption time, you might as well get closer to your Iju's sister. This guy, Li Yen, was most likely groping for fish again, and actually made an unprecedented second reply. A lonely husky, Li Yen. Hey, I'm not worried about you wasting your time on the road. Besides, as far as the road conditions in Star City are concerned, this traffic jam will be counted by hours at least, and with this time, you might as well beat up Lu Yu's a few more times to avenge your brother's death. Seeing that, Luffy's mouth twitched a bit speechless. He suspected that this guy Li Yen had some special fetish, but had no proof. Finally, in the spirit of the principle of out of sight, out of mind, sent a big roll emoticon to Li Yen. Then without looking back, he began to approve the next message. AAA Diamond Agency Building Apartment, Mr. Lu, the landlord said you have a good face and are very much in love with you, and is willing to rent to you at $99 a square foot. It's just that. There's a little situation I need to explain to you face to face when the time comes. do you think you have time to come here to Star City International Financial Center this afternoon? Luffy saw this and thought about it, and immediately made a decision. Let's go for 4 in the afternoon. I'll see you at the usual place then. The building apartment was probably busy and didn't respond in seconds this time. Luffy didn't care too much about that. After all, other people had their own business. The world couldn't revolve around him all the time. Instead, this next piece of news made him a bit disinterested, because the sender is Bai Jie. Chapter 96. She has a wake-up call. Tiny baby, page little calf? The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched when he saw this, and his fingertips immediately began to edit. Luffy, so what? I have a name. Can you stop calling people little calves? It sounds weird. This is still early. According to Luffy's estimation, rich landlady landlord is probably sleeping beauty sleep, so after sending the message immediately back out ready to see if there are any new messages. But who would have thought that just as soon as he exited, a new message tone would sound again. Tiny baby, by Jio. Isn't this Lu Xiao calf? Finally got back to the news. It's been all night. Thanks for remembering Auntie Me. Ha, what's going on here? Why are you starting to look so gloomy? Just when Luffy was a bit baffled, the keywords in the other party's words caught his attention. Wait a minute? One night? Seeing this, Luffy instantly slid the screen to check the time the first message was sent. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Once you look at it, he gets a little egg on his face. This, who's big and smart enough to message someone at 2 a.m.? Isn't that properly sick? It's not like there's an emergency to help. Does that mean there really is one? Thinking of this, Luffy immediately inquired. Auntie, could it be that your pipes have burst again? Tiny baby, by Jia blah blah blah. What are you thinking? Do you really think this water pipe is a tofu dregs project, and it explodes in 3 days? You people really don't have good intentions. And, what is the meaning of this little calf of yours? Before sister called so sweet. Why this will change mouth called aunt? Seeing this, Luffy sighed in dismay. He just casually hand-waved it, not expecting such a big reaction from the other party. This question mark is almost covering the whole screen. It seems that the issue of age is always a taboo for women, and Baijie is not exempt from it, so he started to play Tai Chi. So what? Actually, I didn't mean that just now. You know, Baijie had seen through everything long ago. Get out. Luffy reconfirmed. So I'm really leaving? Paige seemed to be thinking, and this time it took a few seconds before she would message. Wait, I have something to tell you. Luffy wondered. What is it? Paige replied back in seconds. Meet me and talk. Luffy was confused. He wasn't at home, how could he face chat? Just when he was thinking about whether or not to muddle through with a random excuse, a video call popped up, initiated by none other than by Jia. Luffy's brain was hesitating to pick it up, but his hand subconsciously clicked down. In the next second, a purely vegan pretty face took up his entire cell phone screen. Seeing this, Luffy cried a little and could only make the mistake of saying hello. Good morning, little baby, why are you still lying in bed? The sun is about to shine. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice from the other end. Yo, just now was called Auntie. How this will change the mouth. This mouth really changed fast. Luffy began to talk nonsense. I'm not doing this for the sake of Bai Ling's girl. In case she peeks at the chat logs on a whim one day, it's going to break her heart. Besides, your WeChat name is Little Baby. You're not allowed to call me that anymore. Seeing Luffy like this, Baijia only pursed her lips and didn't say anything before turning the camera slightly. In the next second, a large sleeping beauty enters the shot and then quickly disappears again. At first Luffy didn't react, but immediately he froze. Wait a minute, wasn't that Bai Ling just now? What's she doing here? Nope, it's not uncommon for mothers and daughters to sleep together. But the problem is that I've been on the other side's blacklist for a long time. If she sees this video call, she'll probably get jealous and think she wants to be his little uncle. Thinking of this, Luffy looked oddly at Bai Jia, who was stifling her laughter right in the middle of the video. And what do you mean by that? Excitement? Bai Jia couldn't help herself. What are you thinking? I'm just reminding you. There is an inspector next to me. Don't talk nonsense. I can't control it when people kill me at the door. Oh, right. Better keep your voice down when you talk too. This girl Bai Ling is quite the wake-up call. Luffy, if there is such a thing, you should have said so. He was almost going to get on the highway just now. Looking at Luffy's face full of thievery, Bai Jia at the other end of the video could no longer hold back her laughter. Just the sound of it was a bit deafening for Luffy to hear on this end of the phone. However, the Bai Ling beside him was still acting as if nothing had happened, and remained motionless. Seeing this situation, how could Luffy not understand that there was a secret he didn't know about? As expected, within a few seconds, Bai Jia, who was a little off-key with laughter, began to explain as she coughed. Ha 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 ahem, look at you. Sis teasing you. Although Bai Ling has a tendency to wake up, Her quality of sleep has been good since she was a child, so even setting off a firecracker next to her won't necessarily wake her up, not to mention the sound of the two of us talking. Besides, last night we both ate at the bottom of the sea after dinner is almost early in the morning, in order to eliminate food but, until almost 2 o'clock to sleep. How is she so easy to wake up? I guess, this girl this time is having a beautiful dream. You see, the saliva is flowing out. Also do not do what dream. Earn with a small greedy cat like, looking at the screen whereby Jia was spitting out her own daughter in front of herself without any sense of incongruity. Luffy cried and laughed a little. What kind of mom is this? Her daughter hasn't even married yet, and she's blabbing in front of outsiders about this kind of bosom secret, especially since this outsider is ing male. It's true what they say, women are naturally prone to elbowing their way into a man's arms. If Bai Ling knew about this scene, she was afraid that she wouldn't be so angry that she would jump out of the screen and duel with herself. As for what Bai Jia had just lied to him, Luffy in turn didn't take it seriously. It seemed to him that such little thoughts without much malice were a way for the other man to show his closeness to him. To put it mildly, people who don't have a good feeling about you feel like they're wasting their time if they look at you for even one more second. How can you still use this kind of painless little trick to catch you? Just as Luffy was about to make a few smooth jabs to reach his dissatisfaction, Bai Jia, who was laughing her ass off, suddenly had a stare in her eyes and began to carefully survey the image in the camera. Seeing this, Luffy's right eyelid also began to stop fluttering. How could he not understand that this was a great evil sign? As expected, after gazing carefully at the image in the camera for less than 5 seconds, Bai Jia suddenly opened her mouth a bit suspiciously. Xiao Lu, don't keep leaning against the wall. Can you turn the camera slightly towards the house? It seems to me that the background isn't the one I rented to you. Yay. Luffy tried to shrug it off. Or maybe next time. I haven't cleaned up in the last few days and the house is still a mess. But who would have thought that before the words fell? Bai Jia seemed to have realized something, and her eyes suddenly became inexplicable. Chapter 97. Mom, what are you doing? But this expression only showed for a moment before it was replaced by a smirking demeanor. Looking at the look on Lu Fei's face that only appears when a man is in a state of weakness, Bai Jia deliberately joked. Sister is a person who has been there before. What scenes have not seen? It's not true that I see a mess in the house. It's true that I'm afraid I'll see something immodest. I've heard from quite a few people that young people like you who have been single for a long time can love to buy some of the more special things online, especially since technology has been more advanced again in the last few years. I've heard it can be customized on demand. Saying that, Bai Jia's own are happy. A pair of diaper eyebrows are full of countless smiles. It's close to explicitly stating that she knows your boy isn't home. Luffy hadn't realized this at first, but reacted instantly as the smirk on his pretty face became more and more hidden. Bai Jia is the landlord of the house he rented. Really want to take a closer look at a few eyes, which still cannot distinguish whether it is the house. However, out of curiosity, Luffy still mentioned, Sister, in the end we hair is not right? I see the wall behind this and the one in the rental house is not much different. Bai Jia also did not answer positively, but instead lightly grunted and said in a bad mood, What's the matter? Continue to make up? Why are you changing your mind now? Looks like my baby girl was right. You men really don't have a lot of good things in you, no matter how big or small. You all like to cheat women. Luffy ignored it all and whistled as he looked directly at the ceiling. Looking at him like this, Bai Jia seemed to remember something and cried a little. Why you're just like that deadbeat old man Bai Ling, looking up and whistling when you don't want to hear something or don't know what to say. Luffy was a bit stunned. Really? There can't be such a coincidence, right? Bai Jia gave a crooked smile. What's the point of lying to you? It's not like I have anything to gain. Besides, are you sure it's as good as a stinking man who's been dead for almost 20 years and is now feared to be nothing more than a crumb of bone? Bai Jia seemed to have a little bit of a grudge against Bai Ling's old man who had passed away many years ago, calling him a smelly man with a mouthful of words that were full of complaints. Luffy was fearless and suddenly had a change of heart when he heard this, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth as he confidently said towards the camera. What are you afraid of? It's a legal society now. It's all about scientific theories. It's unacceptable to engage in feudal superstitions indiscriminately. Other than that, as a fellow traveler, I definitely have something to talk about if I met Big Brother. Bai Jia didn't say anything, only rolling her eyes for Luffy to experience for himself. You want to drive? Not even a door. I've seen a lot of setups in my time. Luffy saw fit to stop, and the conversation turned to start reminding his opponent. Sister Bai, we've been talking nonsense here for half a day. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Surprisingly, Bai Jia seemed to be a bit sleepy from the conversation and didn't answer at first after hearing his words. In a lazy stretch of the neck, and with a jade hand gently covered, Zhu lips yawned before answering without haste. Nothing really. I was just bored and wanted to chat with you just now. Luffy's eyes widened. That's it? Bai Jia teased with a smile. What? Not satisfied with that answer? So what do you think if I say I'm afraid you're hiding a woman in a golden house, so I'm checking in? Would it be a little more fulfilling? Luffy was in a cold sweat. His intuition told him that even if he was a good talker he couldn't talk his way out of the woman in front of him. Unless, before he could use his imagination, the other party made another maneuver that left him a bit dismayed. Baijia has transferred $520 to you. Please check. Luffy, what do you mean by that? Page, chaperone fee. Remember to take it. Right. I'm really sleepy. I'm going to get my beauty sleep, so I'll stop chatting. Without waiting for Luffy to reply, the video call was hung up. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit faintly sad. Women are natural actors, and beautiful women are the best of the best. This way, the video call had just hung up when Baijia's face changed instantly in spirit. After gently putting down her cell phone and carefully glancing at her daughter, who was still asleep beside her, she lifted the covers and went to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in front of the house with her bare feet. Somehow, with a pretty red face, she actually started whispering to herself. Blah blah blah. Baijia, how did you become so shameless? Say goodbye to all as a game. How can you start to eat on the vinegar? Being a mom, you can't still spring to life so easily like a 20-something-year-old girl. You're kind of hopeless. As she spoke, she was suddenly captivated by herself in the mirror, looking at the pretty face inside that looked young and pretty without any powder. A little ripple actually appeared in his eyes. After staring intently for several moments, she suddenly took a few more steps back to cast her eyes over her entire body. At this moment, she was wearing a crimson lace nightgown, and although the clothes were large and loose, they couldn't completely cover her already fully ripe and proud body. With just a little movement, perfect curves will be revealed from time to time. After staring at herself in front of her for a while, Baijia suddenly became self-absorbed, standing in front of the mirror to do a unique mature royalty, very exaggerated show figure action, instantly proud, worthy of being the old lady herself, long, beautiful and charming. These legs, these breasts, this waist, and this charming little face. Which stinking man wouldn't be confused when he sees her? That's as high as it gets. Find a little. Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, her daughter Bai Ling's voice sounded behind her. Mom, what are you doing looking pretty in front of the mirror this early in the morning? Your good daughter, I'm hungry. Can you help me go cook some instant noodles? Baijia instantly broke, and the aura that was so hard to coalesce instantly collapsed into smoke. Even the expression on his face is starting to get a little taut. Listening to the sound of mom screaming coming from behind her, Baijia's head was 2 sizes too big. She sort of understand, since this 20 years the reason why empty a high match, but still live not dashing. The fundamental reason is behind this drag bottle. Whenever she wants to go out and show off her charms and pursue love, this drag queen is always behind her mom. So much so that she grew tired of hearing about it in the back of her ears, and gradually extinguished that little thought. That's what wasted the decade or so of great youth. Thinking of this, Baijia was instantly furious. Today, she had to let this girl Bai Ling know that her mother would always be her mother. Toss as much as you want. You can't let a little girl like her direct you. Thus, Bai Ling, who had just woken up and was still a bit confused, was so inexplicably ushered into a motherly education. Chapter 98, Vixen. 20 minutes later, a room. Wipe the glass, wipe the glass. As the curtain fell on a positive, full-bodied godly song, Luffy reopened the Eastern Fortune. The previous 10,000 lots, Tokyo Heat, he was out at $8.52 per share. After deducting some fees plus some small amount of money that was originally left inside the account, he now had a balance of just under 8.5 million. Looking at the long list of numbers in his account, Luffy would be lying if he said he wasn't a little excited. 8.5 million, which is not too much and not too little. If ordinary people could have this much money, as long as they didn't spend it lavishly, even if they didn't go to work from now on, they could still spend their lives very nourishingly. But this was just the beginning for Luffy, and he's going to make that number swell again today, to an often unimaginable 8 figures. Individuals with deposits at the 10 million level, even in the summer country where bigwigs were everywhere, could be called a tycoon. With the previous experience, this time Luffy did not choose stocks as blindly as the previous times like a needle in a haystack, only knowingly opened the perspective eye, one stock after another to see like a blind cat meets a dead rat. Not only was it a lot of work and effort, but he had the feeling of being hollowed out after a while. He only has $8.5 million in his account, which means that in order to break 10 million today, he would have to make a profit of more than 17 points. After casually noting the rise in the major sectors of the stock market, he immediately passed on the places that were making big gains. These stocks, all he wants to say is, sorry, you guys are up too much. Not his cup of tea. There is a saying that the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. He, lose someone, likes to buy green stocks. The greener the green, the more he buys, or you won't be able to buy it. Maybe in order to follow Luffy's heart, originally rocketing up the stock market, somehow actually began to turn around and swoop up. There was a great deal of going back and forth, and the more the market falls, the more certain demon stocks will start to make waves. Fleshly, just as the broader market was diving hardest, those stocks that had previously been pressed and rubbed around the dips then began to act up. All sorts of rocketing one-up straight lines keep popping up. In just a few moments, no less than a dozen of them were reflected in Luffy's eyes alone. Seeing this, Luffy began to get excited. Go ahead and drop it. The more the demon stocks fall, the more demon stocks there will be, the happier I, Mr. Lu, will be. Sell this one and buy that one. 30 points a day is not a dream. As for why this happened, it seemed quite understandable to Luffy. Chasing the market is a constant theme in the stock market. At a time when the market is wailing, a stock that has been falling continuously or has been trading sideways suddenly soars to the sky will easily catch the attention of most. At this time, certain stockholders who are blinded by greed will do whatever it takes to chase the rally for fear of missing this great opportunity to make money. Often at this time, the main force in these stocks will be fierce, and when it is close to stopping began to sell a lot of shares in the hands. Sell high on these stocks that would otherwise only be sold low or slowly. Instant profits of a few or even a dozen points. Don't look at this as a small profit, not even as lucrative as a stop, but in the eyes of these majors, the profit that comes to hand is the real profit. With their huge body of money, which can be tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars, this profit of about 10 points is already very lucrative. What's that saying? A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. In case he runs slow, the one who smashes the disc is not necessarily himself. After all, majors come in all sizes, and there can never be just one major in a stock. So everyone unspoken default a jungle rule? That is, who runs slow, who is the receiver? And what happens in the process is well illustrated by the stock in front of Luffy's eyes called Vixen. The stock kept going up and down in just a few minutes. Whenever it drops to a certain low, it's as if someone kicked her in the back and quickly went up and pulled her up. And when it reaches a certain height, it is slapped down again by the man who comes to the head. So repeatedly, straight to the majority of shareholders confused, also hooked on the soul. At the moment, Vixen stock is literally a stock in the eyes of many small shareholders, incarnated as a big beauty with an enchanting figure, delicate face, and a face full of charming bones. She kept hooking her hand towards them. There's not an ounce of malice in it other than the desire to empty their pockets. Such a situation, some of the first time into the stock market retail investors immediately like the unpersonnel first brother, not waiting for the Vixen, hook a few times more hands, cannot wait to get on the ship of thieves. There was no consideration at all as to whether the other side would drain his balance instantly. But I don't blame them. It's just that the stock is so seductive. 3 consecutive failed attempts to hit the stop and several consecutive resumptions. For that matter, it's hard not to think that some bigwig has his eye on it and is in a long-short duel with the majors inside. So when Vixen resurfaced for the 4th time, many of the long-watching greaseballs also began to wail and recklessly rushed into the battlefield to kill, attempting to crowdsource a move to a stop. But who would have thought? When the stock price touched the moment of stop, a series of accumulated more than 800,000 hands of large orders on the relentless slam down. Straight away, the stock that was at the halt a second before was jerked to the bottom, and the stock price instantly came to the verge of falling to the ground. This situation immediately poured a pot of ice water on the heads of all those who were previously enthusiastic and hoping for a big rise. For the time being, just watch the crowd did not buy into the okay. Just be shocked and patted his chest a little palpitating, but also thankful that they stifled greed to avoid a disaster. And those who had already bought in became instantly livid. Even those who are accustomed to being cut-leak stockholders have begun to look for people to borrow money to try to replenish the position. As for the handful of retail investors who still hold the stock of Vixen, this time they were also scared and began to sell like crazy. Everyone felt that if they didn't run, they would absolutely be dragged into the abyss by this junk stock. This is because once a stock's decline creates a trend, it is very difficult to reverse. And Vixen, a stock that had been down for 3 weeks before today, had seen its share price slash nearly twice. It has plummeted from $40 to today's near decline of $9.15. The most outrageous thing is that this stock has even lost nearly $1.5 billion in consecutive corporate earnings reports over the last 2 years. It's all starting to get a bit insolvent. And according to the standard of Xia's stock market, a listed company with 3 consecutive years of losses will be suspended for 1 year of. If there are further losses, they are scheduled to be delisted directly. When the crowd calmed down and realized this, they all broke out in a cold sweat. This kind of stock, if you buy, that is a careless even eat a dozen stop. And at this moment in time, it seems a bit like a last-ditch effort. Murphy, it's really going to storm off the market? How else would the main man in there be selling so recklessly? After half an hour of repeated horizontal jumps just now, there are already discerning people who can see it. The so-called buying of the big boys is just the main players and they're fighting left and right, because the timing of the various things is just too coincidental. Just when everyone thought that this stock was dead, Luffy in front of the screen suddenly changed his face, and a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 99. Working part-time. Vixen, HM. Sell it. This group of scum. You'll all be crying when their gold master comes. Looking at the combination of words on his vision, Luffy couldn't help but feel emotional. It's not bad to be called Vixen. I can't believe I managed to hook the real big guy. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated. While this stock was still being pressed and rubbed against the price of the drop list, it was instantly and unceremoniously purchased in 400 lots at $9 per share. Such a reckless large buy immediately caused certain retail investors on the app to troll. Brothers look. The dog main forced to see the stock price was pressed in the downstop immobile no one to buy and began to pretend that 10,000 hands brother under the trap. The later small retailers, never buy. It's ing luring you in. Here it comes, the wolf is here again. There's the precedent of the previous times, plus the fact that the wolf has been to the rescue too many times, so much so that Luffy's near 10,000 lots of buying actually didn't make much of a splash, and there weren't even many orders chasing his ass to venture into buying. Even if there is, it's a sporadic single-digit buy-in. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the still growing sell order. And the situation is as everyone expected. Within the next few minutes, there were no more large buy orders for this stock, and the stock price did not move again. It was completely pegged at $9, minus 10%. For this position, just a few moments, the downstop block orders have quickly increased to a huge 5 million. Translated into money, that's a scary $4.5 billion, and it is still increasing rapidly, with the intention of not stopping until 10 billion. You know, the current market capitalization of Vixen, a publicly traded company, is just over $12 billion, and today it's actually almost like more than half of the stock is on the trading desk. It's unbelievable. Could it be that the shareholders of this company are crazy poor? To sell the company directly to the general public? This was the first thought of everyone except Luffy at this point. Then the next second, the stock commentary pop-ups on the Oriental Fortune app went completely crazy. Can't buy enough at all. I'm ing buying stock and these dog shareholders are actually selling the company. Mom, my son has made good progress. He actually has the money to buy a listed company. It's just that the loss is a bit miserable. I need you to help me out in a few days. Ha. Am I, Zhao Ritian, really born with a cuckold's life? Reality being green by girlfriend even if it's not enough. Speculating a stock is also to be refused to be green. Upstairs, don't think about it. You're starting to daydream. What more bike? Luffy couldn't stop smiling as he watched an endless stream of golden phrases. It's amazing that I didn't get the slightest bit of sleep for a while. 11 o'clock in the morning. A building. With a clatter of high heels in the aisle. Lu Yu, the siren manager who had terrorized the entire department, officially announced her return. If Luffy was here he would have realized that Lu Yu at this time had changed drastically compared to when he first left. That body extremely close to highlight the figure of the stepmother dress has long disappeared, replaced by the standard OL professional dress. This is what Lu Yu intended to do. After leaving from Luffy's, she didn't go back to the office in that stepmom dress first thing. Instead, he made a special trip to the mall and bought this professional outfit to change into before coming over in no hurry. As for why she would be so redundant, it wasn't that the company had a dress code, but Lu Yu didn't want it. Her thoughts were realistic and boneheaded. The reason she changed into her stepmother's dress was specifically for Luffy. If I wore it here, wouldn't it be cheap for this group of social animals in the company for nothing? This is something she can't stand. Upon arriving in the department, she didn't go into her office first, but instead made a habit of finding targets for her anger again. Lu Yu had never been the type of person who could hold his tongue, and since he had suffered a little bit of aggravation at Luffy's place, he naturally had to find someone to spread it out to, and the following group of employees are, in her opinion, good people to take it out on, and that's what she's always done. After taking a few dozen seconds to look around the room slightly, the sound of a man and a woman in the corner next to each other caught her attention. That Li Yen. This thing is so hard. Can you teach me how to do it? And this. I'm a little less good at this too. Don't be afraid, Azu. With me, old Li, I guarantee you'll learn it in a heartbeat. Hey, that would be a pleasure. Looking at the two who were chatting more and more hotly as if she was nothing, Lu Yu's eyes flashed a hint of sharpness. Li Yen and the new Azu, right? How come they hooked up so quickly? Chatting so happily. Just as Lu Yu was hitting the ventriloquist with the intention of going over to have a good output, the voice of her best friend, Chen Dan, suddenly rang beside her ears. Hey, little Jade, Come over here. Been waiting for you for most of the day. She turned around and saw that the other man was actually waving at him from the doorway of his own office, as if there was some kind of emergency. Suwase Liu temporarily quenched the idea of taking it out on the duo in the corner first, and turned towards the office direction. As soon as she entered, her whole body went slack. Then he sat down unimaginatively on the couch, not even wanting to move, seemingly exhausted. Seeing her like this, Chen Dan immediately asked curiously, Hey, little you were, what exactly did you do this last night? Why does it look like you're exhausted? For those who don't know, they'd think you'd worked an overnight shift at the office. Lu Yu gave her a blank look. Working overtime? Just kidding. Lu Yu, won't do anything that won't earn me money. You're the company's treasurer is not unaware of. There is which time the staff overtime is serious to give overtime pay, but also what performance and the end of the year dividends to fool. At the end of the day, it's all for nothing. Chen Dan pursed her lips and became more and more curious. So she said jokingly, then what are you doing to go? Quickly and honestly confess, or I'll go to Su Qian to report you. Intuition told her that her best friend was definitely hiding something from her, and it was important. Other than that, just in the past few days she obviously felt that the other party not only looked better and better, even her skin was a bit smooth and excessive. Lu Yu seems to be aware of. Izue turned deliberately joked. I can still go to do what? Do part-time running business to go. Chen Dan was shocked. Part-time job? What does that mean? Xiao Yu or I can warn you. Don't go astray just for 3 or 5,000 yuan. That's purely practicing yourself. If you really meet any difficulties insisters say, not to mention 120,000 I can still come up with. If there's any more, you'll just have to fend for yourself. You know, I lost tens of millions of dollars in stock speculation and I haven't told my mom yet. As for the money we took from the company, let's not talk about it yet. Seeing Chen Dan's appearance, Lu Yu instantly understood that the other party was thinking the wrong way. So with a bit of a laugh, he said, what are you thinking? I'm not talking about part-time jobs. I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. Rather, it's a serious business running a serious business? Rather than Lu Yu being so eloquent, Chen Dan was still a bit skeptical. What kind of business can make a man like this? After thinking about it, she was going to continue to dish it out. Chapter 100. Seeing color and forgetting friends. In order to know the truth from the other party's mouth as soon as possible, while Lu Yu wasn't paying attention, Chen Dan put her jade hand into the other party's armpit in one go. After that, she smiled sweetly and began to look at the other side with a smile on her face. Jade-chan, if you keep playing Tai Chi with sis, watch out for my capital punishment on you. As she was saying this, she made a slight movement of her little finger, and the next moment the office rang with the sound of silver bells of laughter. In just a few moments, Lu Yu, who had been taken in hand, shrank into a ball as her best friend, Chen Dan, caught her in the act. Every time she tried to escape her clutches, a tingling sensation came from her armpits. It made Lu Yu in a dilemma. After several fruitless struggles, she began to beg for mercy. Ya ha ha ha, damn Chen Dan, why do you always like to do these sneak attacks huh? Don't spare me, don't scratch me. I'll confess okay. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that she conceded, Chen Dan immediately revealed a smug look. As soon as she stopped and prepared to enjoy the fruits of her victory, she suddenly realized that Lu Yu was looking at her with an impish face. Then by the time she reacted, she had long since been successfully sneak attacked by Lu Yu, who did not speak of martial virtues. For a while, the sounds of jostling and playful laughter continued to echo through the office. A few minutes later, the two were jostling when a voice suddenly sounded in the office. Lu Big Beautiful, husband sent you a message. Quickly reply ah. Lu Big Beautiful, husband sent you a message. Quickly reply ah. Upon hearing this, the two froze in unison. After glancing at each other, they almost simultaneously flew towards the cell phone on the table. Although Lu Yu is the closest, but helpless Chen Dan's body is more compact and flexible than her. So the end result is naturally that the phone was taken away by it. Looking at her best friend who was looking at her with some eyes in front of her, Chen Dan, as the winner, was immediately petty. Okay Jade, you're using such a popular beep, and hubby sent you a message. It's so meaty. Now let me, as your best friend, put you on the spot and find out who this husband really is. While saying that, she tried to open Lu Yu's cell phone lock screen according to the password she remembered. But who wants to try several times in a row? Actually prompted the password error. Seeing this, Chen Dan immediately looked at her best friend incredulously. Good you Lu Yu, I can't believe you secretly changed your password behind my back. It's true that you forget your friends when you see a man. You don't want me as your best friend when you have a man. Thanks to the fact that I used to be so attentive to help you. Lu Yu justified. Humph, my mother just forgets her friends when she sees color. My mother just likes men. What can you do about it? If you're capable, you go find it too. surrounding all of us girlfriends all day long. People who don't know would think you're pulling it. You. Chen Dan looked at Lu Yu's face like a dead pig, and was immediately furious. Thinking about it, he decided that he couldn't be pawned off on the little ninny in front of him again, and started another round of petty revenge. You like it, don't you? Then I'm going to see how you're going to message your dear husband back later, when your phone is locked. As he was saying this, Dan Chen tried to lock the screen by pressing a bunch of buttons on his cell phone. Such behavior can scare Lu Yu. If my own cell phone is really locked up for a few hours, wouldn't last night's efforts be in vain? She's still waiting for Luffy's first-hand news to make money on the stock market this morning. Thinking of this, Lu Yu immediately conceded and began to look at her own bosom friend with a pleasing expression on her face. Oops, Dan-san. I was just joking with you just now. Why are you taking this seriously? You probably won't believe me when I say it. I actually like you the most. Once this clip sound came out, even Chen Dan, the beauty, was a bit unable to top it. Not only was his body instantly covered in goosebumps, even the movements of his hands stopped. Seeing this situation, Lu Yu's eyes flashed a glimmer of light, pretended to be good and came to the other party's side, and then some language output. Dan-san, you wanted to know what kind of part-time job I'm going to do. I'll tell you this. Actually, I'm going part-time to be a soccer babe. Chen Dan was a bit strange. Soccer babe? How did you come up with the idea of moonlighting for this job? I've heard that this line of work is not quite a lot of requirements. Not only do you need a high value and good body, but also need a certain dance foundation and affinity. Obviously does not suit you. Besides, it's not very profitable, and it's quite tiring. Lu Yu smiled sweetly, suddenly blinking her eyes, and then came to Chen Dan's front and said playfully, what you said is someone else. I'm not the same yo. Not only is the work easy and enjoyable, but it pays well, except for the fact that it's more vocally taxing to keep cheering and cheering when a player shoots. It's freeing. Chen Dan's eyes lit up. Really? How much does it cost for one game? Why don't you introduce me too? Sisters can be short of money these days too. Taking advantage of the fact that her best friend's attention was not on her hands, Lu Yu took the cell phone back from the other party without a trace. After gently pressing it, he was relieved to see that it wasn't completely locked. Only at last did she smile sweetly and speak toward her best friend. Hey, come with me if you want to know how much a game costs. Seeing this situation, Chen Dan, which still do not understand, he fell into the girlfriends again. Immediately, he stomped his foot and followed up with a bit of annoyance. Good you Lu Yu, I trusted you so much, and you actually lied to me again. Can we still be girlfriends? Lu Yu didn't look at her, only casually answered. Who lied to you? I said I can earn money. Don't believe you, stay next to watch for a while to know. After saying that without waiting for the other party to reply, Lu Yu began to operate on both lines. While opening the flush on his computer, he couldn't wait to check up on the message sent by Luffy. It's almost 11:30, and if we slow down, the market will be closed in the morning, so we can't afford any more delays. But who would have thought that the next second, Lu Yu was staggered by the message that Luffy had just sent over. Not only was the message just one, but it was only 3 short words. Vixen? What does that mean? Is it hard to believe that there's a publicly traded company by that name? Even though he felt it was a bit ridiculous, Lu Yu still honestly searched on Flush. Chen Dan on the side was happy to see this situation, and deliberately joked, Xiao Yuer, which listed company would take such an out-of-tune name? I think people are clearly calling you a. Lu Yu first smiled sweetly towards the other party. Thank you for the compliment. Then he pointed to the stock name on the screen and said with a sense of humor, look, the world is a big place, and this, Vixen, stock isn't coming out. The words did not fall. Lu Yu did not even look at the stock price real-time situation. On the manipulation of their own stock account, full pike to buy. Such behavior directly stunned Shindan, who was on the side, and it was too late to even try to stop it. Chapter 101. Just make money. Are you crazy? Now speculating on stocks without even looking at them? Looking at the transaction records in front of her, Shindan only felt that she could not understand her own bosom friend more and more. That's over $2 million. How can you just pike it without blinking? You think you're a rich woman? Seeing Shindan a look of shock, Lu Yu smiled and explained. Panic what? This stock, as my husband told me, absolutely can earn big money. Shindan was genuinely shocked. You trust him that much? This is over $2 million. Lu Yu smiled confidently. That's for sure. Did you forget how yesterday's Starlight Agricultural Machinery went up? Shindan stood his ground. What if that was a blind cat catching a dead rat? After all, who doesn't have a dumpling for New Year's Eve? Lu Yu seemed to be smiling. Why don't we make a bet? If this stock goes up again today, you'll give me that new limited edition LV bag you bought the other day. Shindan did not hesitate. Okay, just give it, but I do have one request. If you lose, you'll be at my mercy. Shindan didn't say the latter words and only threw a you-know-what look at Lu Yu. In this regard, Lu Yu's heart is naturally clear. Don't look at her BFF, Chen Dan, who looks like a flower and is a bit of a little goddess, but in reality, only those who know her well know that this woman is yellow and oily, even a little. However, out of his absolute belief in Luffy, Lu Yu still agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Dan also got excited. She just didn't believe it. This kind of half of the company was taken out to sell the stock can still be a Jedi turnaround. At this time is at 11:25. See from the morning recess is not a few minutes. Chen Dan simply accompanied Lu Yu up to stare at the plate. Lu Yu readily accepted. In order to keep her from getting too tired of standing all the time, he actually moved his butt and spared a small open space in his chair for her to sit. And so 5 minutes passed quickly. Even at the close of business, the stock still hasn't moved. Nearly $6 billion on the downturn is like an insurmountable mountain. The stock price is pressed at 9 yuan dead cannot move. Even at the end of the day, it had no buy orders on its last minutes of stock trading records. Seeing this, Chen Dan was immediately a little smug. After slightly flippantly surveying Lu Yu's proud curvature, he actually began to speak out of turn. Little Yor, as the saying goes, surrender loses half the battle. If you admit defeat right now, maybe I'll take you over once my heart softens. Otherwise, when the time comes, I can't guarantee what I'll do. As she said that, her salty hands tried to be evil. Seeing her own girlfriend's anxious look, Lu Yu immediately said, "What's the hurry? It's still early in the first half. On the contrary, if you lose, don't blame me for taking your new bag away from you." Chen Dan laughed softly. "Okay, then we'll see who cries first." After saying that she did not intend to show off her tongue again, she got up and was ready to call on Lu Yu to go downstairs to have a beautiful meal. Fighting aside, the duo's bromance is still going strong for now. Anymore, it's still a grasshopper on a rope now. But who would have thought that just as soon as she got up, she was immediately called by the other party. "Ugh, don't you go yet." Chen Dan thought that Lu Yu was afraid and immediately became a little bit smug. "It's too late to realize your regret now. This girl won't be soft-hearted anymore. Little Jade, just wait for me to take it." But who would have thought that Lu Yu didn't pay any attention to her and only pointed to a certain place in the screen for her to see. What's that? A shock? Chen Dan thought that Lu Yu was scamming her, so she didn't take it seriously and only swept back idly. But whoever thought that the next second, she froze. No way. This is okay? Is there any justice left? Where the two women's eyes converge, a brand new announcement about the stock of Vixen is just coming out. According to reliable information, the company produces a cosmetic raw materials with anti-radar effect. The relevant departments are currently discussing the acquisition of the headquarters. Please do not overinterpretation and attention to the majority of shareholders. 2 p.m. Hotel King Room. As soon as Luffy woke up, he opened Oriental Fortune to check up on the stock prices. Although he was prepared in his mind and knew that the stock, Vixen, would definitely go up, but it was still caught off guard by the more than $20 billion in stop-listed orders in front of it. What the hell? What's with all the money? Could it be that some big shot really wants to buy out the whole company? Otherwise, how is the market capitalization of this company less than the stopping blocking orders? Just as Luffy was puzzled, he finally glanced at the following announcement sent by the secretary of the board of directors. The company's going to be bought out? Or is it the established kind? Looking at the lines of text in front of him, Luffy burst into a bit of tears. It's true that the world is a big place, and a company that makes cosmetics actually has something to do with anti-radar. It's a pipe dream, but he didn't bother to delve into whether it was true or not. After all, there was just too much stock market smoke and mirrors. Take the last one, Southland Land. The main force of the goods just finished. The company's secretary immediately issued an emergency announcement to begin to clarify. The claim that oil has been found in the mountains is a miscalculation and should not be taken seriously. And then there was no then. All that's left is a continuously falling stock price weighing down the retail investors inside. Just now, Luffy deliberately took a look. Down, stop blocking orders. Now there are still several million hands it. Who to talk to about this? Speculation in the stock market can make money on the line, no matter what his reasons up. A few more minutes passed. He got up and took another shower and cleaned up a little before going downstairs and checking out of his room. Then he hailed a cab and set off towards the Lottery Redemption Center. 1 hour later, Luffy came out of the Redemption Center after going through a set of procedures, while at the moment he had 2 more things in his hands than when he first went in. They are a certificate of donation and an investment business card. Looking at the 2 things in front of him, Luffy cried and laughed a little. The original 800,000 plus bonus would have left just over 700,000 after taxes. But who would have thought that halfway through the prize, a man appeared out of nowhere and began to lobby him without explanation. From etiquette and morality to dealing with people, from the great love of the world to the doctrine of cause and effect come directly one by one. In short, it's a statement that it's against God for you kids not to donate money. In order not to be subjected to this torture, and in order to get the 700,000 or so as soon as possible, Luffy didn't control his hands after all. Generous donation of over $1,000, and the man didn't mind too little. After receiving the money, not only politely gave him a certificate of honor for the donation, but also meaningfully handed Luffy a business card. He said that if he wants to invest his money when he gets out, he should go to this guy, Wang Manchun, the gold medal investment advisor of Tianhe. Looking at the personal information on the business card, Luffy fell into deep thought. Within seconds, he picked up his cell phone and started dialing. Chapter 102, Mother's Love. The call was quickly answered, but the voice on the other end was a bit rude. Hello, son, why are you calling me in the middle of the afternoon when you're not at work? Luffy sighed helplessly. Mom, can't I miss you? Besides, going to work isn't as important as talking to you. Lu's mom was nonchalant. But don't think about me. I remember the last time you thought about it and took thousands out of my pocket. And as a result you don't cherish me properly. Within a few days it was finished off by the girl on the street running the beauty experience who pulled it away. It's a disgrace to our old Lu family. You say you're more gullible than us old guys once you've been to college. Luffy was a bit indignant. Mom, that was years ago. Can we stop talking about it? The things that Lu's mom had said were the rare black history that he had not dared to divulge in the slightest in his 20 years of life. At that time he had just graduated from college, hadn't experienced much of society, and still had a lot of clear stupidity in his eyes. It may have gotten under some people's skin because of that. One day on the way back from a job interview I happened to pass by a busy shopping street and thought I'd take the opportunity to go for a stroll. But who would have thought that before he could take a few steps he would be stopped by a sweet-looking girl, under the other side's bullet-ridden shells. The then innocent man was taken to a small underground shopping street. Then he was made to lie on a cot in a room on the pretext of a free experience. But before he could close his eyes and enjoy it, the so-called expert arrived, taking all sorts of high-tech beauty products that Luffy doesn't know about and messing with his face, only to tell him halfway through that some of them charge a fee. He ended up with a big chunk of the $2,000 he had just asked for in his pocket. Don't ask him why he didn't resist at that time. Ask is that he hadn't experienced the social beatings at that time. At that moment the whole person is still blind. When you react after the fact, you can't even find where the person is. For her part, Mother Lu was unimpressed and continued to nag. What? You can't mention what happened a few years ago? I'm doing this for your own good, or else you might be fooled again if you forget someday. You don't know. I heard from your fourth aunt the other day that her husband's sister's daughter just got scammed out of big thousands. Said the barber store to engage in a big promotion to fill 100 get 500. That little girl did not resist the temptation. Fell for it. Turns out that new barbershop ran away within a few days and supposedly rolled up close to $1 million. I'm telling you, you're not familiar with Star City, so be careful with those. Listening to the tireless parenting on the other end of the phone, Luffy was somewhat helpless. He was almost completely unable to interject, or rather Mother Lu had absolutely no intention of giving him a chance to speak. But even so, Luffy didn't get impatient or interrupt, but listened silently. How can I put it? He's been hearing this sound for over 20 years now, and he's used to it. Call it nagging, but it's really more of a way for his mom to show her love. If it weren't for my own son, who would have nothing better to do than to tell you every little thing that happens around you? Girlfriend? Then you're screwed. She's going to have a fit when she finishes saying that you don't empathize with her on anything. A few more minutes later, Mother Lu finally remembers that she has a son and starts to bring Luffy back into the conversation. By the way, son, what the hell is the matter with calling me? Why don't you say anything all the time? It's making my mouth a little dry now that I'm talking about it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of footsteps thumping away sounded there. Luffy knew that his old mom must have gone for a drink of water. After waiting a moment and seeing the footsteps come back, Luffy reopened his mouth. Mom, actually, there's a big thing I want to talk to you about this time. So don't get too excited. In case outsiders see it they'll think you're something. Mother Lu swore. Say son, your mom is also a person who has seen the world. Will never make a fuss. Luffy sniffed without saying another word, only showing a bad smile. For the past few days he had been thinking about the question of how to explain to his parents that their son had become so rich all of a sudden, and these 10-second prizes are a perfect answer. He even made up the story. Because of good luck to buy a lottery ticket accidentally won 7 or 800,000, after receiving the prize money to mom and dad part, and then the rest of the part of the stock speculation, and finally the god of the stock market to become a generation of god on the peak of life. This story not only has a beginning and an end but also very easy to believe. After all, there are so many people in Xia. There are a few people who are gifted in speculation is not too much, right? With this frame of events as a prelude, it won't seem so out of the blue that he'll be calling home tons of money when some time passes. Saying yes, after going over the prepared speech one last time in his head, Luffy cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. Mom, actually, the thing is like this. I accidentally bought a lottery ticket a few days ago, and I accidentally won the second prize, which is over $800,000. Well, is this a surprise? Does it have the feeling that our old Lou family is going to start getting rich overnight? Just when Luffy felt that his mom would be pleasantly surprised to hear this, the voice coming from the other end of the phone made him a bit puzzled. Oh, more than $800,000? That's quite a lot. It seems that our Lou family's ancestral tomb has been quite powerful lately, and has been smoldering. Luffy looks confused. Mom, that's over $800,000, not 88 million. Why aren't you excited to hear this reaction? Luffy's old home is in the suburbs of Young City, which is an unimpressive 4th or 5th tier small city in Xia. The economy over there is not very developed and people don't get paid much. Many times just over $2,000 a month. So if any household suddenly had an extra $700, to $800, in cash, it could definitely be described as an overnight fortune. And it's still the kind that can be rich for a long time. To put it mildly, in their place if they have $700, or $800, in savings, as long as they don't get married and have kids, it could be a very nourishing life. Luffy his family over there is an ordinary well-off family. Usually although life is not bad, the house is not a big deposit. In the past, if Mother Lou had known that such a fortune had come her way, she would have jumped for joy. Why are you so calm now? Could it be that something has changed at home that he doesn't know about? Thinking of this, Luffy became suspicious and hurriedly inquired, Mom, is something wrong at home? I won a few $100,000 and you didn't react. Hearing his words, Mother Lou on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then surprisingly said a sentence that made Luffy almost fail to strain himself on the spot. Luffy, my dear son, there's actually something your father and I never told you. You're not actually. Chapter 103, what about letting you have a trumpet? I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Mother Lou suddenly paused in the middle of her sentence. Straight away, Luffy was given the feeling that the next words were hard to say. Seeing this situation, he was really a bit anxious and hurriedly asked after him, Mom, my son is just a few years into adulthood, so don't scare me. Ha, don't get to the point where you say things like I'm not your own. I picked me up in the trash. That's a big joke then. Hearing this somewhat flustered look on his face, Mother Lou on the other end finally couldn't hold it in a bit and started to laugh out loud. Son, what are you thinking? Can I not know if you are my own? I still remember that big fat kid you were when you first came out. But you were heavy, 10 pounds. Luffy was filled with resentment. Mom, what did you mean by that just now? It looked like you were about to say something. Makes it hard not to wonder if something big is going on. Mother Lou's laughter grew even louder. Big things are there, but it's not those bloody dramas you think of. Originally, your father and I were going to tell you about this sometime later, but as it happens today, I'm going to open both eyes for you. Luffy's eyes lit up at the words, double happiness? Tell me quickly, what's the big deal? I can't believe I can make my old mom ripple in front of a $700, to $800, cross-country fortune. Mother Lou smiled happily and replied confidently, actually, it's okay. In the past few years, we've been designated as a development zone. Some time ago there was a big factory in our neighborhood. In order to facilitate the construction of the factory, the surrounding area to build a number of main roads, and our ancestors' graves are smoking. The location is exactly at the intersection where the two main roads meet. Do you think it's a coincidence? Luffy froze for a moment. Mom, you mean our house is going to be demolished? Lou's mom was all smiles. Yeah, not just our family, but your grandpa's too. We're family anyway, so I won't hide it from you. Your father and I already signed the papers a few days ago. Wow. Your grandfather's side signed along with it, and by then all the money will add up to almost $10 million. Just know this yourself. When the time comes, you can talk to your colleagues and friends over there carelessly. It's not a good idea to be defensive. In case people know about it and come to borrow money from you, that would be a problem. These days, it's easy to borrow money and hard to ask for it. Luffy, after hearing this passage from his own mother, Luffy was completely silent. What can he say? I can only say that the old ancestors of the Lou family are great. This is not smoke coming out of the ancestors' graves. It is simply burning up. Okay, even if he himself had gotten hanged and possessed this pair of magical eyes, he actually brought his family along with him, and got hanged together. How can his family be so lucky to have such a good thing as a demolition? It really seems to be true that once a person starts to get lucky, everything goes right. And when Mother Lou saw that he didn't say anything for so long, she immediately joked, Son, don't get too overjoyed. This $10 million hasn't even arrived yet. Before the words left her mouth, she suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke again. By the way, your father and I discussed something the other day and wanted to get your opinion. Luffy asked in passing. What's up? Mother Lu hesitated for a moment but still spoke. Why don't you not go to Star City next year and simply find a job in your hometown? Luffy subconsciously asked. Why? Am I not good in the big city? Mother Lu blurted out. What's so good about this big city? Not only are the prices expensive, even the pace of life is fast. It's not as happy as a small city. And you've had this job for years, with a paycheck like that, and you have to work your ass off every day. In the past, the family was not in a position to help you, and now it is about to be demolished. Why do we need to get up early in the morning and work hard for a few $1,000s? It's not worth it. You've worked hard for a year, and when the time comes, it's not as high as shelling out a few $1,000,000 to put in the bank at a high interest rate. Luffy cried and laughed a little. Mom, this big city is no longer good. Before there were many opportunities and development prospects. In our old city of Yangshan, I go back to not properly lay flat. Mother Lu took it for granted. Laying flat is laying flat. What's wrong with that? You're the only child of our old Lu family. When the time comes, your grandfather's and your father's money will all be yours. With this $10 million, you can lie as long as you want. Besides, aren't you right here in Star City just to earn money? Now that you have enough money, what's the point of struggling? If you have that kind of time to fool around, why don't you marry a daughter-in-law and give birth to a big fat kid for me to bring up earlier? Let me give you a heads up. Your dad and I have it all figured out. As soon as the payment comes down, we'll both take your grandparents out for a trip first. After that, we'll settle your life's work. Luffy deflated his mouth. Mom, you front and I said so much paved so long. The final purpose will not just want me to go home to you to give birth to a grandson it. Mother Lu, correction. It's not you who gives birth. It's for you to marry a daughter-in-law to do it for you. As for having a boy or a girl I don't mind. More is better anyway. Your dad and I have no problem taking one each. And your grandparents would be happy to help you with another. As for the child's milk powder money and so on. Not to mention you don't have to worry about our family's demolition money. To raise 3 children is still no problem. Hearing his mom say it so smoothly, how could Luffy not understand that the two couples had probably settled on it long ago? Saying it's a discussion with him is pretty much the same as notification. The general idea is, you can't level up this big number anyway, and now that your family has money, why don't you seize the time to give birth to a few more small numbers to bring them? And Mother Lu was even more thoughtful, opening her mouth directly to give Luffy 2 sets of options. By the way son, there's something else I need to talk to you about. You only have 2 choices now. One is that you are free to fall in love, but you must bring a girlfriend back home this year. Otherwise you know. The second is to choose to accept our arrangement. And after a while and so on we'll arrange a lineup of blind dates for you when we get back. Luffy weakly objected. Mom, I'm still young here. There's no need to be in such a hurry. A man should put his career first. Mother Lu laughed softly. Are you still young? This year, you are 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 and 40 years old, and you have the nerve to talk to me about little? Do you want me to send you a video of your elementary school friend's son, who's the same age as you, hitting the sauce someday? Other people's sons are about to start middle school, but I haven't even seen a single grandchild. Who do you want me to talk to? Luffy was speechless as he actually felt as if what his own mom was saying made sense. Isn't lying flat and being a carefree milquetoast after having money in the family something many people aspire to? Chapter 104, Mature Woman? But emotions aside, since he had these magical eyes, it would be a bit rotten if Luffy didn't toss them around a few more times. Mother Lu on the other end of the phone saw that Lu Fei was slow to speak. Thinking that she had spoken a little too heavily, she turned out to comfort him. Son, I was actually just talking off the top of my head, so don't get too stressed out. Getting a wife is a lifelong matter, after all, and there's still no rush. You can't just find someone to cope with. The main thing is that both parties are in love with each other. Luffy naturally understood what Mother Lu was implying, so he smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I'll bring you a daughter-in-law when I come back this year. Maybe you'll even get a buy one get one free when the time comes. Mother Lu was also a human being, and seemed to have guessed something, so she immediately pursued the question. Son, is there a situation already? How about revealing it to my mother first? Luffy denied it. Mom, you're overthinking it. This is not even the beginning of the end. Mother Lu became interested. So there is a target? Tell me as a mom. Is she pretty? How many people are in his family? How far along are you two? Luffy was so playful that he directly sent Bai Jia's photo. Mom, what do you think of this guy? Does he meet your eye? Mother Lu said bluntly after looking at her. TSK, TSK, TSK. This figure, this face, and this temperament, at first glance, is the material to be my daughter-in-law. Luffy sniffled a bit. He did not dare to think, if now tell his own mom Bai Jia's real situation the other side will be what reaction? Surprised? And then scold yourself for being a loser and trying to take the easy way out? Or just straight up enlightened acceptance? Probably the former would be more likely. But he didn't mean anything by taking out by Jie's picture. Pure and simple. Just to be a shield. Sending it to your mom is just sending a signal that your son has a goal to pursue. And you won't need a blind date for a while. And Mother Lu seemed to understand what he meant. And actually spoke quite bluntly. Son, you have a good eye. Work harder to get the guy before the year is up. I'll give you two a big red packet when we come back for the new year. Luffy huffed. Mom, why does it sound like you're in more of a hurry than I am? Mother Lu, can I not be anxious? I have nothing to do at home day in and day out. I'm just waiting for my grandchildren. Luffy felt a little chatty and immediately beat a retreat. That Mom. I have some things to do later, so why don't we talk here for now? Mother Lu seemed a bit uninterested, but she complied with Luffy's wishes. That's okay. Hearing this, Luffy was relieved and hung up the phone numbly. But who would have thought that just as soon as he hung up, the bombardment of messages from the road mother would come back. Mother Lu, son, usually be generous when chasing girls. Spend what you need to spend. Transfer $100. 000. Looking at the 100,000 yuan transfer in front of him, Luffy cried and laughed a little. Oh come on, we agreed to transfer money to the family. How come it's the other way around? There was no intention of accepting the transfer, though, so he edited it again on his phone. Luffy, Mom, I've remembered the words. I'll pass on this money. Have you forgotten that I just won over $800,000? Mother Lu returned quickly. Your mom isn't forgetful. How could she forget? You take the money when it's transferred to you. What's all this nonsense? Besides, it's not like the money was transferred to you. It's for my future daughter-in-law to spend. You're just a piggy bank. Luffy, what else could he say? Since the words had come to this, he could only accept them obediently. But it was natural that this little depression in his heart was not lacking. This biological son of his status is actually not as high as a nebulous future daughter-in-law. It is simply no one. A little angry Luffy saw that there was no place for him to vent his anger in his heart, so he had to cast his eyes on the fat golden hair that was urinating and defecating not far away from the garbage can. Golden hair, right? Wait for the righteous backstabbing of someone in my path. But who would have thought that Luffy had only just made a move when the fat blonde spotted him? The opponent saw that Luffy had been staring, and immediately ran at him with passionate fire. Seeing this situation, Luffy's heart straight. Those who have never owned a dog may not know what it feels like to have a round, golden-haired pig weighing at least 100 pounds enthusiastically running at you like. What can I say about this feeling? It's big and round. Don't get me wrong. Luffy wasn't talking about golden hair, but the owner of the golden hair pig that trotted over not far away. I'm sorry this handsome man. My Fluffy is a bit naughty. Didn't scare you, did she? The golden hair owner, who was in a state of waves, apologized towards Luffy while blaming the golden hair beside him, who kept wagging his tail. Fluffy, if you run around like that next time, I'll never take you out for a walk again. Do you realize that this is dangerous? It's very easy to get caught as a stray dog if you're not on a lead in the city. Luffy was indifferent and only kindly reminded. Beauty, your golden hair is a bit self-conscious. It's best to pay attention when you bring it out, or it will easily scare the children. Luffy was telling the truth. Just now this more than 100 pounds of fat golden hair rushed over when even he, this adult, are a little scared. If the children that do not even dare to think. The golden-haired owner froze at his words and started apologizing again in a loud voice. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'll pay attention in the future. My Fluffy isn't usually like this, but this time he keeps running around for some reason. Luffy didn't say anything at the sight, only smiled. How so? He has never been one to recommend large dogs to single women alone, whether inside or outside the house. It's easy to get into an accident if you're not careful. Another 30 minutes later, downstairs at Star City International Finance Center, a cab slowly pulled up to the curb. When the door opened, a man in a white t-shirt got out of some cab. This person is none other than Luffy. Get out of the car. Looking at the financial center door constantly in and out of the city of beautiful people. Looking up at the financial center tower towering into the clouds. Luffy's eyes are full of hope for the future. He knew that from now on his life would become more and more colorful. After a little bit of emotion, he moved to step through the doors of the main financial center building. Another 10 minutes later, 66th floor, when Luffy appeared at the door of that familiar office room, the building apartment that had been waiting for a long time greeted him with a smile. Mr. Lu, it feels like you've become quite handsome again after not seeing you for a day. Looking at the more and more moving Lu Yu in front of him, Lu Fei smiled and said back, what did Miss Lu say? Am I not still the same as yesterday? Instead, you're the one who gives people a sense of renewal. To be honest, Lu Yu's costume was almost exactly the same as yesterday, but it gave Luffy a very different feeling. Luffy thought about it and realized that it might be because the other party had changed his hairstyle. To say that yesterday's floor apartment is Imperial Sister type beauty, Today deliberately coiled her hair on the contrary is a few more points of unique mature woman charm. It's easy to get agitated when you knit your brows and smile. Chapter 105. Begging for it? Seeing Lu Fei praising himself like this, Lu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Lu for his compliments. Then she smiled again and proposed. Mr. Lu, I've already made tea inside the office. Why don't we go inside to talk? Luffy readily nodded his head in acceptance. Seeing his promise, Lu Yu immediately turned around and stepped inside with the rhythmic sound of heels clacking. Looking at the rather moving back in front of him, Luffy smiled and followed. 5 minutes later, the president's office. The two sat opposite each other. While making tea, the building apartment narrated to Luffy the matters about the landlord mentioned earlier. Mr. Road, I'm really kind of sorry. Originally, I mentioned to you that you can meet the landlord face to face when renting, but for some reason the landlord can't come over for a while, so she wants to be entrusted with full authority to sign on her behalf by me. Do you mind about this? If you do, I can find you another office. Only the price might not be so favorable. Luffy tugged at his mouth at that. He still thought it was a big deal. When the building apartment said so embarrassing on the phone, you think the landlord's the only one who can't show up? If you put it on some customers with weird personalities, you may feel that the other party is a bit of a broken promise. After all, they have promised before. But Luffy didn't care about these minutiae. As long as the money gave him less, everything else was trivial. So he smiled and joked towards Lu Yu. That's a good feeling. I can be alone with a beautiful woman like Miss Lu again. I'm just begging for it. Seeing him say that, Lu Yu naturally understood that Luffy didn't mind that the landlord couldn't come forward. After smiling gratefully towards Luffy, he smoothly picked up several documents that had already been prepared on the side and handed them over. Mr. Lu, here is a copy of the title deed of this office room and the landlord's ID card, as well as a letter of full power of attorney. So take a look first. After reconfirming that there are no problems, we can officially start signing the contract. Luffy raised his hand and took the papers and began to scrutinize them one by one. The landlord's name is very fairy-like. Zhao Linger. At first, Luffy thought that the other party's name was just full of immortality, but he still froze when he actually saw the other party's face on the copy of his ID card. It took several seconds before some uncertainty inquired up towards the floor apartment. MS. Lu, are you sure this copy is real? It won't be P, right? How come the landlord looks exactly like that fairy sister on the screen? Lu Yu said with approval. Mr. Lu, you may not believe me when I say it. The first time I saw the copy at that time was also your idea, but after video chatting with the landlord just to make sure, I don't think so at all. To say that Sister Divine is immortal, this landlord is a bit quirky. Lu Yu seemed to remember something funny and actually laughed as he said it. Luffy was surprised, looking at the other man with a bit of a question. Something completely out of character for his age? Lu Yu nodded at the numbers on the ID card, signaling him to see for himself. Luffy fixed his eyes and all of a sudden, he cried a little. This fairy sister is actually 80 years later, almost a round older than him. Seeing him so surprised, Lu Yu also began to feel emotional, and his words seemed to be a bit envious. If I hadn't looked at the ID number, I wouldn't have believed she was almost 40 just based on her appearance. It's like an ageless goddess. A lot of people used to say that the mind determines age, and I didn't believe it at the time. Now I finally get it. Naturally, Luffy wouldn't just believe it. After all, defense is not an option. He has heard from many people that there are many office rental schemes. After thinking about it, he immediately planned to ask the building apartment if he could video the landlord. But halfway there, he suddenly had a change of heart and began to quietly use his penetrating eye to observe. Within a short while, as the kanji combinations in his eyes stopped pulsing, new text prompts about Lufo appeared on Luffy's field of vision. Building apartment, continuing to bleed, choosing a career period. Looking at the hints about the building apartment that refreshed in front of him, Luffy secretly rolled his eyes, only to feel that his eyes were getting a bit unreliable. Why do you have to say bleeding when you're just on your period? The whole thing makes people look like undead monsters. And what the hell is this career choice period? Could it be that this building is considering changing jobs? It shouldn't. You should be making a lot of money as an agent. Take the current Lu Fei this single, 220 square feet of office space. According to the 99 a flat calculation, as long as he will sign the lease, the building apartment can immediately from him to reap more than 10,000 yuan brokerage fee. Half of a month's rent is the default payment requirement in this business. And that's just the cost that Luffy's side should be shelling out. If you count the landlord's side, even if the building apartments and their own companies are calculated according to the agency fee income 50 to 50, but also a proper income of more than 10,000, with a salary like that, it should be rare for anyone to change jobs voluntarily. Did something happen to them? Just as Luffy was a bit curious, Lu Yuya also noticed the man in front of her looking at her from time to time. At that moment, he said, "Mr. Lu, is there something on my face?" Luffy just wanted to ask the other party if he had met something recently, but then he thought that the relationship between the two sides didn't seem to have gotten that close, so I had to bring up something about the landlord in passing. It's like this, Ms. Lu, I don't think there's anything wrong with these things after looking at them, but before signing the contract, can you let me see the original landlord ID card? I always feel a little less comfortable otherwise. Lu Yu suddenly realized, oh, so this is it. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. As he spoke, Lu Yu opened his cell phone and flipped out a copy of the chat log to show Luffy. Mr. Lu, the original ID card is still with the landlord at the moment. Do you think a photo of just the original will do? Luffy scanned the photos and chats on it and nodded in acquiescence. These days forging an ID is a felony, and if you don't get it right, you're going to go in for dinner, and people don't usually joke about it. Once you've talked about the front-end work, the process is much simpler after that. Lu Yu sidled up to Luffy while explaining the do's and don'ts of the contract and telling him where he should sign. Within minutes, a set of 5-year leases were signed with the cooperation of both parties. The office license area totaled 220 square feet. At $99 a square foot, Lu Fei needs to pay 21,780 yuan per month. Of course, these days there would be no office space that could be paid for monthly, perhaps for the sake of convenience, or perhaps to play nice in front of the good people. Luffy actually graciously stated that he could pay annually. It's a shame to pretend for a moment and pay for the crematorium. Truly, when nearly $300,000 in cash was transferred out of the account, Luffy still felt a pang of flesh. Once upon a time, he was a man who would spend $30 to order takeout and think half a day about how to save on delivery fees. I didn't realize it had only been a few days, but it was actually corrupt to the point where $300,000 was transferred out without blinking an eye. Just when Luffy was thinking that it would be better to have a long pain than a short one and give the agency fee to the other party in passing as well, Lu Yu suddenly looked at him a few times with some embarrassment. There seems to be some hard feelings. Chapter 106. But don't go astray. What's wrong, Ms. Lu? Is there a problem? Luffy had never been much of a sweet warmonger, so it was rare for him to take the initiative to care for a woman. But there are exceptions to everything. When a pretty good-looking beauty acts like she wants to talk in front of you, a normal man will ask more. On the one hand, it was to show his gentlemanly demeanor, and on the other hand, it was naturally to see if the relationship could be a little closer. There's no way around it. Human instincts are what they are. Men are naturally attracted to women who are fit and beautiful and vice versa. Lu Yu looked at Luffy was entering the password hand, hesitated for a moment or said a thought that just lurked in his heart. That, Road Chief, can you please not transfer this agency fee to the company account? Luffy was a bit surprised and stopped his hand movements, then asked in disbelief. What do you mean? Agency fees don't go to the company account? Ms. Lu, can you be more clear? Luffy had rented a house before, so he naturally knew the rules of the agency industry. That is, whenever a practitioner receives compensation from a client, it must be transferred to the firm's account in order to do so. Finally, each month, the company will then distribute the salary according to the share agreed in advance. The benefit of this for a client like Luffy is that you're transferring your money to the agency, which will provide you with a certain amount of after-sales protection. If you transfer the money to an individual, then those protections may go up in smoke, because the brocade money moves people. Some people are going to do private orders directly for the sake of profit. What is a private order? Use the company's resources to make your own money. Seeing that things have come to this point, Lu Yu also did not hide the choking, simply directly to Luffy and disclose. Mr. Lu is not busy, you say. This order I want to be private. As for the reason, I can't tell you without fear of ridicule. I had a fight with some smelly in the store yesterday over customer attribution. When it was clear that I had the upper hand, that and her store manager boyfriend were actually complicit in cursing at me and outright awarding the almost closed client to the other side. Since they're unkind, I'll simply be unrighteous as well, or else I, Lu Yu, won't be able to stand this bad breath. Luffy was silent for a while before speaking. Miss Lu, I sympathize with you for what you've been through, but if I do this, it seems like I'm doing 100 harms instead of one benefit. Lu Yu spoke without hesitation. Let's put it this way, Mr. Lu, I do get half of this order according to the company split, so if you'd like, just transfer $5.440 to me. You don't need to transfer the remaining half. Lu Fable's offer sounded like a good one, but Luffy didn't agree to it after careful thought. It's just a little bit not worth it to save $5,000 or so and get yourself into uncertain trouble behind the scenes, so he immediately refused. Ms. Lu, or I think it's better to forget about it. After all, the matter of making a private order is considered illegal, and it can be a big deal, so I'd advise you to be sensible. I feel bad for you for getting a big stain on your life just to get back at a few lousy people. Women have always been impulsive creatures, and the building apartment was no exception. She'd never thought about the consequences of trying to get out of this one. Seeing Luffy say something so serious, he immediately hesitated with some uncertainty. It's not that bad, is it? I've seen a lot of my peers do this, and I haven't seen any serious consequences, have I? Luffy didn't say anything at that, only smiled. After staring carefully at Luyu for a while, he spoke again. MS. Lu, I don't know if you've heard the saying, this is not afraid of 10,000 things. In case someone seizes this handle to blackmail you someday, do you dare to say that you will definitely be able to get out of it? Maybe by then you'll not only fail to disgust people, but you'll even get yourself killed. When it really comes down to it, I'm sure a lot of things will be out of hand. Can you guarantee that there won't be a next time after you've had a taste of this one? Smuggling orders can be very addictive. If one day you're really deep in it and can't get out of it, aren't you afraid that one day a bald guy will suddenly come to your door and threaten you with that supremacy statement with a greedy face about it? Floorfable seemed to be startled by Luffy's exaggeration, and almost subconsciously asked, "What supremacy?" Luffy theatrics up and pulls out the same look he did when he threatened Luyu in the first place. Before Luyu could react, he deliberately stepped forward and picked up the other party's chin, then said, "If anything, this young lady, you don't want this to be found out by others either, do you?" Who knows the island blockbuster building apartment instantly understand, eyes immediately a little flustered up. Out of instinct, she ducked back, but who would have thought that just before she took a few steps back, she almost tripped over herself. If it wasn't for Luffy's quick eyes, he would have had to have a close encounter with the ground. Of course, close contact with the ground is gone, with someone is missing. Returning to their senses, the duo looked at the two parties in close proximity, and after some wide-eyed silence parted again quite sensibly. 1 minute later, when the remaining bit of embarrassment and ambiguity was washed away by time, the building apartment seemed to have returned to sanity. After taking a sip of the clear tea on the table to moisten her throat, she spoke towards Luffy with a grateful face. "Mr. Lu, it's thanks to you this time, otherwise I would have gone astray." Luffy let out a light laugh and deliberately joked, "Oh, then how is Miss Lu going to thank me for this great benefactor? How about in return?" Seeing him like this, Luyu was instantly happy, and said with a bit of self-deprecation, "Mr. Lu, don't joke around. How can a little person like me be worthy of a big boss like you who can run a company? If you really want to find one, you'll definitely look for a proud woman who can help you in your career. How can a woman like me, who is out in the open all day and has to deal with different men, be a good match for you?" Lu Fei froze at his words, and opened his mouth with a somewhat odd expression. "Miss Lu, how come the more I hear this from you, the more unpleasant it is? There's always a feeling of being sent a good guy card with an ugly rejection?" Luyu laughed with a floral twig. "Mr. Lu, you really know how to joke. If you want to give it out, it's you, the big boss. Who's going to give it to me? Where's my turn?" Luyu only felt that the Luffy in front of her was very interesting. She had actually seen quite a lot of people who were the same age as Luffy and also independently started their own companies. None of those people acted ambitious and confident in front of her, with the intention of devouring the world in the next second. There was always an inexplicable sense of distance, despite the pleasant conversation. On the contrary, the Luffy in front of him is a little overly grounded, inside and out. There is a salted fish, or a little beggar breath in it. If it was not for the fact that the building apartment had seen the other party's account balance before, I was afraid to really think that the other party was it. Thinking about it, in the end, Lu Fable blamed the otherworldly feeling on the goodwill or show of closeness that Luffy was unleashing on himself, is really treating himself as a friend to deal with. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly sprang up in Luyu. Chapter 107. Little girls. "Mr. Lu, why don't we add a friend?" Luyu's sudden words caused Luffy to be a bit puzzled at once, and when he reacted he looked at the other party with a bit of a smile on his face. "MS. Lu, don't tell me that the WeChat you added me to was a work number. That sounds like it might hurt a little." Luyu smiled sweetly. He. Doing our line of work is basically like this. Mr. Lu shouldn't be surprised, right? This work is work. Life is life. People really want to get to the point where they can't distinguish between public and private, or only know how to work and won't enjoy life. Then what's the point of living? Besides, it's only natural to share those photos that are unique to your life only with your close friends around you. Otherwise, if it is seen by some people with ulterior motives, there will always be a lot more unnecessary trouble. Don't you think so, Mr. Lu? After saying that, as if to ease the unnecessary embarrassment, Luyu actually winked playfully at Luffy. Seeing that the other party had spoken so bluntly, Luffy didn't grasp too much at these unnecessary minutiae. Otherwise it would look like he was overly pretentious for a big man. so directly pick up the phone to turn over the QR code of WeChat and signaled the other side to look at it. Luyu was like a spring breeze and smiled sweetly at Luffy before picking up her cell phone as well. A few seconds later, with a ding-dong sound, a new friend request appeared in Luffy's message list. Bunny Boy requested to add you as a friend? Looking at the rather distinctive cartoon avatar and name in front of him, Luffy immediately looked at Luyu with a somewhat odd expression. He wondered why all these women like to do contrasts. One and all like to use an avatar that is completely different from their appearance and personality. A young woman like Paige has a rather childish name like Tiny Baby, even. Floor Apartment this proper Imperial type appearance plus Imperial type character of double Imperial type beauty. How also took a cute look as cute girl's name. Simply. Lou Fable also seemed to see the meaning in Luffy's eyes and actually explained it with interest. Mr. Lou, don't be so direct in your judgment. Have you ever heard of a saying that every woman has a beautiful princess dream deep inside her heart and longs for the appearance of a Prince Charming that belongs solely to her? So no matter what a woman looks like on the outside, whether she has a Lolita face and an otaku body, or an otaku face and a Lolita body, deep down she's just a little girl who longs for the purest love. So many times, the things that aren't easy to verbalize, we women live every aspect of our lives unobtrusively, and a microcredit name is just one form of it. After hearing this, Luffy, however, suddenly smiled meaningfully and badly. Oh, so that's how it is. However, Miss Lou actually likes to do this kind of part-time job in private, which is a bit unexpected. Luyu was confused. Mr. Lou, what do you mean by this? Why can't I understand? Luffy didn't say anything, only placing the screen of his cell phone in front of the other's eyes. Floor Fable took an unaccountably curious look and instantly blushed. Only it was full of her own tirades, or little essays she wrote when she was whining. March 2nd. The equipment is back, and I'm going to start working part-time as a voice actor today. March 5th. I can't even match it. I can't even match it. My voice is hoarse. March 8th. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm trying to match that voice. April 9th. This feels like it's pretty good too. Seeing the small essay in front of him, the building apartment was like a pin. The eyes were even more filled with incredulity. No way. I should be the only one who can see these things. I remember when I posted it I purposely blocked out everyone in the group. How can you still see it? Luffy deliberately snickered. Could it be that I'm the chosen one? Naturally, Lou Fable wouldn't be so foolish as to think that. In order to figure it out as soon as possible, she went straight to Baidu, and then, she came to her realization. She actually cried and laughed a little as she watched the doohickeys' explanation. Turns out she herself was a bit redundant at the time. The reason is simple. The groupings in WeChat are not for anyone to see, referring to those in the groupings she selected at the time. And once a new friend adds her, that friend can have an overview of the messages she has previously sent. The only way to avoid this is to make the message private to only yourself, or selected people. Seeing that the matter has come to this point, Luyu also did not hide, so he directly confessed. Mr. Lou, you probably won't believe me when I say it. This thing of being a special voice actor is actually just a little bit of my personal fetish. Luffy was taken aback. This is really, there is nothing strange in the big world. I didn't realize that Miss Lou's preferences are so special. Luyu's red face was a bit embarrassed. I also know it's a bit strange, but I can't help but like it in my heart. You think I do this line of intermediary every day not only to face all kinds of people, and in order to close the deal but also constantly to take care of each other's emotions, look at each other's face to speak. This time a long time the heart always feels suffocated lie. And that's not the case with being a voice actor. You can always sub in for the character and express things in other ways that normally wouldn't be good to reveal. Plus, you don't have to show your face to make money in this business. So I think it's a good fit. I don't know if it's an illusion. The more Luyu said to the end, Luffy could clearly feel a light in the other party's eyes. It's as if he's longing for that kind of life. Seeing the situation, Luffy curiously asked, in that case, why don't you change your profession? Ms. Lou, I believe that with your qualifications and the added bonus of being a voice actor, if you were to be an anchor the income should be pretty good as well, right? And you don't have to work so hard in the sun and rain every day. Luyu paused, as if he had been enlightened, and said with some clarity, yes. Oh, why shouldn't I change my profession too? In case if my relatives and friends around me find out about it, they won't all look at me with different eyes. It's not good to make a quick buck, and if you get in deep, you won't be yourself. Seeing the tangled look on Luyu's face, Luffy instantly understood. It is true that everyone has his or her own insistence or bottom line of principles in his or her heart. Until it's crossed, that can be considered a real brick wall. Take himself. Be firm about saving your first time for your future wife until you break your first. But if you really step over that hurdle, then I'm sorry. Lou, have to enjoy life first. As for the rest, I'll lean back for now. Chapter 108. A date? Just as Luffy was thinking about saving the woman in front of him from some kind of thought struggle, Lu Fable surprisingly recovered from it by himself. Thinking about the slight misbehavior just now, at this moment, Lu Yu's pretty face immediately blushed. After hesitating for a moment, she got up and looked at Luffy with an apologetic face. That, Mr. Lu, just now I lost my temper a bit for personal reasons and delayed you. Why don't we go to the property and turn in while it's still early? Luffy waved his hand to show that he was not in the way on time, and instead questioned the other party with interest. It looks like a mess. Lu has already made her decision. Then is there any hope that Mr. Lu, the witness, will know about it in advance? Seeing Luffy ask about it, but Lu Yu suddenly had the corners of his mouth rise slightly playfully joking. Mr. Lu, prying into a woman's little secret is very ungentlemanly behavior. After saying that without waiting for Luffy to reply, Lu Yu actually picked up the things on the table and turned around twisting her arse towards the outside of the house. Listening to the sound of high heels clattering beside his ears and looking at the somewhat enchanting back in front of him, Luffy smiled without saying anything and followed. Women are the cutest when they're pretending to be something they're not. By the time Luffy and Lu Fable finished their business from the property, it was already half an hour later. After that, the two chatted for a while, and then they parted ways. Originally, according to Luffy's idea, the evening was not much to do, was intended to ask Lu Yu to go to eat a meal. The reason he had thought of was as a thank you from the other party for helping him find the house of his choice and saving so much money on rent, but towards the end he felt there was no need to rush. After all, it takes a bit of time for the emotional stuff to sink in. This stuff is like red wine. It takes time to brew, and the longer it brews, the better it tastes. It's too fast, and it always feels like fast food, which makes it very unappealing. Of course, that's a more literal way of putting it. If it were simpler, it would be someone who felt that with their current relationship, it wasn't like something was going to happen after dinner. So why bother wasting time and money more than necessary? If you have the time, you might as well leave it as an excuse to make a date after a while. Besides, just the way Lu Fable was walking a bit awkwardly behind her, Luffy knew that her family's great-aunt was not a good person. For this kind of evil relatives he wrote someone like to start to stay away from. After standing in the same spot for a while longer, and seeing Lu Fable's somewhat crooked back completely disappear at the end of the horizon, Luffy also turned around and walked towards his base. 10 minutes later, 66th floor, standing on the side of the building, looking through the window at the ant-sized vehicles and crowds on the main road below, Luffy was struck with a feeling in his heart. Sure enough, even the most salty person will always produce certain changes in his heart once he reaches a certain height. Let's say right now it's tempting to have an extreme workout in front of the window where I say I'm going to do it. Of course Luffy is just thinking about it. He is a serious person. How can he do that kind of ridiculous things? If people see it, they'll laugh their asses off. Besides, he is the only one in this big office now, and it is difficult for the clever woman to cook without rice. Looking at the empty writing room in front of him, Luffy felt the need to immediately change his status quo of being a bare-bones commander. Since this place is a blessing in the eyes of others, then Luffy will be a blessing on top of a blessing. Let's start by snubbing that little mascot, Chihiro, for a mop-up job. Because the name was recognizable, Luffy quickly flipped the other person off the list. With a flick of his fingertips, a message was edited out by Luffy. Luffy, date, little girl? At this time is just at the mealtime. According to the habits of modern college students, Aquazi is swiping the cell phone, so Luffy predicted that the message will be returned very quickly. As expected, the ding-dong messages kept ringing out within a few seconds. Weighty beautiful girl, Chihiro abata senpai. Wait, why didn't you say so earlier? I just finished a huge bowl of casserole rice. You couldn't have said that a little earlier. My stomach's almost full. Pictures. Annoyed emoji pictures. Tearful emoji pictures. Chihiro was already a talker. Plus the last time Luffy had said he'd take him to dinner she'd missed it again because of her own classes she had to attend. And when Luffy sent another message over this time, her first thought was that it's intended to ask her out for dinner. These two consecutive misses instantly made this little foodstuff a bit indignant, so all kinds of emoticons instantly poured out from her sending bar as if it was like no money. Watching Luffy was a bit of a head-scratcher. Eventually it was a bit too much for him and he had to implement a manual gear stop. Luffy, stop. Elementary school girl, if you bombard senior with emoticons again, beware I'll blacklist you. Chihiro was still reluctant to part with a meal ticket that would treat him to a delicious meal, so she instantly began to admit her mistake. Simmering soup raging beauty, Chihiro don't. Senpai, you can't bear to delete my cute. No bad intentions. And cute elementary school girl. Pictures of the cute girl herself / /nabla / Luffy, playful at the sight, replied in a deliberately joking manner. Hey, That's not necessarily true. You know, I've never been a fan of airports. Chihiro replied back in seconds. I don't call this an airport. I'm a huge growth potential. Luffy reeled in his words, and the conversation suddenly and bizarrely got back on track. Forget it, I'm not teasing you. Remember the last time I told you about doing a part-time job? Now that it's finalized, do you think you'll have time to come for an interview in the next 2 days? This sudden turn of events made Chihiro feel like he was being teased, but he couldn't say so explicitly because the other party was still talking about business. After waving a small fist in her mind and secretly drawing a circle to curse someone, she replied in a serious manner as well. Really, senpai? Of course I remember that. But for an interview, I might not have time until the day after tomorrow. I've had a full schedule of specialty classes for the past 2 days, and I've been working from morning until evening on them, and my head is smoking. Grudge-filled expression, winky face. Luffy, that's fine. The day after tomorrow will be the day after tomorrow. Just remember to talk to me in advance when the time comes. Chihiro raised her eyebrows and started to get curious. Aw, senior, aren't I going for an interview? Why do I have to tell you about it in advance? By normal logic, wouldn't you send me a location or push a tweet and I'd go there myself? The corners of Luffy's mouth rose slightly as he began to bull ********. I'm not afraid that my elementary school sister will be bullied if she's unfamiliar with the place. Why don't we just send the Buddha to the west, and simply accompany you? You won't be unwilling, will you? Chihiro's eyes lit up. Aya senpai, you're still weirdly nice. Don't worry, when the time comes, whether things succeed or not, I'll designate to treat you to a good meal to thank you. Cute smile emoji. Seeing this news, Luffy was instantly happy. He was growing more and more excited to see what the snacker would look like when he realized he was the boss. Is it stunned? Or maybe thought he was interested in her? Thinking of this, Luffy couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. Chapter 109. Acquaintances. After that, Luffy chatted with Chihiro, the girl, for a while before settling down. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, but it didn't take long for the other man to start accusing himself of having to run to class again. I'm told it's quite a distance to travel. Not only do you have to climb a mountain, but there aren't many people along the way, and some sections are even a bit dark. Not only did Chihiro say it in a single sentence, but he also portrayed it in a colorful manner, almost as if he had written the word misery on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that Luffy had gone to Fortune University in college to see the girls, he would have almost believed it, but he didn't reveal it, instead pretending to empathize with it without knowing. As for why you're doing it? Come on. A girl who shares her side of things with you and complains about it is intentionally trying to bring you closer. This is the time when you want to still get hung up on what's right or wrong about something. Then you deserve to be single. After chatting with Chihiro, Luffy didn't stay idle, and was very serious about strolling around the office space he had just rented, planning the layout for the future in the meantime. At 220 square feet, it's not too big or too small. After those amenities, there's basically about 160 to 170 square feet of interior space. It's worth noting, though, that it's over 100 square feet of usable area inside the president's office. Oh, now it should be said that Luffy's own office took up nearly a third of the area. Luffy hadn't realized it before, but now, upon closer comparison, it was obvious that it was a bit overly extravagant. Isn't it a bit of a waste for him to use such a big office all by himself? Anymore, it's only right to have a secretary along. Ahem, don't think about stubble. This kind of use is a very serious kind. It's not like making a cubicle and putting a bed and tub in it or something. Of course, after only slightly scattering his thoughts, Luffy quickly took back those thoughts that were not in his mind. It wasn't that he had become such a decent man, but as the hours passed, the sun outside the window in case of sunset, and he always felt a little weird being alone in this huge office room. Luffy may be a staunch atheist, but that doesn't stop him from being afraid of some rare things, especially when he was alone in a strange place. He couldn't help but think in that direction. Well, this phenomenon had dissipated more and more since he had arrived at the door. It wasn't so much that he'd gotten bolder, but it was the warbling and frolicking that came from time to time in the aisles that made him involuntarily tigerish. That's what men do. Even if you are scared to death, you don't want to be embarrassed in front of the opposite sex. And the group of warblers in the aisle were right up Luffy's alley. Not only were they all long and pretty, but their bodies were also passable. The only beautiful thing about it is that it kind of looks like it was born from the same mom. Looked almost exactly the same. At first Luffy was a bit puzzled, thinking he had met a rare triplet. But when he looked up at the large words, Chow's Medical Beauty Center, behind them, it dawned on him. Medical Beauty Center, so it is. Not bad for coming from a doctor. It's like copy and paste. Seeing this situation, Luffy also lost his mind to go over and exchange a few words, locking the door before heading towards the elevator entrance alone. What Luffy didn't know, though, was that not long after he left, instead, The warblers at the door of the medical center began to talk about him. I heard that the blessed place seems to have been rented out again to open a company. Wasn't that the boss of the new company? He looks so young. What's the matter, Zhang? You're not getting horny again, are you? I'd advise you not to get any ideas. The boss is so young and talented. Why would he look at you? A fake with no real body. Humph. You're not the same. And you have the face to talk about me. Besides, taste is something that varies from person to person, just in case they like my kind. After all, I'm flirty, or open. After going downstairs, Luffy took another stroll around the nearby mall, filling his stomach in the process. Originally, according to his idea, he was planning to buy a few computers along the way in the nearby commercial street as temporary office supplies for his new company. But who would have thought that when he went to several shops in a row, the shopkeepers all looked as if they had met a big fat sheep. Not only were his eyes glowing, but he was also trying to sell him those so-called high-end products. Luffy didn't know about those configurations of desktop computers and stuff, but luckily there was a pair of magical eyes to help him. It took him just a quick swipe to realize that these brick-and-mortar store owners were up to no good. One of the mouths said heavenly flowers, but the heart is black. Nearly take some refurbishment. Do not know a few hands of this goods to pit him this kind of people who do not know how to do. Although Luffy is rich, he can't be pitted by these unscrupulous merchants for nothing. After walking around several places one after another to no avail, Luffy simply extinguished his intention to do the shopping himself. Instead of cheaper outsiders, why not give your own people a chance to make money? After some thought, Luffy immediately decided to give this grueling task to his roommate, Zhang Hao. Although this guy stayed at home all day, he still had some knowledge of assembling these desktop computers because he often engaged in substitute coaching. Also, Luffy vaguely remembers, when his laptop was broken by this kid Zhang Hao, this guy seemed to have boasted about it, said he knew a computer god. Luffy just took this opportunity to test if his opponent was bull ******************************************************** Ting. Having made his decision, Luffy didn't linger outside much longer. Since we are trying to get people to help, naturally, we have to get a Hong Kong first. After looking at the time, he estimated that at this point Zhang Hao should still be busy brushing the 18 sex without eating. Luffy, following that guy Zhang Hao's preference, purposely found a long Zhang pig's feet rice on the side of the road and walked in. But who would have thought that as soon as he entered the door, he would be surprised by the acquaintance in front of him. Sister Wang? Aren't you the one who runs the store over on the west side of the city? Why are you here again? That's right, it's no one else in front of us. It's exactly the downstairs of Luffy's company, the pig's foot rice boss's wife who cuckolded her husband, and wants him, someone from Lu, to take over. The young woman Wang Jie. Wang Jie also froze when she saw the visitor, and it took her a long time to react. Then the face changed and instantly became passionate. Aya, isn't this Xiao Lu? It's really fate. Hurry up. Sit down first. I'll make you some water. Looking at Wang Jie's enthusiastic appearance, Luffy immediately beat a retreat. There's something fishy about this. Could it be that little sheep couldn't fulfill the other side's request to take over that day, so they broke up? If that's the case, wouldn't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Just as Luffy was considering whether or not to go to a different store to get food for his good roommate, Wang Jie was greeting in the direction of the back kitchen. Boss, here comes a familiar guest. Don't rest now. Get up and cook. Luffy sniffed and looked over, only to see a man with dark eyes and some thinness peeking out from behind. Seeing Luffy looking over, he immediately nodded at him with a smile on his face. Chapter 110. Special Games. Aha, another acquaintance? Looking at this face that was a bit blurry, but vaguely similar to his memorized appearance, Luffy instantly sighed a bit. The heart that was originally lifted for instantly relaxed, simply because the man just now was no other than the little sheep from last time. Now it should be called the little skinny goat. How long it seems to be another small circle. It is like being grabbed by the goblins to dry up the young energy in general. Seeing this, Luffy's eyes couldn't help but fall onto Wang Jie's body in front of him. This was fine without looking, but once he took a closer look, Luffy instantly realized that the other party had changed. Not only has her body become much more rounded, even her belly is slightly bulging. Obviously, something is being birthed in it, and Wang Jie didn't avoid it. Seeing Luffy looking over, not only returned a smile, but also took the initiative to open his mouth to inquire. Lu, are you going to eat here or pack up and go back today? Luffy returned the grin. The usual, 1 deluxe pork feet rice packed. Okay, right away. After Luffy finished ordering, Wang Jie unexpectedly didn't stay any longer. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the back kitchen with a twist, looking as if he intended to help. Within a few seconds of work, the back kitchen resounded with bursts of playful banter and laughter from both men and women. Listening to Luffy, driven by curiosity, someone in the road couldn't hold his eyes down after all. Taking advantage of the duo's inattention, he used his penetrating eye towards them. It wasn't that he liked to pry into people's privacy, he was just too curious to find out what had happened to this particular pair. As time flew by, 2 successive combinations of words appeared before his eyes. Wang Jia, the next baby must be yours. Wu Yifan, it's just a mission. Luffy, with such explosive text, even Luffy, the pervert, found it a bit spicy. At this moment, he only felt a little uncomfortable all over. If I hadn't accidentally paid over the money just now, I'm afraid I would have slipped away immediately. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Wang Jie to walk over from the back kitchen with a packed pig's foot full of rice. Looking at the warmth on her face, she seemed to be interested in catching up with Luffy for a little while longer. To avoid getting himself into some kind of weird game, Lu quickly took the item and ran off without looking back. In all honesty, he wasn't opposed to someone being on the cutting edge of the world getting some novelty, but the premise was that it couldn't be in his periphery, or else Luffy would always feel awkward. Fear of being part of the NPCs. After such an episode, Luffy also extinguished his thoughts of taking a look at the night scenery of Star City along the way. After coming out of Wang Jie's place, he piled into the subway without looking back. Another 20 minutes later, the high-tech neighborhood. Looking at Luffy, who had hurried home, Zhang Hao was taken aback. So in a rare moment, he stopped the Fantasy Westward Journey's 18 sects of break-in in his hand and began to run a train with his mouth. Old road, your kid still knows to come back. Look at your lips are dry and cracked, your color is white, and you walk with a bit of kidney weakness. Are you secretly going to chat with a girl behind my back again? Luffy didn't say anything at that, and directly flung the pig's feet rice in his hand at the other person's heels. He knew that it was enough to gag Zhang Hao. As expected, when the appetizing appearance of the luxurious pig's feet rice was reflected in his eyes for the first time, Zhang Hao instantly changed his face. While smelling the tantalizing aroma of the pig's feet rice, he said with a smile, "Old Lu, it's still you who misses your brother. Knowing that I haven't even seen a single grain of rice all day today, I actually bought such a huge portion of pig's feet rice back for me on purpose. I simply love it." After saying that, Zhang Hao picked up a large piece of meat that was still dripping with marinade and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed on it. While eating also squinted and began to taste up. A look of immersion in which the soulful look. See Luffy straight shake his head. This is the ghost look. He sent out to talk to the uncle on the side of the road to say is someone in the clubhouse for improper transactions probably no one will suspect. It was just too soulful. But Luffy didn't interrupt the other party's enjoyment of the food, and instead waited silently by the side for a while. It wasn't until most of the pig's feet rice had been downed by the other party that he coldly opened his mouth towards Zhang Hao. "Hiroko, since you've eaten your meal, I have a favor here you'd like to see if you want to help?" Zhang Hao froze, then became a bit indignant. "Old Lu, you kid has changed. You used to simply bring me food, but now you're actually playing Hongmen Banquet." Luffy turned a blind eye. "Listen to me first. It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of running errands for me." Zhang Hao continued to pick up his meal, signaling Luffy to continue. Luffy didn't dawdle, and directly told the other party that he wanted them to go and help with a few computers. And there is no ambiguity. A direct commitment as long as the other side kickbacks eat not too hard. Luffy will be all for the brother's errand fee. Seeing this, Zhang Hao suddenly became curious and opened his mouth towards him with some confusion. "Not right, old road. You have nothing to buy so many desktop computers for what? Is not going to do what studio or open a company? Otherwise it's totally unnecessary." Luffy didn't hide anything and directly told the other party about renting an office room. As for getting an investment company, he mentioned it in passing. It wasn't anything unseemly anyway, so there was no need to hide it from the other side like a thief. The fact that he spoke such powerful news so calmly instantly stunned Zhang Hao, so much so that even the action of eating stopped, turning to look at Luffy with a face full of horror. Asterisk. "Luffy, you kid, don't be lying to me, Nini. It's a good class. How come you can't think of starting a business? I don't know, that thing is a dead end. 8 out of 10 people who walk in there will lose a layer of skin at least." Luffy looked calm. "Is it as scary as you say? Besides, even if it's 10 going to 8 like you said, wouldn't there still be 2 that made it? So don't be so shocked and look like you've never seen the world. Hiroko, I'll look down on you if you keep this up." Hearing this, Zhang Hao put down the pig's feet rice in his hands, opened his eyes and carefully surveyed Luffy for a while, and then fussily reached out and touched his forehead. Only in the end did he say to himself with some incredulity, "No, this one doesn't have a fever. How come he's so desperate to start a business? Did you take the wrong medication? Mistakenly used some medicine for the heart as Viagra? Otherwise how could it be so confused? These days to go to start a business, not and take the money to drift, no difference. People drift at least can stop a sound. This business can be in bottomless pit, but eat people do not spit bone ah." Looking at Zhang Hao, who was getting more and more outrageous, Luffy interrupted without any good humor. "Come on Hosey, I've spent all my money. Any more you say is just nonsense. Why don't you think more about helping me where to buy a computer if you have this time to spit with me? By the way, if you're handy, get me some of those office tools and stuff too. As for the money, don't worry, brother, I won't treat you badly. I'll transfer a $50,000 to you first, then if it's not enough you'll talk to me again. Brother, I've recently gotten rich. Not bad for 30,000 or $50,000. Luffy's such trenchant words once again shocked Zhang Hao. What the hell? When did his roommate become such a bore? $30,000 to $50,000 is not taken seriously anymore. Isn't the money from selling weapons in the fantasy westward journey not even in the account yet? Where did he get so much money to spend? Something's going on. There must be something. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao immediately turned his skeptical gaze to his own best friend. Chapter 111. By Jia's invitation. What's wrong, Hosey? Why are you looking at me like that? Never seen a handsome man before. Regarding Zhang Hao's gaze that suddenly became strange, Luffy naturally noticed it at the first moment. Anyway, it was an acquaintance, and he immediately disliked it back without a care in the world. Zhang Hao didn't reply back until he stared at Luffy for a while before suddenly smiling cheaply. So what? Lao Lu, you honestly tell my brother, recently did you find any way to get rich? Otherwise you can't be so tossed. Luffy thought about it and said in a deliberate half-truth. Okay, Hosey, when did you kid become so smart? Actually even I found the way to get rich, guessed out. Since we're good brothers, I won't hide anything from you. A few days ago I happened to meet a rich woman by chance while wandering around a certain upscale neighborhood, and with just a little bit of charm and a demonstration of my own specialties, she couldn't help falling in love with me. In order to keep me by her side, she not only sent me a large sum of money, but also promised to transfer several sets of houses in her name to me as well. As for the funds I had to start my company, naturally it was also given by her. That's why young people still need to go to the rich neighborhoods more often when they're not doing anything. In case they meet their true love one day, they'll be struggling for a few decades less. Are you sure, Lao Lu? You can't lie to me. Seeing how Luffy spoke so eloquently, Zhang Hao began to believe a bit. Other than that, Luffy, the kid's specialty was something he had witnessed firsthand. Definitely, a big killer in its class. Luffy continued to babble. We're all brothers, I can't lie to you. By the way, Hosey, do you want to try it too? In case any of them take a liking to you, you won't have to be so miserable to scrounge money in the game every day. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand. But don't. With my body, I can't withstand that toss. And the old road. Don't blame me for not reminding you as a brother. Although it's good to take shortcuts, you have to pay attention to your health. I've heard a lot of people say that. Those old babies can be ruthless in private, so you've got to live within your means, or else one day you'll be young, early pickled. The happiness of the rest of your life can be all ruined. Looking at Zhang Hao's single-mindedness for himself, Luffy was very pleased. Worthy of being a good friend for many years, he didn't dislike him for taking shortcuts, even if he actually started to care about his health. Such behavior made Luffy a bit embarrassed. Well, he wasn't much of a prude, and after a moment's thought, he said half-jokingly, that, Hiroko, if I say now that the rich woman thing is a lie, will you think I'm going a bit overboard? How Zhang? Looking at his best friend's small eyes filled with resentment, Luffy just couldn't hold it in. Soul reveals a little bit of the bottom. To tell you the truth, Hiroko, it's not true that the rich woman gave me money. It's true that I bought a lottery ticket and won again. If you don't believe me, I still have the tax clearance certificate here. As he was saying that, Luffy took out another invoice from his pocket and handed it to the other party, signaling that what he said this time was true. Looking at the bright tax invoice in front of him and the name on it, Zhang Hao only felt his breath suddenly tighten. Why? The sudden huge lottery win is even more unacceptable to him than his best friend being seen by a rich woman. The former's success is certainly enviable, but at least it is still a certain price to pay for labor, which even carries a small risk. But the latter is a whole different story. That's heavenly. Such a big pile of white lottery tickets falling on his own best friend can be worse than killing him. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao immediately looked at Luffy with resentment. Old road. Not brother, said you. We have money is not so blind nonsense. This more than $700,000 you buy a car and a house to go home to honor your parents do not smell good? Why can't you figure out how to take it to start your own business? What a waste of luck. Luffy didn't pay attention to the other party this time. Instead, he turned his words if anything and asked Zhang Hao about other things. Right, Hosey, didn't you say last time that you wanted to get a valet studio? Why don't you ask me to pitch in for you? Brother? Zhang Hao's face suddenly changed. Righteous father? Is this matter really true? Luffy pretended to think. If I didn't have a sore shoulder here, maybe we could finalize it. Zhang Hao was fawning. Mr. Lu, look at what you're saying. Sit down. Sit down. I happen to have learned a bit of massage craft in the past few years, so I'll be looking for someone to serve me. From now on, as long as you have an order, I, Zhang Hao, will definitely be at your beck and call. While saying that, Zhang Hao really made a fuss about squeezing the shoulders of Luffy, who was sitting on a chair. But don't tell me, the intensity is actually quite appropriate. Of course, his mouth wasn't idle, and he began to curdle Luffy. By the way, didn't you just say you wanted to start an investment venture? I think now is the right time. We as a new era of young people, as long as there is money, it must be bold to engage in hard work. Without this force, do not want to fight hard how to become a person on a. Luffy was not surprised by the sudden 360-degree change in his best friend's attitude. After all, that's the reality. You'd probably be opposed by most people if you bluntly said you wanted to start an investment business, but you say that your entrepreneurial direction is to throw money at the majority to accomplish what they want to do? Then they'll just say without hesitation that it's worthy of you. It's so insightful. It is the common good that is the solid foundation for promoting harmonious human interaction and even helping each other. Of course, Luffy didn't say this out of the blue. Rather, after so many years of exposure, he truly feels that there is money to be made in the game studio business. Take the game Fantasy Westward Journey, which is still hot after more than a decade. You just have to have enough people or money to monopolize certain items in a zone or even several zones. Then making money is simply like picking up money. This is only a game. If in other games also so as to do, that does not make a lot of money. For this kind of work that was both brain and time consuming, Luffy felt that his best friend Zhang Hao was just the right person to entrust him with. So much for giving the other side a head start and making it easier to maneuver when the time comes. Zhang Hao naturally didn't understand Luffy's thoughts, and seeing that he hadn't said anything, he only kept sidestepping like a lapdog. I'd like to ask Luffy what the hell he means, but don't make fun of him. Luffy was going to make peace with it, but at the end of the day, he suddenly changed his mind and decided to mobilize the other side first. So after clearing his throat, he opened his mouth very solemnly towards the other. Hosey, we're all brothers, so I won't drag my feet with you. I promise to do what I say when I say it, but before that, I have to see if you're reliable or not. Let's do it this way. I'll give you 3 days to help me with 20 sets of inexpensive computers to the 66th floor of the International Finance Center. This room, then we talk about the specifics there. How do you think? Zhang Hao did not hesitate and immediately patted his chest to make a military order. No problem. I'll take care of it. Don't say 3 days, as long as Mr. Lu wants it, I can send it to you tonight. Luffy saw that he was so convinced, just ready to tease a few words, but did not think that the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Out of habit, he drew it out and glanced at it, but it didn't matter if he didn't see it. Once he saw it, he was kind of sitting on it. Tiny baby, by Jia, little calf, the moon is nice tonight. Do you want to come to my sister's house and sit for a while? Chapter 112, Waiting for the Flowers. Mr. Lu, what are you looking at? Why have you suddenly become so horny? The flame at Luffy's chest hadn't fully ignited yet when Zhang Hao, who looked like a dog's leg, came over in a manner. Look at this. It's a big deal to be on standby to help. Seeing this, Luffy hurriedly raised his hand and pushed his fat face away, then said a bit unkindly, Hosey, can you have some backbone? Why do you become so skinless as soon as you hear someone drop money on you? Like I'm your lapdog. That would make you look like an unprincipled person. Do you know that there is gold under a man's knees? You kid, at least be a little more reserved. Zhang Hao actually did not get angry at all when he heard this, but instead smiled shamelessly, and then actually opened his mouth towards Luffy with a straight face. Lao Lu, you don't understand. Since everyone says there is gold in a man's knees, but no one has cashed it in for us, it's not easy for me to meet someone who cashes in today. And this person is my best friend, so why should I be reserved? As long as the money is in place. Brother, what's wrong with me being your lapdog? We're all acquaintances anyway, and there's less of that embarrassment. Besides, didn't I used to call you righteous father when I asked you for help when I was in college? If it's not afraid that you can't accept it, I'll give you a godson now and do it. Anyway, it was all called smooth at that time, and I don't care about this 2 times. You say it, righteous father. While saying that, this Zhang Hao guy even cheaply threw a wink to Luffy, only making him sick to his stomach. So he quickly waved his hand and said towards him with some disgust, Hao Zi, can you be a little more serious? If you do this again, I'm going to take back what I just said. Zhang Hao instantly became anxious. Don't, righteous father, we agreed to invest money. We can't go back on our word. You're going to have a son with no ass like that. Luffy glared at him. Howzy, I've noticed that you kid is getting more and more. Maybe change your name to Zhang bitch in a few days. Hearing this, Zhang Hao actually shamelessly revealed his big white teeth and said with a smile, yes, as long as the money is in place, my righteous father can let me change whatever name I want. Luffy couldn't hold back a bit and just turned around and kicked him. Then with a face full of disgust, he cursed, get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't give you a penny to vote. Zhang Hao was still playful, smiling and laughing as he walked towards the living room while turning back towards Luffy to joke. Righteous father, would you like some cold coke to calm your nerves? They say you don't need to take medicine that way. Luffy didn't say anything at that, turned back and picked up the neck pillow on the side and threw it towards Zhang Hao at the door. Zhang Hao, this guy seems to have anticipated a sideways not only to dodge the damage over, back to a hand to pull out, actually catch the neck pillow is about to fall to the ground. With this body, it would never be too much to say a flexible fat man. After this difficult maneuver was completed, this Zhang Hao fellow immediately began to scowl at Luffy again. Righteous father, do you want best cola or Coca-Cola? I'll get it for you right away. Luffy, let's not talk about Coke for a moment, before you boys disappear from my sight for a few minutes, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. Zhang Hao immediately gave an okay gesture when he saw this, then instantly disappeared from Luffy's field of vision. Seeing this, Luffy was instantly happy, but he didn't forget about business, and after reconfirming that he was the only one left in the room, he immediately monkeyed around and took out his cell phone to edit it. Luffy, possessed by a straight man, began to answer. Yes sis, how did you know I was home tonight? The person on the other side seemed to be playing with his cell phone and answered almost in seconds. Tiny baby, White J 10 minutes. Luffy was unsure. Bai Jia also started to be pretentious. It's taken so long to return the message. Maybe he was just charmed away by some little goblin. What a new generation. Luffy's brain jolted and shook out a bit of his wits. Why don't I come over now? Bai Jia continued to be pretentious. It doesn't matter. Love to come or not. Anyway, the flowers are almost thankful. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched only to feel his scalp tingling, and he held his tongue for half a day before returning. Immediately, Bai Jia, just talk. Fake. Luffy didn't reply anymore because he always felt that it was a bit of a double entendre. However, after Bai Jia's verbal stimulation, the fire in the bottom of his heart was getting hotter and hotter. After glancing at the time and glancing out the window at the growing moonlight, he felt the need to go and have a proper chat with someone about the specifics of putting out the fire. So after dryly slipping his cell phone into his pocket, he got up and headed towards the living room. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived in the living room, Zhang Hao's voice sounded once again. Old Lu, after all, you kids still couldn't resist the temptation of the goblins outside. This is about to leave me. Luffy sniffed, only to see that the other party was now half leaning on the sofa, with a Coke in one hand and a chili bar in the other, his eyes full of resentment looking at him. Luffy smiled slightly and began to babble. Hosey, don't get me wrong. I'm out and about running my business. You know, when you start a business, you always have to look around for connections. As if Zhang Hao had already seen through everything, he only tilted his head in silence and drank a mouthful of iced cola. Then after placing it on the coffee table he pulled out a small delivery box from somewhere, looked at it carefully for a few seconds to make sure it was right and then tossed it to Luffy. What's this? Why did you throw it at me? Looking at the courier in his hand, Luffy was filled with questions and wondered what the other party meant. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, gave him a slightly derisive look before replying with a smile. Just take it apart and see. I'm sure you'll need this later. Luffy didn't understand what kind of medicine the other party was selling in his gourd, but it wouldn't take much time anyway, so I just took it down in 3 tries. But it didn't matter if he didn't take it apart. Once he did he was a bit speechless. Looking at the corner of the torn express box reveals directs several letters. If he still do not know what is inside, that would be a ghost. It didn't take a second thought to realize that this thing was definitely a delivery from his other roommate, Cannon King Wang Jiao. Zhang Hao, this guy saw him going out to meet again, specially brought it over to molest him a bit. Luffy see this situation is not polite. Directly and straightforwardly through the hands of the courier to the sofa Zhang Hao, threw down a sentence, I never use this thing, and left without looking back. Zhang Hao was left alone to look at the umbrella on the table and was secretly sad. Luckily that didn't last long either, and within a few seconds the ding-dong transfer sounded on the cell phone at the table. He fixed his eyes to see that it was Luffy who had transferred the money for the computer. He was just a bit puzzled as to why the other party would split the transfer into 2, and a big one. One for 50, 000, one for a few hundred. Could it be that he was seeing him alone and lonely at home, so he purposely let him go out to relax? Chapter 113. Close your eyes and follow my command. Just as Zhang Hao was guessing his best friend's intentions, Luffy, who was standing in the hallway, glanced apologetically at the door of his room. How? He always felt that the current situation was a bit strange. Bai Jia is the unassailable goddess in Zhang Hao's heart, while he, his best friend, is already secretly reading Entertainment Spring in Autumn with someone. As for what is Entertainment Spring, it starts with a little yellow. No. It should be called an excellent writer called Fork. In order not to waste your time, readers who have the time to do so should find out for themselves. Anyway, for Luffy now, there was always the guilt of sneaking around and putting a hat on his own best friend. To alleviate this illusion, the resourceful man transferred a few $100s to the other side. Fruity. After this tawdry maneuver, someone in the road felt so relieved that it didn't take long for him to put it behind him. 30 seconds later, a fully prepared Luffy pressed the door to Baijia's house. Ding dong. No one opened the door. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Still no one to open the door. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Still no one opens the door. Just when Luffy could no longer resist the urge to send a tweet to ask what was going on, the screen of the cell phone in his palm suddenly lit up. Tiny baby, Baijie. Can you people be any dumber? The door is open and you keep pressing that stupid button. Luffy admitted that his entire body was confused when he saw that line. Hey, 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 is it really safe for a single woman to be home alone and leave the door open this late at night? To verify this, someone in the road decided to take the risk. So then, he pushed forward slightly, and the sturdy security door in front of him slowly opened. At the same time, the creaking sound of a pushed door echoed throughout the hallway. Originally, according to Luffy's thoughts, even if Baijia was not willing to come over and open the door, she would at least stand behind it, and then surprise him in a saved-up outfit. Is that what fits the style of the other side? But while the ideal is beautiful, the reality is cruel. Not only was there no beauty to greet Luffy, there wasn't even a single bright light. If it weren't for the light from the hallway seeping in, the house would be practically black. Just when Luffy was a bit confused as to what strange and bizarre things Baijia was getting up to again, the screen of his cell phone lit up again. Tiny baby, Baijia little calf. What are you doing standing at the door all the time? Come in. You're not scared, are you? Cover your mouth and laugh. Even if he knew it was agitation, Luffy didn't think he could stand the anger. Without saying a word, he directly stepped forward with great strides and then unlocked the door of the room and turned on the cell phone light in one fell swoop. As for why he didn't voluntarily turn on the doorway light himself when he came in, come on, singles, don't you know what it means to be in love? He's trying to play hide and seek with you. You're not still thinking about how to win the game, are you? Enjoying the process is the point, fool. Regardless of what others thought, Luffy was in no hurry at all anyway. A man with a light on slowly wandered up through the house, probably because Baijia had pulled the curtains all the way down. There were surprisingly not a few threads of light in the room, except for the little bit of bright light from the cell phone. But Luffy wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he searched one corner at a time with interest in the opposite direction of memorizing the layout of his house. Peekaboo. It's fun to take your time. It was just as well that he was able to take the opportunity to see if there was something delightful in the house. And so it goes, minute by minute. The original size of only 70 square feet without a few eyes can sweep clean the living room. Luffy hard to grind nearly 10 minutes. This somewhat abrasive performance was instantly greeted with the displeasure of a certain overseer. So it was that his cell phone screen lit up again. Tiny baby, White J. Although Baijia didn't say anything this time, Luffy could still feel that the other party was a bit careful of being anxious. It was the first time he had ever felt that emotion from the other man. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but feel a little smug. After so many exchanges, he finally had the upper hand for once. Just as he was contemplating whether or not he should continue to wear down the other's temperament, a sudden rattling sound from behind him nearly startled him. Luffy snapped his head back to see that the door to a certain second bedroom had been gently pushed open at a corner at some point. Through the little gap in the point, it seemed to be possible to catch a slight glimpse of the little moonlight on the floor that spilled down from time to time from the window. Looking a little more closely, there seemed to be a silhouette scurrying from time to time in that bit of moonlight. How could Luffy not understand that this was Baijia expressing her dissatisfaction? Or rather hinting at it. Its meaning is clear. I've prompted you. If you still play dumb, don't blame me for doing it myself. Seeing this, thoughts began to collide rapidly in Luffy's head. Several tiny Luffys with knives and forks appeared in his mind. There were those who told him to keep playing dumb and wait again. Those who told him to stop dawdling and get straight to the point. And even those who actually told him to just run away. Let that woman experience what it means to be a modern young man who can discipline himself. In the end, curiosity about uncharted territory won out. Sparing Luffy any further attempts to turn the tables, the increasingly agitated flames at his belly were unwilling to wait any longer, and kept urging him to step towards that room. After a few seconds passed, Luffy never cared about anything else. First, he strides to the door, and at the juncture withdraws his strength and begins to carefully push the door of the room open. But before he could take more than a few steps, he was caught by two slowly burning flames not far from the adjoining floor-to-ceiling windows. When he looked up, he only saw a small, exquisitely dressed table standing there under the bright moonlight. On the small table, not only were pieces of rose petals spilling out, but a bottle of exquisitely wrapped red wine was placed diagonally next to two burning white candles. The reddish-brown liquid in the bottle looked beautiful as the moonlight imprinted on the glass to the side. Candlelight dinner? This was the first thought in Luffy's head at this moment. Just as he thought to look more closely at the table, the bright light in front of him was obscured by something. When he came back to his senses and tried to move away from the unseasonably appearing cover, a familiar voice behind his ear was what made him pause in his movements. "Be a good boy and keep your eyes closed and don't move, and follow my lead next." Only then did Luffy realize that what was covering his eyes was no other than Baijia's delicate hands. What's more, the gusts of fragrance coming from behind him from time to time told him that the two sides were close. Or maybe, he only needed to step back a little to feel unique. Instead of doing that, though, he stood silently listening to the breathing from behind him and the racing heartbeat. He was curious as to what exactly the other man would do next. Chapter 114, Beauty Under the Moon. Perhaps it was to enjoy this moment of tranquility, or perhaps Paige was purposely waiting for something to ferment. In the tens of seconds after the words that were filled with a little bit of unquestionable and infinite expectations fell, she actually did not make the slightest movement again. For a while, in this small space, only two hot hearts were left beating continuously. As time passed, it was clear that an exhalation became slightly heavier. Actually, it's really not Luffy's fault. He was already a hot-blooded man, at the most sensitive and impulsive time of his life. And at this moment, the wisps of fragrance coming from Baijia's body, as if it had the special ability to seduce the soul, kept drilling into the tip of his nose and then began to invade his brain. Perhaps, at this moment, his mood can only be explained by that phrase that wanders from time to time in the animal world to the holy words. Spring is here and everything is coming back. Unfortunately, the words had just begun to ring in Luffy's head before they could waver away, when a few soft grunts of slight amusement from behind his ears instantly shattered them. What followed was a move that was unexpected. First, the jade hand that was lightly covering the front of his eyes was slowly moved away, replaced by a section of very soft and delicate silk. It obscured his view ahead, but also let in a bit of shimmering light out of the corner of his eye to make him see the route of his feet a little better. What is this? Is he cosplaying as a blind monk? Before Luffy could think much about it, there was a breeze at his side. Originally behind him Baijiu did not know when to come in front of the body, and it's not yet reacted to when the delicate jade hand and hold up his hand slowly forward to. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, Luffy still honestly followed the other party's instructions. After all, the more unknown it is, the more it fills one with anticipation, especially through the little bit of light from the corner of his eyes. Luffy could vaguely see Kagome in front of him, and then everything goes smoothly? No. It's gonna be a while. 1 minute later, Luffy, who was sitting quietly in his chair, waited a little impatiently and took the initiative to speak tentatively towards the beautiful person in front of him. Can you help me take the ribbon off my face? Otherwise it's interfering with the view. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a silver bell laugh came before his eyes. Giggle, it's not like anyone's stopping you, so you're not going to untie yourself, are you? That's silly. As soon as Luffy pulled off the ribbon in front of him, he turned to stare at the beautiful person in front of him. I'm not doing this to match your sense of ceremony. Besides, how bad would it be to see something you shouldn't? Seeing that Luffy was still being a prude, Baijiu gave a white look without any good reason. Virtue, if you shouldn't be looking, what are you doing now? Luffy directly played dumb. I'm looking at the wine. This bottle of red wine in front of me is really beautiful. After that, he picked up the glass of wine on the table again and began to comment on it. And the glass, the spout is so big and round. Baijiu is not used to it. Looking at the man in front of him with his fluttering eyes, straight away she pulls up the two corners of the white cloth on the table to block between her neck, then looking at the other with a smirk. So what do you think of this? Luffy twitched the corners of his mouth and could only continue to mouth off with a stiff upper lip. It's fine. It's just that it doesn't quite match. Honestly, originally, the other person's outfit wasn't particularly stunning tonight, but it just couldn't help but make you curious. In this hazy moonlight, that hidden luster somehow has more charm than the moonlight outside the window. Baijiu doesn't care so much. Since you want to be tough talking, then I can continue to be like this. Anyway, it's not like she's the one who suffers. Solely pulling up the corners of the white cloth directly at the back of the neck and tying a loose bow to make an alternative scarf. He even made a point of shrugging his shoulders when he was done, his eyes teasingly looking at Luffy. That seems to mean that a man can be hard anywhere, but he can't be hard-mouthed. Otherwise, you'll be the one who loses out. Although Luffy's heart was already in pity, the expression on his face remained the same as just now. In order to avoid being caught off guard, one can only change the subject in a hard way. Didn't you make a candlelight dinner? Why is there only wine and no food on the table? Besides, there are two of us. I don't have enough for this one cup? I'm not sure that his words were exactly what Baijiu wanted. As soon as Luffy's words fell, she hooked her hand towards Luffy with a mysterious face. Luffy didn't understand what kind of medicine the other party was selling, so he could only come forward with doubts. But who would have thought that the other party's target was not him? but the object in its hand. Paige grabbed the red wine glass as soon as Luffy wasn't looking, then slowly picking up the red wine on the table. Her vermilion lips opened the top cork with only a slight force. The crystalline glass was soon one half overflowing as a stream of brownish-red liquid slid out of the bottle. Watching the movements of the beautiful person in front of him, Luffy was a bit unsure. "Sis, what are you?" But before he could finish his sentence, the index finger of Baijia's left hand blocked between his lips. "Don't you ask. Just watch." While Baijia said that, her left eye also gave him a wink without any trace. Luffy was instantly honest. He had one great advantage as a person. That's just not going to pretend to understand. And since you don't, you're going to have to learn on the sidelines. Maybe you can use it to pick up girls next time. And Baijia didn't let him down, directly tilting her head back and downing half a glass of red wine in a single gulp at his uncomprehending look. "No, not right. Can't say it was a drink, at least from Luffy's current perspective. The red wine in the glass was dwindling, but it seemed that most of it wasn't going to the other man's stomach, but was being held back somewhere." Just as Luffy was a bit curious as to what the other party's purpose was in doing this, a sudden thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "Wait, no way. This woman doesn't want that." As if to confirm Luffy's thoughts, at some point, half a glass of red wine on the table had long since disappeared without a trace, and a certain pair of eyes looked at him with more than a few hints of meaning at some point. A few seconds later, with a scent that enters the nose. Chapter 115. "Mom, open the door." It was night, the moonlight flooded the earth, and the shrieks of insects in the corners stretched on and on. At some point in the winding path, the chanting of some great poet rang out. "The grapes and the wine are in the evening cup, and I want to drink the pipa right away." The paralyzed ship is not to be laughed at, but the ancient conquests have been won by a few. The next day, 7:30, Luffy managed to open his eyes when the first rays of the morning sun hit his face. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of him, his first instinct was to get up and determine where he was. But who thought that just as soon as he exerted himself, he bared his teeth a little. After gritting his teeth and going through several attempts to still get up to no avail, someone in the road finally knew the workaround. After switching off his train of thought, he managed to get up and half lean on the head of the bed by bracing both heads against the mattress and then pushing together. After another moment's reprieve, Luffy also finally slowed down enough to have some energy to think about the rest. He looked around the room, then down at the pink bedding covering his body, and slowly, a stream of haunting memories began to come flooding back from his mind. Because the memories were so overly exciting that Luffy couldn't help but read the limerick. "One man drinking for two, under the moon, under the moon." But it didn't last long, and when his thoughts had just reached the key point of his recollection, he was interrupted by a loud noise in the kitchen. Out of instinct, he lifted the covers and ran in the direction of the sound. It was no wonder he was nervous. At this moment, the only person in the entire house besides him, who could possibly be there, could only be someone. That noise just now. It would be a big loss if it hurt the little baby. Luckily, Luffy's worries proved to be redundant. By the time he got to the kitchen, nothing had happened. As far as the eye could see, there was only one by one beauties in cook's dresses and cloaked hair holding knives while staring nervously at something in front of them, as if they had met some big trouble. Seeing this, Luffy suddenly revealed a bad smile. Since he wasn't spotted like that, don't blame him for doing something bad. After a pair of black eyes zigzagged around in his eyes, Luffy's eyes instantly flashed a glint of essence. As the elixir of light loomed large, he, a big tall man of more than 1.8 m, actually began to tiptoe forward. Where the target ended up seemed to be none other than a certain cook not too far away who was engrossed in cooking. Luffy had already planned that once the distance was enough he would pounce from the back as soon as he could and then hug his opponent to give him an unexpected surprise. As for what will follow, well, let's just see what happens. Anyway, he was currently just planning on pranking and scaring the other party, sort of avenging his previous sword attack. But who would have thought that God's plan was not as good as his plan? Just when someone in Lu estimated the distance to make a full-force lunge, the cook in front of him somehow moved her position at this critical moment. The next moment, with a somewhat breathless ouch, someone made 100% contact with the marble on the kitchen counter. What followed was Baijia's silver bell-like laughter. Cluck 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 cluck. "Little calf, you actually want to backstab my sister. Do you know whose house this is? Sister, I may not be able to hear you, but I'm not blind. I was watching every move you just made." Some of the pain Luffy looked up, only to see himself this will be a bit miserable kind as unreservedly by the glass surface on the windowsill reflecting on it. Seeing this, how could he not understand? Perhaps from the beginning, Paige had spotted him standing in the kitchen doorway. Thinking of this, he rubbed his somewhat pained stomach and instantly looked at the other party with a bit of a grudge. "Sis, can't you just cooperate a little? Look, I was so cooperative with you before. Even if I didn't get the credit, I still got the credit." Baijia rolled her eyes. "Bah, say it like you're taking less advantage. little calf. I'm not one of those love-struck little girls. Once they start to get crooked, they become dying to get away from a man. Like they can't live without him. I'm telling you, before was before and now is now. If you want my mom to cooperate with you, we'll see what day we're in the mood. Luffy directly grasped the point. Then sis, can you explain what happened to the oysters on this table again? Don't tell me you bought these back in the morning for your own health. And this boiled seafood goji berry kanji, is it also for yourself? Baijiya smiled sweetly. That's not true. Last night my old lady was exhausted. She had to make up for it. As for that extra, I'm going to leave it for that Bailing girl. If you're fine, you'd better go first. Otherwise when that white spirit girl comes back later, I won't be able to protect you. Luffy believed it. Really? Didn't you say she was going out for 2 days? How come it's changed again? Baijiya took it for granted. Don't you know? Women are fickle. Luffy panicked a bit and was considering whether to run away early. Baijiya looked at the expression on her face and indeed couldn't hold it back any longer, bursting into laughter. Ha 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 little calf. It's not that I'm talking about you. Why are you such a good liar? You believe everything I say. What a fool. Luffy suddenly revealed a bad smile, stepped forward and looked at the other party with tenderness in his eyes. If you don't believe in your own woman's words, who else can you believe in? This sudden deep love, even Baijiya, the old man, was a bit unable to top it. Blah blah blah. What nonsense. Although she said so on her mouth, her eyes were a bit fluttering up and down, and in her heart there was even a feeling of a deer in the headlights. Luffy was delighted at the sight and immediately began to ride the wave, while mouthing earthy words, and then approaching each other one step at a time. Just when someone on the road felt that his first victory was in sight, the sudden sound of the door opening at the entrance was an instant defeat for him. So Luffy quit and started swinging. No, didn't you just say you were joking with me? And what's with this door opening noise? But don't tell me there's a third person with a key to this house besides you mother and daughter. Returning to her senses, Baijiya spread her hands, signaling that she didn't know. Seeing that the sound of the door opening had not yet come down, he immediately shouted towards the door. Who is it? Is there any way to sleep this early in the morning? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice familiar to both of them sounded outside the door. Mom, it's me. I left my ID at home and came back early this morning to get it. Paige, Luffy. The two looked at each other and only felt their scalps go numb. This niece, not coming back early or late. Flutter picked this point to come back to get her ID. It's hard not to wonder if it's done on purpose. Just as the two of them were thinking about their countermeasures, Bai Ling's urging sounded again from the doorway. Mom, open the door. I'm in a hurry. I remember you don't usually unlock the front door. Why did you lock it as soon as I wasn't home? That's really weird. Chapter 116. Who's baby? Hearing this sound, Luffy subconsciously spoke towards the beautiful person in front of him. What do we do next? Baijiya glared at him in a bad mood. What do we do? Let nature take its course. We're not adulterers. So what's the point of worrying? It made sense to Luffy, so he took a big step toward the door. It was Baijia's turn to freeze, and quickly lowered his voice to call out to him. What are you going to do at little calf? Don't scare me. Luffy had a natural look on his face. I'm going to open the door. Can't you see the kids are waiting impatiently at the door? Baijiya pooh-poohed him for a moment, then gave him another flavorful blank look before finally complaining a bit poutingly. Little calf, are you really stupid or fake? Can't you see that I was joking just now? If you go out like this now, I'll make sure that girl Bai Ling will give you a full-on war. Luffy, come on, let's just close the door and have a chat. Do we have to react that way? Seeing that Luffy was still playing dumb, Baijiya gave him a rare little woman-like pinch, then pulled him to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the house, pointing to the look of someone inside that said in a million words, and chatting? See for yourself if this is what serious chatting with someone looks like. Shame on me for not being able to say it. Following the direction of Baijia's finger, Luffy fixed his eyes and shocked himself, only to see him in the mirror is not only full of red light, even on the neck were stained with a lot of marks. Anyone can see that this kid is definitely up to no good. Looking at himself in front of him, Luffy actually joked with interest. Worthy of being my daughter-in-law. This big red face is so well done. If you smear it a little more evenly you can play Guangong. Hearing this, Baijiya raised her eyebrows and hummed a few times without any trace, seeming a bit happy. Just as she was about to make some flirtatious banter, the renewed call from the doorway interrupted her thoughts. Mom, what are you doing? Why don't you open the door for me? Your baby girl is waiting at the door for the flowers to bloom. Hearing this, Baijiya drummed her cheeks and opened her cock eyes in a very childish manner and glared at the doorway before turning a bit helplessly towards the man in front of her. Come on, don't be a stinker. Better think of a way to deal with the big baby at the door. If I don't go over there, I'm sure that girl Bai Ling can wake up the whole building. Luffy suddenly laughed evilly. What are you afraid of? Big deal. I'll go over there and have a full-on fight with her right now. Bai Jia directly twisted a bit of fine flesh behind her back. Thinking of beauty, eat the bowl, still want to look at the pot, careful I pack you. While saying that, the fingertips slightly exerted force, straightening Luffy's pain to 3 souls. Fortunately, Bai Jia is only a small punishment, only after a while to let go of him, otherwise lose someone afraid to have to suffer. Looking at the man with a pained look on his face, Bai Jia urged again, children's uncle, don't pretend. Quickly think of a way out, otherwise the doorway will be a real mess. How? While many times women are much more thoughtful and intelligent than men, there are circumstances. The more urgent the situation, the more likely a woman is to panic and become disoriented, and subconsciously she will begin to rely on the opposite sex around her. Hopefully, he'll come and help with the problems he's facing. Luffy smiled brightly, directly revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Don't worry, I have a plan. Bai Jia was dumbfounded and looked at him with some grudges. What kind of brilliant plan? Don't think of any more tricks to play on people. Luffy hooked his hand, signaling the other to put his ear up and talk. Bai Jia's beautiful eyes flowed when she saw this, and after thinking about it, she still went along with the other party's wish. Soon after, as soon as the unlocked door was opened a crack, a pair of deft hands couldn't wait to get in. A hand pushed the door open before Bai Jia could react to the gap. Such behavior immediately drew her displeasure. Little spirit, you're making a scene like that. Can't you wait a little while? So monkeyed up. You almost scared your mom to death. Bai Ling smiled cheekily at the situation and looked at her own mom as if she was pampered. Mom. I'm in a hurry to get home. I'm in a hurry. That's why I'm like this. I don't suppose you'd blame me for being your only baby girl. Bai Jia stretched out her scallion jade hand and nodded her daughter's forehead, then rolled her eyes greatly, and finally said a little bit in a bad mood. You're not young anymore, and you're still acting like a little adult all day long. I'll see what you'll do if you marry later. I'm telling you, those men aren't as precious to you as your mom, letting you fool around all day long. Bai Ling snorted lightly. Humph. I don't care. I just want to be pampered. Besides, I'm not getting married. I'll just stay with my mom every day from now on. What's so good about marrying someone? Not only do you get to take advantage of those smelly men for nothing, but you also get bullied by them every day. Bai Jia's eyes half narrowed at the words, and she immediately intended to teach her daughter a few words. Baby girl, whether you marry or not is aside. I can now play parent-child games with you again. But who would have thought that before she even opened her mouth? Bai Ling suddenly hugged her and then rubbed herself against her intimately. Mom, I haven't seen you for a day. I missed you so much. Right. I'm in a hurry to get my ID, so I won't talk to you. Finishing without waiting for her to speak, he ran straight into the house, then glanced quickly at the doorway in each room. Look at this situation. Looking for ID is mostly fake. To see if there are outsiders in the house is real. The corners of Bai Jia's mouth rose slightly at the sight, and she fluttered a glance in a certain direction without a trace before walking towards the house with a smile on her face. Baby girl, didn't you say you were looking for ID? How come you just look in each room and leave? Is it possible that you suspect your mom of stealing a man in the house? Looking at her own old mother's dangerous eyes, Bai Ling felt her scalp tingle. It was only after a good half a dozen minutes that he somewhat stiffly explained. That what, Mom? Where did you buy this outfit? It's really not good. Paige smiled slightly. You're changing the subject? Bai Ling playfully spat out her tongue, hugging her own mother's arm and said curtly. Mom. You just let me off this time. I'm also afraid that you'll be deceived by some bad men's flowery words, that's why. Bai Jia continued to take the pinch. Good, you little girl. Really came back to catch the adultery. I got up early to make you kanji, thinking that if you got up late and didn't eat breakfast I'd bring it to you. You've actually started counting for your mother. How unloving. If you don't say that women are all born actors. While saying that, Bai Jia's eyes actually began to moisten, with the intention of dropping tears at any time. In this case, Bai Ling was terrified, and only apologized vigorously to her mother, and promised again and again that there would be no next time. What Bai Ling didn't know was that just as her attention was drawn away by her own mom, a sneaky shadow was catwalking toward the door. Chapter 117, Reversal of Offense. Because her back was turned, Bai Ling naturally couldn't see it. Instead, it was Bai Jie, taking in someone's every move. Looking at the amused look of the 6'8" tall man, his eyes were full of laughter. If it weren't for the white spirit on her heels, she would have made fun of it. Luffy seemed to have noticed her difference as well, nearing the doorway suddenly but abruptly pausing before inexplicably glancing back. Bai Jie originally thought that the other party was saying goodbye to herself, but who would have thought that the next second she would be completely staggered, only to see this guy suddenly show a face full of bad smile, and then in his serious gaze, slowly pull the door of the room closed. This snake-like behavior immediately made Bai Jie's eyes cross with resentment. She knew that this bad guy had no good intentions. Sure enough, sparing the deepening resentment in Bai Jie's eyes didn't stop a certain man's bad intentions. Just as the door was about to close completely, a small tug issued from Luffy's small arm. As a result, not only was the door closed, but the creaking sound of the door closing also reached the ears of Bai Ling, who was coaxing her mother. It wasn't that Bai Ling had a big heart, so she had never noticed anything different about her own mother, but just now she was in a very serious bowing of the head confession stage. Naturally did not know just now Bai Jia was lost in thought, but after someone made such a mess, it was immediately obvious that something was wrong. Let's not talk about why my mom has suddenly become such a prude. Could someone tell her how the door had closed again when it was clearly open? Could it be that there is something fishy going on? Thinking of this, Bai Ling didn't think of anything else. Directly brain rushed to the doorway entrance, and then 3 times on the open door stretched out his head to observe several times, and finally did not find people she is not dead to run to the hallway to check up. But despite straining her ears several times, she didn't hear anyone take the stairs. Seeing that the search in many directions was fruitless, Bai Ling immediately pulled down her little head a bit dejectedly and walked towards home, because she knows, it's over, it's all over. After some of their own god operation, as soon as they stepped into the doorway of the house, they will certainly face the crazy baptism of their own mother. It's a steal. As a mother and daughter, she knew exactly what kind of person her mom was. It's almost like Jarius plus is unforgiving plus the ultimate synthesis of the yin and yang. What? You say you want me to reason with my own mother? Come on. As long as she didn't have hard evidence in her hands, how could she, a little vixen in her early 20s, talk about the big, flamboyant vixen? Instead of being stubborn without knowing what to do, why don't you just lie down? At least mom would have been kind enough to see that she was her only baby girl, right? In fact, Bai Ling had wrongly underestimated her own mother. Just when she was still trying to think if she could muddle through with being slightly cute with pouting this time, the next moment he felt the diaphoretic, guttural sound from the beautiful young woman because she stepped into the house with her left foot first. Yo, if it isn't my precious daughter, little Linger, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly drooping your head and looking lost? Could it be that she was hurt by some ungrateful, stinking man? Ego, my little darling of a heart, it makes my poor widowed woman's heart ache. I this carefully cared for, a handful of an urine fed up the good daughter. Ah, how did you listen to those smelly men's flowery words? Loss I alone hard work to raise you for nearly 20 years. No credit but also have hard work to the end, actually not as important as those stinking men. If I had known it would be like this, I would have been better off to find a man to marry early, not to mention other things. At least now when I'm sad there's still a man I can rely on. Looking at her own mother, who was becoming more and more pompous and outrageous, Bai Ling exclaimed that she was finished. She knew that her ears would not be clear again for a few days. The other side. The originator of the incident was naturally unaware of the fact that the story had taken a very different curve from what he had in mind. Because of someone's sexual urgency, it made what was meant to be a prank on Bai Jie turn into a favorable tool to help her. If he really knew, he could only say the maxim, not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. But if Sharon walks the talk, go to that infrequent second bedroom's quilt more often, or the master bedroom's balcony more often, then it's bound to be an instant and extraordinary surprise. Ahem. Stop. Someone in the road can't blow himself up again. In fact, Luffy didn't care about anything else when he re-entered his house. The first thing I did was run for the bathroom. Then it took another 10 minutes or so to wash his body solidly before he breathed a long sigh of relief. As for why he did it, the reason is simple. To eliminate evidence. If you let Zhang how that old boy saw his red face look, afraid of not again brainstorming what the blockbuster. However, what made Luffy a bit speechless was that just after he finished his shower and draped himself in a bathrobe, and took out a bottle of Fanta from the refrigerator to lie on the sofa and drink it beautifully for quite a while, only then did he realize with hindsight that Zhang Hao, this guy, was actually not at home. The situation kind of made him cry. I feel like I just got nervous for nothing and was so hot. Actually, I don't blame Luffy for being like this. Those like Zhang Hao who engage in substitute coaching will often work and rest anti-human for the sake of convenience. Often, you'll log into your game account early in the morning or late at night to brush up on things because it's easier to brush up on certain quests. As for why they chose this time of year, the reason is simple. There is no one inside either game during these times. And no one means no network lag or any of these problems. With fewer of these drawbacks, it's natural to brush up on your quests much more efficiently. After purring a few mouthfuls of the rest of the Fanta in his hand, with somewhat nothing to do, Luffy naturally picked up his cell phone intending to brush up on his videos. But who would have thought that just as soon as I opened it, the rubbing message pop-ups jumped all over the place. Such a sight startled him. What the hell? When did he become so popular? So many messages waiting for him to approve early in the morning? Thus, Luffy with a bit of excitement somewhat impatiently clicked on the WeChat interface, but the next moment he was a little speechless. Can anyone tell him what it means for a grown man to send dozens of messages to another grown man in the wee hours of the morning? Could it be a deep confession? Thinking of this, Luffy a little trembling clicked on the WeChat of his own friend Zhang Hao. Then he froze. Chapter 118. Do you want to bring an umbrella? Professional trainer DD, Zhang Hao old road. You want the computer I stayed up half an all-nighter finally gave you without the following variety with your own choice. By the way, as a side note, personally, I highly recommend the last package. Package A1888, pictures, a certain CPU plus a certain video card plus. Package B2888, picture, so-and-so CPU plus so-and-so solo plus. Package E5888, pictures, first-class CPU plus famous brand solo plus. Plus attached collector's edition seed 1 terabyte. Looking at the sprawling large paragraph in front of him, someone in Lu couldn't help but be moved to tears in his eyes, and then immediately became a bit weepy at the sight of that 1 terabyte collector's edition seed. What kind of genius came up with this nifty package pairing? And it's pretty damn talented. Buy a computer and get a free seed. And you're not afraid of being reported. In order to stop this bad behavior from continuing to spread, after thinking carefully for a moment, Luffy still decided to feed the tiger with his body. Luffy, Hosey, make sure you verify the authenticity of package E for me. But don't hang it up. If it's okay, it's him. This Shanghao guy might happen to be on the line as well, and instantly returned in seconds. It seems to have been stimulated in some way. The verbal logic seems to have become a bit problematic. Zhang Hao, I do Nima, get a he first people, baby bus, package E, traitors, unscrupulous traitors who only cheat consumers. If I don't send a short video to report him again it's just heavenly. Luffy was a bit confused as to what the other party was up to and started asking questions. Hiroko, how's it going? Don't go crazy buying something for me, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Omega, Zhang Hao, old Lu, I feel unclean. I've actually been shown that kind of thing. Luffy didn't react at first. Isn't it just buying a computer? How come it's related to reading things again? But immediately remembering something else, he continued to pursue the question. Wait a minute Hosey, you kid don't tell me. Sneak first look at the package is what seed ah. Zhang Hao, yes, what else could it be? Luffy, that's not such a big reaction. Could it be something weird inside? Pleasant and Grey Wolf? Or is it the Teletubbies? The reason why Luffy asked this question was because he remembered an interesting incident that happened in the next dormitory in college. A hungry buddy to spend a lot of money and a group of exchanges to buy a whole USB flash drive of goodies. It is said to be full of limited edition. So just as soon as it arrived on the giddy call on 3 or 5 friends to observe together. But who would have thought that when the player was opened, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Underneath the various fancy and wonderful pictures is actually the long-lost Pleasant and Grey Wolf plus Antenna Bao Bao plus Ultraman full set in the jungle. It's a nightmare for the little ones and a nightmare for the big ones. Just when Luffy was curious if this Zhang Hao fellow had also encountered this amazingly laughable thing, a new round of message beeps finally came. Zhang Hao, don't mention it. This stuff is more exciting than that. Saying more is tears. Luffy became more and more curious. Speak up Hao Z. As long as the answer is wonderful, this investor may give you additional funds once he's happy. Zhang Hao, is Righteous Father serious about this? Luffy, it expires in 3 seconds. Zhang Hao, don't. Right away. Chat logs, video. Another few seconds later, Luffy clicked on what the other party sent with 1,000 curiosity, and then the next second, his eyes began to be unclean as well. Collector's edition of the Book of Emotional Breeding of Breeding Sows? How do male and female monkeys properly breed the next generation? Animal World Uncensored? Staring at the few lines of text in front of him, Luffy only felt his scalp tingle. The whole soul seemed to have received some kind of inexplicable shock, with a great tendency to leave the body at the drop of a hat. So he immediately questioned towards his best friend. Hosey, are you sure this thing is for people? Zhang Hao, the boss said that giving away seeds is just some sort of promotional tactic. When it's true that's the problem with the guests. And, he says he's a law-abiding citizen. It's not illegal to deliver, this uncle won't come to the door. Luffy, after a long moment of silence, he sent another message over to his friend. Hosey, take your time with the computer haha, I have other things to do, so I'll be off. After sending it without waiting for the other party to reply, Luffy quickly switched to view the message his little baby had just sent. Tiny baby, page little calf, did you get enough to eat and drink last night? Luffy was matter of fact, kind of unfulfilled. Tiny baby, page why don't you go shopping with me this afternoon? Luffy, I heard it's going to rain. Should I bring an umbrella then? Tiny baby, white J huh? Didn't see the weather report say that? Luffy, lose exclusive weather forecast. Tiny baby, white J get out. Luffy started screaming. Why are you like this? I was kind enough to warn you. Page, white eyes, Luffy laughed at this and didn't continue to talk back. Some things are too much. Occasionally a little skin can also mobilize the mood of both sides and enhance the mutual feelings. But really early brain dead to the end of the question. That is purely low IQ. What he had to do next, naturally, was to honestly prepare what he needed to prepare, and then just wait quietly. What? What do you mean? Ready? I'm sorry. Then, nothing personal. If you really want to know, you should visit more of those unmanned vending machines. Originally, according to Luffy's idea, after taking a shower and having a drink, he beautifully swiped his cell phone for a while and then went to take a nap. Since there was by Jia's invitation, the idea of this back to sleep naturally had to be cancelled for the time being. After finishing the necessary prep, Luffy even took a few Red Bulls out of the fridge in order to refresh and recover as quickly as possible. You may not believe me when I tell you that he used to turn his nose up at this functional drink. Lately, however, he had found it to be unexpectedly good, or at least critical in certain sleepy moments. As for Red Bull with vinegar or wine or whatever, Luffy said he didn't need it yet. So, the next time someone in the road started his own leisurely leisure time again, while sipping his drink, he was unhappily swiping through small videos on his cell phone, pampering an online harem that hadn't been visited by the king in a long time. What Aju, Nini-chan, Haruko Bunny, Instant Shu Cow, Little Silver Sauce, Auntie Fong, one by one. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. If it wasn't for the reappearance of the scuffling message pop-ups on his phone, he was afraid that he'd really be a bit too addicted to get out of it. Chapter 119, Class Group. Aha, why is this group suddenly alive? Looking at the messages that kept popping up in front of him, Luffy was a bit dismayed. How? People always go through the requisite stages in their lives if they grow up in a step-by-step manner. It's simply that set pattern of growth. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and finally college. These times, no matter how they pass at the time, will always leave you with something at the end of the day to seal his presence. And the group of classmates is one of those essential and strange beings. People in there know each other, but if they don't have to, chances are they will never talk in there for the rest of their lives. The Luffy who was now constantly flashing in front of Luffy's eyes was the closest high school class group called Green Years. Originally, according to Luffy's thoughts, he was going to ignore it, but he couldn't help the fact that the people inside were really chatting. So out of curiosity he clicked in. Little Lily, jolly guys, have you heard? Our class's Joe Jia seems to have gotten rich lately, getting the startup company supposedly ready to raise funds to go public. Sweet Flavor Crisp, Lu Jing really fake jolly. This kind of joke cannot be open that is a listed company yeah. Little Lily, jolly Mr. School Committee, I can still lie to you. No you go to inquire about it yourself. Milk Sugar White, Lu Xin hey. No need to inquire. What Jolly said is true, and Joe Jia and I even met recently. Cute love no brain, Su Ermang wow. Are all such bigots appearing in our class? If I remember correctly, this Jay Zhou guy seemed to be quite handsome back then. I wonder if he has a girlfriend now. Milk Sugar White, Lu Xin Su Ermang. You don't have to worry about this. I've inquired a few days ago. People Joe Jia can still be deeply rooted in our two class leaders. Sweet Flavor Crisp, Turnip Lu then it's over. Just based on the class president's conditions, these little wildflowers of ours won't have a chance. Little Lily, jolly Lu Turnip. Don't be so hasty, maybe the person Joe Jia tastes have changed. Besides, there are so many rare. Maybe there are other hidden greats in our class. Cute love no brain, Su Ermang is it that powerful the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Since that's the case, do you all want to get together sometime? Just catching up with each other, / /nabla // Although the chat log was still long and continued to grow, Luffy didn't see much point in continuing to read it here. With only a cursory glance, he got the general idea. It is just a few women who happened to see an old classmate developed instantly committed nymphomania. Want to see the needle but found that there has long been no opportunity. I had no choice but to try to find an excuse to get a party going again, and to see if there were any warps in the class worth hooking up with. To put it nicely, it's called a class reunion, but to put it badly, it's a pure and simple large-scale matchmaking activity. Okay? If it was in the past, Luffy might have snuck in as a dive party for fun to watch. By the way, I'll muck around a few more times in private to see if there's any gossip of interest. But right now, he doesn't have the time to look at this. If you really want to have any ideas, don't you smell good if you go directly to the female lead? And Luffy did. Seeing that an hour had passed, Baijiaz still had no news, so he immediately poked around. Luffy, I've waited for the flowers. It didn't take long for the other side to respond. Tiny baby, Baijiaz virtuous. Thanks then. Luffy, hey, you know what I mean. Tiny baby, Baijiaz sorry I'm too old to understand. Luffy, well, it's been an hour, so you should tell me how much longer I have to wait. I'm getting sleepy here. Tiny baby, Baijie who told someone to stay up in the middle of the night and have a seizure trying to go to the balcony to see the view. It simply deserved it. Luffy was a bit indignant, saying that like I had to go. Tiny baby, White J Luffy, just kidding. By the way, Sharan wouldn't be gone yet, would she? Tiny baby, Paige, well, where do you think I'd go with a big baby in the house relying on me? Luffy was a bit speechless. Didn't we just agree to just get an ID? Baijia rolled her eyes and returned in a good-natured manner. You really believe that? Luffy began to mouth off again. You know, I've always been a simple person. Paige, so back and forth? The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched and he directly changed the topic. That what? Why don't I go talk to Bai Ling? Otherwise it's not a good idea to go on like this. Paige was instantly alert. I can warn you. Stay away from her if you have nothing to do, or there's something in store for you. Little fists, scissors. Luffy's double strands tightened and bailed out directly. Sweetie, I'm suddenly in a bit of a hurry, so I'll stop chatting for now. Baijia was mad with joy and sent several emoticons covering her mouth and laughing in a row. Luffy stared at it dry-eyed for a moment, but in the end, he wisely chose not to return it. What's the saying? A good man doesn't fight a woman. He thought deeply. Just at this time from the stock market opening is not far away. He smoothly WeChat quit the background directly opened the Oriental Wealth app, but halfway through the day, Luffy remembered that today was Saturday, and the stock market wasn't open at all. Such a situation immediately made Luffy a bit indignant. Why doesn't this summer stock market open every day, so he can pick up money in it every day? He would definitely chase some leaks with a knife for a few blocks if they saw him thinking like that. What the hell? It hurts to be green 5 days a week, and you want people to be green every day? On the contrary, Luffy, not knowing what came to his mind again, suddenly tapped his head with a bit of a sudden realization. I told you that I've been feeling a bit off somewhere this morning. It turns out that Luyu, the demoness, didn't send a good morning greeting voice like she did a few days ago. Just thinking about it made Luffy a little upset. It can't be tolerated. This is firmly intolerable. Although Luyu's good morning greetings Luffy had never returned. Someone had always felt that whether to send it or not was a matter of attitude, and whether to return it or not was a matter of his mood. The two should not be confused haphazardly. Don't you dare not post a voice today. Then tomorrow it's going to be heaven. Do you still want to make money on top of the stock market? So it was that Luffy instantly decided to accentuate his presence, found Luyu's WeChat 3 times and sent a series of question marks over. Of course, after the message was sent he didn't foolishly wait for the other party to reply, but instead turned his hand and dropped his phone on the couch aside. According to the regular situation, the company where Luffy was working was bound to work overtime on weekends, and Luyu, as the manager, definitely needed to be there. So Luffy was certain that it wouldn't be long before Luyu, would definitely come over with a soaring voice to explain. In response to such behavior, Luffy only smiled faintly and said that he would air it out enough first. Now he had more important things to do. Chapter 120. I can do everything. Luffy has played many games, both handheld and endgame, but if you really want him to name which game he can't forget, it really has to be Fantasy Westward Journey. So he didn't bother to do anything else after leaving his cell phone on the sofa, and went straight to the computer in Zhang Hao's room and sat down. Looking at the familiar login screen and music in front of him, Luffy's eyes lit up. Then with a slight movement of his fingertips on the keyboard, a cartoon image of a number appeared in front of his eyes in no time at all. The world is so big that there are naturally countless ways to make money. Since he, Lu, couldn't make any money in the stock market, he naturally had to get a little back from somewhere else. Otherwise the heart is always a little diarrhea. Always feel that today ate a big loss. Of course, there were other reasons why Luffy had chosen the game Fantasy West, as well. Let's say, some woman on the list with the ID Little Red Riding Hood. Men are always nostalgic for their first love, or a certain white moonlight, and Luffy is no exception. So the first thing someone did when he came online was to open the Dreams friend list to check if this game wife was online. Unfortunately, sometimes the greater the hope the greater the disappointment. Looking at the gray avatar in front of him, Luffy sighed with a slight loss, but he didn't worry too much about it, and immediately switched his mood to the big business of making money after only a little bit of emotion. After all, fate is something that no one can say, as long as God agrees. Maybe the next second the other person is online. Let's say right now, he, Lu, had just been online for a few seconds when someone sent him a private chat. Luffy fixed his eyes and saw that he was actually a familiar face. I have 2 big white rabbits, handsome brother, */Nabla*. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you still want to play equipment today? How did this suddenly become teared up? Looking at the other party's 2 styles of speech from the last solitary, Luffy frowned. Out of curiosity, he asked casually anyway, Big Bad Wolf, Luffy not in person? The other side also responded in seconds. I have 2 big white rabbits, it's me, Mr. Handsome. Did you tell anyone else about it? Luffy was also blunt. That's not true, but how come you've gotten a little teary-eyed in your speech? It always feels weird. I have 2 big white rabbits. Brother said last time that I was your exclusive koi. How long has it been before you start disliking me? Aggravation, aggravation, aggravation. Is not my sister there? Do not do a good job to provoke you angry. I change is not okay. Poor, underscore. Luffy's mouth twitched at the sight. Honestly, though, he always felt a little off there. But the TNT look seems to be a bit of a head scratcher. Slowly Luffy stopped dwelling on the rest and began to get straight to the point. Big bad wolf, Luffy okay, or the old rules, I prepare the material you help me fight. $200 a hand you see okay? 2 big white rabbits, well, I listen to my brother all the time, / /nabla / just like that. In about 20 minutes of work, 10 freshly baked level 160 weapons appeared in Luffy's backpack. He didn't dilly-dally and appraised them one by one in 3 tries. And then he was dumbfounded. Not to mention that all 10 weapons are blank slates. They actually don't even have high chin damage. It's a total loss. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer. Straight away, I have 2 big white rabbits, the data for the 10 weapons. The other person seemed a little distracted, and returned much slower this time. I have 2 big white rabbits. I'm sorry brother. It's my fault for being useless. I can't make you money. Cry cry cry. Luffy didn't bother with nonsense, and used his penetrating eyes straight away. But it didn't matter if he didn't look. He was a bit speechless when he did. ID me with 2 big white rabbits, open and shut. Doom and gloom. Zhang Guanli Dai he understood, representing that this tea-sister was not Lu Wanyin herself. But this jinx is intriguing. Could it be that the owner of the number has been having some luck problems lately? But it's not like the other person is on the number right now. Anyone know who exactly is being referred to? But Luffy didn't dwell on the have-nots. Since you can't help him make money, you can go ahead and get lost. Sister T. Luffy's fingertips moved slightly, and a line of slightly ruthless words was immediately sent out by him. Big bad wolf, Luffy's sister. You seem to be a little bit unable to how about changing the number of the Lord himself up? I have 2 big white rabbits, brother. What are you talking about? How come my sister can't understand more and more? My sister knows that my brother is sad when he loses money, but I really didn't mean to do it. If my brother is really a little upset, you can just scold me. My sister promises not to talk back. Poor thing. As the saying goes, there is a limit to everything. To say that Luffy was a bit uptight about the tea-sister in front of him before, now he was a bit inexplicably turned off. So naturally the words that came back to him became more and more nonchalant. Big bad wolf, Luffy opposite. Whoever you are, hurry up and let Lu Wanyin herself get on the number. Otherwise don't blame me for deleting it first. Honestly, if it wasn't for the white axiom of Lu Wanyin's circle of friends, coupled with the other party's rather special Oh Huang physique, Luffy didn't even bother to say the above sentence, and directly deleted and pulled the black to say bye-bye. Of course Luffy was also curious if the tea-sister across from him would continue to play dumb after he said that. Lakes University. A dormitory. Suya looked at the conversation in front of her and completely froze, her mouth unconsciously filled with incredulity. This guy is actually going to delete me? How could this happen? The thought of losing her unfailing tea skills made her feel bad about the whole thing. How in the world can there be such a man? It's unbelievable that a sister who was so thoughtful and warm and always thinking of her brother would want to delete her. A proper underhead man. Almost subconsciously, Suya wanted to delete the man in front of her, but halfway there, she suddenly remembered that it wasn't her account. And the other party seemed to be a rich brother. And it's also very generous. Last time, he gave that ninny Lu Wanyin a weapon worth 5 figures at the drop of a hat. So, Suya immediately found another reason to excuse Luffy. As expected of a rich brother, he really does have a personality. It's really getting loved. You don't like Sister T, do you? Then this girl will change her persona. As long as there's enough chump change, I'm the queen of all changes. I can do any job as long as you want me to. Just as Suya was muttering to herself while recalling the way her good girlfriend Lu Wanyin spoke in her memory, attempting to make a fake out of a fake out once again, the dormitory door, which was originally tightly closed, suddenly opened. Chapter 121. Maisie, you look like my daughter-in-law. Wanyin, why are you back so early? Looking at her own best friend who had suddenly returned, Suya suddenly felt a bit weak. Although she used to go on the other party's game account often, it was really the first time she had operated like she did just now. Lu Wanyin seemed to be a bit preoccupied, so she didn't notice Suya's greeting, and it was obvious to the naked eye that she was a bit down and her face had become a bit sad. Suya hadn't realized it at first, only thinking about how to muddle through later if the other party found out what she had just done. But it didn't take long for her to realize that something was wrong, because not only did Lu Wanyin not greet her when she returned to the dormitory, She actually smothered her head and climbed into bed. Such a situation immediately caught Suyao's attention, so she hurriedly got up and nervously inquired, "What's wrong, my Wanin baby? Why did you become mopey after a trip out? Could it be that you've been bullied by someone?" Lu Wanin didn't say anything when she heard this. She only looked down at her and buried her head after simply clasping her hands on her knees. This time is really scared Suyao hastily stepped on the escalator and ran to its bedside to care. "Oops, my great Miss Wanin. Say something. That's a bit too intimidating to say a word. Generically, tell me, have you been wronged in any way? Sister, I'll definitely get you back." Even though Suyao was like this, Lu Wanin still didn't say anything, only burying his head between his knees and shaking his head slightly to indicate that it wasn't what his best friend understood. Seeing this, Suyao let out a sigh of relief. Either way, my own BFF is at least not out there being bullied. But immediately she was a bit helpless again, since she wasn't aggrieved outside. What was her best friend doing with this look? Wasn't she hurt by some scumbag? Thinking of this, Suyao deliberately teased, "I am my heart baby, you just tell your sister in the end what happened. Could it be that scummy guy quietly stole the heart of our dormitory's beautiful Lu while I wasn't looking? Come on, show your sister if your hot little heart is still there." While saying that, Suyao stretched out her salty piggy hand towards Lu Wanyin's abdominal cavity and pulled it out. With the momentum of driving at the drop of a hat, such behavior immediately caused Lu Wanyin to rebel, and after reaching out to stop it, she began to mutter in a small voice, "Stop it dead Suyao, people are really in a bit of a bad mood." Seeing that her best friend finally started to talk, Suyao naturally took advantage of the situation and asked questions. "Lu Wanyin, it's not that I'm talking about you, just a few of us in the dormitory, who can't be in a bad mood at times. If you really want to meet something, let's just say it out. Why do you have to keep it inside? It will only add to your worries. Take the last time Ichien, a return to the dormitory, began to mope. I initially thought it was to meet, what a big deal. The results of a question is actually just a favorite boy god has an object. I told him straight away that the other party did not choose her because the other party did not have a vision. And after that I found a new man according to her standards and pushed it to him, which has not been happy lately. So listen to me. As long as you don't meet such an insurmountable event as birth, old age, sickness and death, sister, I have a way to help you solve it. Suyao originally thought that after their own Soa guide, the mood of their girlfriends will certainly be cloudy. But who would like to, her words have not been buried in the head of the Lu Wanyin actually began to softly sob. The sudden voice could really make her panic a bit, so she immediately panicked. No, Lu Wanyin, what the hell is wrong with you? If you keep this up, I'll just have to cry with you. And so the bizarre scene unfolds. In a dormitory, two sisters inexplicably hugged each other and cried. For those of you who don't know, something big has happened. 10 minutes later, Luffy felt only a little facepalm as he looked at the still stagnant conversation in front of him. No, what is this? Cold turkey? Or just don't care? Sparing Luffy a bit of reluctance, he still deleted the idea "I have two big white rabbits" from his fantasy friends. There is a saying that a gentleman's word is a promise, and although he, Mr. Lu, was not considered a gentleman, he was still a man of his word. Since people didn't care, that was all he could do. However, Luffy didn't take things to the extreme. That micro-signal of Lu Wanyin's and WeChat was still lying there peacefully. He was sure that if the two were destined to be together, the other would have taken the initiative to find him. And after experiencing the episode just now, Luffy temporarily extinguished the idea of looking for someone to help him with his equipment, and instead found another way to play demon refining. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, someone in the road seems to have overestimated his hand a bit. The ocean of tens of thousands of dollars of demon refining costs slammed down, but surprisingly, there wasn't even a single worthwhile item. Such a situation immediately made him depressed. In the end, Luffy, who was not dying, just started cheating in order not to lose face. With his penetrating eyes on, he scanned the various stalls in Fantasy West. What unidentified weapons, demon alchemy, spirit jewelry, anyway, as long as it appeared in front of him, he remembered that as long as the shipment is more valuable things through did not let go. With his cheating eyes open, he went straight from one to the other and started sweeping. In the end, after an hour or so of work, Lu managed to obtain at a cost of about $50,000, including 3 140 unranked weapons, 5 13 skill tri-special pets, plus a tri-speed and a tri-damage spirit jewelry. Although Luffy was not a professional fantasy player and might not be very accurate in estimating the true value of these things, he made a slight estimate according to the prices inside the treasure pavilion. I've made over $1 million less on this trip. Of course, making money was a trivial matter for the current Luffy, as long as he wants to, not to mention making hundreds of millions of dollars a day. It's still easy to make a couple million or so. To say that the biggest reward of his trip was nothing more than discovering that someone had actually snuck onto the number. looking at the female character named Little Red Riding Hood, whose ID was named Little Red Riding Hood, who happened to pass by in front of his eyes, dressed in an exquisite fashion. Luffy instantly followed her, running after the other guy while typing away. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy Maisie, you look familiar to me. Isn't it my long-lost daughter-in-law? One of the features of the Fantasy West dialog box is that if two characters in the vicinity of each other want to talk, the text message is going to appear directly on each other's screens. This way, once the message is sent, it will be the first to appear in her screen, whether the person clicks to view it or not. The female character whose ID was named Little Red Riding Hood didn't know if she was intentionally ignoring him or just didn't notice, but she completely ignored Luffy, still walking forward with one eye. Where could someone on the road stand this now? And directly began to rogue. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy daughter-in-law, if you ignore me again, then don't blame me for spending money to express my love towards you in the whole channel. With Luffy's ability to pay so much money plus his skinless behavior, the female character whose ID is named Little Red Riding Hood also finally stops her. Chapter 122, Breast Names. Naturally, Luffy wouldn't let go of an opportunity, and with his right hand he kept clicking the mouse and started maneuvering his male character around his opponent. Of course his left hand wasn't idle either, his 5 fingers moving slightly to continue his mouth. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy daughter-in-law, are you alive? Daughter-in-law, why don't you say something? Daughter-in-law, you're not going to be taken over, are you? Little Red Riding Hood seemed to be getting a little tired of his mouth, and a few angry looks duly appeared on the cartoon character's head. But who wants to this does not respond does not matter. A response to the road someone immediately transformed into a repeater, non-stop next to its roll in circles and mouth broken. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy heavens and earth. My daughter-in-law who I've been married to for 7 or 8 years is finally talking to me again. Is it easy for me all these years I have such a flowery wife? But my life is as clear as a widow's. Who am I going to reason with? Those outsiders who don't know think I'm a single dog. With such nonsensical output from Luffy, Little Red Riding Hood eventually couldn't hold back and started hitting on someone. Little Red Riding Hood, serves you right, scumbag. Retribution. Luffy was overjoyed at the sight and began to be. Daughter-in-law, you're finally willing to talk to me. Come on, meow mouth of few. Little Red Riding Hood expressed her disgust. Bah, who is your daughter-in-law? I'm not going to talk to you. Luffy, I a daughter-in-law. We're an old married couple. Don't be so shy. It's not like there are any outsiders here. It's okay to admit it. While saying that, Luffy operated his character to start performing exclusive interactive behaviors in fantasy that only husband and wife accounts could make. What with all the kissing and hugging and lifting, spinning in place and waltzing, it's just not fun. How to say? Since the last time he had seen Little Red Riding Hood's long legs in a photo, someone in the road had instantly made up his mind. This cyber daughter-in-law he identified. As for when he could turn the virtual into reality, that he was a bit unsure of. Let's just say it's being worked on now, and the current tolerance is just a reprieve. What's the saying? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If he tricked this Little Red Riding Hood into opening the door one day, he would definitely show him what the real Big Bad Wolf was. Ouch. Thinking of this, someone in the road actually began to get excited, so much so that he unconsciously opened his mouth to wolf howl. If any of the nurses at the mental hospital had seen that, they would have covered their heads and thought someone was sick again. Ahem, far from it. Then again, Little Red Riding Hood saw that someone in the road was getting thicker and thicker, and instantly got a little uncontrollable, so rushed to switch up the channel. Little Red Riding Hood, thoughtful interpreter, this gentleman, why can't I understand what you're saying? I'm not sure that this large section of Japanese text just appeared. A certain gene in Lou's body seemed to have been triggered, and a line of text that he didn't know even popped up in his brain inexplicably. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy. Little Red Riding Hood was instantly amused by the situation, and said in a bit of a bad mood, asshole, which one is like this to his own daughter-in-law? I'm afraid I haven't watched too many movies, day in and day out. I don't know what's going on in my head. Luffy's IQ suddenly rose, and he replied, what else can it be? It's all because of my daughter-in-law's long legs. Little Red Riding Hood. Bah, rascal, I should have known I wouldn't have sent it to you last time. I don't know what you've been doing with it. Luffy was righteous. What? I can't take my daughter-in-law's? Use it if you can. Little Red Riding Hood laughed in exasperation and returned a bloody cleaver straight back. Luffy wasn't going to let this rare opportunity pass and attempted to see it through. So what daughter-in-law? For the sake of me being so dedicated, it's not too much to tell me your name, is it? Although the duo talked a lot at the beginning, it is laughable that they do not know each other's real names. Of course, the real name is unknown. The nickname used to be catchy. Luffy vaguely remembered that the other party's nickname seemed to be Irma. This name was still the name that he had used a little trickery to lasso out when he was first chatting with the other party. It sounded earthy, and for that he had poked fun at the other man before. Of course, Luz wasn't any good either, so as not to blind you readers, he decided to go straight to Godhead. Over there, when Little Red Riding Hood saw this inch-by-inch look of his, she immediately lightly extracted a breathless reply. Yo, before, you were calling me daughter-in-law, but now you don't even know my name. How dare you say that? Luffy replied back in seconds. Daughter-in-law, are you sure you don't want to tell me? Be careful of the consequences. Little Red Riding Hood wasn't the least bit flustered. Come, this girl wants to see how you're going to do it to me. Luffy's eyes revealed a bad smile. His 10 fingers moved slightly, and in no time, he typed out a line and sent it over. Irma, that's what you said. Little Red Riding Hood froze for a moment, then just exploded. Asshole. Scumbag. Who told you to call yourself that? Shut the up. Luffy ignored it and continued sending. Irma's wife, just do me a favor. Tell your husband's name V greater than over equal to less than over equal to O. In a certain high-rise building, the game ID was Little Red Riding Hood. A certain urban beauty's nose twitched slightly and she gritted her teeth a bit. As for why, the reason is simple. Irma is a nickname, but if you really want to be serious, it's more appropriate to call it a baby name. No one ever called it again except for a few close people like my parents when I was a kid, and this stinky man in front of me actually called out one after another. It was a bit of a shame for her. Pepper's temperament came up and she was ready to return the favor. You know my nickname, right? You like to call me Irma, as if I don't know your black history. So Little Red Riding Hood raised her eyebrows, and her onion-like jade hand began to bounce slightly on the notebook. In no time at all, a word with a provocative and vindictive tone was sent her way. Doggy, if you keep talking nonsense I won't give you a bone to eat from now on. Doggy? Even though Luffy had prepared himself in his heart, he still had an indescribable feeling when he saw those two words after so many years, as much as he hated to admit it. The word doggy was exactly his nickname. As for the reason for such a name, it goes back to the old saying that the cheaper a child's name is, the better it is for him or her to be raised. But the current Luffy didn't have time to explain that much, because his daughter-in-law, Little Red Riding Hood, had made another move. Little Red Riding Hood, doggone, doggy, are you still there? Why don't you say anything? Don't you like it when I call you by your name? Luffy said he couldn't stand it. Irma's wife, don't go too far. Be careful, I'll use my must-kill technique. Little Red Riding Hood replied in seconds. Who afraid of who? Come on dog egg, hurt each other And then, someone in the road started to not talk about martial arts. Chapter 123, what you can't get is always in commotion. With a little thought, he instantly picked out a couple of pictures from the album that had a different meaning and sent them over. Pictures. This sudden movement directly made Little Red Riding Hood a bit confused, but seeing that one of them was a picture of her legs that she had posted, she was instantly nonplussed. What do you mean, asshole? Not really lewd enough to take a picture of someone in that rage. Luffy smiled slightly and started prompting. Daughter-in-law, can we be a little more pure? Don't have that in your head. If you can, please circle the same thing in all 3 pictures before you speak. Cool. Same thing in the picture? In a technology building? Little Red Riding Hood couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw the painting in front of her, and was very confused as to what the guy on the opposite side of the screen was up to again. Subconsciously, Little Red Riding Hood was very reluctant to ask for this kind of riddle game with the other party. Just kidding. I Hall cold female president. Casually send a sentence can decide whether others are promoted in pay or early role character. Play a game is also leisure time to amuse. How can be childish to play this game with others? And one of the pictures of the man in front of her was a picture of her jade legs, which was just obscene and nasty to the extreme. But this people, well, often easy to mouth is not the heart, which is more beautiful women, often like to say no, but otherwise act differently, and Little Red Riding Hood seems to be the best of the best. Although her mouth and heart were full of dislike, those eyes in her beautiful eyes didn't stop for a moment, constantly flowing back and forth over the 3 photos, and it didn't take more than a few clicks to circle the exact same spot in all 3 photos with the mouse. Such a simple question of finding the same actually has the nerve to ask me. So much for the bad egg of a dog's intelligence. Just this and you still call this girl a mouthful of wife so cheerfully. I think you'd better obediently be my electronic pet, so that if this girl ever meets something that bothers her, she'll have a place to spit and relax. As Little Red Riding Hood muttered to herself, she began to think about how to continue teasing Luffy, add a little fun to her rare weekend getaway, but thinking about it she realized something was wrong. Wait, the building that's the same in all 3 photos seems a bit familiar. It feels as if I've seen it somewhere before. Little Red Riding Hood was in doubt when out of the corner of her eye she happened to glance out the window at the building. Then her beautiful eyes widened as if she understood something. and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a charming angle. On the other side, in a certain room, looking at the dialogue box in front of him that hadn't jumped for a while, Luffy couldn't help but show a smug look. Yes, he did that on purpose. Doesn't Little Red Riding Hood like to play mysterious? Then Luffy, the big bad wolf, will have to remind the other side through the Star City International Finance Center building in the 3 photos. Sister, I know where you are. And now, the escape game dedicated to Little Red Riding Hood and the big bad wolf has officially begun. Now that you are in the light and I am in the dark, if he catches you by accident one day, you will be eaten by the big bad wolf. This way he, Mr. Lou, would be able to avenge the arrow he took back then. What made Luffy curious now was what the other party's first reaction was when they found out. Is it surprise? Is it surprise? Or fear? Luffy thought, whatever it is, as long as it's not calling the police on his uncle to report it. Just as he was in a state of great anticipation as to how the other would respond, the message from Little Red Riding Hood reappeared. Doggy, you can't do this either. This girl can see the same thing in this picture at a glance. Luffy replied in seconds. Irma's wife, so tell me what it is. Little Red Riding Hood's eyes flowed, and a bad smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If you want to know how the aftermath will be, wait until this girl is free next time. Luffy was dumbfounded. Don't daughter-in-law. How can you be like this, winky face. Little Red Riding Hood smiled more deeply. Bye-bye Lu Yu. Finishing without waiting for Luffy to reply. The female character with the ID of Little Red Riding Hood disappeared in place next to his game character. Seeing this, Luffy felt a bit uncomfortable all over. It only felt like there were countless ants crawling inside my body at the moment. What the hell? You're just going to let your own elaborate setup go? It really felt worse than killing him. Just as someone in the road was wondering if there was a problem somewhere in the process, the female character with the ID named Little Red Riding Hood who had just disappeared in place suddenly reappeared next to his game character. This sudden divine operation immediately filled Luffy's head with confusion. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, Little Red Riding Hood, humph. A reward. Luffy, Little Red Riding Hood, Jade Leg Shot, Jade Leg Shot, Jade Leg Shot. Looking at the increasingly charming jade legs in front of him, Luffy's breathing suddenly tightened. He was about to ask his opponent what he meant, when he suddenly realized that Little Red Riding Hood had disappeared in place again. Such a behavior immediately caused someone on the road's CPU to start running at breakneck speed. What is this? Doing again? Sprinkle bait? Playing hard to get? Or hinting? On the other end, in the luxurious office of a tech building, the sound of Silver Bell laughter was unceasing. Ha ha ha, Omega, hiya hiya hiya. That bad embryo. Still trying to set me up. This time call this girl to be ruled. Humph. But that guy for not really a loss. To be able to enjoy the photo of my girl's jade leg that close. It's kind of unique. What a bargain for that asshole. Little Red Riding Hood was squinting to herself when there was a sudden knock on the office door. Upon hearing this, her face immediately changed. The whole person's temperament instantly from just like a spring breeze to a small woman-like transformation into a high on the cold style. Let people look at a kind of raw people do not approach the feeling. When she was done she picked up the mouse again and cleaned up the desktop of the laptop in front of her, putting the icon belonging to the Fantasy West game into the recycle bin. Once everything was done, she cleared her throat again and adjusted her vocal line, speaking in a slightly cold voice towards the door. There's a lyric that goes, the unobtainable is always stirring, and the favored is emboldened. Previously Luffy hadn't felt it when he heard the words, but after experiencing what just happened to Little Red Riding Hood he had the illusion that he was actually a participant in the game. Just now, Little Red Riding Hood's treating herself like that. If it was put on Lu Yu, this woman, it is estimated that someone Lu, would immediately turn his face away from her. But who asked men to be so? Sometimes, the more slippery a woman is, the easier it is to seduce a man's soul. After Little Red Riding Hood just saw a toss, road someone not only do not feel disgusted, but more and more have a kind of indescribable feelings. From this, the heart even more secretly made some kind of decision. Of course, after making the decision, Luffy didn't continue to sit in front of the computer, but planned to get up and go see what was going on with a certain vixen that he had left out to dry for half a day. Chapter 124, Husband I Was Wrong. Shortly afterward, the living room, half leaning on the sofa, someone in Lu picked up the cell phone again, and a curious look then filled his eyes. If I remember correctly, Lu Yu this has been hung out to dry by him for an hour, right? I wonder if anything interesting will happen in the meantime. I guess it's already urgent. After all, for Lu Yu, he, the golden leg, is the only one who can save her from the fire at the moment. With that, someone in the road opened his cell phone screen with some kind of weird bad taste. When Luffy looked down, the entire screen was almost contracted by Lu Yu in general. The screen was full of her messages. At 9:01, it's Fox. Lu Yu, what's wrong, husband? Is there something wrong? At 9:02, It's Fox Luyu hubby, why don't you say anything? 9:03. It's Fox Luyu hubby, you hate why do not say a word and people play hide and seek. 9:04 p.m. It's Fox whoa, Luyu hubby, where have you been hiding? Can you give the baby a little hint / / nabla / at 9:05. It's Fox Luyu, I know. My husband must be testing my patience, I'll keep trying to find you. At 9:30. It's the Fox Luyu hubby, I know it's wrong cannot you do not hide 9:40. Is the Fox Luyu husband, are my fault. You do not ignore people big cry. 9:41. It is the Fox Luyu husband. People really know the wrong. You cannot pay attention to people sadness, paranoia, want to die. 9:59 a.m. It's Fox Luyu hubby. I really didn't mean to not send you a good morning greeting. I just accidentally overslept. Don't believe me. Watermark camera comforter lace pajama photos. Crying red eyes watermark little video. 10:10. Is the Fox Luyu husband. You just care about me, I well. As long as you care about me, let people do what are willing to pity. At 10:20. It's the Fox Luyu, recognize the wrong book. I Luyu in a certain year, a certain month, a certain day because of sleepy did not in time. To be honest, seeing those words in front of Luffy has not had much of a feeling, only to feel a kind of indescribable pleasure in his heart. Who would have thought that his manager, who used to be so targeted, would actually have such a humble day? But really, when that last little essay of almost 400 words appeared in front of his eyes, someone in the road was still shocked. No way. Can people really do this? Even if the other party didn't say a word, how could they self-analyze and admit their mistakes to that extent? It's just a bit of a worldview refresher for someone on the road. Forgive him for having a great opinion of Luyu, the demoness. In the past, this moment is sincerely somewhat admired. Gradually, a faint sense of guilt actually welled up in the heart of someone on the road. It was as if a voice in the back of his head was telling him that he was going too far, that it was wrong, that he should make it up to the person properly. Just as that voice was about to take over, another voice filled with warning suddenly resounded through his mind, causing him to snap out of it. Right, how could I forget about that? The reason why this Luyu is doing this is entirely because I have these eyes and can keep gaining benefits from me to be so humble. She's not a love brain or an infatuated goddess, and all she's doing now is just afraid she'll leave her. Once she leaves her by herself, there will be no way for her to easily rake in hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars from the stock market by doing nothing but pleasing herself every day like she is doing now. So what infatuation? Admit fault. All is bull ********. If there is no this interest, with this character is afraid not the first time to pat the ass away. After thinking about this, Luffy immediately deleted the slightly sentimental words on the WeChat sending bar and turned to re-edit them. In no time at all, another set of retyped text was sent his way. Luffy, oh, I see. There's something I need to tell you though. Those question marks should have been sent over by accident when I pressed the wrong button. Nothing else really. Luyu seconds back. Really husband the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, I knew you wouldn't be so desperate to people. Touched. Luffy, that's a lot of crap, believe it or not. By the way, why didn't you go to work today? Doesn't the company usually work overtime on weekends? Luyu began to be crooked and tired. Hubby, you're not even here. What's the point of people going to work alone? Might as well be good and hide under the covers and sleep cute. Luffy asked knowingly, meaning you're not up right now? Luyu understood, and immediately lay down on the bed and posed for a few poses to take a selfie. In no time at all, several pictures with a different meaning appeared in front of Luffy's screen. Looking at Luyu's embracing look in the photo, Luffy raised his eyebrows, then faithfully gave his comment. You can. It's making me hungry. Luyu's eyes lit up. Hubby, I happen to be hungry too, why don't we go eat together later? I know of a Japanese restaurant that is not only intimate, but also exceptionally tasty and perfect for two people. Blushing and shy, Luffy naturally understood what Luyu meant, but he wasn't the kind of person who was double-minded. Since he had an appointment with Baiji first, he couldn't go back on his word. Besides, one is looking at his person and the other is looking at his money. How can the two be compared? Anyone who is an individual understands that the former is more important. So someone in the road immediately refused to rise up sternly. It's not that I'm talking about you. Luyu, can you stop filling your head with those things? Luyu, oh I see aggro. But I really want to meet my husband and I specially went to the mall yesterday to buy a new dress. I wanted to take this opportunity to wear it for you to see it. Luffy got interested. Luyu, pictures? Shy. Luffy's mouth twitched at the sight and he let out a soulful question. Are you sure this dress was bought from a proper source? How come the more I look at it, the more wrong I feel? Luyu, honey, this is Victoria's Secret. It's expensive, it's thousands of dollars. Seeing that, Luffy instantly became a bit speechless. No wonder the world says that women make good money. It seems to be true. It's amazing that these pieces of crap fabric can be sold for 4 figures. It's easier than robbing a bank. But the other party was spending his own money, so Luffy didn't bother to say much. And it's not conducive to some kind of positive growth when people are trying so hard to please themselves, and a blanket blow is not conducive to some kind of positive growth. After much thought, someone on the road decided it would be better to sprinkle some bait out first. Chapter 125. Is this a confession? I bought a jade pendant in passing the other day. It's useless to keep it at home or so. Why don't I give it to you? Luyu suddenly sat up from the bed and returned with some excitement. Yes. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, I knew you were the best for me, hubby. After returning, I don't know what she thought of. She continued to add, by the way, hubby, where is your house? Why don't I go over and get it? / Nabla /. That way you don't have to work hard to go out. Luffy had long since seen through everything and rejected it outright. That won't be necessary. I'll bring it to you next week when I see which day I'm free to go to the office. Just kidding. How could he? Someone tell this woman Luyu where he lived. Other things aside, there was one thing Luffy could guarantee, but whenever he dared to divulge the address, this woman across the street would definitely come over every now and then. As for whether he came over to get something or give it away, Luffy couldn't guarantee it, but with Luffy's knowledge of Luyu, this woman would definitely be taking a bit more. As for what to take, that's hard to say. After fooling Luyu with the jade pendant he got for nothing from that old crook Liu Kang on Jumbo Street last time, Luffy chatted with the other party for a little while longer, then casually found a reason to start already reading and not returning. It wasn't that someone in the road had anything else important to do. Rather, Luffy felt that for a woman like Luyu, whether it is chatting or otherwise, it is only suitable for a shallow taste. Excessive entanglement with it will only lead to deeper and deeper entanglement. After all, this demon girl is very good at following the trail. As long as a little sunlight is given, it will bloom towards you very brightly. As long as you have something she wants in you, it will simply be slimy to the core. After the chat with Luyu ended, Luffy casually glanced at the group of classmates he was chatting with earlier. It didn't matter if he didn't see it. He was shocked when he did. Good lord. It's only been an hour or so when these people in the group have actually chatted up a couple thousand unread messages. Seeing this situation, someone on the road immediately lost interest in watching the fun and gossip. He wasn't an octogenarian. He couldn't afford to waste his time with all this gossip about what was going on. If you have this kind of time, you might as well rush by Jia, a rich woman, more often. In fact, Luffy did. After opening the chat interface of Tiny Baby, by Jia, someone in the road immediately called out, Luffy, little baby? Unfortunately, heaven forbid, Luffy waited for a full 5 minutes, and the other party still didn't respond. Seeing this, he didn't bother to wait any longer. He just tossed his cell phone aside with the intention of taking a short break. Within moments, faint snoring began to echo through the living room. After an unknown amount of time, the sleeping Luffy was suddenly awakened by the sound of a door opening. Luffy didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was his roommate Zhang Hao coming back. He scratched his head in a daze, while then rolled over to find a comfortable position and went back to sleep. But immediately, he realized something was wrong. As he fell asleep, why did he feel that he smelled a faint fragrance? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that this Zhang Hao guy is sneaking off to the city center again behind his back? Thinking of this, Luffy subconsciously flirted. Hosey, can you kid be more reliable? You said you'd help me buy a computer. Why are you buying it and going to talk to your sister? But who would have thought that before Luffy's words had even left his mouth, a soft laugh that could never have appeared in the room and belonged solely to a woman resounded behind him. Such a situation. Immediately the road someone scared a jolt, as if seeing ghosts rushed to get up to check up. Then, he froze, his eyes filled with incredulity. No, why are you here? That's not scientific. Looking at the foolishness of the man in front of her, Bai Jie's eyes were filled with teasing. What? Is it strange for me to appear here? It's broad daylight. You can't see a ghost. Luffy was still a bit unconvinced. That's hard to say, unless I'm allowed to pinch it. As he said that, Mr. Lu stretched out his salty hand towards Bai Jie's pretty face. Bai Jie, which can be as he wished, knocked off the air after the salty pig hand immediately a little bad temper. Who called no one WeChat does not return the voice does not pick up. Sister, I can only out of this strategy. Luffy glanced at the cell phone on the table, then smiled brightly. Mistake. It's not that I was too tired last night, so I accidentally fell asleep. Bai Jie didn't say anything when she heard this, and only gave him a flavorful blank look. Instead, it was Luffy, who after carefully sizing up the other party for a moment suddenly inquired curiously. No sis, how the hell did you get in here? Bai Jie smiled mysteriously. Little secret, Just don't tell you. Luffy suddenly theatrics himself and protects his chest with his hands in a pretense of fear. No way. You have to account for it. Or else I, a good woman and man, will be very insecure. Bai Jia rolled her eyes widely. Just you. Still a good family man? I think a wolf in sheep's clothing is more like it. Luffy postured. I'm warning you. Don't spit blood. I, Lu, am a decent person. Bai Jia's eyes narrowed and she said with a smirk. Oh, a decent person? Decent people who don't like to walk the straight and narrow? A decent person who specializes in weird and wacky stuff day in and day out? Still say like. Seeing that Bai Jia was about to shake her old self, someone in the road immediately changed his face and hurriedly interrupted. Hey daughter-in-law, I'm just kidding to liven up the atmosphere. Can't be taken seriously. Bai Jia. Bah, who is your daughter-in-law? Look at you. I don't know how I was blind enough to get on your thieving boat in the first place. After saying that without waiting for Luffy to reply, Bai Jia opened her mouth to inquire about herself again. By the way, little calf, come and help my sister see how to wear this out later. Luffy sniffed and swept his eyes at the mink coat on the other party, and said with a bit of hesitation, it's good, it's just that the noble woman temperament is too strong. If we go out together, someone will suspect me of being a softie. Hearing this, Bai Jia was instantly happy, and an inexplicable luster flickered in her beautiful eyes. After several seconds, he suddenly asked Luffy something that was out of context. Little calf, so do you want a soft meal? At those words, the room instantly fell silent, and Luffy even stared at Bai Jia with wide-eyed incredulity, and called out in his heart, this woman is not confessing to me, is she? Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Bai Jia seemed to have thought of something. A flash of panic flashed in her eyes, but not before Luffy realized that it was immediately covered up again. Seeing that someone in the road still had the dumbfounded look, he immediately laughed and joked. What are you thinking about, little calf? Look at you silly. You do not want to misunderstand that sister is confessing to you. I'm not that easy to love. That's right. Weren't you just curious about how your sister got in? Come with me, I'll tell you now. After saying that without waiting for Luffy to reply, Bai Jia turned around and walked towards the door, and Luffy, who had returned to his senses, looked at that delicate back and only felt mixed emotions. Chapter 126. Jealous? If Luffy was just guessing before, now there was a bit of certainty in it. After all, Bai Jia this before and after no matter whether it is language or demeanor expression on the transformation is really too deliberate. Honestly, Luffy was tempted to use his penetrating eyes right now to see what kind of condition his opponent was in, but reason told him it was better not to. How to say? Certain things are not too good for either side once that window is poked through, at least in the current Luffy's opinion. The current state of affairs between him and Bai Jia was peculiar, a bit of each to his own, but he could live with it. But when it really came to that, he inexplicably felt timid. Other than that, if he really leads Bai Jia home someday, he doesn't know how to explain this stuff to his family. In the case of his mom, there will definitely be two extremes when the time comes. When he saw Bai Jia's body and appearance, he would definitely smile, and behind his back, he gave a thumbs up and boasted that this son of his had the ability to excel, and found such a great beauty for her. But once someone in Lu slightly mentioned Bai Jia's age, estimated that Mother Lu would absolutely freeze, and then double-check if her own son was joking. In the end, after confirming that there was no mistake, he would definitely silently turn around and pick up a broom, and give this colorful son of his so many strokes, to explain with a recently popular phrase, you can be hungry, but not so hungry. Eating outside is fine, but bringing it back is a bit too much. It's just a disgrace to the old Lu family. Of course, this situation is not without a solution. That is, someone in the road by the way to lead both mother and daughter back, to a fake to confuse the fish in the water. Ahem. It felt a bit unrealistic, judging by how wary Shiren was of him at the moment, unless she was first. Just when someone in Lu started to think a little bit, Bai Jia, who was standing in the doorway, was the one who spoke up. Little calf, what have you been standing there for? Come over here. Only after hearing this did Luffy come to his senses, and then said a bit shamelessly, what? I'm not allowed to see more of my own daughter-in-law's delicate beautiful back. Bai Jia with a smile in her eyes, a little bit of good-naturedly blanked Lu Fei a bit. Just your mouth is poor. I'm wearing a mink coat. You can still see a ghost, Luffy said as he walked, deliberately snickering. You never know. What if I can see through it? Bai Jia pursed her lips and smiled. And perspective. I think daydreaming is about right. If you really had that power, how could you be here with me? A little widow, talking nonsense. I'm afraid that it's not as early as those novel protagonists, holding a big star in one hand, a female CEO in the other, and then standing in a skyscraper talking and laughing and pointing out the mountains. Lu Fei sniffed and froze for a while, then cheaply came up to the front of the white jersey to follow if there is a bad joke. there are many beauties in the world, but I can't help but be attracted to them. While saying that, the small hand also began to be unctuous, deliberately wrapping its arms towards Bai Jie's thin waist, but towards the end, it was avoided by Bai Jie. Seeing this, someone in the road directly looked at the other party with a pair of big, innocent eyes, not understanding what this meant. Bai Jie, however, was too lazy to chance it, only giving a look towards the elevator mouth opening to let herself experience it. Luffy jerked his head back to see that at some point the elevator doors had been opened. Two girls are carrying a large bag and small bag with a smile from the elevator inside out. See him look over immediately reported to smile all over the greeting. When the duo's line of sight crossed him right onto Bai Jie's body beside him, they immediately opened their mouths with smiles on their arched eyebrows. Good morning sis. Sis is really getting pretty. It's making me a little embarrassed. The two women smiled and began to sing in unison. What did sister say? The two of us are just being honest. Yes, if it wasn't for your generosity in letting us pay the rent late last time, the two of us would have been sleeping on the streets, so we should be thanking you. Luffy stood on the side, watching the two women so sweetly and naturally call out to each other with a mouthful of one sister, instantly feeling that he had been a bit restrained in the past. Perhaps it was because Luffy was there. The two women didn't stay for long, and only chatted a little before taking the initiative to say goodbye. On the contrary, it was Luffy, looking at the two women who opened the door and returned to the room next door to his house, immediately a bit incredulous up. No. If he remembered correctly, wasn't it a middle-aged couple that lived next door to him? How did it suddenly change to two young sisters? And Paige immediately nuzzled up at the expression on the man's face in front of her. Geez, it's still the younger sister that's attractive, unlike me. The poor guy, who's a handful of years old. Feeling the sudden jealousy beside him, the corners of Lu's mouth rose slightly. After only a moment's reflection, he spoke in mock disgust. What's so good about it? Two airfields. It's going to be hard to breastfeed the baby later. This sudden divine operation directly amused Bai Jie, covering her mouth in laughter. It wasn't until a while later that Luffy spoke up again. Alright bad boy, this time even you pass. But I'm warning you, don't get any bad ideas about the two little girls. They're just adults. Luffy had an innocent look on his face. Look at what you're saying. I'm not the kind of scum that eats from the bowl and looks at the pot. I've got this big beauty in front of me. How can those mediocre fans get into my eyes? Besides, I've always been a simple person. And if I say I don't like airfields then I don't like them. This point, you should know better than me. As he spoke, Luffy began to scowl at Bai Jie, seeing him in such a prodigal manner. Bai Jie immediately cleared her diaphragm a few times without any good breath. Instead, it was Luffy who suddenly inquired towards Bai Jie as an afterthought. That's not right. You just said that those two sisters have only just reached adulthood. By all rights at this point in time they should still be in college. Why would they run out and rent a room? Seeing Luffy ask, Bai Jie's eyes flashed a trace of sympathy, but instead of Luffy's words, she pretended to be angry. Little calf, why do you care about other people's personal affairs? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Luffy blushed at that. He almost forgot. Women's brain circuits have always been new, in front of which caring about other women has always been a big taboo. But he didn't panic, because he had just asked out of pure curiosity. Nothing else really. So after only a moment's pause, he spoke towards Bai Jie with an undercurrent of anger. What's wrong? Is it wrong for me to care about the flowers of the motherland? On the contrary, it's you. Why are you so nervous? Are you jealous? Bai Jie didn't say anything when she sniffed, but only giggled and laughed. Chapter 127. Pulling. Luffy, what are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll take that as your default. Bai Jie paused, then pouted. Sister is happy to do so. It's up to you. Luffy saw that no one was around and started acting weird again. Okay. My daughter-in-law is the biggest in the world. Bai Jie didn't bother to pay attention to him, and directly took out a card from his pocket, then looked provocatively at Luffy. Didn't you just want to know how I got in there, sister? Now watch. When she finished speaking, she closed the door of the room with one hand, and then in the eyes of someone on the road who was shocked, she gave a slight scratch to the doorway, and the originally closed door opened by itself. The quickness of the maneuver immediately scared Luffy a bit. Not just like that? Paige held her head up in small triumph. So what do you think? Luffy was still in shock, and looked at the open door with a bit of incredulity. That's not right. What did you learn about this? How did I not know? Bai Jie's little eyes were full. Sister, I can do a lot. You just don't know it. Luffy scowled at the other man for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. That's true. After all, I know it well. Bai Jie stepped on someone on the road in a bad mood. I'm serious. Where have you been thinking about? What a bad boy. Luffy's face was full of innocence. I didn't say anything either. You're the one who thought wrong. Bai Jie secretly rolled her eyes. You know in your own heart and what? Little calf. All day long got cheap and still selling good. Luffy suddenly remembered something and looked at Bai Jie with an odd face. There's something I'd like to ask. There were a few families in our neighborhood that lost something a while ago. This shouldn't be. Bai Jie, speechless, a little crying and laughing, said, think what you, sister, I'm a serious person. Besides, scratching a card to open a door is a tactic. I'd only use it on this door. Luffy was a little confused. Why? Aren't they all the same? Bai Jie, not for anything, because I lived in your house before. Luffy suddenly came to a realization. I said how you instantly recognized that I wasn't in the house last time. So that's how it was. Finished, suddenly remembered what? A face of gossip to look at Bai Jie. That. Daughter-in-law. Honestly explain. You at first live will not also be my that roommate. Page grunted softly a few times in acquiescence. Someone in the road slapped his thigh and suddenly lamented aloud. I told you. It's all destiny. We're destined to share a bed. Bai Jie glanced at him with flair and dropped two words out of her mouth. Virtuous. Luffy glanced at the sky outside the building, and suddenly his words changed. I don't think it's too early. Why don't we both go now? Bai Jie naturally knew what he meant, and sighed a bit helplessly. What are you thinking? The big baby at home is still relying on not leaving. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. So what did you come out to me for this trip? Page pointed to the corner. Throw out the trash. And by the way, I'll remind you to go ahead and get ready. Luffy was momentarily stunned. Ha? Bai Jie raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? You're starting to monkey around? Luffy mouths again. What's my hurry? It's not like that. Bai Jie is also not polite. Beautiful you. I have to tell you in advance to be shopping, do not move your hands off. Luffy patted his chest. Lou, am not that kind of casual person. Bai Jie seemed to think of certain images and disliked them back nonchalantly. But isn't it human to get up casually? It's getting late and I'm not going to bull you. Do you know how to drive? Luffy hesitated at his words and said with some uncertainty, I suppose. It would. Wouldn't it? Having touched it a couple times 5 years ago. Bai Jie casually joked. No wonder you haven't had a girlfriend. You don't even know how to drive a car. Luffy pretended to be dissatisfied. What do you mean? But no personal attacks. After saying that, he added deliberately. Besides, I've got it now, haven't I? Bai Jie frowned, her eyes looking at Luffy with mischief. Aha! Luffy wasn't the least bit intimidated. What's the matter? Jealous again? Shall I introduce her to you? Paige inclined her head. Whatever. Luffy laughed and said. Then, I'll have to borrow your cell phone to use it. Bai Jie seemed to have thought of something, and very nimbly handed Luffy the cell phone in his pocket. Luffy's mouth showed a smug look when he saw this, and he put up a black screen and was about to lasso the other party, but he realized that Bai Jie had already been holding back a smile as she looked at herself. What's wrong, little calf? Why don't you continue? Luffy smiled brightly. Can you cooperate? Or it's quite embarrassing. Bai Jie's fragrant shoulders moved, taking advantage of Luffy's inattention to snatch the cell phone. Beautiful you. I'm not one of those little girls who like to talk about love and enjoy this kind of tricks. A glint drifted through Luffy's eyes and he looked at Bai Jie with a smirk. I get it. Gotta be a big trick, right? Bai Jie sniffed and extracted a glance at him, and suddenly her words changed. It's getting late. Sister has to go back to appease the big baby at home. If you really have nothing better to do, go to the underground garage and help me get the car out. While saying that, Bai Jie took out a delicate car key with a cartoon doll from her pocket and threw it to Luffy. Looking at the Porsche keys in his hand, Luffy was a bit confused. What does this mean? Bai Jie, what else is there to say? Go down and wait for me. I'll be right there. After saying that without waiting for Luffy to reply, Bai Jie turned around in a dashing manner. As soon as Bai Jie entered the door, her daughter's hypnotic voice rang out. Mom, what have you been doing? Why did it take you half an hour to go out and take out the trash? Looking at her daughter Bai Ling, who was lying on the sofa and kept fluttering her feet, Bai Jie rolled her eyes. What? Checking up on prisoners. Now I have to hurry back from taking out the trash. Bai Ling saw her own mother a little angry. Immediately intimate hold Bai Jie's arm, pouting. I'm not just casually ask it. My dearest old mom shouldn't be mad at me. Bai Jie knocked the other party's head in a good-natured manner. Yes, I'm not angry. Who told you that this big baby of yours is my own? Bai Ling, I knew mom was the best for me. Mouth a. Mo. Bai Jie pushed away the head that wanted to come closer. Okay, all 20-something people don't always be the same as when you were a child. Bai Ling, I won't do it. I want it. Why is it okay for that stinking man and not your baby girl? Hearing this, Bai Jie hurriedly got up to look incredulously at her own daughter. No, little spirit. Where did you hear that nonsense from? What stinking man? Also, there's something I never dared to ask you before. Now I feel the need to pay attention to it. Otherwise something could go terribly wrong in the future. Chapter 128, Crossroads of Destiny. Bai Ling thought that his own mom was just casually asking, and did not take it seriously. Habitually, as before, I only pick and choose the answers I'm willing to listen to. Mom, I'm not babbling. And where's the stinking man from? You dare to promise me that finding you didn't continue to have sex after the last time you had sex with that asshole Luffy? I just don't get it. What's so great about that stinking man, other than a bit of a specialty? It can be said to be nothing. It wasn't hard to tell from White Spirit's words that he had a big problem with Luffy, and even seemed to dislike him a bit in his words, or look down on him. Hearing this, Bai Jia was instantly a bit unhappy in her heart. For that little calf, she could flirt all she wanted, but once an outsider said something bad, somehow, out of instinct, she got a little uncomfortable, not even if the other person was his own daughter. Adding to the fact that she had originally come here on purpose to pick a fight, so she was even more furious, and immediately glared at her own daughter a little bit unkindly. Bai Ling, Bai Ling, I think you're out of your mind somewhere. How my mom is doing out there? When is it your turn to care? Besides, your Uncle Lu and I are unmarried, so what if something happens? What's wrong with that? I didn't believe it when someone told me you were a bit of an Oedipal. Now I think it's probably true. The more Bai Jia said, the heavier her tone became. She had a tendency to get into a fight with her own daughter at the drop of a hat. At first, Bai Ling wanted to retort, but as soon as she saw her own mom's serious look, she immediately became a bit abashed. But this is just, when Bai Jia last sentence set out. Originally in the heart is still a little bit of pepper trend ready to mouth a few sentences. Bai Ling immediately have a little bit of weakness up. The look in his eyes towards his own mom was even starting to wander a bit. That what, mom? Where did you hear this nonsense? I don't have that kind of mind. I'm doing this purely out of concern for your well-being. Besides, I wasn't afraid that you, the love brain, would be cheated out of your money. Where did I go wrong? Bai Jia looked at the increasingly vain expression on her daughter's face, as well as the voice that was getting smaller and smaller, suddenly sighed and said with a bit of emphasis, Linger baby, you're still young, you still have your own life. It's impossible to live with me for the rest of your life. For the sake of your future happiness, and for the sake of me being able to hold my grandchildren earlier in the future, I've thought about it. Why don't we mother and daughter live separately from now on? Bai Ling was dumbfounded and immediately refused. Why mom? I don't want to live separately from you. And no, I'm not going to have a baby. I've heard people say it hurts. Paige let out a soulful question. So you really like mommy? Or maybe, you're lesbian? Bai Ling immediately denied it. Not at all. I didn't. Bai Jia re-emphasized. Then tell me, what are you doing sticking around my mother all day long? It's not like you're an ungrown child. You still need me to nurse. Bai Ling was aggrieved. I just want to bring it by your side. Any other ideas? Bai Jia sternly refused. I'm sorry little Linger. You're delaying my mother from blowing her second spring. So no. After saying that, he suddenly changed his words and spoke towards his daughter Bai Ling in a slightly seductive manner. Actually, I don't know if you can't stay by my side all the time if you want to. Just, White Spirit didn't think much of it and straightened up and bit the hook. As long as what? Oh, mom, don't keep me in suspense. Bai Jia throws out a heavy bomb and starts pooing her own daughter. It's really simple. You go out right now and go find me a son-in-law. Or just take the time to have a grandchild. That way you can do whatever you want and I promise not to interfere. Bai Ling frowned. A glint flashed in Bai Jia's eyes. Baby girl, that's all I'm asking for anyway. You're on your own. Bai Ling's face is all difficult. Mom, can you change For men I really feel a little disgusting. Bai Jia blurted out. What's so disgusting? You haven't even touched it. I think you're just imagining things. Little Linger, I'm telling you, this is all I ask for. If you can't fulfill it, don't blame my mother for turning the other cheek. Right, since the words have come to this point, I am not afraid to tell you. I have thought about the distribution of our family's property in the future. Let's not talk about anything else. If I have a grandson, at least I will leave half of it to my baby grandchildren. If you don't give me a grandchild in 3 years, I'm really going to have to think about getting a new trumpet for retirement. Bai Ling was shocked. Old mom, how could you do this? It's clearly a trick. Bai Jia could not be doubted. Anyway, I've made my words clear to you, so you can see for yourself. Bai Ling directly made a little fuss. No way. I don't agree. I'm going to stay with you, mom, all the time. Bai Jia looked serious. It's fine if you don't agree. As long as you don't agree for one day, I'll cut off your card from tomorrow. Let's see what you'll do then. For some reason, Bai Ling hasn't gone out looking for a job since she graduated from college. So now all her food and clothing, including some of her usual expenses, are all supplied by her own mom. So she was completely frozen after hearing that. It wasn't as if they hadn't had their share of mother-daughter fights before, or even more heated Cold Wars than this. but the other person never said anything like what he just said. An intuition told Bai Ling that his own mom was definitely serious this time. She is used to getting something for nothing and spending money lavishly. She really can't imagine her life after being cut off. Looking at the expression on her daughter's face, Bai Jia would be lying if she said she wasn't heartbroken at all. She wasn't going to stay soft this time, though. The reason is simple. On the one hand, she wanted to pursue something she wanted, while she was still young. On the other hand, she realized that spoiling her daughter Bai Ling any longer would only end up harming her. In Bai Jia's opinion, his own daughter has been living too smoothly since she was a child. Not only has he been in a favorable environment, he has seldom experienced even the slightest setback. As for the social beating, that is even more have never seen. Whether it was for her own sake or for the sake of her daughter's future, she felt that she should have struck this blow to the head. But people, after all, are emotional creatures. Looking at the way her daughter had been looking at herself pitifully, Bai Jia finally babied this piece of her heart. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth towards the other party with some hopelessness in his eyes. Alright, don't look so stupid. I know what I just said was a bit heavy. It's normal that you can't accept it for a while. Tell you what, I'll just give you a couple weeks to take your time and think about it, and then answer me when you're done thinking about it. Do you think that's a good idea? Bai Ling cautiously tried. So, Mom, that broken card? Bai Jia nudged her daughter's forehead and said in a bad mood. What else can I do? Follow the deferral as well. Bai Ling hugged her own mom's arm and instantly cheered. Yeah, I knew my mom loved me the most. Bai Jia, on the other hand, was graphic. Little Linger, don't get too happy too soon. Oh, my mother has thought about it. In order not to affect your independent thinking, until you make a decision, it's better for us to live separately. Bai Ling was completely dumbfounded by what she heard, feeling that her own mom was setting her up here. But compared to the previous conditions, she didn't think it was unacceptable now. If you don't live together, you don't live together. As long as you don't break her card, she can still continue to live a small life. Chapter 129, Sudden Initiative. Half an hour later, underground garage. With a clattering burst of heels, Bai Jia reappeared in Luffy's field of vision. At this time, she had long since changed out of that mink coat and into a white fitted lace dress that very much emphasized her figure. The hem of the skirt, while not too long, was just enough to perfectly wrap around 2/3 of the thigh. Underneath, the two straight long legs without the slightest wrapping of external objects are undisguisedly exposed in the air. Traveling is very eye-catching, so that people cannot help but line up the attention salute. As a matter of fact, someone in the road did. Anyway, it was one of his own, so he didn't see it for nothing. And when Bai Jia saw that Luffy had been staring at himself with unblinking eyes, she immediately teased with a smile in her eyes. What? Are you stupid? This outfit is still to your liking, isn't it? Luffy answered truthfully. It's more than appetizing. I can't wait to eat it right away. Bai Jia gave him a look. Rascal, acting like a bad guy all day long. Luffy hemmed and hawed. Men aren't bad. Women don't love them. After saying that, he turned around and asked, by the way, why did you think of changing this outfit? Wasn't the mink coat just now quite good? Why do you ask so much? It's not for you anyway. While saying that, Bai Jia opened the car door and sat on the passenger side with her long legs. Luffy understood, and immediately shyly helped to fasten his seatbelt. I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional, or perhaps it is the first time to sit in a luxury car such as Maserati Sake. A simple seatbelt he actually tossed for several minutes and still not get on. But as the person concerned, Bai Jia also did not say anything. Just let someone blindfolded there. A shopping mall in Star City, 5th floor. Looking at Bai Jia, who was excitedly picking out cosmetics not far away, Luffy couldn't help but be impressed. It is now afternoon. A full 7 hours or so had passed since his meeting with Bai Jia in the underground parking lot. Apart from the half-hour drive on the way here and the hour spent on lunch after arriving, the woman in front of her had been strolling around in 10 centimeters heels for almost 5 hours straight. But even so, Bai Jia's face is still not a trace of fatigue. But the more you stroll, the more spirit. Luckily, most of the stores Bai Jia shopped at were luxury stores that delivered goods to the home, so someone in the road wasn't as miserable as the protagonist in some novels, needing to carry a large bag and run after his ass like a toolman. In fact, most of the time Luffy just sits quietly and waits. It can be relaxing as hell. Of course, after a long time someone would also feel a little bored. So while Bai Jia was still in the gap between picking which set of cosmetics, Luffy took it upon himself to come to the not-so-far-away store called Tea-Face Drinks. As one of the most well-known chain of beverage stores in Star City, Tea-Face is always loved by the youth. And Luffy, naturally, is one of its biggest fans. But it's a bit dispensable now compared to the sentimental love it used to have. It's not so much that its tastes have changed, but its somewhat over-the-top approach to hunger marketing is becoming more and more offensive to someone on the road. The ingenious 3Qs, not to mention the fact that there are 6 or 7 people spilling inside but it takes half a day for a finished cup to come out, is also a bummer. But for the majority of young people, thousands of dollars can't buy me the pleasure of. So even on a less crowded afternoon, there was still a line of more than a dozen people in front of T-Face. Good thing the last thing Luffy would need at this point was time. Waiting left and right. He got in line behind the ordering line. But who would have thought that he hadn't been in line for long when a slightly surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. Luffy? What are you doing here? What a coincidence. Luffy turned around and saw a large group of young men and women in cosplay costumes behind him at some point. And it was one of them, Yao Mei, who greeted him. Are you? Maybe it was because the other party's makeup was drawn rather thickly. Luffy didn't recognize it for a while. Yao Mei didn't get angry when she saw this. Instead, she happily walked up to him and purposely lifted her wig to come a little closer to show him. It's me, Li Jie. We just met a few days ago. You won't forget so soon, will you, Li Jie? After the other party reminded him of this, Luffy immediately recalled that day when he had a chance encounter with the other party under the International Finance Center building. He glanced at the elaborate costume the other man was wearing, then glanced behind him at the crowd of people dressed in various colors of cosplay. Li Jie, are you playing on cos again? Li Jie smiled and replied, how about that? The restoration is okay. Luffy nodded. It's pretty reductive. Before Luffy's words fell, the girl cosplaying De Chao behind Li Jie enthusiastically came up. Little brother, have you known Li Jie for a long time? Why haven't I heard her mention it before? Luffy laughed and returned out of politeness. It wasn't that long ago. We both happened to be in the same class when we were college students. Big Chao girl took the initiative to extend her jade hand. Hello classmate brother, my name is Gu Xiao. I'm Li Jie's BFF Jane's good sister. I'm glad to know you. Luffy was a bit confused as to why the girl in front of him was so enthusiastic, and after hesitating for a while, he still reached out and lightly shook hands with the other party. On the contrary, it was Li Jie, who saw her own best friend being so unusually enthusiastic. Her face was a bit unsettled. Immediately, he embarrassedly opened his mouth towards Luffy. That what? Luffy, Gu Xiao. She's a bit outgoing. Don't mind if you do. Gu Xiao, however, directly ignored her own best friend's words and somewhat abruptly opened her mouth towards Luffy. Classmate brother, do you have a girlfriend? If possible, can I add your WeChat? Luffy was instantly dismayed at these words. No. What did the girl in front of him mean? Love at first sight? Just as Luffy was a bit puzzled, the other minions behind Gu Xiao were even more confused in their heads. What the hell? Is this Gu Xiao guy having a stroke today? How come you're so forward with this strange boy you're meeting for the first time? On top of that, the other guy doesn't look handsome either. For a moment, 7 or 8 pairs of curious eyes fell on Luffy in unison, all hoping to discover something from it. But the most awkward person at this point is none other than Li Jie. As the only one present who knew both Luffy and Gu Xiao, she only felt her mind go blank. Can someone please tell her what the hell her own BFF is smoking today? What's with all the sticking it to her college buddy? Luffy, no matter what, in order to avoid this embarrassing situation from continuing any further, after casting an apologetic look at Luffy, Li Jie instantly pulled her own best friend's arm and headed to the back. Just at this delicate moment, a clattering of high heels appeared beside the ears of the crowd. Chapter 130, Oath of Sovereignty. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see a beauty not far away wearing a tight lace dress, mouth painted with brimming red lips, and feet on 10 centimeters heights was walking over with a smile. This woman not only had an excellent temperament, but her bright eyes were like a kind of magical magic, and the moment she swept her eyes over, she made the several female cos present unconsciously lower their heads. But the most mind-blowing, or that pair of somewhat excessively slender jade legs, with the high heels clattering constantly on the ground. The snow-white skin that is completely exposed to the air seems to be slightly trembling, is very eye-catching. Every time it crosses and takes a step forward, it's as if it's trying to walk into someone's heart. As soon as it appeared in the crowd's line of sight for a few moments, many of the adolescents present began to show excitement in their eyes, and their throats welled up. For a time, the originally noisy crowd unexpectedly quieted down in unison. The eyes couldn't help but move with the clopping of the heels, wondering what the owner of this sound was doing here. Passing through? Or coming over to buy something? Or maybe, it's to find someone. Just as the crowd was speculating, this woman was giving a direct answer. When she was only a few steps away from the crowd, this woman seemed to have realized something. First she paused for a moment, then the small expression on her face suddenly bloomed like a spring breeze, her beautiful eyes carrying a bit of surprise. Afterward, he even trotted all the way to the crowd and took someone's arm and started to be intimate and pouty. Hubby, why did you come here without saying a word? This scene directly breaks the hearts of certain men with fantasies. Damn, my newly recognized goddess actually has a husband. Of course, there is no shortage of people with special hobbies who think it's a plus. However, The one in the crowd who had to be the most shocked was Li Jie, who was at Luffy's heels. Looking at the airy beauty in front of her who was intimately half leaning on Luffy, her eyes were filled with shock. If she had to say that her best friend Gu Zhao's behavior before had only made her feel a little abrupt, this scene now was something that she couldn't accept for a moment. What the hell? Was this the same mediocre Luffy she remembered? It's only been a few years since I've seen him, and this guy has actually found such a beautiful girlfriend. It's simply real life. Could it be that he's had some kind of opportunity in the past few years? Otherwise it couldn't have been like this. Thinking about this, Li Jie's eyes lit up. There seemed to be something more in her eyes. As for Gu Xiao on its side, looking at the scene in front of her, waves of light began to flow in her beautiful eyes. As for the others present, their eyes were of different colors. The women were basically curious mostly, and the men were all kinds of envious and jealous, but all within the normal range of humanity, and not that kind of imbecile. And in the event of one of the focus of the character Lu, someone does not have time to care about these. To say that at this moment in his heart feeling, can only be used to describe a face of confusion. He was a bit confused as to how Bai Jie beside him suddenly called him her husband and pampered him. This is an unprecedented first. In the past, no matter how much he even coaxed him, that was a dead giveaway. If you are angry, you will only hang the word little calf on your lips. He would have liked to ask Bai Jie which one of these things was going on, but when the words came out of his mouth he suddenly remembered that the occasion was a bit inappropriate. Solely just shut up and take your time to enjoy the rare tenderness and touch. Bai Jie also seemed to have discovered his little mind, and although the expression on her face didn't change, she secretly blanked someone in her heart. In spite of this, the hands holding Luffy did not let go, but instead became more and more intimate, as if they were swearing some kind of sovereignty, while holding her mouth was not idle, and began to narrow his eyes and inquire with a curious face. Hubby, I just saw you chatting quite happily with these little sisters. Do you know them? Lu Fei answered truthfully. Not really, all know each other. This is my college classmate Li Jie. On the side is her best friend Gu Xiao. The rest I'm not too familiar with. They should all be friends. Luffy pointed at Li Jie and gestured towards Gu Xiao next to him as a preliminary introduction. Li Jie also took over at this time and took the initiative to reach out her hand towards Bai Jie. Hello, this beautiful woman. Nice to meet you. Bai Jie looked at the small Yao Mei in front of her who was nearly a head shorter than herself, and also smiled as she stretched out her jade hand. Hello little sister, my name is Bai Jie, I'm Lu Fei's girlfriend, I'm also very happy to know you. We both have a jade in our names, so we seem to be quite destined for each other. Bai Jie in and out of words are a elder-like big sister tone, which makes Li Jie very uncomfortable. The heart is more a little wrath. Why is this person like this? You look is beautiful, but also cannot be flat-out oppressive. For reasons of character, at this time, although Li Jie was a bit dissatisfied in her heart, she didn't show it. Of course, even then, the woman's nature of having an axe to grind against her own kind drove her to have no desire to continue to strike up a conversation with Bai Jie. So for the second half of Bai Jie's words, she only revealed big white eyes and hemmed and hawed, sort of alternatively expressed her dissatisfaction. Bai Jie also did not care. Only polite smile actually directly ignored the side of the Gu Xiao. Body half snuggled in the body of Lu Fei directly began to pamper. Hubby, I just saw a set of cosmetics that I want so badly, why don't you just buy it for me? Luffy could pretty much see what kind of drugs Bai Jie was selling at this point. Women are often very possessive and controlling of the things around them, which makes it easy for them to engage in stressful behaviors that go against the grain. To put it plainly, it's just that Bai Jie happened to see Lu Fei being enthusiastically accosted by a few young sisters playing cos, and her heart was a bit tasty, so she purposely ran over to swear her sovereignty. Any man in his right mind would be happy and fulfilled to have a woman willing to fight for him. Other than that, at least that's what Luffy thought. Seeing that Bai Jie had begun to pamper herself again, coupled with the fact that he didn't have anything else in mind for the two girls, Gu Xiao and Li Jie, he decided to go along with the flow, following the wishes of the beautiful person beside him. So before Bai Jie's words fell, he agreed with his mouth full. Okay, I'll listen to my daughter-in-law. You can buy whatever you want. While saying that, he also used his hand to favorably scrape Bai Jie's agitated nose. At this time has long been the Shadow Queen possessed by Jie natural cooperation, immediately pretended to be annoyed to make a small sex, with a small fist pounded up the road someone's chest. Hated, I told you not to always scratch my nose. Such behavior of spreading dog food like no one else, immediately made the crowd beside him a little can't help it. Heart flashed through countless mama batch, but who would have thought that in the next second, Bai Jie would make a move that Luffy wouldn't have expected. Chapter 131, The Golden Son-in-Law. Just when everyone didn't react, she actually bit down towards someone's index finger. Such behavior completely make the people who have been concerned about this place cannot be taught. Heart is inexplicably rising a sense of aggrievement. No, it's okay for you two to be in a good relationship, but can you spread dog food in front of so many people? especially when Bai Jia, such a great beauty with a unique temperament in some eyes, made such contrasting behavior. A certain exclusive filter in the hearts of the male compatriots present seemed to be broken in the hearts of some people, so such a beautiful woman would also engage in such childish behavior. Damn it! Suddenly I envy this guy. If only I could take his place. On the contrary, Luffy was genuinely startled by Bai Jia's sudden behavior. When he reacted, he quickly drew back his fingers, ignoring the pain in his hand, and cast an apologetic look at Li Jia in front of him before quickly wrapping his arms around Bai Jia and pulling away. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be knifed to death by the jealous eyes of some people. Soon after, in a luxury store, looking at Bai Jia who had been giggling and snorting in front of him, Lu said a little unkindly as he lifted his finger. Look what you did. You broke the skin on your fingers. Bai Jia held her head high and smiled unabated. Humph, told you to sneak around behind my sister's back and hit on the little sister. This is a small punishment. Luffy was a bit speechless. Can you be reasonable? I'm not the one who accosted them. It's clearly the other party who took the initiative to look for me. Okay? Besides, I went to school with someone. Is there a need to sneak up on them? Bai Jia lightly grunted. Little calf, which woman have you seen reasoning? Let alone a beautiful one like Sister Me. Luffy pulled his mouth. Okay, I can't talk to you during the day. I'll talk to you at night. Page got it in seconds. Instantly, he balked, then took his hand and gave someone a light squeeze. Luffy doesn't care. Anyway, he is thick-skinned, as if he was stung by a female mosquito. The more the sting hurts now, the stronger he'll reason when the time comes. We'll see who admits defeat first when the time comes. Bai Jia seemed to have noticed this as well, and after glaring at someone in an ungraceful manner she dragged him back to pick something out. Only this time it seems a little different. She actually crossed right over to the cosmetics section, where she had been lingering before, and instead went to the men's only place. On the other side, the entrance to T-Face. Seeing her best friend keep looking at the direction Luffy disappeared, Jiajieli finally couldn't help but spit out her voice. Hey, don't look, the people are gone. After Gu Xiao reached out to stop the small hand that kept greeting in front of her eyes, she immediately opened her mouth with a little loss. I know, just stop talking. Seeing her like this, Li Jia was a bit confused. Luffy guy in the end has that kind of magic, only hurriedly neat one side, actually can make his own girlfriend become so soulful. That guy wasn't exactly handsome either. By all rights he should be completely off the other side of the recipe. Seeing that the other partners are leaning against the corner not far away, the attention is not on this side. Li Jia pulled her girlfriend Gu Xiao and began to whisper. Little Guzi, honestly, are you looking at someone else? Gu Xiao nodded without hesitation. Right, isn't it obvious? Otherwise, why would I take the initiative to add people on WeChat? Li Jia instantly widened her eyes, which were filled with incredulity. Hey, you're not kidding. My classmate only met with you once. Why are you so ghostly? Like you've been hooked. Gu Xiao rolled her eyes. What the hell? I call this love at first sight. Okay. Before the words left her mouth, Gu Xiao inquired curiously towards her best friend again. By the way, Li Jia, you've known each other for so long. Haven't you ever been attracted to this old classmate? Li Jia shook her head. Why would I want to be attracted to him? This Luffy guy, besides being a bit taller, isn't particularly handsome. It's not my cup of tea at all. Gu Xiaodai raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Then you can't steal it from me in the future. Li Jia felt puzzled. Not that I'm talking about you, Gu Xiao. Why are you talking more and more strangely since you've called Lu Fei? Why would I grab it from you? It's not like he's a meat and potatoes guy. Besides, he has such a beautiful girlfriend. He can't even look at us. Gu Xiao immediately retorted. That's hard to say. Just in case turnips and greens are each to their own. Ugh, Li Jia. You should have your old classmates WeChat. Push one for me. Li Jia didn't hesitate. No, not unless you tell me why. With her best friend's words just now, Gu Xiao didn't hide anything. What else could it be? Looking for a golden son-in-law. A golden son-in-law? What do you mean? Li Jia was confused. Couldn't understand how that Luffy guy got involved with the golden son-in-law. From what she'd known before, how it was impossible. Gu Xiao didn't sell her story either, and straightforwardly told what she had just discovered. Xiao Jie, just now you may not have noticed. Don't look at your old classmate's appearance. He is dressed in ordinary clothes, but I just noticed. The key of Maserati is in his left hand. Li Jia froze at his words. He's holding the keys to a Maserati in his left hand? That can't be possible. Why didn't I notice? Gu Xiao was a bit unkind when she saw this. With that horsey nature of yours, you can still notice this? If I didn't say anything, you're afraid you wouldn't even know that the bag on her back is a limited edition of a certain luxury brand. Li Jia smiled awkwardly. You know, I usually don't pay much attention to these. Besides, Even if it's just like you said. It doesn't prove that Luffy is a golden son-in-law. What if these are her girlfriends? That possibility isn't out of the question. Out of instinct, Li Jia was reluctant to believe that her old classmate had suddenly become rich. If that was the case, the little sense of superiority she had managed to build up as a result of losing weight and becoming beautiful would be gone in an instant. Gu Xiao doesn't know that much, and seeing that her best friend still doesn't believe it, she directly lays out the hard truth. It's not that I'm talking about you, Li Jia. What you're saying is nothing more than that your old classmate is the little white boy, and the big beautiful girl is the rich girl, right? But have you ever thought of a problem? Even you are a little bit can't see the little brother. People so beautiful as a flower of the rich sister Wai Sion? I'm not blind. I'm sure I'll be looking for the top of the line in every way, okay? I'm more willing to believe that your old classmate is a golden son-in-law than such a low probability event. And that's why he's being looked at by that kind of big beauty. While the two were arguing over this matter, Luffy's side had met something that made his kidneys hurt a bit. Chapter 132. Feed me soft food? Originally, the duo of Luffy and Bai Jie were strolling nicely in the men's section. One to pick, one to try. Wrote a person in due course again a few skin. From time to take advantage of the good people by harvesting a bit of white beauty that is full of flavor of the blank stare. So much so that it's just not too pleasant. The tellers accompanying them also know what to do, and never appear in the line of sight of the two patrons unless necessary. Sometimes it's just too late to dodge, but even more so, they directly put their eyes in the air and become blind, just to not disturb the customer in front of them. In this pleasant but relaxed and harmonious atmosphere, Bai Jie's bank card balance also began to jump down from time to time. It's not unheard of for them to be 800 or 900 at one time, 2 or 3, 000 at another. Sometimes a little over the top, even 10, 000 or more. Such behavior made the eyelids of someone on the road jump. He had thought that Bai Jie would spend money lavishly, but this kind of appearance still kind of took him by surprise. If he remembers correctly, the other party spent more than 6 figures today. Just when Luffy was thinking about whether or not the rich woman in front of him was possibly as deep as the abyss in front of her, Bai Jie, who was walking in front of him, suddenly stopped and collided with him. Aha! Bai Jie raised her eyebrows and turned back to give someone a questioning look, not understanding whether the other party intended to or not. Luffy scratched his head. What? Why did it suddenly stop? Bai Jie stomped someone with a slight frown on her eyebrows. And you ask me? Luffy opened his eyes wide as if he understood something and smiled nervously. Mistake. I was a bit lost in thought. Bai Jie consciously saw through someone. I'll be damned if I believe you. It's definitely on purpose. With that said, he twisted his head and went back to picking and choosing. Being inexplicably misunderstood, Luffy was instantly a bit speechless, although he likes to interact, but not so much so that he has no proportion awe. But seeing as Bai Jie had just spent so much money on buying him clothes, someone in lieu decided to take it up with the other party later. It was just a matter of a few more words and reasoning, and he was in no hurry. But who would have thought that before taking a few steps, Bai Jie suddenly paused again. After inexplicably looking at someone in the road for a few more moments, she glanced at the female teller who was looking up at the stars from a long way away, and then found a corner in the periphery where it was hard to be seen with ambiguous eyes and hooked her hand towards Luffy. Little calf, come here a little longer. Luffy's eyes saw that there was indeed no one in the surrounding area, and the corner of his mouth curved, deciding to tease the other for a bit. Deciding, I don't. You can't mess around in broad daylight. You can't be sure what you'll do in a surveillance dead zone like that. Bai Jie knew that the guy in front of her was doing it on purpose, so she was a bit angry and laughed. What are you thinking about? I really want to talk to you about something. Luffy went straight to his hands to protect his waist. I don't believe it unless you swear. That's what you said before. But then you inhumanly bullied these two little kids. Bai Jie froze for a moment at her words, then stomped her foot helplessly. You, really? Seeing that he had finally won at the mouth, someone in the road came over again in a manner. What's wrong, daughter-in-law? Who made you angry? Looking at the little man in front of her with a bad smile on his face, Bai Jie rolled her eyes. To love and hate at the same time should be the truest portrayal of her heart at this time. After grunting and stomping on the other party a few times with the tips of her heels to show her dissatisfaction, Bai Jie bit her red lips a few times, and finally opened her mouth a bit impatiently. Little calf. Sister, I bought you so many things today. You must not show it? Luffy was unsure. Show it? How? Bai Jie reached out her jade hand and nudged someone's chest. What do you think? Luffy feigned confusion. I don't know. Give us a hint. Bai Jie jumped slightly between her eyebrows. Don't go too far. Luffy started playing deaf. What? You want me to come to your house and do hard labor? Paige could barely hold in her laughter. That's fine. If you want to. Luffy continued to play deaf. What? And only 3 meals and no rest? Bai Jie was delighted. That's what you said. Sister, I didn't mention it. Luffy, No go no go. It's just livestock taking a few days off a week. I have work tomorrow. Find someone else to do the hard labor. Bai Jia covered her mouth. That's for you to say. Don't regret it when the time comes. Luffy instantly pulled a shrug and started to lie. I really can't. I have to work overtime at the office tomorrow. Bai Jia's head shook with disinterest. Overtime is only a few dollars. Have sister I give you more money to spend today. Luffy's mouth twitched at that, a bit unable to retort. Other than that, just buying clothes Bai Jia spent at least 50,000 on him this morning. To be honest, it wasn't as if someone in the road didn't understand what Bai Jia meant. It was nothing more than wanting to take advantage of this period of time when Bai Ling was away to spend more time as a couple. But someone on the road has his own problems. Don't look like he's already got these amazing eyes. But the rest of him is still a normal person. Since we are ordinary people, we have to know how to live within our means in whatever we do. Otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. To put it more plainly, someone in the road was feeling a little weak and needed a reprieve. Paige didn't care that much. Inside and out she had only met the person in front of her a few times these days. And for her now that was clearly not enough. It just so happened that the light bulb in the house had been gotten out of the house by her trickery. And it was an opportunity that had to be seized. This meeting Luffy did not say anything. Bai Jia suddenly took the initiative to pull up his arm. Then biting her lips with a seductive face and said, tell you what, you don't have to take that Thai class. Just hang out with me more these days. I'll get someone to arrange for you to get into another company after a while. I can't promise anything else. I'm sure I'll be able to work 9 to 5 with 2 weekends off by then. As for the paycheck you don't have to worry about that either. At least 5 figures. Arranging for me to go to another company? Not only do you work 9 to 5 with weekends off, but you make a 5-figure salary? Seeing Bai Jia like this, how could Luffy not understand? This was to feed him. In the old days, someone on the road wouldn't have wanted to do that. But right now, he felt fine with his gut. He didn't need it for a while, so he immediately and sternly refused. Little baby, I think as a man it's better to be self-reliant. And the whole eating soft food thing is still a must. It will be looked down upon. Even if my monthly salary is only 3,800 now, that's still the result of hard and legitimate labor. Even if I have a side business now, I can't forget my roots. Bai Jia pinched the flesh of someone's waist, and earned by labor. That's not the same thing. It's all a crock of, I think you're 80% weak. Luffy ignored it all and just died. Bai Jia was not angry at the situation. She still had a bit of a grasp on the nature of men. It's basically a dog's nature. The eyes in a pair of beautiful eyes only slightly turned around a few times, and then layers of refined light emerged, and in no time at all a new method of holding it appeared in his mind. Chapter 133, Secret Recipe. Paige tilted her head at someone. You really don't want to, little calf? Luffy began to play Tai Chi. Now I don't think it's the right time. Bai Jia narrowed her eyes and smiled. That's fine. Sister won't force herself. But, there's something I'd better give you first. Luffy was a bit puzzled. Gonna give me a thing? What do you mean? Bai Jia didn't explain, and took the limited edition bag that was carried on Luffy's back and began to bury her head and rummage through it. In no time at all, a delicate little keychain was in her hands. No, oh, this is for you, but keep it safe for me. Luffy's eyes were confused after he took the key from Bai Jia's hand. What are you? Bai Jia arched her eyebrows, with a little smile in her eyes. Little calf, do you want to guess where this is? The key I guessed, but there is a prize. Oh, Luffy thought hard for a moment. Then suddenly something came to his mind. Could it be, in front of your house? Bai Jia smiled more deeply at the words, and said with approval after a slapdash sneak attack on someone, it's okay, and not as stupid as my sister thought. I can tell you yo, keep it safe, don't drop it. Also, you guys are not allowed to sneak in late at night and open the door, or else my sister's fist as big as mine is not vegetarian. Hearing this, Luffy instantly pulled his mouth. He wasn't stupid, so he naturally knew what someone was saying. While saying this, he gave him the key again, almost as if it was no different from the explicit. But men sometimes just love to talk cheap. This is not the road. Someone do not know how. Suddenly a brain twitch said in inexplicable words. That what? Wouldn't it be a bit bad to put the key in my place, in case I don't hold back and go in and meet the white spirit one day? Bai Jia instantly glared angrily. Little calf, what are you thinking about? Say that again and I'll take the key back. While saying that, Bai Jia made a gesture to take the things in the hands of someone in lieu. Luffy couldn't do what she wanted and quickly slipped the key into his pocket before explaining with a smile. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. I, Lu, have always been simple. How could I eat from the bowl and look at the pot? As an elder, it's too late for me to care for her. How could I think otherwise? Despite what Luffy said, Bai Jia waved her fist and punched someone's chest hard, then said with a slight pout, that's more like it, or else I'll have you to deal with. Luffy covered his chest as if he was in pain, and the matter was over. A few more hours later, night fell. After wandering around for a day, the duo was finally back in the familiar high-tech neighborhood. Originally, according to Luffy's idea, he was planning to hang out with Bai Jia outside again, and then he would stop by and find a place to finish his dinner for the day and be done with it. But who would have thought that the white beauty would not be happy, and directly get into the driver's seat of the Porsche, and then insisted on dragging someone on the road to shop around in the seafood market, and later in the herbal market, and then a whole lot of great tonic through the power of money to get the flash delivery boy to help deliver it to the doorstep, when someone on the road thought finally this journey was over. But who would have thought that in the end, halfway to the end of the road, Bai Jia took a big turn to go to a large unmanned supermarket to buy some. Save the strength of the things. As for why someone in the road would know? Come on. These things Paige didn't hesitate to throw at him just as soon as she got in the car. According to Bai Jia's statement, men and women out shopping, if the hands do not hold something always feel strange. But what exactly it meant, I'm afraid only the two of them knew in their hearts. In the end, after having a hard time sending the white beauty whose eyes were on the verge of seduction back inside, Luffy was finally back inside. But before he could sit on his ass, news of Bai Jia arrived on the back foot. Little baby Bai Jia, little calf, party remember to come to eat sister's secret seafood Buddha jumping Walyo. To this will still a little bit not slow down the road someone as if it did not see. On the contrary, it was his roommate, Zhang Hao, who was immediately startled to see him half lying on the sofa. ****** Gold Road. When did you come back? Why are you out of sight? And this white face, why does it look like it's been captured and picked by some goblin? Don't tell me, you ran out to the gym to work on your waist again. Luffy parted his head and looked at his roommate a bit breathlessly. Hosey, what are you thinking about all day long? Brother, am I as bad as you think? I'm not a bubbly king like Wang Jiao. Zhang Hao, that's hard to say. Your kid's been this prodigal lately, totally leaning towards the trend. After hearing this, Luffy inexplicably felt a little weak, so he directly began to change the topic. Okay, this can't be explained in a moment, so I won't argue with you. By the way, Hiroko, you've been out for almost a day today. How's that thing I asked you to help with going now? You do not tell me. Look at the day nothing gained. Then I'll have to talk to you, boy. This is not public money to go out to eat and drink. Zhang Hao saw Lu Fei mentioning the matter of buying a computer, and immediately his face changed, taking out a piece of paper from his pocket and inviting credit to someone in front of Lu. How can I? Mr. Lu, I've done everything you've explained to me. Take a look. This is the configuration and price of each computer. There are 10 in total. 4,999 yuan each. As long as you nod, the store owner can deliver them to you tomorrow. Luffy got a little upset. Why do you need me to nod? Wouldn't it be better if you kids decided on your own? The money's all yours anyway. No wonder he was like that. The way Zhang Hao said this, he was clearly treating him as an outsider. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed. Old Lu, that's what you're not. A blood brother is still clear about his accounts. How can I make decisions for you in a haphazard manner? After saying that, his eyes unzip a turn, pointing to a list somewhere. Lude, General Manager Lu. Small Housey today ran a day of business almost exhausted. This moment did not hold back to go to relax for a while. You have to reimburse me for reimbursement. Luffy looked down. Japanese massage spending 588. Thai hair wash 688. Total 1,276? Seeing this, he burst into tears a bit. Zhang Hao, this guy actually really wanted public money to eat, drink and have fun. Seeing as the other party was so direct and straightforward, plus having both credit and hard work, someone in Lu also turned a blind eye. But a few snarky comments are naturally in order. Hosey, you honestly have to tell me if these programs are serious or not, or else I won't reimburse you. Zhang Hao blushed. There's no such thing as a proper young man's business. It's all just a matter of getting what you want. Luffy had a smile in his eyes. Hosey, your kid is starting to be dishonest too. Zhang Hao was about to open his mouth to defend himself when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Chapter 134, Brother and Sister. Luffy would not want to move a muscle this time, so naturally, he urged Zhang Hao to open the door. Alright Hosey, don't think about that for a while. Go see who's here first. Surprisingly, this time Zhang Hao acted a lot faster than before, and without waiting for Luffy to finish, he ran his ass to the door. Such a situation can make someone in the road a little bit wrong. Could it be that the person knocking on the door outside the house is an acquaintance? Otherwise, with Zhang Hao, this old boy is a little bit afraid of women and introverted nature. Want to let him to open the door will take a lot of effort. At that thought, someone who was leaning limply against the couch, Lu arched his body and made to stretch his neck towards the doorway located at the end of the aisle. Unfortunately, after the door appeared in his line of sight, most of its area was blocked by Zhang Hao's huge body, so much so that he could not see who was outside the house. Good thing he still had a pair of sensitive ears. This distance, as long as he was willing to listen to the conversation of the two people at the door, clearly was not a problem. So someone on the road began to prick up his ears and listen carefully, and in no time at all, a gush of female whispers blended into his ears, brightening his eyes. That, brother Zhang Hao, I really troubled you just now. This is a little token of appreciation from my sister and I hope you can accept it. Zhang Hao seemed to be excusing himself. No, that was just a show of hands before. Why do you have to be like this? Besides, we're all neighbors. It's only right that we help each other out. The female voice also insisted. That brother, you just accept at this point of mind it, or next time you meet something are embarrassed to find you help. After hearing this Zhang Hao fellow didn't seem to insist anymore. That, well, remember to look for me if you have any physical work in the future. I don't dare to guarantee anything else. The strength is awesome. The girl whispered back. Well, I know brother. I still have something cooking in my house, so I'll go back first. Ha, wow, okay. Next, with a small step and the sound of a door closing, only someone was left standing frozen in the doorway. Several seconds passed, before slowly turning and closing the door. Seeing this, someone in the road immediately retracted his neck, then looked at the aisle without looking away. As soon as Zhang Hao appeared, he immediately lowered his voice to emit a soul voice with a derisive look on his face. Oh brother, you can finally come back. I can let my sister wait so hard. Hearing this sound, Zhang Hao, who was still in some kind of state, immediately woke up, followed by an exasperated look at Luffy. Old road, can you kid take it easy? If someone's sister hears you she'll get the wrong idea. Luffy continued to lower his voice. It's okay ho brother, sis won't mind. Seeing that Luffy was still like this, Zhang Hao was really a bit anxious this time. Without a care in the world, he rushed to Luffy, with the intention of gagging him with his hand if he opened his mouth again. Luffy, however, was not the least bit flustered, and only smiled even more as he pointed at the object in his best friend's hand. Hiroko, are you sure you want to go to war with me with this guy? Zhang Hao followed the direction of the finger to see, only to see the hands of the dumplings at some point has begun to converge together. If not for the external thin layer of flour to protect, it is not possible to say that at this time have begun to flesh and bone. Seeing this, Zhang Hao immediately panicked and hurriedly got up and ran to the kitchen. Shortly afterward, the living room, Luffy, Zhang Hao and the two of them sat in the hall. After a few moments of silence with each other, Luffy started gossiping. How's you honestly? Who is that sister? How do you two know each other? Also, aren't you a womanizer? Why have you disappeared now? Seeing Luffy ask, Zhang Hao this guy stammered for half a day. In the end, he held back a sentence. Old Lu, why do you care so much? I can't have some privacy. Seeing that his opponent doesn't move, Luffy thinks for a moment and then makes a surefire move. Yo, you're talking about privacy now? You can do it. Although I didn't see that girl in person just now, if I remember correctly, the other party should be one of the sisters who live next door to us, right? Do you think I'm right, comrade Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao was a bit stunned. How do you know? People only moved here a few days ago, and these days you kids are away from home all day, so it's reasonably impossible to run into them. Luffy revealed a bad smile. Hosey, what do you care? I'll just ask you if I'm right and be done with it. Looking at this prodigal expression on his best friend's face, Zhang Hao was instantly anxious. I can warn you, old Lu, Tianxin's sister and the girls have only just reached adulthood. You guys can't extend your sinful hands to the flowers of the motherland. There is retribution for that. The smile on Luffy's face deepened. Yo, it's not bad. Hiroko, that's maintenance. It's just as well that you kid knows the name. You actually even poked around the person's age. Just look at the way you just called someone's sister with a smile on your face. I think you're the one with bad intentions. Zhang Hao's old face flushed. Nonsense. My goddess can only ever be the landlord. For Tian and the sisters, they are only treated as sisters. It's normal for a brother to care about his sisters. Luffy was dismissive. Man's mouth lies to the devil. It's not that I'm talking about you. Hiroko, when you say this out loud you ask yourself with a clear conscience, does it have any credibility? Zhang Hao's face turned red. Why is it not credible? It's a lot more credible. Besides, I, Zhang Hao, have wanted to have a sister since I was a kid, and now that I've had such a hard time, can you kids stop ghosting around? Seeing that his best friend was really in a hurry, Luffy quickly snorted. Yes, brother Hao is right, just wanting a sister. But I'm warning you, Hiroko, if it develops into a Fate no Hollow kind of plot one day, don't blame me for settling scores with you. Who would have thought that the cell phone he had placed on the coffee table would vibrate just as soon as someone in the road spoke? When he looked down, he almost didn't jump. It was actually by Jia who sent him a video call over. His first thought was to just press off and not answer, but he was worried that the other guy would just run over and knock on the door. And this time Zhang Hao was at home, so if he found out anything, it would be bad. In a flash of lightning, Luffy quickly made the optimal decision to run. While Zhang Hao hadn't noticed, someone Lu got up without even thinking and quickly grabbed his cell phone and ran towards the bedroom, then immediately closed the door to the room. Such behavior immediately caused Zhang Hao on the side to be puzzled. What's the situation? Why did this Luffy guy suddenly run away when he was talking so well? He admitted that he'd been a bit pushy just now, but it wasn't like that. However, Zhang Hao didn't think much of it and took it all as people having three urgencies. Besides, it might be good to just run away. That way he could enjoy those dumplings that Tian's sister had given him all by himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao could not help but reveal a demented smile. Chapter 135. Surprise. In the bedroom, putting on a Bluetooth headset, someone in the road hurriedly connected to the video. What's wrong, daughter-in-law? Why did you think to call me this? Unfortunately, the only thing that answered Luffy was the video, a white wall and the occasional sound of a nail board. Seeing this, Luffy was a little embarrassed. Oh come on. It's probably because he just pissed off someone across the street by pretending to be deaf and not replying to a message. So that's why this video was made. Luffy didn't panic though, and without hesitation began to lie. Sweetie, don't be mad. I just went home and my roommate dragged me to help out. So as soon as I saw it, I got on the phone right away. If you don't believe me, someone from Lu can swear to the heavens that if there's half a lie, direct impotence. For half a month. Although Luffy said so on his mouth, but in his heart, he added a timely sentence. God the oath is made by someone Lu. If you want to find you find him, but do not fall on my Luffy's head Seeing him like this, the imperial sister on the other end of the phone couldn't hold her tongue at once, and her half-petulant, half-reproachful voice rang out at once. Little calf, what kind of crappy oath did you take? I think you're just sincerely picking on sister me. The camera is still the same white wall, but at least the person on the other side is starting to talk. Luffy wouldn't let this opportunity pass and quickly turned on the pickup line. Little baby, I'm not worried that you don't believe me. That's why I have no choice. How am I picking on you? Baijia lightly grunted a few times and said a little bit in a bad mood. Don't think I don't know what this bad guy thinks. To put it nicely it's, so what 15 days? To put it badly it's not like you want to give yourself a vacation. It's not you who's going to have a hard time when it comes to it. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, and then the corners of his mouth twitched a bit speechless. Across the room, the novelty of the woman's perspective actually made it a bit impossible for him to argue with it. In order to avoid going further on such a dangerous topic, Luffy duly shifted his target. That baby, I see your ding board over there has been rattling. Are you cooking something good? Baijia didn't seem to intend to dwell on the original topic much, and received it by following Luffy's words. You just realized, sis has prepared a lot of great meals tonight. As he said that, the camera over there started to move up. By the looks of things, I think it was Baijia who picked up her cell phone. As expected, the next second, the sea of ingredients spreading across the entire kitchen table appeared in front of Luffy's eyes. Looking at the wide array of things on the opposite side of the camera, Luffy felt his waist tighten, and then he gulped even more nervously. Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a waste for you to eat so much alone? Paige's eyes narrowed. Aha, aren't you going to come over? Luffy snorted. No. I've slept too little in the past few days. I'm afraid that I'm too weak to make up for it. The corners of Baijia's mouth curved and her voice suddenly became seductive. Wow, are you sure you don't want to come? As the voice rang out, the camera spun up quickly. Then without waiting for Luffy to settle, it quickly reversed back. Immediately after that, Baijia's imperial voice that seemed to be a bit drawn out once again sounded beside Luffy's ears. Little brother, how are you thinking about it now? I've got a surprise for you. This time, Luffy was unexpectedly silent. If anyone had looked closely, they would have realized that at this moment, his eyes were filled with shock, as if he had seen something unimaginable. The white Jia over there seems to have predicted. See, Luffy does not speak, actually began to laugh. Somehow, the laughter had a somewhat unexpected penetrating power, and in just a moment it began to invade Luffy's mind. It made his mind keep repeating the image he had just seen. In the end, Luffy eventually couldn't hold himself back and slipped out of the room in the dead of night. As for where it went, perhaps only the trail knows. The following afternoon, the sun shone brightly. A man and a woman met downstairs at the Star City International Finance Center. Hello senpai, long time no see. Chihiro, who was dressed in the style of a neighborhood girl, smiled and greeted towards Luffy. Looking at the vibrant Chihiro in front of him, Luffy revealed a mouthful of large white teeth. Long time no see, elementary school girl. You seem to be quite a bit prettier again. Chihiro smiled even more happily at his words and was just about to speak, but suddenly stopped again. This was immediately followed by a little worried look at someone. Senior, are you alright? Why do I see that you're a bit off? Pale face, eyes reddened plus eyes blackened is just. How even standing here is a bit shaky feeling. Is it not sick and unwell? Luffy touched his face. Did you? There isn't, is there? Why can't I feel it? Hearing this, Chihiro nodded and shook his head again. I'm telling the truth, senior. Don't believe me. See for yourself. As she was saying this, she took out a small mirror from a small bag behind her back and handed it to Luffy. Luffy took it and looked down. What the hell? How come I look so white? Looking at the expression on his face, Chihiro asked worriedly. Senior, why don't I go to the interview alone? I'm really a bit uneasy with you. In case you collapse halfway, I can't carry you. Luffy paused for a moment at his words and quickly waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. I just stayed up a bit late last night. I'll just get some rest when I get there. Chihiro's little head was full of confusion. Does staying up all night make you like this? I don't see this every day. You look just like some of the weak-kneed guys in some books. Seeing that the girl in front of him was looking at himself with increasingly wrong eyes, Luffy hastily changed the topic. Okay, elementary school sister, don't think so much. Let's finish the interview first. When he was done, he took Chihiro and got on the elevator. Chihiro didn't say anything along the way either, until he got to the door of the company and said with a bit of desire, But, senior, look at you just now. Your legs are kind of starting to shake when you walk. Yeah, sure you don't want to go to the hospital to get it looked at. Luffy's mouth twitched at the words, and he immediately turned back to coincide with someone's brain crash. What are you thinking? It's probably just your eyes. I'm warning you, if you keep babbling like that you won't pass your interview. Chihiro covered her head a bit unconvinced. No way. This girl is so smart. She can definitely do it. Big deal. Big deal. I'm going to be paid less then. The corner of Luffy's mouth revealed a bad smile. Oh, that's what you said. Don't go back on your word. Chihiro's eyes suddenly became wary. What? What do you want? I'm warning you, senior. My sister has a child safety watch on her hand. If anything happens, my sister will be the first to know. Luffy cried a little when he saw her in this dumbfounded state. This girl really has no heart at all. She's followed me here, and she still hasn't realized that something is wrong. Anyway, they were at the door of the company, so Luffy just stopped pretending and directly showed his face to Chihiro. Chapter 136. You're not going to eat me, are you? Chihiro had sensed something was wrong with Luffy and began to tense up. That what? Senior, you don't really have thoughts about me, do you? As she spoke, she unconsciously took a few steps backward. Luffy rolled his eyes in a rare moment when he saw her like this. Elementary school sister. Not I say you are, I even have. You are not is to you. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? I don't like wanted little buns in person. Wanted buns? After hearing this, Chihiro's head first tilted with a bit of blankness drifting through his eyes. With that, he immediately came to his senses and looked at someone with some shame. What little buns? It's not like you've seen it before. But don't talk nonsense. Luffy spread his hands wide and said in an unusually serious manner. I can't guarantee anything else, but I never tell lies in this regard. Chihiro's agitated nose was a bit annoyed. You. Luffy directly interrupted her spell casting when he saw this. By the way, elementary school sister, there's no need for me to hide it from you anyway now that it's come to this. As a matter of fact, the company that asked you to come in for an interview is my new investment firm. You can leave now if you don't want to come in and I can reimburse you for your bus fare. If you are willing to follow me in now, we can talk about treatment issues. Other I do not dare to guarantee. At least before in the bottom of the sea saloon and you said that those benefits are certainly all there. Before the words left his mouth, Luffy opened the door and headed towards the deep office, leaving Chihiro standing in the doorway in a daze. What the hell? This guy owns the company? Then why did he call me here? Is it really to work as a part-time accountant? Or is it for another purpose? Thinking about it, Chihiro's whole head went bad. If she did walk in like that, she wouldn't get scammed, would she? Ugh. Wait a minute. I don't seem to have any money for him to cheat on. My family is penniless. Then it's just a matter of cheating on sex. If that's all it is, it seems like there's no need to panic again. Yay. Other than that guy surely doesn't know that this girl is a deep-seated black belt in Taekwondo. Just his false appearance. Isn't it clear who loses and who wins? Besides, there are people walking all over this building. In case something happens, wouldn't it be alright if you yelled? You know, summer people can be watching. The nature is incomparable. Just as Chihiro thought more and more about it and felt that there was nothing to worry about, the red rice cell phone wrapped in a cartoon holster around his waist was ringing. She picked it up. It was actually a message Luffy had sent. Luffy, transfer 250. Memo, coward's way home. Seeing this, Chihiro was instantly displeased and immediately glared angrily in a certain direction. You're the 250. Your whole family is 250. I'm not a coward. Shortly afterward, the office. Looking at the little head that suddenly poked out of the doorway, Luffy smiled elegantly. Phew, if it isn't my dear Chihiro elementary school girl, why haven't you left yet? Come in now. Aren't you worried that I'll turn into a hungry wolf and eat you later? Seeing that he was discovered, Chihiro simply stopped pretending and just opened the door and came in. After taking 3 or 2 steps to Luffy, who was reclining limply in his office chair, he immediately said with a flourish, "Don't look down on people like that. I was just delayed for a while. I wasn't afraid of you. Besides, if something really happens, it's not certain who's going to lose or win." After saying that, Chihiro showed the small tiger teeth on one side of his mouth and looked at Luffy with an unkind look in his eyes. Chihiro's height is not high, only 1.6 meters above the head, plus the flat canvas shoes she wore today, plus the person originally belongs to the playful type of lively little beauty. So at this time the appearance of open teeth and claws looks not only not scary, even a little cute. So even if she made this appearance, Luffy didn't feel offended at all. There's no way around it. It's a natural advantage for pretty girls to be put through their own filters in everything they do. However, now was the time to talk about business, and Luffy wasn't thinking of fooling around with the other party anymore. So he hastily waved his hand to signal the other party to sit down first before talking. Seeing this serious look on his face, Chihiro hesitated for a moment before honestly sitting down as well. When their eyes met again, Luffy laughed lightly and finally chatted about business. "Primary school sister, since you are willing to come in, that shows that your heart is still willing to believe in me. As a senior, I naturally want to return the favor. Before, and you said that one of those conditions are in accordance with what we agreed to count. What? Transportation subsidies, accommodation subsidies, meal supplements. There should be everything. As for the rest of the attendance and the job description and the payroll stuff, I'll be more specific with you. There's so." To be honest, originally Chihiro had come in with the intention of giving it a try, just in case if Luffy said something different than before, or if the job requirements were too outrageous, she'd be gone in a heartbeat. But as time went on, she realized that she seemed as if she had misunderstood the other person a little. Not only did this cheap senior of hers not look like a liar, instead, he kind of looked like one of those big good guys from the books. As for why Chihiro thinks that, because the conditions given by the other party were too generous, too heartwarming. Part-time work pays full-time money for now. I can't believe there are so many subsidies, all sorts of miscellaneous add up. Shichinshian actually almost monthly income of 7 or 8,000. It's unbelievable. This kind of pie in the sky, was it something she, a college student who hadn't even graduated yet, could catch? She should be able to, right? Why don't we try it first? Just as Chihiro hesitated to agree, Luffy suddenly spoke up. "Let's put it this way, elementary school sister. I also know the concern in your heart. In order to eliminate the misunderstanding between the two of us, the first month's salary I can give you a daily settlement. I'll give you the money for one transfer if you come here once, so you don't have to worry about getting ripped off. Oh yeah, those grants and stuff are so small every day I don't bother counting them. They'll be given together at the end of the month. End of day? Also come once there is money." Hearing this explosive news, Chihiro was instantly shocked. The look in someone's eyes was starting to look off. They seemed to be filled with little stars. People were like this. If she, Chihiro, hesitated, then she would be a bit ungrateful. Thinking of this, Chihiro immediately stood up and opened his mouth to agree. But somehow, this Luffy guy interrupted her spell casting at this critical juncture. "Elementary school sister, I don't think you can make a decision on such an important matter for a while. Why don't you go out and think about it first? By the way, why don't you go out and think about it, and let your sister know about it?" Chihiro quickly shook his head. No, I can make the decision myself. If it's okay, I'll do it this time." I don't know if it was intentional or not, but without waiting for her to finish her last sentence, Luffy suddenly spoke again. Okay, I know what you mean, but just to be safe, I suggest you check in with your sister first, just so I can take these few chances to squint a bit. What do you think? After saying that, Luffy yawned several times and seemed to be really sleepy. Seeing this situation, Chihiro was suddenly unable to speak. This. After a few moments of hesitation, he still left the office with a lowered head and some reluctance. In fact, she wanted to tell the other party that she could say yes right now, but since they had said that, but she would have to wait and talk about it later. After all, the drowsy look of the person in front of him really couldn't be faked. Such a good boss. If he really died suddenly due to sleep deprivation, Chihiro, would lose a lot of money. But what Chihiro didn't know was that as soon as she left the house, someone who was yawning showed a bad smile. Chapter 137. Little Greedy Cat. In fact, the reason why he interrupted Chihiro just now was completely intentional. As the saying goes, you can't be too absolute about things. Since you've given each other so many sweet dates, since you have to create some anxiety out of it as well, Luffy was sure that Chihiro outside the house was probably already itching to get out. Probably couldn't wait to rush in and sign a contract with him. As for that so-called day end, it was a subtle idea that popped into his head by chance. The world often says that anyone who repeats something for 21 days forms a habit, or inertia. According to this, as long as he transfers money to this girl Chihiro at regular intervals every day, maybe there will be some kind of different chemical reaction too. Luffy couldn't guarantee anything else. There was one thing he was sure of before. That is, as long as this daily paycheck transfer thing goes on a few times a day, Chihiro must have an expectation in her heart for him to show up every time. Gradually, this kind of expectation may form some kind of habit or dependence. Then, it could be, ha ha ta ha ha ha. As for the matter of spending a small $10,000 a month, it didn't even seem like a big deal to Luffy. Since we want to firmly bind this fortune cat to our side, naturally, we have to put down some money. When you have a pet, naturally, you want to keep it in good condition. Eventually, like a canary, a dependency is formed. On top of that, he's still doing multiple things for one price. It's like a 1-2 punch. Chihiro in the future. There might be a few more part-time jobs on her. What? A little personal cook, a little secretary, a little assistant or something? It's not out of the question. Thinking about it, a heavy sleepiness also gradually came towards Luffy. With that, he lay back against the seat full asleep. Half an hour later, the office door was quietly opened and a small head slowly peeked in through the door. But as soon as he saw that someone was sleeping soundly, he immediately put it back with a little annoyance. After an unknown amount of time, the sleepy Luffy had just opened his eyes when he was greeted by a tantalizing scent. A little sleepy-eyed, he fixed his eyes on the fact that, at some point, the originally locked office door had been opened by a not-so-small gap, and the tantalizing smell was wafting out of the cracks in a steady stream. Seeing this situation, how could Luffy not understand that this was definitely a certain elementary school girl's trick? I'm sure he was waiting for him and was too embarrassed to wake him up, so he came up with this trick. It's a pretty chic way to say no. It just so happened that he was getting a little hungry at this point, so he followed the smell and headed outside. Soon after, the office area. Luffy had just stepped outside when he was amused by the scene before him. All that could be seen was a certain vacant desk with 5 or 6 appetizing-looking treats neatly arranged on it. What's a bit strange though, the boxes of these delicacies were opened but the dishes inside remained intact. It hadn't even been touched in the slightest, and on the sitting chair beside it, a little greedy cat that kept on gulping was staring at them dead in the face. By the looks of that, it seems to be a bit of a rush, but to Luffy's surprise, he had been purposely looking at the doorway for a while now, but was surprised to find that the other party had no intention of doing anything about it. Of course, it was probably because a certain eater was staring so hard that he didn't even notice when Luffy started to approach towards him. Eventually he couldn't hold it in any longer and took the initiative to say hello towards the snacker. Elementary school girl, what are you looking at? Eat! Luffy's sudden outburst instantly startled Chihiro, and he barely jumped in place. It wasn't until he saw the visitor that Eat grumbled under his breath while patting his chest. Senior, why are you walking without a sound? Do you know that scaring people will scare them to death? Luffy was more and more amused to see her puffing up, so he deliberately joked, if I don't show up again, a certain little greedy cat is afraid that she will starve to death here. Now she's blaming me. What a nice person. Chihiro heard the cheeks quickly red, a little furious, said, but do not talk nonsense. I just wasn't hungry. I wasn't waiting for you. When Luffy saw that she was still mouthy, he immediately started to make up for it. Yes, someone isn't hungry at all. If he wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth a little more, it might be more convincing. Chihiro was shocked and hurriedly probed with his hands, but he found nothing after half a day of careful groping. How could she not understand that she had been teased again by the man in front of her? Thinking of this, she instantly glared at someone with some annoyance. This bad senior left himself alone outside for a few hours where he huffed and puffed, even if it was okay. Actually, this will intentionally make a fool of himself. Simply, just, born bad. If it wasn't for the fact that this upcoming part-time job is particularly satisfying to me, Chihiro, would definitely make you look good. Thus, Chihiro, who had no place to take out her anger, immediately turned her grief into a meal, and opened the boxed lunch on the side and buried her head to eat. Such behavior instantly made Luffy cry a little, but right away he kind of stopped laughing, because just for a moment, the table full of 6 servings was surprisingly missing a small half of the dish. With such speed, it instantly made Luffy anxious and hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and sat down as well. But who would have thought that as soon as his butt hit the ground, Chihiro blocked all the rice on the table under his arm at once like a catnip protecting its food. These are mine. You're not allowed to move. Looking at the 5 boxes of rice that were as high as a small mountain, Luffy pulled his mouth. Elementary school girl, it's not that I don't believe you so much, Are you sure you can finish it? Chihiro looked serious. Sure as can be. Luffy sniffed without speaking, only silently surveying the other party's tiny body for a moment, and then looking at the rice that was at least 3 people's portions, then shook his head and looked at the other party once again with a skeptical face. The meaning is obvious, and I still don't quite believe it. Seeing him like this, Chihiro raised her head with a haughty face. Humph, don't believe it. You'll watch how this girl performs later. Seeing this, Luffy became interested, and his eyes twirled before raising the stakes again. Elementary school girl, since you're so confident, why don't we have a bet? Chihiro was confident. Fine, you tell me how to bet. Luffy started to get drunk. If you can finish these meals, I will not only sign a contract with you immediately, but also create an additional position with a salary that is only a little more than yours to recruit your sister into it as well, so that your sister doesn't have to be busy all day long at the bottom of the sea. I won't make it difficult for you if you lose. Just buy me a meal. What do you think? Chihiro didn't even think about it. Okay, it's settled. Luffy stretched out his little index finger. Come on, let's make a check mark to confirm. Chihiro grunted. Beg for it. It's foolish not to take advantage of a bargain. And so it was that a bet was set up that seemed extremely unequal. Chapter 138. A little nerdy. In the first moments after both parties agreed, Chihiro didn't rush to get his mouth on it. Instead, he posed for a sitting position in a fussing manner, then took several deep breaths with a serious look on his face, as if he were trying his luck. Such behavior, can be sitting across from the Luffy look happy? Immediately joked. It's just a meal. Is it necessary to make it so formal? You're not deliberately delaying, are you? I'm telling you, we made a promise. If we go back on it, we'll have kids with no asses. Chihiro glanced at Luffy at his words, then snorted lightly in disdain. What do you know? It's called the desire to do good things first. How are they going to mentally prepare themselves without communicating ahead of time to their little belly guts that they're going to overeat? Luffy was stunned to hear. There is such a thing? Chihiro was full of seriousness. Naturally, there's an anime called Work Cell that talks about this very thing. If you don't care and love them, they are going to get tired someday. The exact performance. Didn't you just experience it? Hearing Chihiro say that, Luffy suddenly felt as if it still made sense. Why else would he and Lu be able to connect every time? Together. Sort of stick together. Chihiro didn't care what Luffy was thinking, and just as soon as he was ready, he immediately buried himself in the business of cooking. When Luffy came back to his senses before looking, he was surprised to find that a large portion of the food on the table was actually missing. Looking at Chihiro's windswept appearance, Luffy smiled and then also picked up his chopsticks and started to join the battlefield. Since someone doesn't give food, he'll just eat more food. He wasn't asking for much anyway, as long as he could fill his stomach. Besides, this move would just help the little glutton in front of him to share some of the pressure, so it could be said to be a double win. At first Chihiro hadn't cared, just burying himself in a huge meal, full of the satisfaction of thinking about how quickly he could destroy what was in front of him to win the bet. But slowly she realized that something wasn't quite right, or that a bit of uniquely female skepticism was finally starting to well up in her little head, in addition to the desire to win and eat. This seems a bit off. Obviously both sides have a bet in place, but why does this guy in front of me still have such a big mouthful of food? Just like that, it seems to be afraid that he can't win yet. There is no such person in the world. Instead of thinking about how to win, they're hellbent on losing themselves. It's not obvious that there is something fishy going on. It's not right. It's very wrong. There must be some aspect that I'm overlooking. With that, Chihiro began to eat as she thought. Gradually, as time went on, bits of wisdom began to drift through her somewhat dull eyes. As more and more of these threads of wisdom accumulated, some kind of seed called doubt began to be born, and the way she looked at someone began to look a little off. Unfortunately, Luffy doesn't make it in time and interrupts the process until he realizes the anomaly, long after it's too late. Little sister, why aren't you eating? Looking at Chihiro, who suddenly stopped moving, Luffy asked curiously. As he spoke, he didn't stay idle, smoothly picking up a large chunk of back pork and stuffing it into his mouth. Seriously, it was the first time Luffy had ever found takeout as appetizing as it was today. Let's just say that Chihiro deserves to be a professional foodie and has a truly unique vision. Chihiro, however, didn't reply to him, and looked at Luffy with a serious face for a while before suddenly popping out a sentence. Senpai, you didn't do that on purpose, did you? Luffy hadn't reacted yet and continued to eat. What on purpose? Chihiro's small face screwed up, looking at someone somewhat dangerously. It's to bet with me on purpose, then lose to me on purpose, and finally reach your own ulterior secret. Hearing this, Luffy froze for a moment, but immediately adjusted and then looked at Chihiro with a smile on his face. How come? Do I look like that kind of person? It's just a casual bet to bet. How can it be as complicated as you think? After saying that, he deliberately joked, "Elementary school sister. You wouldn't be unable to eat anymore, so you're deliberately picking on senior me, right? I'm warning you, this won't work on me. If you have that time to ask, you might as well be thinking about how you're going to finish these." In Luffy's opinion, Chihiro is the kind of girl who is very cute or has simple and direct ideas, and doesn't have so many twists and turns in her head, belonging to the type that can be easily fooled. And his words just now were not to say 100%. Then there was at least a 90% chance that he would be able to fool the other party. So after saying that, he didn't think much about it and started eating again to himself. But sometimes the more confident people are, the more likely they are to slip up, especially when it comes to fooling women. That has to be done with care and caution, or else it's easy to get caught in the gutter. After all, many times, if they want to, there is a great probability that their IQ will skyrocket when confronted with a man, in the guise of a super Sherlock Holmes. Of course, that doesn't include relationship brains, which are too good for this kind of silliness. If any reader is lucky enough to meet one, they can casually trick her into having a third child. Ahem, far from it. Just when Luffy thought he could rest on his laurels, Chihiro suddenly brightened up and seemed to have figured something out. Speaking loudly towards Luffy, "Good for you, senior. Now you're still fooling me. I've figured it out. You're betting with me on the surface, but behind my back you're coveting my sister. In order to facilitate the laying of hands on my sister, you even spared no effort in laying down blood, first coaxing me over to work as a part-timer with high benefits, then intentionally losing out on me, letting me be guided by the high salary so that I could lure my sister over, and then finally, you look for the right opportunity till you'll find the right opportunity to sneak in and eat it. You say, is the truth what I think it is? This girl, who is so incredibly smart, was almost fooled by this plot of yours, simply too deceitful," Chihiro said, more and more excited, to the end even clenched up his small fists, vigorously waved a few times at Luffy, with the meaning that if you do not give me a reasonable explanation, I want you to look good. Truth be told, even though he had made 1,000 calculations, he didn't expect Chihiro's IQ to suddenly rise. Luckily, he was smarter and saw that things were going to fall apart, and immediately used his quick wits to think of a backhand. By the time Chihiro finished his sentence, the replacement in his head was officially out. As soon as his words left his mouth, Luffy suddenly got up and stared at Chihiro with a serious face, and he just kept staring and didn't say a word. Such behavior immediately caused Chihiro to freeze, and then he was a bit at a loss for words. "That what? Why are you looking at me like that? If you keep looking at me like that, I really do it. But I'm warning you, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, and hitting people hurts. With that punch, you'll be sore for days." Chapter 139, Wanting his sister. But despite this, Luffy remained unmoved and just stared straight at Chihiro. Such bizarre behavior instantly made her head spin a bit. Its heart was even more indignant. "No, if you do it, do you need to make it like this? Although, when I say beat up, I'm trying to scare you, but can you give a reaction? Otherwise my beanbag-sized fists will lose face, yeah." Just as Chihiro could no longer hold back the tension in her heart and was ready to get up and run, Luffy somehow suddenly sat back down and then sighed with a sad face. "Ugh, it's true that good people don't get rewarded. I just wanted to do a good deed and fulfill my childhood dream, and I was suspected of having bad intentions. If I had known that, I would have just become a black-hearted capitalist." This sudden divine twist instantly short-circuited the CPU in Chihiro's little brain. "No, what the hell is going on here? I'm just a common snacker. Can you stop playing with my brain so often? It's easy to get hungry that way." Just as Chihiro was still frozen in a gap, the drama queen Luffy sighed deeply before speaking again. "Ugh, elementary school girl, if you want to leave now." Chihiro screwed the bar more and more between his eyebrows. "No, what are you getting at?" Luffy followed the plot in his head and began to interpret. "I'm afraid that if you stay any longer by then, the misunderstanding between the two of us will get deeper and deeper. Since the seeds of suspicion have already been planted, any more explanations would be redundant. Instead of making a mess, why don't the two of us just get along? At least the next time we see each other again, we can still greet each other as ordinary friends." Chihiro's eyes widened, her eyes filled with incredulity. "What the hell? The way you said that, why do I feel like the kind of scummy girl who is unreasonable and abandons her? Obviously my side is the victim." "Okay," Luffy continued the show. Yes, you're right about everything. All the fault lies with me. It's me who shouldn't have been the good guy, who shouldn't have whimsically tried to fulfill my childhood dreams. Elementary school sister, why don't you better leave now, or else it won't be good for both of us." Luffy said this and gave Chihiro, being completely whole wouldn't. Reason told her that men's mouths lie to ghosts, and it was possible that the guy in front of her was on the off chance of showing her. She can just ignore everything and just pat herself on the back for being out of sight, out of mind. But The sensibility that belonged to women alone told her, if what the other party said was true, wouldn't she, Chihiro, have wronged a great man? If that was true, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Because of her family, she and her sister grew up pretty much on their own. Compared to all the suffering and cold stares they suffered as children, there really aren't a lot of people who are really nice to them. Most of the time, it's with some ulterior motive. This became more and more apparent as they both began to approach adulthood. Luckily, her sister found out in time at that time, and in the end, for her own safety, her sister went through a lot of trouble to take her to escape from the place she called home. Therefore, for those who treated her genuinely well, Chihiro especially cherished them. Now that she saw Luffy say that, she had a bit of a hard time deciding for a moment. Did you really misunderstand each other? Although this cheap senior looks a little unreliable, plus occasionally oily, but it seems that from recognizing themselves to now ask you to make what out of the ordinary things are. Not only did she treat herself to delicious food, but she was also offered a part-time job that was so generous as to be excessive. It's even possible to pay yourself on a daily basis without too much hassle just to assuage your suspicions. He's already done this, but he suspects him of having bad intentions because of a small bet. Isn't that a bit too much? Why don't we take a look at it first? Looking at what he just said, it seems like he has something to hide, and so, Chihiro thought about convincing himself of this, and then looked at Luffy with a sullen face. That's senior. You really didn't lie to me? Luffy saw that the fish had completely taken the bait, and was overjoyed in his heart, but his face didn't show it, and he still had the same mournful look. Elementary school girl, how could I lie to you? You may not believe me when I say it. I've actually always treated you like a sister. That's why I've been so nice to you. Chihiro's head tilted, a pair of eyes filled with confusion. Sister? Luffy began to brew his emotions. Actually, I'm an only child. I've been the only one in my family since I was little. Unlike me, my next-door neighbor's family is a dragon and phoenix child, so whenever I hear that neighbor's sister constantly playing with her brother, and shouting brother 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 out of her mouth, I always feel envious from the bottom of my heart. Since then one thought has welled up in my mind, and that is how wonderful it would be if I had such a sister. Coincidentally, you just happen to have a lot in common with the sister I imagined. That's why Luffy intentionally didn't finish the latter words, in order to leave some space for Chihiro's imagination to make up her own mind. To be honest, what he said falls into the category of half-truths, with truth in it, and pure made-up nonsense. It was true that he'd wanted a cute sister since he was a kid, but whether or not it was specifically something like Chihiro, well, that was a guilty pleasure in the eye of the beholder. But Luffy could be sure that his words were absolutely seamless. It was hard to be suspected of being false. In itself, the age difference between him and Chihiro wasn't particularly large, so the other party must have known that at one particular time. It doesn't matter if it's in town or in the country, only one child is allowed in a family. As expected, his words, which were 7 parts true and 3 parts false, immediately convinced Chihiro. For just a moment, she thought that she had misunderstood the person in front of her. After stumbling only slightly for a moment, she clutched the corner of her own coat in her small hands and looked at Luffy with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, senior. It's me who misunderstood you. Will you forgive me? Seeing this situation, Luffy's heart burst with joy, knowing that this hurdle in front of him had passed. And after this little episode, the other side's trust in him must have gone up a notch. Of course, the expression on his face remained the same. It's fine. I should blame myself in the end. After all, what kind of person would be nice to someone for no reason? When Chihiro saw him like this, he was even more disturbed. After mentally cursing himself for having nothing to do, he became a bit anxious. To make someone who was so good to her frown, it was a great sin for her. Chihiro felt that it was her duty and responsibility to take responsibility for this matter, and she felt that the best way to fix this was to get the man in front of her in a better mood as soon as possible. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but have a bold idea. Since the other party wanted a sister since she was a child, what's the harm in her being the other party's sister for a while? It's not like she's at a disadvantage anyway. After all, it's a shorthand. And so, after clearing her throat slightly, Chihiro spoke towards Luffy in a slightly petulant tone. Chapter 140. Ni ini, ni ini, ni ini. Brother sister knows she's wrong, can you stop being angry with me? Ha! At these words, Luffy instantly looked at Chihiro with wide-eyed incredulity. Just now, he seemed to feel a faint electric current flashing through his scalp. Although the current wasn't very noticeable, it still stimulated certain nerves, causing a fire-called excitement to ignite in his eyes. Just in case it was a momentary hearing of his own, Luffy started towards Chihiro to confirm. Elementary school girl? What did you just call me? Why didn't I hear you? Seeing that there was something to be done, Chihiro brightened up. She wasn't blind. She clearly felt that the man in front of her was in a completely different state before and after she called out brother. To say that it was a wilted little greenworm before, at this time, it was a little bit of a little green dragon that was about to be revived in it. What? How did I come up with such a weird analogy? Never mind, whatever. Too lazy to bother with my brain. If she had the time to think so much, she might as well let this cheap senior come to life as soon as possible, so that she could finish the rest of the food without any distractions. After all that effort just now, this little belly seems to be able to hold a lot of things again. Thinking of this, Chihiro followed the same pattern as earlier, pursing her lips and puffing up her cheeks, looking at someone with a pair of big watery eyes full of aggression. Bad brother, do you not like your sister anymore? Just now people said so loudly, but you didn't even hear them. Humph, you bad. I'll never ignore you again. It was time to say no, and Chihiro felt she still had a talent for acting. Just now learn those sisters pouting and making little sex on TV, not to say 10% similar, then at least 70% of the essence. Otherwise the cheap senior of the eyes would never show this. This, excited and unusual look right now. Hiss wait, why it's euphoric. Any way you look at it, it feels a little off. Okay, this guy doesn't have any German orthopedic tendencies. In fact, Chihiro had really misunderstood Luffy. He really didn't have a German orthopedic fetish. As for the current look, full of excitement, even though it was affected by Chihiro's behavior just now, there were no evil thoughts in it yet. How to say? But any normal man, in the face of at least a small beauty level sister using clip sound cute and pampering, and mouth also kept shouting his brother, the body's goosebumps will absolutely unreservedly erupt out. As for exactly where from, that's a matter of opinion. Some will choose to lay it on thick, others will become hyper. Given the current situation, Luffy still rationalized that he was the latter. After all, things haven't gotten that far yet. Instead, Chihiro, seeing that Luffy had reverted to much the same as before, resumed, not caring about anything else. He continued to eat like a little greedy cat with his head buried in his mouth. Now it was Luffy's turn to be a little tickled. Just now, the other party's brother was really a bit of a call to his heart. Granted, he was now long gone from the first male he used to be, with Lu Yu and Bai Jia by his side. Two different styles of female friends, but none of the duo had ever done that to him, because both of their personalities are so obvious. Bai Jia was one of those big sisters who liked to hold the initiative in her hands, so a lot of the time, Luffy was on the passive side of the party. Several times he had the intention to kill the enemy to grasp the initiative, but often failed, and finally simply rested this mind. As for Lu Yu, she wouldn't have much to say, too many small minds, although it could be said that he had been obedient to him ever since. With his heart and mind set on him, Luffy had always felt that something wasn't quite right. If Luffy were to summarize it in one sentence, it would be fine as an occasional spice when it's boring, but it will never be the main course in this life. Compared to the above two, Chihiro, a girl with a simpler mind, and who mostly focuses on eating, is more in line with what Luffy has in mind. Men are prone to be a bit chauvinistic, so it is easy to favor this type of girl a bit more. Of course, it's not like she doesn't have a very obvious downside, which is that she's not big enough right now. That was still important in Luffy's mind. After all, it was about a child. Elementary school girl. Can you stop eating first? After rambling for a while, Luffy spoke towards Chihiro. Chihiro looked up in confusion. What? You're not allowed to eat when you're hungry? I'm warning you, sir, I'm about to finish eating, so don't be a jerk later. Looking at her bulging like a groundhog, Luffy laughed and said, okay, I'm not a rascal. But before that, can I ask you another favor? Chihiro took a large mouthful of rice into his mouth, his mouth bulging as he chewed and slurred his words. That would be fine. Hello, what is it you say? Luffy hemmed and hawed. Can you call me brother some more? I haven't heard enough. Hearing this suddenly, Chihiro nearly sprayed someone in the face with whatever was in his mouth. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and covered her mouth with her small hand in time to avoid this embarrassing scene. Luffy's eye power at this time but suddenly not enough. Seeing her like this, thought to himself that the other party had eaten to last, and said with some concern, if you can't eat it, you'll get eaten, and there's not much left anyway, so I'll take it all as a win for you, and if that's not possible, there's still me, the mole. Chihiro would ignore what he said, and after chewing vigorously for a few large mouthfuls to swallow the food in his mouth, he instantly opened his mouth coldly towards someone. No, what did you just say to me? That I should call you brother a few more times? Luffy nodded. Yeah, what? Chihiro waved her fists in a little bit of anger. I can warn you, oh senior, don't get too far ahead of yourself. I just called you that, purely to make it up to you, not the other way around. but don't get any ideas. Luffy was full of sincerity. What nonsense. I simply wanted to hear more. I didn't mean anything else. Besides, I won't let you scream for nothing, as long as you're willing. $10 for a scream. What do you think? Chihiro's eyes lit up. Really? Luffy, lying is for puppies. Chihiro shook his head. No, if you cheat you'll have kids with no ass in the future. Luffy hesitated for a moment. That's okay. Chihiro didn't hesitate. Brother. Chapter 141. Senior, what are you still dawdling about? At first Luffy was quite amused by what he heard, until he saw Chihiro screaming and counting his fingers excitedly at the same time. He felt something was very wrong. If you let the little greedy cat in front of you continue to scream, will you become a pure fool who only knows how to give away money? The most critical thing is that now this little greedy cat screams no differently than a repeater. Not at all what it felt before. So Luffy quickly spoke up to stop it. Stop. It's okay. Chihiro can't do what she wants. Shaking her head and squinting her eyes full of happiness, she continued to call out, brother. With such a great opportunity to earn money, she would have to take advantage of it. Luffy, seeing that it was not to be, hurriedly got up and tried to cover his mouth with his hand. Chihiro wasn't stupid. How would he let him succeed so easily? And immediately dodged with the cat's back. That's not all. Seeing that Luffy failed, a certain little greedy cat even shook his head and deliberately provoked up. Brother, you can't do it either. Luffy's mouth twitched at the sight and struck again. In this way, an alternative game of chase is born in the large office room. I don't know how long it took, but a slightly hoarse voice rang out in the writing room. Ouch. I can't. I admit defeat. Running a bit out of breath, Chihiro covered his stomach and held onto the wall as he began to raise the white flag. Not far away, a man whose head was covered in fine sweat and panting from time to time looked at this scene and immediately opened his mouth to reject it. Elementary school girl. It'll be too late for you to admit defeat now. Who was the one who provoked me while running just now, and even made a bold statement that I would hemorrhage money today? What? Now that you can't run, you've begun to admit your weakness. I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a good thing in heaven. Chihiro couldn't run anymore, so he immediately made conditions. Then what do you say to let me go? How about this? I'll give you a discount, what do you think? Luffy didn't respond. Discount? What do you mean? Chihiro's voice suddenly rose a few points. Naturally, calling you a brother to give $10 that thing. What? You're going to play hard to get, aren't you? Don't be afraid you'll give birth to a baby without an asshole. Luffy rolled his eyes. I look like I'm that bad. Chihiro nodded his head like a chicken pecking. Not like that, but I'm afraid you won't recognize it. If I counted correctly just now, I've called you at least 300 times as brother. At $10 a sound, you'll have to give me $3,000 to do so. Luffy froze, a little incredulous. There's actually this much? You can't be hoodwinking me. To be honest, at first he might have paid a little attention to how many times Chihiro called out, but later on, he was completely immersed in a game of hide and seek with the girl. Where's the time to remember this? Chihiro seemed to be prepared for this, as Luffy reached out a small hand to him before the words even left his mouth. This girl has known that you would deny it, so she was prepared for it. Do you see 15 scratches in this palm? Luffy fixed his eyes. Yeah, it's there. Chihiro smiled slightly. That's right then. Each scratch means I called you 20 times brother. Now there are 15 on it, so that's 300 times. Luffy was a bit dumbfounded. It's still possible? Chihiro crossed her arms and held up the small dumpling in front of her. How about it? Now you have nothing to say. Luffy gave a thumbs up. You're good. Chihiro started to get a little smug. How's the thinking going? As long as you're willing to stop chasing me, this girl can give you a great deal. Yo, Luffy thought it was kind of interesting and asked in passing, how big can it be? Chihiro sniffed and hesitated for a moment, then stretched out a somewhat reluctant 5 fingers. 50% off. Just 50% off. Any lower and it's impossible. Although this money can be considered to be for nothing, but at this time, Chihiro's heart ran a little bit in the dripping blood feeling. With so much petty cash missing all of a sudden, she's going to be missing out on a lot of good food again. But she had to endure the pain in order not to continue to tangle with Luffy. After all, if she kept on fooling around like this, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't get naked. It was already a warmer day, and she was wearing a bustier underneath because she was trying to be frugal. And after the chase just now, she was covered in another layer of sweat. Now she felt a bit of a strange whine on her body. If it wasn't for the fact that the color of the clothes she was wearing was still strong enough to cover up certain situations, she would have been in for a real treat. What's the saying? Fear not. Fear not. If she keeps fooling around, she'll be the one who loses out. That's why Chihiro felt a strong need to stop this game of chase. In her opinion, with so many oceans missing all of a sudden, The other party should have agreed without hesitation, but Chihiro seemed to have overlooked a problem, that the man in front of him wasn't poor, or to be more specific, it was that he wasn't poor in this $1,800. Sometimes, for men like him, certain little mischiefs are the point. So no sooner had her words left her mouth than Luffy's somewhat impish voice sounded in her little head. 50% off. Sounds pretty tempting, but compared to being $1,000 or so short, I seem to be just as likely to pinch someone's collagen-filled face with these hands. The feel of that. I guess it's pretty Q-tip. Luffy had thought that Chihiro would have at least been taken aback, not to say a big reaction after he said those words. After all, any way you look at it, that's a bit of a bad intention on his part. But who would have thought? Chihiro's reaction was greatly unexpected. Not only did she not show any strange expression, she instead looked at Luffy with a serious face. Is it really that simple? Just pinch your face? Luffy tugged at his mouth. Why does it feel like you're more excited than I am? Elementary school girl, don't tell me you have any special fetishes. Chihiro waved her hand. It's just to have your face pinched. It's not as important as $500. With this money, I'll be able to go buy lots of good food again. As he spoke, Chihiro seemed to remember something and actually licked his mouth inexplicably. Let's just say it's not bad to be a little glutton, full of thoughts of food. This time is the road fay to the hole will not. Would like to say something, but looked at the girl in front of me that jumped at the look. In the end did not say anything. Instead, Chihiro actually prodded Luffy when he saw him standing still. Hurry up, senior. What are you still dawdling there? Remember to transfer the money when you're done. After running for so long just now, I'll be a little hungry in my little belly. Hurry up and get it over with, so I can order some more food. Luffy sniffed in silence for a moment before finally walking forward silently. Chihiro, on the other hand, was cooperative, seemingly to make it easier for him to do so, actually tilting her little head of her own accord. Seeing the situation, Luffy no longer hesitated and directly raised his right hand towards that collagen-filled white skin. But the moment both sides touched, a familiar voice sounded behind Luffy. Chapter 142. She's just my old road. What are you doing? I've been sending you messages for half a day. Why don't you answer? When he first heard this voice, Luffy thought that he had heard it wrong. After all, how could this Zhang Hao fellow suddenly appear here? But the voice just now couldn't be faked, so he subconsciously looked back, and then he froze, only to see that the figure standing at the doorway was not exactly the other party. Hosey? Why are you kid here? Luffy's tone was filled with dismay. Zhang Hao but did not take it seriously, since a little bit of small depressed like to start whining. Old road. You guys are too inhuman. Actually you still have the face I asked. Is this the time to forget about the computer you asked me to buy the other day? Phone not answer. Message not return. If not I vaguely remember you kid mentioned a few mouth specific address. How do I let people master to you send things over? As he spoke, Zhang Hao was not polite and picked the nearest chair to sit down on his own, while muttering from time to time, seeming to have a great deal of resentment in his mouth. But whoever thought that before his but sat down, he froze. Before, because of the angle, he at the doorway didn't notice Chihiro in front of Luffy, but this will be different. Taking a few steps forward he could now not only see fully, but even notice certain details. In just a moment, countless whys suddenly flooded his mind. Can anyone tell him why there's a little sister here? And, why is this little sister's face being pinched by this Luffy guy? It's just a matter of pinching. But what does it mean when the girl's face is slightly red and her head is tilted up? Letting you have your way? But to say the most unacceptable thing to him, he was surprised to find that the clothes of both parties were actually slightly eroded by sweat, and there seemed to be a thin layer of fine sweat on each of their faces. If you look a little more closely, you can even notice that the two of them are actually breathing a little bit faster. All of these signs were reminding Zhang Hao that something had definitely happened here before he came. This situation, coupled with the original debauchery of his best friend's recent style, there was no way Zhang Hao could not make some deeper associations. Gradually, the way he was looking at someone was starting to look wrong. Luffy naturally noticed his friend's difference, so he hurriedly spoke up to explain. Hosey, it's not what you think. This girl is my employee. We're both joking around. Zhang Hao, who already had a preconceived notion of what he wanted, immediately waved his hand and interrupted. Old Lu, there's no need to explain any further. I understand everything. Brother, you two first busy. It's me the light bulb who came at the wrong time. I'll make amends with you later, Zhang Hao said as he retreated, and his speed was surprisingly fast, and in no time at all, he actually disappeared directly into Luffy's field of vision. I can't believe he wasn't given a moment to explain. Seeing this, Luffy pulled his mouth, but didn't go after him. You can't worry about your debts. Anyway, he had already been labeled as the king of Shanghai in Zhang Hao's heart, and there was no shortage of these one or two. Chihiro, on the contrary, seemed to have a bit of a big nerve, or rather inexperience with certain places, and hadn't thought about it that way until now. Seeing Zhang Hao's coming and going in a hurry, he immediately opened his mouth towards Luffy in disbelief. Oh, Senior, your friend is so weird. Why did he come for a while and then leave? Because Luffy's hand was still cupping her cheek, Chihiro couldn't even speak a little too well, but even so, the girl still didn't say anything, talking in this strange way. For a moment, it made Luffy cry a little. I don't know whether to call this girl stupid, or contractual. With the little episode just now, Luffy naturally wasn't in the mood to continue teasing the snacker in front of him, so after he put down the hand that was pinching Chihiro's cheeks, he immediately joked, I can't leave. I'm afraid of disturbing our two-person world. Chihiro was rubbing both of her cheeks with her hands at the moment, and when she saw Luffy say that, she immediately looked at him dumbfounded. A world for two? Where's the two of us? Seeing her in this dumbfounded state, an inexplicable feeling suddenly welled up in Luffy's heart, an urge to take the little fool in front of him into his arms and pamper her fiercely. It was a good thing that the thought flickered. It didn't make him do anything weird, but with the other party being such an afterthought, he still kind of couldn't help but start mouthing off. Elementary school sister, are you really stupid or not? In our current situation, can you still not let people think too much? Chihiro's eyes were still filled with doubt. There's nothing going on between the two of us. It's just a bet. What else could it be? Luffy tried his best to stifle his laughter. It's not that I'm talking about you. Elementary school girl, do you know what it means to be alone with a man and a woman? With the way we look right now, it's hard not to get the wrong idea about anything. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luffy reached out with intent and gestured towards each. He believed that he had explicitly stated it like this. The other party should have understood it no matter what. Honestly, if it wasn't for the clear stupidity that covered Chihiro's eyes, he would have suspected that the other was pretending to be innocent. After all, what's the saying? Smart hunters often appear as prey. The truth is, Luffy is really overestimating Chihiro a bit. She hadn't even thought about it that way before. The whole messing with colors thing just didn't exist in her thinking. With that kind of effort, it would be better to study more about food. But even so, after Luffy mentioned it multiple times, the somewhat slow Chihiro still associated it with something. And this thought goes straight to the point, directly recalling the shy episodes that I watched in my dorm room with my little sister shuddered up one time. In just an instant, not only did her eyes glaze over, her little collagen-filled face quickly turned red. Thinking of the misunderstanding just now, he hurriedly and impatiently opened his mouth towards Luffy. Why didn't you say so earlier? My girl's reputation is about to be ruined. Hurry up and call your friend back to explain, or this is going to get out of hand. Luffy shrugged helplessly. You'd think you'd be able to tell by now. What's the saying? An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. And my friend's head is full of strange ideas. What kind of storyline he's going to come up with for both of us? Seeing that Luffy was unmoved, Chihiro became anxious. After stomping him hard, he ran towards the door on his own. By the looks of it, it was obvious that he was planning to go after someone on his own. Luffy was just about to speak up to stop it, but realized that his opponent was long gone. The speed was so fast, it made his jaw drop a bit. Can't see that it's still a hothead. It's obvious that it's something that can be taken care of by sending a message, but it has to be so hot and bothered. And this girl's foot is really hard. Her hometown is worthy of being from the Sichuan and Chongqing region. After glancing at the empty doorway, Luffy hopped back into his home office on one foot, then silently picked up his cell phone that had been sitting on his desk for a long time. Chapter 143, The Overbearing President and His Little Stepford Wife? A short time later, a familiar figure re-entered the office. The old way? You're done here? Just as soon as they met, Zhang scowled and opened his mouth towards Luffy. Luffy was a bit speechless at the situation, so he disliked back in a bad mood. What's finished or not? I can warn you, Ahausi, don't make up rumors. Beware of being knocked from behind. Zhang Hao looked disdainful. What rumor? I'm telling the truth. Okay. After saying that, he sat down on the desk in front of Luffy's heel and added idly, you kid can actually sneakily get up the scene of the overbearing president and the little petite wife. No wonder it's so believable to start a company. So the purpose is here. Luffy pulled the corner of his mouth, then looked at the other party with an egghead face. It's not that I'm talking about you, Zhang Hao. You're a male. Have nothing to do but read less of this kind of girl-oriented novels like Overbearing President Falling in Love with Me. It's easy to daydream and not be able to differentiate between the virtual and the real. Zhang Hao looked indifferent. What? Is there a crime for me to read a novel? What boy-oriented, girl-oriented? People's novels are written for people to read, as long as I'm interested. Not to mention it's not unhelpful to read more girl-oriented writing so you can get a clearer picture of what those women are really thinking. It's called not entering the tiger's den to get the tiger's son, understand? Besides, it's better for me to daydream than for you kids to win Shin in the day. Luffy laughed softly and hit the nail on the head. So can you tell me why you kid is still single now? Could it be that those texts weren't read deeply enough? Or perhaps one needs to feel it in the flesh? Hearing this, the expression on Zhang Hao's face immediately collapsed. Old Lu, do you still have any sense of public morality in you? Why are you picking on people's pain? Luffy spread his hands. Blame me? Seeing that he couldn't say anything, Zhang Hao directly changed the topic. Okay. You're the boss and you're the biggest. I can't say anything about you, but there is one thing I have to inform you in advance. Old road. Those computers and so on can now be in the hallway. Put it. In case of loss of responsibility is not on me. Luffy was instantly stunned. What the hell? What are you doing with that thing in the hallway? Why don't you just have someone bring it in? Zhang Hao seemed to have a deep grudge, and began to shred again. This is not just to not disturb you and your little petite wife's rendezvous. So you know what? I just had the delivery guys put it at the entrance of the building and left. Luffy, in the end, a little bit of crying and laughing. Luffy could only pull Zhang Hao to relift a large pile of computers that had been packed in boxes back. Fortunately, the entrance to the building was not particularly far from this, plus the ground was relatively smooth, so the duo didn't have to exert much effort, and it took about 20 minutes before and after to move everything over. But spare me, Zhang Hao, who usually lacked exercise, was also tired enough to sit on the chair and panted straight. On the contrary, it was Luffy, who actually unexpectedly felt a bit relaxed. Not only did he not blush, he didn't jump. Even his breathing was as steady as before, as if he was fine. Such a situation immediately caught Zhang Hao's attention. As a close friend who knows the root of the situation, the other side what the situation is basically clear. The other side of this situation is obviously not right. So he immediately opened his mouth towards Luffy in curiosity. Not right. Old road. How you kid and nothing like You usually do not, and I like to eat and sleep and eat it? I don't see you exercising much either. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes first zigzagged before revealing a bad smile. Then he looked meaningfully at the other party. Who said I didn't exercise? I have been practicing late into the night every day lately. Zhang Hao didn't understand at first, but once he thought about the recent situation of the guy in front of him, he immediately understood. Old road, don't tell me. It means what I understand it to mean. Luffy didn't hide it either, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth in an unusually honest manner. That's right, Hosey. That's what you understand. That workout, it's just awesome. I can't promise anything else, but in a month or so, you'll definitely see my abs. As he spoke, Luffy glanced at his roommate's somewhat bulging belly again and deliberately snickered. If I say, you kid don't yell to go to the gym to get a card to lose weight. Find a girlfriend before it's too late. On your physique, I guarantee you'll be able to lose a dozen or 20 pounds in January. Zhang Hao's old face turned red and he was instantly a bit embarrassed. Go. I'm a serious person. If I want to talk about my girlfriend, it's also a serious talk. Not for that. Luffy didn't say much when he saw this, but only looked at his own best friend with a smirk. What's the saying? There's no such thing as a cat that doesn't steal fish. Also a man. He naturally understands the little things in a man's heart. On the surface, they are all decent people who say they are looking for a sister to have a good relationship with. When it comes down to it, most of them start out as sex, and 9 times out of 10, it's for that. In the time that followed, the two chatted about miscellaneous trivia, and in general just gagged to pass the time. After about 10 more minutes, taking advantage of the gap when this Zhang Hao guy ran to the restroom, Luffy picked up his cell phone and edited it. Elementary school girl? Lost? Why haven't you come back yet? He thought that the other party would write back after a while, but who would have thought that the cell phone would vibrate just as soon as he put it down? Wavy beauty, Chihiro, I'm looking for someone. A knife with blood. A knife with blood. Luffy deflated. How do you talk to your future boss? Be polite. Do you still want to get a raise in salary in the future? And, I'll tell you what, you're still hurting from that $3,000. Seeing this, Chihiro immediately conceded. So what, senior? I was just joking around. You won't blame me, right? Poor, _ Luffy smiled back. That's fine. If you come back within 10 minutes, maybe I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Chihiro replied in seconds. Is 20 minutes okay? I'll be running a bit far this time. Luffy was surprised at his words. Didn't you say you were looking for someone? How much farther can you run? It's hard not to run across the road? Chihiro weakly replied. Ahem, boss. You might not believe me when I say it. I got a little hungry while looking, and there just happened to be a grandpa across the road selling spicy hot pot that tasted delicious. So you get the picture. Cute. Luffy, no pictures. Chihiro, pictures. Looking at Chihiro's pitiful appearance in the photo, Luffy was instantly amused. I was just about to continue teasing a few more times when an abrupt message popped up. He fixed his eyes on an unfamiliar avatar. Chapter 144, Xiao Xiao is very good. Dawn is very good. Requesting to add you as a friend. Looking at the system message that suddenly appeared in front of him, 3 big question marks surged in a row in Luffy's head. And who is this? Why did you add me all of a sudden? Looks like a woman by the avatar? If it was in the past, if someone added him as a friend, and the other party was a woman, Luffy would definitely pass without saying a word. After all, he's just an ordinary guy, and the WeChat friend bit isn't worth that much. But it was different now. He thought he still had some money in his pocket now. Then later, it's even more immeasurable. Given the circumstances, you'd have to have some kind of threshold to add him as a friend. So the first time he saw this friend request, Luffy didn't agree to it. Instead he hurriedly used the temporary dialogue box below to ask about it. Luffy, and you are? On the other hand, I'm almost a second back. Xiao Xiao was very good. Handsome, it's me. Gu Xiao. Isn't that Li Jie's cosplaying bestie? Why did she add me? Seeing as the other parties did Xiao's cos reductions were okay, Luffy reluctantly still had the desire to chat with him. But the attitude. Naturally, it's that kind of salty state. Luffy, what did you want to see me about? Xiao Xiao is very good. Hey, I can't add you if there's nothing else to do. Luffy raised an eyebrow between his eyebrows and pulled out his shield. Sorry, the house is tight. If there's nothing else I'll withdraw first. He wasn't stupid, so he naturally knew that there was no closeness in the world without a reason. This Gu Xiao specially added him to designate any special purpose. Gu Xiao seemed surprised by the reply, and it took several seconds before she resent him a message. Xiao Xiao was very good. Whoa. You're such a wonderful man. Handsome. To actually listen to that sister so much. Luffy, how so? Xiao Xiao was very good. He. Women know women best. I know at a glance that it's that pretty sister from last time who didn't let you add just anyone as a friend. Or else with the kind of person you are. Handsome. You must have agreed with me a long time ago. The two of us. Don't have to be so pathetic with this makeshift chat bar. I envy pretty sister for having such a nice boyfriend like you. If I had one, I would listen to him in everything. Cute. Naughty. The message was long, but Luffy still read it. And anyway, this would be idle. So it was just a way to pass the time. This had just been skimmed, and a quick conclusion was drawn in his head. This Gu Xiao is nothing else, at least a small green tea level girl. After all that long talk, it sums up to one thing. Sister is too strict. If I were a sister I would never be like this. All I do is listen to my brother. For this kind of sweet sister. Luffy thought about it, and felt that it was still necessary to keep one to put in the friends list. Small green tea well, although many men say hate, but really meant the fear is not regrettable. So he casually passed the other's friend request. And the opposite side is even more giving. Quite naturally teared up. Xiao Xiao is very well behaved, with an excited and thrilled expression. Thank you brother for passing my friend application. The little woman has nothing to show for it but a stamp album from the last Comic-Con as a thank you gift. Boing // // Pictures. Looking at the long legs that kept appearing in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but admire this Gu Xiao. Other than that, this ninny really knows how to capitalize on her strengths. With those legs alone, it was expected that many of them could be taken down without much effort. Of course, this does not include the current Luffy, though one of his dreams used to be to find Akase as a girlfriend, but only as a girlfriend. As for now, it's nothing. After enjoying it for a little while, Luffy felt a bit bored. Directly without even replying to the other party's message, he exited the chat box, and instead prepared to continue the conversation he had just had with a certain little greedy cat. But who would have thought that before he could do anything? He felt as if something was wrong behind him. When he turned around, he was startled, only to see Zhang Hao. This guy did not know when the sneaky leaning behind him, and at this time is sneaky stretching his neck hard to his cell phone glances. Seeing him notice, he immediately whistled at the ceiling and played dumb. Seeing this, where could Luffy endure? And immediately delivered a solid punch to its chest. Hosey, can't you kid learn something good? Why do you peep at people's privacy all day long? Do that again and I'll cut you. Zhang Hao ate the pain and covered his chest, his face full of indignation. You're really doing it. It hurts like hell. Luffy's eyes glazed over with a look of disgust. Serves you right. I told you to find nothing to do. Zhang Hao. Yes, I have nothing to do, but it's better than your kid eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, and holding two in his hand. In the past, I thought that Wang Jiao guy was a scummy guy, changing girlfriends more diligently than changing clothes. But who would have thought that you guys are the hidden boss? One foot just finished cozying up with his little petite wife, and the next foot went to hook up with the little sister who plays Cos. And if you count the demoness leader of yours and our landlord's daughter by Ling, this can be put together to form a table of mahjong. If you ask me, calling you scum is a bit of an insult. You'd have to change your name to see king to match your strength. Luffy didn't feel a thing when he heard that, only shrugged his shoulders and looked at Zhang Hao with an innocent face. What? I'm not allowed to make a few more friends of the opposite sex. I'm in pure friendship with all of them. It's not as sordid as you think. Besides, do you know what it means that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? Seeing Luffy looking so taken for granted, Zhang Hao wasn't surprised. He had known for a long time that this kid was a complete wolf in sheep's clothing. In the past, I didn't have any money in my pocket, so I was restrained at all times, but now that I've become rich, I'm completely out of shape. As roommates who are able to share a room together, that understanding is still there. Plus, Luffy had made a bold statement a few days ago that he would throw money at him to train the studio on his behalf, so Zhang Hao was even less likely to create unnecessary friction with it. So when Luffy said this, Zhang Hao immediately changed his face and looked at him with a doggy look. Mr. Liu has a point. If a big boss like you doesn't have a few redheads, it could be considered a waste of social resources. But, Mr. Liu, look when that investment of mine will be in place. Little brother, I stayed up all night last night to get the plans ready. Now it's just you to put in the money. Luffy thought about it and gave his answer. Alright Hosey, I'll transfer the money to you later, but the brothers are clear accounts. Let's go back to get a contract or something. Otherwise it is easy to get into trouble in the future. Zhang Hao naturally has no opinion, quickly nodded his head and waist. Okay, small, I go back to get. Seeing Zhang Hao still in this manner, Luffy kicked the other party in a bad mood. Get lost. Zhang Hao didn't get angry when he saw this and threw a wink to Luffy on his own before strutting away. Coincidentally, just as he had left, a certain little greedy cat came back humming a little song, full of happiness, carrying a large bag of things. Chapter 145. Get me a room. Looking at Chihiro who suddenly appeared, Luffy was a bit surprised. How did you get back so soon? He had his message edited and ready to send when he didn't expect the person to come back. Seeing him ask this, Chihiro immediately rolled her eyes. Boss, you told me to come back within 20 minutes. Did you forget about it? I didn't even get my favorite barbecue chicken wings so I wouldn't go over time. Luffy smiled awkwardly. Almost forgot. When he finished speaking he stared at what the other man was carrying in his hand. How about sharing? I didn't get enough just now. Chihiro immediately hid her things behind her back and looked at Luffy with a wary expression. No way. They're all mine. Luffy, ugh, that's just wrong for you to say. We're all acquaintances. We're all acquaintances. Why do we still have to distinguish between you and me? If it wasn't for this, you'd share a little to fill me up, and I'd transfer the $3,000 to you later. What do you think? Chihiro was a bit indignant. You're cheating. I was supposed to get the $3,000. Luffy took it for granted. What boss do you see that isn't black-hearted? I'm doing just fine. Besides, you can't be that cheap. Of course you have to share with each other when you have something good. Let's talk about your specific job requirements and content while we eat. What do you think? Chihiro hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, and then somewhat reluctantly placed the item in his hand on the table in front of him. With that, Luffy didn't have the courtesy to open the box in the bag straight away. As the lid was opened, there was immediately a tantalizing aroma from which immediately spread out in all directions, constantly seducing one's taste buds. Seeing this situation, Luffy did not hesitate to pick up the chopsticks on the side table and picked up a large piece and put it into his mouth. For a moment, the mind was filled with happiness. Not to mention, although this street-side spicy hot looks not good, the flavor is really good. People cannot help but bite after bite. And indeed, Luffy did. When he unceremoniously took a few large mouthfuls, Chihiro instantly became anxious. No, slow down. Don't eat all the goodies. Seeing that a large box full of spicy hot pot went down a large portion in just a few moments, she didn't care about anything else and grabbed disposable chopsticks and grabbed it with Luffy. In this way, the two of them took a bite out of you and a bite out of me. 2 hours later, 66th floor, International Finance Center Tower, Star City. Boss, can I get off work now? Chihiro inquired cautiously towards Luffy after looking out the window at the night. It was a big night. There really weren't many people in the office building, and she stayed alone with Luffy, still a little bit muttering in her heart. Luffy glanced at the time and then nodded in agreement. Well, it'll do. We're pretty much done with what we need to get anyway. Yay! That's so good. A certain snacker began to cheer. Luffy suddenly remembered something else and suddenly spoke towards Chihiro. By the way, did you bring your ID? Chihiro froze for a moment at his words and looked at him with some confusion. Bring it. What's wrong? Luffy, well then, while you're gone, stop by and get me a room at a nearby hotel. I'll be right behind you. Chihiro immediately put her hands on her chest. No way. Absolutely not. I'm not that casual. Luffy knew that the other party was misunderstanding, and immediately said with a smile, what are you thinking about in your head? I just want you to help me with a set, but not asking you to sleep with me. Is there a need for such a big reaction? If I didn't have my ID on me, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Chihiro was a bit hesitant. Is that really it? Don't swindle me. Luffy, what am I doing framing you for nothing? If you don't believe me, I'll go with you, but whenever you see something wrong, you just run. Chihiro thought hard for a moment and immediately shook his head. No. It's better if I go alone. I'll send you the room number then. Seemingly afraid that Luffy wouldn't agree, she ran off in a huff after saying that. Seeing this, Luffy was instantly happy. To be honest, he really didn't have any evil intentions towards Chihiro right now. The occasional little flirtation was just because he thought the girl looked funny when she was dumb. As for why he's staying near the office tonight, that's purely for health reasons. Granted, a real man can never say he can't do it, but Luffy feels that sometimes there's really no need to be so mouthy. Proper rest is still necessary. Men, there is no need to have a hard time with their own body. To stay in the mountains, not afraid of no wood to burn. Given by Jia's recent state of full attack power, Luffy felt a strong need to hold off for a while, so he very wisely decided to rent a room near the company for a few days first, and incidentally use these few days to solve the company's small problems in various aspects. The next day, Luffy arrived at the office early, because of last night's solid night's sleep, so at this time he not only felt relaxed, and even raised his hands and feet feel more powerful than ever. After coming to the company he did not idle, only stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows a little far away from the sunrise. By the way, after stretching his body, he assembled his own office computer. Since it was half finished for the sake of it, he easily managed it with a little bit of tutorials. What followed was simple. After confirming that the computer was used correctly and was configured exactly as Zhang Hao had said, he began to go through those more important apps on his phone one by one on the computer. What QQ? WeChat, Oriental Fortune, Fantasy Westward Journey 91, Madu, a bit of it he wouldn't be able to use now, but it was good to keep as a souvenir. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to put something unseemly on the table, and the necessary space for privacy was certainly missing. After doing so, he glanced again at the time in the lower right corner of the screen, just stuck at 9 o'clock sharp. At this time from the summer stock market opening there are half an hour long. Feel a little bored, he took out his cell phone from the pocket to start the time. He went to bed early last night, and in the morning he deliberately didn't look at his cell phone, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind. I guess someone's pissed off after so long with no news. As expected, as soon as Luffy turned on his cell phone shield, there was immediately a large unread message pop up. With only a cursory scan, he realized that at least more than half of the contents were from some deep-rooted grudge. Seeing this, the corners of Luffy's mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and in his heart, there was even an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Who would have thought that he, Luffy, would have such a day to be thought of so much by a woman? Just as Luffy was about to tap in to find out what was going on, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. When he looked up, he realized that the visitor was actually Lu Yu. Chapter 146. Fierce as a tiger. Luffy opened his mouth a little surprised. MS. Lu, what are you? Lu Yu smiled and looked at Lu Fei. This is not the morning to take customers to see the house just passing by. Just saw the door open. Came in to take a look. I did not expect Mr. Lu Yu are also in awe. What a coincidence. Luffy rose in greeting, signaling the other party to make themselves at home, then smiled again and joked. Fate. It's all fate. Luffy was still a bit surprised by the appearance of the building apartment. I don't know if it's just him, although today's building apartment dress is the same as before. Still the classic black silk wrap skirt plus white shirt three-piece suit, but he always felt that the other party is much prettier than a few days ago when he looked at the house. Thinking about it, Luffy thought it was because the other person was wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his face. It's invisible to each other body added a few points belongs to the woman's a few points of rhyme color, so give a person's feeling is very different. Lu Yu was polite, only stood in the doorway and pursed his lips. Mr. Lu, it seems that usually there is no less coaxing girls to be happy. This sweet mouth. Sit I will not sit. Later there is a customer to see the house, and after greeting you have to go over early to prepare it. Luffy didn't force him to stay, and only said with a slight pity, originally, I wanted to talk more with MS. Lu to consult on certain things in passing, but looking at the situation, I can only make another appointment next time. Seeing him like this, Lu Yu was instantly happy. Mr. Lu, see how you say this? It looks like how unkind I am. We do not have WeChat it. You really have what do not quite understand the matter at any time in the above send me a message on the line. Other I dare not guarantee. Article must return that is certain. Luffy, okay then, we have a deal. See you on the cell phone. Luyu sniffed and didn't say anything, only holding his cell phone and gesturing slightly, indicating that there was no problem. After that, with a clattering sound of high heels, her delicate figure disappeared from Luffy's field of vision. Luyu's sudden appearance was only a brief hiccup, but it was something that actually put Luffy in a better mood. A chance encounter with a beautiful woman always puts you in a good mood. This has been true for ages. Not long after Luyu left, Luffy picked up his cell phone again to check the message sent by Jia. Then he got a head start, because this rich woman seems to be a bit addicted to him. 9 p.m. Page, 10 p.m. Page, 11 p.m. Jia, little guy, you want to play hide and seek with your sister, right? 11:30 p.m. Page, big guy, in the wee hours of the morning. Jia, I'll get angry if you keep this up, sister. Come here quickly. 1 point, Page, really not coming over? 1.10. Jia, sister, just don't believe it, so you can hold back. Pictures. 1:30. Jia, okay, sis. I'm just kidding you. As long as you come over here. Absolutely no hands. The messages were intermittent but spanned an unusually long period of time, lasting until close to dawn. The exuberance of energy couldn't help but make Luffy sigh. It's true that a young woman is as fierce as a tiger. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but admire his wise decision to sleep out last night. He wouldn't dare say anything else, but if he lived at home, just a couple of overexciting selfies halfway through would definitely hook him up without any effort. When that time came, the consequences, he simply didn't dare to think about it. After a little bit of emotion, he answered as he had planned before. I'm sorry, little baby. Last night the company gave me an impromptu notice to go outside on business for a few days, and it was a special rush. So you know, kisses. A man should be career-oriented, and he believed Jia should understand. So after editing it, Luffy sent it without even thinking. Just when he thought that Jia, who had stayed up almost all night, must be sleeping at this time, so he thought nothing of directly exiting the chat interface. An invitation for a video call popped up instead, and it was no one else on the end of the line that sent the invitation. It was Paige. Seeing this, Luffy was instantly staggered. What the hell? Is this woman really that energetic? You're still up at this hour? For a moment, Luffy was actually a bit at a loss for words, hesitating to connect to the video. But who would have thought that before he could make a decision? The video invitation suddenly broke off again. Such a situation immediately made him a bit puzzled, not understanding what Jia on the opposite side meant. The next few messages, though, gave him a bit of a head start. Tiny baby, Jia, what? Don't dare to pick up the video? Afraid that my sister will find out? Ha, man. Seeing those words, Luffy instantly understood. That's not believing him, so he's purposely checking in. It can't be tolerated. It absolutely can't be tolerated. Although he, Luffy, was physically afraid of his opponent, he was practically fearless mentally. Anymore. You can't let women get into that habit. So Luffy didn't even think about it and just sent the video call again. But to his surprise, this time Jia actually refused in seconds. Seeing this, Luffy immediately smiled, knowing it was time to backtrack. Luffy, why don't you answer it? Little daughter-in-law? You don't have a secret, do you? Jia seconds back. Can a little guy actually learn to molest sister? Luffy continued to grin badly. What little one? Don't you know about me? Paige, white eyes. After a few seconds, she sent a new message. Speak up. Where the hell did he go? I've been worried all night. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Is this worrying it proper? Jia grabbed the point. But don't change the topic. Ask you the main thing. Luffy was still repeating what he had just said. Didn't I say that the company would let me travel these days? Why don't you believe me? Jia naturally didn't believe it. Liar. If I can't understand this kind of lie, I've been living in vain all these years. Tell me, did you go behind my back and sneak off to meet some leprechaun? Luffy continued his sophistry. How could I? It's really on a business trip. Besides, there's a big goblin like you. How could I look at anything else? Seeing this, Jia rolled her eyes wide, and in her heart she secretly cursed Luffy a few more times for being a little heartless. However, she was a veteran and knew that everything was too much, so she took the initiative to give steps. Come on. You men are always eating out of your bowls and watching your pots. None of you are any good. I'll let you off this time. Next time if you fool your sister me like that, beware, I'll beat you up. Luffy began to take advantage of the situation. Are you sure you can beat me, little baby? Jia, I can't beat the big one, but can I bully the little one? Luffy, Jia, no more chit chat. Sis, I've been up all night. I need to get my beauty sleep. Luffy also had the good sense not to reply to another message. Anyway, it's kind of over. Chapter 147. Other people's daughters-in-law. After resolving by Jia's side of things, Luffy glanced at the time on his computer again. See, the stock market has been to the stock market pre-market bidding time immediately on the computer to log on the account of the Oriental Wealth. Because of the news of the last official bid by Xia to acquire it, Vixen was surrounded by a large group of people during the bidding stage. So much so that when Luffy first clicked in, he was shocked by the overwhelming amount of pop-ups in front of him. He glanced at it a little before losing interest and turning it off. It's nothing more than some gambler's gibberish in there, and it's easy to read too much of it and defile your eyes. Got time to spout this? Might as well do more research on how to make money. If he remembered correctly, he had bought the stock last Friday at the falling price of $9 per share, totaling 9,400 lots, or 94,000 shares. Behind Vixen, directly staged a shocking Earth and Skyboard directly stop. The final stock price stays at $11 per share, and his account balance also officially broke through 10 million on that day. And because of the official acquisition of the company, this news explosive. Today this stock is also unsurprisingly stop the ceiling order is to reach the horror of tens of millions of hands. If other shareholders, they would probably be happy to see this and then continue to hold it beautifully, until the day it breaks the board. After all, according to the current momentum, the stock, Vixen, has at least 4 more stops to go. But Luffy was different. Because of the added power of his penetrating eyes, this 10% profit for one day was not enough to satisfy his needs. So this stock, which many people seem to be looking for, he did not even think about it and sold it directly in the bidding stage at a stop price of $12.1 per share. With a simple little flick of his hand, he easily had another $1 million in profit in his hands today. That's a lot faster money than any other industry. If you don't say that those who engage in finance make the most money. Previously Luffy didn't believe it, but now he has a deep understanding of it. Most of all, compared to the exceptionally compelling way to get rich from gambling on rocks, striking gold in the stock market can be both safe and convenient. With a cell phone, you can operate it anytime, anywhere. What's outrageous is that no matter how much money he makes in it, as long as he doesn't make conspicuous packages to flaunt around, very few people will know about it. This method of making money was perfect in Luffy's opinion. Of course, he wasn't idle after the sale. Taking advantage of the fact that the market had not yet opened, he quickly turned on his penetrating eye to scan up the specifics of each stock. Because of his experience from the previous times, this time it took him less than 10 minutes to find 2 suitable stocks. As for why 2 instead of 1 that involves some stock market trivia? That is, once a certain stock involves a large amount of money buying at the level of 10 million, it is easy for the dealer inside to think that there is a big hand wanting to participate in the price regulation of this stock. This kind of move is particularly prone to unnecessary misunderstandings. Both parties know each other okay and may collaborate with each other to pull up money together. But once if you don't recognize, the dealer inside is likely to directly smash the plate to depress the stock price. Until this big hand can't help but cut meat away from the market will be pulled up again. So in general, no one is stupid enough to buy a stock in bulk with a single account unless they are a huge overcapitalizer. Otherwise it's easy to get screwed over. Although Luffy now had the added power of his penetrating eyes, he wasn't foolish enough to think that everything was foolproof. The only way to get rich in the summer stock market is to be very careful. After all, that line, stock market dragon cheap protector, is no joke. In the end, after Luffy's careful deliberation, he bought almost $5 million or so of each of the 2 stocks. As for the remaining $1 million in the account, he did not intend to continue to invest in the stock market. The only reason people make so much money is so that they can enjoy their lives. And now he, Luffy, is considered a multi-millionaire. Naturally, you have to get some money out to treat yourself. This more than 1 million Luffy have thought of a good use. Part of the use to buy a car. Part of the use to invest in that guy Zhang how to open a coaching studio with. As for the rest, it stays in his pocket and he spends it all on booze. Luffy has always been a practical person, and when he said he wanted to buy a car, he immediately checked it out at Car Knowledge. But the more he looked, the more he realized something was wrong. Not to mention the models of the vehicles inside and the various configurations he, a car illiterate, couldn't read. Can anyone tell him why some people are taking pictures of their daughters-in-law on a platform that introduces cars? Aren't these people worried that someone will get their hands on the ripe look of the young woman in the photo? As expected, Luffy didn't turn a few pages before an owner in a Cadillac charged up. The general situation Luffy also looked at. It's just that the guy's hand was cheap when he posted inside Car Gurus and slightly hid his private work, taking his beautiful and attractive daughter-in-law with him. This move was coincidentally seen by a Cayenne driving owner who lived in his neighborhood, and it took just under half a month to successfully pry him out. In such a situation, Luffy could only say that he deserved it. But one thing is for sure, this article does give Luffy a little bit of a clue as to what kind of car to get for the first car of his life. Looking at the Porsche Cayenne in the photo that was high-end at first glance, Luffy felt a bit inexplicably moved. coupled with the extreme experience given to him last time when Baijia had that Porsche. Luffy, who had always been relatively cool-headed, actually had the desire to spend on impulse. After exiting from inside the car knowledge app, I started searching for a nearby forest store without even thinking about it. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, Star City International Financial Center because of its location in the center of the city, so that the nearest Kaon Series 4 store from Luffy is surprisingly nearly an hour away. After seeing such a long distance, Luffy beat a retreat. This is at the end of the morning rush hour. Everywhere is jammed. Plus the 4S store is not along the subway. He went without 2 hours to press the route of the destination. Instead of wasting his time on a pointless commute, he'd do something he was more interested in. More than 90% of people's worries basically originated from the word money, while he was now not worried about this thing at all. As long as he was willing to even at his fingertips, it's natural to just do what you love. And his favorite thing to do at this stage was nothing more than thinking about getting more exercise. While he was still young, the result is the same, even though his approach is different. So, Luffy opened WeChat quite smoothly and continued to check up on his backyard. Chapter 148, Pua Elementary School Girl? Throw in a large message from Baijia earlier, and there weren't really many unread messages left. The first thing he clicked on was Luyu's daily good morning greeting. Other than that, this demon girl's fluffy clip sound was still quite addictive and easily soothed one's body. Of course, Luffy was just listening and had no intention of replying. In his opinion, this action of forcing the other person to keep sending good morning voice every day is more like a mental Pua behavior. There is more or less some vengefulness in there, but more of it is actually out of some weird taste of Luffy himself, or vanity in it. After all, it's easy to get accomplished at this sort of thing. Of course, that was only for the current Luffy. If it had been a while, maybe he wouldn't have felt much of anything. What he would do to Luyu at that time, even Luffy himself didn't know. People are complex creatures, and for something they have often, it's easy to feel like unconsciously ignoring or discarding it because you're tired of it. Why else would there be that classic saying that home flowers are better than wildflowers? Unbeknownst to some, the family flower that some people are tired of seeing is the immortal flower that many people can't get enough of. As for the second thing that Luffy checked up on, it was the message from Chihiro, the little greedy cat. It's not really anything special, it's just that she has a lot of classes during the week. If there's anything she needs to deal with, she might have to come in the afternoon or later. I hope the boss doesn't take offense. To make Luffy believe it, this ninny even fussed about sending over her own class schedule. Feeling a bit curious, Luffy even took a special glance, and then he instantly laughed. When he used to go to college in order to be able to sleep in, he usually tried to schedule his classes in other time slots besides his regular major classes when he could grab them. Chihiro is good. Every day, he schedules his own morning class, and I do not know what to think. But there was one thing that made Luffy feel better about the girl. That is, she would actually offer to pay her daily wage according to the time of attendance, and if she couldn't come in any day, Luffy wouldn't want to pay her wages and that day's allowance. To be honest, at the sight of that Luffy froze for a moment, feeling only a little incredulous. Granted, it's only right to be paid for attendance, but in today's society, what person isn't of the mindset that it's foolish not to take advantage of a bargain? Generally, it is rare to initiate something that is against your interests. Just because of this bare heart, Luffy decided to promise the other party. Just kidding. It's not like he came out to start a company for charity, so naturally he had to follow the rules. Of course, if the other party becomes one of us, that's a different story. He, Luffy, had always been generous to his insiders. However, unlike Luyu, Luffy decided to reply to Chihiro's message. No matter what, the other party was also considered the only employee under him, and he, as the boss, naturally still had to give some sunshine. Luffy, got it. Have a good class. Don't come over if it's too late. According to the time, it was only right that the other party was in his specialty class at this point, and Luffy was ready to quit and look at the rest after sending it. But who would have thought that not 2 seconds later, a new message came back. Wavy beauty, Chihiro. Hey, I knew the boss was the best. Emotionally happy spinning in place. Luffy, however, began to break down, pretending to educate his opponent. Good for you, Chihiro. Playing with your cell phone in your major class. Be careful, I'll turn around and teach you a lesson for your teacher and dock your pay. Knock your head. Knock your head. Chihiro, don't boss. I don't want to, but the teacher in this class is really boring. Besides, you knocked my brains out. Who's going to work for you as a laborer? Commiserate. Luffy was instantly happy. You can do it. Elementary school girl. You've learned to bind interests. Doing hard labor for me, huh? Turn around and you'll be the one to assemble all those dozen computers in that company. And, I see that the company's glass and the table are also a bit dusty, so you can wipe them all clean. Chihiro, blow up in place. Blow up in place. Miserable. Miserable, miserable. Luffy, okay. Stop chatting and focus on the lesson. If I find out you failed your major, I'll definitely dock your pay when the time comes. Luffy wanted to make a few more teasing remarks along the way, but once he thought that the other party was still in class, he quashed that thought. He had gone to college and naturally knew the importance of specialized courses compared to general courses. To put it mildly, if it weren't for school, you probably wouldn't have been able to listen to all those specialized teachers in college for what you paid to hear. Luffy remembers his university elective course teacher. On the surface is just ordinary a half-hundred-years-old man. Usually to the students an amiable basically is to ask and answer questions. Its other identity is one of the partners in a well-known law firm. The average person would charge at least 4 figures per hour to talk to him for advice. With this kind of lesson from the past, Luffy, as a person who had been there before, naturally hoped that Chihiro would seize the opportunity to learn well. It's not unlikely that the teacher who is giving him a lesson at this very moment is a bigwig in some accounting firm. Granted, the teacher-slash-student bond at the university wasn't particularly strong, but with Chihiro's layer in there wasn't a chance he'd be able to use it someday. Dacia has always been a humane society. Some relationships you don't see now insignificant, but at certain critical times, that is of great use. Chihiro over there instantly cried and edited after seeing Luffy's reply. Boss, why are you like this, winky face? Whether you fail a course or not is obviously someone's business. Why are you still involved with your salary? It's not scientific. I knew you were a black-hearted capitalist. I'm sorry that I begged the god of food to bless you with good food every day before. Frantic, crazy, praying to the god of food to bless me with good food every day? How else can it work? Seeing such a novel phrase, Luffy burst into laughter. However, he also knows that giving a sweet date after a slap is the only way to win over a woman. No, it's the royal way that's correct. So immediately, he cajoled and coaxed. Take it easy, elementary school girl. I'm not finished yet. If you excel in every subject, I'm rewarded for that too. Chihiro's eyes glowed. What kind of reward? Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, tell me. I know my boss is the best boss in the world. May the great god of food bless you with a long life and a big fortune every day plus delicious food every day. Luffy cried a little. Couldn't you have gotten a different god? As far as I know, Gusto couldn't care less. Chihiro replied back in seconds. No matter. Gusto will always be the biggest in my heart. Luffy, that's fine. I'll tell you about the reward when you come over with your transcripts too. It's definitely going to be extra special for you anyway. And hurry up and pay attention to the lesson. But don't ever message me back again or you'll get nothing. Tap. At these words, Chihiro instantly quieted down. Chapter 149, Heart Status. Luffy didn't think much of it when he saw it, and just assumed that his words had worked. Immediately quit chatting with her. He then glanced at the rest of the messages in passing, and got a little bored. One was a goodnight greeting from Gu Xiao, the little green tea, and the other was a message from his classmate Li Jia. The general idea is that she couldn't resist her best friend's repeated bombardment before she pushed Luffy's tweets on the other side, and as an apology she wanted to treat Luffy to a meal. To be honest, for this sudden initiative of Li Jia, it made Luffy a bit surprised. Her pushing her tweets to her best friend to add Luffy happened yesterday, while the message about the dinner date was sent early this morning. Luffy himself wouldn't believe it if there wasn't something wrong in between, right? There is never love in this world without a reason, nor is there initiative without a reason, and if it happens, it must be for a reason. Before Gu Xiao's inexplicable initiative and enthusiasm, Luffy hadn't paid too much attention to it, and just thought it was because he was handsome and just happened to meet the other party's requirements, so it was normal for a girl to take the initiative. But add Li Jia to the mix and it's a very different story. These two BFFs did this together, so there must be a reason. What? You said that when we first met Luffy and Li Jia said they'd meet up for dinner sometime? Come on, that was purely polite. It's been days since then. The two haven't even sent a message. That speaks volumes. After noticing this, Luffy immediately recalled a little bit about the situation during that encounter, and after carefully comparing some details, he immediately found the biggest wah point. That's when the keys to Baijia's Porsche were still in his pocket, and that key could very well be the root cause of what's going on right now, even if Luffy didn't want to admit it. But, many times, in this society, it was things like, for example, the keys to a luxury car that could easily show off their status, that were more likely to gain the favor of those young girls. After figuring this out, he immediately lost interest in messaging these two back. Oftentimes, the order and manner in which a person handles chat messages represents exactly their status in the mind of the person handling them. In the past, Luffy hadn't felt this way, but after such a toss today, Luffy was considered to have a deep understanding. He is apt to give 3 or 2 glances to those he does not value, and for those who took it more seriously, Even if the message sent by the other party was tedious, he would still read it carefully and with a bit of interest along the way. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. The father is naturally the last one to check the news of his sons. As for why this is so, the reason is simple. But whenever there's something urgent, these guys are either on the phone or voice, and it's impossible to send a message in a step-by-step manner. As expected, after Luffy finally tapped on his own friend Zhang Hao's message, what he saw was just a few sentences of indignation-filled tirades. Roughly means, surnamed lose your kid is too unrighteous, and night out to go out to pick up girls, left him Zhang Hao alone to guard this more than 100 square feet of rental housing. In response to this kind of spiteful behavior, Luffy graciously rewarded Zhang Hao with a middle finger emoji. Soon after finally ignoring the group request for a certain class reunion, Luffy put down his phone and half leaned back in the soft seating chair to squint a little. When he opened his eyes again, he actually realized that the time was nearing noon. Looking at his stomach that kept grumbling, he picked up his cell phone and opened the Mate 1 takeout. As soon as he entered, he subconsciously looked towards the stores with high scores and hot sales, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly remembered something, and turned around to visit the stores with lukewarm sales. The reason he was like this was entirely because of the little trick Chihiro, the snacker, had told him yesterday. According to her, the stores that are selling like hotcakes and have high ratings in takeout apps are either paid heavily for, or they are vendors who specialize in takeout. Nothing else to say about this kind of store, that the taste is certainly not as good as it could be. They are generally looking for speed of delivery, not flavor. As for the sanitary conditions, that depends on luck. On the flip side, those with lukewarm sales and consistently middling ratings may look average, but the flavor tends to satisfy most people's taste buds. The reason for this is that people simply don't have the time, and don't focus much on the takeout business. It's more focused on dine-in. Since Snack Cargo had said so, Luffy simply tried it once along her lines, just as a test. Another hour later, Luffy, who had eaten heartily, nodded in the direction of Zaida, where Chihiro was, and gave a big nod of approval. Not to be outdone, the advice given to Luffy by Faith in the god of food was practically a standard answer. Other than that, the pig's feet rice this time was considered the best takeout he'd ever felt he'd ordered. But what made Luffy a bit embarrassed was that after the meal, he suddenly realized that after dealing with the warblers in his WeChat, he actually found himself without much to do. The company was supposed to be newly opened, with no one and no business, except for a bit of hygiene that needed to be taken care of, and only the pile of still unassembled computers was slightly worth paying attention to. And naturally, it was impossible for him, the boss, to do all these minutiae himself. Luffy, who really had a bit of nothing to do, could only do his old job of fishing, playing the king. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, a 5 consecutive kneeling made his dream of going to the king completely shattered. In a depressed mood, he could only unleash his banknote ability, directly charging a V10 full level. That effect was immediate too. He couldn't be bothered to play the next few games, and had the big boys flying around. A direct winning streak to the king. Of course, it wasn't as if he'd been all about the game all afternoon. In between, I also took a few moments to follow the movement of the 2 stocks I had bought. Good thing there weren't any accidents. The moment the stock market officially closed at 3 o'clock, a profit full of nearly $2 million appeared in his account again. In this regard, Luffy, who has long been accustomed to it, only smiled faintly, and hid his work deeply. Afterwards, he took the time to consult the floor apartment about company registration or business scope. Although the other party didn't reply at first, the detailed process description sent to him shortly afterward was quite satisfactory to Luffy. As a token of his appreciation, Luffy immediately entrusted the other party with full authority to handle it, and he was only responsible for signing and sealing the deal. Of course, there is a fee for all of this, but that $1,000 or $800 was nothing to Luffy, who could now easily earn millions of dollars a day. That's it. 3 days went by, and Luffy has an unexpected visitor in his company. Chapter 150. Actions instead of words. This day, Luffy, who had easily earned nearly $3 million again, was idly bored, so he leisurely leaned back on the sofa and watched the recently hot godly drama. But who would have thought that just as I was seeing the excitement, my eyes suddenly went black. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his eyes were covered by a pair of hands. At first, he thought it was Chihiro, that snacker, who had snuck in to play a joke on him, so immediately teased, "Elementary school girl, you are not good all dare to boss like this, careful I deduct your salary oh." But immediately he realized that something was wrong. The hands covering his eyes were just too slender, very different from the small, slightly baby fat hands he remembered from Chihiro. Most importantly, since the appearance of these hands, there had been a faint fragrance that kept circling around the tip of his nose, and Chihiro, that little glutton, had always appeared in front of his eyes with a purely vegan face since the first time the two of them met, and as for spraying perfume or something, it was impossible to exist. From this, Luffy instantly deduced that the one standing behind himself was by no means Chihiro, that snacker. Thinking of this, Luffy was about to look back without hesitation, but the other party seemed to have anticipated this and immediately twisted Luffy's head back with her jade hand. He even offered to lean his body up against the back of his head to prevent him from continuing to turn back. Seeing this situation, how could Luffy not understand? The other party was definitely coming from a bad place. Leaving aside the fact that the soft touch on the back of his head was not fatal, the sudden weight on his head put him under pressure. Beauty, you're making it difficult for me. Ha! Feeling the increasing pressure above his head, Luffy took the initiative to speak. Handsome brother, sister is also very difficult to do. Or almost want to die you, but you just do not come to see people. Then I can only be like this. The person behind me was using a clip sound, very sticky and sweet. Although it was the first time Luffy had heard it, he always felt an inexplicable familiar feeling in it, but he couldn't recall it for a while. However, after combining the words of the other party just now and this faint fragrance around them, Luffy immediately guessed who the person behind it was. Immediately, he spoke with a bit of consternation. Lu Yu? Why are you here? At these words, the jade hands covering Luffy's eyes instantly scattered in all directions. How could Luffy not understand? He was guessing right, so he immediately got up and looked back. In the next second, a bright-faced Lu Yu greeted him with a smile. Hey hubby, oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Was it a special surprise to see me? Was it a special surprise? Haven't seen you for a few days, I've missed you so much. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to asterisk. While saying that, Lu Yu stepped around the sofa with the sound of clattering heels. Look at that stance. It's meant to be a splash into the arms. But who would have thought that when he was halfway there, he was stopped by a hand. Wait, don't you move yet. Lu Yu instantly stood still at the words, then looked at Lu Fei with a puzzled expression. What's wrong hubby? What's the problem? After barely calming down, Luffy opened his mouth towards the other party with an egg on his face. Lu Yu, if I remember correctly I should have never told me the company's address, right? How the hell did you find it? Lu Yu, on the other hand, smiled sweetly. It's all fate-o. Luffy didn't believe this, and directly said with a bit of impatience, don't talk about this nonsense, directly tell me the reason, or you'll leave now. Seeing him like this, Lu Yu didn't dare to sell the story anymore and told it with a face full of excitement. Honey, here's the thing. Yesterday, when I was out dealing with company business, I happened to pass by here, and I saw from afar that there was a person whose back was very much like yours, but at that time, because I was in the car, I couldn't come down in time, and I only remembered this in my heart. It just so happens that today there is something to come over the neighborhood, so early in the morning came to the financial center downstairs to guard, thinking that in case of encounter that will not be earned. Wouldn't you say it's a coincidence that I saw you enter the building not long after I arrived? After that things are as you see them. After hearing what happened, Luffy instantly became oddly pale and looked like he had seen a ghost. You should know that although Star City was not considered to be one of those super first-tier international metropolises, it had a resident population of nearly 10 million. In such a vast sea of people, he and Lu Yu can still run into each other. This is simply outrageous to the core. On the contrary, it was Lu Yu. Taking advantage of the fact that Luffy would not be paying attention this time, she quietly took a few steps forward to come to his front and said with a sweet face, hubby, we can meet by chance like this, designated as the fate arranged by God. Why don't you take advantage of this good day and promise to be my boyfriend? As long as you loosely promise, people will listen to you from now on. As long as you point east, I will never go west. If you let me stand, I will never lie down. The more she said, the more the little woman's gesture on Lu Yu's face won, and looked to Luffy's eyes are full of love and admiration. There is a heart all hanging on him. If an ordinary man saw it, he would be eager to say yes and hold it in his arms to spoil it. Unfortunately, Lu Yu is facing Luffy, a man who has penetrating eyes and knows all about her, so all she gained was a sneer from someone. Lu Yu, I see that you don't fight for 3 days, and now you dare to pretend in front of me. According to what you're saying, wouldn't it be that if I don't agree to your words, you'll dare to disobey me? Lu Yu's face stiffened and she paused for a while before she weakly spoke out. Husband, listen to my explanation. I really don't mean that. Luffy didn't say anything when he saw this, but only looked at the other party with an unkind look in his eyes. Want to explain, right? Then I'll give you the chance. But if I'm not satisfied, you're on your own. Luffy was still very upset about this matter of Lu Yuchi following him without authorization. Women were allowed to have small minds, but certain things, he wouldn't allow, were untouchable. Dare to follow him today, maybe dare to do something else later. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Lu Yu's heart tightened. She knows. If this is not done well today, one is likely to lose the golden leg of Luffy over this. This was something she could never accept. After all, during this period of time, she had relied on the information provided by the other party to make nearly $1 million in the stock market. But then again, how would she know what to explain? From her perspective, what she had just said was completely correct. It was totally Luffy who was making a fuss over nothing. But she can't say that. Thinking about it, Lu Yu could only glance away, his eyes falling. Luffy was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Lu Yu smiled sweetly. What else can it mean? Explain. 0 inch. Luffy. 2 hours later, the door to a certain closed office room was reopened as the sound of clattering heels resumed. Shortly after the door opened, a radiant Lu Yu with her hair draped over her head, walked out from it with a big smile on her face. It's easy to see from the face that she got what she wanted. After exiting the doorway of the office, Lu Yu did not leave immediately. Instead, she deliberately stood in the doorway and organized her attire, and then looked back with a spring in her eyes before twisting her water snake waist and heading out of the house. But who would have thought that before taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped again, followed by a mysterious bad smile in her eyes. It was only because not far ahead of her, a sweet-looking neighbor girl was hurrying towards her. Chapter 151. Profound Lessons. Little sister. Wait. Lu Yu reached out and stopped the other party. What's the matter with you, pretty sister? Chihiro, who had come to an abrupt halt, looked at the other man somewhat dumbfounded. She was so focused on hurrying up just now that she didn't notice where Lu Yu came out from. Seeing it suddenly call out to him, there was some uncertainty. Lu Yu looked at her dumbfounded appearance and first snorted a laugh, then softly whispered, "Little sister, you're Qian, aren't you?" Chihiro's eyes flashed with confusion. "Yes, sister. You know me?" Lu Yu glances behind her and sees that the office door is still closed after deliberately teasing. "More than just knowing you. I have a great relationship with your boss." Seeing that the other party knew his boss, Chihiro felt a lot closer. After twisting her head to look at the company's gate behind the other party, she seemed to remember something and immediately smiled and inquired, "Pretty sister, in that case you must have just gotten out of my boss's place, right?" Lu Yu nodded slightly. "Yes? What's wrong, little sister? What's the problem?" Chihiro immediately said with some embarrassment. No, I just want to ask you, beautiful sister, whether my boss is in a good mood or not." There were only 2 people in the company right now, and if Luffy was in a bad mood, it wouldn't be easy for her, the only seedling employee. It just so happened that this pretty sister in front of her had just met the boss, so Chihiro naturally asked when she could. It's good to mentally prepare ahead of time. Lu Yu will be in a good mood this time, coupled with the fact that Qiansun's mouth is particularly sweet, calling out with a mouthful of a beautiful sister. She doesn't mind chatting with the other party for a few more moments. "Don't worry, your boss is in a good mood. I can't tell you how happy he is." After saying that I don't know what I remembered, Lu Yu's mouth deliberately added another sentence. "But you'd better not bother him this time, or you'll easily be scolded out by him." Chihiro was instantly a bit unsure. "Why? Didn't you say he was in a good mood?" Lu Yu seems to be smiling. "The mood is good, but the body is exhausted. I guess this will be squinting in the rest. If you swoop in, there's no telling what his get up and go might be. You don't know, sister. I was once victimized by his waking up breath. I was so scared that I couldn't walk well for a few days in a row." When Chihiro heard this, her eyes instantly widened with incredulity. "Is it that serious?" But immediately she realized that something was wrong and looked at Lu Yu with some confusion. "That's not right, beautiful sister. My boss, he doesn't seem like someone with such serious violent tendencies either. How could he cause you to be like this? And now is a legal society. Beating people not only have to pay serious point but to go to the police station. According to you, my boss is afraid that he has already settled down inside. Where would he have the time to come out and open a company?" Lu Yu's eyes held a smile when he saw that Chihiro hadn't gotten the message yet. She sort of understood why a lot of men were attracted to these young sissies, both innocent and gullible. How can you not be impressed? If she were a man, she wouldn't be able to resist. Alright, just don't dwell on it. Sister is just kidding you." Seeing that Chihiro was still struggling, Lu Yu immediately interrupted. Chihiro breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you, my boss is such a nice guy. There's no way he'd be violent." After saying that, she looked at Lu Yu with unusual seriousness and then reminded, "If anything, beautiful sister, even though you are my boss's friend, you can't make such jokes carelessly. Blackmail can be scary." Seeing Chihiro defending Luffy so much, Lu Yu inexplicably felt a little offended. What in the world was so good about that smelly man that he actually made this niece in front of him so defensive? As far as she knew, Luffy's company hadn't been open for more than a few days. It was logical that this Chihiro shouldn't have known each other for too long. So how could she have pulled up her favorability? Is there something fishy going on here? Thinking of this, Luyu's eyebrows arched, and he instantly had a small thought, but before she could put it into action, the sudden sound of the door opening behind her was what startled her. Elementary school girl? What are you doing standing in the doorway? Are you being punished? Looking at Chihiro, who was standing frozen in the doorway, Luffy asked with some lack of curiosity. Chihiro looked confused, then panicked and complained. No boss, just had a pretty sister say she knew you, then called me in for a chat, but somehow she ran away as soon as she saw you come out. Omega. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, and then immediately understood. It is designated that Luyu the Demoness is making any small moves again. Looks like the lesson I just taught my opponent wasn't deep enough. Thinking of this, he immediately inquired towards Chihiro. Were you there when you saw which way she was running? Was it toward the elevator shaft? Chihiro shook his head. Nope boss, it's the restroom side. Luffy's eyes lit up. That's fine. You go back to the office first and help me clean up the trash in my office. I'll be right back. Finishing without waiting for Chihiro to reply, he walked off in a certain direction. As he walked, he also pulled out his cell phone and scratched it up, seemingly looking for someone. With such behavior, Chihiro, who was looking behind him, was confused. Fortunately, she wasn't much of a bullseye person, and after seeing Luffy walk away, she immediately turned around and walked towards the company. After another 40 minutes, Luffy returned to his office panting. As soon as he sat down, Chihiro was concerned. Boss, what are you doing? Why are you sweating profusely? Here's my new paper towels. Go ahead and wipe it off. Luffy didn't say anything when he sniffed, and only took the paper towel and wiped the fine sweat that covered his forehead. Chihiro didn't ask much when he saw it, but he just thought of the office like that just now, and couldn't help but mutter softly. Boss, can you people have some hygiene? The wastebasket is full of takeout boxes. Toilet paper does not throw even if that tea does not have a special basket in that loaded well. How to still pour around? This is an office, not a food market. Feet stepping on it is easy to get water stains all over the place, very dirty, not to mention that in case someone steps on it and slips, that's very dangerous. Luffy was a bit unsure. Who teared up? I remember pouring it in a fixed place every time. Elementary school girl, I can warn you not to accuse people wrongly. Seeing that Luffy still didn't admit it, Chihiro spoke with some exasperation. Boss, why are you like this? You didn't admit it even though you did it yourself. I almost fell down there just now. Luffy, where? Chihiro came to a position by the window against the corner. Here, right at my feet. Luffy only felt outrageous. Don't be ridiculous, elementary school sister. That's 100,000 miles away from the couch. Who would pour water there for nothing? Unless you're out of your mind. Chihiro, but I was just sweeping the floor and this is what's there. If it weren't for you, boss, there would be others who have nothing better to do. There were only 2 of us in the company, and I'm not here these days, so it'll have to be you. Luffy subconsciously retorted. Who said the company was just the 2 of us? Just now wasn't it still? As he said that, Luffy suddenly felt that something was wrong, and then there was no more, because he had just suddenly remembered that he might actually be a little bit responsible for this. Of course, to divide the blame, he'd have to be an accessory at best. Chapter 152, Complementary Laws. Hua, boss, I told you it was you. It's time to admit it now. Seeing the thoughtful look on Luffy's face, Chihiro immediately grabbed the charge. But he had underestimated someone's thick skin, and seeing that he had been caught on the wrong foot, Luffy instantly played it off. What? So what if it's me? Do you still want to fire me as your boss? Do you still want that daily paycheck of several $100s a day? And those subsidies and stuff? I don't think you want them either. Hearing this, Chihiro's aura instantly weakened by a few points. No, it's not, boss. I just want to remind you, this is not good. Even though she had only come in once in the middle of the 3 days and had hurried home before she had stayed long enough for a couple hours, Luffy that really gave it away. Not only will the wages be calculated on a full day basis, even the takeout that she ordered in the middle of the day when she was hungry was subsidized. Ask just such a conscientious enterprise and boss, who could be willing to leave? She, Chihiro, couldn't afford to give it up anyway. It's a good thing that Luffy was just trying to scare Chihiro and nothing more. Seeing that the matter was revealed, he immediately changed the subject. That's right, elementary school girl. I remember that you should have held quite a bit of food in your hand when you came here just now, right? It just so happens that I'm a bit hungry right now. Why don't we share? Chihiro was a bit indignant. Boss, why do you always like to eat my stuff? That's not good. Luffy had a disinterested look on his face. What's yours and mine? We're all in the same company. It's only natural to share something good together. Besides, I don't eat you for free, so give me a quote later and I'll reimburse you along the way when I settle my paycheck. Chihiro was still a bit reluctant. Boss, it's really not about the money. Luffy, what was that about? Chihiro didn't say anything when he sniffed, only looking down and playing with his fingers, and his little face was flushed, as if he had something hard to say. Seeing this, Luffy was instantly interested. Why are you still shy? Did you buy something shameful? If you don't say anything, I'm going to go see for myself. While saying that, Luffy got up and walked towards the office area. Chihiro was instantly anxious at the sight and rushed to grab the bag containing the items before Luffy did. What are you getting at? Isn't it just some food? Is there a need to be so nervous? Seeing her like this, Luffy felt speechless. On the contrary, it was Chihiro, who hesitated for a while before somewhat stammering Luffy opened his mouth. That what, boss? You eat it. You can't make fun of me later, or next time I'll never bring anything here again. Luffy, okay. I promise not to laugh. Your boss, I'm starving. How can I have time to laugh? Chihiro was still a bit hesitant, so she reconfirmed really? Luffy didn't hesitate. It's truer than real gold. You're a puppy for lying. Seeing that he had said so, Chihiro couldn't be bothered to insist. With his eyes closed, he reached out and handed over the object in his arms. The sight amused Luffy. What the hell is in here? What's making this ninny so nervous? Thinking about this, just as soon as he received the item, Luffy examined it curiously. Then, he froze. The next second, thunderous laughter resounded throughout the writing room. Liar! You cheating boss! You said you wouldn't laugh. Looking at the constant accusation of a certain snacker at his heels, Luffy opened his mouth a bit tearfully. Okay, just stop dangling it in front of my eyes. I really just couldn't hold it back for that one moment. Didn't I stop laughing after that? Besides, it's not entirely my fault. After all, who'd have thought, you, who just turned 19, would like to eat these things? As he was saying this, Luffy took a bite of the lamb's whip in his hand. But don't tell me, it was a little cold, but the flavor was surprisingly good. It's broad daylight, and I don't know where this snacker bought the barbecue, but it's actually this authentic. Chihiro looked away, her little mouth curled up. Humph, who says little girls can't eat this stuff? I love anything that tastes good. Luffy picked up another skewer of bullwhip and sniffed it, then jerked it into his mouth in one bite, then chewed as he did so. That's true, but then again, I was willing to lose just now. Why do you keep wandering around in front of my eyes? Is it because you want to be lazy, that you've been pretending to be like this? I can warn you, elementary school sister. Although this senior is good to talk, but in my eyes and still so blatantly touch fish is not a little too much. Chihiro was dumbfounded at the words. Then the expression on his face instantly turned into a bitter melancholy. Boss, I just casually said that. You're a big man, magnanimous. Just pretend that you didn't see it, okay? Luffy's head tilted. Aha! Chihiro hung down his little head and said bitterly, Boss, I know to wrong. I'll go out and stand in punishment right now. Luffy was happy. What are you doing out there standing in the penalty box? It's not like we're in school. By the looks of it, you haven't been lectured by the teacher much in class before. It's become a subconscious reaction. Chihiro weakly retorted. Which is not. It's just slightly more than others. Luffy, alright, let's not dwell on this. If you have this kind of effort, you might as well help me with all the computers outside. Chihiro quickly looked up. Boss, so you mean you won't punish me? Luffy, did I say that? Chihiro thought hard. It seems like there really is an O. Luffy whites out. That won't work. Before the words left her mouth, she suddenly added, but if you're still inking in front of my eyes, that's not a good thing to say. Don't ya, boss? I'll get to work. Chihiro wasn't stupid either, and before Luffy's words had even fully fallen, he immediately ran off in a huff with his small steps, finishing up as if afraid of Luffy calling her. She incidentally even closed the office door on her way out. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't stop laughing. To be honest, although he was making a lot of money while he was here alone these days, he always felt that something was missing. It wasn't until now that he realized that it wasn't anything else that was missing. It was the joy of interacting with people. People are herd animals, and it's easy to get into trouble mentally when you're alone a lot. For this reason, the old patriarchs even left a cautionary tale called, Men and Women Work Together Without Getting Tired. The purpose of this is to remind the world that, many times, the two together are easily complementary in their strengths. As for how complementary, that's a matter of opinion. Thinking about this, Luffy felt the need to recruit more female employees over, so that he could maximize the kind of advantages, of course, he was talking about later. As for now, he had other things to deal with. Looking at the message alerts that kept ringing out in front of his computer, Luffy thought as he did. Chapter 153, Plans Can't Catch Up. Ugh, it's hard to start a business, it's even harder to invest. Shortly afterward, the desk. Looking at the screenshot Zhang Hao had just sent over, Luffy couldn't help but feel emotional. Before, he had always thought that the whole investment thing was easy. It's just a matter of seeing which program has a future. plus looking at the people in it favorably, and then spreading money around in a big way and calling it a day. The rest, nothing more than sitting in the office and counting the money, but really to the hands of practical operation when he suddenly realized, things are not as simple as he thought. The reason for this is just one word: money. Or to expand on that, it's the way the money is spent. In the beginning, he invested $200,000 to this guy Zhang Hao, even if it was the studio's startup capital. This old boy is also a kind of talent. Only the second day actually said to him that the budget is a bit over, and then did not even think to ask Luffy. The investor cannot add a little more. Seeing as both sides are friends for a sake, Luffy didn't think much about it, and without hesitation transferred another $100,000 to him. As far as the speed of the money transfer, it could be considered a good deal for both parties for all these years of cohabitation. Next off the mark, on the third day, Zhang Hao came to Luffy to ask for money again, giving the same reason as before. The budget was not enough again. At first Luffy thought the guy was joking with him. While $300,000 isn't much, it's still more or less okay to get the starting capital for a small fantasy studio. At the very least, it's not like he's going to spend it all in 2 days. But who would have thought that this kid Zhang Hao was really a capable person? Not only did he spend all $300,000, he even invested his own hard-earned savings of close to $200,000 or so in his wife's book. Such behavior immediately startled Luffy. I'm afraid that the old boy has not been fooled by someone to take the money. It was only under his continuous questioning that this Zhang Hao fellow squirmed a bit and explained. Turns out, he still has all the money. It's just been swapped out of existence. In what way exactly? Which brings us to a very interesting rule of item trading in fantasy. That is, the player new shelves things if much lower than the market price. In order to avoid being some professional businessmen rush to use the plug-in spike, it set up a special protection period called the lottery period. During this lottery period, anyone who sees this thing, and has the financial resources to do so, can participate in the seconds of this thing. To put it simply, you pay for it, and then pick a lucky winner out of a large group of people who have paid for it. Pick you. That leak is yours to pick up. The rest of you who don't get picked get refunded where you are. And Zhang Hao, this guy, happened to run into such a thing right after getting Luffy's $200,000 transfer. A variety of things split down to sell if the market price is almost close to 300,000 game account. Actually buy people to $200,000 or so, extremely low price listed for sale in the dream trade market. Zhang Hao, who didn't hold back at the time, immediately went for it. What's bull is, the old boy actually hit it. It was over. He was completely excited, and started to participate in all kinds of pickup raffles on the fantasy trading market like Chicken Blood 2. This went on, instantly emptying his pockets to hedge his bets, and ended up with a streak of asking Luffy for money. Regarding this statement, Luffy initially did not believe it, thinking that this Zhang Hao fellow was purely fooling him. After all, he hadn't forgotten about the kid who couldn't win a dime on a scratch-off some time ago. But really, when the brightly colored screenshots and records of the transactions were laid out in front of him, he still froze. What the hell? Zhang Hao didn't lie to him? The pickup thing is actually true. Seeing this, Luffy's mind suddenly flashed, and he immediately had a bold idea. Since the lottery pickup thing is really reliable, why not follow the lead and go in that direction? Theoretically, as long as there is enough money and enough numbers entered into the drawing, then there is nothing that can't be grabbed. So, Luffy, who is an investor, started to point out the direction of Zhang Hao's business, and instantly switched the direction of Zhang Hao's business. This is not after a day of hard work. Zhang Hao, this guy did not know what method he used, actually got drawn 3 times in a row again. At this time is in Luffy show off. Hope that he continues to additional investment, brother and sister, so that together to earn big money. In response, Luffy agreed after a moment's reflection. Of course, what he transferred to the other party this time was not cash, but those valuable weapons, spirit jewelry and whatnot that he swept up in the game a few days ago. Although the stuff didn't look like much, selling it all out would be at least over $1 million. Enough for this Zhang Hao guy to toss it around. For Luffy, this gold master father, trenchless behavior. Zhang Hao, this guy immediately launched in WeChat oath, commitment to earn the difference in the future of the proceeds of the 2 sides of the 2/8 split. Luffy 8, he too, and I promise to sign these terms to the contract in writing in a few days. Seeing this, Luffy laughed and snorted a few times before offering to just split it 50/50. Since then, Luffy's first angel investment has come to an end. As for exactly how much money you'll make, that's unknown. Another hour later, night fell. Luffy called Chihiro in. Boss, what can I do for you? I'm busy right now. Chihiro seemed a bit reluctant and beamed. Luffy, what? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Chihiro didn't say anything at that, only muttering a few times with his little mouth, not knowing what he was saying. Luffy didn't bother to dwell on this has-been, and immediately started talking about business. It's like this, Chihiro. It's getting late, plus you've been busy for so long. In light of such circumstances, this boss has ordered a couple of takeaways in preparation to treat you, so you get the idea. Chihiro was a bit indignant, lowered her head and counted up her fingers, speaking in such a grandiose manner. In fact, it's not that the security uncle downstairs won't let the takeout come up. He himself is too lazy to go down, so he wants me to run errands again to go wherever he wants to go. Luffy gasped and laughed. Fine then, I'll go by myself, but I'll tell you what, you won't get any when I bring it up later. And you're not allowed to run anywhere else either. Only stand next to me and watch me eat. By the way, I got someone's favorite roast duck this time. The taste is just amazing. As he spoke, Luffy got up and headed towards the door. Chihiro, instantly anxious, hastily trotted to Luffy's front, said with a pleasing face, "That what, boss? Take out this matter which can let you personally move legs. Let me, this small employee, run errands on the line." Luffy saw this and cried and laughed a little. "It's not that I'm talking about you, elementary school sister. Why do you always remember to eat but not remember to fight? Every time you have to bow your head and admit your mistakes only when I put words in your mouth to teach you a lesson. You're making it hard for me." Chihiro started to be cute. No hard, no hard. I'm such a cute employee. Boss, you definitely can't afford to teach me a lesson. After saying that, Chihiro also raised her hands and puffed up her face to give a big heart to Luffy. Unfortunately, she underestimated someone's bad taste, and just without realizing it, a sinful hand reached out to her. Chapter 154, Zhou Meng. A few seconds later, someone's little cheeks were pinched. "Well, boss, how can you be like this?" Luffy ignored it and continued to be evil. Chihiro endured seeing the upcoming portion of roast duck. Luffy turns up the heat and puts his other sinful hand to use. Chihiro panicked and tried to break free. "I can't, boss. If I pinch my little cheeks any more they'll swell." Luffy was half threatening and half tempting. "I just pinched it. I didn't force it to swell. Squeeze me a little longer. And what happened before is written off." Chihiro's heart fluttered. "So, okay, just for a little while." After a while, Luffy deliberately teased again. "Want to give me another hug? Otherwise I always feel a bit shortchanged." After saying that and not waiting for Chihiro to agree, Luffy quickly pulled her into his arms and then quickly pushed her out again. Such behavior immediately caused a certain little greedy cat to blow up. "Wha, boss, you're cheating. I'll never trust you again." Weekend. The sun is shining. It's a good day to pick up a car. And Luffy did. Arrived early that morning in front of a Force store. Reception of his sales called Zhou Meng. Not only waist thin, legs long, front convex and back. Small face is also very delicate. Belonged to the kind of walking on the street turnover rate is very high characters. The most attractive thing about her, though, was those red lips, which were easy to claim as one's own. Of course, no one is perfect, and where there are strengths, there must be weaknesses. Even though this woman had all sorts of good qualities, the sound that came out of her throat was a bit hard for Luffy to praise. He even wondered for a moment if this saleswoman could be the legendary male nympho. Fortunately, Zhou Meng was also a person with eyes. Seeing that Luffy's mood was not right, he immediately switched his voice line up. Such a behavior immediately made Luffy freeze and look at the other party with a bit of incredulity. "You are?" Zhou Meng seemed to be accustomed to this and immediately explained with a smile. "As you can see, Mr. Liu, my original voice wasn't very good, but I feel that in sales you should face your customers with the most sincere side, so I also made it a point to treat people with my original voice, but I can still convert it if the client minds." Before the words left her mouth, she added with a playful wink, "By the way, Mr. Liu, I'll let you in on a little secret. In order to cover up that awful voice from before, I've been practicing my voice acting for a while. So as long as the client needs it, I am able to serve you with your own favorite voice." As if to make Luffy believe, after finishing his last sentence, Zhou Meng immediately switched his voice, and called him Mr. Liu a few times with different voice transitions. After hearing this explanation, it was Luffy who had a bit of embarrassment on his face. After all, it's never a good idea to expose someone to their face. Zhou Meng was very sweet and immediately took the responsibility on herself. "Mr. Liu, there's actually no need for you to feel sorry for this. It was me who didn't explain it to you beforehand, thus causing you unnecessary distress." Luffy didn't say anything at that, only smiled. However, the favorability of Zhou Meng in his heart was fast drawing full, so after a moment's reflection, he directly told the other party the true purpose of his visit. "I want that white Porsche Cayenne. If I could just pick it up today, I could order it now." Zhou Meng looked in the direction of Luffy's finger and saw a very bright phantom standing there. She recognized it immediately as Cayenne's most popular new model this year. Even the lowest configurations are no less than $1 million. Her eyes lit up at the thought, and her heart lifted in her chest. If she could take this order, she could at least make a small commission of several tens of thousands. Of course, there's a caveat to all of this. That's if the other party is willing to stagger it, or she'll just have to suffer and take the $1,000 or $800 in commission. After all, installment car purchases, that's the bulk of the money they can get in this business. Thinking that he had already set up a persona of treating people with sincerity in front of him, Zhou Meng simply went along with it and continued to follow this path. It's like this, Mr. Liu, this model is a Porsche Cayenne. Although Luffy had already specified the target, Zhou Meng didn't rush to make an offer. Instead, she first introduced him to the car's advantages and disadvantages one by one. In response, Luffy didn't say much and just listened patiently. Don't look like he's been carrying a driver's license in his pocket for years, but the truth is that he's still the type of guy who doesn't know a thing about cars. Especially many of the functional tips are poorly known. Now was the perfect time for him to take the opportunity to ask more questions and learn more. But, ideals are beautiful. Reality is cruel. As he listened, his attention was drawn to something odd. Honestly, you can't really blame him. It's really that the saleswoman Zhou Meng in front of me is just too professional. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's eyes were still focused on the introduction when he was doing these actions, Luffy kind of wondered if the other party could be doing it on purpose. Just as Luffy's attention was drifting back and forth between the car and the earth with increasing severity, he suddenly realized a very serious problem. That's why he's skeptical. If you really want to know why bother with riddles, just use your eyes and look. And then, he regretted it. Chomo, tech warrior, hospital regular. Luffy though knew that these luxury car saleswomen didn't usually have it easy, and some of them might be a bit hard work in their quest for a better life. Still, those 8 words on the vision gave him quite a shock. You can be inconsistent, but you can't be so inconsistent. He was a little disinterested at the thought that someone had died in the scene before him, so without waiting for Zhou Meng to say a few more words, he offered to count the price. Zhou Meng, who was in a state of exuberance, was naturally smiling and laughing, not noticing the change in Luffy's eyes at all, and immediately stepped on the sound of clacking heels to bring Luffy to the negotiation area. But who would have thought that just as soon as she sat down, Luffy threw a large pot of cold water on her. I'm going to pay full price for the car, so don't you count the installment price. Hearing this, the expression on Zhou Meng's face instantly became a bit unnatural. He was just about to explain the advantages of staging to Luffy, but his words were stopped in their tracks by Luffy's slightly cold eyes. This sudden and drastic change instantly confused Zhou Meng. What the hell? Obviously, the way he looked at his mom before still had a bit of longing in it. How come it changed in a few seconds? It's not scientific. Granted, men change their minds quickly, but not this quickly. Did a leprechaun intervene along the way? Thinking of this, Zhou Meng quickly recalled what had just happened. From the very beginning when he meets Luffy by making up his own little story to quickly gain favor, to certain little touches that are purposely designed when speaking about the car, to the inadvertent display of personal scenic. But no matter how much she tried to remember, she couldn't find a situation where Luffy had been out of her sight for more than 10 seconds. After ruling out various reasons, Zhou Meng, whose thinking had already formed a bias, could only think of one possibility, that the man in front of her was lusting after her, hoping to get some kind of favor from her. Chapter 155, Duties and Responsibilities. Zhou Meng, although not long to do sales time, plus this year full of only about 2 years, although she hasn't been in the business for very long, she is one of the top 3 salespeople in the 4S store for a long time. There was naturally a reason for her to be able to achieve such a proud record. The secret to her success is that she is calm and decisive, and she knows how to give and take quickly. So after she thought she had identified the root of the problem, she immediately decided to treat the problem. It's not just a matter of trying to get a hold of them, so she'll try to fulfill the client's needs as best as she can. After a moment's reflection to organize her words, she smiled. Mr. Liu, I understand where you're coming from. Here's the deal. I can do it for you on my side even with full payment. It's just that the price might be slightly more expensive. But before you do, I suggest you take it for a test drive. A test drive? What does that mean? Luffy didn't understand at first, so he subconsciously asked. Hearing this, although Zhou Meng had already begun to curse someone in her heart for being a hypocrite who wanted to take advantage and pretend, she still had an undiminished smile on her lips. It's like this, Mr. Liu, test drive means that I accompany you, the client, outside on certain safe roads to test the car's performance and driving comfort, so that you can have a clearer understanding of the specifics of your desired car in real life. Of course, there is no specific time limit on this, as long as you want, a day or two. Zhou Meng believed that after she had said this, the man in front of her should understand the meaning behind it. As expected, as soon as her words left her mouth, the other party's eyes instantly lit up. Just when she thought the other party would immediately agree, Luffy uttered words that completely messed her up. I think the test drive should be waived. I'm a clean freak and I don't like to use other people's stuff. Just give me an exact word on how much you can get that model Porsche Cayenne for full price. What the hell? Isn't this guy lusting for a fight? How is it that I've been so suggestive, and he's still here playing Tai Chi? Is it possible that you didn't understand what I just said? Thinking about this, Zhou Meng couldn't hold back and decided to explicitly get up. Glancing around out of the corner of his eye to see no one, he began to make small movements. Mr. Liu, I think you may have missed the point. I'm not talking about letting you take a test drive alone, but rather I'm accompanying you so you can get a better understanding of the situation. Chinese characters have always been profound, with excellent expression with the tone of voice. It is easy to make the original ordinary text to produce a unique charm, and the long-suffering Zhou Meng is one of the best. In only 3 words, it expresses its central meaning with exceptional clarity. The core of the conversation is the words me and you and the rest is just an excuse. She was sure that with this intensity of expression on her part, even Elmwood would get it. In fact, Luffy, aside from being a bit of a dabbler at first, actually spent his time completely in the dark. What kind of windfall he used to see in novels when the protagonist bought a car. Beautiful saleswomen see the money and take the initiative to pour what? Or meet acquaintances look down on how. At first, he didn't believe it. He just didn't think it could be so bloody. But who would have thought that I would have seen them all today? Not to mention the fact that in order to earn his installment of the tens of thousands of dollars, eyes have begun to pull the wire. Zhou Meng. Can anyone tell him? He just casually came to buy a car. How could he still run into this girl Bai Ling? But it's really outrageous that her mom opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. After collecting his thoughts a little, Luffy made a decision right away. Okay, I understand everything you're saying, but I'm not really interested in you. If you still want to make this order, be a good boy and get the full price figured out while you're at it. Then get those contracts and paperwork ready, and wait for me to come back later to sign and swipe the card. If you don't want to, then it's up to you. Luffy has always been a man of beginnings and endings, although he is a bit displeased with some aspects of Zhou Meng, but leaving aside those dark sides, in terms of customer experience and professionalism, the other party still has no words. Since there is labor to be paid, there is still due payment. So before he got up to leave, he made a point of saying this. As for whether Zhou Meng had listened to him or not, that wasn't what he was thinking about. Because of Bai Jia, Bai Ling's position in Luffy's heart had always been rather complicated. To him, the other was both a peer and not a peer in the usual sense. Really, they can only call each other what they are at the moment, coupled with the fact that this sister has always had a kind of emo hostility towards him. So in general, Luffy, even if he met, he would avoid it. But the other side seems to be in trouble today. As someone who had somehow fulfilled an obligation for the other's father, Luffy felt the need to take on a bit of responsibility that corresponded to it. So, he headed towards the duo in the center of things. But who would have thought that before he could get anywhere near it, the sound of an emotionally charged conversation drilled into his ears. The man with the inch head, Ling Air, just promised to be my girlfriend. Bai Ling, want me to be your girlfriend? Son, don't be so paranoid. We're not even close to that. As for last night, just forget about it as a dream. After all, we were both drunk. The man with the inch head. Why, Linger, we've already had sex. Why don't you say yes? I'll do anything you want to let go of. Hearing this explosion of information next to his ear, Luffy froze. What's going on? It sounds like the two of them had drunken sex, and then the inchman wanted to take responsibility, but Bai Ling didn't want to? In that case, wouldn't it be a little bad for him to just go over, like that? After all, it's one of those very private things, but to just watch the two pull and tug on the street, it seemed a little less than elegant. It's not a main street, but there are still a lot of pedestrians passing by. Just for the time being, the noisy commotion attracted the attention of a number of people. After allowing both sides to go on with such nonsense, in case it is made into a small video by some melon eaters and posted on short video platforms that could be troublesome. After all, Bai Ling, this girl was still young, and she was going to marry someone in the future. If this bad black history is recorded, it's not a good idea to ask for a high bride price. For a while, Luffy was in a bit of a dilemma. Just as Luffy was a bit hesitant, the White Spirit, not far away, saw him. Then, she immediately brightened up, also ignored the inchman beside her, and without hesitation, stepped on the sound of clacking high heels and walked towards someone. Chapter 156. Husband, say something. Why did she come by herself? At first Luffy hadn't realized it, and when Bai Ling got closer to him, the clattering of her high heels eventually caught his attention. Looking at that pretty face that was 7 or 8% similar to Bai Jie's, Luffy finally felt the need to help the other party. After all, you have to look at the Buddha without looking at the monk. But who would have thought? Just as he was about to take a few steps forward to say hello, Bai Ling suddenly trotted all the way over. The weirdest thing was, this nymphette actually looked at him with a look on her face that she had never seen before. A hint of pleading? Just when Luffy was a bit unsure. Its next action dazzled him even more. I saw the white spirit running to Luffy's side, first full of wrathful fierce glare at him, then immediately intimate arm around him turned toward the back of the inchman chasing after the opening. Suning, my boyfriend is here to pick me up, so stop pestering me, otherwise, with his violent temper, he would have been designated to cut you for me. You betcha, hubby. Luffy froze at his words, and it took several seconds before he realized what Shiren intended. It's obviously intended to use him as a shield. To be honest, he was reluctant to get into this mess in this way. After all, it was easy to hold a grudge, but things have come to this, he has no other way, can only cooperate with the other party to play on. He can't tear down this girl Bai Ling now. If that really happens, he will probably be remembered by this niece for the rest of his life. And the relationship between the two, even if there was no longer any possibility of a détente. Then again, taking a step back, he's not at too much of a disadvantage right now. Let's not even talk about the unique sensation at his left arm that could make the two of them call out that name at the same time. He, Luffy, is probably the first one. Thinking about it, someone suddenly got a little carried away. Thinking about it. Husband? I'm asking you a question. Why don't you say something? Is it angry? When he looked down, he only saw Bai Ling looking deeply at him with a pair of big poofy eyes. This little look is so pitiful. You can't help but take a bite out of it. Surname Liu, you can't go too far. The advantage has been taken for so long. Wouldn't it be time to do some work? Seeing that Luffy had been staring blankly at himself without saying anything, Bai Ling finally couldn't hold back, and reminded in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. The tone of his voice was more or less a bit of gnashing of teeth. Luffy started to be and also muttered in a whisper that only the two could hear. What's surname Liu? I have a name, okay? You do that again. And watch out, I'm leaving right now. Bai Ling smiled skinlessly and gritted her teeth more and more. Bastard. You actually threatened me. If you dare to run, I'll strangle you. At first Luffy didn't care, but when a tingling sensation that went straight to the depths of his soul erupted at his left arm, he instantly understood. The technique, the intensity. Let's just say it's worthy of a mother and daughter. It's almost like a lineage. Luffy forced back the pain. If you pinch again, I'll leave right away. Bai Ling was unforgiving. If you work, I promise not to pinch you. Luffy couldn't hold back. If you pinch again, I'll turn around and sue your mom. Bai Ling got on top. You have the ability to go. As long as you dare to go, I'll strangle you right now. Luffy zoomed in. If someone's drunkenness is known by Bai Jie, I guess it'll be a tough time in the future. Bai Ling hated her teeth. If you keep talking nonsense, beware of me. Beware of me. Luffy's eyes began to take on a wicked grin. Careful how you do it. Bai Ling was furious. You. And just like that, a bizarre scene appeared. Luffy and White Spirit, one with his head lowered, the other with his head tilted up. Just like this, you and I were whispering like nobody's business. Unbeknownst to them, this whispering look of the two, in the eyes of the not far away from the stagnation of the inchman is a completely different meaning. Is this a fight? No kidding. It's obviously a private little interaction between a couple. Okay, this is clearly a sign of good feelings. The thought of it. She couldn't look away anymore and hissed as she came to the pair. Little Spirit, you tell me who the hell he is. How do you two know each other? This sudden loud noise immediately brought back the duo, who were in the throes of a fight, to their senses. After both sides glanced at each other, they decided that it was better to solve the problem at hand first. So the next second, Bai Ling tightly wrapped her arms around someone, leaning her head half tilted on his shoulder, and spoke towards the inch-haired man with a look of happiness. As you can see, Sunin, he's my boyfriend. We've always had a good relationship, so if you know what you're doing, you might as well die while you can. Su Ning shook his head frantically. Undesirable Ling Ling. It's impossible. How could you have a boyfriend? And he's still a guy. Didn't you used to tell me that you hated guys the most? Now how come you're making such intimate gestures with a guy? This must be a fake. I must have misread it. Bai Ling. What fake really? Su Ning. I know you've always liked me, but I've also told you more than once. I have someone I like. It's just that you don't believe me. And now he's right in front of your eyes. Now you should be damned. If you disappear in front of my eyes now, maybe we can still be friends in the future. But if you continue to be such a nuisance, we won't even be able to be friends in the future. Sunin seemed to fall into self-doubt. It can't be. How could things have turned out like this? How could you like a guy? Ling Ling? If that's the truth, then what's the deal with what happened yesterday? That's right. That must be it. Spirit, you must be lying to me. You don't actually like guys. But because of me, you just put up with the nausea and act with this stinky guy. Yes, it has to be. No way. I can't let this happen. This stinking man. What gives him the right to touch Ling Ling you like that? I disagree. Sunin seemed to think of the point of the matter, and instantly aimed his spear at Luffy on the side, glaring angrily at him as if he was going to rush up and fight him for true love. The next second, such behavior immediately made Luffy a bit puzzled. This is what how to involve him again. He has been eating melon did not say okay. However, listening to what I just said, Bai Ling's relationship with this soft-looking little sissy Su Ning in front of her seemed a bit complicated, and by the sound of that, he always had a feeling there was something a little weird going on somewhere. This Sunin, why is there so much animosity towards men? She's obviously doing it herself. A mouthful of stinky men sounds a little off-putting. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Plus that weird thing she said earlier. What? How can Bai Ling have a boyfriend? And the boyfriend is a guy? In that case, this soft-looking little sissy in front of me is probably a pussy. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately looked somewhere in front of him, trying to find out the answer. Chapter 157, Bullying My Mom. Right. Unfortunately, this Sunin had a flat horse in front of him, actually making it impossible for him to find a single clue. Such a situation was quite surprising to Luffy. Is there really a woman in this world who doesn't have any pecs at all? Or, did he guess wrong? Is this Sunin really just a little sissy, and not a pussy? Just as Luffy was about to ask the white spirit beside him, that nonchalant voice was resounding once again. What are you looking at, stinky man? It's disgusting. Luffy looked up, only to see that Sunin was glaring angrily, with the appearance of making a move at the drop of a hat. Seeing this situation, Luffy also got up nonchalantly and stepped forward to look at the other party with an unkind look in his eyes. Little sissy, mouthing off about me being a smelly man. Aren't you one yourself? Whoa, there's a real possibility that you're not, or else the little spirit you've been pining for wouldn't be in my arms. Before the words left his mouth, Luffy pulled out the arm that was being held by Bai Ling, and then smoothly encircled the other party's small savage waist. And finally, he even very domineeringly pulled her towards his body to lean in front of him. Such behavior immediately drew the displeasure of Bai Lingda. Although his face matched the happy face leaning against his side, the gnashing of teeth at the corners of his mouth didn't stop. Surname Lu, don't go too far. You'd better stop right there. And that hand behind your back, better lift it upwards for me. Luffy didn't even hear him, and only looked at the little sissy in front of him with a provocative face. Originally, according to Luffy's thoughts, he was planning to reason with the other party, to deal with the issue at hand in a more gentle manner. But, who would have thought that the little sissy in front of him from the beginning to the present has been bad-mouthing him, but also a mouthful of a stinking man called. This kind of behavior was really something that Luffy couldn't hold back any longer, so immediately the tit-for-tat verbal assault went up. He didn't care if the other person was a real sissy or a fake sissy right now, he just knew that the person in front of him was getting on his nerves. The more Luffy and his duo got closer and closer, the angrier Suning became. Stinky man, how dare you put your hand on Ling Ling's waist? Quickly send it to me. That place, only I can touch it. Luffy was all smiles. Oh, why don't you tell me why I can't? Boyfriends hugging their girlfriends. Isn't that natural? I'm telling you, little sissy, I don't just want this, I want to touch. While saying that, Luffy's hand also began to be unfaithful, deliberately moving slowly around someone's small waist. But who would have thought that before he even started to move, a certain polyp in his waist was being held, and there was a painful sensation coming from above. When he looked down, Bai Ling was looking at him with a threatening intent in her eyes. Seeing him look over, the somewhat petite Bai Ling immediately stood on her tiptoes to bring close to his ear, then warned with a voice squeezed through her teeth. Surname Lu, I know you're doing this on purpose. I'll warn you one last time. Stop taking advantage of me. If you ever make a move on me again, watch out, I'll tell my mom. Let her come and reason with you then. Luffy naturally couldn't possibly admit it, and seeing that things were revealed, he immediately started ghosting. What are you thinking, little spirit? I'm the kind of person who casually has small thoughts about my juniors. Your Uncle Lu, I have always had only your mom in my heart, and for you, that's purely a lick of love. As for what happened just now, it was entirely because I had no choice but to do that in order to help you solve the problem at hand. Otherwise I wouldn't have done anything to apologize to your mom. Seeing Luffy not leaving his own mom behind in 3 sentences, Bai Ling was instantly angry and laughed. She wasn't stupid. How could she not realize that the man in front of her was completely full of? As for what? Love of house, licking of calves, that's even more something only a 3-year-old would believe, right? But in the way of the current issue of Su Ning stalking her, Bai Ling couldn't afford to snap. After all, right now she was thinking of relying on Luffy to take care of this annoying heel, but just letting the other person go, it wasn't her style. The more she thought about it, the more angry she got. Bai Ling couldn't care less. She directly counted new grudges and old grudges together, trying to take advantage of me. Say I'm your girlfriend, right? Usually didn't bully my mom, did you? The thought of these. Bai Ling went straight to the real version of verbal warning. A not-so-violent attack on someone's shoulder. This unexpected action directly confused Luffy. What the hell? How is it that no matter how big or small, they all like to move their mouths at the drop of a hat? Could it be that such things are inscribed in the genes and passed down? Seeing the white spirit's verbal warning is getting heavier and heavier, Luffy can no longer hold back. Began to wail. Sabo, Sharon, do you count cats? Why do you start biting at the drop of a hat? As he was saying that, Luffy was about to pull someone away. But, to say that the most violent reaction belonged to Sunin, who was only a few steps away from the duo. From his point of view, this is not white spirit to do something to Luffy. It is clearly her spirit was bullied by someone, so she had no choice but to do this kind of behavior. She was shaking with anger at the thought, and just couldn't look at it anymore. Ling Ling is such a cute girl that she should be well protected. How can anyone have the heart to bully her? If you can tolerate it, you can't. Su Ning, who had already been rushed through her senses by something, could no longer look on, and instantly clenched her small fists and rushed towards someone. Stinky man, you actually dare to bully Ling Ling? I'm going to fight you. Luffy was momentarily staggered. Did he hear right? What do you mean I bullied Bai Ling? She's obviously the one who's bullying me, okay? No, I can understand your love brain, but could you not be so wrong about right and wrong? Looking at the small man who was waving his fists and charging towards him with a face full of anger, Luffy couldn't think of anything else. A horizontal shift blocked the white spirit in front of him. This sudden brouhaha immediately caused the furiously charging Su Ning to freeze, and the expression on his face instantly became horrified. She was trying to whack Luffy, but she never wanted to hurt her own spirit. In order to avoid injuring Bai Ling, Su Ning hastily put away his fist and reversed his direction, in an attempt to avoid it. But it turned out that a few people were close by, and she was charging without even thinking about smothering her head, without even considering the rest of the situation. Even though she was thinking of withdrawing her strength, the inertia caused by sprinting at full speed. In such a short distance it was difficult for human beings to control, and Bai Ling didn't expect someone to come along for the ride, and by the time she reacted, Su Ning was already close at hand. And so, in the next second, the three people present inevitably collided, and because each of the three heads have their own ideas, simply cannot reach a consensus. So when a number of chicken flying under the dog jump, the crowd actually fell into a ball. Chapter 158, The Left and the Right. For a while, the three voices rose and fell. Luffy screamed, asterisk 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 asterisk. My old back, what's with all the rocky bits on the walkway? Bai Ling complained. Surname Lu, it's fine if you're going to fall yourself. Why are you dragging me on your back? I think you're sincere. Su Ning first apologized. Ling Ling, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for making you fall. Didn't hurt anywhere, did you? Then immediately began to help. Stinky man, what are you doing with your hand pulling Ling Ling all the time? Are you trying to take advantage? I'll beat you to death. Luffy takes a blow to the chest and lets out a harsh message. Little sissy, you're not done yet. Do you really think I'm soft? I'll show you today what it means to have the power of a man. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luffy stretched out his sinful 5 fingers to grab in front of Sunin's body. Bai Ling instantly widened her eyes and tried to stop it. Surname Lu, what are you doing? Don't do anything if you're fine. It's something that can happen. Su Ning's focus was completely off. Spirit, are you helping me? That's great. I knew you still had me in your heart. Don't worry, with this stinky man's hands, I can dodge it in one go. Luffy glanced at Bai Ling on his left, a bit speechless. Whose side are you on anyway? Even if you don't help me as a teammate, why are you starting to give help to the opposite side? It's true that you're not afraid of godlike opponents, but you're afraid of pig-like teammates. Bai Ling, what do you mean? Surname Lu? Actually scolding me. Su Ning was filled with righteous indignation. Stinking man, you actually dare to scold Ling Ling. I'm going to fight you. Don't look at this time. They all spouted bold words, but if you look at it in the context of the scene, it is exceptionally comical. Someone with the largest physique fell to the ground as a carpet. Sharon was half pressed against Luffy's left side because she was taken down by association, and Sunin was on the opposite side with unusual symmetry. Add to that a little bit of bad blood, or tripping over each other, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. 6 hands in completely different directions waved randomly in midair. Luffy ate the pain. Who hit me in the loins again? I can warn you not to go too far. Bai Ling felt like she was being eaten tofu. Who bumped into my chest just now? Surname Lu. Were you taking advantage of me? Su Ning hurriedly responded. Ling Ling, it's him. I saw it all just now. Luffy couldn't stand it anymore. Don't be too bloody-minded. Little sissy, you're pouring all the dirty water on me. I just clearly saw that you were the one rubbing up against her. Hearing this, Su Ning seemed a bit flustered. It's not. I didn't. Don't listen to his nonsense, Ling Ling. It's all because of this stinky man. Men are no good. Don't believe him. By Ling. Su Ning, can you not stutter when you tell lies? Luffy, look. Little spirit, the truth is out. Bai Ling gritted her teeth more and more as she sniffed. Surname Lu. Don't think I don't know what you just did. Move your left hand again and I'll bite you to death. Su Ning hastily spoke out to stop it. Don't Ling Ling. You can't be like this. Biting him isn't rewarding him. I'll beat him for you. Luffy couldn't hold back his full resistance. Asterisk. It can be tolerated. Then, why does this little pussy have pecs? Hiss. Why is this hair getting longer too? Hooligans. Bastard. Stinking man. I'll fight you. Su Ning, you calm down. Calm down. It's you who will suffer if you make another move. No. Spirit, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to fight him. More and more onlookers. This seems like big news. Luffy, who finally realized something was wrong. That what? All pause. If we keep this up, we'll be on the news tomorrow. Su Ning froze for a moment at his words. Only then did he look up afterward at the growing crowd gathering around him, then immediately covered his face sheepishly, and pretended to be an ostrich without saying a word. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was slightly better. Seeing that things had come to this could only cover her eyes and hide her ears. Instead, it was Luffy, who got up from the ground and explained without blushing. Folks, beautiful dude, sorry we're shooting a web series here. Any inconvenience caused, please understand. When the onlookers heard this, they were greatly disappointed and scattered. Soon after, somewhere, the three men who had resat together had a stony atmosphere, each staring wide-eyed at the other. In the end it was Luffy who couldn't help but take the lead. Your name is Sunan? Not a little pussy. A pussy? Looking at the small man with long hair up to his waist in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but reconfirm it. Hearing this, the exasperated Su Ning immediately glared at someone. You're the pussy. Your whole family are pussies. I'm a man. Seeing that he was still a dead duck, Luffy deliberately laughed strangely and said, Okay, you're a man. So as guys, it's not too much to touch each other's pecs, right? Here's the deal. Just so you don't get the short end of the stick, I'll touch you first. After saying that, someone immediately raised his chest and made a gesture to lift up the body shirt on his body. Such behavior immediately froze Sunan, but in order not to admit that she was female, she actually did agree after a moment's hesitation. Just touch it. Am I still afraid of you? Stinking man. As she said that, she reached out her small hand towards Luffy and explored, almost to the naked eye. Sunan is nervous. Not only was she gulping non-stop, even her face gradually became blushing, especially the moment both sides came into contact. Luffy clearly felt her entire body trembling. Strangely enough, Luffy was disgusted with his opponent when he thought he was just a little sissy who looked like a girl before. After all, that mouthful of smelly man sounded harsh, but this gender change found that the other party is just a hobby a little special, and Long is also very clean and even with a bit of arrogance attribute of the girl when. Luffy then realized that he had become double standard. Although the word smelly man naturally sounded a bit uncomfortable, they suddenly added an inexplicable filter to his ears, especially when he saw the look of disgust and reluctance on the face of this little girl in front of him whenever he saw himself. It would always make Luffy connect with some small-time fandango. Hiss. Is the pervert actually me? Luffy shuddered at the thought, rushing to interrupt the inexplicable storyline in his mind. Such an act immediately startled Su Ning, and he hastily retracted his small hand. The white spirit on the side looked at Luffy's eyes more and more wrong, only to feel that this person does not have any special fetish. Luffy, however, had no such realization, and only looked at Sunan with a flirtatious smile on his face. The meaning is self-evident. Now that you're done, isn't it my turn? Chapter 159. The other way. Seeing Luffy looking at himself, Sunan's small mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but somehow the words didn't come out after several attempts. Toward the end, she was holding her little face redder and redder, and from time to time, her eyes began to dodge when she looked at Luffy. In the end, I don't know whether it is nervous or how, actually stuttered again. His mouth kept saying something like you, me, but he just didn't have a complete sentence to spit out. But just do not have a complete sentence spit out. A fast suffocating look. In this situation, anyone who saw it would probably feel a sense of pain. Unfortunately, it wasn't just anyone sitting across from her this time. It was this Luffy guy. He's not a bad guy, but he holds a grudge, especially after watching a lot of island blockbusters. The knowledge has also become unusually knowledgeable, so sometimes, will be more than others do not have some bad taste. After seeing Su Ning in this state, he was inexplicably exhilarated. so he didn't care about anything else, and used the agitation method in a straightforward manner. What? Why can't you speak properly? You're not scared, are you? So you're trying to find a reason to say no? That's why I say, pussies are pussies. They can never be as open and honest as they are amongst men. They say what they mean. Forget it. As long as you bow your head and admit that you're not a guy now, I'll reluctantly let you off the hook. Or, Luffy knew that with his opponent's arrogant and strong nature, he would never just bow down and admit defeat. So after his words came out, it's definitely going to be a big reaction. As expected, before his words even fell, Su Ning became anxious. Immediately, he stood up and looked at him with a face full of anger. Stinky man, who are you telling to bow down and admit defeat? I, Su Ning, will not admit defeat. I was just a little nervous, so I wasn't mentally prepared. Luffy laughed and continued to arch his fire. That's fine. You don't admit defeat, right? Then let's continue. It's been so long. It's time to get ready for anything, right? After hearing this, Su Ning's small face rose at this time, obviously doing a drastic mental struggle. After hesitating for a few seconds, she suddenly twisted her head to look at Bai Ling beside her. Then it was as if she had made some sort of decision in her mind. After taking a few deep breaths, her small hands suddenly clenched and her eyes became determined. Something inexplicable seemed to well up between the eyes. The face even showed a feeling of being at home with death. It looked as if it was saying, Ling Ling, you watch. For you, I'll do anything. Unfortunately, it seems like a bit of wishful thinking on her part. Although Bai Ling glanced at her, she didn't give any indication. If you look more closely, its attention actually falls more on Luffy across from her. Luffy didn't have time to care so much. Seeing that the agitation worked, he immediately looked at Sunan in a manner. Ready, huh? So what are we waiting for? Let's start now. As Sunan looked at him like this, although he was still very nervous and his throat welled up from time to time, he didn't flinch this time. Instead, his body squared up, chest puffed out, and he looked at Luffy with unblinking eyes, as if he was giving it all up. Witness STH. Without further hesitation, Luffy extended his sinful right hand and slowly passed it forward. During that time, it's not clear if it was intentional or not. Someone's 5 fingers kept saving in the air, as if they were about to do something extraordinary. On the contrary, on Su Ning's side, he looked at the sinful hand in front of him that was getting closer and closer to him, but his mood was getting more and more tense. At first it was just a racing heartbeat, and when the fingers were only about 10 centimeters away from the front of her body began to tremble uncontrollably. As time goes on, this manifestation is more and more obvious. When the distance reached 6 centimeters, 5 centimeters, even within reach, if not for the fact that her beloved spirit was right next to her, Su Ning would have run away immediately. But just when Sunan had gathered enough courage, and was ready to face this particular contact head-on, someone suddenly stopped, or rather, was being again. MS. Su, I'm really going to do it if you back out now. It's not too late. After all, a man and a woman are not related. Su Ning, who had managed to gather enough courage, froze when she heard this, and then immediately glared angrily at someone. Stinky man, if you want to do it, do it. What's the point of being so slow? I'm warning you again. I'm a male, not a pussy as you call me. Seeing that the little bitty person in front of him was still mouthy, Luffy revealed a bad smile, and the expression on his face became more and more pompous. And the 5 fingers from Su Ning close at hand is dancing up recklessly, with a word on the drive meaning. Looking at this scene, Sunan, who had long been ashamed, no longer had the courage to open her eyes and face. So much for closing his eyes tightly and pretending to be blind. She just hoped that time would pass quickly so she wouldn't have to suffer. She, Su Ning, had already memorized the appearance of the smelly man in front of her. Once today's events were over, she would definitely look for an opportunity to retaliate afterward. Even if she couldn't beat them head-on, she would still look for a chance to knock them out from behind her opponent, then put him in a sack for a good kicking. How dare he count on her like this, making her embarrass herself in front of her beloved Ling Ling. This matter must not end like this. To be honest, although Luffy is a bit and horny sometimes, but he really can't do something like molesting a little girl in public. Originally, according to his idea, it was just a meaning, and then stimulate the little arrogant girl in front of him in many ways, as a kind of lesson for her previous incessant outbursts against him. Taking another step back, the white spirit on the side couldn't really watch him do it. Don't look at Bai Ling's face, which had been expressionless and seemed to be watching the show, but the heels under her feet had been ready for battle for a long time, and kept reminding someone every now and then, if he really dares to do it, he'll be sure to get his ass handed to him. After all, Su Ning was no longer a friend of the other party, though this friend was one of the more annoying ones in Luffy's opinion and had been plotting against her. But as things stood, The other party definitely still had some place in Sharen's heart, or at least was more important than Luffy. In such a situation, Luffy can only be point blank, as a rule, but these eyes of Suning were closed. But it gave him a not-so-small opportunity. Or I'll do it right, I'll find another way to do it. And so, Luffy, who hadn't made a move, suddenly hooked his hand towards Sharen. Somewhat unsure, she immediately looked at Luffy with eyes full of confusion. Not understanding what the other party meant, Luffy didn't explain, only hooking his hand again to signal his opponent to come closer. Bai Ling hesitated slightly at the sight, but still lowered her head and leaned over. She felt that in this public place, the other party should not do anything excessive. Besides, in case of anything, she still had a backhand to counter it, that full of high heels a foot down. Not to say cut off the children and grandchildren. Let a person hurt for 10 days and a half months is absolutely no problem. And just like that, 10 seconds later, chapter 160, bullying the big one. Though the feeling was just a passing one, Sunin couldn't help but make an inexplicable sound. Then, she immediately opened her eyes and glared at someone with wide eyes. Stinky man, you tricked me. It was agreed that you would only touch. How did you? She was shaking with anger at the thought of what had just happened. The gentleman's agreement was to touch only once, and this man actually did that to her. Luffy, however, was unmoved and only looked at Sunin with his innocent little eyes open. What the hell is wrong with me? Tell me. Suning look at him, this cheap look, chest quickly rise and fall. Want to swear, but also in the way of his own has been dead duck hard to say that he is a male cannot speak. After all, for a boy, something like assaulting a chest is boring, but it's not too much to ask. It's not likely to be a big deal. For a while, Suning had a feeling of bitterness. In the end, with all her emotions mixed together but no place to vent them, she could only complain to the only person close to her with red eyes. Ling Ling, you saw what happened just now. This stinky man is not a good thing at all. He likes to take advantage of people. You can't be with him. Oh, Ling Ling, how can you say that there are women who like men in this world? I hate these stinky men. But, that feeling just now was really weird. Oh. Spirit, what should I do? I feel like I'm unclean. I don't deserve you anymore. Woo. As she spoke, her emotions felt a bit more and more out of place, and eventually seemed to take on a crying tone, and the words that came out of her mouth became more and more outrageous. In the end, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but half of the man was lying on top of Bai Ling and kept muttering something. The red eyes kept staring at Luffy as if they had some deep hatred with him. In such a situation, watching Luffy was a headache. He sort of realized that the small man in front of him was completely an outside strong goods. Don't look at the fact that they have been making so much noise before, but their heart is probably like a young girl who has just come of age. Neither experience nor much resistance to blows, belonging to a punch down, can cry for a long time. Wait, little girl? She couldn't really have just come of age, could she? Or, why else would you look younger than that Chihiro guy? And that childish thinking and desire to win and lose at the drop of a hat. It's not like a 20-something to think like that. Take just now touching pectoral muscles behavior, completely is to their own short against the enemy's long, no matter how to look at it. Luffy will never lose out. Any normal girl wouldn't be stupid enough to play this with a guy. Oh, yeah, the girl in front of me is not a normal girl. She's arrogant. It is easy to do strange things, especially in front of your favorite person. After thinking of these things, Luffy's eyes suddenly became much clearer when he looked at Sunin. He wanted to leave it at that, but out of reverence for the flowers of summer, he couldn't help but ask one more question. So what, little man? You're not 18, are you? In this world, 18 is the magic number. Above that it's fine. Once you're below that, a lot of things change. Other than that, one certainly feels differently in one's heart. One is an adult on the line. The other bullies the kids. Sunin didn't say anything at that, only making a few inexplicable noises at him that resembled intimidation. Before staring at him dead on again, it looked like he was saying, I'll remember this. Be careful when you walk at night from now on. Seeing this, Luffy cried a bit and could only turn his sight to Bai Ling. He knew that the other man must know this. Seeing this, Bai Ling gave him a blank look in a bad mood, before saying quietly, What, now you know you're nervous? What were you doing just now? Look at the bullying. The little face is all swollen from crying. Luffy, don't sell it. Hurry up and tell us. Besides, it's not like I did it just now. Say it like you're not responsible. Sunin, she felt like something was wrong, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Bai Ling sniffed and gave Luffy another blank stare before falling into thought. If I remember correctly, this girl Sunin did her annual ceremony in last week. Oh, no, it was last month. That's not right either. It should be last month to finish the annual gift. That was the same time. She and I just met and then there was a little follower behind us somehow. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. That's good that it's not a little friend. Unexpectedly, when he said this, Su Ning was off again. Stinky man, you're the one who's a kid. Your whole family is a kid. Lu Fei didn't take it seriously when he saw her like this, and only opened his mouth towards Bai Ling with a smirk. It's possible. Little spirit, you're charismatic enough. Not only was he able to attract such a cute one little sister on, but he also charmed the other. If your mom knew about it, she would probably be overjoyed. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ling immediately stomped on Lu Fei. Surname Lu, if you mention my mom in front of me again, I'll beat you up. And, I can warn you, the name Little Spirit is not for you to call. Before Luffy could speak, Sunin immediately helped. Right, Ling Ling, chip him, let's do it together later. Looking at the way the two of them were in the same boat, Luffy's mouth suddenly twitched. What's going on here? How long has it been? He's become a villain again. In that case, don't blame him for doing what villains do. After a brief pause to get the mood right in his head, he began to perform. Little Spirit, I know you've always had a problem with me, but you have to look at Buddha even if you don't look at the face of the monk. By Jia, she's your mom after all. She always has the right to choose her own happiness. Besides, I'm with her. Ah, Subbo. Ouch ouch ouch. But who would have thought that before Luffy could finish his sentence, the sudden pain in his foot made him wail. Immediately following that was Bai Ling's gnashing of teeth. Surname Lu. You asshole. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Luffy, is that how you treat your elders? I'm going back to tell your mom. Bai Ling, how dare you? Luffy let out a harsh statement. I can't beat up the little ones, but can't I still bully the big ones? Bai Ling froze for a moment at his words, then immediately shook with anger and wanted to hit someone with something. Luffy slipped right in, and at that moment, Su Ning, the curious baby who had heard the half-understood words, spoke up. Ling Ling, what did the stinky man mean by what he just said? What's up with Auntie lately? This smelly man seems to be very close to her. Bai Ling blurted out. Don't listen to him. What a great relationship. My mom has always looked at him unfavorably, so she fights to the death every day. Sunin was even more confused. Fighting to the death? What does that mean? Bai Ling seemed to have remembered something. Her pretty face reddened and she immediately changed the topic. Sunin, there's something I need to talk to you about. It was actually me just now. Chapter 161. Not there. After separating from the White Spirit duo, Luffy actually didn't go far, but instead twisted his head and went back to the pedestrian street from earlier. He's always been a man of his word, and since he promised people he'd be back to pick up their cars, naturally, he'd be back. When Luffy reappeared at the entrance of the Four store, Zhou Meng was obviously relieved, and then immediately greeted him with a smile on his face, ready to continue to get close. Unfortunately, Luffy wasn't going to say much to her, directly signaling the other party to let her prepare the contract information and so on out. He is now going to sign and swipe the card. Such behavior immediately struck Zhou Meng. She was puzzled. Why her tried and true welfare car sales method had failed to work on the guest in front of her. Could it be that she didn't get enough plastic surgery? Or maybe it wasn't spunky enough? Zhou Meng has always been a highly motivated person, so to better serve her clients, she decided to optimize herself after today. As for how to optimize, that's naturally a combination of client input. So after accompanying Luffy to finish a series of formalities, while the other party was in a good mood, she still found the right opportunity to open her mouth towards him and ask, Mr. Lu, can I ask you a little question? Whoa, what's the problem? Speak up and listen. Certain things aside, Luffy was actually quite impressed with Zhou Meng. The other guy didn't have an overwhelming change in mood because he was hot and cold, or because he was making a lot less money because of his insistence on paying full price for the car. From start to finish, we were greeted with smiles, and the service attitude was nothing to write home about. And when it came time to give out the benefits, we were never shy about it. Coupled with the fact that he would be picking up a new car soon, Luffy would be in a good mood this time and wouldn't mind chatting with the other party for a few more minutes. It's like this, Mr. Lu, I have an after-sales scoring consultation session after every sale of a car. The purpose is to better understand from the customer's mouth what are their shortcomings, so that the next time you serve a valued customer like you can give them a better experience. Zhou Meng spoke with such sincerity that Luffy was in a bit of a trance. I don't know if the aftermarket segment they're talking about is the proper kind, so he kept quiet, signaling the other to keep adding. Zhou Meng saw a play, immediately took out his cell phone to signal whether he could add a WeChat, so that it is more convenient. Luffy wasn't some saint, so naturally he wouldn't refuse one more eye candy in his circle of friends. Granted, it's only eye candy, but it's still somewhat useful. In no time at all, the two sides added each other's friends, and Zhou Meng didn't dawdle, immediately sending a file form over to Luffy. finished with a playful wink at him that seemed to have a deeper meaning. It just so happens that the manager of the Force store will come over with the keys to the new car, so Luffy didn't look at it right away. When he drove his new car, running on the Star City bypass highway by chance, he remembered to point and look. He almost didn't fall head over heels on the steering wheel to cause a series of car accidents. As for what exactly he saw, Luffy could only say that it was worthy of being a Porsche salesman. The pattern was just great. After playing the score click on the lottery really send real even if, can anyone tell him, the last private order and what the hell? If he hadn't seen things with his eyes that he shouldn't have before, this would be designated to turn around and be a turnaround. Falling headfirst into the White Mountains, Star City International Finance Center, 66th floor. As soon as Luffy entered the door, a certain snacker's exclamation of surprise was heard beside his ears. Yikes, boss, what are you doing here? Luffy looked over at the sound of his voice, only to see Chihiro looking at him with an anxious look on her face, her eyes fluttering, as if she had some kind of secret. Seeing this situation, Luffy casually put down the car keys, and walked over with a flirtatious smile on his face. What, elementary school girl, do I, as the boss, need to be informed in advance when I return to the office? Honestly, during the time I was away today, did you touch the fish and slack off? Seeing Luffy asked, Chihiro immediately tilted her little head up and replied with a strong sense of confidence. I didn't do it. I'm not the kind of person who would touch the fish. Don't believe me. I've done everything you explained to me before. Luffy sniffed and looked around, only to see that the company was indeed very different from when he had left yesterday. Not only is it a lot cleaner, the tables and chairs and office equipment that were in disarray have been organized. He even noticed that there were a lot more greenery and some small hangings in certain corners of the office, giving it a feeling of being suddenly new. Obviously, this is someone who used the Hark result. Seeing this, Luffy nodded in satisfaction, boasting on a rare occasion. Good job, elementary school girl. I'll buy you some good food later. Chihiro's eyes lit up. Boss, really? Luffy rolled his eyes. Fake. Chihiro pouted. Boss, why are you like this? Playing with my feelings. Luffy knocked someone on the head and said, a bit unkindly, not only am I playing with your feelings, I'm bullying your body too. Chihiro covered her head and screamed. I told you not to hit the head. People aren't very full of it in the first place. This is even dumber. Luffy meant it. It's good to be stupid, so you won't sneak food behind my back as a boss. Feeling bad, Chihiro began to change the subject. Boss, why can't I understand what you're saying? Could it be that you knocked me silly just now? Luffy, I think you've eaten yourself silly. Come on, bring out everything. I'm getting hungry right now. Chihiro still wanted to struggle, so she just played dumb. What's something or not something? Boss, I can order takeout for you if you're hungry. Luffy directly showed his cards. Alright, just don't hide it. Now the company is full of the aroma of roast duck. Really think I can't smell it? And, before you lie next time, can you wipe your mouth full of oil? Otherwise it's ugly. I'm telling you Chihiro, if you take it out now, maybe I'll let you off the hook for ordering takeout during work hours. Or else, you'll have to deal with the consequences. Chihiro hurriedly spoke. Don't boss. I'm wrong okay. It's really not that I don't want to give you any, but that roast duck has been by me. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Did you lick them all? Chihiro's eyes lit up. Aha, that's it. You're so smart to be the boss. Boss. Luffy continued to bang his head. Aha what aha? Can you make a draft next time you lie? It's not like you're buying a whole roast duck. It's the kind they slice for you. And lick it again. Really think I'm stupid? Chihiro commiserated. But boss, people really bought the whole thing this time. Luffy was instantly excited. There's such a good thing? Hurry up and show it to me. Chihiro's eyes widened. Well, boss, you're not right. A few seconds later, a shriek rang through the room. No boss, there's really no unclean there. I just really bit it. Chapter 162, The Grateful Heart. Unfortunately, it was too late at the moment. And before the words even left her mouth, the scene that broke her heart happened. Only the corner of Luffy's mouth curved, and after intentionally glancing at her, he took a bite at the duck leg where the meat was the fullest. Seeing this situation, Chihiro's little face immediately collapsed, lowering her head and muttering in a somewhat indignant voice, Duck leg, my duck leg, the duck leg I purposely saved for last, just gone. How is this person like this? People have said they have bitten it, and they still bite down without a second thought. It's just like a pervert. Being a boss is such a great thing. Being a boss means you can just eat your employees' goodies. If it wasn't for the fact that you give so much, I'd have run away and quit a long time ago. Stinky boss. I'm going to draw 10 circles to curse you when I get home. Curse you to go hungry tomorrow. No good food for the whole day. Chihiro's muttering was small, but to Luffy, who was close by, It wasn't difficult to hear it clearly, listening to the muttering beside his ears like a little whiny woman. Luffy's head was filled with black lines. Wasn't it just eating one of her duck legs that warranted such a reaction? Simply. Seeing that the shattered thoughts in his ears had no intention of stopping, Luffy was also a bit tense, and somewhat breathlessly opened his mouth towards a certain snacker. Okay. Stop burying your head in the sand like a little whiny. I just ate one of your duck legs. I'll make it up to you later. Besides, I don't even mind having your spit on it, and spitting up on me, and draw a circle and curse me? You really think you're a little witch? I think you are not going to hit the upper room in a while. Be careful, I will continue to knock your brain crash. After Chihiro heard that, he immediately covered his head with both hands and started to cover his ears. I didn't say anything just now. Boss, you can't be bull asterisk ting. I really wasn't talking about you just now. Boss, you actually misheard me. Luffy was happy to see her dumbfounded look. Then I don't know what came to mind, but I deliberately tore off the other duck leg and handed it over. Here's another one. Do you want one? Chihiro's agitated nose twitched and she swallowed greedily before looking up with a slight smile. Boss, are you really going to give it to me to eat? Luffy blurted out. Love it or leave it. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, or I'll go down myself. Chihiro's small eyes light up. Without even thinking about it, he took a bite, while chewing and giggling towards Luffy. Hey, boss, you're still weirdly good. Not eating alone. Luffy spoke up quickly. Ugh, stop. Don't send me a good guy card. I don't need one. By the way, Chihiro-san, there's something I have to remind you of. And that's that duck leg in your mouth that I accidentally touched with my mouth just now. Now neither one of us will mind the other. It's kind of even. But then again, are we indirectly kissing like this? After saying that, someone looked at the little person in front of him with a bad smile on his face. At these words, Chihiro's small mouth, which was stuffed with duck legs, froze, and then made certain sounds of uncertainty. Oh, I'm not clean anymore. Bad boss, how could you do this? Oh, but this duck leg is so delicious, and I can't bear to spit it out. Oh, since having Chihiro by his side, Luffy found that he had sort of found one of the great joys of life. If you're ever bored, or just not feeling up to it, a little teasing will surely cheer you up. Also, this little foodie, though sometimes prone to little sulks and sharp eyes, never hides them. Basically said whatever was on her mind on the spot. Never like some people's girlfriends who like to keep people guessing. The most critical thing is that this girl not only does not bear grudges, but also thieves good coaxing, as long as to buy her enough delicious food. Guaranteed not a moment will be good. Just like now. Under the bombardment of Luffy's multiple consecutive roast duck takeouts, the snacker Chihiro immediately forgot about what had just happened and continued to smile joyfully at someone. Boss, are you sure you don't want to eat? This roast duck tastes great. It's exactly the same as the one just now. Luffy, I have a small appetite. The half that I just had was enough. You can have the rest. Chihiro didn't say anything at that, only nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Luffy suddenly remembered something and smiled as he opened his mouth towards the little person in front of him. By the way, Chihiro, how is your sister these days? Busy or not? Chihiro casually replied. What else? Running around all day at Heideleo. She is also really. People promised to live through the promotion and salary increase have fallen through. Still they're a hard sell. Really do not know how to think. Luffy's eyes lit up at that, and he continued to sidestep the question. Fell through? What do you mean? Can you break it down with your boss me? I just love hearing this kind of gossip. Chihiro was so focused on his food that he didn't notice anything wrong with Luffy, and only spoke somewhat huskily, his words clearly disgruntled. Boss, you're really something too. Why do you like to hear these weird and strange things? In fact, there is no big deal. Is the store manager in the new store opened before had promised my sister, as long as she went over to immediately find an opportunity to give her a promotion. This push is a few months. Finally saw that there is a job vacancy out, but immediately gave the promotion opportunity to a person who had just arrived not long ago, and finally shamelessly told my sister the meaning of this. Don't think I don't know. A little in-store promotion up there doesn't bother. Only my sister this kind of stupid people will believe, but also a hard to give a person to sell. Beautiful name that as long as the efforts always have a day to get ahead, people have to have a grateful heart. In the first place, if it is not someone else so-and-so. Luffy instantly understood after hearing this. Isn't this the popular social pie drawing thing? First coaxed and tricked people to let them die to do. Once the results, immediately give the opportunity to their own people. If he was right, that newcomer was designated as a relation, but none of those things were Luffy's concern. All he had to do now was to take advantage of this rare opportunity, to fool Chihiro into calling her sister over as well. By then, he'd have a chance. Ahem. Unspeakable. He, Luffy, simply likes having identical looking employees in his company, nothing else bad, and even less likely to want to experience what it means to have a grateful heart for an employee. So Luffy, after making a few notes in his head, began to empathize. Chapter 163, Passive and Active. Elementary school sister. You're right. People like them are the most detestable. They only catch people like your sister bullying them. If you ask me, your sister, she should have listened to you and done something decisive. Run away earlier. Don't listen to that so-called store manager's bull **** all day long. Now that Star City's economy is doing so well, there are opportunities everywhere. Why bother working your ass off at the bottom of the sea every day, and giving out smiles every day? Not to mention, with your sister's face and body. Not to say that you can find a monthly salary of over 10,000, casually find a job of 6 or 7,000 a month as if it were a game. Now she stays at the bottom of the sea as a greeter. That's just a waste of 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 a life. In Luffy's opinion, the so-called empathy is standing in the other person's point of view, unconditionally supporting and recognizing the other person's point of view and emotions in words. In this way, on the way to communicate with the other party, the other party's emotions can easily produce emotional resonance, and by unconsciously forming a stronger sense of identity and trust for you. In the basis of this condition, you then quietly in the two sides of the exchange of words with some private goods. The other party's emotions or thinking direction will be very easy to be controlled by you. Just like now, under Luffy's explicit and implicit mobilization, Chihiro's mood immediately changed, only to see that she first froze for a short while after hearing Luffy's words, then immediately waved the duck leg in her hand and said with a bit of righteous indignation, "Right, boss. You're especially right. In my sister's condition, staying at the bottom of the sea is a complete waste of life. Not to mention that I'm busy all day long, but my paycheck for the day isn't as high as what I'm getting now. It's just too much." Seeing Chihiro being so uptight, Luffy silently gave her a big kudos in the bottom of his heart, and then immediately pushed it up again. "If it wasn't for this elementary school girl, didn't I mention to you the other day that the company was looking for a receptionist? I think your sister is just fine. Why don't you talk to her? Maybe she'll be moved? As for the salary, you can rest assured, other I dare not say, at least more than the bottom of the sea that, like what 9 to 5, weekend vacation and so on, definitely more than that." In fact, Luffy had mentioned this at the very beginning, but for whatever reason, Chihiro, the snack foodie, nodded her head rapidly at the time, but nothing followed. I don't know if my head has been loaded with too much daily food and forgotten it, or if my mind is wary, and I'm purposely playing it safe. Taking advantage of this great opportunity today, Luffy naturally wanted to try again. It might work wonders. As expected, after he was so stimulated, Chihiro immediately nodded in agreement. "Aha! I almost forgot about this if you didn't mention it, boss. I'll be sure to talk to my sister about it later." Just when Luffy thought that the big deal could be accomplished, Chihiro suddenly changed his words again and looked at him with some suspicion. "That what, boss? You're not setting me up again, are you? I always feel like something isn't quite right." Luffy naturally won't admit it, and immediately knocked her on the head in a bad mood. "What's in your head day after day? Still laying a trap? Have I ever set a trap for you like this? Day in and day out delicious food is bought for you, and good drinks are provided for you, in order for you to eat iced drinks. I even bought a big 3-door refrigerator back on purpose. I have this effort to set you up. Doesn't it smell good to spend that money to pick up girls? I kind of understand. In this world it's just that good people don't have good karma. You little heartless one has always been wary of me. Or else why do you often take my words as a whisper, in the left ear and out the right ear?" Chihiro seems to have a little bit of heart weakness. Some weakly replied, "You don't be angry, boss. I actually have always thought that you're quite good. But my girlfriends have always said that you have bad intentions, so I just. Luffy finally realized the crux of the matter, so he immediately attacked without mercy. "You only what you only. So you believe those girlfriends in your heart to always be on the lookout for me? And I've been asking you to talk to your sister about changing jobs the other day and you didn't say anything. So now she not only has to stand at the door for half a day every day, but she also has to give people a smile from time to time? And in the end, she's still bullied by the store manager, and not even given a chance for a promotion? And you're content to spend your days here eating and drinking well every day like you're on vacation, and end up with a higher salary than her?" Luffy came down with this combination of standing on the moral high ground, and directly confused Chihiro. Perhaps it was the sheer volume and explosion of information that froze her for a full moment, before she reacted. It just took Luffy a bit by surprise. The reaction was a bit too much for him, because Chihiro, the snacker, actually cried at his words. Whoa, boss. I really didn't think that much. I didn't mean to. Whoa. I don't want my sister to work so hard every day either. Whoa. It's my fault for only remembering to enjoy myself. Looking at Chihiro, whose eyes instantly moistened and began to sob softly, Luffy felt a sudden rush of headache. He'd seen women like this more than once, but this was a completely different situation. One passive and one active are completely different, okay? So for a moment, it was a bit of a handful. Good thing he was still a little smart. Seeing that things can't be done, immediately that made remedies. Of course, Luffy wasn't much of a sweet and warm man, so he didn't really know how to make a girl happy. So naturally, his remedies are more novel or cerebral. The abruptness of the behavior was such that even Chihiro, who was in the midst of grieving and blaming herself, was interrupted from casting the spell, because just now, he snatched the only half-eaten duck leg from Chihiro's hand, and then smothered it in one bite. Such behavior immediately made Chihiro whole, so much so that she forgot the rest for the moment and couldn't help but make a puzzled sputtering noise. Boss, why are you like this? Don't you see that people are grieving and blaming themselves, and you're robbing my food? Is there any public morality left? Luffy immediately diverted its attention. I'm not afraid of someone wasting food by dropping their tears on it. That's why I had no choice but to stop it in time, Chihiro subconsciously retorted. Which is not true. People are clearly paying attention, so they won't mess it up. Luffy began to counter-excite. Someone was about to cry like a kitten just now, and still talking tough. Cry me another one if you can. I'll see if you can pay attention. Chihiro took the bait. No way. I'm not 3 years old. How can I just cry? Luffy continued to be counter-aggressive. That's hard to say. Didn't someone just do that? It's only been a little while and you're crying. If you didn't know, you'd think I'd done something to you. Humph. Chihiro looked away, indicating that it wasn't her. Seeing this, Luffy knew. What happened before was kind of over. Sometimes women are like that. Emotions come and go quickly. Just give her a slight interruption and it might save her a lot of trouble. But what Luffy didn't expect was Chihiro's next sentence. But it made him barely tense up. Chapter 164, Raising Yourself. Boss, do you have a crush on me? Chihiro suddenly turned around with a serious face. This sudden divine twist, so that Luffy did not react, froze for a while before looking at the other side with a face of dismay. Somewhat unbelievably asked, wait, elementary school girl, what did you just say? I didn't hear you wrong, did I? Seeing Luffy like this, Chihiro looked like she had discovered a new continent and continued repeating what she had just said with little stars in her eyes. Boss, I was just saying, are you crushing on me? But this time it was a bit different. After saying that, Chihiro seemed to have remembered something. Her little face flushed a bit shyly and lowered her head. In no time at all, that little collagen-filled face started to turn red. No need to think about it. Your head might start to make up something. Seeing her like this, Luffy looked like he had seen a ghost. What's the situation? Why is this snack food's brain suddenly turning in this direction? Could it be that the cry just now opened up the 2 chakras, and made him smarter? Thinking about it, Luffy felt a bit out of touch. To be honest, even though he hadn't been in contact with this Chihiro girl for a long time, he was kind of falling for the other person. But it's kind of irrelevant when you really think about this stuff in relation to the lovemaking stuff. It wasn't that he, Luffy, was a bit of a pretender, but Chihiro, despite her cute looks, was fun to tease. But she has one major flaw that Luffy can't accept: she has no ambition. Yeah, Luffy is such a short-sighted person. I've always been attracted to girls who look like they're big and bold, but for the rest, it's hard to get interested. But, then again, even so, it couldn't be arbitrarily said that he didn't have a single thought for this ninny Chihiro. What's the saying? You can't be too sure of what you've raised, day after day. Regardless of the cost of letting the snack food in front of him eat and drink well, every day his stomach is bulging, in order to let someone's secondary development. Unfortunately, despite all the feeding he'd done, certain areas didn't look like they were going to grow up at all. On the contrary, this little face seemed to have rounded up quite a bit, making it more and more impossible to resist pinching it a few times and biting it a few more times. Such a situation was a bit unexpected for Luffy. Could it be that he's not working in the right direction? Do you have to practice to know what you're doing? At that thought, Luffy fell into deep thought, and when Chihiro saw that Luffy kept staring at him without saying anything, he became more and more certain of what he had just thought. So the little face tightened, the little chest puffed out, and boldly spoke towards Luffy once again. That what, boss? Although this girl looks cute, belongs to the type of people see people love flowers see flowers bloom, car see car burst tires, you secretly like on me is also really normal. But, I have to tell you one thing in advance. My sister said it. You can't fall in love when you're in college, or else you'll easily be tricked into having a baby. If you really like me, You'll just have to wait until after I graduate. But seeing as you're so nice, actually. Also, towards the end, Chihiro's entire little face was suffocated in red, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Luffy didn't think so much about it. He only said with a bad smile as he made a decision in his heart. Elementary school sister. It's not that I'm talking about you. What are you thinking about in this little head day after day? How did it occur to me that I would have such an outrageous crush on you? With your boss's style of doing things, if you want to fall in love, you should fall in love explicitly. After saying that, Luffy again as if he had something to look at Chihiro, and then his eyes zigzagged and immediately began to backpedal. Wait, tiny schoolgirl, a question just occurred to me. That's just that you girls tend to be prone to saying the opposite of what you mean. If you put it that way, instead of me having a crush on you, it's more like you're having a crush on me, because I give you a lot of delicious food every day. So you secretly fell in love with me, a young and rich boss, and in the way of your own thin skin did not dare to confess. You can only use this way to express your feelings. You say, do I understand you correctly? Chihiro froze at his words, and it took a long time before he hastily shook his head in denial. No, it's not what you think it means, boss. Luffy, then why did you say I had a crush on you? There has to be a reason, right? Chihiro's eyes fluttered. It's because Luffy rides the wave. Because of what? Can't say why. Can you? Chihiro lowered his head and muttered out the truth. Because, boss, you always eat what people have eaten, and offer me such a good deal, and in the end, you even brought my sister along with you. So I just, Luffy cried a little. So you think I'm crushing on you? No, Chihiro, don't you think that's a bit of a far-fetched reason? Backing up, is there a possibility that it's your sister I like, and that's why I'm like this? When Chihiro heard this, he instantly noticed the Chinese point and looked at Luffy with a face full of anger. Ho ho ho! I knew you didn't have good intentions, boss. I said, why are you being so nice to me? It turns out you're craving for my sister's body. Seeing this, Luffy pinched Chihiro's small round face in a bad mood and said a bit breathlessly, not that I'm talking about you. Can you not listen to the wind? I told you it was a step back, and you're still yelling about it. Chihiro, ouch, boss. I'm wrong, okay? I'm just kidding. Don't get mad. Luffy put his hands together. I see you can't remember a day without a fight. I can't, boss. Be gentle. It'll swell if you pinch it anymore. Chihiro resisted at first, protesting without stopping to try and get away from a certain pair of sinful hands, but her small body was no match for some big guy. After some struggling to no avail, she simply swung up and let someone do whatever they wanted. In a flash, a little face was rubbed into all sorts of weird and wonderful shapes. 8 o'clock in the evening. Nightfall. After messing around with his little pet, Luffy finally returned to the office to do his business. He first opened the Oriental Wealth app and did a little math to figure out how much money he had made in the stock market this week, and then roughly accounted for his spending for the week. After seeing that he broke even, he let go. Regardless of what other people think, Luffy only recognizes one thing from the beginning to the end, and that's that only money is the only thing that can keep a man hard all the time. The rest, it's all just clouds. But God seemed to disagree with that idea a bit, and as soon as that thought had risen in his mind, the cell phone on his desk lit up. Luffy looked down and it was actually by Jez's voice chat. Seeing this, Luffy's double strands tightened. He knew that the debtors were coming. Chapter 165. Hungry like this. For a heavyweight like Bai Jie, Luffy naturally had to be on guard. So, at the first sign of the voice invitation, he didn't pick it up. Instead, he cleared his throat and fussed with unlocking the office door again. Before clicking that green button on the screen, his preparation proved necessary. As soon as the conversation was connected, Bai Jie's imperial voice filled with lethargy went straight up the highway. Page, little bad boy, is that enough stock? Luffy looked confused. What stock? Page didn't explain, only letting out a lazy tone word. Aha! Luffy's brain was still down, so he began to ask questions diligently. It's true that I don't get it. How about some hints? Bai Jie thought he was playing dumb to take advantage of the situation, so her mouth began to be unforgiving as well. Little calf, a few days gone. You two and sister, I pretend to be innocent. What do I mean by that? Aren't you clear? Do you still want me to ask you personally? Luffy understood for a second and immediately snorted. That what? I've been a bit busy lately. So you know. Bai Jie heard the beautiful eyes flow, immediately meaningful opening. Sorry, sister, I do not understand. Or you face to face to explain the explanation? Luffy wasn't an innocent young boy. How could he not understand the other party's meaning? This tigress obviously couldn't hold back and wanted to eat someone. To be honest, if Lu Yu hadn't crossed his arms, Luffy really wouldn't have minded being the tiger fighting hero. But now, he has the intention to kill the thief. but he can't afford to backfill. Therefore, he could only continue to play dumb and play sloppy. Ha 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 ha. Sister, bye. You'll just do your best to make fun of me. With your intelligence. Which still needs me to explain. Just this always walk by the river. Which have not wet shoes. Luffy momentarily smooth talk said the word that should not be said. Immediately was taken. Only to see Bai Jia immediately sighed quietly after listening to his words. And then the color of grief in his words was all of a sudden thick and frightening. Ouch. In the past, when you and I were together, you called people a little baby, a little daughter-in-law, and even a little heart. Now it's good. It's only been a few days since we've seen each other. It's just that we don't call them a little baby or a little daughter-in-law, but we've actually begun to call them Sister Bai. Sister Bai. Just like this. Maybe I won't even be able to reach the title of sister in a few days. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you. Sister. Call me Auntie now. It's better for everyone. Auntie White. Auntie Whites. How smooth it sounds. Don't you think so? Xiao Lu. Luffy's mouth twitched at the words, and he felt the urge to run away. This deep-rooted woman really lived up to her name, and across the screen so far away, he actually felt a little chill on his back, and when Bai Jia saw that Luffy didn't say anything, she immediately started a new bout of wailing and complaining. What's the matter, little calf? Why don't you say anything? Could it be that you've accidentally been told what's on your mind by my sister? So you're weak? Thanks to that, sister, I've been thinking about you for the past few days, and this is how you repay me. It's true what they say. Men are no good. They like to eat what's in the bowl and watch what's in the pot. Sister me, I kind of see through it. If you ask me, you haven't been in touch with Sister me for the past few days. You definitely haven't been doing anything good. He says he's on a business trip, but secretly he's probably hooking up with some little vixen who's having a shameless little time. Luffy saw that the momentum was getting out of hand and quickly opened his mouth to stop it. Stop, stop, stop. Can't I just go over there tomorrow? Say any more. I'm going to be a fool inside and out. Paige, now you know to come over? It's too late. I won't serve you anymore. Luffy, happy to be comfortable, immediately asked tentatively, so I'm not going? Paige's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Aha! Luffy was a bit helpless. Why do women always like to say what they mean? In that case, don't blame him for playing dumb too. What do you mean? Do you want me to come over or not? You guess? Paige was still like that. Don't? Luffy didn't point it out. Bai Jia was unforgiving, but her tone was clearly off, as if she understood that the bad guy across the street was doing it on purpose. Luffy ignored it all and continued to talk to himself. If you keep this up, I'm going to act on my own understanding? Paige couldn't hold her tongue after all, and after a pause finally began to change her mind. Little calf, that's all you can do to bully your sister me. What a bad boy. Luffy rolled his eyes. Little daughter-in-law, can you speak human? Bai Jia went straight to the point. It's too late tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay up. Sister. Luffy was confused. What can't stay up? Bai Jia didn't say anything and only slightly sent a short video over. Luffy clicked on it, and froze. Only the video shows Bai Jia in a lace nightgown half leaning on the edge of the bed, though still as beautiful as ever. Her face was clearly not as rosy as before, clearly a bit weak. Seeing this, Luffy rushed to care. What's wrong, daughter-in-law? Are you not feeling well? Bai Jia sighed quietly. You little heartless. You still know that you care about sister me. Luffy immediately transformed into a warm man and began to coax and deceive. Don't, daughter-in-law. Be good and tell me what's wrong. Otherwise I'll be worried. Paige began to wail again. It's not because of someone. The corners of Luffy's eyebrows jumped wildly. Why are you getting involved with me again? Bai Jia was suddenly deep in love. There's someone hidden in my heart, so I can't stop thinking about it. Luffy almost didn't get shocked. His tone filled with complexity. It shouldn't be that bad. Seeing him like this, Bai Jia cackled and laughed. That's for sure. Sister, I'm not a little girl. I won't let myself suffer because of a little calf. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine then. Bai Jia's tone suddenly rose. What's the matter? Do you really think that your sister doesn't have anything to do with you like this? To tell you the truth, you're at least half responsible for why I'm like this. Sister. Luffy. Bai Jia couldn't help herself. Don't play dumb. Speak. Luffy asked with a bit of uncertainty. Daughter-in-law. At the risk of asking, where are my responsibilities? Didn't you just say, it's not because of me? Paige made a double entendre. I was starved into this. Luffy pretended not to know. If you're hungry, go eat. Paige didn't hesitate. No food. Luffy's mouth twitched. Why? Bai Jia meant it. I'm tired of eating it. I want to change my taste. Luffy continued to pretend he didn't understand. Then it's always okay to eat noodles instead. Paige balked. Won't do it. Luffy asked tentatively. Why don't I order a takeout for you? Bai Jia immediately refused. It's not hygienic. Don't eat it. And so, the two of them talked and talked, babbling for nearly 10 minutes or so, until there was a sudden knock on the door outside the house. Chapter 166. Role-playing? Who is it? Luffy shouted as he looked up toward the door. Since Chihiro, the snacker, had just left a short while ago, he knew, odds were it wasn't her at the door. And most of all, the guy's knock wouldn't have been so disciplined. Only 3 knocks. In the past that was a lot of knocking and shouting. It's me, Mr. Lu. I was passing by and I saw that you had the lights on here and no one was inside. So I came to take a look. Soon, a familiar voice rang out of the door. As soon as Luffy heard it, he knew that the other party was a building apartment. Just as the stone in his heart dropped and he was relieved that it wasn't that vixen Luyu outside the door, he suddenly remembered something. That is, the focus of a woman's attention is never on who the person coming is. It's the gender of the other person. Especially this late at night, a woman knocking on the door out of the blue to greet. Immediately, it caused the third person in the room to become jealous. As the rhythm, she was all too familiar with it. Goose sister, did I hear you right? The person just now was someone knocking on your door. Listening to that voice, it's either a young woman or an imperial sister, and purposely rode over to take a look. Little calf, you've got a lot of lust. No wonder the knight has been playing Tai Chi with my sister. I do not want to come over. It turns out to be a long time ago about its other vixen. So be it. Sister, I'll do as you wish. I won't be a junior anymore. Hearing this sultry voice reappear beside his ears, Luffy was suddenly left with 2 heads. It took him a long time to calm down. A certain young woman. This heck is starting to act up again. It's a hell of a thing. Why did this come out of nowhere at night? Is the Lord punishing him? Just as Luffy was thinking about how to face this unexpected situation, the Lu Fable outside the door somehow suddenly spoke nervously. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu. I suddenly have some urgent matters to take care of, so I'll leave you alone. After saying that, without waiting for Luffy to respond, there was a sharp sound of high heels. Needless to say, it was designated that she had run all the way away. Such behavior immediately caused Luffy to freeze in place. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. What the hell? What the hell does this woman mean? He came and went in such a hurry. Is he here to screw me over? The moment she left, in the view of Bai Jia on the other side of the voice, does not realize that Lu Fei has a ghost in his heart, so he deliberately instructed a certain little vixen to run away? That's right, don't look at how determined Bai Jia said just now. She's going to hang up her voice at the drop of a hat, but the truth is, that's just a woman's mouth. As long as she still has you in her heart, she won't not give you a chance to explain yourself, or won't be stupid enough to do something that refuses to communicate. That only pushes the other person further away from them. This kind of behavior, naturally, would never happen to someone like Bai Jia who had come over. So, from start to finish, Bai Jia and Luffy's voice chat was connected, and Lu Yu's slightly nervous words just now naturally fell into Bai Jia's ears, causing her to tease. Sister, I've been there before, so naturally I understand your men's. Stealing food, just steal food, and what's the big deal? Generously admit it on the line. Sister, I'm not a man-eating tigress. No, that also no. Still can eat you not. Besides, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I can't control you. You tell me. Dick. Luffy hadn't been in a serious relationship, but he knew that it was a total giveaway. So for a moment, it was hard to know how to answer. The good thing was, he wasn't stupid enough to know exactly what the young woman across the street was talking about. After weighing the pros and cons, he ended up planning to sacrifice his brother. As the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. In this case, to keep the big one or the small one. It's clear as day. After making his decision, he didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately made the killer move. Sweetie, remember to close the door when you go to bed at night, or else, it's very dangerous. This sudden brouhaha operation immediately let the white Jia over there froze. Then it is a beautiful ice flow. Eyes obviously have a few points of complacency. The corners of the mouth cannot stop rising. Obviously, she was in a good mood at this point, but no matter what, women like to preen a bit. This reaction, it's as if it's engraved in their bones. Even at this stage of Paige's life, she is not exempt from this custom. So instead, the only thing that responded to Luffy was Bai Jia's blank stare after a few light extractions. Little calf, you wish I'm not serving now. Sister, if you come over here at night, I'll call the police. To this point, Luffy seemed to have seen through it a long time ago, so he immediately said with a bad smile, role-playing? This seems like a good offer. Paige rolled her eyes. No you don't. Luffy pretended not to hear. What? You want me to be a robber and you a cop? No way. Can't. It'll have to be me as a cop. Paige pooh-poohed. Virtue. Luffy's smile deepened as he continued to act deaf. Fine, fine. You're going to be the thief of the century and rob the bank of billions, aren't you? How could Bai Jia not understand? So she immediately gave the person on the opposite side of the cell phone another flirtatious white glance. Now that her goal was accomplished, she didn't want to ghost the little bastard across the room, so she started to change the topic. Okay, sister, I'm hungry. I have to get up and go eat something to pad my stomach, so I won't talk to you. Luffy naturally couldn't wait, so after hearing that, without even thinking about it, he just hung up his voice. Such behavior immediately made Bai Jia a little annoyed. The heart even more cannot stop spitting up. You don't want to talk to me, do you? I'll see you later. You're in for a treat. Humph, you little calf. After half a day of tossing and turning, you still can't escape my sister's 5 fingers. You like the little vixen outside so much, don't you? In a while, I'll let you see what's called a real vixen who eats people and doesn't spit out their bones. While thinking about it, Bai Jia was not idle. After taking out my cell phone to put off tomorrow's Pilates class, I politely declined a few more invitations to afternoon tea from girlfriends. Once that was done, she opened up Mission Takeout again, and clicked up a nutritious meal for tomorrow's portion. There's everything in there, and all of it is a tonic. The most outrageous thing about this is that she has 6 servings morning, noon, and night. It looks like he's not even going to leave the house tomorrow. After all this, she was satisfied to lift the silk quilt covered in the body to reveal the long legs. Like a young girl in love with spring, humming a happy tune, got up and walked toward the bathroom. Chapter 167. Special Selection. Naturally, Luffy had no idea about Bai Jia's intentions. If he had known, he would have had a 3-minute moment of silence for his oldest brother beforehand. And then there was no then. By then the hostages were in the hands of the other side, and he was at their mercy. Ahem. Back to the point. Luffy has always been a man who loves to hate, and is the type who will avenge a wrong, and a wrong will be avenged. As for the way of revenge, that would be divided based on the other side. It's one thing with the same sex, it's the same with the opposite sex, and it's another thing with the good-looking and young opposite sex. No way. Even if people don't want to admit it, that's the way the world is. The good-looking and pretty ones just have higher than average immunity. So after ending the call with Bai Jia, Luffy immediately flipped out Lu Yu's WeChat again and dialed it. It's only been a few minutes, so the other guy shouldn't have gotten far, and if things go well, he should still be able to call the guy back. As to why he did it, there are 2 main reasons. On the one hand, it was Luffy's personal belief that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding in there just now. Otherwise the other party certainly wouldn't have left in such a hurry. For the sake of his reputation, Luffy felt the need to talk to the other party face to face. On the other hand, that's a bit more blunt. Luffy didn't intend to let go of the fact that Lu Yu had inadvertently tricked himself, but rather intended to punish the other party properly. As for the punishment, it depends on the situation. After all, he knew very little about it now, and the 2 sides weren't particularly well acquainted at the moment. But for the building apartment, he, Luffy, was considered a big customer worth maintaining, so there would be plenty of opportunities for both sides to deal with each other in the future. So Luffy wasn't worried. It's not a bad idea to write it down in a little notebook. 10 seconds later, the voice chat picked up. Lu Fable was the first to speak, but somehow, she sounded a little nervous, and even her words sounded a little strange. So Mr. Lu, are you done? No, what did you want to see me about? Luffy had a question mark on his face. What the hell? Weren't you the one who called me? Why are you asking me now? And, what's the meaning of that when it's over? Wait, she doesn't think I just had sex with someone in my office, does she? If it was really what he thought it was, then it all seemed to make sense. Imagine a woman who happens to be near a major client's company at night, and happens to see the lights on, and comes in out of a desire to maintain customer relations. And then again, quite coincidentally, I heard a female voice inside after saying hello at the door. Under these circumstances, and with Bai Jia's words at the time, it's hard not to let people's imagination come to mind. After thinking about it, Luffy felt speechless. This is what he did it is just, but this did not do if the back of this thing. That is not a big loss. Thinking of this, Luffy rushed to speak. Ms. Lu, I think there might be a bit of a misunderstanding between us. Why don't you come back first? Let's talk face to face. Lu Yu sniffed and hesitated for a moment, then said with a bit of hesitation, Mr. Lu, it's not too good for me to come back here. Will it disturb you, you guys? With these words, Luffy instantly realized, the truth was really as he thought. Just now, Lu Yu definitely thought he was playing a game in double row in the office. That's why he hurriedly trotted away. Since that was really the case, it was all the more reason why he couldn't let the other party leave just like that. Then wouldn't his reputation for a lifetime really be ruined? the shadow of a man, the name of a tree. If the fact that he, Luffy, likes to play games in double rows in the company gets out, how can he still be an employee in the future? So Luffy didn't hesitate to speak again. Over here, downstairs at the Star City International Finance Center, looking at the screen in front of him, Lu Yu's heart was complicated. If she could turn back time, she would never knock on that door tonight. She's been an agent for so long that she's heard a lot of urban stories. Though, something about a rich man renting a room to his honey, and finally realizing that honey is sacrificing for love, trying to make money to support her boyfriend or something like that. But it was a first for her to meet something like this on her own. That's right, in the opinion of Lu Fable, the two people in that room just now, alone again, are designated to be doing what they like to do. As for Luffy's sudden voice, it likely had a different meaning. She had heard about it. Certain rich people had very particular hobbies. What if the other woman called herself back with that kind of idea? What should she do? Accepting by default? And then take the opportunity to enter another circle? Or maybe, clean up your act? For a while, the building apartment was in a tangle. Sometimes, once a person's thoughts are skewed, it's easy to get into a weird place and only think and stretch in the direction of what they think they are. At this point, if no one reminds or stops her in time, she will continue to take the bull by the horns and brainstorm something or other. Well, it's only been a while. I don't know what the building Fable thought of this, but actually thought of myself blushing and hot. In the end, he couldn't help but lightly extract a few words, cursing himself for not being ashamed. Just then, Luffy's voice sounded again. Lu Yu didn't say anything after hearing this, only silently hanging up the voice. Next, she didn't do anything extra, just stood there dumbfounded, seemingly thinking about something. Another minute later, after a long silence, she suddenly sighed deeply. After looking back somewhat yearningly at a certain paper-drenched direction in Star City, he picked up his cell phone and walked in a certain direction with a determined gaze. What do you mean? Not even a word. And then suddenly hangs up? Looking at the voice chat that was suddenly interrupted, Luffy was first a bit stunned. Then he felt puzzled. When he came back to his senses, the good feelings towards Lu Yu in his heart dropped to the freezing point. Just think that this woman is afraid that she is a little bit seriously ill. It's just a matter of saying if you're not coming back this time. Is it necessary to just hang up? Luffy is at least a potential big customer, and this is how he maintains it? Do you still want to make money in the future? The more he thought about it, the more Luffy was on top of his head, and immediately the thought of deleting the other party's friend rose. Unexpectedly, as soon as he made a move, the sound of clacking heels rang out of the door. Hearing this, Luffy subconsciously stopped his hand movements and looked up towards the door, only to think that the woman from Lufthansa had returned. But then he immediately dismissed the thought. Other than that, it's been less than a minute since I hung up my voice. Unless the other party could fly or hadn't left at all, how could they come to the 66th floor in a smooth manner? And it was just as Luffy expected. Although the visitor was also tall, the face hanging on his head was not the face of Lu Yu. With just one glance Luffy recognized that this woman was from the beauty salon next door. Otherwise the expression on her face wouldn't have been so stiff. Seeing this, Luffy instantly lost interest and turned his head down to continue what he had just done. But who would have thought that the site had just dropped, and his voice call invitation went off again. Chapter 168, The Master at Arms. Lu Yu? Why did this come to get involved? She's really looking for trouble. Seeing that it was this demon girl, Luffy nodded no without thinking. He was in a bad mood this time, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to this woman. But Lu Yu didn't think so, and seeing that Luffy had rejected the voice chat, he immediately launched another text message. Fox Lu Yu hubby why you do not answer people voice aggrieved baba. Luffy, though he didn't want to talk, out of politeness, returned the favor. After all, reach for the stars. Luffy, being busy, no time. But who would have thought that his return would give Lu Yu an opportunity to take advantage of it? It's the Fox Lu Yu hated hubby, //nabla //. Did you say that on purpose because you know people are making chicken soup for you? Don't worry about your work when the soup is ready I'll send it over to you v greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Luffy, Lu Yu, hey, 4 question marks. Hubby must be worried that he'll hurt himself if he doesn't know how to make soup. But don't worry hubby. For you I'm not afraid of anything lovely struggle. Effort. Luffy, Lu Yu, aha, this time 3 question marks let me guess. What are you trying to convey this time? Hubby, right. People thought of it. Hubby is telling people not to make too much soup. 3 bowls at the most will do, or my good wife will be exhausted. He. I knew you had me in your heart. Hubby, Luffy, Lu Yu. Hubby how are you so smart? I know that people wearing the maid outfit of the 2nd dimension and then make soup for you. Actually, I was trying to give you a surprise when the time came, and since you guessed, I'll just have to. /nabla //. As it turns out, if a woman is willing to talk to you, she can pick up on anything. On the contrary, Luffy, seeing this, suddenly fell silent. And then, he was enlightened. I understand why those so-called goddesses have so many spare tires and licking dogs. Because here's someone who goes along with everything, and pleases you to no end. Being close to you feels really good, and addictive. Even if Luffy wasn't in a good mood right now, he was aroused by Lu Yu's desire to chat so much. And Xia also has an old saying that food and lust are human instincts, meaning that eating and lust are. Therefore Luffy felt that it was necessary for him to follow his instincts to do something. So, he went from heart to heart. 4 seconds later, a text was sent to him. Luffy, look at the scene? Lu Yu seconds back, hated husband people now clothes and face are dirty. Not good. Luffy was nonchalant. Cut the crap. Hurry up. After sending it, he suddenly remembered something and edited another sentence to send it. Manager, you're not lying to me, are you? If so, you know the consequences. Lu Yu took a full 10 seconds this time before replying. How could it be husband? You do know. People are the best cute. Luffy got a little impatient. Live photos or deleting friends? Lu Yu instantly anxious. Do not husband. Immediately. Is P picture, _? Luffy was completely speechless. This woman is just a pain in the ass. And P picturing. Talking like there's something he hasn't seen before. It's really just redundant. But for the sake of Deeja's light, Luffy patiently chanted in his mind for 10 seconds. If there's no movement after 10 seconds, it's just a sign that they're destined for each other. This is called if you don't make a demon, you won't die. Who told Lu Yu that he likes to find nothing to do, to look for him at this juncture? But as it turns out, God didn't want this sinful relationship. Just broken. Not even halfway through the 10 seconds, a new message alert went off. Lu Yu, pictures. Luffy looked down and then froze. What's that? Why are there only legs? That's right. Lu Yu's picture was sent over though. Such behavior immediately drew a question mark from Luffy. Lu Yu also immediately gave an explanation. Hubby, this side of the network is not good, so can only be a sheet sent over. Hope you do not get angry. Well, aggrieved. Bad network? Seeing this, Luffy instantly frowned. Although this possibility existed, his intuition told him, things might not be so simple, and reality seems to be moving in the same direction he thought it would. On Lu Yu's side, citing bad internet, a photo pops up a while later. There's the hands, there's the neck, there's the head, but after half a day of inking, there's just no overall photo. Seeing this, even if Luffy was stupid, he knew that there must be some piece that was not right. So without further hesitation, he gave a direct order. Luffy, right now, make a short video with a watermark for me, or, see you at the red exclamation point. Now suddenly the network is not stuck. Lu Yu instantly back. Good day husband. It didn't take long for a fresh short video to come out. Luffy clicked on it, and the crispy sticky clip sound instantly rang out. Kissing hubby, I will always love you, yo, your little maid will always be waiting for you at home. In the video, the soft voice is combined with the specially designed movements, plus the light of Dega that appears from time to time in the unique design of the Japanese maid's outfit. It's hard not to be pleasant. Some people can be in a good mood just by moving their fingers, while others are busy sweating because of someone's tripe. With that video just now, if Luffy had looked closely he would have realized that one person couldn't have done the filming for a video of that high quality. And, in fact, there is more than one person in the kitchen of Lu Yu's house. I say, Jade, do you have to go this far to please a man? It's a lot of soup and impromptu changes of clothes. Looking at her best friend who was staring at her cell phone without looking away, Chen Dan's eyes were full of puzzlement and complaints. It's always the men who go to great lengths to get them. Where is the reverse? To Dan Chen, it was unheard of. Lu Yu, however, was unimpressed, and it was only after Luffy's satisfied expression was sent over that she looked at her own BFF as a bit of an afterthought. It's necessary. It's very necessary. If it wasn't for hubby he wouldn't want it. I'd want to have a little baby for him. When these words came out, Chen Dan instantly froze, then looked at Lu Yu with a face full of incredulity. No, little you're afraid that you haven't been drugged, right? How could you say such ghostly words, and have a little baby for him? How did you say something so outrageous? What the hell are you doing this for? Lu Yu looked happy. Not for anything. My husband and I truly love each other. Chen Dan rolled his eyes when he saw this. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. Can you stop pretending? Honestly, what's the picture? There must be a reason. Lu Yu sniffed without saying anything, only silently opening something in her cell phone and placing it in front of her own best friend. No, oh, you want to know the reason, right? See for yourself. Chapter 169. Big deal. Let's do it together. What's so powerful that you've actually started to become so humble? Little Seeing her own best friend so convinced, Chen Dan was a bit disbelieving. In all the years she'd known the other woman, it was the first time she'd seen her so dead set on a human man that she was actually willing to give birth to a child. That's just unheard of. You know that in the past, in order to maintain a perfect body and eternal youth, Lu Yu was a staunch non-biologist. Just as Chen Dan was wondering what magic that man had, the next second, she was stunned by the scene before her. It wasn't until a few moments later that she slowed down, staring daggers at the cell phone screen in front of her. Account balance of $50, 85,821, of which $2, 685, 254 is principal and $2, 400, 567 is profit, up 89.4% in the last week? Looking at the string of numbers in front of him, Chen Dan couldn't believe this was real. What the hell? How did Lu Yu, the big leak of the stock market, become so powerful? I can't believe I almost doubled the money in my stock account in a week. What's the difference between that and a pie in the sky? In order to prevent his eyes from seeing the wrong thing, Chen Dan rubbed his eyes vigorously again, and then continued to look at the red-faced screen without dying. After repeating this several times, she finally admitted a fact. That's when her BFF made a fortune. Then recalling Lu Yu's appearance just now, Chen Dan immediately understood the cause of the matter. She wondered how the other party would suddenly change sex. It turned out to be the man behind so powerful. Seeing this, Chen Dan just wanted to flirt with the other party for a few sentences, but suddenly realized something, and so on. If only I could be like Lu Yu again, pulling out over $2 million of my capital out into the stock market, in less than a month's time. Won't that mess on your body that you've been worrying about for so long be solved? You know, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although she, Chen Dan, had already lost more than $10 million in the stock market, plus other miscellaneous fancy, 10,000 had long been unknown how much was owed. It is now long overdue, but it doesn't help that she has a mom who's an executive at a publicly traded company, coupled with the fact that she currently had the identity of the chief financial officer of the Star City branch. Hard to get some money out to speculate on stocks. That wasn't even a matter of minutes. Although recently Su Qian, that stinky woman, checking tightly. But it is not no way. If the payoff is big enough, a little risk is worth it. After understanding this, Chen Dan immediately brightened up and pulled Lu Yu's arm with some excitement. That, little we're still good sisters, no? Since she is a bosom friend, Lu Yu naturally understands what the other party is like. With just one glance, she could see what Chen Dan was planning to do. Originally, as longtime friends, a little mutual help wouldn't be a big deal. After all, in the end, they're both on the same rope. They have the same weakness. But once he thought of the other party's appearance just now, Lu Yu felt that he could not let go so easily. You know, she'd done everything in her power to get that information, almost selling herself short. Certain things, recalling them now, Lu Yu felt a bit incredulous. How does one have the ability to make it that far? It's incredible to think. Now she was asked to cheapen someone else for nothing, and to tell you the truth, she wasn't too happy about it in her heart. Even if it's your own BFF who's opening her mouth right now, in Lu Yu's view, there is a give and take. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Without experiencing those days of misery, how can you accept the fruits of victory with peace of mind? So, after doing some mental construction, Lu Yu began to half-truthfully yin and yang. What's the matter, my sister Dan? Now you remember that I'm your good sister. And I don't know who it was just now that was full of reluctance when I asked her to help me get the maid clothes and give me a hand to change into the maid outfit. I don't know who it is that looks at me with disgust when I try to impress my husband and talk to him more to deepen the relationship. I don't know who it is, but he's been hanging around me all day, introducing me to all sorts of quality guys trying to get between me and my husband. Seeing her bestie say that, Chen Dan was a little embarrassed. How could she not understand? The other party was politely refusing, but the opportunity was right in front of her, and she couldn't just watch the other side slip away like that. After cursing the other party for being a plastic sisterhood, she immediately lowered her posture and took a few steps forward to hug Lu Yu's arm to show her closeness. My sister knows it's wrong. You just don't care about the small man over the magnanimous bypass me this a while back. Lu Yu rolled her eyes when she saw this, and said a bit in a bad mood, Chen Dan, is this a matter of right and wrong? Both of us are foxes of 1,000 years. Let's not play chatty here. You really think I don't know what's in your mind? Chen Dan also stopped pretending when he heard this and immediately opened his mouth towards Lu Yu with a smile on his face. Not bad for my best friend. So understanding. So, Jade, do you think this will work? Lu Yu balked. No way. Absolutely not. Chen Dan didn't get angry either and only hugged Lu Yu's arm using old stories to try to emphasize the sisterly love between the two sides. Why, Jade, we're such good sisters. How can you bear it? You know that in order to fill those external debt holes for you, I had to risk a lot to borrow a sum of money from the company. It was fine if Chen Dan didn't talk about it, but once he did, Lu Yu got a little upset. The other side, in order to help her fill the hole in the foreign debt from the company borrow money, is not false, but really in the end, who take advantage of more is not certain. During that time the company's performance is very good. Their girlfriend several people before and after a total of 10 times to the company borrowed almost nearly 10 million. But what ends up in their respective hands is a little different. Lu Yu and the other two split almost 50% or so, while the rest went almost entirely into Chen Dan's pocket. According to her, it was used for tending. As for where the care money goes, that's unknown. If Lu Yu remembered correctly, the headquarter executive who supervised the Star City branch during that time was still the other party's mom. Given the situation, it's not a bad idea for a mother and daughter to monitor the theft. Or else, how could it have gone so well during that time compared to the borrowing process later on? Chen Dan also seemed to be able to see what was going on in her own bosom friend's mind. Seeing that she hadn't replied, her mind wandered, and she began to find another way up. Little Yu, have you been having relationship problems with your husband lately? Do you want me to give you a tip, sister? When these words came out, Lu Yu immediately reacted. Chen Dan, don't be ridiculous. My husband and I are in a good relationship. Looking at the expression on her best friend's face, Chen Dan smiled sweetly. Oh, are you sure? It's a shame to lose this golden leg. If I lose it like this, then it's a shame. Lu Yu, alright, don't sell yourself short. If your solution really works, I wouldn't mind helping you out. Chen Dan smiled confidently, an inexplicable meaning flickering in his eyes. Don't worry, my method is absolutely effective. Yes, in no way. But I'm still here. Lu Yu's breathing suddenly tightened at his words, as if he had heard something unimaginable. Chapter 170. Their motivation. Why does this elevator keep stopping and not moving? After dealing with Lu Yu's matter, Luffy had no intention of continuing to stay in the company. After taking a moment to make sure there were no safety hazards, he closed the door and left. On the way, he suddenly remembered again that he wouldn't necessarily be able to get out of bed tomorrow night, so he sent another message to Chihiro in passing. The general idea is, your boss may not come to the office tomorrow, and some snacker must not take advantage of the opportunity to touch the fish. Chihiro also belongs to the type that can't hide his heart. After seeing the news actually sent Luffy a happy emoticon of hooray. The happiness was so much that it practically spilled off the screen. Seeing this, Luffy burst into a bit of tears. Is he so unpopular as a boss? Even his only employee doesn't like to stay with him at work. It's a good thing he's still feeding every day. So, someone who was bored, while waiting for the elevator, began to threaten and beat up the only seedling under his command. After some more fooling around, Luffy suddenly realized as an afterthought that it had been almost 10 minutes, and how the elevator in this building hadn't moved yet, so there was the way it was just now. He didn't think much of it, though, and just assumed it was some company on certain floors taking advantage of the lull in the night when no one was around to move certain things around. This phenomenon, though rare, is not unheard of in skyscrapers like the Star City International Finance Center. After all, the building is intricate, with companies of all sizes popping up, and during the day there are a lot of people and a lot of property owners patrolling inside and out. So, a lot of inconvenient things get left to be done at night. After continuing to wait for a few more minutes to no avail, Luffy stopped dawdling and directly turned back towards the other elevator entrance. That's the great thing about tall buildings. In order to divert huge crowds during the day, they usually have multiple elevator entrances, which speeds up the flow of people and ensures safety in one fell swoop. Of course, along with all the benefits, there is naturally that little side effect, that none of the various elevator entrances are particularly close to each other. Perhaps it was because Luffy wasn't too familiar with its internal structure. It took him nearly 20 more minutes to get downstairs successfully. In the past, Luffy always thought that driving a luxury car with one hand and speeding down the avenue felt cool and refreshing, but when he really practiced it he realized, no matter if you have a luxury car or not, once you meet the police uncle speeding, you still have to be obediently stopped. That's right, just now, happy to bring a new car of someone because of a momentary itch, cannot help but in a certain section of the open avenue to drive their own Cayenne flirty a time. But who would have thought that as soon as the speed was brought up, the road lit up with that desperate red and blue light, and then, there was no more. Luffy, who has been an honest man for more than 20 years, is finally dealing with the police uncle. Luckily, Luffy was a first-time offender, and although the car was going fast just now, because it was only the beginning, it didn't exceed 10% of the speed limit of the roadway, so he was only let off with a verbal warning and education. But who would have thought that after this little episode, before still want to flirt with the sky, someone suddenly started a slow car, actually began to step 3 back. Seeing this, the female Iron Ranger, who had only just educated Luffy, cried a little and went back up to knock on his window. Mr. Road, please don't overdo it. It's illegal to drive slowly in town. Luffy was momentarily stunned. There's more to this? Is that a fine? The female Iron Rider didn't seem very old, and rolled her eyes humanely before saying somewhat helplessly, "What do you think?" Luffy smiled brightly at his words, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. I understand. I'll step on the gas right away." The female Iron Rider didn't say anything when she saw this, only waving her hand to signal him to hurry up. Luffy naturally would not make a fool of himself, and ran away as soon as he stepped on the gas. Another few minutes later, on the Orange Island Bridge, someone started talking to himself. They say this money is strong, but how come it doesn't work for me? Luffy? Is it hard to believe that it's the skin that's doing it? Thinking back to the image just now, Luffy couldn't help but feel a little regret. To be honest, he had been in Star City for several years and it was the first time he had seen a female Iron Rider. Can't really say that. I should say it's such a young and beautiful female Iron Rider. Maybe it was because of the low light at night. At first he hadn't noticed it. He just thought the other person had a nice voice. It wasn't until he walked away in the light and glanced so shockingly into the rearview mirror that he was comprehending what it meant to be a valiant beauty. As for the one step 3 times back and driving slowly, that is purely someone is considering whether to find a reason to add each other WeChat to get to know each other. Unfortunately, how can a mindset developed over 20 years be changed overnight? At the most critical moment, Luffy he goaded. Of course, a big factor in this was still the skin on the other side. Without it, he, Luffy, might not even bring hesitation. After all, in the Summerland, people always have a different kind of reverence for certain professions. This perception doesn't change just because you become rich or poor, because money and power are two completely different things. After figuring that out, Luffy accepted his earlier flinch with peace of mind. But to make up for his slightly weakened self-confidence due to this, he decided not to return to high-tech gardens for the time being. Instead, he chose to make a slight left turn at some fork in the road not far ahead, toward the food court of a nearby vocational college. Another hour later, in front of a vocational school, feeling a little thirsty, someone went back to the car and took the Red Bull in the car. As he sipped, he checked up on the haul he had just made from the driver's seat. In less than an hour's time, there were actually more than 10 little sisters with an upwardly mobile mind applying to add this little number of mine as a friend through the above WeChat application. That frequency seems a bit high. And this one, is it actually so straightforward? The year and the month and the day actually work? Looking at the distinctive friend application notes on it, Luffy couldn't help but feel emotional. That's right, just an hour ago, in an attempt to make up for that missing bit of self-confidence, he silently tried out a certain segment he'd read online. After purposely parking my own Porsche Cayenne, I didn't care that much. I just followed the online instructions. Then, Luffy did not care about anything, and ran directly to the next food court to eat a late-night snack to replenish their strength. When he returned, there was the scene above, but to be honest, he'd just try it on a whim, and had no intention of helping these hot-headed elementary school girls. After all, with his current condition, there was no need to risk his life to gamble on the probability of meeting those biochemical mothers. So after satisfying his curiosity a little bit, Luffy didn't even think about it. He was ready to start his own car and prepare to go all the way to the west. But who would have thought that before the car had even started? He had a knock on his window. Chapter 171, Police Flower. Luffy sniffed and looked over, only to see a familiar face appear in front of him. I can't believe it's the female Iron Rider. What is this, destiny? Seeing this, he hurriedly rolled down the window to initiate a greeting. What a coincidence, beautiful officer. What can I do for you? It's you? The female Iron Rider was also a bit surprised to see it was Luffy. Luffy immediately laughed at the situation and joked, but no, this may be fate, officer. If not for this, let's add a WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal someday. It's also worthy of the opportunity given by God. A short period of chance encounter, coupled with the padding just now. Luffy this time self-confidence can be said to be bursting, so do not even think about it to take the initiative to send out an invitation. Men, since they have money, they should know how to seize the opportunity to add more colors to their lives. God has given the two a chance to meet again. If he Luffy no longer have the courage to speak, then simply find a piece of tofu to crash to death. But unbeknownst to him, his words meant something else entirely in the eyes of the female Iron Rider. Her first thought was that the man was trying to get close enough to bribe her. After all, she was in the middle of a ticket. So immediately, his face turned cold and he opened his mouth somewhat nonchalantly towards Luffy. This gentleman, if you're parked illegally, you're parked illegally, and I'm not going to show any mercy just because I've met with you a few more times. As she did, she pulled out her list and prepared to copy the cards. The sight froze Luffy in his tracks. What the hell? I didn't just want to add a WeChat. How did it get into parking violations? And how is it illegal to park on this street when the curbs are full of cars? But immediately he realized something was wrong. On both sides of the road, I don't know when more uniformed traffic police uncles, and at that moment, they are tirelessly working on their writing. Looking at this, it's obvious that they're being hammered one by one. Seeing this situation, how can Luffy not understand? This girl is clearly fattened up before killing Ah. It is estimated that early tomorrow morning, dozens of car owners parked on the street will be happy for this surprise all day. However, as a long time into the society of the past, Luffy still knows certain unspoken rules. That is, in general, as long as there is someone in the car, the police uncle will usually be lenient. Granted, a parking ticket is only a couple $100, which is a hair's breadth for Luffy these days, but in Luffy's opinion, what he's willing to spend and what he's forced to spend are two completely different things, and it would be a big loss if he was just penalized for nothing. His money is for enjoying life and helping the needy, not spending it in places like this. So no sooner had the female Iron Rider started to move her pen than he got out of the car and reached out to stop it. No, Officer Beauty, I just stopped to pick someone up. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. The female Iron Rider stopped her movements at his words and looked at him with an unkind look in her eyes. This gentleman, are you sure you just stopped? Luffy quickly nodded. 1,000 times over. The female Iron Rider didn't bother to look at him, and directly wrote while saying, you people, every time you say so. What just stopped. Really think we as traffic police can't see it? In the past, I look at everyone as an ordinary person. To earn money are not easy on the part of. Let go, also let go. But you drive millions of luxury car, how also for this 200 so catty? First you try to get close to get out of the ticket. Now you say you just stopped to get out of the ticket. So tell me, how come you don't have any heat at all on the hood there, of this car you just stopped? Luffy, female Iron Rider. Okay, this Mr. Road, don't save the 200 or so dollars. If you have this kind of time to ink with me, why don't you think more about how to make money in your business? And then when you have the chance to do more for the society to accumulate blessings. After all, for upper class people like you who drive luxury cars, making $1,000 or $800 is as easy as drinking water. As for the 200 or so dollars, you'll be doing your country a favor. After saying that, without waiting for Luffy to reply, the female Iron Rider tore off the ticket and slapped it on Luffy's chest. Then without looking back, he walked to the next victimized car. Looking at the other party's fading figure, Luffy's mouth twitched a bit, speechless. Is he being educated here? But there is a saying, what the other party said was all positive and reasonable. Luffy couldn't find a place to refute it. It was the matter of slapping the ticket on his chest just now that clearly carried a bit of emotion in it. Did you offend her somewhere? Why else would she be like this all of a sudden? Why don't we take this opportunity to complain about her? Let her know that not many rich people are good. As soon as that thought rang out, Luffy's back was lightly nudged. When he turned around, an elderly police officer who was also wearing a uniform but was obviously of a much higher rank than the female Iron Rider just now was looking at him. Comrade, you dropped your stuff. When the middle-aged policeman saw Luffy turn around, he immediately smiled and handed him what was in his hand. He took it and it was actually a female Iron Rider writing him a ticket. The blanks on it that should be filled in were densely filled in, not only with information about Luffy's vehicle, but also the name and phone number of the female Iron Rider. Huang Yuyo, phone call, muttered Luffy under his breath as he read it. The elderly policeman immediately spoke with a smile when he saw Luffy staring blankly at the name and phone number on the ticket. What's up, lad? Did you fall in love with our Yuyo at first sight? Then you have to take advantage of the opportunity to tell you quietly. The phone number above is real. Can also add WeChat. As for whether she passes or fails, that's up to you. The elderly policeman spoke loudly, so it immediately caught the attention of the female Iron Rider, Huang Yuyo, who was not far away. Seeing that it was him who was following Luffy, he immediately grumbled with some displeasure. Uncle Lee, it's work time. It was obvious that she was so used to the scene that she didn't need to hear what the other woman was doing. Elderly police officers are unconcerned. Still loud voice, said, what work is not work? I'm called deep into the masses and the masses to mingle, understand? Besides, aren't you supposed to refer to your position during office hours? Why have you started calling on Uncle Lee? I think as your elder, it's only right to be appropriately concerned about your marital affairs. Otherwise, that guy, your father, is whining in my ear every day, saying that I abducted her daughter, making it so that he's still single now. If it wasn't for me being here every day, he would have transferred you long ago. Do you still want to be so free now? To be your horsewoman and show off your face every day? Huang Yuyo glanced at Luffy as she sniffed, looking somewhat helplessly at her own leader and elder. But, you can't just. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. You're messing with the truth. Chapter 172, The Love Nest. The elderly police officer was not concerned, still smiling, and said, Yo, you believe your Uncle Lee? This young man in front of you is definitely a potential stock. Don't look at the fact that he's only driving an ordinary Porsche Cayenne now, but he'll definitely have a successful career in the future. When these words came out, Lu Fei's eyes immediately flashed with a different color, and he looked at the elderly police officer surnamed Lee beside him with more admiration in his eyes. It's not bad to be a leader, but so insightful. It took him a short time to recognize that Crouching Dragon deserved your promotion, but who would have thought that before this thought of his fell? Huang Yuyo, who was not far away, splashed cold water. Come on Uncle Lee, I don't know how many times you've said that. My ears are getting calloused. Besides, it's a free society now. Who I want to get in touch with, whether I want to fall in love or not, that's all up to me. I don't need you or Dad to worry about it. Have this effort and I nagging. Might as well control my sister more. She is 30-something. People still have no proper form all day long. Also don't know how you elders control in the first place. Hearing this, the elderly policeman Uncle Lee's eyebrows jumped, as if he had remembered something bad. It was only after a while that he once again opened his mouth towards Huang Yuyao. Yuyao, don't mention your sister. That's all in the past. Listen to your Uncle Lee a word. While your father and I have not retired, early to find a love with a rich man married to enjoy life is the right way. As for your ideals and what is still die while you can. With your temperament, you're not fit to walk that path at all. Huang Yuyao obviously didn't listen in, and immediately began to perfume herself before her words fell. Alright, I know, Uncle Lee, it's not too early here. The tickets on this street haven't been posted yet. I won't talk to you anymore. Otherwise, those senior brothers will say I'm lazy again. Before the words were out of her mouth, she ran off in a huff to help a coworker not far away. Looking at this scene, the elderly police officer Uncle Lee sighed a bit helplessly before turning his head again with encouragement in his eyes to Luffy. Young man, I'm optimistic about you. Yo, fight to take my family's Yuyao. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he turned to leave, but before he could move, he seemed to remember something, and continued to turn back and add another sentence. But don't let the old man down. Remember to add that WeChat. After this time, he never looked back and walked straight toward the police car not far away. Luffy, after listening on the sidelines for so long, he kind of got it. What happened just now is the same drama as in his hometown in the countryside. The elders are urging for marriage one after another to find someone to make love. The younger generation is looking for all kinds of reasons to refuse. And he, Luffy, coincidentally, became a member of this set of lovebirds. Of course, that's just one member. It is not difficult to hear from the talk of the elderly policeman surnamed Lee. Both he and Huang Yuyao's father should belong to the leadership with some real power, and the family should not be bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so loudmouthed, thinking that his $1 million plus Porsche Cayenne only belonged to the general level. Thinking about this, Luffy didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After all, in the view of most people in society, power is always more important than money, and can become the son-in-law of a powerful man. It means that this person must have a superiority. To be able to be in the eyes of a character of this level, to have the qualifications to pursue someone's juniors. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But somehow, Luffy always felt a little bit bad in his heart. He always had a feeling that in the eyes of the other party, he was good and that was all. Not much weight, and not qualified for equal dialogue. Just thinking about it, Luffy had a very uncomfortable feeling. Couldn't say why, but his gut told him he should find a way to minimize these situations. But Luffy wasn't thinking about that much at the moment, and only dwelled on it for a short while, before turning his attention to the ticket in his hand. After staring at the line of numbers on it for a moment, he silently pulled out his cell phone. 10:30 p.m. High-tech neighborhood. As the elevator doors opened, Luffy finally saw the front door of his long-awaited home. Of course, it's up to him to decide which door that door is. After all, there are a bit too many options available for him now. On the left-hand side, your own little nest. On the right, his love nest. And the functions that each of them has are clearer. The one on the left belongs to the resting area, and you can continuously replenish your energy by staying there all the time. The right side is a physical fitness area. As long as you stay there, you have to exercise regularly, not very easy to be expelled. Given the situation, Luffy decided to go back to his hut first to check it out and take a shower. It would be safer. What? You say you can take a shower in the gym on the right? Why bother? Then all Luffy could say was, you're too young. Who cared about taking a shower back then? It wasn't all business. As for the business, you'll see if you watch more movies about people who are having a good time. He, Luffy, is not at liberty to describe it too much. No one in the house? As soon as Luffy entered the door, he realized that something was wrong. That Zhang Hao guy was actually not there. But on second thought, he felt normal again. He had invested more than $1 million in the other party. If that guy was still harboring at home all day long and not trying to go out to run the business and pull the strings, that would really be a shame to his trust. As for his other roommate, Wang Jiao, the guy hadn't been around for almost a month, and Luffy had long since treated him as if he didn't exist. As far as he was concerned, the boy had been happy for a long time. Why would he think of this hole when he should be holed up in some hotel with who knows how many girlfriends? Since he was the only one in the house, Luffy didn't care too much and directly stripped naked in the bedroom before rushing into the bathroom to take a shower. Men don't usually take long showers either. It's basically something you can do in no more than 10 minutes, and Luffy is the best of the bunch. He's done in less than 5 minutes. He didn't come out right away, though, and in the spirit of coming all the way here, it's always embarrassing not to leave something behind. He squatted on the toilet some more. This went on for nearly half an hour. Don't ask why it takes so long to squat a toilet. Ask is that these days hard to do push-ups to exercise, the abs are too beautiful. Luffy can't help but narcissistic for a while. After all the dust had settled, Luffy had planned to go out naked like this, but halfway there he felt a little shaky, so he turned to the bathrobe that had been hanging on the wall a long time ago and put it on. Then, he opened the door, and then, he froze. Chapter 173, Help, can anyone tell him how in just this half hour of work, there is an extra woman in the house? The key thing was, this was a woman he didn't recognize. Could it be a burglar? But it doesn't make sense. Not to mention how small the probability of a female thief is these days. Just the other party's outfit doesn't look like she's in that line of work. Not to mention the rather heavy makeup painted on her small melon face. It wasn't like she looked like she was doing a big job as a thief with that white forest witch top. I guess it's a little more reliable to say it's out running a business. Wait, running a business? It couldn't be that Zhang Hao kid who couldn't resist his loneliness, taking his investment money and getting away with it. Thinking about this, Luffy was not calm. What made him even more dismayed, though, was that the woman didn't seem surprised to see him. Instead, she smiled sweetly and took the initiative to greet. Hello Lu. Lu, women still know me? This sudden scene made Luffy even more messed up. Just as he tried to see what was going on with his eyes, a new flash of yellow hair in his vision gave the answer. Yo old Lu, you kid finally came out. Ah, it's been almost half an hour. I thought you were dead in there. It's not that I'm talking about you, brother. It's fine to reward yourself, but don't keep picking the restroom. If you stay in there with the door closed for a long time, you'll smell. Looking at the familiar little yellow hair in front of him, and that old hooligan-like tone, Luffy couldn't help but subconsciously burst out. Asterisk 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 Wang Jiao, you kid is still alive, and still know to come back here. I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. After hearing this, Wang Jiao took a step forward and blew a little yellow hair that floated in front of his forehead, and then slightly tilted his head with a hint of small smugness and said, What's the matter old road? Is it necessary to be so surprised to see my brother? I'm the return of the king. I'm telling you, brother, I won't die if you die. Haven't you heard that saying? Good people don't live long. Evils last 1,000 years. Think of a scum plus scum like me, living for 180 years. That's not a breeze. Luffy sniffed and walked over, pretending to whack Wang Jiao on the chest, then said a little bit in a bad mood, It's still you, old Wang, with such a clear self-awareness, knowing that you're a social scum. Seeing this, Wang Jiao also followed suit and gave Luffy a blow, and then he also said in a pretense of exasperation, That's not thanks to the blessings of you and Zhang Hao, the two fox friends. How could I have gone astray? Luffy, old Wang, look at what you're saying. That's not defiling someone's innocence out of thin air. Wang Jiao, what defilement of people's innocence? I have evidence. Okay. I still have a photo album of the first time the three of us watched a movie together. Luffy pointed his finger at Wang Jiao and laughed. You kid. Wang Jiao followed suit and laughed as well. Finally, the two hugged heavily and began to greet each other. Welcome back old Wang. Come on, let's hear it for Dad. Long time no see old road. Quickly, call out to Grandpa to moisten your ears. With that, the two began to exchange feelings as you spoke. It wasn't until after a while that Luffy took the initiative to interrupt. Stop, stop, stop old king. This is the end. There are other people here. It's a bit inappropriate for us to be colorful like this. Looking at the sister who had been standing obediently not far away, Luffy said so. Although he had only seen this for a while, he knew the seemingly well-behaved sister in front of him was definitely not simple. In the conversation between him and Wang Jiao containing so much color and still able to stand there without a blush, itself would illustrate the problem. But Luffy just thinks about it, and doesn't interfere too much in his best friend's private life. After all, individuals have their own personal way of passing and playing. It's all about what you want. What's the problem? Wang Jiao smiled broadly when he saw Luffy say this, and then hurriedly waved his hand towards the sister not far away. Come on little baby, it's just as well my brother mentioned you. Introduce yourself to him. The girl smiled and looked at Luffy. Hello Lu. My name is Tang Yuan. I'm hubby his girlfriend. Before the words left his mouth, Wang Jiao walked over with great strides, then very domineeringly wrapped the other party in his arms. And the girl was cooperative, all submissive and happy looks on her face. How's it going old Lu? I found a pretty good daughter-in-law, didn't I? Wang Jiao said with some small smugness, giving a you-know-what look towards Luffy. Luffy was speechless for a moment in his mind when he saw this. This guy, don't even know how many sisters-in-law he called, changing girlfriends faster than changing clothes. Of course, although in his heart he spat, his brother's face still had to be given. Luffy began to play along. Not bad for you, old king. What a vision, Sister Tang Yuan. For you to find a man like my brother Wang Jiao, you are considered to have a blessed mouth. Tang Yuan sniffed with a strange color in his eyes and looked up at Wang Jiao with a face of adoration. What fortune or not, meeting a man as powerful as brother Jiao is the greatest fortune in my little soup dumpling's life. When these words came out, Wang Jiao's eyes were filled with excitement, and his mouth said in a spoiled manner, Little baby, what are you talking about? We are the two of us having you on thousands of miles to meet each other. Arranged by heaven. Tang Yuan began to daintily. Brother Jiao. Wang Jiao's throat welled up and he began to gulp as well. Tang Yuan baby. Luffy couldn't look away and turned his head back to the bedroom. Wang Jiao hurriedly called out when he saw this. Wait Lao Lu. Don't you rush off. Luffy ignored him, only giving him a somewhat odd look before continuing his own movements. Joking aside, these two had started. Wasn't he sincerely asking for trouble if he was still standing there? Besides, who doesn't have a baby anymore? It was almost 12 o'clock now, and it was time for him to meet his big baby. Otherwise, it is very easy to get into trouble if you really starve people. But Wang Jiao didn't seem to intend to let Luffy go and actually followed him in. Seeing that there would be no third person in the room, Luffy wasn't as polite as he was just now. Old Wang, honestly, what is the meaning of your kid? Why did you bring the woman back, showing off in front of the brothers? Wang Jiao hurriedly explained. Alas, brother, I really have no other meaning. This just happened to pass by thinking about a long time did not come back. So I came. Luffy, really? That doesn't sound very believable to me. Wang Jiao, I swear to God, I won't lift a finger for 7 days for telling a lie. When this was said, Luffy instantly believed it, because he knew that for a canon king like Wang Jiao, these were already considered very vicious words. Wang Jiao, however, didn't think about that much, and immediately opened his mouth again towards Luffy just after his words had fallen. Only the expression on his face, how it looked, was a bit off, as if he was a bit embarrassed. That, old Lu, can you do a favor for a brother? Dude, I haven't been feeling too well lately, so I need you to provide a little support. Luffy, Chapter 174, Taking the Pill. Wang Jiao looked at the expression on Luffy's face and instantly understood that the other party had misunderstood, so he immediately explained. Not the old way. Things aren't what you think. I'm a person who plays around a bit, but not to that extent. Luffy, really? Can you really know what I'm thinking right now? Wang Jiao didn't hesitate. Old Lu, you're looking down on your buddy. We've known each other for so long. If I can't tell this much, then I've lived in vain. Luffy was teasing. So tell me, what was I thinking? I'll help you if you guess correctly. Wang Jiao glanced back at the doorway and suddenly came over to Luffy and muttered in a low voice. Hey, old Lu, don't knowingly ask your kid. It's no fun if you really do. Luffy didn't say a word, looking at the other with small, innocent eyes. It was like saying, dude's just dangling, you're on your own. The friendship between men is sometimes quite strange. The better the relationship is, the more they like to dig some small holes to set each other up and watch each other make a fool of themselves. He, Wang Jiao, and Zhang Hao shared a room together in the first place because they were close. After such a long period of time, naturally, there is no lack of set each other up. The kind of small things you pitched me and I pitched you, even more countless. Among them, Wang Jiao was the one who sarcasmed him the most, so there was a rare opportunity to coerce him. Luffy naturally wanted to seize it, but he's also a man of the heart and understands the difference, knowing that the other party and the dumpling outside the house are purely supply and demand, and that it will not last long. That's why they make such colorful jokes. If this guy Tian Wangjiao really brought a serious girlfriend back, he Luffy will definitely respectfully be a good friend. Follow for that iron law that a friend's wife is not to be deceived. Wang Jiao naturally knew what Luffy was thinking. After all, he had done this before, so he held his tongue for a while before letting out a harsh word. Old Lu, count yourself ruthless. I'll remember my revenge this time. Luffy didn't care. Just remember, old Wang, brother, I have a lot of hatred not to count with you. How about this time together? Wang Jiao immediately blushed when he saw this and looked at Luffy with a smile. Don't, brother Lu. The rule of the jungle for us is to return the favor. You can't do anything rash. Luffy, that's true, but old king, it's been half a day. Do you still need my help? If you keep stalling, I'm going out the door. And then don't say I don't care about my brotherhood. After saying that, Luffy was ready to change his clothes. Wang Jiao hurriedly stopped. Don't, brother, I'll say it now. Luffy resumed his seat. Fine, I'll give you another chance. Say it. Wang Jiao's eyes nourished a turn and said in a unique way. 2 + 1, do you think I'm right? Luffy froze for a moment at his words, then laughed. Alright old Wang, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. You've actually become so smart. You've even learned the harmonious terrier. Wang Jiao, Lao Lu, you don't have to talk nonsense. Just tell me if I'm right or not and be done with it. Luffy nodded his head in agreement. Fine, let's get this over with. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to speak again. Go ahead. What is it? It's actually so embarrassing for a thick-skinned person like you to open your mouth. Wang Jiao smiled awkwardly. What's that? Old Lu, do you have sildenafil citrate tablets here? Buddy has an emergency. Luffy was confused and subconsciously asked. What the hell is that? How come I've never even heard of it? Wang Jiao's old face reddened, patted Lu Fei's leg with the back of his hand, and said in a very small voice, Old Lu, it's that thing, you know. After saying that and not waiting for Luffy to reply, he looked very cautiously at the bedroom door again, as if he was afraid that someone outside would hear him. Luffy was a bit unsure at first, unable to figure out why the always cheeky Wang Jiao was so uncharacteristically cowering, but when he correlated what the other party had said before and after with each other, he instantly realized. Then the corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at his buddy with a little cry. Old Wang, Viagra on Viagra. How to say what sildenafil citrate tablets? There is a need to get so literary? Seeing Lu Fei say this, Wang Jiao instantly became anxious. Old Lu, you kid, keep your voice down. Don't let outsiders hear you. It'll tarnish your buddy's image. Lu Fei opened his mouth with a smile. What insiders and outsiders? Didn't you say that the girl called Tang Yuan is your daughter-in-law? What? Afraid that your daughter-in-law knows and runs away? Don't worry, as long as your pockets aren't empty, people definitely won't run away. Besides, where would I get that stuff here? I'm not vain. What's the point of buying that stuff? If you really need it, go buy it yourself. The drugstore downstairs should be open by now. Wang Jiao didn't answer positively at his words. Instead, he looked at Luffy with a serious face. Lu, are we still brothers? Luffy answered truthfully. Yes. Wang Jiao immediately answered. That's fine. If we're brothers, let's not ask too many questions. I'll transfer the money to you now and you go downstairs and buy a couple boxes for me. Okay? Having said that, Luffy was naturally too embarrassed to ask more questions. We all have our secrets. Even if we're close friends, we have to give people some privacy. So Luffy agreed without thinking. Success, just as you say. Wang Jiao immediately smiled when he saw this. Worthy of being my brother, just reliable when it matters. As he said that, he pulled out his cell phone and started transferring money. Wait, Wang, it's just a few boxes of medicine. Why are you transferring so much to me? Looking at the $2,000 in front of him, Luffy was a bit stunned. Wang Jiao hemmed and hawed, revealing a you-know-what look. Old Lu, you're a helper to the end. Don't go inside after you buy the medicine. When the time comes, brother me, I'm going to show off my skills. Luffy had an odd look on his face. Did you talk to that Zhang Hao guy about this? Don't make it a live broadcast by then. Wang Jiao was full of confidence. Don't worry, I'll line up that kid later. A 1888 package is enough for him to be comfortable for a whole night. It's all like this. What else can Luffy say? Directly receive money to do things. He was supposed to be going out to go next door anyway, and this money for nothing. It's a waste not to have it. After all, a mosquito is still meat. But there's one thing to be said for spending money the way Wang Jiao did. Luffy was really worried about whether the tens of millions of dollars plus 10 or so sweets that his family had lost from the demolition of their home could withstand it. The pharmacy was close to the neighborhood, and it took Luffy about 15 minutes or so to take care of Wang Jiao. But, this kid seems to be a bit of an unexpected monkey. Just for this moment, he's all lovebirds. So much so that he had to leave his stuff at the door. When all was done, Luffy finally turned to look at his love nest. Someone must be waiting, right? I don't know if they've slept yet. It's better to sleep. Then I can do more. Let's say. As he did so, he began to pull the key out of his pocket to open the door. Chapter 175. Hope. Shortly afterward, the door to the room opened. As soon as Luffy raised his head to look in, he was blinded by a flash of light and subconsciously reached out to shield his body. What the heck? It's blinding me. A few seconds later, his eyes slowed down and he subconsciously spat. As he did so, he tentatively looked up again through the slit in his fingers resting in front of him. This time he saw it for real. I don't know when. The living room of the house was actually installed a neon light by Jie. and as it kept rotating, the colorful lights kept spreading out to fill the whole room. And because every other place in the house that could produce light other than it was all either blocked or turned off by its owner, the neon light became brighter and brighter at this time. That's why what just happened. What is this going to be like? Looking at the scene in front of him, Luffy subconsciously muttered to himself, it's only been a few days since we've seen each other. How come Baijia started this whole thing? Making the house look like some special place. Is it possible that this is what someone really looks like when they're not surrounded by drag queens? Starting to let himself go? Thinking about this, Luffy subconsciously took a few steps back. Instinct told him, if he stepped through this door tonight, the consequences could be unthinkable. Want to hold off on that? Maybe another time would be better? This was the first thought that sprang to his mind at that moment. However, after only a moment had passed, he put the thought out of his mind. Just kidding, he wasn't that Wang Jiao guy. How could he be weak-minded and cowardly? If you're a real man, you'll go forward. Although his heart was thinking this, someone's body was very honest. It didn't move at all. After a moment of silent contemplation in the doorway, he turned. Ahem, don't get me wrong. Someone isn't on the verge of running away, but intends to make a foolproof plan. Men never like to fight unprepared battles, and Luffy didn't delay long, only dawdling a little, before stepping through that gate without hesitation. Just shortly after he entered the door to the originally silent room 1601, the suite shared by the three Luffy people, was slightly opened a crack, then a handful of yellow hairs peeked out from it, and after sticking his head out to look into the hallway and seeing that it was empty, he came out with his bathrobe on. Asterisk. Old Lou, this kid is not kind. Help me buy a medicine and still pulling hair out of the goose. Simply. Looking at the small half of something missing in front of him, Wang Jiao couldn't help but spit it out. But who would have thought that before his words fell, a petite voice came out of the doorway of 1601. Brother Jiao, I'm all ready, you people are disappeared it. The house is so empty and dark. I'm so scared. Asterisk. This little goblin. Why is she in a bigger hurry than me? It's almost like she's rushing for her life. Hearing this, Wang Jiao was instantly scared and couldn't help but spit out, but immediately he said with a face full of excitement, he, that's it. That's what I like. Little baby, I'm here to protect you. As he said that, he tilted his head back and swallowed the object in his hand as soon as he could, and then he probably felt that it wasn't enough, and repeated it again. Only then did he run towards the house without looking back. Unlike Wang Jiao's full of joy, at this moment, Luffy could be described as having an egg on his face. He came in, yes, but turned around, only to find no one in the house. Can someone tell him, what's going on now? Someone's run away from the battle? No way. Not even thinking about it. Unless the sun hits the west is more like it. Then there was only one possibility. The other party was playing hide and seek with himself again. Sometimes he just can't figure it out. This woman, could it be that she had come to heaven's eye just like him? How come every time she came over, the other party was just as predictable as the unforeseen, having foreseen it long ago? In view of this situation, Luffy felt that it was necessary to find out the answer when the time came for a good torture. Of course, that was after that. As for now, he could only cooperate with the other party and start hiding. But there was one thing to be said for it, and Luffy kind of liked the feeling. How can one not be head over heels for this kind of woman who can make one have a fresh experience from time to time? But the top is the top, and the situation of not being able to find anyone after searching 3 times around here is really a bit hopeless. And he wondered. He searched every place in the house where he can hide someone, but he hasn't seen a single figure. As far as Baijia's kind of tall imperial figure is concerned, that kind of small place can't be wrapped up. Wait a minute, small place? Could it be that I've gotten caught up in a misunderstanding because of this? Subconsciously missing some points? The more he thought about it, the more Luffy realized that this possibility was growing. As someone who knows his roots, he is well aware of someone's physical flexibility. No kidding, those standing one horse, lower back moves like that, they were child's play for Baijie. As for those more difficult V-shaped foot touches and reverse arching foot touches to the head, it wasn't like he hadn't seen his opponent do them before. To that extent, all he can say is that Pilates and yoga deserve to be so popular. Ahem, far from it. After finding out the blind spot again, Luffy also stopped dawdling and instantly sped up to go through all the places he hadn't passed before. But while the ideal is beautiful, the reality is cruel. Even though he did, he still hasn't found that big hidden treasure. Just as he was wondering if he was being overconfident, and that Baijie was most likely flirting with him by intentionally switching places and putting up pigeons. Inside the house, shrouded in colorful neon lights, there is suddenly the sound of music. Hearing this, how could Luffy, who had the experience of the last time, not understand? Someone was even more anxious than he was. This was starting to press for a reminder. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising, and his mind began to come alive. Yeah, why should he bother with the extra work here, when there are people who are not in more of a hurry than he is? In that case, he then let the other guy come out on his own. After realizing this, Luffy immediately stretched his back and yawned in a pretentious manner, and then even more so as he sat down on the sofa and muttered to himself, "Ugh, this has been busy for most of the day. It's useless to be tired and exhausted. Why don't we just go to sleep first and talk about it? Maybe when I wake up and open my eyes again, there's a beautiful as a flower front and back goblin telling me to get up. I really can't. I'll just find one on the app when I wake up. I've heard you can even get a customized version. Maybe I'll even find a surprise." As he spoke, Luffy began to pay attention to the surrounding movements in an attempt to find out what was going on, because he knew that even though his words just now weren't very loud, someone in the room could definitely hear them. Unfortunately, even so, there wasn't the slightest trace for Luffy to find. The only thing that sprang to his ears was still the sound of the music that echoed through the house from time to time. As he listened, someone actually began to squint. Gradually, a thick sense of sleep began to fill his mind. Just when he was really close to entering dreamland, he suddenly felt a shiver run through his body. When he opened his eyes, he only saw a smiling face looking at him. The next second, Luffy woke up with a start, because he was actually hijacked. Chapter 176. Why don't you say anything, little calf? Seeing him look over, Baijiya said with a slight smile in her eyes with a bit of inexplicable color. Luffy didn't answer back immediately at his words, but first glanced at the gavel of. This was followed by a slightly nervous gulp, before finally currying favor with a bit of embarrassment. "So what, daughter-in-law? Let's talk things over. Can you keep your hands to yourself? Daughter-in-law? Who's your daughter-in-law? Why don't I see her here? Shouldn't someone's daughter-in-law be the one? Or maybe, how can a broken flower like my sister, who is dragging her children with her, be looked upon by you? Otherwise, someone would not be playing outside, if not for my sister's pulling and dragging. I guess I've forgotten this place in which nook and cranny. Don't you think so, Brother Lu?" Baijiya said while looking at someone with a dangerous color on her face. Seeing this, Luffy hurriedly explained, "Do not, daughter-in-law. We have words to say. Cannot first put down the cell phone thing? This big night. Indiscriminately play this kind of thing is very dangerous." As he was saying this, Luffy was about to get up from the couch and reach out to take something from Baijia's hand. But who would have thought that just as soon as he made a move, Baijiya immediately made a move to warn him. "Hey, did I let you do that, sister?" What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Those who didn't know heard it, thought they were doing something. As a matter of fact, if a third person had been there, they would have realized that someone was getting a big, thick, long rolling pin pointed at their head. At this point, some people will ask, not just a stick, what are you afraid of? Wouldn't a backhand be the end of it? Luffy also wanted to, able to. There can't really be a straight guy who thinks Baijiya is really going to hit him, can there? Ha, little calf, didn't you hear what my sister just said? What a fight! Seeing that Luffy had been fuming, Baijiya was a bit displeased, and with the mallet in her hand, she hit the coffee table beside her, heavily. Okay, Paige admitted, she was a little reluctant to hit someone. After all, there is a great use for it. If she broke it, she would be the one to suffer. On the contrary, Luffy, hearing that rumbling sound, actually opened teeth and claws to cooperate. "No, daughter-in-law, I know I'm wrong. You can't not hit my face, or I'll go out and have no face." Seeing this situation, Baijiya almost did not strain to laugh out loud. Invariably, the heart of that grudge actually also less than half. This stinky man, he's okay. It's just that the expressions and movements are a bit too flashy. "Sister, I didn't even beat him up, but I actually made that face. I don't know how to restrain myself, just like that." In the eyes of the average little girl is not a dangerous move. Definitely give you this little bad guy if you really. It's just me, sis. I can't lay my hands on it. Although Baijia's heart was like this, her face didn't show it, and her mouth began to be even more unforgiving. "Little calf, I didn't even make a move on my sister. Did you have to? Could it be that you're a bit of a thief these days? Can't help it. Where is this going? It's just getting started." Although Baijiya hit it very well, but that certain from the heart of certain subtle changes is generally difficult to control. Although Luffy didn't see any change in the expression on her face, the tenderness in her eyes was discovered by him. How could Luffy not understand that his earlier guess was basically completely correct? Baijiya is just a little bit emotional, so she's here specifically to scare him out of it. Having figured this out, he naturally knew what to do next. He understood that as long as the more he was able to fulfill the other's current emotional needs, the rewards after that are much more colorful. So someone with a lot of experience in watching dog and pony shows began to dramatize. "Daughter-in-law, you're wrong. I was just like that, which is not a weak heart. It's clearly because I was intimidated by the aura that you possess, so much so that you can't help but make those moves. Where would a loyal and honest young man like me do something like that? Eating from the bowl and watching the pot. Let's be honest, there was but a third person on the scene, or in the middle of the day for a change. Luffy couldn't say those words. After all, in his opinion, it was a bit too shameful to talk about such things. With his current thickness of cheek, it was still a bit too much to handle, but a lot of women love to hear that kind of sweet talk. He could only play dumb. Don't ask. To ask is to have some face. Good thing. Words seemed to work surprisingly well just now. Before his words had completely fallen, Bai Jie simply froze. Then the gleam in his eyes grew a bit more. Chapter 177. Mom lost? Crap. Will it play a little too big? Looking at the state of the woman in front of him, Luffy's heart snapped and said that it was not good. His intention was just to play along with the other man and incidentally fulfill some of the emotional value that Bai Jie needed. But this seems a bit impossible to end now. His words just now seemed to irritate someone. Let's be honest. When a woman is really crazy, she can't be ho. If you're not careful, it can kill you. Thinking of this, Luffy hurriedly spoke out to stop him. That little daughter-in-law. But who would have thought that before the words were finished, his mouth was covered by a jade hand. Hey, little calf, what did you just call sister me? Luffy, little daughter-in-law? Paige shook her head slightly. Not this, again. Luffy, sister? Paige continued to shake her head. Not yet. Think again. Luffy hesitated for a moment before speaking again. So, Sister White? Bai Jie seems to be a little angry. Ju lips a bite eyes with anger. Little bad eggs. You are not sincere so. Any more of that. Really, I'm going to get mad. It's more than sincere. It's clearly intentional. Okay. Luffy wasn't stupid. How could he not know what was in the young woman's mind in front of him? It was clear that she wanted him to say those words. Unfortunately, he, Luffy, is not that casual. It's always say no. Yes, literally. Said it the first time, definitely not the second. So he continued to play dumb. So, that's Auntie. Yes, Auntie White. Definitely this one. Luffy said with conviction. Seeing the situation, Bai Jie's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her eyes were filled with black lines. Her grip on the rolling pin couldn't help but tighten a few points. How could he not know that this little calf was doing this completely on purpose? Playing dumb when you turn someone on. Not bad for a natural-born badass. But Bai Jie is not a vegetarian. See, Luffy does not cooperate, immediately began to force threat. First, she held the rolling pin in her jade hands and waved it vigorously in the air a few times, making a whistling wind whistling sound. This was followed by a fake angry smack to the couch beside Luffy to show that she would really get down to it, before finally issuing an ultimatum towards someone with a threatening look on her face. Little calf, you can think it over. If you keep being oily and naughty in front of your sister, then I'll really get down to it. When the time comes, I will first break your 2 legs, then tie up your 2 hands, and finally lock you up in the house to eat and drink well and raise you, let you beg for survival and beg for death. Bai Jie said many things. Anyway, just one thing, that is, if you don't cooperate with Sister Me again, then there will be a good time for you. But he seems to have forgotten the truth. That villains die of talking too much. And then, someone couldn't speak. Star City, a high-class hotel. An exclamation of surprise rang out. It's not good. It's not good, Ling Ling. The police uncle is coming to check the room. Should we both find a place to hide? Su Ning put on a long t-shirt, barefoot, and ran all the way toward the room and shouted. Bai Ling, who was sitting on the bed, didn't say anything, only raised her eyes and looked down at her a bit breathlessly, then looked down at her cell phone again, frowning slightly from time to time, seemingly puzzled about something. Su Ning saw the situation is not happy, the small face a twisted small mouth, a small jump bounced to the big bed, and then the small buttocks poof moved, and then it was close to the white spirit side a little sad and mournful. Ling Ling, how can you be like this? Just now you were like glue with me, and now you're being cold and violent. If you keep this up, I could get mad too. Bai Ling raised her head and gave a blank look. If you're angry, then you're angry. If you don't get angry 3 or 5 times a day, then it's not you, Su Ning. Su Ning immediately smiled. He. It's still Ling Ling who understands me. I knew I hadn't looked at the wrong person. After saying that, she asked, Ling Ling, I've seen you looking at your cell phone since just now. Is something wrong? Bai Ling, things are fine. I just feel a bit strange. Su Ning cocked her little head with a puzzled expression. What's so strange? Did something incredible happen? Bai Ling, it didn't come to that. You know, recently your auntie Bai Jia recently kicked me out, and I didn't feel comfortable with her being alone at home, so we discussed it together and set up a surveillance camera in the house. Just now after finishing I had nothing to do on a whim to take a look. But who would have thought that it actually disconnected? You say it's strange. I was wondering, could something have happened? My mom is home alone. Don't let anything happen. Su Ning listened attentively, nodding her head from time to time to indicate that she was listening attentively, and immediately consoled herself after she understood what was going on. Ling Ling, don't worry about it either. Maybe it's just a power outage in the house that's doing this. Paige sniffed and nodded. That's true what you said, but it seems to remember what? Immediately puzzled again. Not right. If I remember correctly, the surveillance monitor installed in my house is self-powered. Even if the power goes out, it can still run on its own for a period of time. How could it suddenly cut off? After hearing this, the two of them suddenly looked at each other and said in unison, could it be that someone is doing this intentionally? Thinking about this, Bai Ling was not calm anymore and hurriedly dialed up her boss Bai Jie's number. Su Ning, who was on the side, hurriedly pacified Bai Ling. Ling Ling, don't think too much. Maybe it's auntie, she doesn't like cameras in the house so she turned it off herself. You are also aware of the security environment in the summer country over the years. It is simply safe to the point of hair. It is unlikely that such things as burglary and theft will happen at all. Besides, your house is in an upscale neighborhood with such perfect security. It's even more unlikely. Although Bai Ling nodded her head in agreement, it was not hard to tell from the expression on her face. She was still a bit worried, because her mom hasn't been answering her phone. Su Ning also began to tense up when she saw this, but she still didn't forget to comfort Bai Ling beside her. Ling Ling, take it easy. It's a big night. Auntie might be asleep. How can she answer the phone that fast? Having said that, it was not hard to tell from the expressions on the faces of the two of them. The effect of this kind of self-congratulatory pretense was not obvious, because the phone had been ringing for almost a minute, and still no one answered. As time passed, the expressions on the duo's faces grew more and more tense, even as Sunan made plans to, if no one answered after a while, she'd go out and get the police next door who were checking the room and call the cops. Just in the nick of time, the call was finally answered, only the voice on the other end, it seemed a bit off. Chapter 178, Sleepless Nights. I can't. That won't do. It's only been so far. Didn't we say we'd stay up until dawn? That's it. Duel till dawn. University of Finance. A dormitory. 3 girls with youthful faces were gathering together, exchanging words with each other. Instead, the exchange focused on whether they should sleep now, or after winning a game. A few people were chattering and arguing about it, when suddenly the taller sister of the 3 suddenly came to the mouth. Alas, why haven't we seen that foodie Chihiro? Wasn't she just nibbling on a chicken claw and watching the show? Hearing this, the small round-faced girl on her right immediately smiled and said, you don't know her yet. It's just as well that she's gone to make phone kanji with her sister again. After all, the two of them are so affectionate. Nah, balcony that ain't it. The rest of the duo sniffed and looked, only to see that not far from the dormitory balcony, a cute-looking girl was gnawing on a chicken claw while giggling at the screen. Balcony. A certain snacker listened to his sister's incessant nagging and finally couldn't help but spit it out. Sis. I know. I'll pay attention to eating less these days. I won't get fat again. Just don't say teach me. Unexpectedly, these words immediately caused Chu on the screen to be dissatisfied. Chihiro, can you spit the chicken claw out of your mouth before you say that to me next time? What time is it and you're still here eating? Do you think I'll take your word for it? Maybe it was because she had just gotten off work from the bottom of the sea not long ago. At this time, not only did her face carry a little bit of fatigue, even her hair was casually draped and a bit messy. But even so, it was hard to hide that beautiful face. Even though her face resembled Chihiro's by 7 or 8 degrees, she gave off a completely different vibe. If Chihiro is the playful and cute little living treasure full of youthful vigor, then Chiyu is the kind of soft woman with a little bit of old-fashioned temperament. Probably because of her long period of irregular sleep, a hint of haggardness would always drift across her brow from time to time. Of course, these things are hard to spot if you're not looking, especially for a certain snacker with a big personality. It was harder than ever. After all, eating always comes first in her thinking. Not to mention the fact that at this point she was so engrossed in the joy of fighting with her sister that she couldn't have noticed any of this. No way. These chicken claws are so delicious. What a waste if I spit them out now. Looking at her sister whose cheeks were bulging like a groundhog's, Chio looked helpless. Since going to college, she found her own sister that is more and more rebellious. Often take her as a sister as a deaf ear, not at all as cute and obedient as when she was a child. On the one hand she was relieved to know that it was a sign that her sister was growing up and having her own opinions. But on the other hand, she was scared, afraid that this sister, who had been dependent on her since childhood, would be farther and farther away from her from now on, afraid that she would transfer her dependence on herself to someone else. Thinking of these images gave Chio a tug at her heartstrings. After all these years, she was her sister Chihiro's dependence. But how could the other person ever not be her dependence? The thought that one day her sister would be abducted by a strange man caused a pang in her heart. Her sister is so cute and innocent. If she meets a bad man, what can she do? Is it hard to believe that she'll be there to help when the time comes? Sis, what are you thinking? Why don't you answer me back? Just as Chio was beginning to dwell on her thoughts, her sister Chihiro's voice was once again ringing out, pulling her back from some strange thought. Chiyu naturally wouldn't say what she had in mind just now, so she immediately followed her sister's words and returned without any good humor. What else can I think about? I'm worried about my sister who only eats all day long. The thought that if she keeps eating like this, I'll have to support her for the rest of her life if she becomes a big fat girl and can't get married someday, makes me sad. Chihiro sniffed and immediately pouted, a little indignant. I'm not going to do that. Besides, now I make more than you, old sis. It's not like I won't be able to support myself. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Chihiro was instantly alert before the words left his mouth. Aha, make more money than me? What's that supposed to mean? Chihiro, didn't she say that she's busy with school lately so she's not coming to work part-time at Haidilao? Is this girl hiding something from me? Thinking of this, Chiyu instantly looked at her own sister with an unkind expression on her face, and Chihiro finally realized that he had missed the point and immediately smiled and played dumb. Sis, would you believe me if I said I was just talking nonsense? Chiyo frowned. Ha! Looking at the expression on her own older sister's face, Chihiro's little face immediately fell. She knew that if she didn't tell the truth, the love brain crash would come tomorrow. Thinking that she had already been exposed anyway, and that she could at least save a beating by giving an account now, she immediately said miserably, Sis, you listen to my sophistry. Ah, no, it's an explanation. Here's the thing. That's right, to avoid my sister's worry and to prove that I can do it alone. Chihiro didn't tell his oldest sister about working at Luffy's from start to finish. In her opinion, rather than tell now, might as well find a suitable opportunity to give each other a big surprise. This would prove that she, Chihiro, was no longer the little trash who could only rely on her sister. Unfortunately, ideal is beautiful, reality is cruel. She accidentally blurted out, ushering in her sister's stormy torture. Lakes University, a dormitory. Again, there is a conversation going on. Wan-in, why are you staying here alone so late? Late at night, Suyao saw that her own best friend was actually standing on the balcony and still not sleeping, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. You know, the other party is known to have a regular routine and always likes to go to bed early and get up early. It's not like her to play fishing on her cell phone all day and late at night. But who would have thought that when Lu Wanin saw her coming over, not only did she not reply, instead, she only gave her a dumbfounded look before a few teardrops continued to gush out from her eyes. Such a situation immediately startled Suyao, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to inquire. What's wrong, Wan-in? Did something happen? Don't cry first. Talk to sister me first. Nothing can't be solved with me. Unexpectedly this word, Lu Wan-in even more taut. Chin flung into Suyao's arms on the soft sobbing. While crying, he slowly spoke of certain things that were on his mind. Sister Yao, do you remember a while ago when my dad suddenly fainted and was hospitalized? Just the day before yesterday he was diagnosed. Su Yao was instantly surprised. Ah, uncle has been diagnosed? Didn't he say a few days ago that it was an accidental misdiagnosis? Why did it change in just a few days? Lu Wan-in, that's all because my parents lied to me again for fear of me worrying. I only found out about this through relatives today. Su Yao hurriedly pursued. Are things very serious, Wan-in? Lu Wan-in kept shaking her head. I don't know anything. That relative only told me that my father's illness is very serious, that he needs to spend lots and lots of money in order to be cured. What should I do, Su Yao? I know that my family hid it from me so that I wouldn't worry, but I can't just stand by and watch my dad he just give up on his treatment. The more she said, the louder Lu Wan-in cried, so much so that she woke up the other two roommates. But Su Yao didn't say anything at this time. Her mind only echoed a certain sentence that her best friend had just said. She is in a hurry and needs lots and lots of money. Shortly afterward, a glint drifted across her eyes. Chapter 179, The Beautiful Woman. At the same time, Star City, a high-class apartment. Chen Dan, are you sick? Not sleeping in the middle of the night, letting people watch this. Looking at the Let's Go images on TV, Lu Yu couldn't help but lightly extract her own bosom friend. Of course, her eyes were glued to the screen for a moment, as if she was envious of something, and as if she found it a bit unbelievable. Chen Dan, however, was unimpressed, first looking at the TV screen, then sizing up Lu Yu beside him, and after repeating this a few times, said something that took him by surprise. Come on my jade baby, take off your clothes first. Lu Yu froze at the words, then hastily took a few steps back with her hands protecting her chest. It's a big night, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, Chen Dan. I'm the one with a husband. Don't think about those things. Besides, I'm normally oriented and not interested in women. Chen Dan laughed at the sight. Ha 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 ha. What are you thinking about, Lu Yu? Wouldn't think that I want to do that to you, right? Lu Yu, what are you laughing at? Who told you to talk in half? Come on, tell me exactly what you want to do, or I'm going to get my beauty sleep. I still have to send my husband a good morning greeting early every morning. If I miss the time and upset him, I'll hold you responsible. Chen Dan did not say anything this time, only a strong nod. Yes yes yes, your husband is the most important. After all, that kind of golden thigh. If you lose, but everyone has to lose, don't you think so, Jade? While talking, Chen Dan started to throw winks at Lu Yu with an ambiguous face, and I don't know what they had talked about before, or what they had agreed on. Just see her words finished. Has always been the old Jiangsu. Lu Yu actually all pretty facer read a little embarrassed white a glance of his own girlfriend. With that, he immediately said in a bad mood, go go go, don't be delusional. That situation is a no-win solution, or don't be delusional. Chen Dan smiled with a wide brow. Yes, my lord you're right, it's the little woman I'm delusional. Now that you have someone behind you, you're the biggest. How dare a weak girl like me, who has to ask for help, fight with you? Lu Yu lazily ignored, directly said, okay, you don't be here. Say it, this big night does not let me sleep. In the end want to do what? Chen Dan smiled mysteriously and leaned in to whisper next to Lu Yu's ear. In no time at all, it was said that Lu Yu had a difficult look on his face. Is it really necessary to go this far? Not really, Chen Dan immediately retorted. What not to Do you really think that men are all animals that think with their lower bodies? That freshness is only for a while. If it passes, it's harder to pull back than a cow. For this kind of excellent man, a beautiful woman is never something that can bind him, as long as he is willing. At any time, any place, there will be countless towards him to pounce over. And you, Lu Yu, is just the lucky to be the lucky one who walks in the front. I'll be the first to go. If you don't learn more novelties and keep improving yourself to keep him fresh while he's not showing such signs now, you can't guarantee that one day he'll kick your ass. Lu Yu didn't say a word at his words, only bowing his head and meditating for a moment, then nodded approvingly. There is no lifelong canary in the world. In order to always be brilliant can only allow themselves to be like the phoenix that constantly nirvana rebirth to be able to do. Using a different her to tie the same man's heart. Seeing Lu Yu Mingbai come over, Chen Dan immediately took out a small book from behind him and said with a smile, come little Jade child, course I have arranged for you. First is to practice yoga and then Pilates. The movement from low difficulty but to high difficulty constantly increase the body flexibility. Convenient later. Then to learn some society more trendy point of the thing. Let's say COS, ancient style dress up Chen Dan had jotted down a whole lot on his notes, which made Lu Yu's scalp numb when he read it. After a long time, seeing that she had no tendency to stop, she finally couldn't help but open her mouth and inquire, is it really necessary to go this far? And, when the time comes it won't be me doing it here and you watching, will it? Chen Dan, of course. What, you still want me to follow you? Aren't you afraid that I, the vixen, will take advantage of the situation to steal your position as the main palace? Lu Yu did not hesitate. You dare. If you really want to do that, we can't be best friends anymore. Dan Chen, if you don't do it, you don't do it. You have golden thighs. Who cares about these one or two girlfriends? Lu Yu, good you Chen Dan. You want to play Legend of Jinhuan with me, don't you? Looking for a fight. For a while, the BFF duo is in disarray. As for how much of what they just said was true, only they knew in their own hearts. While the penniless have the struggles of the penniless, the rich have the sorrows of the rich. Star City, a certain villa area, in an opulent villa, a somewhat impatient voice rang out. Mom, how many times have I told you? It was just a little accident. I'm really fine. Besides, I'm not the only one in the elevator. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately after that, another beautiful woman's voice appeared. Yes, my Yaya has grown up. She doesn't like to listen to this motherly nagging of mine. But Yaya, Mom still needs to remind you. It's okay to play around with that what's-his-name company you've got going, but you can't get up all day and work all night just to make money. Our family has a lot of money. It's not that bad. If we wear out my baby girl for this crap company, Mom will be angry. Don't blame me as a mom for not keeping my word. Find someone to buy out the company. Yeah, okay, I know Mom. You've said this 1,000 times. You've heard it all before. That what Mom? I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to sleep, so I'll stop talking to you for now. Good night dear mommy and, let me say hello to daddy too. Tell him not to come to the office to see me when he's not doing anything, or he'll easily scare my staff. After saying that, without waiting for the beautiful woman on the other side to reply, The phone was hung up by her. With such behavior, the beautiful woman couldn't help but whisper a rebuke. This child, why is he on fire? His personality doesn't match at all with his usual high-strung appearance. I don't know who he resembles. Then the beautiful woman looked like she remembered something, and started talking to herself again. She's not getting any younger. Should we find her a proper fiancé to suppress her temperament? Forget it. It's better to wait and talk about it. The marriage of the older one is still pending. If this younger one tosses up again, I'm afraid I'll get wrinkles again. After saying that, the beautiful woman took off her jacket, revealing that the long ago plumped up excessive body shape. After admiring it alone for a while, she got up and walked towards the bathroom with a marvelous pace. Chapter 180. Strange Memories. There are lucky people in the world, so there must be unlucky people. Some people bring their own misfortunes on themselves, but there are others who are forced by circumstance, especially in a metropolis like Star City. Many people are glamorous on the surface, but the sorrows behind the scenes are known only to themselves. An old neighborhood. Top floor, 7th floor. Inside a room that looked fairly cozy and sophisticated, but there was a conversation that was not so friendly. Mom, I really don't have any money in my hand for now. Why don't you think of something else? First a slightly pleading girl came out, but before her words could fall, a deafening sound washed away her pleading voice. The words even carried an unquestionable tone of command. I really can't. Let's put it off for a while. Wait for next month. I'll transfer it over to you next month when I get paid. What? We still have to wait for next month? No way. Absolutely not. The woman is waiting for money. If we can't reach an agreement in the next few days, your brother's marriage will be over. Lu Yu, have you forgotten how hard I worked to bring you up? Now that you've hardened your wings, you won't listen to me when you're far away from home, will you? Now that you have the ability, you don't even want to help your own brother. Then when I get old and can't walk in the future, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep on the streets. Listening to the tone with questioning beside his ears, Lu Yu only felt incomparably heartbroken. She couldn't understand how the mom who loved her so much when she was a child had become like this. From the time she was able to earn money at 18, she was asked for money one way or another. At first it was fine, said it was to subsidize the family. The building apartment didn't think much of it at the time, and called back most of its paycheck every month. But who would have thought that it would get worse and worse in the back? So much so that it has come to this point. Counting now, it's been almost 7 or 8 years. She's not made a particularly large amount of money as an agent over the years, but it averages out to over $100,000 a year. Excluding those weekday rent expenses, she had called home at least $600,000 or $700,000 over the past few years. But somehow, the home is still the same shabby old home. It hasn't changed at all. She didn't know why, and every time she asked, it only invited questions from her mother. Ask her if she's here to collect a debt for money. After several times, she also became silent, and her thoughts of that home became less and less. So much so that in the last few years, other than calling on time, there has been very little contact. But Lu Yu at this time of shutting his mouth in exchange for not the understanding of the other end of the phone, but instead is intensified questioning. Building apartment? Lu Yu? Why don't you say anything? It's not because I'm right, is it? I told you today, if you don't call the money over in the next few days and thus ruin your brother's marriage, we'll sever our mother-daughter relationship from now on. With that said, without waiting for Lu Fable to reply, the phone was hung up on the other end. But even so, the voice just now seemed to have a strange kind of magic. It kept echoing in the room, oppressing her. Over time, wearing only a thin singlet, she slowly began to wrap her legs around herself, and then slowly leaned her head back against them, and the look on her face began to grow lonesome. At this moment, an inexplicable wind came from the window and blew her originally neat hair into a messy mess. A bit of hair even fell into those enviable eyes. On the average person, the first reaction to something near the eye must be to subconsciously rub the eye to get it out. Otherwise it will cause an overreaction before long. Either the eyes are red and moist, or the eyelids will blink incessantly in response to a physiological reaction, the purpose of which is to expel a foreign body. But Lu Yu had no reaction, only staring straight ahead with empty eyes. Not a single movement was made until the eyes were red, until the tears slowly coalesced, until it slowly slid down the sheets. At this point, she had no other in her head for a long time, only kept echoing the words from earlier in the past, trying to find for herself again and again the reason why her mother was the way she was. Is it because of a grudge against a beloved husband who ran off with another woman a long time ago? Or maybe he grew up with 2 drag queens and was looked down upon so much that he started to become psychologically unhinged in the back of his mind? Time and time again, the building apartment tries to give an explanation, but slowly, she couldn't comfort herself. In the end, all that echoed in my head was the phrase, pay up or sever the mother-daughter relationship. With that, she suddenly muttered to herself, why Why am I the only one to become so unfortunate? Home is this. Company is that. It's so hard to find the courage to make a choice. And then you meet that kind of accident. Elevator malfunction. Funny. Really funny. Something happens sooner or later. Just that time. It's not fair. It's not fair. Since God doesn't help me. You guys don't love me. I'll love myself. Don't you just want money? I'll satisfy you. From now on, we have nothing more to do with each other. Gradually, her eyes grew wild. The sadness and happiness of people are never connected. Some people are being played by fate, while others are enjoying life. Of course, the occasional mishap is normal. After all, people are strange creatures, and it's easy to get addicted to that extreme experience of wandering on the edge of danger. Let's say someone. It's kind of dumb now, but who would have thought? Just as soon as he made his move, he was immediately hijacked. The other man didn't say anything, just gave him a mean look. The meaning is self-evident. If you try anything at this point, you'll suffer the consequences. Watching the rolling pin close at hand, Luffy hemmed and hawed, turning around and grabbing a coat off to the side to cover the other, and then beamed with a pleasing expression. The meaning is also clear. Daughter-in-law, don't get me wrong. I'm afraid you'll catch cold. Not much else to think about. Seeing this, Baijia gave someone a flavorful blank look. She wasn't stupid. How could she not understand that little bit of a man's mind? However, since the other party was still sensible, it was decided to let the other party off the hook for the time being. As for what to do afterward, that depends on the situation. After all, on her cell phone, she had a big problem to deal with. What's the matter, baby girl? Why are you up all night thinking of calling your mom? Did you meet trouble? Or did you run out of money? Don't tell me it's because you've been away for a long time and want to come back. You're not a good boy if you don't keep your word. As the saying goes, there's nothing like knowing your daughter. Preemptively striking and catching the other side off guard with a barrage of questions was the absolute strategy that Baijia had come up with in seconds to solve her troubles. She was confident that under this series of questions, her own daughter would immediately look confused, and then subconsciously think of how to answer her questions, thus overwriting that strange memory from earlier. But sometimes, people don't plan as well as they should. No matter how well Baijia knew her own daughter, she wouldn't have thought that there was a little note-taker woman there next to her daughter to remind her. Chapter 181. A lineage. Of course, in the beginning, things were still going in the direction that Baijia had expected. Under her attack, Bai Ling subconsciously began to argue. Mom, what's going on here? Mom, I'm that kind of person. Your baby girl. Seeing the matter unraveled, the corners of Baijia's mouth rose slightly. Little man, no matter how big you grow, you're still not the son of my mother. I can still hold it as easily as I want to, just like in the palm of your hand before. Although Baijia was thinking this in her heart, her mouth didn't stop. Just in case, she immediately turned up her own daughter's blackmail again. That's not necessarily true, honey. If your mom remembers correctly, someone cried for days in high school the first time they boarded away from home. Remember those days? You called your mom me every other day late at night on a sneaky call. Got a little endocrine disorder going on those days. Seeing her old mom talking about old calendars, Bai Ling immediately became a little disgruntled. Oops, Mom, why are you bringing this up again? It's been years. I'm an adult now. Can you stop bringing it up? How humiliating for others to hear. Baijia's eyes widened. The black pearls in her eyes moved slightly, and she began to turn the tables. What? Now no shy. Then what did you do in the first place? Old me. I persuaded you for a long time in the beginning, and you didn't do anything about it. By the way, I still have the ugly picture of you crying at the time in my photo album. Do you want me to send it over for you to see? With these words, Bai Ling's mind completely ran away. Forgetting the original purpose and the strange memories at the beginning, she directly began to pout in a bit of a hurry. Mom, why are you like this? Didn't we agree to delete all those ugly pictures in the beginning? Why don't you keep your word? Baijie, baby, have you forgotten the words that Mom and I often hang on to? Women's mouths are deceitful ghosts. The more beautiful a woman is, naturally the more deceitful she is. Not to mention your mom is such a great young woman. A little cheat their own daughters and so what? You say is not at all. This sudden wind and fire caught Baijia a little off guard, and there was a sudden feeling of loss in her heart. It took a while to slowly adjust. He then glared at someone's back for a few moments with his beautiful eyes angled in dissatisfaction. This little bastard is absolutely sincere. When I'm done with the drag bottle in front of me, I'm going to make you look good. Sometimes, mothers and daughters are just mothers and daughters, and it's easy for them to be one and the same in everything they encounter. Let's say now, Baijia has someone around her who causes trouble from time to time, and Bai Ling here is not far behind. It's just that, one knows how to scale and the other is a little hard to control. After hearing that Auntie Baijia had her favorite beautiful pictures of Ling Ling, This little arrogant Su Ning was suddenly out of sorts, opened his mouth with the intention of snorting up towards the phone, but who would have thought that just as soon as he acted, he was covered by the quick-eyed Bai Ling's small mouth, so much so that by the time he got to Bai Jie's side, all he could hear was the sound of whimpering, struggling. Seeing this situation, Bai Jie of course knew something was wrong, so she immediately inquired with a frown, "Little spirit, what are you doing? Isn't there someone else next to you? This big night, you can't go too far. If I know you're doing that, you'll be in for it." Seeing that things were heading in the wrong direction, Bai Ling instantly panicked. Not caring about anything else, Su Ning, who had let go of his men, rushed to explain, "No mom, don't get me wrong. Paige, whoa, then tell me, who made that noise just now?" Seeing that things had come to a head, Bai Ling glared fiercely at the little arrogant girl beside her and told her to come over and explain herself. For his part, Sunan hemmed and hawed and crawled over to say hello like nobody's business. "Hello, sister Bai, I'm Ning. Do you remember me?" Don't look at Su Ning usually in the white Jie side of the silly, like a crazy girl, but this little head sometimes can be smarted. Directly play a little smart mouth sweet began to call up the white Jie sister. Such a coquettish behavior was immediately met with another blank look from Bai Ling, then immediately take back the phone, toward the screen in front of his own mother said, "Mom, just now you also heard, in my side is Su Ning, that little follower. No one else. Right, it's getting late. I'm a bit sleepy going to bed, so I won't talk to you." After saying that without waiting for Bai Jie to reply, she hung up on herself. Such behavior immediately drew a small amount of resentment from Su Ning. "Ling Ling, how can you be like this? People haven't even talked to Auntie yet. You just hung up." Seeing this, Bai Ling gave her a small brain crash. "Humph, didn't you call me sister so sweetly just now? Why are you calling me Auntie now? You little head, can't you learn something good all day long? Don't get into all that nonsense." Su Ning's small hand some pain covering the head, small mouth a weak retort. "People are not thinking of calling sister aunt will be happy. Point well. If Ling Ling you are not willing to words, I next time to call the aunt is not on the line. There is a need to knock people's head again. What if you knock yourself silly? You won't have such a cute little follower like me. What a shame." Bai Ling cried and laughed a bit when she saw this. All right, you little drama queen, don't put on a show. Just now I didn't exert much force at all. Okay." Su Ning giggled. He, it's worthy of being my family's Ling Ling. You can tell with a single glance." After she finished speaking she suddenly had a small lemon face and opened her mouth towards Bai Ling in a somewhat strange manner. "Right Ling Ling, didn't you just want to ask Auntie why the home surveillance was broken? Why didn't you ask in the end?" Bai Ling didn't think anything of it at first, and only subconsciously replied, "You little fool, why are you still asking? My mom was obviously fine the way she was just now, so why bother?" But as she spoke, something was wrong with her face. She seemed to have remembered something, and then she opened her mouth with a grave face towards Su Ning, who was at the side. "Sunin, did you hear any strange noises when you answered the phone at the very beginning?" Su Ning realized afterward. "There is? I thought I heard it wrong at the time, so I didn't think much of it." "What's wrong, spirit? What's wrong?" Chapter 182, Hijacked. "Ah, no problem, I'll just ask." Seeing that she had found the answer she wanted, Bai Ling immediately snorted. She wasn't stupid. How could she let anyone else know if the truth was what she thought it was? After all, the fact that the old country is most likely under attack is just too blushing to talk about. Su Ning didn't think much of Bai Ling's clueless words. For her, as long as she could be with spirit, nothing else mattered at all. She was just thinking about whether to find an opportunity to have a sleepless night with her beloved Ling Ling, when Bai Ling beside her suddenly spoke up. "Ugh Sunin, are you hungry? Do you want to go buy something to eat?" Su Ning hadn't reacted for a moment and only subconsciously replied, "Not hungry," but immediately she brainstormed to herself. Her Ling Ling must be hungry and she's too embarrassed to say so she purposely said that to hint at her. So before the words fell, Su Ning hastily shook his head and said stupidly, "Ling Ling, actually I'm starving here. Why don't we both go and have a late night snack together?" She had thought that Bai Ling would say yes, and then she could have a romantic late night trip with her dear Ling Ling. But who would have thought that the development of things was completely out of Su Ning's expectations? Bai Ling promised to agree, but it seemed that she only agreed to half of it. "That's just as well. I'm a bit hungry too. How about this Sunin? You're a fast runner and quick on your feet, so I'll leave it to you to go out and run errands and buy things. I remember there's a barbecue across the road from the hotel that tastes pretty good, so get it there. As for me, naturally, I'll wait here for you to come back. You can't bear the thought of me going out in the cold at night, can you?" Su Ning's small face crumpled at his words. "Ling Ling, really can't we go together? I actually thought it was something I could do with you, so that's why. As the saying goes, the family's shame should not be publicized. in order to further verify their own ideas, and incidentally catching adultery in bed. Bai Ling naturally want to temporarily support the side of this little follower. So without waiting for Su Ning to finish, Bai Ling directly began to pua. What? Didn't you say before that you wanted to be good to me for the rest of your life? You're not happy with just a little request. Ha, humph. Surely a woman's mouth deceives a ghost. When this was said, Su Ning was instantly anxious. Don't Ling Ling, I really don't mean that. I'll go now. As she was saying that, she got out of bed regardless, grabbed her cell phone and headed for the door. With such behavior, Bai Ling, who was looking at this, hurriedly opened her mouth to call out to the other party. Ugh, Sunin, wait. Sunin turned back with a face full of surprise. Spirit, did you change your mind and want to come with me? Bai Ling rolled her eyes. What do you think? Seeing that things weren't what he thought they were, the light in Su Ning's eyes instantly dimmed considerably. However, she was still very happy that Bai Ling could take the initiative to call herself, so she immediately smiled and inquired. Wow, so Spirit, do you have something else you want me to do? Looking at the expression on Su Ning's face, Bai Ling suddenly felt that her behavior just now was a bit excessive. Although it was annoying for the other person to always be yakking after his ass sometimes, he was unusually serious about his part of the heart anyway. Thinking about this, Bai Ling, a person who was often favored, rarely felt guilty, so he offered to pick up the jacket beside him and walk over to put it on her. Look at you. All you remember is going out shopping. You've forgotten what you're wearing. It's a cold night in Star City. If you go out in these thin clothes, you'll be a sick kitten tomorrow. No one will take care of you then. Bai Ling's sudden good wife and mother behavior made Su Ning a bit uncomfortable. After a while, she came back to her senses, then immediately said with a smile, Hey, I knew Spirit still loved me. As he spoke, it was as if Su Ning's eyes were carrying light. Bai Ling started to rush people after getting self-compassion. Alright, go on. Su Ning giggled. Hey, gotcha. As he finished speaking, he opened the door and disappeared into the doorway with a bounce. Seeing this, Bai Ling couldn't help but feel some emotion. In fact, she knew something about Su Ning's family environment. Rich is rich, but parents are born incompatible. So not long after giving birth to her loved child, he started a new family as if he was at peace with himself, and their disposal of the small crystallization of Su Ning is also very simple. There was enough money to manage it, but there just wasn't time to come over and spend time with her, so much so that she spent most of her time by herself. Eventually time went by and it became what it is now. Lack of love, eccentric nature, prone to extremes. Truth be told, the other person's upbringing was somewhat similar to hers, but different, because, while she didn't have a father, she had a very loving mother to grow up with. Only recently, someone was trying to steal her home. No, probably at her home by now. Thinking of this, Bai Ling clenched her silver teeth with indignation in her eyes. Stinky man, wait and see. I'll make you shrivel up if you dare to cross the corner of my white spirit. A few minutes ago, at White Jacket. Ha, it hung up? Looking at the relit cell phone screen, Bai Jia was a bit stunned, but when she thought of her own daughter's look of having done something wrong just now, she was relieved. Knowing your daughter is like being a mother. Plus, Bai Ling was again brought up by her alone. For what kind of nature it was and what hobbies it had. Naturally, it knew everything. I guess without her supervision as a mom, her baby girl couldn't resist her loneliness and started to let go again. Well, Su Ning, that little girl, she still knew her way around, so she let it go. After solving the current big trouble, Bai Jia's eyes turned, and she began to look for the little trouble that people love and hate. But who would have thought to scan the week and someone was actually gone? She was a little dismayed to see this. That little bastard wouldn't have run away while she wasn't looking, would he? Little asshole? Little asshole? Little bastard? After calling out 3 times in a row with no response, Bai Jia suddenly became anxious, and hurriedly got up to look around. Under the illumination of neon lights, Bai Jia, who was wearing a lace nightgown at this time, looked particularly attractive. Unfortunately, the only audience member present seemed to be missing, and no matter how much she searched, she was still missing. This little bastard isn't really running away, is he? Looking around fruitlessly, Bai Jia cannot wait. Simply directly take out the cell phone began to operate. But who would have thought that just as soon as she dialed, the tinkling voice chat invitation would ring out behind her. When she tries to turn around to check, she realizes she's been hijacked too. Chapter 183, Night. What's the matter, little daughter-in-law? Are you looking for me? Luffy leaned his head on Bai Jia's fragrant shoulder and gently blew hot air on his ear. It's normal for men to be vengeful. It's just a rolling pin. As if he couldn't take it for himself. Of course, that's just the broader term, narrowly defined, only in the sense that it can be understood. Bai Jia knowingly asked, a pair of eyes glowing abnormally. Little calf, What do you mean by this? Sincerely revenge sister Meow? Don't blame me for not warning you in advance. It won't work if the woman doesn't agree. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, then his mouth twitched. What? You're scared? Looks like that's all you men are. One by one. Having the heart of a thief but not the guts. Although Bai Jia couldn't see his expression, she seemed to sense something. With a light smile on her face, between jokes, her beautiful eyes turned, her eyebrows raised, and her pearl-like eyes drifted past a few wispy colors. Seeing that things were not going the way they wanted, someone quickly spoke up and called out, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" But Bai Jia wasn't an ordinary person. How could she be so obedient? Still falling back on herself. Seeing that things could not be done, Luffy spoke with a bit of tears and laughter. "I say, little daughter-in-law, can't you cooperate with me for a bit? This makes people feel very unfulfilled. Look how well I just cooperated." Bai Jia sniffed with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes filled with a small smugness and said, "Yeah, so that's how it is. Then blame sister me. How about this little calf? You do it again. Sister, I promise to cooperate." When she said that, the strength seemed to return suddenly, and she was back on her feet again. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit helpless, lamenting the fact that I am ultimately too young to grasp a woman of high rank. However, he is not like to ask for trouble. Now will not. Can still learn and try more. Practice makes perfect. Experience more. Naturally everything. Ahem. Back to the point. The previous screening. The anti-hijacking continues, but this time it's Bai Jia who initiates the conversation. Only, she seemed to be pushing too hard as a heroine. "Aya robbers, I'm so scared. Please don't hurt me. As long as you don't hurt me, I'll do anything you want." Luffy, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have had a hard time believing it. This kind of sound that only a tender young girl could make, could burst out from the mouth of this imperial sister in front of her. It's true, women are born with a clip, and if she wants to, any sound can come out of that incredible voice. Seeing that Luffy didn't say anything, Bai Jia wasn't happy about it, and started to urge, "What's the matter, brother robber? Am I not cooperating enough? Want to act a little deeper?" Luffy expressed interest and began to grin badly. "That's fine, but it's going to be a different place this time." Bai Jia was unsure at first, but as she continued to pull up in height, she burst into laughter. With a harsh slamming of the door, the living room was once again empty. Shortly thereafter, the cell phone that had been left on the couch suddenly lit up and vibrated incessantly for a long time. Star City, a hotel. What's wrong, Spirit? Did you wait too long so you're not happy? As soon as Su Ning came back with his big bag, he saw Bai Ling's depressed face on the bed, and subconsciously thought that she was like this because she had waited for herself for too long, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to ask about it. Can't really blame her though. That barbecue stand was doing so well, and the line was basically full of big, naked guys. For those who cut in line, how dare she? A small potato less than 6 meters tall. Say more. She could only watch with bated breath. If it wasn't for a certain nice-looking young lady who helped her, she was afraid she would have to wait until morning to go. Naturally, Bai Ling wouldn't tell Su Ning. She was like this because her old home had been overrun and she couldn't get through to the damn phone, so he casually found another reason to perfunctory up. What do you think? I just walked in the room, accidentally knocked my thigh, so, by the way, what kind of delicious food did you buy? I'll be hungry right now. Hurry up and bring it out. Su Ning immediately smiled at the sight. Hey, that's good. Ling Ling, I've bought a lot of things this time. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. While saying that, he mentioned the item in his hand as if inviting credit and showed it off in front of Bai Ling. Look, Ling Ling, this has your favorite roasted chicken wings, roasted squid, roasted carrots, roasted tomatoes. Looking at the wide array of food in front of her, Bai Ling raised her eyebrows and directly picked out the most unpleasant spinach. After glaring at it for a bit, he bit down hard. It was as if the other party had a grudge against her. This scene was naturally seen by the little note-taker Su Ning on the side, so she made another mental note. The next day, the sky was only just turning fishbelly white when someone stood on the balcony and yawned. Don't get me wrong, he's not an early riser. In fact, he stayed up all night yesterday. As for what did he do, then Luffy could only say one thing: he kept fighting for the future of Xia. At this point, a cigarette would be perfect. Looking at the white haze in the distance, Luffy couldn't help but sigh. Granted, he wasn't much of a smoker either, but sometimes he had to admit it. In some cases, this is a miracle weapon that not only refreshes the mind, but also moves the chi and stops the pain. At this point, if he could just take a drag, maybe his back wouldn't hurt so much. After a little bit of emotion, Luffy didn't stay on the balcony for long, turned around and headed towards the house. The mornings in Star City were not much colder, but the air was unusually damp. Sometimes, Even the gusts of morning wind that blow make you feel a very distinct sense of wetness. It's easy to get rheumatism if you stand outside for too long. Unexpectedly, as soon as someone entered the room, a slightly flirtatious voice sounded beside his ears. Yo, isn't this our director Lou? Is he ready to rest after lamenting his life on the balcony? Would you like me, the heroine, to give you a little bedtime? Luffy looked up, only to see that at some point, a beautiful woman was half leaning against the bed, looking at him with eyes full of smiles. Chapter 184, Scare. With his previous experience, Luffy naturally wouldn't be intimidated. The line of sight only slightly paused for a moment and then immediately moved away, and then completely ignored it and directly walked towards the living room without looking at it. Such behavior, naturally, could not be hidden from the eyes of Bai Jie, the old geezer. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he got up to stop someone at the crucial moment when he was on his way out the door. Then Julep bites, eyes change on the pretense of grief said, Road director, you this person like people have taken the initiative to send it to the door. You still don't catch it. Could it be that there is something wrong with your body? Luffy, for his part, continued to play deaf and dumb, only turning sideways to try and squeeze through a crevice. If it had been before, he would have remembered to prove himself. After all, a man's dignity was greater than anything else. But what if now? That's sorry, he has turned on the saint mode. His heart only has the country and the people. He is not interested in that kind of worldly matters for the time being. But Bai Jie which can be as she wishes, directly standing one horse to put the jade foot against the upper left corner of the door. And then, the road was completely blocked. Looking at the flawless jade leg across his eyes, Luffy couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching. Really don't give a damn? Someone couldn't hold his tongue after a long time. Bai Jie played with literature. What living in dead roads? Sister just wants you to walk the road of my heart. Luffy was undeterred. There's really no room for negotiation? Bai Jie continued to be literate. Sister reads little and can't understand human language. How about, you speak with your actions? Luffy didn't say anything immediately at that, but instead frowned and began to ponder. After a few moments, he seemed to have made some kind of decision, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him. Bai Jie's heart rejoiced at the sight, thinking that she had once again taken hold of this little man, thinking about tightening up a bit later. But who would have thought that the next second, someone would start to be unmartial and pick her up and throw her on the bed. That wasn't all. Before she could react to what was happening, her eyes suddenly went black again, and then, there was no more. By the time Bai Jie regained her senses a few seconds later, she was too wrapped up in the covers to move. It wasn't until it took a lot of effort that he stuck his head out to check up on the situation. But who would have thought that as soon as her vision was restored, she would see a smiling face standing in front of her, which almost didn't scare her. And so it was that the distraught woman couldn't help but blame someone. You little bastard, dead heartless. You almost didn't scare my sister to death. Before the words fell, he couldn't help but pout again. Little calf. Luffy spread his hands to express his helplessness. Daughter-in-law, isn't this what you said? Speak with actions. Why are you blaming me again? Bai Jie was rarely speechless, and then said in a bad mood, Little bastard, I think you just did it on purpose. Let me out now, or you'll be in for it later. Strangely enough, all that was wrapped around her was a thin-down comforter, which should have been easy to break free of. But somehow, Bai Jie had wasted a lot of effort, but it didn't move at all, and I don't know what method someone used to do it. Luffy saw this and said with a sense of humor, Don't waste your efforts. If I can let you break free so easily, then how can I do what I want to do? Bai Jie sniffed and froze. Then I don't know what came to mind. Her face gradually flushed, her eyes with peach blossoms as she opened her mouth towards Luffy. Little bad guy. I'm not unreasonable. If you have any ideas directly and sister I said on the line why bother it? Luffy didn't say anything when he saw this, and only looked at Bai Jie with a puzzled expression on his face. Then he got up and walked towards her. Just when Bai Jie thought that someone was going to do something bad again, should she be a little more reserved later on? Luffy's next move made her freeze for a few seconds, only to see Luffy cross right over her, lean down and pick up a body shirt off to the side and head towards the living room. Such behavior immediately drew the ire of a certain young woman. Little bastard. What do you mean by that? Quickly explain it to me, sister. This time it was loud enough to echo around the room for a few moments. Seeing this, Luffy immediately stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the other party with innocent little eyes. Daughter-in-law, why are you like this? Didn't I just say that I'm going to do what I want to do? Why are you still asking questions knowingly? After saying that without waiting for the other party to reply, he ran into the bathroom in a huff. Seeing this, how could Bai Jie not understand that she was being fooled by this little bastard in front of her? In all the times the two sides have been together, this is the first time. How could this be acceptable to her, who always liked to dominate? so she immediately let out harsh words. Little calf, I'll remember you. When I come out later, I'll make sure you can't get off the ground. As she said that, Bai Jie tried to break free from the bedding restraints. Who would have thought that the harder she pushed, the more she couldn't find a way to do it, and ended up making herself sweat. On the other hand, Luffy, who felt that he had recovered the city, was already humming a tune, enjoying this rare leisure time. But someone seems to have forgotten something. That's when normal people either go to the bathroom or take a shower. It's best to lock the door behind them first, otherwise, you'll meet a lot of unnecessary trouble. An hour and a half later, Luffy held his back and slowly walked out of the bathroom. But who would have thought that before he could take a few steps, a slightly surprised voice rang beside his ears. Yo little calf, what's wrong with you? How so careless ah? How to take a shower and still flash the waist? Luffy alas, who would have thought that I could still bump into a female sex demon in the middle of the day? I didn't just fall into her path in a moment of inattention. If I meet you next time, I will. What's wrong with Aquazi? Keep talking? Seeing Luffy stop, Bai Jie asked after him with a curious expression on her face. But as long as the eyes are not blind, everyone can see the threatening intent in her eyes, as if as long as someone does not answer very well, we'll meet with misfortune. Luffy smiled brightly at the sight. I'm sure I'll fight her for another 300 rounds. Now that's a total deal. Bai Jie, humph, count yourself smart. With that, he pointed to the dining table not far away and said, No, little calf, your next task is to destroy them. If there's any left, I'll hold you responsible. Sister, Luffy twisted his head to look, only to see that at some point the table has been filled with a wide range of things, including a lack of Buddha jumped over the wall of this kind of tonic things. Well, still satisfied? Sister, I've treated you well, haven't I? Without waiting for Luffy to speak, Bai Jie continued to speak again. If you get rid of them within the day, I'll give you a big present. Speaking, Bai Jie took out a bank card from her pocket and put it between her fingers, then threw a wink at him again. The meaning is self-evident, as long as you're willing to listen. I'm not bad with money, sister. Seeing this, Luffy was in a trance. This rich woman in front of her, is she going to figure it out with him? Chapter 185. Young woman's heart. Forget about it. What's the point of thinking about it? He and the other side together is not a figure of money. Completely just greedy body just. There is a need to consider these have no? If it doesn't work out, big deal. Despite what his mind was thinking, someone's body was being honest. Taking advantage of Bai Jie's inattention, passing by the hand took away the bank card in its hands. Ugh, little calf, what are you doing? Give it back to me. Bai Jie also did not expect him to come to such a move. Rare-faced dumbfounded asked. Luffy saw this and returned a frown, covering his waist as if he were saying, What's wrong daughter-in-law? This can not give up ah? I'm so exhausted that I mustn't be paid in advance for my work? Bai Jie couldn't help herself a bit. Humph, beautiful you. Speaking as if sister I didn't put in any effort. Forget it. I'll give it to you. I have the code anyway. It's the same if you take it or not. Luffy, isn't the password your birthday? Say it like I can't guess it. You women sometimes this is easy to make confusion. Too many passwords easy to remember. They like to use one to cover all. Sometimes as long as more attention. Not just guessed it. After saying that he casually asked, By the way, how much money is in there? Worth what you call a big gift? You guess? I have a reward for guessing. Seeing Luffy guessing it out, Bai Jie didn't care and only joked with a smile on her brow. Luffy hesitated. 100,000? Paige shook her head to indicate that it wasn't enough, signaling to go further. Luffy was a little surprised. $200,000? Paige mouthed in intimate denial, signaling to be bolder. Luffy was genuinely surprised this time and said somewhat jokingly, It can't be $500,000, can it? This can make me struggle for 10 years less. Bai Jie smiled and laughed. Little bastard, you have a point. You're lucky to have met Sister Me, but I have to correct you on one thing. For your current income, you bad boy with this card can struggle for more than 10 years less. At least 15 years. Luffy was instantly stunned and said in a bit of surprise, Does this card have $1 million? It's not so bad, is it? Granted, at his current worth, $1 million isn't a lot of money, and he could pick it up from the stock market if he didn't think about it for more than half a day. But the problem is that the person who came up with the money, Bai Jie, that's not something an average person can do when they casually take $1 million in cash out and give it away. Don't look at many people on the surface of the family fortune of hundreds of millions of dollars, but really want him to pull out so much liquidity at once. Not necessarily do, because in many cases, summer people are used to keeping most of their money in the form of real estate. It gives them more peace of mind. Bai Jie was very satisfied with the expression on Luffy's face, so she immediately said with a joyful smile, How about it little calf? Sister I'm generous right? It's not $1 million, but it's still more than $700,000. Put it on a lot of ordinary people, they probably wouldn't be able to save this much in their entire lives. Now how long has it been since you've gotten it without any effort? Luffy doesn't see it that way, and just knows that it's better to do nothing than to steal. So he pretended to be shocked and said, "Daughter-in-law, is it possible that you are entrusting me with this? Why else would you suddenly give me so much money?" Bai Jie didn't understand his brain circuits, and said with a bit of bewilderment, "What's to be entrusted or not to be entrusted? Little calf, you wouldn't be overly surprised, so your brain is out of whack, right?" Luffy, however, didn't think so, and only spoke to himself. Isn't that how it's played out on TV? The hero or heroine suffers from an incurable disease, and then the children at home are small, so they find someone they trust to entrust them with their blessings. Daughter-in-law, don't worry, even though Bai Ling that girl is not more than a few years younger than me, but I as an elder will also do my best to actively take care of her, and definitely won't have any thoughts that I shouldn't have. With that, Luffy slipped the bank card loaded with a huge sum of nearly $1 million into his pocket before casting another "I'll do the job." Don't worry, look at Bai Jie, as if things were really going to happen. Bai Jie is not stupid. After such a toss, how can she not understand that someone is deliberately poking fun at her, or is using the agitation method to intentionally or unintentionally sidestep the purpose of her doing so? However, she had always been arrogant in nature, and how would she be willing to say what she really thought? After all, that kind of thing, it was really a bit difficult for people to talk about it. Besides, in her heart of hearts, someone doesn't have the capital or the conditions to participate in her internal decision-making right now. In addition to the irrevocable age disadvantage, other than the appearance of the body type or wealth and insight and other aspects, Bai Jie thought that all aspects of the other side can be crushed. It was the little badass's good fortune to have met himself, and as for the rest, he didn't need to get too involved. Of course, while that was what she had in mind, she certainly wasn't going to just say it outright. If that were true, it would certainly hurt the ego of the little bastard in front of me. For this bad guy in front of her, Bai Jie was getting more and more fond of him now. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to give compensation in advance at the drop of a hat. So Bai Jie, after spending a few seconds to organize her language, immediately followed Luffy's words and said a bit unhappily, "Good, you little bastard. Sister, I'm so good to you. It's not even if you curse me. You actually miss my family's precious Ling Ling. I'll kick you to death." Before the words even fell, Bai Jie stretched out her jade leg and stepped on someone's foot under the table a few times in an unkind manner. Of course, because of the slippers, it didn't actually hurt much, and was more of a playful jostling thing, but that doesn't stop someone from making a big deal out of it. Ouch, pain, 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 pain. Daughter-in-law, why are you like this? You've already taken half of my life before, but now you're still killing me. Do you want me to be a lovebird with you? Bai Jie sniffed and raised her eyebrows, kicked someone again, then said in mock anger, "Humph, you think beautiful. You're also a lovebirds. You're willing to sister, I'm still not happy about it. A great beauty like me would be at a great loss if I didn't have 10 or 8 abs guys to bury with me when the time comes." Luffy also pretended to curry favor and said, "Yes, yes, yes, my daughter-in-law is right. A great beauty like you, that's how it should be." But he said, but his words turned. His eyes seriously looked at Bai Jie. "Right, daughter-in-law, why do you suddenly think of giving so much money to me? Don't you want me to do something?" Sometimes people's subconscious answers can be scary and can unintentionally reveal a lot about what's in their hearts. Sure, to add to the double insurance, someone's eyes are getting restless. Chapter 186, long enough to eat. Before Luffy's words even fell, Bai Jie said seemingly unintentionally but actually intentionally, "Where is the reason not reason? Ah, sister, I am happy. Reward you cannot? But there is something I would like to mention to you. Originally sister, I was prepared to $1 million or so, but who would like a certain little calf can't eat? Can only take a 700,000 or so. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that you've done okay in the past, this money would be a whole lot less." Just as soon as she finished, she was surprised again with a deliberate afterthought. "Good, you little asshole. Honestly explain, just now is not to set sister my words." Luffy smiled a silly smile. "How can I just casually asked. This say or not, it's still not up to you, daughter-in-law." Bai Jie's eyebrows raised, her face changed, and she deliberately chided with a pout. "Humph, to say 1,000 words it wasn't you, the little calf, who deliberately set me up. Or how could there have been what happened later, losing me so heart and soul to you, fearing that you're tired and even purposely getting you so many delicious food to make up for it. You're actually treating sister me like this. No, I'm angry. If you don't coax me properly today, you won't be able to get into my sister's bed." Bai Jie's purpose was simple, to take this opportunity to make a little trick to turn the direction of the topic away. That way, some little asshole won't get hung up on the compensation issue. To say the least, she also felt tired. If it wasn't for the sake of taking care of the feelings of this little asshole in front of her, she wouldn't have been so redundant. Of course, she brought all this on herself as well. She said that she would leave the father and keep the son. But she was actually a little attracted to this little calf. Otherwise, why bother? Just throw the money in the other guy's face. Or not. With this 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, to go out to find what kind of ideal man can be a large number of, but also the top of the obedience. But who told her Bai Jia was haunted? Actually a little day to day. One can only say that the time is right. This bad boy had the good fortune to meet the right her at the right time. Luffy couldn't wait for this, so he said without hesitation, "That's fine. We have a deal. I can't get laid today. Whoever backs out is a puppy." But before he could finish his sentence, two wolves sounded beside his ears. Luffy looked up, only to see Bai Jia looking at him with a light smile on her face, her eyes revealing nothing but smugness. No need to think, the scream just now was definitely from the other party. That's the difference between a young woman and a young girl. For a teenage girl, all she cares about sometimes is whether people care about her or not, focusing on her own emotional value. There are even times when you will be swayed by your emotions and continue to be stubborn even when you know you are the one at fault. But the young woman is different. She knows how to weigh the gains and losses and understands what is most important to her. Not only is his skin not normally thick, but he knows how to give himself a leg up. Humph, little bastard, trying to set me up again. No way. You see, sister, I've screamed. Then what I just said doesn't count anymore. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Bai Jia said without a trace of smugness, "Just kidding." She had paid out her money. If she let the other party off the hook so easily, wouldn't she lose a lot of money? Paige had even figured out that she wasn't even going to leave the house next week, conditions permitting, provided, of course, that someone cooperates. Sometimes the perception of looking for an answer with a question is quite different from looking at a question with an answer. Go along with it. You probably couldn't come up with that result if you tried. But once you go against the grain, a lot of things can be understood just by looking at them. It's like right now. Bai Jia, go to the father and leave the son. Looking at the expression on Bai Jia's face right now, combining it with last night's situation, and finally adding this line of hints in front of him, if Luffy couldn't guess what the other party was roughly thinking, then he might as well find a block of tofu and crash into it. The so-called you and me. You and me. In the end it's just a trait of what you want. To summarize in a simple sentence, he craves her body. She craves his child. That's all. But this seems good. It's better for everyone if we only talk about desires, not feelings. After all, this sinful relationship is hardly fruitful, at least as far as Luffy was concerned. As for the child, he was even less worried. In recent times, he has had a strong premonition that because of these eyes, it should be difficult to get people in general. Of course, just in case, he, Luffy, would watch the people. Little calf? Little calf? What are you looking at? Why don't you say anything? Seeing that someone had been keeping his head down and fuming without speaking, Bai Jia reached out her slender hand and shook it in front of her eyes, signaling that she was still there. Luffy immediately organized his thoughts at the sight and said in a manner, "What else can I look at? My daughter-in-law." Bai Jia sniffed at him with a flavorful blank look. "Virtuous." Then she said with peach blossom in her eyes, "If you really want to see it, I'll go back to my room later and show you enough. As for now, you just be good here and give me a full meal." Luffy was a little surprised to see this. "Ha? You're not eating?" Bai Jia seemed to be smiling. "Sister, I've been full for a long time. This is where I can still be hungry. Besides, that phone was ringing off the hook last night. If I don't return a message, I'm afraid something will happen." Luffy was aware of this as well. After all that time, it's impossible to stay nestled in one place all the time, or else it's easy to suffocate. So he followed suit and joked, "Then hurry up or I'm really worried about being caught in the act." Bai Jia secretly gave someone another kick in the face. "Blah blah blah, crow's mouth, have you ever talked like that?" Just as he finished, he sighed again somewhat helplessly. "Alright, I'm not going to nag you anymore, or else I'll really be caught by this crow's mouth of yours." With that, Bai Jia walked towards the living room. Seriously, if Luffy hadn't reminded, Bai Jia hadn't really thought about this. With her understanding of her own daughter Bai Ling, it is really possible to do such ridiculous things. Star City, in a hotel. "Ling Ling, why are you up so early?" Su Ning, who had just woken up and was a bit sleepy-eyed, asked towards Bai Ling in puzzlement. "Bai Ling, it's okay, I'm just going out to get some stuff and I'll be back soon." Sunin was a bit unconvinced. "Really? Bai Ling, how can that be a lie? When have I ever lied to you?" Sunin subconsciously replied, "A lot of times." Bai Ling was momentarily speechless, but quickly smiled again and said, "That was all in the past. Don't worry, this time it definitely won't be." Whoops, Su Ning nodded at his words, then huffed and puffed again in a daze with his head covered. Seeing this, Bai Ling couldn't help but let out a long breath. She was really afraid that this little follower would want to join her again. If that was the case, her plan to catch the adulterer would be dead in the water, wouldn't it? Chapter 187. Deeply hidden. Bai Ling had never been a man of action, and was one of those who would act immediately once a decision was made. And as for the consequences, that was something to be considered last. Because of last night's mom's phone call did not get through the reason. Some suspicious of her more and more think the more angry, so that even sleep cannot sleep. So there is a scene just now, with her knowledge of her own mom, this early in the morning. She'd still be sleeping early, plus if things were really what she thought they were, it would be even more impossible to get out of bed. After all, that sort of thing was supposed to be quite tiring, or at least she thought so. It's only 5 o'clock in the morning, and if she goes back to block the door a little, she'll find something. Maybe she'll scare the crap out of some guy. Thus, the more she thought about it, the more excited Bai Ling couldn't help but speed up, only spending a slight minute or two to clean herself up, before setting off without stopping. However, what Bai Ling didn't know was that within seconds after she left, a small head quietly burrowed out from under the covers. After it's whispered a few words to itself on the bed, it didn't even have time to put on its jacket before it flew out of bed and followed it. Didn't you say you were going to make a phone call? How come you're back so soon? Before Luffy could take a few bites, he saw Bai Jia come back with her cell phone, so he asked with some curiosity. Bai Jia sat down across from Luffy, then said with a smile with an arched eyebrow, "It's not that I miss you, the little bad guy, so I'm going to have a quick fight." "Sis." Luffy hastily stopped when he saw this, "But don't think about me, I'm afraid I can't afford it." Seeing him like this, Bai Jia covered her mouth and snickered. "Giggle, giggle, as to be so afraid of me? I'm not a man-eating tigress," Luffy said as he ate. "If I met a tigress, I'm afraid it would be better, but the big deal is to smother the person in one bite. But if you meet a vixen who likes to suck people's bones, then you'll suffer." Bai Jia gave him a glance. "Virtue. Sister, I'm generous. I won't bother with you, just take it all as a compliment." Luffy felt that it was dangerous to continue to dwell on this, so he began to change the subject. "By the way, daughter-in-law, you should still have quite a bit of liquidity on you now, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have moved to give me more than $700,000. Bai Jia was a bit surprised. "What? Why are you asking about this all of a sudden?" Then again, her beautiful eyes turned as if she remembered something, and her eyes were somewhat ambiguous as she looked towards Luffy. "Little calf, sister, I can warn you, don't be too greedy." Obviously, she was misunderstanding something, but Luffy didn't directly explain, only said to himself, "I see that the recent stock market sentiment in the Great Summer Country is not bad. Why don't you invest some into it? Maybe you can make a profit." After hearing this, Bai Jia's heart was relieved. It seemed she had misunderstood the other little calf. It turned out that the other party was not insatiable in hitting her for money, thought that they should have known the recent news of 4 consecutive suns in Xia's stock market from somewhere, and thought that they could make a lot of money, so they purposely reminded her of it. Thinking about it, for most ordinary people, as long as they do not deliberately contact and understand a certain industry, basically only hearsay or through some press releases to know something, and it's often easy to carry a certain amount of guidance with the information that you're exposed to. It's like right now, in Bai Jia's opinion, Lu Fei must have happened to read a few public number advocating that making money in the stock market is as simple as picking up money, so he kindly reminded her. After thinking about this, Bai Jia immediately opened her mouth with a slight caution. "Little asshole. Sister, although I don't know where you know all this from, but as a person who has been here before, I still have to remind you, nothing better good down-to-earth work, or use free time to go to the gym to exercise more exercise body. Alright, do not listen to those who are experts. What blind fool said what the stock market can make money? That pure is fooling you leaks. Think about it, if you really meet an opportunity to make a lot of money, how many people will be spread to hate everyone in the world to know? Fear is not sneak and hide, it is too late. Little calf, don't you think that's a good idea?" Luffy froze for a moment at his words, then nodded thoughtfully. Bai Jia said very right, for ordinary people, similar to the stock, this kind of financial products cannot touch as far as possible not to touch, or it is easy to 10 years of struggle on one side of the empty. Except, of course, for certain gifted individuals. If he, Luffy, didn't have these magical eyes, he would never have touched these things so easily. In fact, he just deliberately mentioned this, is to think if there is an opportunity to give Bai Jia reveal some insider information so that she earns a sum of money, so that it is also considered to be not owe each other. If something happened to them in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about it. And Bai Jia seems to be afraid of Lu Fei take the money in the hands of the stock market to make a lot of money, and even directly pull out their stock accounts to show up. Nah, little calf, This is the stock market you've been pining for. And it's not a good one. Luffy looked up and saw a greenish color in there. It was actually all losses. Nearly $3 million of capital. Nearly lost only $1 million. Almost his waist cut plus waist cut. Simply miserable to home. The scariest thing is that these stocks held by Luffy still has some impression. All are high-quality white horses. But, what puzzled Luffy the most was, this beautiful young woman in front of him seemed to have more money than he thought. This was all added to the 700,000 or so given to him and all that money spent on shopping a while ago, which came to almost $4 million. The average rich woman, I'm afraid, doesn't have that kind of power. Was she really as deep as the mountains in front of her? Usually? Luffy frowned at the thought. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Baijiu spoke at the right time. Now you know how powerful it is. Sister, I just didn't resist the temptation of a certain girlfriend, and opened an account on impulse. It's been almost 3 years and it's still the same damn thing. Do you think this stock market touches it? I say to you, sister, I engaged in the most stable value investment, can lose into such. If you such a young impulse to go in, cannot resist the sex all day trading, not out of half a month. I gave you that 700,000 will absolutely also be cut. Take my advice. If you really have some spare cash, take it and buy some real estate. Even if the price drops again when the time comes, at least you won't lose so much. Oh, right. Aren't you curious about how much liquidity my sister still has on me? I might as well tell you while I have this opportunity. I was bored a few days ago and sold a store I bought a few years ago, and now after removing the more than $700,000 I gave you, there should still be $4 or so million in the card. Well, are you impressed? Do you want to please me now? Maybe if I'm soft, I'll turn it all over to you. With that said, Baijiu got up and came to Luffy's side looking at him with a teasing face. Chapter 188, Mother and Daughter. If he had met this kind of situation in the past, Luffy would definitely prove himself with actions without saying a word. Kidding aside, this kind of good thing that can bring in both wealth and color. One more second of hesitation is disrespectful. Unfortunately, flowers have a way of reblooming and people have a way of being powerless. At this moment, he looked at the provocative gaze of the beautiful young woman in front of him and actually did not respond positively. Instead, they quietly show their attitude with their actions. That's right. Someone picked up their chopsticks again and ate silently, and he kept his eyes glaring at the food on the table, not moving at all, as if nothing had happened just now. This pretend behavior, directly let by Jia, cannot help but giggle laugh. Seriously, she just loved watching the little bastard get his ass kicked in front of herself. It felt especially fun. It made her feel like she was back in the experience of teasing someone long ago when she first started her relationship. Just as Paige was about to get closer to the interaction, a sudden noise from the doorway caught her attention. Little calf, do you hear me? Thinking that she had heard it, Shiratsuki opened her mouth towards Luffy and inquired. Well, it was someone opening the door. Luffy replied softly, it can't be that there are thieves, right? Baijiu said with a somewhat worried face. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, then immediately snickered. What are you thinking? How can you have that in broad daylight? If you ask me, it must be our baby girl who's back to catch adultery again. Seeing that someone was still so tone-deaf, Paige gave him another light whack. Little calf, you can't talk nonsense. Ling Ling just finished talking to me, saying that she would be at the hotel. How could she come back so soon? Besides, she still has the key. Is it necessary to toss it at the door for so long time? Luffy spread his hands, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Why is it impossible? Isn't it normal for children to lie to adults? Besides, it's not like she hasn't done this before. As for why I've been tossing in the doorway, that's better explained. I left the door unlocked by the way when I came in last night. If you don't go over there and open the door, she'll never get in unless you take it down. Although Baijiu didn't believe that her daughter would lie to her, but seeing Luffy so convinced, she was still a bit shaken. After all, if the door was really a thief, it would be too much for the profession. It's been almost a minute and I can't believe I can't open a door. Just in case, though, she growled at the door. Who is it? It's early in the morning. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. At these words, the people at the door seemed to be startled and immediately stopped. After about 3 more seconds, a slightly urgent voice rang through the door. Mom, it's me, Bai Ling. You mustn't call the police. It would be a disaster if it wasn't your precious daughter. That's the way it is in the Summerland. There is a great deal of reverence for certain special professions. On the contrary, Baijiu, seeing that it was really her own precious daughter outside the door, immediately looked at someone with some complaints. That expression seemed to be saying, it's all because of your little bastard's crow's mouth. Now my sister's plan is afraid to go down the drain. Luffy took it all in stride, only casting a questioning look at Baijiu to signal what to do next. In all honesty, after all this time of settling, Instead of being afraid of being caught in the act of adultery, he felt a little excited. Could it be that he, Luffy, had unknowingly developed certain pet peeves as well? Looking at the eager to try look in someone's eyes, the complaining color in Baijia's eyes became even more intense. This little calf, it's almost on fire and still thinking of strange and weird things, so it's really her ingrate. Compared to someone's change of heart from fear to excitement, Baijia remained the same. She could accept that she and Luffy were in the house for two, and she could accept that her own baby girl knew about it, but to be caught in the act of adultery, that won't work. She found it unacceptable. This is something that really undermines the dignity of being a mom for her. So, she started kicking people out. What are you sitting there for, you little asshole? Find a place to hide. Luffy, daughter-in-law, why are you nervous? We're unmarried. Is there a need to be so sneaky? Since the child wants to understand a little more clearly, it would be better to tell her directly, or else make her come all the way here for nothing. How bad is that? Looking at the expression on someone's face, how could Baijia not know that this guy was completely intentional? So he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Little bastard, don't go too far. If you do this again, next time, my sister will really not let you get off the ground. Luffy, we'll talk about next time. I'm only talking about this time." As soon as the words left his mouth, he spoke again. Only this time, he was actually taking advantage of the fire. How about this, daughter-in-law? If you can promise to accompany me to the balcony more often next time to blow off some steam, I'll be at your command immediately. Love, naturally, is to keep both sides of the freshness in order to long, and learn to appropriate while the fire. Only more can add a few points of fun. Luffy believed that Baijia should understand what he meant. As expected, Baijia heard actually did not immediately oppose. Instead, only flavorful white someone a glance. Shortly afterward, the doors opened. Looking at her baby girl at the door, Baijia looked unhappy. On the contrary, it was Bai Ling who immediately made an exaggerated expression in order to alleviate the embarrassment. Surprise! Mom! Surprise! Seeing that Bai Ling wanted to muddle through, Baijia immediately said without any good humor, "Surprise? Surprise? I'd say shock is more like it. You damned girl, how dare you lie to me?" Bai Ling sniffed and immediately entered the door and wrapped her arms around her own mother's arm, and began to pout as she walked. "I am Mom, I don't want to give you a surprise, so that's why. Just be magnanimous and forgive me." While talking, Bai Ling didn't forget the purpose of her homecoming. Her eyes drifted around the house, trying to find clues and traces. How can Baijia not know her own daughter's mind? So she raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth directly. "Okay, don't look. The people are gone. You can't see anything fancy even if you look again." This sudden nagging instantly left Bai Ling in a daze. What the hell? How did the plot think differently than she did? And her own mom actually blew herself up? Though things are well known to all, but to just point it out, wouldn't that be a bit too direct? She, Bai Ling, couldn't accept it for a while. Can't it be that my mom has been completely captured by the other side? That's why she's being so open and honest? Thinking about this, Bai Ling became even more nonchalant. But the next moment, she knew. This ginger was old after all. It was all, after all, just a setup from some beautiful young woman. Chapter 189. Stinky Man. Mom, why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? I'm a little scared. Bai Ling, who had just immersed herself in her own thoughts, just raised her head and saw her own mother staring at her with an expression full of smiles and non-smiles. She was instantly a bit flustered. No way. No way. Could it be that she, Bai Ling, was going to meet that kind of thing? A girl's ability to brainstorm often depends on many things, but one thing is for sure, it's tied to something she's read or has watched. And unfortunately, Chiren is some female-oriented sadomasochist. And so it was. With all this stuff poisoning her, she quickly brainstormed a series of wacky scenarios. What single love-brain mom would do to her baby daughter? For her love. Or maybe it's trying the bottom line again and again, making excessive demands. Anyway, all that came to Bai Ling's mind was all those strange things. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand why her own mom would go against the norm, and make the move she just did. At that moment, there seemed to be an ill wind blowing. The door of the room behind Bai Ling suddenly moved. The sound of the door slamming shut scared Bai Ling, so much so that she didn't dare to turn around for fear that she would see that familiar face. Sometimes people are like that. Once they fall into the trap of self-brainstorming, their emotions and thinking will go into a loop, and it's hard to get out of it in a short period of time. It's hard to get out of it, coupled with the fact that Bai Ling's life has always been smooth, although already 20 years old, but basically never experienced any setbacks in his life. The mental ability to withstand is naturally a few points weaker, and so the next scene that made Bai Jia, a beautiful young woman, somewhat puzzled appeared, only to see her baby girl. In just 10 or so seconds, the expression on her face changed rapidly. from being excited to being full of shock. It turned from shock to some panic, and finally even spoke directly towards her with a bit of a crying voice. "Mom, I was wrong. I'll never be capricious again. Will you stop that?" Saying that, without waiting for Bai Jie to react, he jumped into her arms and buried his head in tears like a child. This bizarre scene directly made her a bit puzzled. "I don't understand why my daughter has suddenly become so frightened. Is it possible that she has met something?" Thinking of this, she immediately put aside her previous intentions and lowered her head to inquire. Of course, it was not only Bai Jie who did not understand, but also Lu Fei, who would be squatting in the hallway. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. In the country of Daxia, how can the indoor cloudy wind? The so-called cloudy wind is just a product of someone's hands and feet. Thanks to the bomb that Bai Jie threw down, Bai Ling's CPU was temporarily short-circuited, or else some embarrassing scenes might have happened. As for Bai Jie's smiling but not laughing expression before, it was entirely Bai Ling's own misunderstanding. It wasn't really her that her mom was looking at, it was someone behind her who couldn't even be bothered to run away. But even so, the sudden sound of crying that rang out behind him just now still startled Luffy. What's going on again? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Wasn't she fine just now? Could it be that something happened? Unable to resist the curiosity, someone quietly turned around and tried to see something through the little crack in the door. But who would have thought that just as soon as they looked up, the door was slammed hard shut, and, in that moment through the gap, he seemed to see the blaming eyes of some beautiful woman, as if he was the cause of all this. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, "Why is it bad for me again? You came up with the idea. You came up with the method. The person cried in your arms, and in the end the pot falls on my head. Women, always so inexplicable. Never mind whatever. I didn't sleep all night last night. Now I'm just taking this opportunity to get out of my misery and take a nap. And my old waist this is afraid of in a few days to recover. I should have known that I would not be so strong. Come day long well. Hurry so a moment for what?" While saying that, Luffy took out his own key and tried to open the door of his house. But who would have thought that just when I opened a crack, the sound of powerful music came to me, and then, he just slammed the door again, while bursting into a little tirade. Is this guy Wang Jiao the reincarnation of Teddy? How come he doesn't stop in the morning? He's not afraid of sudden death. Don't get me wrong, Luffy didn't see or hear anything just now, but experience told him that a few more steps inside, he might see something he shouldn't. As for why he's so sure, it all started with a wonderful misunderstanding in his freshman year of high school. In those days he was still relatively innocent and always passed through an alley in the early morning when he went to school, and every time I passed by a new house with a happy note on the window, there was always loud music playing. Over time, he subconsciously assumed that the homeowner was a man of taste and would get up every morning and spice up his life to add to the fun. Until one day, for some reason, that music sound suddenly disappeared as he passed by, and then someone comes to an epiphany. To this day, Luffy can't forget the deafening sound that rang in his ears, because that was the beginning of his journey to a certain point of no return. Ahem, back to the point. As a good brother, it is natural not to spoil a brother's good deed. So after a little friendly greeting, Luffy took out his cell phone to see if there were any suitable hotels nearby. As he watched, he got on the elevator. It didn't take him long to get downstairs. High-tech community is not particularly large, but the environment inside is really good. Luffy just out of the unit door can hear the birds chirping. He sniffed and saw that a large tree, transplanted at great expense by the developer, had long been covered with industrious birds. At the moment they were chirping happily, as if they had met something great. But looking at it, someone felt something was wrong, because the little man who was looking around under the big tree looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But it was a moment that Luffy couldn't think of, and just as he was wondering, the little man noticed him. It took a few moments of staring straight ahead before responding. Then they stood still with wide eyes as if they had seen something incredible. The two actually spoke at the same time after sizing each other up wide-eyed for a while. "It's you, little inch? Why you, stinky man?" Chapter 190, Living Together? Perhaps the sudden chance encounter was too bizarre, or the shock was too great for both. After asking each other questions, it was as if time had been stood still again, and they actually began to stare at each other wide-eyed again. It was almost 10 seconds before the situation was broken by the cry of an inexplicable bird in the large tree beside him. "Stinky man, why are you here? This is not scientific." The one who was the first to speak was the little haughty Su Ning, who tilted her little head and stared at Luffy with a pair of eyes that were dead set on him, as if she was trying to discover certain clues from him. "Little inch, I should be asking you that, right? Wandering around in such thin clothes this early in the morning. People who don't know would think there's something wrong with you. It's a cold morning in Starling City. At this time, Su Ning was wearing a very thin singlet and half jeans, thin arms and legs all exposed outside, appearing a little eye-catching. Su Ning, however, didn't even listen to Luffy's parting words and only stared at Luffy dead on. In her opinion, Bai Ling had gotten up early in the morning and left the house, and this man in front of her had coincidentally appeared here. There had to be some connection. Wait, it's hard to. Ling Ling is already living with this man? The reason why you got up so early was to cook for the smelly man in front of you? Thinking about this, Sunin was not calm. Stinking man, answer me. Why are you here? And, Ling Ling, where exactly has she been hidden by you? If you don't answer, I'll, you just? Why don't you tell me, little inch? Seeing that Suning had been stumped for words, Luffy immediately interjected with a smile. Compared to Sunin's wild imagination, Luffy quickly guessed what was going on through the words in the other party's mouth just now, and he was able to guess what was going on. First of all, one thing is certain, that is, the small inch absolutely do not know where the white Ling go home, or would not be in the neighborhood looking around. Secondly, the other party coming here should be unknown to Bai Ling, and judging by the time progression, it was likely that he had found this place by quietly following its ass. As for why he lost the follow-through when he was all the way to the door, that's pretty self-explanatory. Don't look at the high-tech neighborhood is not particularly large, but the management is very strict. Outsiders without access control is usually difficult to come in. In addition, some of the luxuriant flowers and trees in the neighborhood are also quite easy to block the line of sight. As long as the slightest delay in the doorway, it is easy to follow the lost. As for the last point, that's even more interesting. Intuition told Luffy that this little arrogant in front of him had definitely misunderstood something. After seeing him in the neighborhood, I thought he and Bai Ling were really having an affair and might even be living together. That's why I reacted so strongly. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly had a bad thought. Since Bai Ling is always giving him a hard time, should he also create some trouble for the other party? And this little follower might be a good choice. Hey, it's only polite to come and go as you please. The more he thought about it, the more Luffy thought it was a good idea. And the expression on his face went a little off. It's a little bit small-minded. Such an expression instantly put Suning look fried. From her point of view, this stinky man definitely did this on purpose, and his purpose was to show off towards her. You see, no matter how hard you try and how much you pay, your Ling Ling is still not at my beck and call. Just one message from me. She will have to come back in the morning to cook for me. As for you, just a spare tire. After a brainstorming session was completed, Sunin no longer hesitated. Shouting slogans, he charged towards Luffy. Bastard, I'm going to fight you. How could you do this to Ling Ling her? Looking at Sunin, who was recklessly charging towards him with both fists clenched, Luffy admitted. He was a bit confused. No, sis, I haven't even done anything yet. Why are you reacting so strongly? In this situation, how can I expect you to help me find Sharen's trouble? Luffy could kind of see that women are such creatures, regardless of their age. They like to keep their hands to themselves. This is what happened to the little man Sunin, and this is what happened to Bai Jie before him. Messing with Luffy, very uncomfortable. But whether he is not adapted to, Suning this small man is real rushed into the past. Seeing that things had come to this, Luffy could only sigh helplessly. And then, a sideways dodge. He dodged it, but Suning, who had been burying his head in the sand, was in deep trouble, and planted his head directly. And then, she actually didn't move. Are you okay, little inch? Seeing the other party lying down so, Luffy subconsciously opened his mouth to inquire. As he spoke, he walked over. Playing around is playing around, but it's not good if you really hurt yourself somewhere. After all, the other party is only a few months of adult little lowly. In the eyes of his kind of look 30 older man is exactly the same as child. I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that, but I'm going to be able to get a lot more than that. But who thought he just walked in? Suning like a mother tiger pouncing on food like jumping up, and then wrapped in his body to start aimless punching and kicking. I told you to bully Ling Ling. I told you to bully her. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. To be honest, Luffy was a bit worried at first, fearing that he would be paralyzed, but immediately he realized that all his worries were completely superfluous. Somehow, this little girl's thin arms and legs would hit people with absolutely no force. Whacking on him, it's no different than a massage. Of course, I'm not talking about a light, fluffy lady's massage, but a more direct man's massage. There was also a little pain, but it was well within Luffy's acceptable range. But Luffy isn't the kind of guy who just stands around and gets beat up. I'm not the kind of guy who just stands around and gets beat up. After enjoying the service for a while, he took the opportunity to control the hands of the other party. Su Ning naturally refused to do so, and resisted up one by one, but her small arms and legs strength, which is Luffy this meter 8 big man's opponent, only 3 or 2 times of effort will be a move. Embrace sister, kill subdued. For a moment, she couldn't move. Let go of me. Let go of me, you stinking man. You stinking rascal. Let go of me. Seeing the momentum is not right, Suning finally remembered their own inherent advantages, began to call friends up. In her opinion, as long as she attracted a large enough crowd of onlookers, this smelly man would definitely not dare to be like this to himself. As it turns out, she was right in thinking. The sound did attract a lot of attention and people started to look up and watch. There are even a number of enthusiastic adults who are already excited and are stepping over to see what's going on. All of a sudden, Luffy is a bit surrounded by enemies. Chapter 191. You don't want that to happen either. However, at this moment, Luffy was not the least bit flustered. As an aboriginal who has been rooted in the neighborhood for several years, he still knows a little bit about the nature of these grandparents. A warm-hearted person is a warm-hearted person, but he doesn't interfere too much in other people's family matters. Let's say, a little bickering between a couple. After all, in the view of their older generation, this kind of bickering is just a youngster's game. As long as it is not too much, it is good for both sides to enhance their relationship, and too much intervention is only counterproductive. So after a certain more familiar older woman approached, Luffy immediately smiled and opened his mouth to greet. Good morning, Auntie Pei. He was lucky that this aunt he knew, having dealt with each other quite a few times before, and that Luffy had made a good impression each time. Good morning, Lu. What are you? Auntie Pei looked at Luffy and then at Su Ning, who was constantly struggling in his arms. Casting a questioning look, Luffy smiled nervously at the sight. That auntie. That one is really sorry, huh? My girlfriend had a temper tantrum. So you know. Ooh. Auntie understands. In view of Luffy's previously established honest image in front of Auntie Pei, the other party immediately believed. Then he said in the manner of an old man, it's not that I'm talking about you. Xiaolu, treat the girls gently and patiently. You're not too old. It's not easy to find a girlfriend. That's all the more reason to cherish it. Also, it's so cold this morning. How can you let a girl come out dressed so thin? Just her skinny and weak physique. If she catches a cold, that's not good. After saying that, she looked towards Sunin, who was constantly struggling in Luffy's arms with a smirk on her face. Little girl, Auntie see you are not too old. As a passerby or have to remind you, this husband and wife is always between the head of the bed, quarrels in bed. Occasionally make a little sex can be, but also to pay attention to the time and occasion. It's a big morning. People are coming and going. It's embarrassing for other people to see you. Listen to Auntie. If you have something to say to Xiaolu, go back to the house and talk to him. See, in front of this face kinda aunt by someone so coaxing, only to react to the Su Ning first pupil shrinkage and then immediately shouted to. No, it's not like that. Auntie, I'm not this smelly man's girlfriend. Don't listen to him. He's a liar. A big liar. A complete badass. Unfortunately, under the influence of some preconceived ideas, Auntie Pei naturally subconsciously thought that she was still fooling around, and Luffy to make a little sex. Moreover, what Su Ning was saying at this moment was practically identical to those young couples she had seen in the past who had fallen out, and there was no shortage of his precious good grandchildren among them. So Auntie Pei didn't say anything else this time, only narrowing her eyes and smiling. The heart was even more emotional with quite a lot of feelings. It's good to be young, to have endless energy. If only that old man of mine could be like that. And, Xiaolu, this guy is really good. The little girlfriend so punched and kicked did not resist, only silent coaxing. But a rare good man seedling Luffy naturally does not know what Aunt Pei thought in her heart. See the situation as he expected, immediately opened his mouth smoothly. That auntie, can I trouble you for one thing? It's that my girlfriend is making a bit of a fuss. Can't you help with those sisters of yours? As he said that, Luffy gestured towards the crowd that approached not far away. The meaning was obvious. He was afraid that people would misunderstand. Auntie Pei was also very understanding, and immediately said with a smile, I understand. Don't worry, just leave it to Auntie me. But Xiaolu, you'd better hurry up, otherwise if there are more people, there's nothing I can do about it. Auntie, jokingly, she walked towards the sisters. Within a short while, the crowd let out a soft laugh in unison, and then began to chatter excitedly about it. Do not know what to say, eyes from time to time to Luffy this side of the drift, full of even more gossip-like face. Looks like that way, it won't be long. Someone's anecdote about someone and their girlfriend will probably be all over the neighborhood news network. But, Luffy didn't have time to pay attention to that, because the little man in front of him was screaming and struggling again. Liar, you big liar. I'm going to expose your crimes. Let go of me. Get off of me now, or I'll call the police. Seeing this, Luffy sighed a bit helplessly. It seems, trying to communicate with this little girl under normal circumstances is not possible. Since this is the case, then don't blame him, Luffy, for not speaking martial arts. But, In order not to draw too much attention to himself, he had to think of a less crowded and safer place to do it. So someone a force on both arms weighing less than 90 pounds of Su-ning to the air clip, and then take advantage of the other party has not yet reacted to the time period. Quickly run into the unit building. Such behavior immediately drew snickers from the ants not far away. This small road body is good. Well, that little girl looks thin and small, but then how to say also have to have 80 or 90 pounds? Actually so easy to hold up. I told you. Small couples quarrel, which is no big deal. A little coaxing is not good. If you really can't, just reason with someone else, and they'll make up for it. Maybe the relationship can even be taken to the next level. Oldly, we are half in the ground. Can you not say something? You don't know shame. Old Meng, this is your fault. The day before yesterday I saw your old man and you in the park like a little young to love each other. Why this is shy? What the hell? My old man went to the park the day before yesterday? How come I didn't know that? Can't. I have to go back and ask for clarification. Ugh. Old Meng, don't be impulsive. Maybe I've read it wrong. In the hallway, seeing Luffy dragged himself into a deserted place, Su-ning suddenly panicked, and no longer shouting, but a little afraid to say, "Stinky man, what do you want?" But I'm warning you, there are a lot of people out there. You're still young, don't try to do something illegal, Luffy said with a smile on his face. What? Now you know you regret it. Where's the enthusiasm that you had just now? Little inch. As a price for the punches and kicks you just threw at me, I've decided to repay you properly. By the way, if you still dare to resist this time, I can't guarantee that you won't do something excessive to your family's ling-ling afterwards. After all, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Saying that, someone deliberately revealed a bad smile and slowly moved closer to Su-ning's small face. Looking at the bad face that was getting closer and closer, Su-ning's heart immediately tightened. Could it be that she would have to explain herself here today for Ling-ling? Chapter 192, Unwanted Thoughts. Meanwhile, the Page family. Mom, are you sure you're not lying to me? What just happened was really what you said it was. Even after Bai Jie, Mom, explained and relieved her 3 times, Bai Ling was still a little less convinced. So much so that the eyes looking at his own mother Bai Jie still carry a little bit of suspicion. Seeing her daughter still like this, as an old mother Bai Jie a little impatient, so there was quite a bit of complaining. Ling, do you mean you don't trust your mom? Since that's the case, I won't talk nonsense with you. You can think whatever you like. With that, Bai Jie twisted her body towards the dining table. Ugh, Mom, don't you go. I really didn't mean it. I'm just asking casually. Don't get mad. Bai Ling was anxious when she saw that her own mom had really left this code to a code. If the mom Bai Jie really angry with her, and then her funds and so on to cut off, then Bai Ling can be a big loss. No way. As a serious nibbling and only child, coupled with the family has been quite superior since childhood. Bai Ling since graduation are jobless state, usually rely on mom, Bai Jie relief, or occasionally to collect rent to live. Of course, she hadn't thought about going out to look for a job, but those days of being restricted by rules and regulations were not something she could adapt to as a spoiled and pampered missy. As for starting a business, please, 3 attempts and 3 failures, even net losses of up to 1 million experience clearly tell Bai Ling, she is not that material. After going through this, Bai Ling also figured it out. As long as she doesn't spend money recklessly, with the speed at which the family's assets are generating money, it shouldn't be a problem to ensure that she and her mom have a good life for the rest of their lives. This is also the biggest reason why she strongly opposed to her mother's remove the father and leave the son, hated Luffy as an outsider, and repeatedly found trouble with him. After all, with this man's cross of foot, she may not be able to lie flat, and this valuable family property may even from now on have nothing to do with her. She'd read a lot about those latecomers taking over the nest in those internet abuse articles. These are the secrets buried in the deepest part of her heart, which she has never told even her own mother. And whenever her mom, Bai Jie, asked why, she would only say those few reasons that seemed reasonable. What about Luffy? Not wanting her mom to take risks at her age, just wanting her to enjoy life, or being afraid that she won't love her baby girl anymore when she gets a new favorite. Bai Jie naturally does not know that his own baby girl thought so in her head. If you know, afraid that it will not become mixed feelings in the heart. After all, there were secrets she couldn't tell that she hadn't told the other. Let's just say, what goes around comes around. Of course, that's all for later. As for now, the mother and daughter are still pulling each other apart. Mom, don't be angry. Daughter, I really didn't mean to ask that. After catching up with Bai Jie, Bai Ling immediately smiled and hugged her arm to pamper her. It would have been strange for an outsider to see it. Why would someone be pouting and have red eyes like they've been crying? It's unheard of. Bai Jie was naturally not an outsider, so she was not surprised, although it is also a little heartbroken daughter like this. But when you think of Bai Ling more and more rebellious, recently even more often bad her good deeds, it is not so loving, so she ignored her daughter's pouting, and only looked away without a word. Humph, it's so true that a woman can't be a woman. I used to be able to talk and listen to me as a mom without a word, but now that I'm older, my heart is wilder, and I know how to lie to me. If I'd known it would be like this now, I should have told your deadbeat dad to buy more Jaspers, then I wouldn't be in this mess. Bai Ling froze for several seconds at the words, then looked at her own mom with some tears and laughter. Mom, do you have to be like this? Are thinking of eliminating me from the source? Those who do not know would think that we mother and daughter are not on good terms and have some deep hatred. Bai Jia revealed a look of love. There is no deep hatred, but your mom's happy days that were so hard to wait for were screwed up by you. If you still remember some mother-daughter love, get the hell out of here, so maybe I can forget what just happened. Bai Ling immediately spoke up. No, I don't want to. There's no such thing as a mom who's going to kick out her own baby girl just after she gets back. Besides, it's hard for me to be disgusted by that stinky man, so naturally I have to hold my ground firmly. Don't worry, Mom, you don't have to think too much about it. I'll only be here for a day and promise to never spend the night. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. Bai Jie was momentarily stunned. What? You're actually staying until night? Bai Ling saw the topic being shifted by herself, and immediately said with a smile, Hey Mom, don't be so anxious. This is not non-negotiable. But your baby girl will be hungry. Why don't you wait until I fill my stomach? After saying that without waiting for Bai Jie to reply, she picked up the chopsticks on the table and picked up a piece of eating chicken and stuffed it into her mouth. Looking at the expression on her own daughter's face, how could Bai Jie not understand her little mind? But called this as their own child it can only turn a blind eye and closed one eye pinch the nose acquiescence. Anymore, she couldn't let the other go hungry. Seeing this, Bai Ling immediately revealed a small expression of victory. She wasn't stupid, so she naturally understood that this table of food wasn't prepared for her. Either that or someone had been there last night, but had snuck off because of her arrival. Either his own mom intends to have a full two-person world with him today, so he specially prepared so much. Either way, she'd managed to ruin a perfect day, so that guy must be having a hard time. Thinking of this, Bai Ling felt relieved, and even her appetite instantly improved. But who would have thought that before she could take a few bites, the doorbell rang, but Sharon didn't take it seriously, thinking it was the tenant next door or a delivery ringing the doorbell. Besides, there was her mom next to her, so she didn't have to worry about her as a daughter. Looking at her daughter who was sitting there indifferently, Bai Jia, a beautiful woman, could do nothing. She could only go over and open the door herself. Of course, she did keep an eye out, and just in case she took a passing glance through the cat's eye before opening the door. But it didn't matter if she didn't look. She froze. What's going on? Why did this little asshole come back? And he rang her doorbell? Could it be that he memorized the wrong door number? No way. Absolutely no way. It is reasonable to say that he has keys to both homes. If he wants to come and just open the door, why bother? And this honest ringing of the doorbell was obviously intentional. What the hell is this little asshole up to? Obviously the people have run away. Why are they suddenly back? It's hard to believe that he really does have some weird non-concerns. Just as Bai Jia's thoughts were running wild, the ear-piercing doorbell rang again. For a moment, she was at a bit of a loss as to what to do. Chapter 193, Different Minds. Mom, people are ringing the doorbell. Why do you keep standing at the door and not opening it? Just when Bai Jia hadn't figured out what to do, her daughter Bai Ling's urging voice rang out behind her again. Seeing the situation, Bai Jia's heart burst with annoyance. This dead girl, usually so capable when she has nothing to do, why is she so slow now? All you do is eat, and you don't think about why your mom won't open the door. There must be a reason for that. If you really need that want to enter the room, murderer, on this dead girl just that moving to cry like, probably do not need to scare people. Immediately stay in place to be disposed of. But, it's for the best. This dead girl is too busy filling her stomach to come over to see, so it's convenient for her to kick people out. Bai Jia turned back to confirm that her daughter Bai Ling is still busy eating in the restaurant, then slightly opened the doorway to a corner and then lowered his voice to say with some gnashing of teeth, What do you mean, little bastard? Why are you back again? Sister, I can warn you, if you have any strange ideas, I can't spare you. As she spoke, Bai Jia also turned back from time to time, fearing that her daughter Bai Ling would hear what she had just said, or that she would find out about the visitor, so much so that she had missed. That Luffy wasn't the only one standing in the doorway. It was good that someone reacted quickly, and didn't care about the surprised little expression of Su Ning beside him, and immediately opened his mouth with a smile. Sister Bai, you still like to joke around so much. See how you say that, as if I've been here before, this early in the morning. If outsiders heard it, they might misunderstand something. Don't you think so, Sunan? At first Bai Jia listened to the normal, only thought in front of this little bastard again want to toss people, or brain again emerged what strange ideas, so the death of running over to ring the doorbell, but listening to it she felt a little wrong, listening to this tone, obviously like the words have something to say and it wasn't until the last rhetorical question, which was meant to be punctuating, that she realized, with hindsight, that there was more than just this little bastard standing in the doorway. Ning, how come it's you? Why are you here? Looking at this familiar little person in front of her, Bai Jia subconsciously said, but immediately she noticed that the expression on this little one's face was not right. It seemed to be filled with incredulity, as if she had heard something that shocked her beyond belief. Bai Jia wasn't stupid. Her beautiful eyes immediately understood the reason after a slight flow. The reason why Sunan is like this is definitely because she saw the way she was flirting with one of her little assholes just now. This bastard, he's really good at finding things to do. Also, how did he get involved with this little guy Sunan again? Is it just a coincidence? Let's hope it's a coincidence, or else this network is getting messy. After secretly complaining about someone a few times in her heart, Bai Jia immediately followed Lu Fei's words and started the aftercare project. She spoke first, half blaming, half complaining, toward someone. Xiao Lu, you're really something too. How can you let squeeze a girl like Ning Ning to such an edge? You don't know how to be compassionate. Then with a glance of concern for Sunan again, Ning Ning, it's Auntie's fault that my eyes are bad in my old age. I didn't even know you were here. If Auntie remembers correctly, this is the first time you've come to my house, isn't it? Come on, come in. Don't stand at the door all the time. It's cold outside in the morning. After saying that, she enthusiastically took Su Ning's small hand, then wrapped her arms around her and walked towards the house. Sometimes the explanation is the cover-up, and the cover-up is the truth. In Bai Jia's opinion, the way to minimize the impact of the flirting just now is to quickly change the subject, distracting Su Ning's little brain, so that she doesn't have time to think about those things. Moreover, she was very clear about one thing, that is, this little guy in her arms had been in love with Bai Ling, and his mind was basically full of her. As soon as you meet with her, you won't have the time to think about anything else. That's why she pulled the other person in on the hoof to meet with her own daughter as soon as possible, and it was just as Bai Jia had expected. At this time, Sunan's little head had a lot of doubts. She wondered why Ling Ling's old mom, this sister Bai, was flirting like that, as if she were a couple, to that smelly man behind her. Is it possible that they have an unusual relationship? What kind of relationship? This idea was immediately shaken away by Sunan just as soon as it rose in her little head. Although the white sister looks very young, walking on the street others look at most in their early 30s, said Ling Ling her sister will not be suspected, but Suning knew that her actual age was in her early 40s, and that stinking man was only 27 or 28 years old at the end of his life, so maybe he wasn't even that old yet. How could anything strange happen when there was such a big age difference between the two? It couldn't be. It absolutely couldn't be. One must be overthinking it. In fact, the main reason that most makes Sunan think that scenario is unlikely to happen is still the same. Her Ling Ling had said that this smelly man was her boyfriend. Although after someone's friendly explanation this misunderstanding was temporarily eliminated, but Su Ning did not fully believe that the possibility of this matter existed. After all, from her point of view, the opposite sex who can be used as a shield by Ling Ling must be very close. Maybe they are conspiring to cheat her. Now add to that the fact that Sunan knows that this bad man also lives here, and that suspicion deepens. On top of that, if this sister White still has an extraordinary connection with this stinky man, at the thought of actually having that kind of situation happen, the CPU in Su Ning's little head was unable to comprehend it. That was why she immediately vetoed her illogical thoughts and instead looked forward to another meeting with Spirit. Bai Jia naturally didn't know that Road Fei and Bai Ling still had this matter. Seeing the small expression on Su Ning's face go from being filled with doubt to gradually becoming normal, he just assumed that his method had worked, and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Then he silently turned back and blanked someone, blaming this restless little ingrate. Someone ignored the whole thing, still striding through the door. He couldn't wait to see Bai Ling's face when she saw his Return of the King, which made her itchy and helpless. After all, with Su Ning this small light bulb here, some family matters the other party will not naturally in front of outsiders to declare out, so embarrassing only her own. At this time, the white spirit is enjoying the taste of victory, forgetting to clip the food to the mouth, not the slightest idea that someone is counting on her. And so it was that the four men with different minds were about to have this epic first meeting. Chapter 194, The Food Chain. Little spirit, why are you still eating? Look who this is. Seeing that her own daughter was still burying her head in her mouth and eating, Bai Jia was immediately a bit upset. This child is also really, just now the door are so big noise, actually did not react. Also do not know with whom. Who's that? Mom, you're so happy. Seeing her mom speak, Bai Ling then as an afterthought turned her head to look over as she ate, and then she froze. Sunan, how come it's you? Su Ning sniffed and immediately greeted with a smile. Hey Ling Ling, surprised or not? I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I finally got the chance to come to your house. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. For a moment, her little face was filled with happy colors. Unfortunately, what returned this happiness was not Bai Ling's smiling face, but her face full of incomprehension. No way. I never told you where my house was, and how did you get here? It's hard to believe you followed me. As soon as she thought of this, Bai Ling looked at Su Ning with a bit of questioning in her eyes. When Sunan saw her like this, the expression on her little face instantly screwed up, thinking about whether or not to admit her fault first, so that Ling Ling wouldn't keep scolding her when she got angry later. On the contrary, it was Bai Jia. Looking at her daughter and Su Ning in this manner, a bit of color flashed in her eyes. To be honest, she has actually been concerned about some of her daughter's friends. Know that it in some of the same-sex friends' relationship is shallow, but specifically who she has not been concerned about. As long as it is not some of the Fox friends on the line. Who would have thought that she would actually see one today, and that she would recognize this person? And look at this situation. Ning in the two people is obviously the weaker side, belonged to the small angry bag general existence. But then again, it was none of her mother's business how the two got along in private. But today she saw it. Naturally, she had to help out the weaker party. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty on her part as a mother-in-law. But who would have thought that just as Bai Jia's words reached her lips, a certain little asshole attracted all the hate. What stalking or not stalking? We're all adults now, can't we talk a little more gently? Bai Ling sniffed and looked over, only to see a certain face that she hated beyond measure was revealing a mouthful of large white teeth and looking at her with eyes full of smiles. For a while, the 8 eyes were intertwined with each other, and the air in the room froze completely. Soon after, the table was full of food, but the crowd looked at each other, all sizing each other up, and none of them spoke or made a move to eat. Overall, the youngest of the few, Sunan, felt the most unsettled. The tiny body sat in the large wooden chair, looking left and right from time to time, eyes occasionally wandering, wanting to speak but not daring to do so for fear that Bai Ling, who was sitting across from her, would get angry. In the end there was nothing to do for a moment but gulp with eyes down at the food on the table. Yes, she was hungry, and a very hungry kind of hungry. The white spirit sitting across from her was much simpler and more direct, with nothing more in her eyes but a vicious stare at Luffy. Looking at that, if eyes could kill, someone would be afraid of death by 1,000 cuts in case. In fact, Bai Ling really wanted to point her nose at a certain smelly man and yell at him, but because of the presence of Su Ning as an outsider, she could only hold it in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and all she could do was express her emotions with sharper and sharper eyes. Sunan, however, assumed that there was a reason for this, and lowered his head even more, almost burying it in his clothes. As for Bai Jia, who sat on her daughter's left-hand side, she was the most relaxed of the group. As an old geezer with decades of experience, her intuition told her there was definitely something going on between the remaining 3 that she didn't know about. Otherwise, the little look in Sunan's eyes earlier when she realized that her own daughter and some little bastard were at odds with each other wouldn't have been so shocking. There is, obviously, a story here, and it's not a small one. Thinking of this, Bai Jia propped her head up with one hand, and her gaze began to keep flowing over the remaining 3, attempting to discover certain clues from them. Well, my own daughter is still the same, with her eyes glazed over and itching to take out some little bastard right away. Once again it's Su Ning the little sufferer. Her stomach is all hungry and rumbling. Actually she doesn't dare to say a word. It seems to be really timid, or maybe she's really afraid of her own daughter. If there's a chance, maybe I can find out what she's asking from her mouth, but it'll be crowded, so I'll have to find a chance to be alone with her. And finally, it's that little bastard, the culprit of it all. When Paige shifted her gaze to someone along with her thoughts, she actually realized that the other person was looking at her as well, and he had a smiling face, with a bit of inexplicable meaning flashing in his eyes from time to time. Just as she, Bai Jia, was cursing the other party for being thick-skinned and a bit shameless, she realized that her own jade leg seemed to be a bit off, as if it had been stepped on by someone. Then, within seconds, the most pleasant person in the room was taken by someone. To be honest, as the knower and mastermind who knows the most about the matter among the 4 people, Luffy thinks that the current situation is particularly interesting, very much like some kind of strange food chain. Bai Ling can hold Suning, who in turn can hold Bai Jia, who in the end can hold Bai Jia. It's almost a little bit of one thing led to another. Extrapolating from this logic, it seems that he, Luffy, is still the highest tier of this food chain. Of course, this is someone's way of saying something in their own face. As a matter of fact, as things stood, it was still uncertain who would get the best of him and Bai Jia. There are times when a man's mind goes wild and he comes up with things that are out of this world and strange. Luffy, on the other hand, used to be one of the best. A lot of unrealistic and funny ideas just popped into his head. Let's say that if Sunan, the little guy, could suddenly get a hold of Luffy one day, the food chain would seem to form a strange closed loop. Or maybe, one day Bai Ling, this girl suddenly has a wrong tendon and turns into a love brain, and falls in love with him as a type of man. That would be even more interesting. Anyway, someone was so busy and absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the subtle change in the situation. It wasn't until shortly thereafter that he suddenly got a big kick in the pants and realized something was wrong. Because the gazes of the remaining three actually all looked at him in unison. Or maybe it was to the screen of his cell phone, which was casually sitting on the desktop and vibrating at the moment. Returning to his senses, Luffy fixed his eyes and felt only one head. What the hell? Luyu, this how early in the morning to get him to play up video call, is not a disease. Chapter 195. Shura? Answer it? Or not? Luffy only thought for a second before making his decision. Catch a ghost. This early in the morning to play video. Do not have to think all no Luyu that purpose is not pure. Maybe the video end is engaged in somewhat special package waiting for him. He, Luffy, had come to see the show, not to create a Shura for himself. Certain things, it's okay to play with them in private, but if outsiders really see them, that's a big deal. Not to mention, there were 3 pairs of eyes with different colors staring at him right now. So Luffy instantly pressed the right button on his cell phone to silence this video call invitation and purposely grumbled in a tone filled with impatience. I'm afraid this person is not sick. Send me a video in the morning. Don't you know it's weekend vacation time? Bai Jia sniffed and asked, what's the matter, Xiao Lu? Is it the leader of the company? Hearing this, Luffy immediately gave the other party a big nod in his heart. Worthy of being his daughter-in-law. This assist is worthy of his hard work during this period of time. I'll be sure to thank you someday. Of course, although he thought so in his heart, his face didn't show it, and he only spoke the words of the other party and began to accuse. Yes, Sister Bai, that is the leader who let me go on a business trip a few days ago regardless. Don't look at her age, but that heart can be poisonous. All day for the company's performance to oppress us subordinates. Sometimes I think, if only one day I could meet a young, beautiful and considerate leader like you, Sister Bai, then I, Lu Fei, would have been virtuous in my past life. Luffy was a little impressed with himself when this statement was made. Himself is a genius. This killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it's 3 birds with 1 stone. He can actually think of it. Simply invincible. Both the matter of Luyu just now unveiled the past, but also by the way round a few days ago in order to cope with Bai Jia. The most important also put her quietly boasted once again. This language art can be called perfect, and Bai Jia listened to Lu Fei's words, but also immediately smiled. A pair of beautiful eyes are full of satisfaction. The heart is like smeared with honey in general. This little bastard, he doesn't know how to be shy, actually courting my sister in front of so many people. But, this doesn't feel too bad. Why don't we reward him later? While Bai Jia was thinking in her heart, the movements of her hands were not idle. In order not to let the others see the clues, immediately pursed her lips and smiled and joked. It's still Xiao Lu who knows how to talk. I'm embarrassed by this compliment. Sister, come on, as a thank you, your white sister will clip a piece of delicious food for you to try. As she spoke, Bai Jia picked up chopsticks with her jade hands and smoothly picked up a piece of large abalone and put it into Luffy's chopsticks. After doing so, he probably felt that something was wrong, and then said with a smile towards Sunan, who had the weakest presence in the crowd, come Xiao Ning, I see you're getting hungry too. Sister, I'll clip a piece for you to try as well. Right, you don't just stare eat when you're hungry. There are no outsiders here. Just treat it as if you're in your own home. As he spoke, he repeated what had just happened. Such behavior can be the Suning this little poor touched bad. After pecking their heads in agreement, they couldn't wait to grab their chopsticks and get ready to dig in. But who would have thought that as soon as she had picked up the bowl of food and was ready to stuff it into her mouth, a violent hammering sound suddenly rang out beside her ears. This sudden sound immediately scared her body, and even her hand movements could not help but pause. After carefully raising her eyes to confirm that the sound just made was from Bai Ling, who was sitting across from her, she silently put down her chopsticks again, and then proceeded to look down at the bowl with bated breath and gag. When Bai Jia saw the scene, she immediately opened her mouth towards her own daughter with some complaints. Bai Ling, what's wrong with you, kid? Why are you so startled? Look at that. You're scaring people's little Ning. Bai Ling was naturally unwilling to be lectured just like that, so she immediately retorted, Mom, how could you be like this? It's obvious that the reason isn't mine. Although Bai Jia also understands the specific reasons, but in her opinion the so-called reason in her daughter's mouth is simply a child's irrationality when she sees that the favor belonging to her alone has been divided. 1 or 2 times was fine, but more often, even she, as a mom, could not tolerate it a bit. This is again capricious as also to see the occasion which is so blind nonsense. So this time she didn't show any more mercy, and directly said in a cold voice towards her daughter, "What do you know? I only see you going crazy and scaring Xiaoning. That's not because of you." And Bai Ling sniffed and subconsciously tried to argue, showing that the reason why she was like this was not because of the flirting and lovemaking between the two of them in front of her just now, but halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that she almost said something she shouldn't have said in front of outsiders, so she hurriedly stopped her mouth and turned her eyes to look at someone with an unkind look, to express their displeasure. A person naturally will not let go of this rare revenge opportunity. The corner of the mouth a crooked immediately posturing toward the white Jia admonition. "Sis, don't be angry. Little spirit must have her reasons for doing this. It's probably because she thought of something upsetting. We're all family. There's no need for you to get upset over this little thing. It's not good for your health either. Look at the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes. They're coming out. I've been worried about you. Don't you think so, Suning?" Sunin was dumbfounded at his words, and his already drooping little head suddenly became even lower. "No, why are you mentioning me again? Can't I just be quiet and be a little transparent with no presents?" Bai Jia immediately smiled and relieved her. "Xiao Lu, don't make it difficult for Xiao Ning. Her family boss didn't give the word, how dare she? The little follower. Take a stand. But one thing's for sure. I didn't realize you were so considerate before. In the future, if any little girl can be your girlfriend, I'm afraid she'll be lucky." As she said that, Bai Jia kicked someone a few more times silently. "The meaning is obvious. You little bastard. You've done well this time. I'm very pleased." Luffy sniffed but didn't say anything, only filled with an overly humble look. However, in a certain moment that was difficult for ordinary people to notice, he glanced at Bai Ling, who was diagonally opposite him, with great speed, as if in demonstration, and then quickly returned to the eye-to-eye with Bai Jia. Of course, some necessary interactions are also necessary. And with Suning, this little girl, 2 ears do not hear outside the window as an ostrich. The probability of interaction between the two is also more and more frequent. Until someone's cell phone that was sitting on the table lit up again. Unlike last time, this time Bai Jia also stretched her head to look over. Chapter 196, Calling a Husband? Seeing this, Luffy sighed in dismay. As expected, women are not good at fooling the master, saying that it's fine on the mouth, but in the heart, they still care all the time. Otherwise Bai Jia, a beautiful young woman, wouldn't have purposely stuck her head out to see it. Seeing that things were already unavoidable, Luffy simply pushed his cell phone in front of Bai Jia like a deliberate gamble, then said in a very annoyed manner, "I can't understand why these company leaders' day-to-day idle panic will toss us these subordinates. Video played once is not enough to continue to come a second time, afraid that we live too comfortable like. If it's not like this, Sister Bai, I'm a big man and I'm not good at using foul language. If you can you help me scold her? So that she knows that I'm not to be messed with." Bai Jia sniffed and froze for a while, a little bit did not understand the meaning of this little calf in front of her, so some puzzled to ask, "Xiao Lu, sis didn't understand what you meant. Can you make it clearer?" Lu Fei smiled and said, "Sis, actually I don't mean anything else. I just want to cheekily ask you to do me a favor and dislike this crappy leader of mine once as my girlfriend or fiancé, so that you can help me out. You know, I've always been a gentle person, and I don't like to lose my temper towards women. But I'm not willing to look at this broken leader harassment, so I can only come up with this plan." After hearing this, Bai Jia's eyes became instantly wrong when she looked at someone, and her mind was even more thoughtful. What's going on? This little calf can't be hinting to my sister, right? Does it mean that he wants to confess to me? But he's too embarrassed to speak up because of his thin skin, so he can only express himself in this way? Or maybe he's just doing this on purpose to remove his suspicions? This should not be very likely. In fact, Bai Jia didn't particularly believe Luffy's claim of a call from his boss, but she was smart, and didn't immediately show skepticism like those untouched teenage girls, but rather quietly groped for it in her mind, waiting for the opportunity to find out the truth. Hence the head-stretching action when the screen lights up for the second time. To be honest, in seeing that, is a Fox microblogging name and that female meaning is very strong avatar. Bai Jia heart of suspicion is even more reached the peak. Even a female supervisor who would find fault would not pick the early morning hours of a weekend to video call the same male subordinate twice. That's clearly not normal, unless they're having an affair. Thinking about this before, Bai Jia was actually quite upset. Granted, her relationship with a certain little calf is rather special at the moment, but as a normal woman, it's hard for her to accept sharing her other half with someone, even if this other half is temporary. But Luffy's operation just now completely shattered this suspicion of Bai Jia's. After all, The bravest man in the world wouldn't let the two ships under his feet talk directly to each other without the slightest preparation. That image, Bai Jie herself couldn't even dare to think about. At that point, she was afraid she'd kick some little asshole far away in a fit of rage. Three-legged toads are hard to find, two-legged men are not everywhere. There is a beautiful young woman like her Bai Jie around still engaged in those who have no. Simply unforgivable. Sometimes misguided thinking is so horrible. And what Paige thought was impossible, someone just did. As for the reason he dared to do it, it was for the thrill of it? No, not at all. In fact, it was only in the heat of the moment that he came up with such a stupid trick. Unlike others, though, the cost of trial and error for Luffy is small. Failure of the most we have to make a mess of unpleasantness and break up. He in addition to less of a base, and no big loss. As long as the basic disc of the eye remains unchanged, he can always play the world according to his own ideas. Of course, this kind is irresponsible scumbag thinking, and someone is still relatively simple and dedicated. In line with the concept of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He will be as far as possible responsible for the end. He will try his best to be responsible to the end. Deep down, he did not want to be separated from Bai Jie. Compared to Lu Yu's kind of people who are only interested in his money, this kind of rich woman in front of him who is only interested in her body is a rare species. But with that being said, there wasn't much Luffy could do. It was all up to God. If God doesn't want this bad karma to continue, there's nothing he can do about it. Meanwhile, at this time, Bai Jie was also pondering a question in her head. The question is whether she wants to open her mouth and blatantly fake it for real despite the fact that her daughter is beside her. In all honesty, she and some little actually did all those do's and don'ts except verbalize certain things. If she remembers correctly, a certain little calf has called her daughter-in-law many times, but she has not been able to let go of her face, calling a little man who is so much worse than herself husband. How about a little bit of satisfaction for his good behavior today? Just as the two of them were having different thoughts, Bai Ling, who was sitting at the side, finally couldn't help but explode. What the hell do you mean, Lu? Is there such a thing as letting someone do a favor? You don't have the guts to get mad at your boss and you're thinking of asking for help. It's okay to ask others for help, but you have the cheek to ask my mom. I don't know what I was thinking. What? You have the balls to ask a 40-year-old woman to be your girlfriend's fiancé but you don't have the balls to talk back to your bull ***** boss? Bai Ling's voice was so loud that it shook people's ears. Apparently, she was literally suffocated by someone's behavior. It's not really her fault. As a knower of the special relationship that existed between Luffy and Bai Jie, the otherworldly meaning of someone's words just now was just too strong in her eyes. What kind of gentle nature doesn't like to lose his temper towards women? Thanks to this asshole for saying that. It's not disgusting. And be his girlfriend for once. In Bai Ling's opinion, this is completely the stinking man is deliberately testing. The purpose is to know the real thoughts of his own mother's heart, in order to achieve the purpose of on the throne to become her stepfather. After all, her mom is the standard super rich woman for this man. Once you marry, that's a couple decades of casual struggle less. The thought that she would have to call this unscrupulous bastard dad made Bai Ling's life a dark one. If in that case, the other party and his own mother and have a love crystallization, Bai Ling is afraid that it will not be all the family property and be swept away. So, after Bai Ling saw that the expression on her own mom's face was starting to look off, she instantly became a bit tense. Thus, there was the scene just now. Unbeknownst to her, her overzealous behavior just solved someone's problem. If Bai Ling knew about it, she was afraid that her intestines wouldn't be green with remorse. But this time, she was afraid that she didn't have the time to think about this, because the beautiful young woman Bai Jie on the side also exploded. Chapter 197. Brother Lu? Sharon, what the hell is wrong with you? How come the older you get, the more unintelligent you become? Isn't it right for this neighborhood to help each other? People Lu was only trying to get your mom and me to do a small favor. And you're like this. Do you have any heart left? With this sudden outburst from Bai Jie, not to mention Bai Ling, even Luffy was startled. It was the first time he had seen this beautiful woman, who had always been gentle in nature, act in such a way, and the target of her loud rebuke was her daughter. So much so that the thought had to rise in his mind that he had gone a little too far with his green tea man behavior today. Or maybe, was he overthinking it? Was this girl Bai Ling too sensitive? In Luffy's opinion, although his eye contact with Bai Jie was a bit obvious in the eyes of Bai Ling's acquaintances, it shouldn't have crossed the line too far, and the other party should be able to accept it. Is it possible that this girl is also a master of brainstorming? Or maybe she noticed the two of them interacting? Or is she reacting this way because of something else? Vaguely, Luffy seemed to have discovered the fundamental reason why White Spirit hated himself so much. As for the other audience present, Su Ning directly began to empty himself, his eyes staring motionlessly into the bowl in front of him, as if there was nothing else in the entire world except this bowl. To be honest, At this time, Su Ning's little head has begun to be a bit chagrined. Do not understand why I have nothing to do to follow Ling Ling, so involved in this extraordinary family disputes. However, to say that the one who was shaken the most belonged to Bai Ling, how could she not have expected that her mom, who had never cursed her out loud before, would say that about her for a man? Is it possible that men are so attractive that in just a few weeks a mother's 20 years of love for her daughter has shrunk so badly? Or, did this stinky man named Luffy put some kind of ecstasy on her mom, and that's why? For a while, various emotions surged to her heart. An inexplicable sense of aggression filled in Bai Ling's brain, and subconsciously she wanted to cry out. But as soon as the tears welled up, she forced them back. No way, she can't cry. Now that she was crying out, she wasn't letting some stinking man have his way, making him look ridiculous for nothing. Right, that's it. This stinking man so much effort and mom in front of their show love, is not to stimulate their own, using their own character as more impulsive weaknesses so as to trigger the contradiction between their mother and daughter? And the worse the relationship between himself and his mother, the more quarrels that arise, the more estranged he becomes. And the purpose of this stinking man trying to replace himself so as to obtain his own property is not closer and closer to a step? Why hadn't she, Bai Ling, thought of this before? Only knowing how to express her dissatisfaction in a simple and brutal way one after another? Unbeknownst to them, every time they seem to have a reasonable target, in the eyes of their own mother is likely to be a childlike unreasonable. And the end result can only be that mom has less and less patience with herself, less and less love, and finally be fooled by someone's sweet words and completely fall into his arms. The original constantly give each other help, so that their own mother away from this stinky man more and more dependent. Feelings deeper and deeper undercover is actually her Bai Ling himself. For a moment, Bai Ling had a feeling of a sudden realization. Oftentimes, it is the troubles and problems that one constantly encounters in life that are the root cause of one's motivation to keep progressing. And the white spirit in this successive stimulation, actually unprecedented enlightenment, a rational explanation of why things happen in the way you understand them. After she thought about all this, she immediately recognized that she couldn't go on like this, especially the current meaningless fight between her and her mom, but also cannot continue. Otherwise, her relationship with her old mom would most likely take a precipitous drop from here on out. After the epiphany, Bai Ling immediately made a decision. She's going to be strong from now on, she's going to change herself. She's going to learn to put up with insults and lie down, and then, slowly dismantle a man's amazing plot and even play him step by step in the palm of his hand. And now all she has to do is, and so the next scene that blew everyone in the room away came, when the fireworks were about to reach their peak. Bai Ling, one of the main characters of the incident, actually surrendered. Mom, daughter, I know I'm wrong. It's only right for neighbors to subsidize each other, so don't be angry. Not to mention that lecturing me is a small matter, but pissing your body off is a big one. You've only just gotten angry, and the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes are about to come out. It hurts me so much to see my daughter, Bai Ling said while she was pulling her own old mom's hand again and shaking it like before in a pouty manner. After seeing the slightly improved expression on her mom Bai Ling's face, Bai Ling immediately turned her head towards Lu Fei and opened her mouth. Brother Lu, what happened just now was my fault. I'm here to apologize. With that she solemnly bowed towards Luffy as a sign of sincerity. The most outrageous thing is, maybe in order to do a full set of drama, she even deliberately to the side of the scared shivering Su Ning expressed apologies. Ning Ning, you've been so good to me. In the past I was too willful, not knowing how to cherish, doing a lot of bullying things to you. Now I apologize to you too. But I promise those things won't happen again in the future. Before the words left her mouth, she repeated the action she had just done towards Su Ning. Such a bizarre scene instantly caused everyone present to become dismayed, to the point that they didn't react for a long time. Surprisingly enough, the first ones to come back to their senses weren't Luffy and Bai Jia, but rather Sunan, who had always belonged to the little transparent ones. When Su Ning saw his own spirits suddenly bowing and apologizing towards this place, the entire person was at a bit of a loss for words, and he hurriedly began waving his small hands. Ling Ling, please don't. You really don't have to. That was all willingly. I never felt like you were bullying me. Bai Ling didn't say anything at that, only turning her head towards her with a faint smile, indicating that she was grateful for the other's understanding. And at this time also followed back to God by Jia, also by the daughter of this sudden 360-degree reversal to the shock, and hastily asked with a face full of concern, Ling Ling, don't scare mommy. Are you sick? Why else would you suddenly be like this? Saying that, Bai Jia hurriedly raised her jade hand to keep feeling whether there was any temperature difference between her and her daughter's foreheads. The concern is simply overwhelming. Seeing this, Bai Ling's heart cried out yes. Looks like she was right when she thought earlier that this was the only way to pull her mom back from some smelly guy. Humph. Stinky man, prepare to meet my Bai Ling's fierce counterattack. Luffy, on the other hand, understands the principle that when things go wrong, they go wrong. So without hesitation, he used his penetrating eyes towards Bai Ling. Chapter 198, The Foursome. Sharon, blackening in progress. Although there were only 5 short words that appeared on the vision this time, the sense of impact given to Luffy was not small. Who can tell him? A good girl. How did she somehow start to blacken? Is it possible that it's because of him? That would be a big joke. Luffy admitted that there was a bit of intentional irritation in what he had just done, but to that extent, it wasn't so much of a blackout, and so on. It's like you've walked into a dead end of thinking yourself. From past experience, there is a great deal of foresight in the vision cues. If we follow this line of thought, this hint of blackening is most likely a sign that Bai Ling will encounter something that will have a great impact on her in the next period of time. So much so that she will be mentally stimulated and eventually begin to blacken. The more he thought about it, the more Luffy felt that this was a possibility. Because only by following this logic does it follow the normal course of a person's blacking out. If that was the case, should he find an opportunity to warn the other party first? For the idea, Luffy hesitated only slightly before making the decision to go with the flow. Kidding aside, he wasn't some saint. He didn't have the sense to risk exposing himself to save someone who liked to go against him all day long. To put it bluntly, even if this person was replaced by Bai Jie, he, Luffy, wouldn't necessarily speak out to warn him. After all, people are selfish. Even blood brothers may turn against each other once their core interests are involved. Don't look at the fact that he and Bai Jie were now in love with each other. But Luffy knew that their current relationship still involved more of a connection on the level of desire. As for the love level, there aren't many, if any. Just as Luffy was engaged in his own brainstorming, the conversation between Bai Jie's mother and daughter was nearing its end. Mom, don't worry about it. There's really nothing wrong with your daughter me. I just simply suddenly figured something out and then grew up instantly. You should be happy when you meet something like this. Why do you have a worried look on your face? If you keep this up, be careful of getting wrinkles. Daughter Bai Ling have said so. Bai Jie is not good to hold on to it. Plus, after careful observation just now she really didn't notice anything wrong. Still, out of caution, she didn't mind the trouble of reconfirming it. Ling Ling, I'm asking you once, are you sure you don't feel uncomfortable or have any discomfort in your heart? Why don't you think about it more carefully? After all, when it comes to your health, it can't be sloppy. And as Bai Ling looked at the concerned expression on her old mom's face, her heart suddenly snickered with joy. On the surface, however, she didn't show it at all, and only smiled in a very gentle tone and said to her own mom, "Got it, Mom. I'll definitely be the first to tell you if I'm feeling any kind of discomfort, but in return, if you meet the same situation you have to tell your daughter Mio, otherwise your daughter and I will be worried too." Before the words left her mouth, she spoke again and continued, "It's getting late here, so everyone should be hungry. Why don't we talk while we eat?" Bai Jie naturally agreed with all her heart and immediately sat down. She didn't even understand now why her daughter had suddenly become so gentle and considerate and well-behaved plus filial, but as a normal mother, she felt that the change was positive. So don't go overboard with the root of the problem. After all, over-worrying will only add to your worries. And of the few people present at this time, there was no one happier than Su Ning, the little transparent one. After suffering for so long, she finally didn't have to look at a table full of food with hungry eyes. It was probably due to the fact that she was really starving, so much so that before Bai Ling's words had even fallen, she was gorging herself regardless. That impatient look immediately made Bai Ling, who was a playwright on the side, seize the opportunity and start acting up. "Ning, don't be so hasty, be careful of choking. It's not like anyone is stealing from you. By the way, I remember you used to like shrimp the most. Why don't I peel a few for you, sister?" As she spoke, Bai Ling stretched out her jade hand and began to move. In no time at all, several prawns with the seasoning glued to them were put into Sunin's bowl by her. Su Ning was still the first time he had seen his own Ling Ling look so gentle and considerate of people's hearts, and was immediately moved. From time to time, the little nose twitches. What a pity, since she wanted to bring herself and her old mom closer. How could Bai Ling be thick-skinned? After peeling the shrimp for Su Ning, she again opened her mouth very dutifully towards her own mother. "Mom, if I'm remembering correctly, you prefer a heavier meal. It just so happens that I bought some imported mustard a while back, so it's the perfect opportunity for you to try it out." With that, she got up in a huff and ran towards the kitchen. Then within a few moments she came out with a small dish with piles of neatly arranged green dots on it. Looking at her daughter so filial, Bai Jie was instantly touched, then filled with tender emotion. "Great, my Ling Ling has finally grown up, no longer that willful little girl." Bai Ling sniffed and immediately spoke in agreement. "Alright Mom, stop being sentimental here and try your daughter's handiwork first." After saying that, Bai Ling handed a peeled shrimp dipped in mustard to his own mother's mouth. signaling the other party to taste the flavor first. Bai Jia naturally will not refuse. Zhu lips lightly opened, then a bite down, and then not yet chewed a few times, immediately praised. Worthy of being made by my family's spirit, it tastes just as good. Bai Ling didn't say anything when she heard this, and only continued peeling and repeating the action she had just done. A sight of a filial daughter and a loving mother. I don't know how long it took, but the white spirit in the middle of peeling the shrimp seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly turned her head towards Luffy and opened her mouth. So, do you want to try this shrimp? It tastes really quite good. This sudden voice of questioning immediately brought back to reality someone who was still letting his thoughts fly. There was a long pause before he pointed to his nose and asked uncertainly, "Are you talking to me?" Bai Ling hadn't said anything yet, but Bai Jia on the side helped out with a tone that even carried a bit of blame. "Kotoru, don't desert when we're all gathering together. That's rude." And as soon as Bai Jia's words fell, Bai Ling immediately spoke again. "Mom, how can you say that? In case people are like that because of something important." Looking at this bizarre scene, Luffy felt a bit speechless. Someone please tell him how it is that Bai Jia, who was originally on his side, started blaming him, and Bai Ling, who had been looking at him the wrong way, started to speak up for him again. Is it possible that this mother and daughter have suddenly swapped souls like in some movies? If that were to happen, he wouldn't be an outsider. Chapter 199, Drunkenness. Unfortunately, Luffy was kicked into reality just as soon as the thought had risen. Well, the rich woman is still the same rich woman. Just a little bit of motherly love temporarily flooding in because of what just happened. It hadn't been that long of an effort to start interacting with myself again. Since everyone likes to act, he'll go along with it. After taking a moment to organize his thoughts, Luffy joined the battlefield. It's fine. Sister Bai is right. Since it's a party, I should concentrate. Otherwise wouldn't I be wasting everyone's time? I'll tell you what. I'll punish myself with 3 cups of tea instead of wine first. Just as soon as he finished speaking, Luffy grabbed a nearby glass of water and took a sip. Bai Jia saw the situation was happy, and I do not know how to think, suddenly said. That's where you're not Xiaolu. Since you're going to punish yourself, you can't bring alcohol with your tea. Sister, I happen to have some newly purchased red wine at home. Why don't we try it while we're at it? Luffy just wanted to refuse, but who would have thought that before the words could leave his mouth, Bai Jia would speak again. What? You can't say that you're not capable of drinking. There's no man in this society who doesn't know how to drink. It's just a matter of wanting to. Since I'm at my sister's house today, this face has to be given to me. Besides, this red wine of mine is homebrewed by others. It's not any high-level wine. It's not intoxicating to drink. After saying that without waiting for Luffy to say anything, Bai Jia got up and twisted her waist to leave. Looking at that enchanting back, Luffy was a bit speechless. She's not up to something again, is she? Luffy, didn't drink much, but he still had some basic common sense. The real wine is not terrible. The average person, as long as they drink a few times, basically know what degree of knowledge to watch. But these homebrews are not so good. Don't look at some of the wine, degree is not high. Drink taste and drink similar. That the aftertaste cannot be said. He was the only male among the 4 present. And in case everyone got drunk and disorderly, wouldn't he, Luffy, lose? Ugh, something doesn't seem right. What do I care? If he's drunk, he's drunk. He won't be the one to suffer when the time comes anyway. At that thought, someone's thoughts instantly cleared. He wondered whether he should be half drunk when the time came, so that he might have a reason and an excuse for whatever he did. Just as Luffy was planning how to let himself go, the white spirit on the side laughed maniacally in his mind. She now really admired herself just now. Actually so clever to think of retreat for advance this trick. After just so a toss, Bai Ling obviously felt that her own mother's attention to her has a very obvious rise. And the opposite of doing her diagonally across the stinking man is to be into the cold palace of the signs. However, Bai Ling also know that this is only temporary. To really let the mother put each other into the cold palace, there is still a long way to go. And the next step seems to be a great opportunity. She had drank that home-brewed red wine more than once, so naturally she was well aware of its true nature. Don't look at the taste of sour and sweet and drink similar, but really drink a few cups. The aftertaste is simply. I remember the first time she drank it. She had made a big deal in front of her own mom that she would have no problem drinking 10 or so cups, but who would have thought that only 3 cups down, the whole person is a little dizzy. Even walking began to reshadow, and judging from the expression on this smelly man's face just now, he shouldn't be a very good drinker, maybe even worse than himself. Later on, if he did a little trick to get him to drink more, he might get drunk and start to go crazy. At that time, this stinking man's impression in his own mom's mind will definitely be greatly reduced. The more she thought about it, Bai Ling felt that the idea was feasible and began to quietly scheme. With the 2 adults of the mutual calculation of different, sooning this little guy mind cannot be so much. Apart from occasionally checking on her own Ling Ling, her entire mind was focused on the important matter of filling her stomach. She also vaguely sensed that there was something so wrong with the atmosphere at the table, but for Su Ning, she never thought much about what was there. She had always only thought about two things: how to take down her own spirit and how to escape that home. Shortly afterward, Paige returned. Along with her, she also held a few bottles of red wine without the outer packaging. Oops, I've kept you all waiting. Here comes the good stuff. As she did so, she poured a glass for each of them to follow. Such an act directly scared Su Ning into shaking his head in a hurry. Nose, I've only just come of age. I'm not allowed to drink. Bai Jie saw the situation immediately joked. Ning, this is your wrong. If you cannot learn to drink in the future, how to take over the company under the name of your parents? We must know that the business world is the drinking field. To do business in the big that the amount of alcohol is essential. Besides, this home-brewed wine tastes really good. It's not spicy at all. Why don't you try it first? Su Ning's small face tightened as she sniffed, clearly in a tangle. After doing a half a day of thought struggle, heart and eyes closed and started their first attempt. And then, she choked. Cough. I can't. The flavor is too strong for my throat. Cough. Su Ning coughed while raising the white flag, and her small face even instantly became flushed, obviously reacting. The rest of the three of them burst out laughing at the situation. How could she drink like this? Most of the glass of wine was actually muffled in one gulp. Wine is still wine. Even if it tastes good, it's still definitely different from a drink. She was already a novice, and this time she drank so much at once. It would be strange if she didn't choke. But with this little episode of Su Ning's, the atmosphere in the room was quite a bit lighter, and a few people started chatting and drinking while you talked. But do not say, this self-brewed wine is considered to be Luffy drank the taste of the top few red wine. Not only taste good, and the smell of wine is not particularly large. Very suitable for his kind of people who do not like to smell the smell of alcohol. Half an hour later, after a gust of wind through the window, never drank wine Su Ning the first to fall down. Small face red flushed look is drunk. Not yet drunk by Jia mother and daughter to carry her to the sofa. Another hour later, another gust of wind blew. The embarrassing white spirit, bent on getting Luffy drunk, collapses. This woman is a little restless. Drunk, not only talking nonsense but also a strong say that they are hot, want to take off their clothes. As a result, it took the duo of Luffy and Bai Jie a great deal of effort to lift her onto the couch. After another hour and a half, Paige was starting to get disoriented and out of sorts as well. Not only did he move his sitting position from across from Luffy to beside him, but the way he looked at him started to hook the gravy. Chapter 200. A woman 5 points drunk. If you put the average young guy to see this scene, I'm afraid that it is not already monkey, and cannot wait to get on the car to prove themselves. Unfortunately, Luffy is not. He has been speeding for many times, and naturally, he clearly understands that the young woman beside him is not a good person. Once she catches you, it's an easy way to get killed. Just like now. As a man, Luffy has not even started to act, but the beautiful young woman began to harry hands and feet. Originally, look at the other party drunk on the part of Luffy also tolerated, but who thought the beautiful young woman but a little inch to the foot? There is a word on the driving trend. Seeing the sight, someone couldn't hold it in any longer, and immediately spat out without any good humor. Daughter-in-law, can't we be a little more reserved? There are two other people in the living room. The beautiful young woman did not seem to hear. Continue to play drunken madness. The body is very restless to Luffy chair squeeze. Seems to want to sit with him. Luffy had no choice but to move to the side. The good thing is that the chair is big enough to see two people with no problem at all. But who would have thought that the beautiful young woman seems to think otherwise? Only to feel that the sitting place is a bit insufficient. Continue to squeeze into the side. At the same time, her body seemed to be completely unsupported, and she directly lay down on someone's shoulder. Looking at the beautiful young woman in front of him, Luffy cried and laughed a little. He did not understand. So Big House is not just his piece of comfort. Otherwise, why have to come here? Don't look at both sides drank a lot of wine, but because it was homebrew. By Jia body, although there is a smell of wine, but it is very light. The smell blended with the perfume she wore instead. Luffy lowered his head to smell a little, but there is a kind of refreshing feeling straight into the brain. It smells good, he said subconsciously. Just as he was about to go on a little deeper, he suddenly realized a problem. That's not right. When did you get so good at drinking? Granted, you're drinking homebrew, and the degrees may not be as high as those really high spirits, but then again, it's still more awesome than your average beer. Otherwise, the duo, Bai Ling and Su Ning, wouldn't be drunk and unconscious, lying on the sofa, but he obviously drank more than both of them combined. How come he didn't react at all except for his face turning a little red? Could it be that the wine he was given was fake? Or was there two people lying on the couch acting up? Luffy frowned and thought carefully for a moment, feeling that both possibilities should be unlikely, not to mention Bai Ling, just that little girl Su Ning's behavior of picking her boogers and stuffing them into her mouth when she fell asleep. It was hard for Luffy to believe that she was acting. If this was also a pretense, then he, Luffy, would admit this. Then again, they didn't have to play this out. What's the purpose? Is it to see if he's a Yankee? After eliminating these possibilities, then there can only be one explanation. One's drinking has gotten bigger without realizing it. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly fell into deep thought. In his opinion, the biggest changes he has made in recent times compared to the past are just two. The first point is that you are working out more times a week. Point 2. He has an extra pair of magical eyes. It would be fine if the first factor was a factor, but if it's the second, that's kind of interesting. Just as Luffy was thinking about how to verify if the change in his eyes was a side effect, he stumbled upon something wrong. It wasn't even blowing outside. Why did he suddenly feel a little chilly? Someone looked down, and then, 4 eyes. Luffy was momentarily stunned. You're not drunk? Bai Jie's vermilion lips parted. I'm drunk. Luffy was a bit speechless. No way. I saw it all. Paige said quietly. See anything? The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. You're knowingly asking. Bai Jie simply closed her eyes. I'm drunk. How would I know all that there is to know? Haven't you ever heard the saying that like repels like and opposites attract? And it's not uncommon for strange things to happen to people when they're drunk. Luffy suddenly lowered his voice. Little daughter-in-law, this is what you said. Don't blame me later. Bai Jie seemed to understand and made a confused look. Sister, I was drunk and woke up not knowing anything, and not remembering anything. Luffy didn't say anything after hearing this, only a slight movement of his body, then saw the right moment to pull himself out of the chair. Such an abrupt behavior immediately startled Bai Jie. If she hadn't reacted fast enough to hold on to the back of the chair, she would have almost been brought to the floor with it. Little bastard, what are you trying to do? You almost scared me to death. After a few more seconds, Bai Jie patted her chest with palpitations and glared at someone, probably for fear of waking the duo on the couch. She kept her voice low as well, but had no problem letting someone on her heels hear her clearly. Luffy saw this and spread his hands out, pretending to be aggravated. Daughter-in-law, why don't you keep your word? Didn't you say you wouldn't remember anything? Why are you starting to complain about me again? Bai Jie sniffed and gritted her teeth in anger. Her chest could not stop heaving. You little punk think it was on purpose. You know that's not what I meant when I said it, sis. Luffy continued to pretend. That's what that means. Ha, daughter-in-law. Make it clearer or I won't understand. How could he not understand what the other party meant? But the conditions had to allow it. How long has this been going on? We can't rush the ducks. Besides, while he was usually a bit of a loose cannon and stuffy, he was still conservative in some ways, at least in a state where sanity is still intact. Of course, that's only part of the reason. As for the rest, it was nothing more than the machismo in someone's mind starting to kick in. Don't like to be led by others all the time and want to seize the initiative on your own. Whether you want to pull or tug, he should be the one to initiate it. Bai Jie almost failed to raise her breath when she saw this, and after slowing down for a while, she opened her mouth towards someone in a bad mood. Little calf, you won't regret it after this village. After hearing that, Luffy hesitated a little bit, then said with a difficult mask, why don't you give me some more time to think about it? This is a bit of a big span. I'm having a bit of a hard time slowing down. Bai Jie gave someone a glance. Thinking about it, I won't serve you, sister. When he said that, he got up and wanted to leave. Luffy didn't stop when he saw this, and only looked at the remaining red wine on the table in a tentative manner. Little daughter-in-law, why don't we drink some more? Maybe I'll get a little drunk later, and get bold. Paige froze for a moment at her words, then smiled. I thought that's what it was all about. So that's the root of the problem. Just as well, sister. I happen to be a bit thirsty as well, so I'll be drinking with you. But, I'll have to choose the place to drink this time. As she spoke, Paige's eyes drifted towards some semi-enclosed balcony. The meaning is clear. Where are we going? Seeing this, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. He's so afraid that he won't get drunk that he's even resorting to drinking while blowing in the wind. Just as well, he simply went along with the other party's wishes, and took this opportunity to try out his own drinking capacity in the meantime. Anyway, in the end, no matter what the outcome was, he would not be the one to suffer. So the two of them headed towards the balcony with a bottle of wine and some downers each. Chapter 201, Bai Jie's Secret. Shortly thereafter, at the balcony, the morning breeze is blowing and the sun is rising. The soft light began to caress the earth through the horizon at the sky, giving it an instant warmth. The two of them, Luffy Bai Jie, stood by the balcony, looking out over the distant scenery while clinking their bottles of wine every now and then started talking. Little calf, Do you think this morning's sun is beautiful? After another mouthful of fine wine, Baijia suddenly turned around and leaned her back against the balcony, pointing her index finger at a certain cloud in the sky, and opened her mouth towards Luffy with a smirk on her face. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Probably the most beautiful one in the world. Luffy replied without hesitation. Baijia saw the situation but was not happy. Slightly dissatisfied, glared at someone after immediately scolded. Little bastard. You look, did not even raise his eyes to see it. How do you know? Really will perfume sister me. Luffy sniffed and raised his sword brows, then said in a pretense of innocence. Daughter-in-law, this is where you're wrong. You can't accuse me for nothing. How come I didn't look? I've obviously been watching all along. When Baijia saw someone's shamelessness, she immediately said in a bad mood. Bah, you little asshole. Now you can talk nonsense with your eyes open. I don't know which bad guy you learned it from, but before the words left her mouth, she seemed to remember something and looked at someone with a face full of pout. Little devil, did you just mean? Luffy broke out into a bad grin at this and said, full of reason. That's right, it's what you think. The most beautiful sunset in the world is now in front of me. Why should I waste that effort to pay attention to the others? Or maybe it's just that some great beauty felt that what I said was wrong, and that's why she's so angry? Sometimes it's not what you or anyone else thinks that makes a love story earthy. There's often only one person who can really decide its fate. That is, the one you really want to say to her. As long as she thinks it makes sense, that's all that matters. Just like now. Luffy, this kind of rustic love words by Gia do not know how many times I have seen, but she is willing to listen to This willingness to listen is just as well, but it is also listened to and responded to in a particularly positive way. After receiving a definite answer from someone, Baijia instantly snickered. Small calf. So you can also say this kind of love words although I seem a bit corny, but who told my sister that I love to hear it? Since you're like this, naturally I have to return the favor a little bit. The more she said, the stronger the inexplicable meaning in Baijia's eyes became. And then she took the bottle of wine in her hand, and then she ruthlessly poured a mouthful of it. And then after that, someone was forced to experience what it was like to be force-fed a drink. Luffy has always been strong where to take this anger. Immediately followed the gourd to get back the scene, and so began a tug-of-war between the two sides. At the balcony in an hour, with the appearance of the fifth empty bottle, the curtain finally came down on this somewhat special battle. At the same time, the beautiful woman by Jia, who has always been a good drinker, has also reached 8 points of drunkenness. In fact, this is the time when one's state is the most peculiar, belonging to that special stage where one keeps switching between half-awake and half-delirious forms. At this time, no matter how good a person's psychological quality, usually disguised again, will slowly show the most real self at this stage. Some of the usual life want to say but not good to say the words will also be at this moment through the strength of the wine to vent out. If there was ever such a thing as a drunken speech, well, it's talking about now. Unlike by Jia, although Luffy also felt slightly drunk, but his consciousness was still in a state of absolute wakefulness, so by Jia's drunken gibberish was heard by him one by one. It was fine at first, probably more sober, just complaining about Luffy through his drink. Little calf, you're not honest. Your drinking capacity is actually better than my sister's. You must not have gone to places like bars often. Not sister, I say blow you Don't look at the bar, pretty face, pretty sister. But in fact they are all makeup plus lighting effects of the impact. If you pull people out in the daytime to see, guaranteed not to scare you to death. Listen to my sister's advice. If you're really hungry and don't want to come to my place, just go to those school gates and hang out more. At least the safety factor is higher and the quality is guaranteed. Nope, you little bastard have a beautiful young woman like sister me. How can you still go and steal food? If I bump into you someday, you'll be in for a treat. I'm going to take you first, then, and finally just. Bai Jia also said while pulling someone's collar, forcing him to lower his head to meet her eyes, as if letting Luffy see the strong threatening intent in his own eyes. But at this time, her eyes where there is no threat. In addition to disorientation, even a pretty face is covered with red and round. Together with that has long been the red wine-drenched coat, rather than a threat to the people rather than temptation. And Luffy looked at the beautiful person who was close by. He didn't know what came to his mind and suddenly laughed. And then Bai Jia also laughed. However, unlike Luffy, Bai Jia laughed as if she was completely drunk, and her words opened up all at once. And the words that came out were even more puzzling to someone. Little calf, have you ever read that kind of luxury president novel? Do you know the kind of enviable heroine in it? Not only do you live a privileged life that is unimaginable to ordinary people, you can have whatever you want, and you are also favored by thousands of people, just like a princess living in a fairy tale. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, not understanding what the other man meant. Paige, however, didn't care and just continued talking to herself. Humph, you may not believe it, When I was young, I was living like a heroine in a novel. Not only the clothes to hand, food to mouth, go out and want to drive what car, buy things as never look at the price only smell good. Usually go out if there are not a few people to follow that are not too accustomed to. That taste, that sense of experience, that level of coziness, I guess many people can't imagine it in their whole life. Unfortunately, then the damn hero showed up and everything changed. It became not so wonderful. If I had the chance to go back in time, I would definitely find someone to break all 3 legs of that dog and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. As she spoke, Bai Jie's voice became smaller and smaller. Eventually the eyes slowly closed as well. Leaning against someone like a sleeping beauty, looking at the lovely girl in front of him, Luffy first paused for a moment before shaking his head a bit helplessly. It seems that the rich woman he fell in love with is not ordinary. But what the heck? Who isn't already the main character in their own story? If you have time to think about all those things, you might as well think about what to do with this beautiful young woman first. It's not a good idea to lean on yourself all the time. How about satisfying your curiosity first? Chapter 202, Marrying and Sleeping. Half an hour later, all the dust had settled. The living room. As soon as Luffy sat down, he couldn't help but boast. Thanks to the fact that I'm a decent man, I don't care to do those nasty things of stealing chickens and dogs. If I let ordinary people watch this scene, I'm afraid that they will not lose control of their hearts to the point of letting themselves go. But after all is said and done, what should be appreciated must still be appreciated, or else it would be a real willow. When he finished speaking he looked to the couch not far away with a twinkle in his eye. There, 3 beautiful people of different styles were lying on top of each other unguarded. Probably because they were all drunk. All 3 of them were more self-indulgent. The most left is Su Ning. Do not look at her age, the smallest shortest. But the sleeping posture is a few people inside the most restless. From time to time, left and right over the small face slightly moving. Mouth from time to time muttered something. The clothes on her body were even more tossed by her own enough. If not on the body there is a blanket cover. I guess it has long been spring light leaks. As for where the blanket came from, someone said they weren't sure. After all, he wasn't interested in airports. Rather, it was the white spirit sleeping in the center that somewhat took Luffy by surprise. Previously, he only thought that this girl just had a face that looked more similar to Bai Jie, and the difference should be quite large elsewhere. But who would have thought that today at first sight? Only to find that this woman is deeply hidden, but deeply in her mother's true heritage. Let's just say what goes around comes around. Therefore, Luffy couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Of course, he was just looking at it and nothing else. As it stood, she was somewhat disgusted by this woman. It's not that bad. At best it's a bit of a bad impression. If one day his nature changed a little and he was really friendly to him, maybe he would help her out for Paige's sake. After all, there's definitely no small can of worms that can turn someone black. As for his sudden change in sex, in Luffy's opinion, it is just a cover-up, in order to count himself as a disguise. Finally, there is the daughter-in-law. Well, she wouldn't have to appreciate it. It's all known to her. Just one word. Perfect. Other than that, that new change of clothes on you is worth the rating. After all, you picked it yourself. As he watched, Luffy had a sudden thought. Finding an empty seat among the trio, he sat down and then took a selfie for the camera. After doing so, he also felt a bit sleepy, so he squinted in a random place. 5 hours later, Bai Jie woke up ghostly. Am I falling asleep drunk? Looking out the window at the bright sunny day, she subconsciously muttered to herself. After a while, when her mind cleared a bit, she began to observe her surroundings and started to remember what happened before she got drunk. Well, the place is right. Still at home, lying on the sofa are the 2 little guys, Su Ning and Bai Ling, who haven't woken up after so long. It seems that they really drank too much. If I remember correctly, I was supposed to be drinking on the balcony with that little asshole before. How did I get here again? Could it be that I was carried in drunk? Guess so. After all, there's no one else in the house. But the problem is why my clothes have changed too. If I remember correctly, what I was wearing before was supposed to be a casual dress. How did it turn into a lace nightgown? Could it have been that little bastard who did it? Or maybe he changed it when he was in a sleepy daze? Never mind, don't dwell on that. If you want to know the truth, find that little bastard and ask him. With that thought, Paige got up and tried to look for someone to pick up. But who would have thought that just as soon as he stood up, his legs suddenly became weak, and then he directly collapsed on the sofa. It wasn't until then that Bai Jie realized with hindsight that something was wrong. She seemed to have been punked by some little calf. Compared to Bai Jie's sleep until he woke up naturally, Luffy wasn't so lucky, probably due to the amount of alcohol he had consumed today. He was in an extraordinarily odd sleep state today. Even if he hadn't slept all night last night, he had only squinted for an hour before waking up. At first Luffy thought it was the wrong place, so he went back to his kennel from Bai Jie. But who would have thought that even so, He didn't sleep long before opening his eyes. After repeating this several times, someone simply gave up struggling and lay down on the bed to play with his cell phone. He first flipped through the headlines, focusing on the recent general trends regarding the stock market, and then browsed through the showbiz gossip with interest. Originally, he was just taking a casual look to pass the time, and he wasn't paying much attention, but unexpectedly a breaking message caught his attention. According to a reliable source, the Hangtai Group will postpone the payment of an upcoming foreign debenture for some unknown reason. The news is small, but Luffy is keenly aware that this may be the beginning of a storm. As for why he would pay extra attention to this matter, it was still thanks to something that Lu Yuz had mentioned to him. That is, the boss of her previous company, Su Qian, in order to obtain the capital for promotion, had pushed the branch to fully cooperate with Hangtai Group. For this reason, she does not hesitate to use her power over others. By virtue of the fact that the backstage at the headquarters was in a period of power, the matter was forced through, which led to the dissatisfaction of a group of executives in the branch. The reason why this incident Luffy remembers so clearly is solely because of a person, a woman to be exact. That's right, it's none other than Su Qian. Men always have unrealistic ideas about the people they met before they developed. Su Qian was Luffy's ultimate goal at that stage, although he had only seen it up close once in the company's few years. At that time that kind of temperament exuded from the inside out was deeply attracted to Luffy. So much so that at that time he was actually so bold that a seemingly whimsical thought emerged in his mind. This woman, I want to marry and sleep with. And then that night, he realized it. In the past, because he was self-aware and knew how much he weighed, he, Luffy, dared to think about it in his dreams. Not anymore. He's not only self-aware, he also knows the truth that the more power you have, the more responsibility you have. So if he had the chance, he, Luffy, wouldn't mind being a man of his word. He had heard it said that for some reason, Su Qian was deeply attached to the Star City branch. The reason why she is now so anxious to cooperate with Hangtai. It is likely that she is thinking of using this as an opportunity to get on the side of the rich and powerful to obtain a large number of orders. Thus, as soon as possible to obtain more power of speech. And finally remove the black sheep in the branch such as Lu Yu and take the opportunity to take advantage of the Star City branch to flourish. If the truth was what he thought it was, his chances would be even better. After all, there are many different ways to send a snowflake, so it should be normal to ask for a little too much, right? Just when Luffy was a little tempted, the sudden scream outside the door was to pull him back to reality. Chapter 203, Makoto's Second. Originally, Luffy wasn't going to go out to see it. After all, there is still that guy Wang Jiao in the house. It would be bad if he saw something he shouldn't see, but then he realized something was wrong. No, since people aren't afraid, why is he worrying about nothing here? If it comes to that, then it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. All brothers. The other party shouldn't refuse, right? Ahem, the above. All in someone's head. In actuality, he was afraid that something had happened to his best friend, so he went out without stopping to check up on him. After all, that screen just now couldn't be made false. It was very much like Wang Jiao that this guy had a big fall. Fruity. As soon as Luffy opened the door he saw a man wearing only big pants. Yellow hair was sitting on the floor without any image and baring his teeth. Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Luffy subconsciously asked. Wang Jiao turned around at the sound of his voice and greeted him while rubbing his head. Yo, it's old Lu. You're awake. After a moment's pause, he joked to himself. As you can see, my buddy fell on his ass and is sitting on the ground healing. Lu Fei saw that he was still able to joke so much, and thought that there was nothing wrong with him, so he followed suit and flirted. Not that I'm talking about you, old Wang. Usually moderate a bit. Look at you. You're so weak that you can even walk on level ground and fall over. He is also strange. Wang Jiao will be located in the center of the living room. The perimeter of several meters are no obstacles. It is reasonable to say that a big man how can not walking on a big heel for no reason. In Luffy's opinion, there could only be one explanation, and that was that the guy was a bit overworked and that was why he was like this. A man can be said to be anything, but he can't be said to be false. So after Wang Jiao heard Lu Fei's words, he immediately retorted loudly. Old Lu, what do you really mean? If you don't come over to help me up, forget about it. Why are you still talking sarcastically? Do you think you're a brother? Besides, how come you can't fall on flat ground? Don't you see all this water on the floor tiles? You'll get hurt if you don't pay attention. Luffy followed the direction of Wang Jiao's finger to look. Only the originally dry living room. I do not know when there is a small pond of water. Seeing this, Luffy's eyes zigzagged and started snickering again. Old Wang, I think your kid has made a fool of himself, or else how could this have happened? Wang Jiao didn't understand what it meant at first, so he immediately disliked back. What self-inflicted evil? I think you kid is deliberately looking for a fight. I can tell you old road. You don't let me catch the opportunity, or next time I also. But as he spoke, he didn't know what he remembered. His eyes became embarrassed, and then immediately snorted. Dude's right. Man, I'll be more careful next time. That what old road? Are you hungry? Buddy just happened to order something. Want to eat together? When he finished speaking, he got up and headed toward the door, and in no time at all a large wrapped box was brought in. Hi Di Lao, old Wang. Why did you remember to eat this and order takeout? Looking at the things in Wang Jiao's hands, Luffy was a bit speechless. To be honest, compared to the service of Haidi Leo, its taste is really general. So many people, even if they like to eat it, but most people choose to go to the dine-in to feel the atmosphere. As for takeout, not many people order it. Wang Jiao, this guy, however, did not think so, and after looking in the direction of his bedroom, he opened his mouth towards Luffy with a mysterious face. Old Lu, you don't understand. Brother, I'm drunk on wine. Well, looking at his own brother's lewd appearance, Luffy knew that this guy must have fallen for some girl again, and there's a high probability that this girl's place of work is this Seabiscuit. Thinking of this, Luffy instantly said without a trace of anger, Old Wang, don't blame my brother for not reminding you. If you keep messing around like this, beware of becoming Brother Chang's second. Wang Jiao touched the yellow hair on the top of his head and said with a careless face, how can it be? I'm not a Xiang with that scum of Brother Chang. Brother, I always talk about money and not feelings. And how can something happen? Have you heard of King Mister? That's my idol. Luffy was sort of completely speechless. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade the damned ghosts. If we let the boy meet some sickly girl someday, he'll know what's good for him. Then again, it didn't seem like it was any better for myself. Probably under the subtle influence of this kid, and heading in that direction. But Luffy thought from start to finish that he was taking the high-end route. It shouldn't be that easy to get into trouble, right? Wang Jiao, however, didn't think about it as much as he did, and when he saw Luffy standing there in a daze, he quickly opened his mouth and shouted, Old Lu, what are you kids still waiting for? Come over and eat. As he did so, he set up the pot, then nimbly took out the bag of dishes one by one. In no time at all, the entire table was covered. But do not say, Wang Jiao, this guy really worthy of the carnivore, actually ordered 9 out of 10 things are meat. It just so happened that Luffy would be a bit hungry this time, so naturally he went over without hesitation. The reason why two strange men can become close friends is actually quite simple. They have something in common, or they smell alike. Wang Jiao's odor is very obvious. He is particularly keen to make friends with the opposite sex, so the duo hadn't even been eating for a while before the guy started to reveal his nature. Hey old Lu, I heard that guy Li Yan say, you conquered that demoness boss of yours? Is this true or not? Seeing his best friend suddenly ask about this, Luffy was a bit surprised. Old Wang, why are you suddenly concerned about this? Is it possible that you have a new target? Do you want to go and meet a white-collar urbanite? Wang Jiao saw this and quickly shook his head. Not the old road. This you underestimate, brother me. What urban white-collar? That is not know how long ago the old calendar. Luffy doesn't want to talk nonsense with the other party on that kind of topic, or else it's easy to become Wang Jiao's main field, bragging about his own brilliant resume with him. So he immediately changed the subject when he saw that the momentum was not right. By the way, old Wang, why haven't I seen that little soup dumpling of yours? Is it hard to believe that you kicked people out after using it? Wang Jiao saw the situation is not happy, pretending to be angry, said, Lao Lu, what are you saying? You see brother, I look like the kind of people who start and end? Luffy sniffed and nodded seriously. It's very similar. Wang Jiao didn't care and immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Bull, worthy of being my brother. He's a good judge of character. After saying that, he immediately added, but you're wrong about me this time. Dude's planning on being deep for a while. For what? Luffy asked curiously. It was the first time he had heard such words from the other side, so he was inevitably a bit curious. And Wang Jiao didn't hide anything. He directly said something that left Luffy dumbfounded. Chapter 204, The Secret of the Building Apartment. Lu, do you know how much money I spent for a kiss this time? How much? It wasn't like it was a secret that the other party often got paid to do things. So Luffy opened his mouth directly and asked. Wang Jiao didn't say anything when he saw this, only silently stretching out 2 fingers. Looking at that, it seemed to want Luffy to take a guess. Luffy, who had long been affluent, also spoke in a shocking manner and directly stated a figure that made Wang Jiao dumbfounded. 2 million? Wang Jiao froze for a moment at his words, then the corners of his mouth twitched a bit as he looked at Lu Fei. Brother, although your buddy is a bit of a wannabe, he's not the kind of wrongdoer with a sick brain. To go and bash a guy with $2 million for that, I might as well run my head into the ground. Luffy, on the other hand, was in disbelief. Old Wang, don't say it's so full of words. If I remember correctly, Your kid in the family just demolished the time can float very much. Had said to spend a few million to find a few lines of former starlets to exchange a little. Is this forgotten? As soon as these words came out, Wang Jiao seemed to recall some bad memories and hurriedly opened his mouth to call out. Go go go. Lao Lu. Now we're talking business. Can you stop talking about this? How long has it been? Luffy. Okay. You're buying today, you're the biggest. It's all yours. Wang Jiao immediately laughed. That's more like it. Then he moved his head forward again and whispered towards Luffy. Old Lu, brother is not hiding anything from you. This time, although it didn't cost as much as $2 million, but it's almost a tenth of it. With all this money down the drain, it would be a real loss if I didn't go deeper again. Don't you think that's true? After hearing that, Luffy was indeed a bit surprised. Don't think he guessed so much just now, but it was completely in jest mostly. In his opinion, Wang Jiao to get rid of this Tang Yuan girl at the top of the day to spend a large tens of thousands of dollars is not good. I did not expect to actually want to nearly 200,000 so much. That's a rarity. As for why Luffy was so sure, it had to start with Wang Jiao's ride. That's right. This guy was rich after the first time in order to pick up girls. Very tight to buy a do not know how many hands of red Ferrari sports car. From there, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Before those who he spent money and effort cannot get handgirls. After seeing this guy dressed in a brand name, with sunglasses single-handedly driving a Ferrari appeared, immediately the attitude changed greatly. And then without hesitation, with long legs and a smile, he got into his car. Since then, the guy has been completely enlightened and realized the truth in his pickup career. Money is for the girls, not for the girls to spend. The more you show her, the closer she'll get to you. He even gave Luffy some bad ideas as an experienced person. Let Luffy dress up like a man and drive his sports car to pick up girls. If Luffy remembered correctly, at that time, Wang Jiao had also repeatedly assured him that as long as someone didn't shy away from the stage, he would be able to get a beautiful woman without spending a penny. In case Luffy didn't believe him, he explained the so-called principle. Women are all face controllers, but this face control is not the other face control. Very often, their face control standard is not fixed. The standard of face control is not fixed. It can refer to people or things. And a cool looking sports car can easily fill this criterion and make her unconsciously close to you. Unfortunately, at that time, Luffy was not strong enough. Half a day or stage fright. Wang Jiao saw that Luffy had been silent, so he immediately reached out and tested his hand in front of his eyes. Hello, old Lu? Still alive? Why don't you talk anymore? Couldn't have been hooked by some little leprechaun, could you? Returning to his senses, Luffy didn't bother with this guy's bull ***** and just continued where he left off. Tell me, old Wang, why are you so generous this time? Is it possible that there is something special about this small dumpling? Could it be, it's her first time? Wang Jiao also did not feel that there is something wrong. After all, he was originally not much in tune with the people. Seeing Luffy rehash the old story, he immediately answered with a smile. How can I, old Lu? These days it's harder than climbing up to the sky to find one with a first time. But there is a sentence, Lao Lu, you are right. The occupation of this girl Tang Yuan is a bit special. Or you guess? Guess the right brother to invite you to go to the big healthcare, high quality kind. Luffy didn't say anything when he sniffed, only silently rattling the chopsticks in his hands and burying his head to eat. The meaning is clear. You like to say or not to say master not to serve. Isn't it just great healthcare? Whenever he wants it. Next door. Such behavior can make Wang Jiao anxious. No dude. Bro, I was just about to brag. Why can't you just cooperate and be a good brother? That stuck halfway feeling can be tough. Luffy, however, says he loves it. Either you go on about it yourself or dude will eat it himself. As for that riddle game, play it as you like. The two sides stared blankly for a while, or Wang Jiao, this guy cannot hold back, directly took out the cell phone to explode up. Alright, old road, don't eat it. Buddy, show you something good. As he was saying that, he took out his cell phone and swiped the screen a few times before showing it to Luffy. Joe AI'd big soup dumplings. List 1. Big brother loves soup dumplings. Spending $187. 542? Looking at the scene in front of him, how could Luffy not understand? This Wang Jiao guy was playing a webcast, and that Tang Yuan girl in the house is most likely this anchor named Tang Yuan. No wonder he instantly felt that this girl was not simple and a bit overly well behaved. Dare he say that she was in this line of work? That would be no surprise. So it's the unique charm of Peng 1 Big Brother. Luffy was a bit puzzled. Wang Jiao, this guy was playing well in reality. How did he get hooked on the internet? Can't it be that it's different up there? Wang Jiao seemed to see the doubt in his eyes and immediately said with a squeeze, Lao Lu, you may not know if you haven't tried it. It's that feeling of being obeyed by the goddess who is held in the heart of many people. That taste, it's simply too good. especially when she's live and you can still. Wang Jiao said a whole lot of have-nots. There are things that can be said openly. There are also small secrets that cannot be said openly. And the color content is extremely deep. At first Luffy was listening attentively, but when he casually flipped through this guy Wang Jiao's subscription list, he froze. Why did this anchor look a bit like someone he knew? When he shifted his eyes to look at the other party's name again, he was completely dumbfounded. Hensy Giant 2 Bunnies? Wasn't that the hint he saw on Lu Fable the other day? Is it possible that this woman has this kind of part-time job? That would be kind of interesting. Chapter 205. Quid pro quo. It's possible that Luffy is biased. In his opinion, the woman who can embark on this path of live broadcasting, more or less there is a little want to make quick money to take shortcuts in the mind. They may still be able to clean up their act and stay true to themselves while their reason can still suppress their desires. But once the desire of the heart with the filling of money and expanding, then the so-called sanity will probably with the passage of time and collapse. Once a person gets a taste of the kind of easy money that can be made, it's hard for the mind to go back to where it was. After all, who can say no to the days of laying back and making money? Take Luffy himself, who is now used to making quick money in the stock market. If he had lost those magical eyes that day, he would not have been able to go to work honestly again. After getting used to the taste of freedom, it would be worse than killing him Tosti in that invisible prison all day long. If that day comes, he will also choose to lie flat to make money. Honestly and Rich Woman by Ji talk about life and ideals. Old Lu, are you listening or not? Why are you so dumb again? Wang Jiao was talking vigorously at the moment, ready to instill some novel ideas into Luffy, and by the way, bragged about how wise he had chosen to become the big brother of the first ranking, but suddenly realized that his friends seemed to be lost in thought. When he stretched his head out just in time to find Luffy staring at some female anchor's live broadcast, he immediately revealed a bad smile. You've got a good eye, Old Lu, to be able to pick the most saved one on your buddy's subscription list right off the bat. But don't blame my brother for not reminding you. This female anchor called Mina is a good one, but not something a little shrimp like us can get our hands on. After all, she's the canary that those godly big brothers raised together. A canary raised together? Luffy sniffed and looked puzzled, not understanding what this meant. A canary is a canary. Why are they even raised together? Wang Jiao didn't say anything, and directly let Luffy click into this Mina's live room to check the contribution list. In a flash, rows of dazzling numbers appeared in front of Luffy. See, Lao Lu, brother, my $180,000 looks like a lot, but I can't even get into the top 8 here. Let's not talk about the 1 million plus of the list 1. This list 2, list 3, these nearly 1 million consumption are many people can't earn money in their whole life. And in the eyes of these godly big brothers, just a matter of moving their fingers. As for why they swiped so much money, you don't need a buddy to explain that, do you? After all, I'm the living example standing in front of you. Luffy, although he had heard that your circle was really messy, it wasn't this messy. They are all rich and respectable people. Can't they just talk it over with each other? Did you have to pick this one scourge? With so many big players, how will we choose when the time comes? Or will? That picture was too beautiful for Luffy to even think about. Ahem. Back to the point. In fact, Luffy does not care how this Mina's final situation is. The big deal is to lie down for a few more days. In fact, he only wanted to know how much Wang Jiao knew about the Shinzi Giant 2 rabbits, also known as Luyu. People are so strange. To other people's gossip may stop for a while and then get tired of, but if the neighborhood know people's, then it can be enjoyable. Not to mention a woman like Luyu. To say that Luffy doesn't have any thoughts about her is absolutely impossible. After all, everyone loves beauty. Therefore, he took the initiative to open his mouth towards Wang Jiao to inquire after a little bit of contemplation. Old Wang, let's not talk about that Mina thing. Let me ask you, do you know anything about this anchor? As he said that, he pointed at Luyu's avatar and showed it to the other party. Wang Jiao paused for a moment when he saw this, then immediately revealed a look that he understood. You can Lao Lu. Your kid's vision is good. You actually managed to pick out one of the few clear-stream female anchors on your buddy's subscription list. Sire you? What does that mean again? Luffy didn't quite get it. Wang Jiao, on the other hand, blurted out. What else can it mean? Literally. You don't look at this Swansea Giant 2 rabbit long beautiful, but she live where can be strict. A little meat is not exposed. Not like other anchors dress up so flamboyant, purely rely on talent to attract people. And isn't this kind of anchor, in the eyes of us old shysters, a purist? If I say, this Swansea Giant 2 rabbits do not understand the heart of men, on her body that appearance, as long as a little let go of some of the self, is not easy on the wealth of freedom. After hearing that, Luffy was inexplicably smiling. What's wrong old Wang? Looking at you, it seems like you have thoughts about someone else, or maybe, have already been scandalously rejected? Wang Jiao immediately retorted. Ugly refusal? Impossible. Your brother is so handsome. How could he be rejected by someone ugly? Before his words fell, he opened his mouth again with a smile towards Luffy. But then again, old road. You kid is worthy of being my buddy. Actually know what I'm good at. I'm not going to lie. I've been following this Hensy Giant 2 bunnies for quite a long time, and I've been craving her for a long time as well. Brother, I've been thinking lately, should I spend a lot of money to try it out? Maybe I can really get a kiss. Luffy was a bit puzzled. Didn't you say that people are purists? Why are you thinking of smashing money again? Aren't you afraid of a meat bag with no return? Wang Jiao, on the other hand, was ambiguous. Old Lu, have you heard of a saying? It's called money makes the devil work. Yesterday I paid money to hear some news from certain channels. It is said that this Hensy Giant 2 rabbits, because of some reasons in the family, is around to raise money. Very urgent and want a lot of money. Since she's in desperate need of money, there's more room for maneuver. You do realize that without a special approach, it's simply impossible for a person to raise a large amount of money in a short period of time. And for a woman as beautiful as she is, the easiest and quickest way to do so is simply to opt for equivocation. And as for what kind of equivocation, it goes without saying. Luffy was dumbfounded by what he heard. That's not right. He just saw this yesterday, and he didn't see anything different about her? Could it be that the problem was only after she suddenly hung up on her voice at that time? Or maybe it's just that this issue has really been around for a while, and this woman is rather proud of her nature. So in order not to let the people around her look down on her, she usually disguises herself on purpose as if nothing is happening? The more he thought about it, the more Luffy felt that the latter was more likely. After all, in this society of the weak and the strong, there are probably more people who like to see you laugh than are willing to help you. And this phenomenon is especially evident in the highly competitive workplace. Just as Luffy was thinking, the cell phone he had placed in his pocket was vibrating. He picked it up and froze instantly. It was actually a message from the building apartment. Chapter 206. God's will? Hasn't he deleted the building? How can he still send himself a message? That was Luffy's first thought, but immediately he recalled that just when he was about to do it, Lu Yu suddenly intervened, and then he forgot about it. It's a bit too much of a coincidence that someone interrupted her when she was about to delete her, and that the other party took the initiative to contact her when she happened to know some of her weaknesses. Suddenly, a sense of mission inexplicably sprang up in Luffy's heart. Could it be? Is this the legendary Providence? Since that's the case, should you take the initiative to make a bit of an example yourself? What's the saying? Those who go with the sky will prosper and those who go against the sky will perish. Luffy thought deeply. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately made a decision. Later, if Lu Yu has a little bit of active expression in it, he will definitely see the opportunity to help people. Of course, he wasn't some stupid daredevil. If the other party does not know enough to ask for a lot of money, or a bottomless pit, he will have to appropriately shout out the classic, "My fate is not by God." After gathering his thoughts a little, with a bit of a sense of mission, Luffy checked the message. As for Wang Jiao, this guy, I do not know whether it is eye power or what, actually also made up Lowhead family pouring up the cell phone. The two just happened to leave each other alone. As the saying goes, starting must be a clown, but it depends on the person. Let's say right now, it doesn't feel like Lu Fable is this kind of person. Lu Yu, Mr. Lu, are you there? Luffy, in. Lu Yu returned in seconds. Mr. Lu, please allow me to apologize to you. Luffy was a bit confused at first, so he smoothly replied back. Apologize? For what? Lu Yu succinctly, last night suddenly encountered something. The mood is a little wrong. A moment of urgency hung up your voice. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing this, Luffy instantly understood Lu Yu's intentions. I think he wanted to ask him out, but there was no reason to do so. After all, if she really wanted to apologize, she would have contacted them a long time ago. So why put it off until now and be redundant? As luck would have it, before he could reply, the message from the building apartment came back. Mr. Lu, do you think it's convenient for you in the next few days? If time permits, I would like to explain the situation to you in person. Sure enough, after seeing this passage, Luffy instantly decided that he was right. For Lu Yu to ask him out like this, it was 80% related to what this Wang Jiao fellow had just said. The family was particularly desperate for money for some reason, and she had no way of raising it for a short time, so she thought of him. As for why it had to be him, Luffy, you don't have to ask. Pure charisma. If you're a man, you should be confident. Don't think about all that stuff. Luffy wanted to reply to the building fable he was convenient now, but when he was about to edit he suddenly felt a soreness in his waist, so the time changed. Luffy, how about 3 days later? I have more time after 3 days. What do you think? Lu Fable was probably thinking about something, and it took a while before he replied. Okay, Mr. Lu, then when the time comes I'll go directly to the company to look for you or go somewhere else. Luffy wanted to flirt a little, directly set the meeting place in a 5-star hotel. We'll talk over dinner in the hotel restaurant and just get straight to the point when we're done. But then I thought it was superfluous. If things are as they seem, isn't there plenty of time for that later? In the end, he decided to meet the other man at the office first. We'll see what happens then if we do follow up. After dealing with the matters on the side of the building apartment, Luffy put down his next cell phone. He just looked up and saw this guy Wang Jiao staring at the screen with a low, bad smile. By the looks of it, it's obvious that he's met something great. Seeing this situation, Luffy's eyes twinkled and he went forward with the intention of finding out what was going on. But who would have thought that before he could see a real picture? This bastard Wang Jiao reacted and quickly put the cell phone back. Asterisk 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 old road. Why are you kid like this actually trying to pry into your buddy's privacy? Wang Jiao, who had returned to his senses, immediately charged. Luffy wouldn't admit it, and only said with a straight face, "What's private or not? I'm concerned about you." Okay. Wang Jiao seems to be in a good mood. Actually unprecedentedly did not and Luffy pull. Row. You said it. Brother, I'm in a good mood this time, so I'll let you off this time. Luffy just wanted to ask one more question about what great thing it was, but a delicate voice came from Wang Jiao's house. "Hubby, I'm hungry. Can you bring me some food over?" Luffy hadn't even reacted yet, but this Wang Jiao guy actually answered. "Okay little baby, I'll be right there. Take it easy haha." With that, he grabbed his chopsticks and started pinching like crazy. Such a bizarre scene instantly caused Luffy to be a bit dismayed. "No, man, what's up? When did you become so diligent? People's girls say what they want. Why don't you have the dignity of big brother? Shouldn't she be serving you? What's wrong with the Big Dipper?" Wang Jiao also seemed to see the doubt on Luffy's face, and immediately said with a squeeze of his eyebrows, "Old Lu, your meaning brother understands, but have you ever thought about the question of why the little dumpling never came out?" After saying that he threw Luffy another wink, showing a look that all men know how to give. Luffy didn't understand at first, but immediately he looked at his best friend with disbelief on his face. "Old Wang, you kid wouldn't have bought all those things I bought yesterday." Wang Jiao didn't say anything when he saw this, and only spread his hands to show that he didn't know, and then went back to the bedroom with a big bowl full of stuff. Seeing this, how could Luffy not understand that this kid was definitely eating medicine as candy? Otherwise there wouldn't have been that scene this morning. Luffy wanted to persuade the other party, but on second thought he didn't think it was necessary. This body is Wang Jiao himself, no matter how the other party tosses it, as long as he himself does not regret it. Besides, he'd advised the other man more than once, and it wasn't still the same. If you have the time to worry about him, you might as well eat more meat to fill your stomach. After all, this back injury of his own also needs energy to recover. Unexpectedly, he hadn't eaten a few bites before this guy Wang Jiao hurried out again. When Luffy asked, he realized that the girl had blisters in her mouth and couldn't eat spicy food. As for whether it's true or not, that's a matter of opinion. Luffy didn't intend to ask a real question. After all, it was someone's personal matter. Of course, Luffy wasn't idle. While eating, he tackled his own backyard garden. First, there was Bai Jie, who presumably launched into a whine after waking up without finding him and realizing certain ends. The general idea is that you little bastard secretly bullied your sister and then ran away, and she's keeping that score. Luffy smiled knowingly as he read it, and was just about to send that selfie over for a bit of smugness when he abruptly realized that something wasn't right. The other side. I don't think they're fishing, are they? Chapter 207, The Hunter and the Prey. Luffy had a deep understanding of the 1,000 layers of sets of Bai Jie, a beautiful woman, coupled with the fishing law enforcement incident last night. It makes him more and more vigilant. Maybe he'll just reply to the message one foot and kill the voice video chat the next. When the time comes, he will either take it or not. Won't he be making himself uncomfortable? After all, someone would be in recovery at this point, and wouldn't want to go back to that gentle pull. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately pretended to be blind, pretending not to see. Just in case, he also changed the painted message back to unread. In fact, he knew very well that although Bai Jie, the beautiful young woman, liked to be jealous, she knew how to grasp the size very well. Often, even if he guessed that there was something wrong with Luffy, he would only pretend to be ambiguous and grumble for a few moments, and then leave it at that. As for something like checking your cell phone at the drop of a hat, it's simply not possible. That's probably the difference between a young woman and a young girl. Teenage girls tend to be very demanding and want nothing more than to monopolize all of you. The young woman's thoughts, however, were simple. As long as this palace can eat, the rest of the crumbs will be rewarded to you outsiders. Compared to Bai Jie's gentle treatment, Luffy's treatment of Luyu is not so good. When he thought of her nothing to do in the morning, almost broke his hard-working vest, Luffy was furious. Based on the principle of out of sight, Out of mind, Luffy deleted this chat, without even thinking about it. In fact, Luffy originally wanted to straightforwardly pull her black, but the thought of the other side usually so good to do things on the part of the temporary let go of the other side. As time went on, Luffy found himself thinking less and less of her. If this continued, the other party was afraid that it wouldn't be long before they completely disappeared from his view. But, now Hangtai Group has signs of trouble, and Su Qian is back in their own vision. Perhaps this matter can be used in a different way maybe? Never mind. What's the point of thinking about it? We'll see when the time comes. There is a heavenly will in the underworld. How this fate will be in the end, it's up to her. After lightly patting Lu Yu's fate, Luffy turned his head and paid attention to the pet he had kept for almost half a month. He couldn't understand why Chihiro had sent him a message in the middle of the night and then withdrawn it. Could it have been sent by mistake? Or maybe you tried to get him to ask for time off after a big night out in the dorms and ended up just skipping work because you thought it was redundant? After all, he had informed this niece in advance that he would not be going to the office today to ask her to open the door on time and punctually. As the boss, Luffy felt the need to care about his own company's business. It's a bit inappropriate to close down after only a few days. So, the black-hearted boss came back online. Luffy, Snacky, you have 1 minute to prove you're in the company, or your paycheck will be docked today. Don't look at Luffy's serious words, but it was actually just to scare Chihiro, the snack food. In fact, all that's required is for the snacker to send in the photo within the day. After all, who has nothing better to do than hold onto a cell phone all day? But Luffy seems to have overlooked the intimidating nature of his position as boss, or the sensitivity of college girls to cell phones. This was only sent within seconds and I received a reply. Waves of the beautiful girl, Chihiro do not boss. People really at work poor. Luffy, no pictures, no evidence. Chihiro immediately replied weakly. Boss, can you wait a little bit? It's a bit inconvenient for me. Luffy laughed. I don't know if it's convenient or not. I think a certain greedy cat is afraid that he didn't get high last night, so this will still be in the dormitory to stay in bed. I can warn you snack goods. Confess from leniency, resist from strictness Think about it. Chihiro replied in seconds. It's not that. In order to prove that she wasn't lying, Chihiro the ninny actually came over with a whole watermarked photo. Only the more Luffy looked at this photo, the more wrong it seemed. The company is his company, but what's with this bunch of swallows? Could it be that this snack foodie had sneakily called her friends over to have a party while he was away? That's not good enough. It's not going to turn over. So that's the kind of person you are behind this snack food. So, someone immediately questioned it. Luffy, it's a bit crowded, and I think you need to explain that to me. The boss. Chihiro, boss, would you believe me if I said they were all clients I got? Luffy was straight, don't believe it. Chihiro, however, went against the grain and went straight to hard. I don't care. They are. These sisters are nice and complimentary. Boss, if you don't have anything to do, don't talk to me. I have to get results for the company. After saying that, this snack food actually directly sent a cockeyed emoticon. The meaning is clear. Boss, you stop bothering me or I'll get angry. Seeing this, Luffy was happy. This time he has recognized. This group of warbling swallows is not someone else. It is the next door, Chao's Plastic Surgery, Beauty Salon Female Sales. Luffy thought that she was the prey of these human beings more than Chihiro said that these saleswomen were her clients. After all, although this nymphette is long and cute, the airfield in front of her body is really a bit miserable. In the eyes of these plastic surgery hospitals, not properly a big client. However, in Luffy's opinion, this group of saleswomen is afraid of the wrong plan. Chihiro should be more willing to believe that she can eat her own buns than spend money to make them. After all, for her, one meal eliminates 100 sorrows. After dealing with the news of the relatively important people, the rest of Luffy is a bit perfunctory. For the respective dinner date invitations from his old classmate Li Jia and her good girlfriend Gu Xiao, Luffy casually found an excuse to muddle through. It probably means he's been busy lately, so it could be a long time from now. To Luffy's surprise, not only did these two reply in seconds, but the contents of their replies were exactly the same. Well, all good understanding girls. Not only have they all understood that men should be career-oriented, and generously said that as long as Luffy has time they are always free. Unfortunately, Luffy wouldn't even have the desire to reply at this point. In his opinion, late initiative was too cheap. Let's not talk about Gu Xiao, but take Li Jia, an old classmate. If it wasn't Bai Jia's Porsche car keys hanging around his waist that day, but a Wuling Honda, I guess it's still going to be like the first time the two of them met, with a little bit of politeness and then nothing more. After all, this is the reality. Just when someone was about to become a philosopher and lament about life, an unexpected phone call shattered his inner peace. Chapter 208, A Big Ass is Good for Breeding. Luffy looked down and realized that it was actually his own mother's phone. Aha, why is mom calling me again? Is there something wrong? Answer it or not. In an instant, several thoughts drifted through his mind. Of course, thinking about it, he didn't stop with the action in his hands. The goodness of filial piety is the first thing to do. His own mother's phone still need to think about it. Naturally, you have to pick it up without hesitation when you see it. And then, someone regrets it, because the is coming. Son, are you awake yet? Did you have breakfast? Roadmother's voice is still as mid-range as ever, and she opens the show by going straight to the soul. Luffy cried and laughed a little when he heard it. Mom, it's almost afternoon. Why would you ask such a question? Mother Lu opened her mouth without any hesitation. I, as a mom, can't help but know about your crappy habits? As long as you're on vacation, it's perfectly normal for you to sleep through the afternoon. Luffy sniffed a little. After all, he had really done that before. In the past, after hearing this, he would have snorted and smoothly changed the topic. But now it's different. Luffy is rich, his waist is hardened, and he thinks it's time to redeem himself in front of his mom. So he said at once, a little stiffly, Mom, your son is almost 3 years old. How can he still be as unproductive as before? But now he wakes up early every day. Other than that, I haven't averaged more than 8 hours of sleep a day in the last few weeks. But who would have thought that being a mom is being a mom? And a single sentence would have rendered someone speechless. Mrs. Lu, what? You don't sleep 8 hours a day? And you have to get up early every day? That's even worse. I heard from Sister Wang in the village that only those social animals who are squeezed by their bosses are like that. Getting up early and going to bed early every day and often being asked to work overtime. Not only do they get less sleep every day, but their wages are not enough to stuff their teeth. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched at the sight. Mom, it's not right for me to sleep or not to sleep. Why do I feel like you're purposely picking a fight? Mother Lu smiled faintly. That's true. Your mom and I have been so busy lately that I can only find something to do. After saying that and as if he remembered something, he deliberately added a sentence. By the way, son, how are you and that girlfriend of yours doing these days? Feeling okay? Luffy didn't react for a moment and said subconsciously, Girlfriend? What girlfriend? Why don't I know? The good thing is that he just woke up not long after sleeping. His brain is still quite bright. Immediately remembered that he took Bai Jia's photo to cover up before, so he immediately said with a smile, Mom, what the hell? Would you believe me if I said I just fell asleep and didn't react? For her part, Mother Lu was unimpressed and a bit zoned out. Wow, it's fine. I can understand your mom. After all, you've been single for over 20 years, so it's normal to not think about having a girlfriend for a while. Luffy, seriously, if someone else said that about him, he'd be high and low enough to make a few whole sentences. But who called the other party is their own mom? Can only, left ear into the right ear out. After all, the other person was the one who knew him best and knew the most about his dark history in the world. If he was really serious, Luffy would be said to be. Fortunately, Mother Lu did not intend to stimulate her own baby son too much. A little solid a few sentences and then immediately is to reintroduce. By the way, son, you haven't gotten back to me on what I just said. Intuition told Luffy that danger was approaching and it was necessary for him to take emergency shelter. So he tentatively asked, Mom, can I not answer no? Can't. Mother Lu balked, then asked with a somewhat odd frown. Son, you didn't get dumped, did you? If not, why are you so squirmy? Luffy was a bit indignant now, and instantly said in a rather resentful and sly manner, Mom, you so look down on their own son? Listen to this called what words? How to call I will not be dumped, cannot be I dumped someone else. Mother Lu was not accustomed to it and disliked it back without any hesitation. Son, not mom, I hit you on your condition. Can find that condition in the photo of the rich white beauty? Can secretly happy is good, but also dumped people? Simply fools say dream. If I'm not mistaken, that girl should be from the city. Her family should be very rich, otherwise she wouldn't look so delicate and have such a good temperament. Most importantly, she's not only good looking, but she's also got a great ass, and that big ass, it's sure to be a good one. And, the road mother made a long statement that sums up one thing. Son, we have to know ourselves. No matter which way you compare, you are a toad-eating swan meat. In this case, how could you dump her? I'd love to love her more than anything. To be honest, if Bai Jia herself heard this passage, she was afraid that she would be overjoyed, simply praising her to the sky. Unfortunately, the only audience present was Luffy. To him, this was like pronouncing a judgment, so he quit and immediately said with deep resentment, Mom, am I still your son or not? Why do you keep saying that people are good? Mother Lu took it for granted. If it weren't for the fact that you're my son, I wouldn't bother to say so much. Right, you kid, don't talk nonsense. Honestly explain in human girl in the end how it is. I'm still in a hurry to give a reply. Luffy was instantly stunned. Rushing back? Mom, what do you mean by that? I feel a bit scared behind my back. Mother Lu didn't even think about it and casually answered. It's not a big deal. Do you remember Xiaoqing? She was recently called back to her hometown. Luffy was confused. Kyoshi? Who is she again? Why don't I have any memory of her? Mother Lu continued lightly. Who else could she be? It's your grandfather's sister's son's daughter. Worry, you just forgot about people. I used to play house with them when I was a kid. Luffy was a bit speechless. Mom, that was a monkey's time ago. How could I remember? Besides, what does her coming back have to do with me? We haven't seen each other for at least 20 years, so I can't go all the way back to see her and catch up. Over there, Mother Lu seemed to be tired of talking and actually ate an apple to replenish her energy. As he ate, he uttered a passage that left Luffy dumbfounded. Bingo! Congratulations, son! You guessed right, but not to call you back to catch up, but to come back for a blind date. You know, our family has been demolishing recently, and our pockets are getting rich. Naturally, you've been targeted by a lot of people as an older single dog. Those out-of-touch matchmakers are okay. They were turned away by your mom by my own power, but I can't do anything about Xiaoqing's place. Your aunt, that's your mom, my aunt, spoke up herself, so you get the picture. But don't worry, son, that girl a few years ago I also saw aside. Long and good-looking very. If you marry her is not a disadvantage. If you marry her, you won't lose out. Not only do we know each other well, but we'll also be close to each other. So there'll be absolutely no mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflicts in the future. How about it, son? Want to think about it? Hearing such a bombastic speech in his ears, Luffy's entire body was dumbfounded. What the hell? How can you be that close to each other? Are you sure there won't be any legal problems if you really see eye to eye? Chapter 209. Arranged marriage? Thinking about this, Luffy was a bit nonplussed. Mom and the girls are just messing around, but they can't do anything that is against the law. Luffy can still have a great youth waiting to go to enjoy it recklessly, in case because of these have no problem into the bureau to eat the public meal. That can be not worth the loss. So after a slight pause, he opened his mouth in a somewhat odd tone and asked, Mom, are you serious or are you kidding? Are you sure you're not swindling me? Mother Lu also didn't understand what he was saying, so she only answered casually, Son, why would I frame you for nothing? There's nothing to be gained. Besides, if it weren't for the fact that you're my family's son, I wouldn't think you're good enough for other people's Xiaoqing. Of course, that was in the past, but now it's different. Our family is rich. Xiaoqing won't be aggrieved if she really marries here. Seeing this situation, Luffy could only open his mouth again and reminded in a polite language. Mom, you've got it all wrong. That's not what I meant. Son, I meant, is there really no ethical or legal issue with you guys doing this? Mother Lu did not understand at first, only thought it was Luffy pulling what have no things to change the subject, just ready to speak lesson. But before the words reached his mouth, he suddenly reacted, followed by a burst of uncontrollable laughter. This sudden behavior almost didn't make him choke on the apple he was eating, listening to the sharp coughing sound that suddenly rang beside his ears. But Luffy was startled and hurriedly opened his mouth in concern. Mom, you're okay. Don't scare me. Do you want me to call 120? After a bout of coughing, it was not easy to slow down the mother of the road immediately. A little bit of no good. What's wrong with it? I'm in good health. Your mom, if you hadn't made me laugh just now, I wouldn't even cough a few times a month. Luffy could only compensate with a smile. That's that. My mom will definitely live a long life in the future. As blessed as the East Sea and as long as the South Mountain. Mother Lu, however, didn't give him a good tone and only said quietly, Son, not mom said you are. This long life and longevity then South Mountain can be put together to use it. This is not self-contradictory. Before Luffy could reply, Mother Lu spat on herself again. Forget it, do not talk about this no more. Their own things are clear to themselves. You were admitted to the university is not a good. Only this half-assed level is normal. Let's continue with what we were talking about. Luffy said he did not dare to speak, can only listen to the side of his own mother issued the imperial decree. There's no way around it. Whoever told them they popped out of each other's bellies deserved to hear what was there. Naturally, Mother Lu had long been used to it and didn't feel anything, only continuing to speak at her own pace. Son, you don't need to worry about these miscellaneous matters. We, the elders, have already taken care of them for you. Don't look at Xiaoqing's grandmother. I call her aunt and you call her aunt, but in fact, you two are already far away from each other. According to the legal requirements for marriage, you two have reached the 4th generation. There's absolutely no problem with pulling a license or something. As for the other birthstones and other things, a few days ago when I went to your grandmother's house also one by one control. Not only no problem, you two can also complement it. Do you think it's a coincidence? In the words of you young people who have gone to school, now is almost everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. As for this east wind is what? I do not need to say more, right? You should know best. Although this will not be followed. But Luffy, through the words of the mood fluctuations, can be sure, can clearly feel that his own old mother is in a good mood, and even a little bit of frowning intention. And yes, the two major problems that had always gotten her in trouble before. One son has no date, the other has no money. It was miraculously solved in such a short period of time. Anyone would be involuntarily happy, right? But sometimes, human grief can't be figured out, even if both parties are mother and son. It's like right now, when someone listens to his mom's nagging, only one thought comes to his mind. Looking at this, I'm afraid he hasn't met the legendary arranged marriage, not to mention this issue of complementary birth characters. From the slightly cheerful tone of his own mother, it is obvious to feel that all of them who are parents are definitely all through the air. Luffy even has a feeling that as long as the two parties concerned see eye to eye, a marriage of luxury will come to his head. To be honest, if it were before, someone would have half-heartedly accepted this blind date. After all, for him at that time, it would be nice to have a chance to get off the bike. What more bike, but now it's different. Luffy has tasted meat, and it's the kind that he can choose from a variety of flavors. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for him to accept such a semi-compulsory marriage. So Luffy, after a moment's thought, made his own counterattack. Mom, there's one thing I don't know if I should say. Mother Lu took another bite of the apple and replied as she ate. Say what you have to say and let go of what you have to say. Why are you still being pretentious? You weren't this obtuse when you asked me for money in the past. Luffy's face was filled with black lines. For his own mother's black mouth at any time and any place, even after more than 20 years of baptism, he still felt a little, not quite adapted. But this would be business and important, and no matter how uncomfortable I was, I had to talk. Mom, did you forget? I'll still have a girlfriend. You'll let me go on a blind date again. Won't it be a bit inappropriate? You know, our old Lu family has always been upright. I really can't do this kind of thing of having 2 feet in 2 boats. Mother Lu was a bit surprised. Who told you to have 2 feet in 2 boats? Luffy, Mom, you just said, let me go on a blind date. Why are you denying it now? I have a girlfriend and you're asking me to go on a blind date. Isn't it obvious that I'm going to cheat on her? The mother of the road but began to double standard. Son, not Mom said you I never asked you to go on a blind date I let you and Shaoqing meet purely because of the thought that you have not seen for many years. Just can take this opportunity to catch up on old times, to draw closer to the feelings of As to whether or not you two will see eye to eye and pull off some love at first sight fiancé thing, I don't know. Besides, young people, sometimes a little impulsive is also normal. Mom, I do not accept, but see you are my son Sake or can slowly understand. You say is not this reason? Luffy was dumbfounded at his words. No Mom, I remember when you used to watch dramas, didn't you hate the scumbags in them? What's with the randomness when it comes to your son? Is that really good? Chapter 210. We don't eat the grass on the edge of the nest. And when Mother Lu saw that Luffy didn't respond, she spoke again. Son, are you listening? Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Luffy was a bit helpless. Yes Mom, do you have anything else to order? Mother Lu is not accustomed to directly dislike. Listen to your meaning, is not too happy? Then I'll give you a push. Mom, Luffy's eyes lit up. It really works. Mother Lu was fishing for a way to enforce the law, and immediately shot a cold arrow. I can you a big head of hell. Do you still want your mom to mix with me in the circle of relatives? All promised the good family things if then reneged. Those things can be your aunt to read for a lifetime. Luffy muttered in a low voice. Just read about it. Anyway, we don't see each other several times a year. Besides, it's not a big deal. Is there a need to hold a grudge like this? To be honest, he doesn't mind having a few female friends, but when it comes to the circle of relatives, it gets complicated a lot of the time. At the moment, he is traveling around everywhere. If he is spread to his hometown circle, it will be a bit hard to say. The good-hearted ones might just say that Luffy has gotten better and knows how to be suave. When you meet those who have bad intentions, then anything can come out. What Luffy that kid rely on the family demolition, a little money in the outside sex, everywhere spend day drinking. Or maybe, this kid has been flirting around with a lot of women and is rumored to have contracted some weird disease. Luffy far away in Star City cannot care about those have and have not. After all, he is rare to go back a few times a year. Basically cannot hear these gossip, but his mom, dad and grandparents are still living at home, and there is a great probability that it will be there for the rest of its life until it is in the ground. And for these older generations, the face thing is the most important thing. If you listen to this gossip all day long, over time, you may not be able to listen to it to the point of suffocating what heart disease, then it is not worth it. He, Luffy, could care less about others, but not these blood relatives. In view of this situation, Luffy is so against the blind date thing, because most of the time, He can be a match. 9 out of 10 are the offspring of their circle of acquaintances of the mother. It is easy to leak. Of course, that's only one of the reasons, the other is more straightforward. Luffy is now rich and hardened, do not like to be arranged. Even if the other party is his own mother, Luffy has Luffy's thoughts, and Luffy's mother has Luffy's concerns. Seeing that his son still didn't understand, he immediately opened up. Son, in fact, Mom also do not want to rush so tight, but you think about it, our family is not easy to make a name for themselves, naturally will attract a lot of people envy to the point of wanting to share a piece of the pie. The others are just fine. With your mom's 3-inch tongue I can at least muddle through. But you're not the same aunt. She's your mom, my aunt. She even brought me up when I was a kid. Pretty much watched me grow up from a young age. And now that she's opened her golden mouth, if I refuse, I'll be a white-eyed wolf. You do realize that these older generations are actually particularly sensitive in their hearts at certain times. If your mom refuses this time, she will surely think that I, as a niece, am now rich and developed, and can't look down on her as a poor relative. And then in case it becomes a big deal, everyone won't look good. In view of this situation, I can only make a small sacrifice for you for my mother. Also, I have just been with you. Shouting that girl is really good looking. If you two really see eye to eye, that's not better. Saving me from having to worry about how to solve the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. After hearing this from his own mom, Luffy wanted to say something, but felt a bit clueless. How can I put it? They both have their own scruples. But his scruples were a little on the nose compared to his mom's. The mother of the road was sacrificing her small family for the sake of the big family, and was compelled to do so for the sake of the harmony of the whole big family. And from her point of view, it didn't hurt her own son to do so. The blind date was not only a relative's child, but she was also beautiful, so being her daughter-in-law was no problem at all. Why not do what's best for you and me? Luffy's is a bit more selfish. Not to mention the fact that by Gia this girlfriend is his made up, completely in order to cope with the mom this. The reason why he is so opposed to matchmaking is purely to satisfy his own selfish desires. I want to go round and run my own little garden, but I don't want to be in the bad customs of my hometown, commonly known as, and when in stand. With such a comparison, someone had a feeling of shame in his heart. Mom has paid so much for herself. Shouldn't he, the son, also be honest? Tell your mom directly. Your son is not only not poor in money, but also has these several confidants. And that's not all. There's even a few more targets on the radar, with the intention of making them new confidants as well. And now we're so against matchmaking, purely for the sake of our Laolu family's reputation. It would be a bit inappropriate if Kiyoshi, the daughter of her aunt's son, suddenly got horny and targeted her too. After all, rabbits don't eat grass in their nests, and when the time comes, I don't care. So how are you going to explain it to the relatives? Mom, is it really time for the most popular broken marriage action? Luffy thought about it, and felt that it was still a bit unrealistic. Truth be told, as long as the old man who holds the bonds of kinship together is still around, the breakup in the mouths of young people is nothing short of a joke. In the end, it's just a matter of cut and dried up people's sorrows. You are relaxed and happy. But have you ever thought about the feelings of that old man who is the link? Don't look at them superficially saying that they are fine, but in their hearts they might have been filled with some kind of bitterness long ago. Luffy, while it was true that he was out of tune a lot of the time, was incapable of doing something like this. The thought that his grandmother, who had been so good to him since he was a child, would probably have a gap with her old aunt because of this incident, made him feel a bit sick. Well, it's just a blind date. When the time comes, just a little back to basics point, and then casually deal with the old look. That way, nothing should go wrong. Moreover, if that little Chang is really what Mom said, then she must have a lot of demands on her other side. I don't think I'll be able to meet her criteria for a husband with my out-of-the-ordinary appearance, right? Thinking of this, Luffy felt enlightened, so he was a little anxious to talk to his mom. Chapter 211, Cousin. Mom, I think it's a matter of, son, how about this? Perhaps mother and son are of one mind. Or perhaps the mother of the road felt that this oppressive matchmaking method for her son is indeed a bit too much. Both sides actually spoke at the same time. Seeing this, the mother and son were both dumbfounded for a moment, and then they burst out laughing at the same time. After both sides laughed for a while, it was still Mother Lu who took the lead to speak, only there seemed to be a little more laughter in her words. Obviously, she should have sensed the change in her own son's attitude through the few words she spoke just now. Son, why don't you go first? Be a mom and listen to your brilliant advice first? Luffy is not stupid, naturally realized that he has been exposed, and he also clearly felt that his own mother's words just now also with a little loose lips meaning. At this point in time, it is often whoever speaks first is the passive party. The latter can listen to the words of the former and then get an inch to make further demands. However, for Luffy, This kind of calculating is okay for others to use, but for his own mother is completely unnecessary. They are all close relatives, but also count to go. Really think that the family has the throne to inherit? That's why he didn't hesitate to speak up before Mother Lu's words had fully fallen. Mom, don't be so sarcastic. There's no such thing as a high opinion. Even if I'm great, I'm still your son. As long as you give the word, I still have to be obedient. Mother Lu immediately smiled with her eyebrows. Well, I love to hear this from your mom. Come on and continue. Luffy also went along with the idea. Mom, do you think this will work? For you to arrange for me and Xiaoqing matchmaking, this I do not oppose. But just in case, I think we have to add a WeChat chat with each other. If the chat can be both sides to find time to meet to continue the next step on the line. But if even a little bit of common ground is not, that there is no need to force people to be difficult. Do you think it is not this reason? After Mother Lu heard this, she immediately gave out her approval. You can do it, son. It's not bad for a college-educated man. You've learned to use the retardation method. Luffy's mouth twitched at the words. Mom, what are you talking about? What do you mean by slowing down? I'm not discussing this with you properly? Mother Lu seemed to have seen through everything a long time ago and only said faintly, with your straight chatting style, it would be strange if you could chat well with a girl. Otherwise you wouldn't have been single for more than 20 years. Don't think I don't know. You're just saying this because you're thinking that when the time comes to add WeChat with Ching, then you'll just chill out a bit or use that straight chatting method that's so awkward to look at to make people give up voluntarily. Luffy was sweating profusely after hearing this, and his heart was more than a little terrified. Not bad for his own mom. She just knows him. For that amount of time, he was actually able to roughly guess his little mind, although the process has a slight error. But the final result, that is a guess. Yes, that's what Luffy was planning to do. Allowing the woman to initiate rejection because she doesn't see herself is probably the best way to solve this problem. Both to meet the requirements of their own mother, but also to retain the face of the aunt who was not seen for more than 10 years. Everyone is happy. Is not it beautiful? As for whether someone would be ashamed of themselves, just kidding. Luffy, doesn't care about this stuff. There is time to think about those who have no. It is better to think about how to open a few more vests to enjoy life, to experience the feeling of playing with dragons and phoenixes everywhere. But what made Luffy a bit surprised was that even though his mom guessed it, she didn't say anything against him. After only a brief pause it continued without haste. Son, mom also knows that a strong melon is not sweet. Since you have made plans, I as a mom can't say anything more. After all, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. I can't do anything to you. But there is one thing I can tell you. Xiaoqing is your distant cousin even if she is not your blind date. So don't make the relationship too stiff. If you have the opportunity, you should take care of them. After all, we are also considered a family. No problem, mom. Don't worry about me. Seeing his mom say this, Luffy naturally agreed and patted his chest to guarantee it. And Mother Lu didn't say much, directly sending a string of numbers over on WeChat. Obviously, this would be his distant from cousin microsignal. Luffy had wanted to chat with his own mom some more, and incidentally cared about the situation at home. But who would like to? Mother Lu did not have the slightest intention of continuing the conversation, only casually bragged a few sentences and then hung up the phone. Luffy didn't care, just thought it was mom who had something urgent to deal with. A little copy and paste and add the tweets as you go. Of course, since he was supposed to be running to get things yellowed, he didn't bother introducing himself on the friend verification. If the other side passes, so be it. If not, he has an excuse to drag this out. After all, he can't go and put a hot face on a cold ass when people are disagreeing with WeChat, can he? How embarrassing. Furthermore, since both elders were facilitating this matchmaking, her distant from cousin must have known about it as well. If she doesn't tweet through him as a stranger, it's probably a sideways way of saying that she's not happy about it either. Well, that's even better. Both sides hit it off. Wouldn't that be nice? Thinking of this, Luffy felt refreshed and immediately rewarded himself with a can of Coke from the fridge. But a lot of times, popping champagne at halftime is a big no-no for losing character. You can't do it. Otherwise you'll be punished by heaven. As expected, before someone could be happy for long, the WeChat message sent by Mother Lu's appeared coldly on the screen. Right, son. There's something I forgot to tell you. Xiaoqing may come to Star City to look for a job after a while. She'll be unfamiliar with the place by then, so she may have to trouble you to take care of her more. When you're out and about, you either rely on friends or relatives, and you can't bear to see Xiaoqing being bullied by outsiders, can you? Luffy was instantly dismayed at the sight, and had the feeling that he was being set up. No, Mom, you're playing with your son's brain. Didn't we agree to get to know each other on WeChat first? What's with the whole meet and greet thing? Are you sure this job search thing isn't just a bunch of bull asterisk 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 asterisk? You're doing the whole I'm not here thing, right? Thinking of this, Luffy was not calm, only to feel a dragnet being spread out towards him, as if to confirm his thoughts. Within seconds, his friend request was approved, and before Luffy could reply, his distant cousin greeted him with exceptional warmth. Chapter 212, Submissive She? Ching 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 ah. Good afternoon, cousin. You remember me, don't you? Shiny face. The situation seems really wrong. Looking at the message in front of him, after recalling his mom's words just now, Luffy had a feeling of being duped. If it was just a guess just now he was 70% sure. After all, this is too much of a coincidence. Just as soon as his own mother finished speaking, this cheap room selection cousin passed his friend application. Coupled with this somewhat excessive active greeting, it is hard not to let a person suspect that there is no conspiracy here. Luffy even suspected that his own mother and this distant cousin would be staying together, in the form of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conspiracy against him as a simple man. After thinking about this, Luffy had thought to ask his own mom again what exactly she meant. It's just a blind date. Is it necessary to make it so complicated? But on second thought, it is a bit redundant. If things are really as one expects, asking is not in vain. Instead of spooking them, why don't we just play it off as if nothing happened? Nowadays, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, so it's only right to act according to the situation. So Luffy began to reply like a man possessed by a straight man after gathering his emotions a little. Luffy, good afternoon cousin. I may not remember you. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Smile emoticon. Anyway, he was headed in the direction of talking the sky to death, so naturally he was as diabolical as he could be. In Luffy's opinion, as long as a girl sees this kind of reply without a little bit of emotional intelligence, it is estimated that she will feel much less favorable towards the person who is speaking. In which you meet a stronger personality, it is quite possible to not reply directly or immediately start disliking. Unfortunately, someone seems to have met their match this time. His cheap room selection cousin seems to be a bit invulnerable. Not only did not react, but also quite obedient reply up. Ching 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 ching. Cousin, you'll lose your friends if you talk like that. But since you're my cousin, I'll forgive you for now, and fulfill your request in the meantime. My name is Yu Ching Ching. I'm 25 years old this year. My height is barefoot 1.70 meters. My weight is 48 kilograms, and my 3 dimensions are. Looking at the detailed information that was like a parameter, Luffy only felt his eyelids jump. He had a feeling that his cheap room selection cousin might be a bit high class, and looked even less like a good guy. After all, what kind of person comes up to do self-introduction directly to the 3-dimensional such as private information are brought? Obviously in the smile hidden knife, okay. In fact, someone guessed exactly right. He was indeed missed, and it was still the kind of thing that happens when you're 30 years old and 30 years old. Not long ago, Yang City, the second floor of a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city. A youthful boudoir. A young girl with a pretty face was crouching on the bed with her hair draped and her hands embracing her jade feet. At this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes were meticulously staring at the screen, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up from time to time, as if she had met something interesting. After this state lasted for quite a while, her orally glowing eyes suddenly moved. At the same time, this woman's scallion hand holding her cell phone began to slide on the screen, as if she was editing some long speech. After another half-minute or so, a carefully crafted paper was sent out. Just as she was about to give a smug little expression, a piercing growl sounded through the door. You Ching Ching, what time is this? Do you still want to get up for lunch? All in your 20s and still sleeping in bed all day without getting up. What a scandal. The young girl, that is, Yu Ching Ching, was helpless when she heard this, and she wanted to pull up the quilt and be a shrunken head turtle pretending not to hear it, but when he thought of his own mom's acute nature, he could only reply with a reluctant face. Mom, I've only been back for a short time and you're talking about me like that. Don't die calling me back from the north if you can. This is outside and uneasy. In the home did not stay a few days and dislike. You want me what ah? There's not much to do at home in the first place. So what else am I going to do if I'm not holed up in the house playing with my phone and sleeping? Let me out if you can. I promise not to. When the voice outside saw her say that, it obviously froze for a moment, and then its tone immediately eased up a lot, even a bit too gentle. Aya Ching Ching, Mom was worried that you were starving, so she had no choice but to do that. You do know that Mom is usually a very gentle person. If you don't believe me you can ask your dad. Yu Ching Ching sniffed and immediately muttered in a low voice. Still asking my dad. My dad's reputation for that poopier is well known. If he dares to say anything wrong about you, Yu Ching Ching, will immediately write my name upside down. The mother of Yu outside the door seemed to have heard it and immediately made an inexplicable sound. Yu Ching Ching was also startled at the sight and hurriedly smiled to curry favor. Yes, my old mom is the most gentle. How could I, as a daughter, not know that? Outside the door, Yu's mother, Well, that's more like it. After saying that without waiting for Yu Qingqing to reply, Mother Yu continued to speak. Qingqing, haven't you always wanted to go out? Mom, I don't think it's a good idea to just force you to stay home. How about this? You take a trip to Star City in a few days and hang out there. And if you can find a suitable job, you'll be working. Really, Mom? You're not lying to me, are you? Yu Qingqing was surprised by her mom's sudden relief. You know, in order to call her back in the first place, the other party had used a three-pronged approach of coaxing and threatening to succeed. And now they would actually let go of her so easily? She felt it was unlikely. Hearing her daughter's skeptical words, Mother Yu was immediately unhappy, and the tone of her mouth couldn't help but rise a few points. What? Your mom can't lie to you? If she says you're allowed to go out, she'll let you go out. Yu Qingqing heard the words just ready to cheer, but heard her mom coldly open her mouth again. By the way, Qingqing, your cousin's aunt's son, that cousin Luffy you played with when you were a child happens to be in Star City as well. If you're going to go then, you should meet with them first, and then if you have time, you should move around more. Otherwise you'll be easily bullied by others when you're a girl outside. Hearing this, Yu Qingqing immediately collapsed a bit speechless and said towards the door. I knew it. Mom, you don't have good intentions. On the surface, you let me go to Star City to look for a job, but in reality, you're still trying to set me up with that guy. I just can't understand the mom. Your daughter, I look so naturally beautiful. As long as I want to chase my people, not to say can line up into a long line. At least there are 3 or 5. You a grandmother one. Why must stare at that guy, not let go? This makes it sound like I can't get married if no one wants me. And the door outside the Yu mother. After listening to her daughter these heartfelt whining words, only a little hesitation a moment to say the reason why, the cause of this. Chapter 213, Athleticism. Qingqing, do you want to marry someone who loves you or someone you love in the future? Yu Qingqing was dumbfounded at his words and his face looked a bit odd. Mom, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? How would I know about such things? Yu's mother, however, had no intention of stopping, but instead spoke towards her daughter in a rather solemn tone. Answer me this first, and I'll tell you why Mother had to send you to this meeting. Yu Qingqing originally did not want to answer, but once she heard her mom say that, she hesitated. After a while, only a small face read somewhat difficult to speak. I want to marry someone who loves both me and I love him, so we can both be very happy for the rest of our lives. Innocent. Before her words fell, Mother Yu's resounding voice sounded beside her ears. Yu Qingqing didn't think so, so she immediately retorted. How naive. Isn't that what all the girls in the world think? Besides, isn't marriage supposed to be about 2 people who love each other? Is there any other way? For the daughter of this love brain-like way of thinking, as a past person of the mother of the you feel the need to give her a thought lesson. Otherwise the other side will never know what is called the gap between ideal and reality. Of course, for her daughter's quick understanding, she'd better stay grounded and practical for now. Qingqing, why do you think your mom didn't care about you before letting you go to a place far away to study and work? Wasn't it so that you could fall in love freely and realize your so-called desire to find someone you love and get married and have children? But have you done it now? Nope, not even a serious relationship. How do you expect me to believe what you just said? Yu Qingqing naturally would not be so captive, so she immediately argued. But Mom, just because it doesn't work now doesn't mean it won't work later. I'm still young. There's still plenty of time to find it slowly. There's no need to rush now. Hearing this, Yu's mother was not polite, and began to verbally punish the pen. Young, take your time to find it? Qingqing, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you may not be able to find the right person even when you're old. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take you now. You're 25, 26, 27, 28, and you're looking forward to 30. How else can you find it slowly? Do you really think a woman's flowering period is that long? You can attract bees and butterflies anytime, anywhere. I told you, as you get older, the people you attract become more and more complex. The thoughts about you will become less and less pure. As for your chances of finding the one who loves you and the one you love again, they're even slimmer. You yourself have been out of society for several years. You should also understand a certain fact, that is, the older the man, the more different starting point for the birth of a woman's love. In the beginning, they may still be attracted by your charisma, but later on, they can only be gradually attracted by you as a person. As to whether this person refers to the whole or a certain part, you should know better than I do in your own mind. Want to find that kind of pure point love? Why don't you cherish it when you were in college? You have to go to the society to find the so-called true love. Is that the place to find true love? Is that a place to find true love? That's the materialistic world of fame and fortune. Everyone looks at the reality, not the ideal. Your mother's words were realistic and bone-chilling as well as heavy, and that oncoming sense of suffocation made Yu Qingqing very uncomfortable. Out of instinct, she wanted to refute her own mother's words, wanting to prove that things are not what she thought. Society can also find a lot of true love, but when the words came to her lips, she felt a bit unable to say them. To be honest, in the past few years of working outside, she had seen a lot of people and experienced a lot of things, and countless times the harsh reality told her, much of what is seen as true love is just survivor bias, and more, just weighing the pros and cons. In the past few years, in fact, there is not no colleague chased her, but Yu Qingqing clearly felt that, compared to those who pursued in college, these people's eyes are not so pure. The eyes of many of them were full of lust for her, not so-called love. She could even clearly feel that these people had no intention of going to the end with her, and all they wanted was that moment of pleasure. However, it's impossible for her to admit defeat like this, so after a moment of agonizing, Yu Qingqing could only bring the topic to that distant cousin. That is, Luffy, in an attempt to turn the tables. But Mom, even if you're right, what does that have to do with me meeting with or not meeting with that whoever? Is the other person not the kind of person you're talking about? But who would have thought that this statement was exactly what Yu's mother wanted, only to see that before Yu Qingqing's words fell, she opened her mouth without hesitation. Qingqing, doesn't this go back to the question I just asked you? Do you want to marry someone who loves you or someone you love? And I, being both a passerby and your mom, naturally want to make the optimal choice for my daughter. It seems from my experience that it is often the one who loves the other person more in a marriage that is harder and more tired, and he will take in everything he can for his love to accommodate and pamper the other person as much as he can. On the contrary, the one who is loved is much more relaxed. Not only can she have her own little capriciousness, she can also be pampered anytime, anywhere, and live the life she wants. All she has to do is just to keep her capriciousness under control within a reasonable range. And even this kind of control doesn't need to be maintained all the time. It only needs to be sustained from time to time. And this cousin of yours who chose the room is a very good candidate. According to my understanding of him, he is a man who is not so good, but is definitely an honest man, and can easily become a wife slave. Especially for a long and beautiful girl like you. Just need to make a little small means. Pinch him is very easy. Of course, this is not enough to make your mom I so forcefully promote this matter. The main thing is still his family recently demolished. That compensation at least more than 10 million. Plus some 7 or 8 is likely to be more. In this case, if you become the daughter-in-law of this only son of his, as long as you don't spend money lavishly, in a small city like ours you can live whatever you want. In a few years, the financial power of the family was taken by you. Both the husband's unlimited favor and do not have to go out to work in the future do not want to take care of the child there are in-laws to help. Nothing to do in the small yard to raise flowers and plants or brush the drama sunshine. Feel tired you can go home at any time to look at or travel around the distraction. So leisurely do a collection of a million favor in the life of a rich wife is not good. Is it not good to be a rich wife with thousands of favorites in her life? To be honest, after listening to her mother's crooked reasoning, Yu Qingqing was indeed a bit moved, because she herself is not a person with great pursuit, but she can't be allowed to bow down like that. Truly out of words, she could only throw out a question that she found herself struggling to solve. But Mom, even though you say it's nice, and he loves me, but I don't love him, are you just going to let your daughter find someone she doesn't like and live her life like that? Unfortunately, this kind of girlish question is not a problem in the eyes of Yu's mother, who has long been a young woman for many years. Only to see her cough a few times and after clearing her throat slightly she spat out a paragraph that made Yu Qingqing blush instantly. Daughter, have you ever heard of an idiom called, day by day? Chapter 214, do not deceive a young girl to be flat. Day to day? What does that even mean? At first Yu Qingqing didn't understand. She only felt a bit puzzled and didn't know how her mom could say such a sentence, but immediately she comprehended it, and said with a little red face and some shame, Mom, you're making a scene. Why are you talking to me about that all of a sudden? I'm still a kid. Yu's mother, however, was unimpressed and stood outside a bit unenthusiastically. How dare you say that? You're 25 years old and you have the nerve to say you're a child. What? I can't say it? It's not like it's something unseemly. Will you never touch it again? And don't act like you've never seen the world in front of me. I don't believe you haven't seen that kind of thing. Geez Mom, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Why are you like this? In broad daylight, even if you don't know how to be shy, your voice is still so loud. You're afraid that people won't hear you. Yu Qingqing buried her head in the quilt and spat out in embarrassment. Of course she had read that kind of thing, and she had read it for a long time, and it was the kind of thing that was almost full of theoretical value, and she herself is keenly aware that the frequency of her readings is decreasing as she gets older. But even so, she felt that this kind of thing could be put out in the open. It's still broad daylight. How bad would it be for others to hear? Yu's mother thought otherwise. In her opinion it was normal for mothers and daughters to talk about such intimate matters. Besides, it's in the village. Neighbors are not as close to each other as they are in the city, so it's not so easy for outsiders to hear them. So to this Yu Qingqing's little girl look, Mother Yu immediately disliked her back without any hesitation. Yu Qingqing, stop pretending with my mother. You think I don't know what you've been running to the toilet for the past few days since you came back, and you're still not fixing that. Anyway, the words have come to this, so I, as a mother, might as well tell you more about this secret history. You do realize that your dad and I got together in the first place because of a blind date, right? Don't look at the two of us now, but when we first got together, your mom didn't like him at all and even hated him a little. But in the end, why did it turn out like this? It wasn't because your father conquered me with his practical actions and made me realize that only two people who can satisfy each other can really have true love. And the shelf life of this true love is not generally long. As for the rest, none of them are reliable in my mother's opinion. Speaking, your mother suddenly paused, and it took several seconds before she continued to speak again. Qingqing, anyway, I've told you everything that should be said and shouldn't be said as a mom. As for the rest, you just think about it yourself. Anyway, you have to remember one thing, and that is that your father and your mother only have one precious daughter like you. No matter what they do, they definitely won't harm you, and will only prioritize what's best for you. After that, a footstep sounded at the door. Apparently, Yu's mother should have just left when she remembered something. But before Yu Qingqing under the quilt could breathe a sigh of relief, a rush of footsteps once again sounded at the door. Right, Qingqing, just said so much there is something but almost said with you. That cousin of yours should add your WeChat later. You remember to pass it. And nothing more, and people talk to each other to communicate feelings. Do not play all day, you that little red book, microblogging and jitterbugging, nothing less to play a little. I feel that you are fast by those toxic chicken soup brainwashing. Yu Qingqing's mouth deflated at the words. Wow, Mother Yu, don't ooh and ah. Listen to me. Forget it, I'm not talking to you. I still have an appointment with your future mother-in-law to go shopping later. If we don't leave, it'll be too late. Another rush of footsteps followed. As the footsteps grew farther and farther away, the small emotions in Yu Qingqing's heart gradually rose up. At first it was fine. Only one person in the bed rolled and sulked. But then I do not know what came to mind, actually talking to himself. Humph. Every one of them is dying to get me married off. I don't want to. I want a few more years of fun. Not just go to a star city, and not a dangerous place. I'm so big a person to go there can still be eaten alive. I have to find him. Can't I just go to my best friend or something? And that ghost Luffy, don't think that this girl doesn't remember you. When I was a child, I didn't bully me to rob me of my things to eat. This is big and still want to change the method of bullying people. Really think that I'm a mud man? Ah, you think I'm a mudblood? You can just find a few foreign helpers and get rid of them. It's great to be rich. You can do whatever you want with money. Just because you have money, you can make my mom and dad like this. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the young girl, Ping. You wait for me. Let's see what I'll do to you. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yu Qingqing seemed to get, and in the end, she even directly counted the temper she didn't dare to throw at her own mother onto someone. Coupled with certain old grudges that had been recalled at some point, she unconsciously clenched her fists and pounded on the quilt. Yu Qingqing had already planned. This star city she had to go even if she didn't. When the time came, she would settle old and new grudges with someone. But before that, she's going to need some outside help in the form of groundlings. So then, after a moment's thought in her mind, she looked it up on WeChat as she recalled. If she remembered correctly, when she was in college, she seemed to have a good relationship with a schoolmate who was from Star City. And at that time, she heard herself mention a few times that she was quite powerful in the local area. Do you want to take advantage of the situation to fake a bit? Finally, after rummaging for about a minute, Yu Qingqing managed to find the schoolmate's WeChat that she had noted as Little Ya. Just as she was about to greet the other person, a sudden friend verification request caught her eye. It's not right. It's very wrong. It's really wrong. Half an hour later, in the living room of the high-tech neighborhood, Luffy couldn't stop mumbling as he looked at the chat in front of him. He couldn't understand how this distant cousin from the other side could answer without any problem, no matter how much he talked back in a straight way. That look, almost like your own little fangirl? No, 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 no. Lady Lickers in general. This such a bizarre phenomenon really made Luffy a bit puzzled. Is the family's $10 million of demolition money so glamorous that it deserves the other side? Intuition told him it was never that simple. Just when Luffy was about to recall whether he and Yu Qingqing had any ancient grudges, a sudden knock on the door outside the house interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 215. The Sisters. Could it be Paige? That was the first thought that went through Luffy's mind when he heard the knock on the door. But immediately, he dismissed the thought. If the other party wants to make sure that he is at home, he can just swipe the card and enter the door as he did last time. So why bother? Besides, she's got a big one and a little one in the house, so she shouldn't have the time to trouble him. Otherwise, that voice in video calls would have spiked over one by one. Still, just in case there were any surprises, Luffy didn't make a sound first, but planned to walk over and look through the cat's eye to see who it was before taking his chances. Otherwise it would be a big mistake to really lose the horse. After all, a certain beautiful young woman's revenge heart he has experienced. If you're not careful, that can be. Luffy had not yet thought of a suitable adjective to describe that wonderful scene, but the pig teammate Wang Jiao appeared. If you're not too busy, go and take a look at it. I can't get out of here. Looking at Wang Jiao who poked his head through the doorway, Luffy was speechless for a while. Well, it's redundant to think about anything now. With that loud voice of the other party, if the person at the door can't hear it then it's designated as an ear problem. Now Luffy only hoped that the one who knocked on the door is not the whim of Bai Jie, or else he will be captured to do hard labor again. Unexpectedly, he has not yet walked a few steps. Wang Jiao this guy but again command on, but this time the voice was unexpectedly low and strange. That old road. Brother, we can't be asking you a favor. Luffy hadn't noticed at first, and only glanced back obliquely, signaling the other party to say what they had to say and fart what they had to say. This fellow Wang Jiao's voice also rang out at the right time, only this time the situation was even more serious than before. It's just, if that guy at the door really needs something, could you not let in? It's not very convenient after all. Luffy sniffed in confusion. Wang Jiao, this guy dry what aircraft usually not quite open a person it, how suddenly become so shy? Still inconvenient? What's so inconvenient about it? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Just as someone was about to turn around to see what the hell was going on, a glimpse out of the corner of his eye stopped him in his tracks. Then after a moment's pause in place, he headed for the door without looking back. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He was still too old school to understand the world of certain young people. Something wrong? A moment later, the door to the room opened. Looking at the slightly familiar young girl in front of him, Luffy asked curiously. Of course, in order to avoid any surprises, he did not choose to stand inside the door and talk, but walked straight out after opening the door and closed it with his hand. Such behavior immediately startled the long-haired girl who was originally standing in front of the door, and subconsciously took a few steps back. After a while, she looked up at Luffy a bit hesitantly and spoke a bit timidly. May I ask if Zhang Hao is there? I'm looking for him for something. Looking for Zhang Hao? Hearing this, Luffy froze for a moment, a bit unresponsive. That's a long time to live. And the guy with the feminophobia is actually starting to get laid. But he didn't ask much else, only answered truthfully. I'm sorry, beautiful Hiroko, he's not at home today, so you should call him if it's really urgent. Of course, I can pass it on for you if you're not in a hurry. He's not? The young girl probably didn't expect this situation, and was instantly a bit confused, and then the expression on her face started to look off. Several times he looked up at Luffy, and several times he wanted to say something, as if it was something important. If it had been before, Luffy would have cared his ass off. After all, although the girl in front of her looks a little thin, even a little skin and bones meaning, but it is also a little beautiful. In addition to this soft and weak appearance, it is very easy to arouse a man's protective desire. For him at that time is still in the hungry stage. It is called the most delicious, but now it's different. After the baptism of the beautiful young woman like Bai Jie, he has long been indifferent to this kind of skeleton, not to mention other ideas. Seeing that the young girl had been silent, Luffy simply began to empty his thoughts as well, thinking about where he would sneak off to later. The house cannot stay anyway. Wang Jiao, that guy will probably have already raised the gun on the battlefield. If he were to go back in, wouldn't he be properly going to be a light bulb? Bai Jie's place is even more unlikely to go back in the next few days, or else the body will be designated to not be able to eat. How about checking in with the company? Someone thought about it for only a moment before immediately dismissing the idea. There will be more women there, and all of them are sophisticated women in medical sales. And if he, the bachelor, squeezes in, there might be something wrong. If you are not careful, you will be faced with the scene of all the women pouncing on you, which is not worth it. After thinking about it again and again, Luffy still decided to drive to a large shopping mall alone later, to eat and buy some cell phones and other digital products in case of emergencies. How to say, with the different vests stacked on the body, Luffy always felt that it was not safe to keep using a cell phone, easy to accident. And with the gradual return of someone's thoughts, he also realized with hindsight that the timid young girl from just now had long disappeared at some point. Luffy didn't take it seriously after being slightly dumbfounded for a while, just assuming that the other party was specifically here to find Zhang Hao. When you see that people aren't there, it's only natural that they go away. But after all that just now, Luffy did know why he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity before. If he remembered correctly, he should have met the other person, or the other sisters, in the hallway before. At that time, by Jia was also present. When the beautiful young woman also quite deep meaning warning him some. The general meaning is Sweetfield sweetheart, this pair of sisters is not easy. You this little calf cannot bully people or something. Looking back now, Luffy couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. By Jia that which is in the warning is clearly suspected that he looked at others a few more eyes, a little jealous. While thinking that, Luffy went to the elevator and prepared to go downstairs. Meanwhile, on the other side, as a certain door opened, a slightly sheepish voice rang through the room. Sis, can you not wear this kind of clothes? It always feels a bit too revealing. Looking at the scene in front of her, Sweetheart said a little less comfortably, and not far in front of her, a young girl wearing a JK suit, cat ears on her head, and white silk on one side and black silk on the other of her jade legs was standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror, gesticulating at the mirror non-stop about something. Chapter 216, Dilemmas. Sis, are you listening to me or not? Seeing that the young girl kept gesticulating different motions in the mirror without any intention of speaking, Sweetheart stamped her feet in a sudden rush. Ouch, ouch, I'm listening. Don't be in a hurry. I'll see if this outfit is appropriate first, and I'll get back to you later. Although Sweetfield said that on his lips, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping by the look of that stance. While saying this, he made various meaningful gestures in the mirror, as if he was preparing for something. Sweetheart didn't say anything more this time, just stood quietly in the doorway, a pair of eyes quietly looking at the mirror in front of the other self, constantly scratching some lost in thought. Do not know what to think. After a while, Sweetfield, feeling about right, began to turn back to his sister in concern. What's the matter? Your little head isn't getting all sentimental and hurtful again. Don't forget to look like the doctor has told you to be happier and smile more often. Why are you still like this? Seeing Sweetheart's face full of sadness, Sweetfield jumped in front of her in 3 moves, then reached out her flawless white jade hand to try to pinch her sister's face, trying to make her smile. Unfortunately, after pounding on it, I realized that my sister is just too skinny, so much so that I can't even pinch her a little bit. In order to ease the embarrassment, Sweetheart could only take the initiative to change the subject. By the way, didn't you just go to get help from that Zhang Hao next door? What? He's not here? Sweetheart sniffed and responded in a low voice. Well, I think he's out on something. Seeing that his sister's mood hadn't changed yet, Sweetfield's eyes twinkled as he deliberately joked and snickered. What's the matter, my good sister? Is it because the beloved is away that you are so sad? After hearing this, the Sweetheart's eyes finally had a few hints of color in them, and her face was a bit shy with a little blush. What are you talking about again, sis? People and I have never spoken a few times from the beginning to the end, so how did they become my sweetheart? You're not messing around. Watching the expression on her sister's face finally change, Sweetheart was greatly relieved, so she immediately said with another smile, what's the matter? You can't be a sweetheart if you haven't spoken a few times. And where did the idiom of love at first sight come from? I don't dare to say anything else about your sister, but there's one thing I can definitely guarantee, and that's that guy named Zhang Hao definitely has thoughts about you, or else he wouldn't have been so proactive in adding you to WeChat. Sweetheart instantly tensed up a bit when she saw her sister talking like that. Sis, how do you know how to pull that out of your ass? Wasn't that tweeting thing purely an accident? Besides, who could look at me in my sickly state? Hearing her sister talk about herself like that, Sweetfield was not happy, and immediately said in a pretense of anger, Sweetheart, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to get really mad at you. Sis, I'm here all day thinking of ways to earn and save money. Why do you know how to drag your old sister down day after day? Besides, why are you sickly? You've lost some weight. This face, these long legs are still powerful. According to the most popular saying nowadays, your current appearance is a standard bone beauty, which many people would like to have. After saying that, she paused again and brought her pretty face to her sister to open her mouth with an ambiguous face. But there is one thing that you have reminded me of. That is that Zhang Hao is too long and too fat. It is very likely to have 3 highs this potential disease. If you really want to fall in love, sister, I suggest that you look for his roommate. That is, last time our landlord next to that guy. According to your elder sister's golden eyes, that guy is a master who can love people. And he's tall and big. So if you two are together in the future, even if you have a sudden attack, he'll definitely have the strength to carry you to the hospital. How's it going, girl? Are you excited? Do you want to have a great love affair to stimulate your young mind? As long as you come to Golden Mouth, being a sister, I promise to let you have it for a week. No, just 3 days to take that slugger and then roam around in the other person's wide chest whenever you want. Faced with such a straightforward communication from her sister, Sweetheart's face immediately turned red, and Sweet Tian see his sister's attention was diverted, more ready to fuel the fire, intending to say a few flirty words to make the other party emotionally mobilized completely. But who would have thought that before she could say anything, her sister Sweetie would inexplicably cough violently. Seeing this, Sweetfield panicked a bit, and it took a few seconds before he remembered to take the aerosol aside and hand it to the other man. Do you feel better? Do you want to go to the hospital now? A few minutes later, Sweetfield looked at his sister in front of him and inquired with a concerned look on his face. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with heartache. In the face of her sister's inquiry, Sweetheart adjusted her breathing with the aerosol while waving her hand in a hurry to say no. After a few more moments, feeling almost there, she actually poked fun at her oldest sister by accident. Sis, if you're still here with me inking away, those golden daddies of yours are afraid they'll get angry. And Sweetfield, seeing that his sister was actually in the mood to be so nonchalant, immediately said in a nonchalant manner, You better care about yourself first. Worry less about me. As for those dog legs, it's already enough for me to dress up and open the broadcast to see them every day. If they are picky again, let's see if I don't scold them to death. Sweetheart, on the other hand, had an odd look on her face. Sis, are you sure you want to do that? Why do I feel like I'm rewarding them? Sweetfield was momentarily staggered, then instantly scratched his itch. Good you dead girl. I'm trying to get money to cure you, and you're actually flirting with me. You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Sweetheart immediately started begging for mercy. Ha 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 ha. Sis, I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. Will you let me go? Ha 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 ha. For a moment, joy filled the room, and the previous gloom seemed to dissipate. But as a fresh wind drifted in through the window, the pile of medical records on the table was instantly blown apart, and judging from the gradual yellowing of the color the further down it went, someone in the house should have been sick, and sick for a long time. Some people are struggling to make money to cure their illnesses, while some golden dads are struggling with how to spend their money. Let's say Luffy. At this moment, he was standing on the 7th floor of the huge shopping mall, looking down at one of the stores below, but in his heart, he had the pain of not knowing where to spend his money. Just now, after an hour and a half or so of tossing and turning, he'd sort of shuffled through this mall's digital offerings. But who would have thought that even if those who had wanted to run through the electronics, the total cost is actually less than $1 million. Such a situation immediately made him a bit skeptical of life. What the hell? Was he that unambitious before? All the wants add up. I can't believe it's $1 million. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the thought. However, someone immediately didn't have the time to think about that, as an unwanted guest had set his sights on him and was speeding this way. Chapter 217. Don't look. It's getting late. Time to think about where to go back to for the night. After quietly watching the bustling crowd downstairs for a while, Luffy snorted and muttered to himself. Originally, he wanted to go back to the high-tech neighborhood. After all, as the saying goes, a golden nest is better than your own doghouse. He'd lived in that place for years and slept a little more peacefully, but when he thought of the risk of meeting Bai Jie, he dismissed the idea. Besides, Wang Jiao that guy opened the map cannon and does not distinguish between day and night. So go back is not asking for trouble. The thought came to him suddenly. Why don't you take the time to buy a suite? Otherwise it's not a good idea to play hide and seek all the time. But immediately, Luffy dismissed the idea. He's not going to buy a house if he's not going to hide his love. Can't you have that money to experience more of the different hotel styles? Besides, with a fixed place of residence, it is easy to be squatted, which is not conducive to the traveling dragon project. Like this all right back to the high-tech community and Bai Jie this beautiful woman to talk about life. Feel lack of just find a theme hotel first experience to facilitate the future to come back. Really want to live a luxury point of life casually rent a set of large flat and villa on the line. Luffy's idea and many young people now. For the house this kind of real estate is not very strong obsession. He is more focused on enjoying the current life. As for the matter of having no place to live, for him right now, it wasn't on the table. Where's the target I'll get it is the mindset he should have. After standing for a little while to finish brainstorming, Luffy also figured out where he was going and turned back to prepare to go downstairs without hesitation. Unexpectedly, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he was slammed back by a great elasticity. This sudden flurry of action directly baffled someone. What the hell? He remembers that there's no wall back there. When he looked up, he saw someone who looked a little familiar lying on the ground. Li Jie? Why are you here? And, why are you on the floor? It's not cold, but this mall floor can be pretty cool. Li Jie didn't say anything when she sniffed, only sitting on the ground while baring her teeth and rubbing her chest while looking at someone with her big, innocent eyes, seemingly a bit aggrieved. Couldn't understand how this man with a body temperature of 37 degrees could say such icy words. How could Luffy not understand when he saw this? What he had just hit was not some wall, but the other side. As for where that bounce came from, that was something he didn't need to say. He was honestly kinda embarrassed right now. After all, one foot just finished with someone is busy not have time to meet. The next foot was caught in the shopping mall. Genus a bit of incident meaning. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. and he was a bit at a loss as to what to do. Just when he was thinking about finding a suitable excuse to defend himself, Li Jie didn't even mention it, but instead asked as if she was taking the initiative to excuse him. Luffy, did you come specially to see us for this event? Did you make a reservation in advance? Do you want me to find you a better seat? An event? What event? At first Luffy didn't react, wondering why the other person would say that. But when he noticed the clothes on the other party, he suddenly came to a realization. Cosplay? Bone elves? Li Jie, on the other hand, was all smiles. Bingo! You guessed it! I remember you were supposed to love playing this game in college. I didn't think you'd remember the characters in it now. How's that? I'm not a bad costume restoration, am I? Is there that little bit of excitement about meeting the real-life version? While saying that, Li Jie purposely turned around a few more times in front of Luffy's heel, seemingly for him to better see the full picture. To be honest, the full picture was what he saw. Only, the color seems a bit off, a bit too bright. At this moment, Luffy only wanted to say one thing, and that was, the ancients honestly did not deceive him. The higher you stand, the more beautiful the view. Also, how is this bone elf a bit different from the game? It seems to have been strengthened a bit. Li Jie, on the other hand, did not notice this difference at all. Seeing that someone did not speak, only thought that the other party was stunned by her dress up, and immediately crossed her waist and opened her mouth with a smug face. He, I knew it by the look on your face. You must be feeling a bit incredulous because you think the restoration is too high. How's that for a little bit of careful movement? Old classmate, since we used to be on good terms, I can tell you a little secret. Now this girl is still single status. If you have any ideas, you should act quickly. Maybe I'll agree to it if I'm confused. Saying that, the expression on Li Jie's face became abnormally rich, and in the end it even evolved into an ambiguous color, not knowing whether it was in jest or intentionally implying. In Luffy's opinion, it would be mostly the latter. After all, since that time when the other party saw his Porsche car keys, this back and forth attitude gap was not normal. This, together with the rich and generous scene before him, confirmed the idea in his mind. To be honest, he really wouldn't have minded having something with the other party if he hadn't seen what Li Jie used to look like. But when he thought of her massive size in college that was almost as big as she was now, he felt an inexplicable sadness. This is perhaps the importance of preconceptions. Take the matter of plastic surgery, which is very popular nowadays. In fact, many guys don't mind if their significant other has had this experience. After all, everyone loves beauty. But that comes with a big caveat: don't let him see the other guy as he used to be. Otherwise, it's bad for everyone. Prone to unnecessary brainstorming at certain important moments to the point of bad accidents. Someone's thoughts were running away with him, while Li Jie, who had been standing in front of him, was having a bit of a hard time. She was pretty much making it explicit, and this guy in front of her didn't react at all. It's not scientific. Is there really a willow in the world? Or can people really be that slow to react? Just when Li Jie was a bit puzzled, she suddenly realized that someone's eyes seemed a bit off. It was a little too flaky, as if something was constantly drawing his attention to it. Li Jie, who had some hindsight, immediately followed the concentration point of the other party's line of sight, and then she froze. What followed was a resounding cry of alarm. Ah, don't you look away. In a flash, the place where the two stood became the center of attention. Chapter 218, The Charm of Money? To be honest, Luffy was a bit confused right now. He didn't understand why Li Jie was suddenly yelling. Didn't you say you were rich and generous? Why is it suddenly like this? In itself, the place where he was known as a large shopping mall in the neighborhood. Plus it was a weekend evening. That made it even more crowded. Just this time, Luffy realized that at least dozens of people's eyes were watching this place now. Don't see that his skin has become much thicker lately, but he can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the attention of so many people around him. The most led him speechless is, in about only 20 meters from him, not far away, even a few aspiring young people began to move, make a gesture on the ready to stage a hero to save a good show. To be honest, if they were to really fight, Luffy didn't think he would necessarily lose. Don't look at the number of people on the other side, but every one of them is like a skinny bamboo pole. These small body, for the height of 18 meters and recently regular exercise for someone. 2 punches to solve a self-confidence is still there, but cannot stand here is a public place. Plus Luffy is in the center of the vortex of the party. A careless can be a group of people to attack. Just for this moment, people were already pointing fingers at him. The way she looked at it, she seemed to have taken her for a pervert who bullied girls. The average guy would probably be panicking by now. After all, in today's society, female is in the T0 segment of the hero, belongs to the existence of non-ban must choose. It only needs to make a slight move to hit its opponents for all they are worth. It was good that Luffy was also a person who had browsed the posters and walked through the know-how, and knew that he had to be calm when things went wrong. so except for the first few seconds of panic, he was basically in a state of watching the show. After the heroine of the incident, Lee Jia, finished her first dolphin sound performance, Luffy opened a pair of innocent little eyes and kindly reminded, "Okay Lee, big beautiful girl, your singing is very good, the performance is also very successful, watching the audience is even more endless, but there is one thing I need to remind you, if you do not make some action, I'm afraid that this old classmate will soon become a target." "Ha? No way?" After a burst of emotional output just now, Lee Jia, this will also calm down. Understand that the behavior just now is a little over-exaggerated. The man in front of her wasn't an outsider, so it was fine to look. She didn't lose out. This is also not from the side to prove that this guy is not a willow, and I still have a lot of attraction to him. But this sudden reminder from Luffy still made Lee Jia a little uncertain. That's all she yelled. Shouldn't be a big deal. Well, it seems she was overthinking it. It's not just a big issue, it's about to become a social issue. She glanced around only briefly before realizing that the crowd gathered around her was growing, and that those who came were occasionally exchanging pleasantries with those who came after them. It was easy to tell by the soul of gossip that lit up in their eyes from time to time that they were sending some kind of message. Seeing this, she immediately realized what had happened and hurriedly apologized towards Luffy. Luffy, I really didn't mean to do that. I really just did that subconsciously just now." Luffy sniffed and spread his hands a bit speechless. What a time to talk about these things. Really cannot grasp the point. Dame Lee, you'd better stop apologizing and think about solving the current problem first. If you keep stalling, the rumors are going to get worse and worse, and we might just see various versions of what happened to us. In fact, many times, very few outrageous rumors are created by people who keep passing them around by word of mouth. The first person sees someone beating a dog. By the fifth person's ears it's likely to be someone riding a dog. And if the word gets out, I don't know if I'll be able to say something outrageous about the Big Dipper. And Lee Jia also realized the seriousness of the matter after Luffy reminded her so. Other than that, she'd already seen several people with their cell phones out and ready to film. If it is accompanied by any strange text, it will be difficult to say. But she couldn't think of any good ideas for a while. Plus, when one is in a hurry, one is more than a little disoriented. In the end, in the heat of the moment, she stopped thinking, and simply acted on instinct. Speaking with her actions, after taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions, he immediately stepped forward and wrapped his arm affectionately around Luffy before taking a step towards the outside of the crowd. It seems to be saying, this girl is joking and playing with her boyfriend. What are you single dogs doing? Are you here specifically to eat dog food? Such behavior immediately let some watching the big man coaxing people show disappointment, and then did birds and beasts dispersed. As for others, it's more of a herd mentality. Seeing that there was no melon to eat, they left one after another, except for a certain figure. A few minutes later, somewhere in the corner, Lee Jia started another round of the apology project. That Luffy. What just happened was, unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, he was immediately interrupted by Luffy to say something that made Lee Jia puzzled. You've already apologized just now, Lee Dame, and you're still apologizing with your actions as well. As for those verbal words, let's not talk about it. We're all old classmates, I won't be so calculating. At first Lee Jia didn't understand, didn't know, just thought it was Luffy saying polite words, but right away she didn't think so. It was because Lee Jia suddenly remembered that he still had one important thing left to deal with, so she couldn't think of anything else, and hurriedly turned around and started to straighten up the cosplay on her body, seemingly afraid that someone would misunderstand something, or wanting to maintain her image in their mind. She explained as she organized and also explained, that Luffy, don't get me wrong, I'm not some exhibitionist who sells meat for a living. Now this outfit is a bit cool, but it covers all the places that should be covered, and as for what happened just now, it was a complete accident. Luffy didn't say anything at that, only smiled. There are a lot of certain whispers in the cos circle, and whether he believes in Lee Jia's explanation or not, perhaps only God knows. After all, there is a saying that close to the vermilion is red and close to the ink is black, and those who can really make it out of the mud without being stained are few and far between. Other than that, didn't he himself become a bit of a scum under the influence of that Wang Jiao guy? And Lee Jia seemed to realize it. In order to prove her innocence, she turned around and showed someone the evidence. Luffy, you can see for yourself if you don't believe me. There's still double-sided tape I put on it. So, things really aren't what you think. I'm actually a very conservative girl. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luffy admitted he had somewhat underestimated the charm of money. Chapter 219. Be my boyfriend. Of course, just because Luffy thought that in his heart didn't mean he was going to do it. After finishing, Lee Jia has almost wrapped himself tightly. If not for someone still a little height advantage, he was afraid that a little shadow cannot be seen, And the reason why Luffy thought so was because of the effects of this desperate to prove something line behavior of the other party. Generally speaking, the more a woman cares about your feelings, then the more important you are in her mind, the heavier the weight. As to whether this phenomenon arises on the basis of feelings or material things, that is for the person concerned to judge. It's a good thing Luffy didn't have to mess with it so much. He knew exactly what was going on from start to finish. After all, he was well aware of the turning point where Li Jie's attitude changed. However, he still knew the principle of being a man who leaves a thread of goodwill to meet in the future. He will not be self-esteem high pretend what big tail wolf look down on each other. Young people have a progressive like subconsciously forward-looking is not a very normal psychology. As long as you don't act too revealing and realistic, it's better to pretend you don't know when it's time to play the game. Because someone can't guarantee that. And it's not a guarantee that they'll be really hungry for a change of flavor that day. Men are always looking at what's in the pot. Sometimes, even if they are not capable enough, they still want to monopolize the 3,000 beauties to satisfy their possessiveness. So after a short pause, Luffy hastily reached out to cover his eyes and acted like a gentleman. Alas, big beautiful Lee, you can't not treat me, your old classmate, as an outsider. Is that place for me to see? If your future boyfriend finds out, he'll come rushing over to fight me. Li Jie saw this scene, but she unconsciously laughed. A raised eyebrow, even direct violence speeding. Luffy, you're pretending quite well. You were looking quite happy before, but now you're being reserved. What? Afraid I'll rely on you and hold you responsible. Luffy also didn't expect Li Jie to be so simple and rough, not treating him as an outsider. Then he simply stopped pretending and said very bluntly with his eyes open. That's what you said. Then I'm not polite, haha. I'd like to see what brand of double-sided adhesive is so unreliable that it can make our big beauty Lee suffer this kind of loss. After that, he started to see the needle and lowered his head to a certain place. Ugh, hi. What are you doing, Luffy? Don't look away. Li Jie instantly took a step back against the wall at the sight, then reached out to cover it. Luffy, on the other hand, was helpless. Look. I don't look at it, you say I'm reserved for what? I want to look at you and you're so covered up. Dame Lee, it's not that I'm saying, why are you women so pretentious? You always like to engage in this kind of routine. Never mind. I'm not going to pull any punches with you here. I've got things to do later on, so I'll go first. With that, he made a show of turning around and preparing to leave. To be honest, Li Jie didn't expect Luffy to be so direct. What's this about running away at the drop of a hat? Is my girl that unattractive? No, we can't just let him go. This guy is usually hard to get a date with, so I don't know if I'll have to wait until this time next time I want to meet him. Li Jie is also not a little cute. After a while, coupled with the micro-expressions shown by Luffy from time to time, it is not difficult to see that the other party must have a certain prejudice against her, or had roughly guessed some of her thoughts. In that case, she wasn't going to hide it. Instead of wasting time pulling plays on each other, let's all be a little more honest. That way, it might even work wonders. We're all old-school friends, so we won't make a scene any more than we have to. So she immediately called out to someone with a peachy face after passing certain thoughts quickly through her mind. Don't be in a hurry to leave the road, big handsome. I'm not saying I don't want to. Why can't you listen to me to finish my words? This sudden flurry of action instantly made Luffy freeze. No. Are young people so open-minded nowadays? Agreeing so casually? Hearing this, Luffy instantly became strangely impressed with this old classmate in front of him. Li Jie, I thought you just a little bit materialistic in you. I did not expect you were actually this kind of person. Just when the inner Luffy's evaluation of Li Jie turned sharply downward, the other party's next words is to give himself a Jedi survival. Seeing someone actually turn around, Li Jie rolled her eyes to show an expression of I'm sure that's the case. She knew that men were all the same, all shibboleths, but she didn't dawdle any longer, and in obedience, she continued to speak. You can have that if you want, but you have to promise me one thing. Luffy was really interested now. It was the first time he had met such a direct one, and it was still his acquaintance, so immediately he stood still, signaling the other to continue. Seeing this, Li Jie paused for a moment, and then said with a smile on her face, as long as you promise to be my boyfriend, I will not only wear a different cosplay costume to show you every day in the future, but I will also let you do whatever you want to do. After saying that, he also stood up his body and threw a wink at someone, as if reminding him of something. Seeing this scene, Luffy didn't show an unexpected expression, only sighing in his heart that it was as he expected. But even so, there was one thing he didn't understand a bit. That is, he and Li Jie from the chance encounter to now a total of only met 3 times, and can be side to confirm that he has money on the waist hanging Porsche car keys that time, and also cannot be sure that the car owner is not his own. Right in this situation, he didn't understand why Li Jie would make such a reckless decision to make himself his boyfriend as soon as he opened his mouth. Such a situation is simply unheard of. The real material woman is not always like to not see the rabbit does not give up the eagle. Should not be this kind of just see a hint and then directly stud, right? In light of this situation, Luffy couldn't help but be a little curious about Li Jia. Of course, if he wanted to he could use his penetrating eyes to check it out for a second, and he might be able to see something right away. But Luffy didn't do that, because he has always felt that, without involving hatred or affecting his own safety, only step by step like peeling an onion to unravel the layers of mystery covering the body of the woman is the most enjoyable moment for a man. Instead, that one glance at the bottom look makes it a bit tedious, no different than playing some speedway game. Playing too much will not only make people not interested, but also easy to become depressed. So, after pondering for a little while, Luffy intended to go along with it. Chapter 220, Robbing Men. So a few moments later, a strange conversation kicked off. Luffy spoke up, "Really? Don't you dare lie to me." Li Jia's eyes lit up as if she saw the result, and she immediately smiled with an open brow. "Just say yes, you'll know if you say yes." Luffy sniffed and took a few steps forward, directly walloping the party in question. "Beauty Lee, then I'm really going to do it." After saying that, he made a gesture to go down on his mouth, looking at Luffy, who was close at hand, and the feeling of that oncoming hormonal scent. Li Jia suddenly felt a tightening in her heart. Isn't this pace too fast? Not to mention there are people on the side of the road. Forget about it, no matter what. Give up the child to catch the wolf first, get on the car. Otherwise how to rob people. Li Jia then closed her eyes and began to raise her head up slightly, as if to cater to it. But who would have thought that after she waited for half a day, there was still no movement? At first she thought someone was doing this on purpose and waited patiently, but right away she realized something was wrong. Why was the hormonal scent of the heel diminishing? Seeing this, Li Jia hurriedly opened her eyes to check it out, but it didn't matter if she looked at it, she was a little tense. What the hell? I'm ready to give myself up. Why did you sit down in the corner again? Do you have a special hobby? Or maybe it's just too many people passing by in the neighborhood from time to time, so it's shy. Just as Li Jia was a bit puzzled, Luffy went and waved at her, signaling to come over and join her. A few moments later, the two sat side by side, and after looking at each other it was Luffy who broke the silence. "Tell me why it's me." Li Jia looked confused. "What why? Luffy, you don't know what you're talking about. We've only met a total of 3 times since we graduated from college, and you're actually saying that you want me to be your boyfriend, which is a bit unrealistic to think about." Luffy had thought that Li Jia would immediately get defensive after hearing this, but who would have thought that not only did she not say anything, but she stared at Luffy for a while. It must have been about 20 seconds before he suddenly smiled and said, "Do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" Luffy was a bit stunned. "What difference does it make?" Li Jia nodded seriously. There definitely is. And it's huge." "Luffy, the truth?" Li Jia didn't hesitate. "I fell in love with you at first sight." "Luffy, that falsehood?" Li Jia blushed playfully. "I fell in love at first sight with the car keys on you. How's that? Are these 2 answers to our road dudes still satisfactory?" Honestly, Luffy was more than satisfied. He was simply awed. It's the art of talking. The original so easily offensive a thing. After Li Jia so embellished, but also not so hard to accept. However, Luffy hadn't forgotten his initial thoughts, and after only a moment of contemplation he asked the one he was most concerned about. "How can you be so sure that the car keys are mine? In case it's a borrowed rental, then you won't lose a lot of money." Saying that, Luffy picked up the Porsche car keys in his pocket and fiddled with them. Li Jia smiled even more after hearing this, and then she said in a half-joking manner, "I cannot believe in myself, but how can I doubt the vision of that beautiful sister last time? Just that body, that temperament and that dress up, at a glance is not ordinary people. And how can a man she can even look at be ordinary, even if they're not that rich? They're potentials with extraordinary abilities. Don't you think so, my handsome Lou?" That does make sense, and it's comforting to hear. Not only did he explain the cause, but he also complimented the people in passing, so that people could not help but feel better. But sometimes men are prone to broken mouth. See Li Jia's answer so perfect. Luffy suddenly coldly sang counter-argument. "Big beautiful Lee, although what you said makes sense, but if I was originally a big liar who was good at flowery words, not only did I cheat the beautiful sister in your mouth, but now I'm lusting after you, then how would it be? You're so impulsive, but it's very easy to get cheated." Li Jia heard this but began to hold her tongue. Cheat, just cheat. Anyway, it is their own willingness. Still can eat, regret not. Luffy was staggered. That's it? Li Jia took it for granted. What else can it be? As a girl, if she can't even handle this, it can only be said that she deserves it. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but look at Li Jia a few times higher. This old classmate seems to be a bit of earthly sobriety. In that case, it would be necessary for him to ask more questions. "Li Dame, Since you know that I have a girlfriend and still make that kind of request, does it indirectly mean that you can do that? Although Luffy didn't say it very clearly, he imagined that Li Jie should know the meaning of his words. As expected, the expression on the other party's face began to become ambiguous before his words even fell. Just when Luffy thought he saw some hope, Li Jie suddenly threw a pot of cold water. Dame Dayo, oh no. Luffy sniffed in confusion. To be honest, he only understood the first part, because he used to hear it in certain videos. Li Jie, on the other hand, smiled playfully. I admit that I'm a bit materialistic, but it doesn't mean that I can accept a lot of new and strange things. So you know what I mean. Lu de handsome boy. Luffy was a little unsure. So you just did that? Li Jie. Hey, if you want to steal a man from someone, naturally you have to give some sweetness. Otherwise how can you succeed? You probably won't believe me when I say it. Yo, I'm still a kid. Still a kid? Robbing a man? The former Luffy could roughly guess. It was possible that Li Jie was hinting to him that she was still a virgin. As for the latter, he was a bit confused, and Li Jie didn't dilly-dally, and after seeing the expression on Luffy's face, she immediately began to be honest. Right, it's robbing men. Just as you men will have so many men pursuing the same beautiful woman, we women will go for the one we have our hearts set on. Now that it's so hard for this girl to meet someone who still knows her roots and is rich and capable, naturally, she won't let go so easily. Wouldn't you say that's true, old school? After hearing these words, Luffy actually had a rare moment where his thoughts were a bit confused. What the hell? Didn't we agree to be materialistic and gold digging? How come the conversation turned into a story about the other party's brave pursuit of love? Could it be that Li Jie's Queen of Shadows possession had been acting to deceive him? Or maybe, what the other party said was genuine and he had been misunderstanding the other party all along? For a moment, Luffy was actually a bit uncertain. An aside, Li Jie saw this scene and her brain suddenly flashed, and a bold idea sprang up. With that, he said something that Luffy could remember for the rest of his life. Hey, Luffy, if you really agree, I can flash marry you. Marriage, then love again. Chapter 221, the first, and the second. What did you just say? Luffy thought he had heard wrong, and somewhat incredulously reconfirmed. Li Jie, however, was even bolder and actually shouted at the top of her voice. I say we can get married before we fall in love over time. How's that for a good offer? Luffy, shocker, the shock of no return. This was how Luffy felt at the moment. Although people say that women chase men through a veil, Luffy never imagined that this would be the scene when that veil was pierced. Looking at the expression on his face, Li Jie was even happier. And then she said with a playful face with her lips lightly opened. What's the matter? Isn't it so thrilling and exciting? Does it have a heartbeat? Mr. Lu, as long as you open your mouth, you can pick up a daughter-in-law for nothing, and she'll be a good and obedient one too. Li Jie has always been a man of action, and once she decides on something she doesn't hesitate to carry it out. In order to become beautiful you cannot know the taste of oil for 3 months. In order to buy beautiful cost clothes you can work part-time after work for half a year to earn money. And for the interests and dreams you can also quit your job and start your own business without hesitation. Now, it's natural not to hesitate in order to get even better men. She didn't really care how long the person had known them or if they were familiar as long as the target matched her judgment. Those who look forward and backward will only let the opportunity be wasted to the point of giving away what is rightfully theirs. Li Jie, however, knew that her own best friend Gu Xiao was also eyeing the man in front of her. If she didn't get a head start quickly, that wouldn't be easy to say when the time came. After all, that ninny was a notorious vixen reincarnated. She could tease men. On the contrary, Luffy, by Li Jie this kind of divine operation to the whole will not. It took a full 10 seconds before he completely recovered from his earlier shock. What followed was admiration for the other side, regardless of the reasons why Li Jie made such a move. But this decisive and honest is very impressive. Out of respect and out of caution for the first time in his life he was proposed to. He thought very carefully and then gave the other side the answer. Li de Beauty. I'm sorry I think that marriage matters should not be child's play. For what you just said, I have to consult my girlfriend's opinion. When he was done he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and seemed to actually do it. Such behavior amused Li Jie. Ha. Luffy, that's the first time I've seen someone reject someone like that. That's really funny. Li Jie laughs and flutters. And the cosplay costume that was stuck by the bad double-sided tape seems to have loosened up a bit and started to return to its previous state. For a while, it seemed as if spring was about to recover the place. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't have time to pay attention to this, and when he saw Li Jie say this, he immediately revealed an innocent expression and said accordingly, Big beautiful Li, you said it yourself. I didn't ask for it. Li Jie obediently blanked someone, then deliberately provoked. What? You sound like you're saying yes? That's fine. We'll take the household registration book to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Whoever backs out then is a puppy. Luffy smiled brightly at this. But don't. I'm still young. I don't want to step into the grave of marriage like this. Li Jie didn't say anything when she sniffed, only showing an expression that it was true. In fact, she had just given it a try, and it would be best if it succeeded. Even if it doesn't work out, she will benefit greatly from it. In her opinion, it is rare for a man to speak ill of a person of the opposite sex with whom he has confessed his love, or even proposed. They may even subconsciously look kindly at each other out of some kind of guilt or desire to make it up to the other person. In the back, as long as this person doesn't die, the relationship between the two will definitely not be too bad. After all, what man would refuse to have more than one little fangirl by his side? And she's the kind of girl with huge breasts and a lot of variation. As the old saying goes, near the water, you get the moon first. If you can't even have a normal conversation with the other person, how can you talk about taking them down? To Li Jie, as long as the man in front of her didn't get married, no matter how many girlfriends he changed, she still had a chance, and all she had to do now was just to rely on the other side from time to time to wait for an opportunity, until she felt there was a better target, or took the other side. Of course, thinking about it, Li Jie would not waste this rare opportunity now. It wouldn't be too much to ask for something reasonable when someone's compensation for her is at its peak, would it? Would that be a bit inappropriate? Half an hour later, front row of an event center. Looking at the various oddly dressed cos around him, Luffy felt a bit out of place, and Li Jie said indifferently, "What does it matter? You're not sitting in someone else's seat, and there's still someone who can't talk about you. Didn't you just promise to help me, and now you're backing out? Alright, don't hesitate. It's a happy decision. Besides, you've rejected me once today. You can't reject me a second time." After saying that, Li Jie shoved her cell phone to Luffy and left without looking back, as if she was going to prepare something in advance. Looking at the object in his hand, Luffy felt a sudden rush of headache. Why did agree to help in a moment of weakness? It turned out that the reason why Li Jie was wearing this Bone Elf cosplay today was because she was going to participate in a small game release or promotion meeting. According to her, when waiting for the official event to start, they need to go to the stage and turn to appear on stage, so as to achieve the purpose of attracting more people flow. Luffy's mission is to take appropriate pictures of his opponent as he walks on stage, so that she can hold these highlights for publicity later. As a full-time cosplayer, she relies on this introduction to earn money to support herself in the studio, and the more famous introduction naturally more expensive. Although Li Jie said so, it didn't seem like that at all to Luffy, and it was clearly drunkenness. Not to mention the fact that the event had a professional photographer who would return the pictures. He'd never seen anyone take a picture and lock their phone. It's clearly implying to him that you're using your own cell phone to take the picture for me, and then I'll have a reason to come to you. It's easy for the two of us to get along. As for the spark, the previous marriage proposal has already shown the answer. If there was no confession and proposal before, Luffy would have been disgusted by Li Jie's little thoughts and felt that the other party was counting on him. But who called with this incident? His feeling towards the other party invariably changed. To him now, the other person is just a person who is bravely pursuing his love and keeps acting in his own way. Honest man? It's a known fact that men of all kinds have a hard time turning down a beautiful member of the opposite sex who keeps making advances on them. If so, that only means he's not good at it. So, after a short period of depression, someone started to study which angle of the photo would look the best. But who would have thought that he hadn't been messing around for long when a familiar voice sounded behind him? Chapter 222. Hunting for sex? At first he thought it was a mistake, so he didn't take it seriously. But when the voice appeared more and more frequently, he still couldn't resist looking behind him. As expected, within a few seconds of work, he saw the familiar face. At the back about 6 or 7 rows away from him, that guy Zhang Hao was gesticulating something with his companion beside him with a fluttering brow. Looking at that state, it seems to be on a roll. Seeing this scene, Luffy was a bit stunned, and then became a bit speechless. This asshole, taking his money and not working on his career, actually came here in style. Thinking of this, someone immediately picked up a cell phone ready to take pictures of the evidence and wait for one day to settle scores. But who would have thought that he would just look down and pull out his cell phone and this guy actually found him? The bastard immediately waved his hand up towards Luffy after the initial dismay. This wasn't all. Probably because he was worried that he didn't see him, this Shanghao guy even shouted a few times as if no one else was around. Luckily, the event hadn't started yet, and the pavilion was quite busy, so no one took it seriously. Otherwise, just with these few strokes from Zhang Hao, they could definitely make the duo the center of attention. Luffy just doesn't get it. This guy is not a little bit afraid of women. This will be the venue is full of beautifully dressed girls walking around. How he did not have a little reaction. Is this what's called the opposite of what's right? To be honest, Luffy had no intention of meeting up with the other side. After all, with Li Jia around, it was easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. But before he could pretend that he didn't hear it, this Shanghao guy actually ran his ass over after greeting his friends. Come on, there's no point in thinking about anything now. Let's just face reality. You can, old Lu, actually coming here alone without a word. Say, got your eye on another pretty girl? Or maybe a bunch of them? As soon as the two of them met, the bastards started running a train. Lu Fei was also in a bad mood. How can I be as dashing as brother Hao? Getting more than $1 million from others and running out to spend it. Spending other people's money to do their own business. It can be called the sobriety of the earth. Seeing him like this, Zhang Hao hurriedly explained. But don't be like this, my boss Lu. Where am I taking your money to come out and spend it? I'm clearly running a business. Okay. See that dude sitting next to me? 10 years old fantasy player. Professional merchant. That's the dude who took over the stuff you threw at me. Luffy froze for a moment at his words, then looked at his own best friend with a bit of suspicion. Seriously, why do I get the feeling that your kid is lying to me? Running a business is running a business. Where else would you come to a place like this? Zhang Hao smiled mysteriously after hearing this. He. You don't understand this, do you, Lao Lu? That dude is also a man of honor. It's rare to meet a big client like us. Naturally, we have to make some good arrangements. As for arranging anything, you should know. After saying that, this Zhang Hao threw a wink to Luffy. Seeing this, how could Luffy not understand? These two people are clearly out hunting. Like this game promotion meeting, usually we'll choose a relatively large venue to hold. And in this venue, in addition to the organizers invited some cos, we'll also attract a lot of amateur cos enthusiasts gathered here, which is what the outside world called the Comic-Con. When this crowd is large, all sorts of fishy characters are apt to show up and try to muddy the waters. Some people come to see the fun, while others come to make money. The reason why the cos scene has always had a bad reputation is that there are very few women who secretly do their own private work in the name of getting roles. Every time you attend a Comic-Con, you add some people with ulterior motives on WeChat by all means. And then, you get what you want. To be honest, compared to those left behind women who only know how to stay in their villages, these women have found a way to earn a living. After all, the same people can be worth a lot more if they just put on that cosplay in a different location. By someone's conservative estimate, it must have quintupled at least. It can be a half-hearted approach. Obviously, Zhang Hao and that buddy belonged to the kind of people who had ulterior motives. Seeing this, Luffy immediately said with a bit of dismay, Hosey, don't blame my brother for not reminding you. Nowadays the biochemical matrix is running rampant. You kid better take it easy. This Comic-Con is a famously high-risk area. Zhang Hao saw the situation is unimpressed. Nothing. This you can rest assured that the old road, like this spend a lot of money things buddy has always been very cautious. You do not worry about it. Right. After this greeting buddy should go and get on with his business. So take your own time to pick it out here. Before the words even fell, this Shanghao guy was ready to leave. Originally, Luffy was going to keep him as well, but then he suddenly remembered something and hastily reached out to call the other man back again. 20 minutes later, the coswalk officially ended as the atmosphere reached a climax. Honestly, it was the first time Luffy had ever watched something like this live. How can I put this feeling? It's a bit placated, I guess. Most of those female cos who looked gorgeous in videos or photos were actually not as pretty as his old classmate Li Jia. The finale ones, in particular, just kind of turned Luffy's imagination on its head. The thickness of the putty on his body was probably not much worse than the white walls in his house. Seeing this situation, Luffy could only sigh. The four evil arts really lived up to their name. But he didn't have to wait long to lament before Li Jia came rushing back, and by the looks of it, it seemed a little upset, as if it was sulking. What's the matter, MS? Li, did the runway show not go well? Seeing this, Luffy was casually concerned. Li Jia didn't say anything, only staring straight at someone with wide eyes, as if she was trying to express something. Luffy didn't have time for riddles, and casually picked up his own cell phone and opened the photo album. How's that? That's not a bad picture, is it? It's no worse than those taken by the camera, right? Li Jia pouted and finally started muttering. It's not like you took the picture. What's so pretty about it? Hearing this, Luffy was a bit stunned, and then he cried and laughed a bit. So it's a little mood over this. That's right. In order to save trouble, he did just let Zhang Hao do a small favor in the name of the Gold Master's father. That is, to help him take a few pictures of Li Jia. As for why someone does this, the reason is simple. For one thing, he was lazy, and for another, that Zhang Hao had studied photography for a while and was better at it than he was. But who would have thought that such a small episode would actually be missed by Li Jia? To be honest, If the other party is his girlfriend, someone must also go along with some love words to coax a little bit. After all, people in this words are all care about him. And the reason for these little emotions is a sideways way of saying that she cares less about how good or bad the photo is than whether or not it was taken through your hands. This small friction type of interaction, known as the feelings between couples, continue to warm up small killer. Unfortunately, Luffy wasn't the other guy's boyfriend, nor was he the warm and fuzzy type. Seeing how unhappy Li Jia was, she deleted all the photos without saying a word. Such behavior immediately caused Li Jia's breathing to suddenly tighten. Chapter 223, Be the Man Behind Them. After a momentary dismay, Li Jia hurried to stop it again. Luffy spread his hands a bit puzzled. Anyway, there is no use to keep it. Do not delete it. Still keep what? Do you want to wait for it to give birth to a child by itself? When Li Jia saw this look on his face, she immediately cried and laughed a little. You don't do things like that. You're just like a straight man. Luffy nodded very seriously. It's okay, Ali damsel. You're quite accurate in reading people. I am a standard straight man come macho. How is it? Is it think that I can't be this person? A little regret just then and I confessed. So I say that you can't be too impulsive to be a human being, or else you'll easily regret it for the rest of your life. For the sake of our 4-year college friendship, I suggest you change your target pursuit before it's too late, or you'll be very tired afterward. Li Jia did not take Luffy's good intentions seriously. On the contrary, after listening to his nagging, immediately became smiling, and then said with a smile, Yes, my road handsome is right, but who told me that I, Li Jia, am just a person who goes by my instincts? But this is an old habit of more than 20 years, and it can't be changed for a while. In that case it can only be a mistake. Besides, if you're like this and that beautiful sister is still willing to be your girlfriend, that doesn't mean that your other merits are more dazzling. Otherwise she wouldn't tolerate this little shortcoming of yours. Hey, if you look at it that way, I'm getting the feeling that my bold show of love just now was a wise move. Otherwise you wouldn't have allowed me, a gold-digging girl, to keep bugging you, would you? Do you think I'm right, Mr. Road Handsome? After saying that, Li Jia used her jade hand to hold her chin, and then stared at someone with a pair of shining eyes like no one else, as if there was nothing else in her eyes but him. Such a situation immediately drew sideways glances and curiosity from the few female cos in the neighborhood who were familiar with her. Extremely individual relationship is more familiar with, and even have begun to move, silently probe out the cell phone to record this scene, intends to find an opportunity to play gossip afterwards, and not far from Luffy and companions are discussing the target. Zhang Hao Kardashian after seeing this scene is the corner of the mouth twitching, a little angry up. The girls are all over you, and you just fooled your buddies into being just friends. Simply, if it wasn't for the fact that you're my brother and my gold father, I'd have to break the window pane for you. Goes up to the front and tells that pretty girl out loud that you kid is a scumbag with his feet in several boats. He didn't want Zhang Hao to finish spitting, but his companion beside him poked him with his elbow, and then he even smiled at him. Zhang Hao immediately understood the situation and immediately got up and left in a beautiful manner. As for what the duo went to do, perhaps only God knows, but on Luffy's side, when he listened to him after listening to Li Jia's words, he knew that he had dug a hole for himself again. It's okay, the debt is more than enough anyway. More women around, less women around him does not matter. All is eye candy, although the heart is so intended, but the surface of the work still have to do a do. Otherwise he, this straight man, face where to rest. But before he could speak, Li Jia jumped ahead and spoke again. Stop, I know what you're trying to say, but can you tell me later? Luffy saw this and wondered. Why? Does it make a difference? Li Jia nodded her head like a chicken pecking. Yes, because I'm going to dabble in traffic at my best sister's place this time. While saying that, Li Jia quietly pointed in a certain direction again, signaling someone to see for themselves. Luffy looked over obediently, only to see that somewhere in the corner next to the stage, there was a large group of people going forward and backwards surrounding a female cosplayer taking pictures non-stop. Look at that stance. It's close to eating someone alive. To be honest, in Luffy's opinion, that girl's looks were not as durable as Li Jia's, and he didn't know why so many people would rush to shoot. Is there someone behind it? Luffy turned around and just wanted to ask Li Jia, but where was the other person's silhouette in front of him? When his eyes returned to the side of the stage again, he saw that the other party was trying to find a way to lean over to the side of the pile of people, trying to muddle through and attract some of the photographer's attention. Seeing this situation, how could Luffy not understand? This rubbing off on traffic is real, and the words good sister are afraid to add a big question mark. It's also true that there's often only one way for professional costs like them to really hit it big. Sign with an agency first, then it pays to keep packaging and driving traffic to you and nothing more. After all, even in great costs, You're only going to be a flash in the pan if you don't have consistent exposure. In this age of constant information change, people can be very forgetful. Take the most popular Shake Shack short video. You've just swiped to the third short video and you've probably already forgotten what the first one was about. Thinking about it, Luffy suddenly had a flash of insight and realized a problem. Anyway, it's all about money to solve the problem. So why doesn't he take the time to set up his own brokerage company? When the time comes to sign a whole bunch of beautiful girls with dreams, he can be the man behind them and help them achieve their goals. The more he thought about it, the more Luffy felt that the idea was feasible. So he immediately added another item to his investment plan. As for whether this plan will get off the ground, it depends on when he meets the right MCN company. He's a lazy person who just likes to pick peaches and be a shirker, but he doesn't have the patience to build a team from scratch. If you have that kind of mind, you might as well do more research on how to go about enjoying life. After about another 10 minutes or so, seeing that Li Jia hadn't shown any signs of returning, Luffy, who felt a bit bored, planned to slip away first. After all, he hadn't promised the other guy he'd stay until the end. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got up, his cell phone, which was sitting on one of the seats, caught his attention. Good lord, isn't this Li Jia's cell phone? Didn't he just give it to the other guy? How can he still be here? Someone froze for only a moment, then immediately realized this was completely intentional on the other side, thinking that leaving his cell phone here would keep him on a leash. Luffy cried a little at the thought. Was he so unsettling that he forced the other side to use this method to keep people? Since people were like this, Luffy couldn't afford to bolt. Who called him a man prone to softness? Of course, he doesn't deny that there are other factors at play. Let's say that Li Jia, who had been in the middle of the crowd, saw that he was making a move and actually meant to come running. It was fine for her to come Luffy, but if the group of photographers surrounding her followed her, it would not be good. He's always been sociopathic and doesn't want to be seen in a stranger's photo or video. So, with a bit of nothing to do, I played with my cell phone. I don't know what came over me while I was playing, but I took a few random photos of the scene and posted them to my friends. Then it didn't take long for him to kind of regret it, because a large group of warblers and swallows in the back garden actually appeared one after another. Chapter 224, An Unquiet Night. Someone liked it so soon? At first Luffy didn't take it seriously. He was just surprised how the always airy and dull circle of friends was suddenly energized, so he curiously clicked in. Then he froze. Fox Liu hubby, this is where to play Need people to accompany you well, / /nabla / Before Luffy could react, a new friend message swiped out. Wavy beauty, Chihiro wah boss. You actually snuck off to Comic-Con alone, leaving me at the office to watch the front door. This was going to be a bit of a bad feeling for Luffy already. He seems to have forgotten one very important thing, and that is that he is not what he used to be a long time ago. After this period of time, his circle is no longer a pool of stagnant water, but because of various reasons, there are a lot of abnormal attention to his friends of the opposite sex. As it turns out, it's just a matter of time. New comments and likes have refreshed, and this time it's a double whammy. Floor, Mr. Lu is so elegant. But don't forget our promise in a few days. Xiao is very good, Gu Xiao handsome. So you also like to go to Comic-Con Great, next time we can make a time to talk to each other Xiao is very good, Gu Xiao HM? Wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right. Why does this place look so familiar? I'll be damned. Li Jia, that ninny is actually sneaking around without telling me to eat alone. Before Luffy could get a closer look, a heavyweight guest appeared again. Blossom, Mom, my son is great. Come on, let's do it. Green helmet emoji. To be honest, looking at his own mom's words, Luffy always felt a little weird, especially that emoji in the back. It gives off a faint sadness, but before he had time to be sad, an inexplicable sense of crisis struck him, and his right eyelid fluttered even more. In the next second, the figure of a certain beautiful noblewoman appeared in his screen. Little baby, by Jia Kana small calf. And young little sisters play quite happy it. No wonder even sisters message our lazy back. Loss, I still miss the heart of the hanging you. Really a small heartless. That's a bit of a sultry look. Looking at Bai Jia's words, Luffy couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But before he could look closer, the comments suddenly disappeared again. At first Luffy thought he was seeing things, so he blinked hard. But even so, the disappearing words remained. Seeing this, someone couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that I've seen a ghost? Or just a little weak from working out so much these days? Just when Luffy was doubly confused, new news was appearing. But this time it wasn't from a friend's circle. It was a WeChat message. Little baby, by Jia small wrongdoer. You can almost pit sister me. This account I first note down. The day you will find you a good calculation. What? Looking at the words in front of him that had no beginning or end, Luffy was filled with confusion. What the hell? What did he do? Why is he on the books again? A bit of consternation. Lu Fei which can endure this injustice. Immediately on the opposite side of the beautiful young woman theory. But the theory was instantly hooked. Almost didn't even see Li Jie leaning over. You're done so soon? After quickly putting away his cell phone, Luffy asked as a bit of an afterthought. Li Jie, on the other hand, rolled her eyes and replied somewhat helplessly. My Lu de handsome. What time is it? You actually said it's fast. I'm almost exhausted. What time? Is it late? Hearing this, Luffy instantly looked down at his phone, and then he froze. It's almost 10 o'clock? How did this time go by so fast? It shouldn't. Looking at the expression on his face, Li Jie immediately said a little sourly. How shouldn't it? Is it that time spent talking to your girlfriend shouldn't go by so fast? Luffy was momentarily dismayed. Did you just peek at my chat? Li Jie didn't want to take the blame for this, and immediately said in a bad mood. Lu de handsome, I don't need to peek at you just now when you're so full of joy. You were chatting with your girlfriend about those shy things. Her impression of Luffy was still mostly from her college days, plus the fact that he had ignored her confession for his girlfriend, so she subconsciously thought that he was a dedicated lover. Luffy didn't say anything when he heard this, but just smiled, as a kind of acquiescence. Joking aside, of course he wouldn't admit that he had just been discussing life's philosophies with more than one person, from Bai Jie at the beginning, to Lu Yu later, to Qian Sun at the back, plus Gu Xiao who started backstabbing her best friend. He cared for them one after another. Of course, some are genuinely concerned and some are purely nesting. Li Jie naturally does not know this. See Lu Fei does not reply and immediately smiled and reopened the topic. It's getting late. Why don't you and I go out for a meal together? Luffy, however, began to shake his head. Let's not. We're alone. It's a bit inappropriate to go out together this late. Li Jie, what's inappropriate? I'm not even afraid of you. Still afraid on. I remember there's a hot pot restaurant nearby that's pretty good, so it's a good time for us to go and have a meal together. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for it tonight, all the spending will be paid for by this girl. With that, Li Jie pulled Luffy's arm in a bid to walk out, but who would have thought that after half a day's force, someone wouldn't budge. So Li Jie turned around and spoke again. Really? Luffy nodded thoughtfully. Really not. Li Jie was undeterred. Then give me a reason I can't refuse and I'll let you go. Luffy also told the truth. I'm afraid that you'll become a tigress by eating it, and then you know. Lige was happy. Am I really that terrible? Luffy thought very seriously. That's not true. The main thing is to be responsible to the end. This who is not scared in the heart. Li Jie listened and suddenly came closer to Lu Fei and whispered. Then what if you don't have to be responsible? Are you going or not? Luffy suddenly lit up. Is that true? Li Jie sniffed angrily and stomped on someone. Yuck! What a beautiful thought. This girl is a first time. She won't be so casual. Even though he had heard the other party's hints before, Luffy was still a bit skeptical. You know how to rob a man, do you really still have that? Seeing him like this, Li Jie was suddenly confident. That's a strange thing to ask. If I don't have something to show for it, how dare I snatch someone from the kind of rich white beauty beside you? I'm not stupid enough to know what's most important to a girl and what you guys care about most. With this, along with the already good looks and body, I can maintain maximum attraction to you fine men, and even accomplish a comeback at critical moments. I've always been a goal-oriented person, and whoever is willing to enter into marriage with me gets all of me. As for those boring behaviors of enjoying for the sake of enjoyment, falling in love for the sake of falling in love, and only pursuing the process, I don't give a damn. You have your own hands and feet, why do you have to rely on others? Looking at the resolute expression on Li Jie's face, Luffy suddenly realized a problem. That is, what the other person said was most likely true, and she really did possess that kind of thing. If that was the case, one might really have to seriously consider one's future relationship with the other, because it really is a ticket to the door of victory. Chapter 225. Life in Motion. What's on your mind? What's with the serious face all of a sudden? Looking at the suddenly changing expression on Luffy's face, Li Jie asked curiously. Before the words in front of her could fall, it was as if she remembered something else and pounded Luffy's chest with her small fist. Okay, just don't go. Do you have to look so sad? People who don't know will think something big has happened. Back to Luffy. What sad face? I was just thinking. Okay? Li Jie brought her face over again to playfully ask. What's the problem? And does it have anything to do with me? Luffy lifted his head, looking the other man squarely in the eyes for the first time. Looking at the face in front of him, and the aroma that wafted into his nose from time to time, he somehow suddenly froze for a moment. And this disoriented scene happened to be captured by Li Jie. A trace of joy drifted through her heart all of a sudden, and the curvature of her mouth couldn't help but raise a few points. She didn't make it obvious, though, and recovered quickly with only a slight movement. followed by a silvery, tuneful giggle. Hey, 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 Lou de Handsome. You're not suddenly really having a heart attack on this girl again, are you? Luffy, on the other hand, smiled slightly and replied lightly. Isn't it normal to be attracted to you? After all, this love of beauty is shared by all. Li Jie sniffed and immediately snapped. Bah, smooth talker, now your nature is exposed. I told you, that kind of big beautiful woman will not fall for big straight man, so you just pretended. Old classmate, you can be a bit unorthodox. Yo, I'm so honest with you, sincere for sincere, you actually still an brain. No, I'm really pissed off. The consequences are a bit severe. Either we're not even friends anymore. Said to be angry, but it actually looked like there was maybe a little more of a desire to flirt with someone. After all, what kind of person gets angry and gives people benefits? Looking at the white mountaintop that wanted to reveal itself to the world again, Luffy smiled and joked. What a frank and sincere treatment. What a sincere for sincere. Can be so words and deeds of the sister. Li big beautiful girl. You are considered the first one I have seen. With the previous experience, Li Jia immediately understood what someone was talking about. After glaring somewhat poutingly at some cheaply getting mandog, she hastily tidied up again. She couldn't understand how the double-sided tape that used to work so well didn't work today. Could it be that he's getting big again? Or maybe, the tower can still look at people? Wait a minute, this isn't God's way of telling her something, is it? First, it was his own intuition, and now the divine providence of the underworld. Thinking of this, Li Jia suddenly brightened up, and the smile in her eyes became even more intense, and she was so unapologetically creepy that it almost made Luffy a little tense. Girl, just your open-ended behavior. It's really hard to believe it's a junior. Could it be that you really don't treat me as an outsider? Okay, then I'm not polite. And then, four eyes met, and the air went completely silent. Ugh, it's true that life comes from movement. An hour and a half later, a 5-star hotel suite. Luffy, in his bathrobe, looked down at his gradually revealing abs and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that he could actually build enviable abs this way? At this pace, he figured that if he tossed it around for a few more months, 8-pack abs wouldn't be a dream. After a moment of solitude, he lay down on all fours and stared at the clean white ceiling above his head in a daze. Watching, a sense of inexplicable fatigue gradually attacked, and his upper and lower eyelids do not earn money began to fight. In the end, the two losers had to shake hands and make peace, and go to sleep with someone full of sleep. And not long after Luffy fell asleep, his cell phone, which he had casually discarded at the foot of his bed, suddenly lit up. Jeje Demon _ Li Jia Lu de Handsome. You're exhausted tonight, right? Remember to go to bed early, or else I won't be responsible for what happens to your body, right? Meanwhile, in a certain duplex apartment, after sending a message to Luffy, Li Jia didn't rush to sleep, but wearing a t-shirt that could barely reach the base of her legs, she went downstairs in a breeze with bare feet. The downstairs was a small space, about 40 square feet, and other than the necessary living area, the rest of the place was surprisingly filled with all sorts of garments of various colors that were hung on the clothesline. And right in the middle of this sea of clothes, there was a tiny workbench standing there, and in front of the workbench at that moment, a girl with purple hair was meticulously sewing something. When she heard a noise behind her, she instantly ate the flavor a bit unkindly. Yo, isn't this my family's Jeje Demon King? What's the matter? Finally remembered me. My bitter bestie, after cozying up with someone else. Looking at her own best friend who had a sulky look on her face, Li Jia immediately said with a smile, Geez yee, I'm just coming down after I'm done. Don't worry, even if I have to stay up all night, I promise to finish this dress. After saying that, Li Jia picked up a small bench on the side and then jogged all the way to the purple-haired girl named Yi to sit down next to her. The purple-haired girl's name was Han Yi, her roommate and partner in her studio. Although there are only 2 of them in their studio, the division of labor is usually exceptionally clear. Li Jia is responsible for publicity and promotion, usually wearing different cosplay costumes to attend events to increase the studio's fame, while attracting customers. Han Yi, on the other hand, cashes in on the fact that her clients want to make a variety of cosplay costumes. After the duo's continuous efforts, the small studio also finally got a big job some time ago, producing a 5-figure set of customized vintage clothes. Because of the time constraints and heavy tasks, Han Yi hadn't left the house for almost half a month or so, but her good girlfriend is good. Usually not much tone even if, see the deadline is coming, actually have time to go to talk about love with a man, simply almost make her angry confused. Li Jia saw her own best friend ignoring her, and immediately wrapped her arms around the other party and pampered herself. Don't be mad at me, I brought you so many delicious food today, just forgive me once. Actually, Li Jia was quite speechless in her heart. It was dark in the middle of the night, and she came down from someone's car before and after a total of just a few seconds of effort. On this actually can be Han Yi bumped into. Simply like seeing ghosts. Hearing this, Han Yi became even more furious, and immediately disliked back. That which was bought for me. I'm afraid it's your boyfriend who's worried about starving his own baby, so he specially prepared it. Li Jie directly played dumb. What boyfriend? Why don't I know? You're not misunderstanding something, are you? The one who drove me back tonight was the chauffeur I called online. As for those snacks, they were all bought at the supermarket downstairs. If you don't believe me, you can ask the boss on WeChat right now. As the saying goes, no pictures, no evidence. In Li Jie's opinion, from that far away, the other party should have only had a general view, and should not have known if she and Luffy were talking and laughing at the time. As for the snacks and whatnot, they were indeed new to her downstairs, so what she said was a perfect fit. But who would have thought that the next second, Han Yi sent her a question that went right to the depths of her soul. So baggage Jade, even if things are as you say, then can you explain to me, what about the bruise on your leg? Don't tell me that was an accidental fall. Just that position. The fall was too coincidental. Chapter 226. Karma? Sinful karma. Han Yi originally thought that she had been like this, and her own best friend should also give an honest explanation. Unexpectedly, before her words fell, Li Jie burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You haven't watched too many little movies. Why do you think that way about everything you see? Han Yi only thought it was her best friend's dying struggle, and also said quietly, yes, I do read a lot, but it's better than some people who can't hold back their loneliness to practice. In the beginning, we agreed that sisters together to put career first, but in the end, I don't know who can't walk when they see a man, and turn their heads and forget all about me, the good bosom friend who depends on each other for life. Alas, this woman's mouth is the ghost of deception, really cannot be trusted. Looking at her best friend who had a little spiteful face, Li Jie almost didn't hold back her laughter, but she held her tongue so as not to continue irritating the other woman. After a brief moment of contemplation, she pushed her legs together to move the small bench she was sitting on back a few steps across the room. Then with even more slight force, he lifted the long leg with the bruise on his knee straight up to rest against the edge of the table. In a flash, the white and flawless jade leg crossed in front of Han Yi's heel. Seeing this, Han Yi was instantly staggered. Li Jie, what are you doing again? It's not like you're showing off to me, is it? Li Jie didn't have any explanation when she saw this, she just looked at her, then silently lifted her other long leg up as well. Looking at the two pairs of long legs in front of her, Han Yi seemed to have broken her defenses a bit. I can tell you, Li Jie, if you keep bragging to me that you have a man, I'll really get mad at you. Seeing her best friend's anxious look, Li Jie suddenly snorted out a laugh, not waiting for Han Yi to have too much of a reaction. She stretched out her jade hand and pointed to the two knees next to each other and said with a smile and not a laugh, Fee, don't you see anything wrong? Han Yi tilted her head. I'm not looking, you're clearly showing off with me. Li Jie, I'll keep this account. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, don't deceive. Before she could finish her sentence, she was forcefully pulled back by Li Jie, who had stepped aside. Han Yi, how old are you? And you still read those middle-aged words from novels? Han Yi put her head away again. I'm going to be like this if you care about me. Humph. Li Jie did not say anything this time, but instead, her body side forcibly pulled her own best friend's sight straight, before she said with a little cry and a laugh, Okay, I don't care about you, but can you look at the difference between these two legs of mine before you say anything? What difference could there be? It must be exactly the same. Although Han Yi's mouth spat, her eyes were still honestly looking towards Li Jie's legs. Then she froze, as if seeing something incredible. Li Jie, on the other hand, opened her mouth with a big smile and a little victory on her face. See, I only have a bruise on the knee of one of my legs. So yeah, it's not what you think it is at all. Your girlfriend did not go to find a man, also did not do what strange things. As for the previous things, purely you think too much. Han Yi, now that the hard evidence is in front of you, isn't it time for you to review yourself for that little bit of nastiness? She had thought that this would clear up the misunderstanding, but unexpectedly, under the influence of preconceived notions, Han Yi just a moment to re-brainstorm other good things. Immediately after that, his head was lifted, his eyes opened, his pupils contracted, and he looked at Li Jie with a face full of unbelievable colors. Li Jie didn't understand why the other man was like that at first, but when he inadvertently swept over the table to the yoga mat he always used, he knew something was wrong. This is something that seems to be getting darker and darker. Suddenly, she inexplicably wanted to whack some guy. If the bastard hadn't squirmed at the time, there wouldn't have been so much behind him, but after thinking about it, right now, Naturally, we have to solve the matter at hand first. Since Han Yi this goods do not trust her purity, then she can only will be wrong, with action to prove their innocence. Anyway, the two of them don't usually do much, so when Han Yi wasn't paying attention, Li Jia pounced on her with a hungry tiger hunt. Mi Chao, how did you win the lottery again? The following morning, in a small bypass, looking at the ticket affixed to his favorite car, Luffy couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He's parked in a little corner like this and he's still getting caught. I don't know whether to lament the perfection of transportation security in the summer or bemoan the fact that I can't. Last night he would have been able to park in the hotel's underground parking lot, but he can't help that he's claustrophobic, and underground parking lots are notoriously claustrophobic late at night. In order not to irritate his little heart, Luffy had to resort to this. The good thing is that a parking ticket is only $100 or so, and that's just gross for him these days. Although his heart is a little reluctant, Luffy still honestly paid, all as a support for the development of Xia. Taking advantage of the gap between the refreshing of the fee payment applet, Luffy also took the opportunity to glance down at the amount on the ticket, but as he watched, the expression on his face went a little off, because the traffic cop who gave him this ticket is actually still the female Iron Rider Huang Yuyao that he met last time. Luffy even stared carefully for a while in order to prevent his eyes from misreading the situation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really her, and the ticket was issued just after 6 a.m. After reconfirming that it was this old acquaintance, Luffy couldn't help but get a little indignant. He meowed. He wouldn't be in bad luck with this policewoman, would he? How come she's everywhere? How in heaven's name can you catch one person exclusively wool gathering? If I meet this next time, Luffy, will take her. Take her. Well, Luffy is just a little old man. Hold up just a little more than the average person with a little more free money, but really can't put cloak in that skin to each other how? Especially that Huang Yuyao Huang Police Flower looks like a master with a background. Then he cannot afford to mess with. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly remembered that he seemed to have added the other party's WeChat. According to the old policeman surnamed Lee, he wanted to let him try to handle this junior in a manly way. That way he wouldn't have to worry so much about his best friend's daughter at his age. So far the friend request hasn't gone through, so it's 80% out of the question. But Luffy didn't take it seriously, and only slightly regretted it before putting it behind him. He was a man who had always been self-aware, and had always known the truth that wealth was worthless in the face of power. If you have money, you can just enjoy yourself, but you can't be overly ambitious. Otherwise, it will only be a basket of water. While thinking about this, Luffy got into his car and ignited the engine to drive towards the direction of the company. After easily turning a few intersections and getting a little bored, he scrolled through his cell phone messages in between waiting for red lights. But who would have thought that no sooner had he made his move than his car window was knocked on. Luffy whipped his head around and froze. For a familiar face was staring at him through the car window and with a hint of mischief in its eyes. Chapter 227. Let her get pregnant for 3 years. What a coincidence. Officer Huang. As the saying goes, you can't beat a smiling person. Seeing that the visitor is not good, Luffy hurriedly rolled down the window to set up a close relationship. A smile was even piled on his face, almost as if the words "I am a good citizen" were written on his face. There was no way. As a good citizen who obeyed the law and was well versed in traffic laws, Luffy naturally knew that he couldn't play with his cell phone while waiting for the traffic light. Put ordinary traffic police to see him like this may also be a verbal admonition, a few sentences even, but in front of this old acquaintance that cannot be said. As expected, before Luffy's words completely fell, Huang Yuyao made a gesture, signaling him to immediately turn right and pull over. Seeing this, Luffy exclaimed his bad luck. He knew this was going to enforce the law again. As expected, as soon as someone's car was parked on the side of the road, Huang Yuyao spoke with a serious face. Stop the car and turn off the engine. Then get out and show me your driver's license. Luffy still wanted to struggle, so he curtly said, "What's that, Officer Huang? We're old acquaintances too. As the saying goes, things don't come in threes, and you've caught me twice in the past few days. Why don't you let me off the hook this time?" Unlike the previous parking violation, Luffy is well aware that playing with a cell phone at a stoplight can be a big deal. On a smaller scale it would be the same as she had just thought. A verbal warning and that would be the end of it. That's a point deduction for making a big deal out of it. And 3 points, to put the beginning of the year that will Luffy may not be afraid. Buckle up. After all, the 12 points on the driver's license is a year clear. Deducted 3 points, he does not still have 9 points. Well, he's still a good man, but you can't sell your soul for money before you get rich. If Luffy remembers correctly, he was trying to buy a new cell phone, and just as soon as the scores were refreshed, he gave his ass to someone else to take the top pot. I don't know if it was an 8 or 9 point deduction at the time. If it was an 8, Luffy would still be able to escape in blood, but really want to be 9 points. That's the end. Buddy not only just bought a luxury car into a set, but also have to back to the furnace to remake to go to the bitter test driver's license. You know, in a big city like Star City, it's hard to get around without a driver's license. If you dare to drive, they dare to detain and fine you. The fine is small. That detention is no joke. That's a whole 15 days. We're used to luxury, but the family's trail can't live a light life. Unfortunately, even if someone is so. Lu Yuyao's face, however, did not have a single change in expression, and did not even intend to take care of him, only focusing on looking down to find records. And then, within seconds, someone's sentence officially arrived. I'm sorry this Mr. Road. With today's 3 points you have 12 points on your license already deducted. So I'll need to withhold this license. If you want to regain it, I suggest you go and retake the Subject 1 test as soon as possible. The points will be recalculated if you pass. By the way, my colleagues are still on duty at the intersection in front of me. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I suggest you find a chauffeur or a friend to come over and help you drive. Otherwise, if you get caught later in the day, you're likely to be detained for driving without a license. You do realize that there are no number of exemptions for car checks in the Summerland, and it's not going to be safe at the next just because you've already met me here at this intersection. Seeing Huang Yuyao say that, Luffy immediately looked bitter. Don't, Officer Huang, considering that I'm a first-time offender, can you give me a chance to reform? I promise, I'll never play with my cell phone next time I drive. I can swear to God, if it happens again I'll dash. Unexpectedly, before Lu Fei's words even left his mouth, Huang Yuyao interrupted nonchalantly. Mr. Lu, I don't know how many times I've heard of you planting flowers, so I advise you to stop wasting your breath, so as to save everyone's time when it comes to it. Luffy was a bit speechless at his words, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. He just didn't understand. He hadn't offended her himself. Why does this always catch him looking for trouble? Is it possible that they have bad blood in their destinies? Lean, if you can tolerate it, you can't. I'd like to see what this is really like. A bit of a vomit. He stepped forward at once and stared the other man dead in the face with his eyes. And then, he was confused. Huang Yuyao, what are you looking at? How dare you look at the person I'm protecting? I'm afraid you don't want to go overboard. The party spirit is protecting the body. Come on, this is a real pisser. No wonder everyone says it's good to have someone in the court. It's really true. Since the evil way cannot be, someone had to open the brain wise up. God pity. Think of him, Luffy Hall, a multi-millionaire. Small hanging have actually been a woman forced to this. Simply, Luffy had made up his mind, and if he caught a chance, definitely let this in front of me know what it means to be 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. A pregnancy is stupid, and what it is like to not come to things year after year. Although the flash of malice in Luffy's eyes was short-lived, it was still keenly detected by Huang Yuyao. Instead of being scared and worried, though, her body hummed as she took a step forward as well, her eyes unapologetic. She would like to see, in front of this tall guy, dare not public assault. If that is the case, Huang Yuyao is afraid to be happy crazy. Recently she is worried about no one to practice, body bones a little rusty. If she can meet this rare real battle, that is not exactly what she wants. Thinking of this, Huang Yuyao, who had been outgoing and active since she was a child, was suddenly a little bit excited, and looked at someone with a little bit of heat in her eyes. Come on, assault the police. Let me show you what the iron fist and foot of judgment of justice are all about. Of course, it was impossible for Huang Yuyao, as a public official, to preemptively strike for inexplicable reasons. Naturally, she can only respond to changes with no change, silently observing the movements of the man in front of her, in order to two-strike the enemy. To be honest, Luffy was a bit stunned at seeing this sudden change in Huang Yuyao's demeanor. What happened? How did this suddenly become like this? Could it be that she really has her eye on her? Forget it, whatever. Now that it's all on the line, let's use the two birds with one stone plan we just thought up. Otherwise you'll really have to suffer and retake Subject 1. So, after looking at each other for a while, the two of them, who had different minds, both took deep breaths in unison, as if they were making certain preparations. The Great War, it seems, is imminent. Chapter 228. Special deals. That what? Officer Huang, the sun is still quite high. Why don't we go sit under the tree? After about 10 seconds of silence, it was Luffy who took the lead. Sitting under a tree? And what do you mean by that? Mr. Road? Huang Yuyao didn't understand the situation. Didn't understand what kind of medicine this man in front of her was selling. Didn't we just say we were going to attack the police? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? Could it be that he was trying to get her to let her guard down on purpose? Huang Yuyao, who had already fallen into the stereotyped thinking, began to make up again, even forgetting a very important fact. That is, no one in their right mind would assault a police officer in broad daylight on a main street. Not to mention the fact that it's the end of the morning rush hour and there's a lot of people on the road. Lu Fei didn't delay. Seeing Huang Yuyao's confused face, he immediately explained. Officer Huang, isn't it now vigorously advocating the police and the public to be close to each other? Since it's like this, it's only natural for a little commoner like me to keep up with the trend of the times and follow the official footsteps in practicing it. It just so happens that I just thought of a good idea that can bring the two sides closer together, so I didn't think to talk to you about it, and discuss it on the way to see if there's any possibility of realizing it. To be honest, at this moment, Huang Yuyao was confused. She didn't expect such grounded words to come out of the man in front of her. You know, she'd only heard this kind of literal talk at team meetings. For a moment, she couldn't really pinpoint what the young man named Luffy was trying to do. Although this kind of words from the other party's mouth felt a bit strange, but Huang Yuyao didn't think of rejecting it. But after a slight hesitation for a moment, then she slightly nodded her head, signaling the other party to continue. She has always been a public-private person, and has never been one thing or another. No one will do anything that is detrimental to police community unity because the other person has had multiple violations, or because they are temporarily unimpressed with them. Luffy saw that there was really something going on, and immediately floated a glimmer in his eyes where the other party couldn't see it. Then he smiled and opened his mouth. Officer Huang, you should be troubled lately, or for some reason you can't work wholeheartedly and do what you love. Am I right? Huang Yuyao froze for a moment at his words, then his face turned cold and he turned around. Obviously, she didn't want to hear any more of that unnutritious crap. Luffy won't give up just like that. His big plan has just begun. So he hurriedly followed up and continued to speak. But this time he didn't do the padding again, but went straight to the point. I have a way you can get it over with in no time and be free of the rush. And the method doesn't affect you one bit. You can even abort it anytime you want. All you have to do now is stop and take 30 seconds to listen to my plan. And I guarantee you'll have absolutely no regrets for years to come. And you'll even be grateful. Hearing this, Huang Yuyao's footsteps suddenly paused, and it was clear that she had the intention of listening on. Luffy also began to speak wonderfully. Officer Huang, it's not scary to be rushed into marriage. What's scary is that it's been consistently inconclusive, and if you don't give a response, the deeper your parents' obsession with the incident will be. And all you have to do now is find a suitable shield and throw that shield at them as an answer. That way, they won't keep bothering you. That Officer Lee from last time should be a very compatible elder of your family, right? He had said that I should meet your family's requirements and had encouraged me to pursue you. You can use me as a shield now if you want, so you don't have to agonize over all this has-been. And if necessary, I'm always available to work with you. And I did meet with that Lee elder of yours, so if your parents ask who I am, they can push for an introduction for him then too. As for how to play nice at his place, I believe it shouldn't be too difficult to solve with your intelligence. After listening to Luffy's long speech, Huang Yuyan fell silent. As much as she hated to admit it, what the other woman had said cut right to the core. In the past, when her sister was here, her parents urged her to get married every day and kept introducing her to blind dates, so she couldn't take it anymore and ran away from the country. This is good. The old sister is the sky is high emperor become clean ears. She is the younger sister's nightmare can come. Those firepower that had been directed toward the other side suddenly turned their guns toward her, especially in recent times. Mom is very every day to find her boiled phone. The words are nothing but a meaning. Huang Yuyo, if you run away again like that unfilial sister of yours, she as a mother won't live. Once this intention came out, Huang Yuyo felt doubly pressurized, and the words of the man in front of her gave her a new idea to solve the problem. Since I really don't want to look for it, it seems really feasible to get a fake one to cover it up for now. Thinking of this, Huang Yuyo was instantly a bit impressed, but she wasn't stupid, and knew that it was better to do nothing than to steal, so there was no rush to answer, but rather a rhetorical question. Reason. Give me a reason why you did what you did, or I won't believe you even if you say it's all good. Luffy blurted out. Firstly, I am also being pushed by my family to get married, so if you, Officer Huang, agree, we just happen to benefit each other. I'll also be spared the pain of being pushed into marriage. Of course, when the time comes, you may also need the officer to quietly cooperate, but don't worry, that kind of probability is very small. My parents are not compared to Officer Huang's two old men in your family. They used to be just ordinary townspeople. Their thinking is relatively simple and direct. If they knew that I had found a girlfriend like you who eats official food and is also beautiful, they would only praise you vigorously and would not ask more questions. The second point is a bit more realistic. You may not believe me when I say it. I am the scum of the earth. If you take away these 3 points today, and make me go through the traffic law again, that would be worse than killing me. How about it, Officer Huang? Are you satisfied with my answer? After saying that, Luffy then looked at the other party with a sincere face, as if to show that he really didn't have any other purpose. As for whether or not that's true, that's probably really only clear to him. To be honest, for the reason Luffy stated, Huang Yuyao didn't really believe it, or didn't believe all of it. Her instincts told her that things were definitely not as simple as she thought. Surely this man couldn't have gone to such lengths just to pay lip service to those things. Maybe something unseemly is being plotted in secret. If that was the case, she, Huang Yuyao, would have to find out. As a people's police officer, she had the responsibility and obligation to protect the safety of every citizen of Xia, even if it means risking your life. In this way, Huang Yuyao persuaded herself in a special way and agreed to this special deal. However, to be on the safe side, she didn't return the driver's license to Luffy, but rather withheld it for a rainy day. Of course, someone's precious 3 points were kept as a hostage. Luffy didn't care about this little detail. If he hadn't gotten in the car so fast, the curve of that mouth would probably have been too much to suppress. Who would have thought that he would just casually try it with the attitude of beating a dead horse? And it actually worked. He couldn't help but grin badly at the thought that he was a man who always held a grudge, and when someone liked to copy his cards he looked for an opportunity to copy them back. After all, it's not polite to come. Chapter 229, Becoming a Gold Master. These days when you can make millions of dollars just by moving your fingers can be a bit decadent. Another hour and a half later, on the 66th floor of the Star City International Financial Center, in the office, Luffy stretched his back and looked out the window at the clear sky unconsciously. That's right, just now, through his brilliant brain and the little aid of his eyes, he managed to make another fortune in the stock market by diversifying his purchases. How much was there? He didn't bother counting anymore, but it was no less than $2 million. At this rate of advancement, it would be no trouble at all for his account balance to exceed $20 million this week. Right. People also need to speculate on the stock market for a variety of information and market analysis, which is still from time to time by the stock market to teach people continuous negative returns that are common things. Luffy on the other hand is different. As long as he doesn't want to, it's hard to lose. Growing red along the way is a dream for others. For Luffy, it couldn't be easier on a daily basis. Sometimes when I think about it, people are so angry at each other. Some people are born in Rome. Others have never even heard the word Rome. Good thing he, Luffy, was no longer in the latter category. If he was willing to take the time, he could have organized a Roman empire of his own. Suddenly, he understood why those big people often made mistakes in some small details, because they all have an empire that is organized around them. As the master of the empire, isn't it normal to want to experience a little indulgence, and from time to time to sleep with the people? Sleep with the people? Thinking about it, Luffy suddenly muttered to himself, and a glimmer of clarity seemed to float across his eyes, but it was quickly washed away by the sound of a cell phone ringing on his desk. Looking at the unfamiliar number in front of him, he knew the first lucky one he'd picked had arrived. An hour later, in the office, there was a knock on the door, followed by a slightly rushed voice. Hello, is Mr. Liu in? I have an appointment with him. Well, come on in. In a short while, a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looked unimpressive and had a slightly rushed demeanor appeared in front of Luffy. You're Ning Hao? Luffy asked. Ning Hao hastily nodded his head when he saw this. Yes, Mr. Liu, I'm the same Ning Hao that contacted you just now. This is my student ID and ID card. You can take a look at it. It was the first time Luffy had seen such a self-introduction with someone, and he was instantly interested. After casually glancing at what the other man was holding, he smiled and joked. Alas and alack, we are all young people. There's no need to make it so formal. On you sit first. Ning Hao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice again. Oh who? Okay Mr. Liu. Luffy didn't say anything when he saw this. After all, he himself wasn't much better when he first got out of society. Let alone people who aren't out of society now. After making small talk with each other for a little while to ease the atmosphere, they began to talk about business. Ning Hao, I heard you say that you write your own scripts. Is there one that's already been written that I'd like to read first? Yes Mr. Liu, I'll show you right now. Seeing Luffy ask about this, Ning Hao hurriedly opened the file bag he was carrying and took out a large stack of stapled A4 papers, then got up and attached himself to hand it to Luffy. That Mr. Liu, this is what I've written in recent times using my spare time after school, so you can have a look at it first. If it's not enough there's still some in the USB flash drive I'm carrying, so I can always give it to you to put on your computer and look at it. Luffy didn't say anything at that, only smiled and took and meant to read it meticulously. And as Ning Hao watched this scene, he gulped nervously. He knew that the first bucket of gold for his business would be in his hands, depending on whether the person in front of him nodded or not. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart, and his body couldn't stop shaking. In fact, Ning Hao's worries were completely redundant. Being a rather spontaneous person, The first glance at the text on the script in Luffy's hands made it absolutely necessary to pitch the project. After all, the plot here, though doggedly illogical and exactly the same as that kind of uninspired webcomic, just seems to be a bit of an uptick, so you can't help but keep chasing after it. That's right, as a proper investment company, how could Luffy forget his vocation? So a few days ago when he was bored, he casually posted a few job ads on a webpage similar to 5/8. However, his job ad is a little different. While everyone else up there is hiring employees, he is hiring young people with novel ideas, dreams, and a desire to start their own business. It may look a bit like a pyramid scheme, but in fact it's not that at all. He doesn't bring people in to paint a picture for others. He lets them paint a picture for him. He has no problem throwing money at anything that interests him. Exactly how much depends on the mood. The boy named Ning Hao is the lucky one he picked out of the countless letters of request for information. Thus, the scene just now. Since he had already made a decision in his heart, Luffy didn't dawdle any longer, and directly opened his mouth towards Ning Hao. Here's our partnership contract. Read it first. If there's no problem after reading it, then sign it. After signing it, I'll inject the capital as agreed in the contract. Also, as agreed above, the legal entity of the new company will be you, and I will only be responsible for, by the way, for the female leads and whatnot for these skits. I suggest you just look for them from within those better-looking female classmates of yours at Lakeland University, so the cost might be a little lower. Of course, once we work together, we'll have to sign a long-term contract, otherwise I don't feel comfortable. While saying that, Luffy took out the unequal treaty from the drawer that had been prepared long ago and put it in front of Ning Hao, signaling the other party to look at it by himself. At this sudden scene, Ning Hao was completely confused. He had thought it would work, but he hadn't thought it would be so easy, and it took less than a minute to finalize this investment, so much so that it was a bit of a non-starter. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses before hastily thanking Luffy and making a gesture to get a pen to sign, with no intention at all to read the contract. Luffy didn't say anything when he saw this, and only patted the other party's shoulder to indicate that he would read the contract first. When Ning Hao saw this, the gratitude in his eyes increased. Unbeknownst to him, he will regret his impulsiveness today in the very long future. After all, someone's a rich dad who likes to visit from time to time. If he's not careful, the heroine of the drama will become his boss's wife. Or maybe it's becoming the boss's wife first, and then the heroine? Chapter 230, Sinister Shadow. After Ning Hao, the lucky winner, Luffy did not stay idle, but took advantage of the excitement to check the recruitment background on the letter of request for qualifications. It was a bit of a shame, though, that while there was a lot of news on it, there wasn't much that interested him. After replying slightly to a very few lucky people, he retired. It just so happened that it wasn't too far from dinner time at the moment, so Luffy obediently ordered takeout. Maybe it was because Chihiro, the snacker, wasn't there. He was torn for half a day, and actually didn't know what he was supposed to eat, so a certain boss started to inappropriate people up. A single WeChat message called out and remotely commanded some snacker far away from the school struggling to attend classes. Luffy, drip, your boss is hungry. Hurry up and order me some good food. I'm going to open a takeout blind box today. After sending it, Luffy didn't exit the chat box but counted it up in his mind. He knew that for a certain snacker with cell phone sensitivity, he would definitely return in seconds whenever he saw a new message appear. And mealtimes are peak times for college students to swipe their cell phones. As expected, within 5 seconds, the message screen was refreshed. Wavy Beauty, Chihiro boss. Why are you like this? Don't you know how to order it yourself? Flutter just knows how to make me, _winky face. Luffy smiled at the words and instantly replied. Snappy, if you keep stalling, your boss, I'm going to starve to death. Wavy Beauty, Chihiro oh. Even though Chihiro replied with only one short word, Luffy could still clearly feel the resentment of a certain snack food item. I'm sure anyone with a boss like him would be like that. However, Luffy wasn't worried about Chihiro's humanoid pet running away. Don't ask. Asking means the road boss gives more. With a shake of the little hand, a large red envelope full of money was sent. He was sure that anyone who saw it would smile with joy. After all, he couldn't spend that much money on just one of his meals. What someone doesn't realize is that a certain snacker is in trouble because of his unintentional actions. Chihiro, be honest with us. Have you been in love lately? University of Finance. A cafeteria. Looking at her own roommate who suddenly fell into giggling again, Sun Hui suddenly asked coldly. Chihiro, who was the one in question, was a bit unresponsive and only looked up at Sun Hai dumbfounded. What? What did you say? Sister Hui, why didn't I understand? Seeing her like this, Sun Hui seemed to have seen through everything and immediately said without hesitation. Chihiro, don't think you can fool around by playing dumb. I just saw you ordering takeout for a man named Luffy and giggling a little bit while doing it." Before the words could fall, another short-haired woman on the sidelines echoed the sentiment. Yeah, I saw that too. And I also noticed that Chihiro, she's always leaving early and coming home late lately, and often runs off without a trace as soon as she finishes her classes." Of course, she wasn't the only one who agreed thought, and as soon as the short-haired girl had finished speaking, the long-haired woman sitting across from Chihiro added her voice to the conversation. "Sister Hui, Sister Lu, haven't you noticed? Recently this little nymph Chihiro is obviously a lot richer. Even the little snacks she usually eats have turned out to be flowers. It's almost like one day at a time. Especially the last time. She actually took a few big bags of dried shrimp back to share with us to eat. Try to ask the 4 sisters in our dormitory room this one than a poor family conditions. If there is no external support who would be willing to buy this thing, that can be a few $100s a caveat. As the saying goes, three's a crowd." With the 3 of them corroborating each other, someone's sneaky romance was instantly confirmed. Chihiro became anxious and tried to open his mouth to clear his name. But before she could speak, 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes converged on her at the same time. It was as if she would be a great sinner if she uttered a single word of disapproval. For a while, a certain snacker was a bit tearful. "No, what's going on here? I was just forced to have a chat with my boss. How is that a relationship?" If Luffy knew that Chihiro was in trouble because of his unintentional action, he would have laughed from ear to ear. But right now, he didn't have time to think about that, because the takeout arrived. What should be said or not said? Chihiro, the snacker, lived up to her belief in the god of food. The takeout blind box that was ordered was exceptionally appetizing to Luffy, and actually allowed him, who had never been a big eater, to eat twice his usual amount. In order to consume his food as quickly as possible, Luffy didn't stay idle after eating, but walked around the hyper-long hallway. It was just as well that he could take the opportunity to take a closer look at any interesting companies on this floor. But who would have thought that he had only just left for a short while when a slightly nervous voice sounded behind his ears. "May I ask if it's Mr. Lu, you are?" Looking at the strange woman in front of him, Luffy was a bit puzzled. He shouldn't have seen this person before. How could the other party recognize him? And the woman was overjoyed to see that she hadn't mistaken her for someone else. "That's great, Mr. Lu. I'm worried about meeting a man here. Having you here will definitely solve that big problem." After saying that, the woman didn't wait for Luffy to respond. As soon as she pulled him, she ran somewhere. At first Luffy refused. After all, when you're out and about, a man has to know how to protect himself. In case you meet a female hooligan, it's not worth it. But as the words, foot massage, came into view, he suddenly changed his mind. He'd like to see if this thing in the office building was legit or not. Or is there something new and different? As it turns out, someone was purely overthinking it. Not only is it horribly formal, but it's also full of beautiful women. It looks, let's be serious about that kind of thing. And the reason why that woman suddenly called out to Luffy was simple. The appearance of a small strong man inside directly scared the heavyweights inside. After Luffy had helped with Little John's problem, the woman had incidentally answered someone's question as to why she recognized Luffy. It's interesting to say the least. Yesterday, while he was away, Chihiro, the snack food, actually ran to this massage parlor to spend once, and the receptionist at that time was the woman called Wooly just now. Then Chihiro pressed and pressed and pressed, and then sold his own boss without any cover. It seems to be a good price, being a 50% discount on Kansas fractures. Thinking of this, Luffy felt angry and immediately took out his cell phone with the intention of settling scores. But before Luffy could actually carry it out, an unexpected silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him, so much so that he thought he had misread it with blurred eyes. Chapter 231, Buy one, get one free? You're snacky. No, Chihiro, her sister Chu? Looking at the silhouette in front of him, Luffy's eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't understand how the other party could suddenly be here. Was it a coincidence? Seeing that Luffy recognized himself right away, Chihiro seemed a bit surprised. Immediately, though, she adjusted back and then smiled. "Mr. Lu, it's been a long time, why don't we find a place to talk?" Hearing this, how could Luffy not understand? The other party was specifically coming to find him. Since this was the case, he, as the host, naturally had to give a good reception. The company is just starting out, and there's not much to entertain, so don't be shy. Ms. Chen Yu. Not long after Cha settled down in the office, Luffy took a big plate of food and put it in front of its heel, signaling the other party not to be polite. "Feel free to eat." Seeing the situation, Chen Yu's eyes moved slightly, her mind a bit complicated. As an older sister, how could she not know what her own sister liked to eat? And this huge pile of assorted snacks and fruits in front of her, there was nothing that Chihiro didn't love to eat. No wonder she's gained a lot of weight lately and her mouth has gotten a little spicier. So that's the root cause. Someone is feeding endlessly. Alas, that snacker, he really does have a milky way about him. How else would you have dared to go against me as a sister? It's okay, she's my sister. I'll just have to let her have her way. Of course, willfulness is willfulness, but the sister's safety Chiyu still cares a lot. After a heated argument with her sister last night, she took a day off work without even thinking about it, and then found the right time to come here. She would like to see this man in front of her is really a good man, or a fake bad man. Naturally, Luffy didn't know that Chiyo had thought so much in just a few seconds, but even so, he roughly guessed the other party's intentions for coming over. It's just one thing, for a certain snacker. After all, if the other party really wanted to come over to work, she definitely wouldn't have come alone, but would have come with her younger sister Chihiro. After the two of them had been silent with each other for a while, it was Chiyo who took the initiative to speak. That, Mr. Lu, I heard last night that Chihiro she's been working part-time on your side lately. I wonder if that's true. Luffy nodded, seeming a bit surprised. What? She never told you about this? I remember mentioning this to her the day she came in for the interview, telling her to make sure she asked for your opinion. Looks like that snack food guy is pulling a deception routine. After saying that, Luffy paused for a moment and said jokingly, wait, she's not doing this to sneakily save up her personal money for food, is she? I've heard her recite many times that her sister, that's you, keeps her in check, doesn't let her eat much, and limits her allowance sometimes. Since the intention to settle scores, Luffy naturally will not let go of the good opportunity to complain in front of a certain snack food sister. In a few words, he dug several big holes for Chihiro, and from Chihiro's slightly furrowed brow and the black lines that flashed across his face from time to time, it was easy to see that no matter what the outcome of this meeting was, a certain snack food would definitely be getting a beating. You might even get the iron fist of love from your own sister. Luffy guessed correctly that Chiyo would have a real desire to whack her own sister this time, although she also knows that her sister will have her own ideas when she gets older. But a person who casually comes to work with a strange man and intentionally hides it from her as an older sister is a bit unforgivable. Compared to last night's reasoning that Chihiro the ninny said she did this on purpose because she wanted to surprise her, Chiyo was more willing to believe the other story. Her sister wanted to get out of her control in order to stand on her own 2 feet. This kind of thing is unacceptable to Chiyo, who for some reason has become the ultimate sister controller. As far as she was concerned, her sister was allowed to go out and play, but she was never allowed to think of running away from home. However, Shanghua didn't forget the purpose of her coming here, and after slightly suppressing the emotions in her heart, she immediately responded with a smile on her face. Ha ha, Mr. Lu was joking. My sister, although she is a little bit naughty, she still listens to me as her sister. She naturally mentioned to me about coming to work for you a long time ago. Maybe I've been busy lately and forgot. After all, with her timid nature, how dare she engage in this deception? In Chihiro's eyes, her sister was always the best, so it was only natural for her to defend her sister's image in front of outsiders. Luffy didn't say anything when he saw this, he just smiled. There are some things that we all know in our hearts, and there is no need to purposely poke through that window paper. Furthermore, isn't it normal for a sister to speak in favor of her sister in front of outsiders? Not to mention that he, Luffy, was its boss. Chihiro didn't dwell too much on the topic either, and after finishing and pausing for a moment he continued to speak. By the way, Mr. Lu, my sister, is he okay in your company? Didn't give you any trouble, did he? Luffy smiled after thinking about it, although he was a bit surprised why the other party asked that. Good. Chihiro, this ninny is quite good. Not only can she eat and talk, but she's also quite good at making people laugh. By the way, maybe you don't know, she did all these snacks and fruits and stuff in the company, as well as the arrangement of the potted plants and some small pendants placed outside. Seriously, if she didn't have to go to school at this point, I'd be tempted to just sign her to an open-ended labor contract. Let's say there's really something to be upset about, and that's that she's too good at eating, and too greedy. Not only does she accidentally overspend when she's allowed to go food shopping, even I, the boss, unknowingly ate a lot of high-calorie junk food under her infection, and if it weren't for the fact that I've been exercising more diligently lately, I'd probably have gained quite a bit of weight. Although what Luffy said was rather casual and didn't mix too much emotion into it, completely half-jokingly, it was a completely different story to Chiyo, leaving aside the fact that which boss would praise his own employees so much, seeing all the good points in her. Just the hint of doting color that flashed in the other party's eyes from time to time when he spoke was abnormal. Normal people will not be like this to their own employees. Clearly only to the close to the side of people will be like this. Okay, this was something that Chiyo could be exceptionally sure of, as she usually said towards her co-workers that her sister was just that. Seeing this, Chiyo had found the answer she was looking for. That is, The man in front of her is definitely ill-intentioned, and there is even a great possibility that he wants to snatch her lovely sister from his side. The most suffocating thing for Chiyu is that the other side is still using that kind of soft knife, which makes people unable to defend themselves. Thinking about this, Chiyo was a bit unsettled. She felt the need to do something or her sister would drift away from her. Chapter 232. There's someone behind my sister. After another half hour, the pair's banter ended. Looking at the seat where Chiyo had just sat, Luffy suddenly smiled. Laughing, he started talking to himself. Interesting, too interesting, these two sisters. There's no need to mention that my younger sister Chihiro, not only can she eat, but she also naturally comes with the attribute of a fortune-hunting cat, living up to her name as a human-type pet. And this two sisters is even better. Sister control even if, actually also comes with prosperous husband prosperous sister attribute. If anyone can happen to take care of both of them someday, I guess it's hard not to get lucky. If that's the case, then I'll have to weigh up how to get this one to be my sister. After all, just now, she had outright rejected her own well-paid offer, and there seemed to be a bit of defensiveness in those eyes. Could it be that he saw through my intentions? I don't think so. Other than that, at least I don't have any strange and weird ideas about snack foods at the moment, at least until she gets her airfield raised. On the contrary, this is a sister who is very much in line with her own requirements. Long and pretty not to mention, itself comes with a gentle temperament is very attractive. There is a kind of people cannot help but to bully her impulse. It's said that twin sisters will share the same mind, and I wonder if these two sisters who look so similar will. Bad joke. If that were to happen, it would be interesting, especially at some point. As he said that, Luffy revealed a meaningful bad smile, as if he had thought of something interesting. Just as Luffy's thinking gradually became immodest, Chiyu, who had just walked downstairs to the Star City International Financial Center, also suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked back at the skyscrapers behind her, and stood still for a moment, not knowing what came to her mind. She suddenly let out a long sigh, and then she picked up her cell phone. Not a moment's work later, the video call was picked up, and Chihiro's familiar little face appeared in the shot. Looking at her sister on the screen, who was still pounding her mouth one after the other, Chiyo was suddenly furious. Chihiro, it's already a couple of o'clock. I can't believe you're still eating. Look how fat you've gotten. Chihiro was startled by the sudden high note from her sister, and her body shook. The half-eaten chicken leg in her small hand suddenly began a free fall. Sis, why are you like this? What a good food almost went to waste like this. Looking at the ash-stained chicken legs on the floor, Chihiro subconsciously complained about his old family. It's a good thing the balcony isn't dirty. You can still eat it if you wash it later. It would be a shame if it wasn't. After picking the chicken leg back up, Chihiro looked left and right and started talking to himself again. It seemed that the only thing in his eyes was the food, completely forgetting the presence of his sister on the other end of the video. The sight of her sister this full of only remembering food immediately made Chihiro look furious. Chao-chan, I'm limiting you to show up in front of me in half an hour or you know what? Chihiro was really scared now, because she knew her sister only called her by her nickname when she was really angry. So, she immediately wimped out. Even her voice was careful when she spoke. That's sis. Don't be angry. I know it's wrong. Okay. And, it's almost 9:30. The dorms will be closing soon. You're not asking me to stay out at this hour. I'm a good kid. I don't think it's appropriate. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take the day off and go over to you. Is that okay with you? Admit your mistakes, then reason with them, and finally make appropriate suggestions. What seems to be implemented to fulfill my sister's request is used to fulfill my own goal of skipping school. To come up with such a plan of killing two birds with one stone. Chihiro, was so resourceful. Looks like all that good food lately wasn't in vain, and filling my stomach more often is still useful. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that her sister was still watching, Chihiro would have practically given herself a big hand on the spot. Unfortunately, as an older sister, how could Chiyu not see through her own sister's little mind? In the past, she would have poked the other side, and then some verbal hammering, so that she can study in peace of mind in class. This is how you will get a good job after graduation and be able to support yourself properly. But since she had just learned about this girl's basic treatment, salary structure, job content, Chiyu immediately realized, such words no longer worked, because my own sister has someone behind her, or to put it more bluntly, she's being looked at, and kept as a pet of sorts. At least that's what Chibi thinks now. She had never seen a job where she was paid for doing nothing but eating and playing every day. To put it mildly, people who are mistresses still have to sleep with them. Therefore, Chiyo felt that it was very necessary for her to seize the time to have a face-to-face in-depth conversation with her own sister once. Otherwise, things could get incredibly complicated. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated. She directly turned the camera so that the words, Star City International Financial Center, appeared in the video. And Chihiro, on the other end of the phone, was dumbfounded at the sight. What's going on? Why is her sister there? Did she go to see her boss? Is she done meeting her boss or is she just about to go? And why did she ask her to go? For a while, 100,000 reasons kept filling her little head. Luffy had no idea about what was happening downstairs. Since he felt like staying about the same time, he planned to take the straight elevator to the negative floor to pick up his car. It would not be too late. Plus overtime is common in office buildings like the IFC. So Luffy wasn't worried about not having peers. No, only a few floors down, there were several more social animals in the elevator. Unlike Luffy's high spirits, the fatigue on these people's faces was unusually obvious despite their instrumental dress. Obviously, they were tired, but had to keep on keeping on in order to make ends meet. Just like right now. Right now, this little guy in front of Luffy. On the surface it looked like he was playing with his cell phone with his head down. In fact, he's wandering around the various workgroups of WeChat to see if there are any messages he missed replying to. Just the effort of Luffy glancing at him for a few moments. He had seen at least 3 receipts back from him. It's hard to imagine how long one could last under such high pressure, but Luffy wasn't a saint, and wouldn't think of rescuing someone from a fire or even make any grand wishes just because of some empathy. He admits from the beginning to the end that he is a villain, and a very selfish one at that, and will only act on his own preferences. Sometimes, it even becomes both good and evil, as something that is not illegal, but will hit some bottom line. As if now, he only had to look down a little to see the unconcealed mountains of a certain lady at his heels, but he didn't, because the elevator suddenly went dark. Chapter 233, Game Wife is a cold female president? What's wrong with this? Why is it suddenly dark? Wait, did we need an elevator malfunction? Luffy hesitated for a moment, and then a heart rose to his throat and began to pound. Are you kidding? He's just starting his life. How come he met this kind of? You have to know that this is in dozens of floors of high buildings. If there is really a good or bad, I am afraid that I will not become a piece of the East and West. Thinking of this, someone subconsciously had to call for help. But who would have thought that before he could say anything? The social animal man who was busy replying received suddenly spoke up. Asterisk 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 the damn elevator. It comes that way every month. It's almost like it's more accurate than menstruation. Before he could say anything, the mountain peak woman in front of Luffy also spoke. Just get used to it. Anyone who's been rubbed up and down hundreds or thousands of times all day is going to have a little problem. And this time I don't know how long it will take to get better. As the duo opened their mouths one after the others in the elevator sputtered and looked unconcerned. Such a sight immediately staggered Luffy. No, this elevator is in trouble. Brothers will be crushed if they are not careful. How come you guys are so calm? Even if you don't yell and scream, why are you making small talk like it's nothing? Is it possible that you become numb from working overtime and have begun to put life and death at risk? Seeing this, Luffy became a bit hesitant. After all, people are so calm. If he yells and screams, will it be a bit out of place? After a little thought, he temporarily suppressed the fluttering in his heart and turned to inquire curiously. So, I don't know if I should ask, but why aren't you guys worried about the elevator malfunctioning? You know, this could cost us our lives. Unexpectedly, the words, he followed the received brother but suddenly laughed, and then asked Luffy in inexplicable words. Dude is new here, right? Which company? No wonder it looked a bit strange just now. Luffy was a little unsure. Does this have much to do with the elevator going out? Roger nodded seriously. It's huge. You may not know this when you first get here, but this elevator has been coming that way once a month for most of the year in a row. At first everyone was scared, but slowly realized, this girl is a paper tiger. Pure scare, believe it or not. It won't take more than a few minutes for it to move on its own, and then you'll be safely on the ground. Luffy was completely confused and said in disbelief, what if it doesn't move after a few minutes? Are we just going to wait here? Roger, not moving? No way. This girl's never had that thing before. After all, this elevator is selling for nearly 8 figures apiece. If it's really that easy to get into trouble, you can only blame it on the brothers' bad fate. Luffy sort of realized that this girl was purely a wolf story, because nothing went wrong many times before. These people subconsciously let their guard down. Luffy was about to say something else, but he didn't want to say anything. Both turned around and spoke to the side of the Mountain Peak sister. Secretary Lu, I've heard that the cold female president of your company is being urged by her family to get married. Is there such a thing? Sister Shanfeng, that is, Secretary Lu casually replied without even thinking after hearing the words of brother receiver. Manager Lee, you have time to care more about your own family. I heard that your company is almost unable to uncover the pot because of the Hengtai group, and you actually have the time to care about our general manager Yang. Received brother, that is, Manager Lee spat along instead of getting angry after hearing the barbed words. That crap company closes down. Just close down. What's the matter with me? The big deal is to change the place to receive a salary. Day after day just like to engage in those formalism. Deserve it. You don't know. Just those notification groups I've put on top of 30 or so. It's a big enough headache just to respond to those messages in a day. Who has the time to manage this and that for it? Seeing him say that, the others on the sidelines immediately added their voices and started spouting off about their old boss. For a while, the scene of the accident actually turned into a venting session. At this, Luffy just kind of wanted to laugh. These people are really interesting. Before they were pretending to be like a social elite, but this time one of them has become like a little complainer, just focusing on venting, thinking of being idle. After using his eyes to make sure that nothing serious would really happen to the elevator, Luffy joined in as well. Of course, he only responded to the occasional tirade and didn't join in the tirade. After all, now that he was the boss himself, who else could squeeze him? Shortly after, when the white lights in the elevator came back on, everyone tacitly returned to their original state as if nothing had just happened. A few minutes later, the underground garage. In the Porsche. It's kinda funny how this thing can be a bonding agent for building relationships. Looking at the new chat group added to his cell phone, Luffy couldn't help but smile. That's right, just now in the elevator that tossed the effort, Luffy was received brother as his own people, along the way to pull him into a group chat called Elevator Victims. Don't look at the inside is not much, only 100 or so, but according to the received brother said, inside are the whole building elite. Many of them are even key members of various companies, such as team leaders or junior managers. Usually what gossip in the building, basically through this group chat is a way to let them go to work on the way to relax a little place. They say it's a gossip group, but I think it's more like a networking circle. Thinking back to the explosive news that the people in the elevator spilled out from time to time, Luffy couldn't help but sigh. It couldn't be helped. After all, a lot of times, the more connections you have, the better the chances of getting first-hand information. Like just now, he knew quite a bit of what was new in the building just by looking around the group for a few moments. What concerned him the most, though, was the sentence casually mentioned by that secretary Lou. The president of her family is the second oldest in the family and has a sister above him. He didn't pay attention to the latter, but this one was fresh in his mind. It wasn't so much that Luffy felt something was wrong, but his intuition told him. It was a bit of déjà vu, or perhaps there is a connection to something in your own memory. The second oldest in the family has a sister. Dick, sis, penis. Wait, Irma? That's right. How could he have forgotten about that? He came all the way out here to start a company to catch his wife. He was nicknamed Dog Egg because he was in poor health as a child, so he purposely took a name so he could feed himself. Then is there a possibility that because this cold and colorful female president is the second oldest in her family, her breast name is Irma? Thinking of this, Luffy became excited. After picking up his new laptop from the car, he immediately logged into the game and couldn't wait to confront his wife. Chapter 234, Wife coming? Not online? Or just logged on a couple days ago? After boarding the game, Luffy couldn't wait to open the friend list, checking out the situation of the game wife Red Riding Hood. Unfortunately, things didn't go as well as expected. Not only has the other person not logged in for a few days, they've even changed their name, from Little Red Riding Hood, upgraded to Angry Red Riding Hood. Seeing the word, to the average person it might just seem like an extra common prefix. Nothing special. It's even possible that the owner of the number just did it by accident. However, this sudden coincidence made Luffy more and more certain that the cold female president in Secretary Lou's mouth was most likely his game wife, Little Red Riding Hood. After all, anyone who was forced to marry for no reason would be in a bad mood, right? Thinking of this, Luffy's mind moved and he immediately edited it on his notebook. Hey little daughter-in-law, have you been a little unhappy lately? Let your dear big bad wolf husband guess. Someone is not being forced to marry by their family, right? To be honest, at this time, Luffy was very excited, and even had the urge to rush to the other side of the confrontation at the drop of a hat, but reason told him that would be inappropriate and unnecessary, not to mention that it's all just his speculation at this point, and it's not 100% this yet, even if the truth was really as he thought. This cold female president who was being urged to marry was really his wife. Luffy also does not intend to immediately pierce this layer of windowpane recognize. Now his daughter-in-law is in the dark and the other party seems to be in a bit of trouble. As a husband, he naturally has the obligation to cold eyes for a while, and then at the most critical time to come to a hero to save the beauty. Make some big scene. That way, the other party will not be touched badly and obediently into his arms. Of course, this is what Luffy puts on the surface. The real situation is, if they recognize each other now, even if the heroine is willing to never give up and has the idea of continuing to run from the game to reality, there is a high probability that the other family will not agree, for no other reason than one. Luffy is too poor, even if he has nearly $20 million of liquidity in his pocket. According to that secretary Lou's talk, even if their company is valued at nearly $1 billion today, it's no more than a small business in the eyes of the president's family, and the kind that can be discarded at any time. Granted, there might be an element of exaggeration in this, but since the other party dared to say so, then they had definitely heard something in the wind. For that matter, it was not for Luffy to take it into consideration. To be honest, he had a clear sense of his own self. It's just a community animal of traitorous luck that gets by on the strength of these magical eyes. With his emotional intelligence and IQ, if he really met those powerful people who had been in high positions for a long time, he would not be enough to look at. But there was nothing he could do, not to mention their own limited talent, and now experience the open eyes can get something for nothing. How willing to make real efforts to improve themselves. If he really had that much self-discipline, he would have gotten into one of those top universities in the first place. And why would he have been a lowly social animal in Star City for years? But the whole Little Red Riding Hood thing spurred him on, and made him harbor that tiny bit of desire to speed up his money-making. After all, according to his current rate of earning, even if he met the Earth and Skyboard every day, he would only make a profit of more than 20 points a day. But as his money grows, trying to make that much per day is simply not possible. After all, the dealer in the stock is not a little cute. If you buy a few $1 million more, he will find out what's going on and will probably change his strategy in order to scare you off. It turns from a stretch to a smash, right down to the point where you cut and run. People have a lot of chips and even connections, and they are not afraid of you at all. So for the past few days, Luffy has been spreading his money around into several stocks, and the result is, many times he takes care of this and not that, resulting in diminishing returns for nothing. Thinking about this, Luffy suddenly felt like changing direction and earning big money for a change. To gamble again? No. It's too flashy and easy to attract attention. Anyone knows that this thing has a lot of gray tunnels, and you can get caught up in them if you're not careful. Futures? This money is fast, but you need to always keep an eye on the market and very fast trading speed, otherwise it is easy to be burst. It's a little less suited to you at the moment. For a while, Luffy actually had a bit of trouble finding his way. There is no way. He has always been timid, coupled with the lack of background. This pair of magical eyes also belongs to the auxiliary class ability, did not give him similar to the motherland people like invincible posture. To put it mildly, even a little bit of reckless driving on the road and he could get hiccuped in a traffic accident. In view of such circumstances, he could not afford not to be careful. After all, money is something that can't be born and can't be taken away. Being able to make money is not a skill. Having the life to spend it is awesome, and his priority in this life, Luffy, was to live as long as possible. In this way, he can change his style of dashing to enjoy life. As for the rest, it's all fluff. After a burst of brainstorming, Luffy, who had long been busy for half a day, felt a little tired, and simply put his notebook aside and drove straight to find a place to rest. There was still time, and he was not in a hurry for this momentary achievement. Wanting to be quick is not enough. He still understands this truth. Star City, a certain villa area. A slightly lazy voice suddenly rang out from an exquisite princess room. I finally got the minutes for tomorrow's meeting. I'm so tired. After Yang Mi finished stretching, she rolled a few times on the big bed without any image, as if she wanted to wave off all the fatigue she had just accumulated. But fatigue went unremoved, no one knew. But because of her movements, her large, delicate body, which was originally wrapped in pajamas, began to be revealed from time to time. Not to mention the hidden snow-white mountain. Just the pair of white jade legs exposed in the air would probably cause many people to salivate. If someone with sharp eyes was here, they would even become instantly staggered. This female long beautiful is just. All body is not in line with human aesthetic standards, simply according to the golden ratio tailor-made like. With this look, wherever he went, he belonged to the absolute center of attention in the crowd. The only beautiful thing to say is that she's a bit unimaginative. It was just a matter of randomly rolling around on the bed, and somehow scratching her silky black hair into a chicken nest. But the most outrageous thing of all was that as she rolled, she actually started picking her nose with her pinky. It can be described as earthly disillusionment. It gives you a sense of fairies actually have to take a and that is bombarded with stench. But Yang Mi doesn't care about any of that. She's the only one in the family anyway. She can do whatever she likes. No one cares. Usually pretend to be a lady outside. Do cold president is already tired enough? Is not allowed to indulge in a little to do back to their own ah. Just as he was thinking about it, Yang Mi suddenly fell off the bed, directly making a close contact with the ground. Luckily, the floors in her house were all wood, plus the bedroom had a plush carpet for her bare feet, so it wasn't a big deal. Still, this bad streak had left her a little depressed. In order to vent, she was going to find a suitable outlet for her anger. So the internet became her second battlefield and another place she frequented. There, no one knew who she was or who she was, and she could be herself to her heart's content. The game, Fantasy Westward Journey, used to be one of the mainstays of it. So, after a bit of pointing and clicking, she boarded that Angry Red Riding Hood game account again. Chapter 235, Murder of the Husband. Unlike in reality, where you need to hold your posture at all times, Yang Mi in the game is called a cranky little sister. No one here knows her anyway, so she's usually more real, or perhaps, wantonness. After boarding the game, she started the crazy appraisal mode without caring about anything. First, with a small hand, he directly spent a huge amount of money to buy out nearly half of the good-looking weapons in the district, and then without even thinking about it, he made a flurry of orders. But don't get me wrong, she wasn't appraising weapons to make money, but purely to vent her frustration by constantly tapping. The ones that felt right were thrown into storage to eat dust, and if they didn't she just threw them away. Yes, it was lost, not sold or given away. Instead, they are just thrown on the ground and allowed to return to their roots and become code again. If Fantasy could come up with a discarded item display special effect, it was estimated that the mountain of high-level weapons beside her would blind a group of people and then slide right over on their knees and shout, "Don't throw it, the ash splashed on the ground will easily dirty your skirt, or you'd better throw it in my mouth." Such similar words. You know, just for this time, Yang Mi has already lost dozens of handfuls. At a preliminary calculation, it was worth at least $100,000 or more. She didn't care though, for compared to her own happiness, this small amount of money was as good as a sprinkle in her eyes. Sort of play it for what it's worth. Ugh, it's kind of boring. After spending about 20 minutes to consume the hundreds of thousands of oceans that had just been recharged, Yang Mi, who was half lying on the bed with one hand propped up on her head, suddenly sighed with emotion. Why don't we PK any of the bad guys, and hook its soul in the process? When she finished she shook her head again, vetoing the idea herself. No, my own operation is too good. I don't even know the basic skill matching. I can just bully those kids with my equipment advantage. So what's the point? Besides, this damn turn-based game is so inky and boring. People go to hell in a handful of games. So what's next? Spend money on a new fashion match? Or maybe a different game to play? While thinking about it, Yang Mi's jade feet that were cocked up behind her were not idle. On it, 5 pairs of nimble little toes danced from time to time, which was adorable. It gave one the urge to resist the urge to grab it in one's arms and love it. Yang Mi knows nothing about this, only shaking his head, from time to time a raised eyebrow, from time to time the nose slightly moving, to the air to show a variety of quirky look. After a while, probably really cannot think of anything interesting, Yang Mi began to toss his long ago out of shape hair. Forget it, it's getting late anyway, why don't you go to bed early? Or you'll have to sneak and close the door again tomorrow at the office. That's right, it's impossible to expect such a cranky girl to act like a cool president all day long. Except for certain necessary times, Yang Mi actually spends most of her time in the company fumbling. Or maybe a certain president will lock the door to his own office from time to time, and then play a game in there alone in slight silence, making a show of trying his hardest. Just as Yang Mi was about to close her laptop and go for a nice bedtime treatment, the little red dot that flashed from time to time in the lower left corner of the game caught her attention. Who messaged me this late at night? It's because of the length of the account and the fact that Yang Mi doesn't add many new friends. She didn't really have many living friends on her friend list, to put it bluntly, so far, except for her cheap husband. The other accounts are not sure if she is using them. After all, the game of fantasy played for a long time to sell the number is really too normal. After clicking on the message, the fact is really as Yang Mi expected. Send her a message is not someone else. It is her. A few years of idleness and boredom abducted the cheap husband. Just thinking about this guy made Yang Mi wanna laugh. She and her partner are one of those models where hatred leads to love and eventually to mutual admiration. I remember when she was 17, her adolescent rebellion was simply at its peak. The reality is that it's okay to have your mom and dad in charge, but you can still be a little more restrained. But when it comes to the game, it's just a super little pepper that dislikes the sky and the air. Until I met this guy Ming called Doggy. For the first time in her life, she didn't curse, and then the two of them barreled on. The bar was going on, and I don't know which of her tendons was wrong one day, but she married the other person. If I remember correctly, when this guy not only did not give out any bride price, even the whole service notice issued those wedding candies are this lady out of it, right? In that case, it was really cheap for him in the first place, and I even let him call me his wife so many times in the game for nothing. By all rights he should have called me his husband. After all, when it really comes down to it, he should be the one marrying me. Forget it, seeing as you guys have brought joy to this lady, I'll leave you alone for now. I'd like to see what you're looking for this time. It's not going to be one of those unnutritious words again, is it? Just as she was thinking, Yang Mi twisted her petite body and re-switched to a comfortable position on her back, then unhurriedly read the message on the screen. Watching the first time she hadn't cared, just took it as the other party deliberately shaking their head and saying the opening line in order to chat with her. So with his hands on the keyboard, he was ready to dislike him back, but as she fought she felt something was wrong. A woman's sixth sense told her that this guy was most likely asking this on purpose. If that's the case, things could get a little weird. Her being pushed by her family to get married has only happened in recent times, and even fewer people know about it. Aside from those relatives at home, there were only a handful of people in the company who were close to her. In this case, if the other party can still know, doesn't it mean that this cheap husband of hers has always been by her side, and is someone who knows her? Thinking of this, Yang Mi was jolted and sat up from the bed with a flutter. No, how can this happen? This lady is surrounded by either sisters or girls. Even relatives and friends side of the male of the same age are few and far between, one by one also than their own younger quite a lot. Also not much to deal with, and how can it be made this kind of thing? Instead of believing in such a small probability event, it would be better if my sixth sense was wrong just now. After all, the people who can hang around this young lady are almost all non-rich, which can be this kind of game fashion cannot afford to buy, in the first place, but also all depends on the people to send people. Overthinking. It must be me. Yeah, that's it. This one must have felt that there was nothing to talk about and started doing nothing in an attempt to create anxiety for this lady. No way. I can't let him feel good. I'm going to find the uncanny to hook his soul. Let him drop his money and equipment. Let him know for a moment what it means to have money to make the devil turn. And so, when Luffy picked up his notebook again, a scene that left him a bit confused appeared. The system actually told him that he had been killed by his daughter-in-law, and more than once. Seeing this, someone had an egg on his face and couldn't understand what was going on here. Daughter-in-law, why are you murdering your own husband at the drop of a hat? Chapter 236. Sleeping together? Luffy, who was a bit confused, didn't care about anything else and just typed a question. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Murdering my own husband. How come you're fighting back? For Luffy's sudden resurrection, Yang Mi also a little surprised. After all, he'd been hooked up with him several times before, and the guy hadn't even reacted. She thought the boy was more self-conscious and had voluntarily given up resisting. Now it seems that the original people were not there before. But it's okay. It's not fun to kill a dead fish. It's a live fish that's fun. So after seeing Luffy's message, Yang Mi arched her eyebrows and moved her small hand to edit it immediately as well. Grumpy Little Red Riding Hood, Yang Mi, what? Can't I kill you if I'm in a bad mood? Have you ever heard of the saying that hitting is kissing and scolding is loving? If it weren't for the fact that you're this young lady's cheap husband, you wouldn't even be qualified for this. Puppy egg, sensible. Honestly listen to the arrangements of this lady. Obediently suffer death there. Or seeing his own daughter-in-law whose name had been changed again, Luffy was speechless. Come on, I guess the auntie's been irritated again. Anger and crankiness, while outwardly appearing to be in a better mood. Or realistically, that's a complete subplot. After all, how good can it be to start killing your husband? However, taking this opportunity, he was able to make a good case for himself, and he might really be able to hammer home the identity of the other party. With a nifty turn of the black eyes, Luffy had a new thought. Of course, the first cooperation is still necessary for a better setup. As a good man being bullied by his daughter-in-law for no reason, he naturally has to fight back, otherwise it would be too abnormal. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, daughter-in-law, you remembered your words correctly, but the problem is that you're not hitting me and scolding me. You're killing me, and not once or twice, but 4 times. No, now it's the 5th time. This, isn't it a bit too much? Yang Mi didn't make Luffy wait much longer, and as soon as his words were sent out, a large text was replied to, and, justified. Grumpy Pepper, is it too much? I don't think so. Bite me if you don't like it. We've known each other for so long. Do you know who I am? Justified look. Smug look. Provocative look. Hook hand look. Luffy hadn't finished looking at the army of expressions when the other's words came over again. Puppy, what's going on? You were able to hold out for 5 seconds before. How come you're gone in a second? Oh, I see. I've knocked all the equipment off of you, and now all that's left is a bare-ass cheek. I feel sorry for you. I'm laughing with my arms folded. Looking at the words in front of him, Luffy suddenly smiled. Is this an attempt to go back in time and do the old standby, sparring? That's right. If a person is unhappy in reality, venting it out on the internet will definitely make their heart feel a lot better. In that case, I'll play along. After all, the more chaotic the war, the purer the thoughts in a person's head. Not so much bending and twisting, and not thinking much about what's there. Well, wouldn't that be just the thing for me to latch onto? Thinking of this, Luffy, also Rarefire, began and his own daughter-in-law dislike each other. For a time, the sound of keyboard tapping filled the space where the two sides were, and where the 10 fingers landed, shadows could be seen floating. If someone sees, will be greatly surprised, and lamented Landkey ferry back to Earth. Unfortunately, nothing is perfect. When Luffy is getting closer to the truth, and Yangmi is also in the mood to reveal his past completely, the door to her bedroom room was suddenly pushed open. Yangmi looked up and was completely dumbfounded. "Mom, what are you doing here this late at night?" Hearing these words, the beautiful woman at the doorway smiled with a surplus, and immediately said with a slight annoyance, "What's the matter? Interrupting my baby girl's fun? Then I'll go." After saying that, the beautiful woman turned around in a pretentious manner. Yangmi saw the situation and quickly got up, all the way to run over, and wrapped his arm around his own mother to pampered. "Geez Mom, what are you talking about? My daughter didn't mean it like that. Besides, it's not like I'm doing anything to be elegant. You know, you've always been my favorite. Even Dad and Sis can't keep up." The beautiful woman, however, did not think so, and while she was enjoying her daughter's dainty intentions, the beautiful eyes on her face were not idle, and she began to scan up towards the room. She first looked around the house and was relieved to see that the places where she could hide had not changed from before, and then with another thought, she cast her eyes to the laptop on the bed with the screen still lit. After a slight pause, he said somewhat meaningfully, "Yes, my baby girl is right. How could she treat her dear old mom like that? But this is not afraid of 10,000. Afraid of what if? In case that ungrateful brat quietly hooked away my baby's heart, then it is not easy to say. You know what the ancients may have said, seeing that women are extroverted and born with their elbows in the arms of men. Do you think I'm right? Yeah. As she spoke, the beautiful woman headed inside, aiming straight for the bed, or maybe the laptop on the bed, in order to divert her baby girl's attention, or rather catch her off guard. The beautiful woman added as she walked, "By the way, Yaya, I remember it seems like it's been a long time since we've slept together as mother and daughter. Why don't we take advantage of tonight, and relive it?" She wasn't blind, so naturally she could see the expression on her baby girl's face when she opened the door. That excited face at the screen doesn't look like he's doing anything serious. Now that she had bumped into it, she naturally seized the opportunity to find out what was going on, might even find something interesting. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but become interested, and the pace on her feet invariably quickened by a few points. Yangmi did not think so much, only wrapped his arm around his mom and nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. A good daughter's appearance. After all, the whole mother-daughter co-sleeping thing was still common in her family. This not only enhances the relationship between the two parties, but also provides an opportunity to discuss some intimate matters in the bosom, and even explore some blush-inducing topics. Of course, that situation is still relatively rare, but as she walked, Yangmi realized that something was not quite right, and she always felt that she had forgotten something. At first she didn't notice and just assumed it was her fault. After all, she was guilty of this little obsession once in a while, especially if there was someone around that she could count on, which was quite often. But when Yangmi followed her to the bedside and looked at the still flashing computer screen, she finally realized what the problem was. Done, she just forgot to lock the screen, and when Yangmi reacted and prepared to mend her ways, the beautiful woman had already taken the first step. Chapter 237, Mother-Daughter Bath? Ugh, yeah, what are you doing? It's just a laptop? Why are you so nervous? After being the first to take the laptop, the beautiful woman didn't rush to look at what was on the screen, but instead squinted her eyes and looked at her own daughter with a smile on her face. Yangmi was a little embarrassed to take back the jade hand that hadn't come to fully extend before she smiled brightly at the beautiful woman. Mom, I'm not nervous. Didn't we just agree to sleep together? I, as a daughter, naturally have to clean up the bed properly. Otherwise how can I let you sleep comfortably? The beautiful woman saw that her daughter was still forcing her composure, and did not drop the brake. Instead, she said with a smiling face, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. My baby girl is actually so diligent. She actually knows to take the initiative to clean up the house. I wonder how happy your deadbeat dad would be if he knew that. By the way, should I tell your no-good sister about this? So she knows what it means to be a lady. As a mother and daughter for many years, Yangmi, which cannot know their own mother, is here deliberately seek their own happiness. Immediately put up his mouth ready to the previous like to make up a small sex complaint up, but suddenly she did not know what she remembered, and immediately changed her demeanor, as a thoughtful good boy. Mom, look at you. I didn't know what I was doing before. Now that my daughter has grown up, she naturally knows how bitter you used to be. Don't worry, from now on, Yangmi, will definitely be a good baby who listens to my parents. and definitely won't learn from my oldest sister who doesn't move to leave home. Saying that, Yang Mi walked to the beautiful woman again and began to swear to heaven. When the beautiful woman saw this, the smile in her eyes increased. How could she not know her own daughter's little mind? She had seen this very scene more times than she knew how many times. Since the daughter is willing to act, then she as a mother should naturally full cooperation a bit. Otherwise how to reflect the mother-daughter love it? So after Yang Mi's pretense of swearing, the beauty of the woman immediately made a touching look, and in the process put down the hands of the notebook to a loving hug. Yang Mi naturally impossible to refuse. Embracing his own mother began to whisper to kill time. When the lit-up screen on the bed finally went black, she breathed a long sigh of relief, and that heart that had been hanging in the air finally dropped. At this time, she was exceptionally fortunate to have set up a good habit of lock screen passwords, or else it would really be exposed. I can't help it, but my in-game self is too cranky and loves to say things that would be considered unappealing and nasty to the average person, especially since she was on fire just now when she was exchanging insults with that guy. On that kind of words let his own mother see, afraid not have to give her a good on a few thoughts. After all, no one wants to admit that their own hard-earned baby girl often greeted other people's friends and relatives in private. Right, it's especially hard to accept in a family like hers. In the words of Yang Mi's mother, she can allow her daughter to have some minor problems, but the mind is never allowed to become dirty, especially not like her dad, who can't move his lips and greet people's families. Seeing that the big crisis was resolved by her own wit, Yang Mi felt that this rare mother-daughter bonding moment should almost come to an end. Otherwise, for bouncy balls wrestling with each other will always feel tight in the chest. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yang Mi took the initiative to open her mouth towards the beautiful woman. Mom, I think it's getting late. Why don't you and I go take a rose bath and then we'll lie in bed and talk slowly? The beautiful woman was probably really touched by her daughter's sudden good behavior, and immediately agreed with a smiling face. Good yaya, it just so happens that I haven't seen them in a long time. I don't know if I want them to grow up. Yang Mi's pretty face reddened at his words. Mom, why are you like this? Forget it, I'm not talking to you. I'm going to go ahead and let the water out. After saying that, Yang Mi was barefooted and hurriedly walked in the direction of the bathroom. The beautiful woman didn't stop at the sight and only watched with a smile on her face. After her daughter's figure completely disappeared from view, her eyes suddenly changed, and a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with the color of cunning. Little yaya, on your little mind, how can I as a mom not know? Isn't it just a way to stall for time to get the computer to turn off and automatically lock itself, and then hide your little secret? Unbeknownst to me, this little trick is all that's left of your mom's game I played back in the day. If I didn't have some tactics, how could I keep your deadbeat dad, who is the king of the world, under control, and at home? He is like a mouse meeting a cat. After seeing the sound of water in the bathroom begin to ring, the beautiful woman immediately turned around to the bedside, and then reached out her slender hand to re-pick up the notebook above. After a brief moment of contemplation, he tapped the screen and entered the memorized sets of numbers in order. Humph, this dead girl, she really does still love to make this little mistake of using these birth dates or anniversaries or whatever as her lock screen password. I don't know how many times I've suffered losses on this, and I've never gotten the hang of it. That's good, just so I can see what little secret you little ninny has been hiding from my mother. Remember last time it was one of those little American movies or something, and the last time it was Japanese, and the last time it was one of those romance novels that sell corruption. That's all. The beautiful woman tried as she spoke, and within a few moments, the screen that had been isolated by the lock screen code came back into her eyes. It's actually a game this time? Could it be that Yaya was laughing so happily just now because she was playing this? Looking at the somewhat ancient page in front of her, the beautiful woman froze slightly, thinking that she had gotten the wrong idea this time. After all, it's only normal for a girl to like such cute characters on screen. Even she herself, when she was idle and bored, would still play some dress-up games like Miracle Warmth and raise all kinds of well-behaved daughters in them. Just when the beautiful woman felt that she had wronged her daughter this time, and was about to reshadow the screen to lock it off, a new message alert that kept flashing in the lower right corner caught her attention. And in the bathroom, the moody Yang Mi hasn't even realized that something is wrong, was humming a little tune while slowly scattering the rose petals in the bamboo basket that she had long ago asked her aunt to prepare into the bathtub. She's been a particular fan of roses since she was a little girl, and especially enjoys soaking in a bath while smelling the flowers and then lying in the tub watching a show. Sometimes when I feel hungry, I can't help but pick up some and put it in my mouth, feeling that freshness with a little sweetness and a hint of astringency. As a result, the cottages where she lives are always stocked with fresh petals to use. Seeing that the bamboo basket was a little short of petals, she was going to take the basket and prepare to go downstairs to fetch some. Then she froze, simply because at the end of the field of vision, a beautiful woman was staring meticulously at the screen in front of her. as if she had found something interesting. Seeing Yang Mi come out, the beautiful woman raised her head slightly before patting the spot beside her with a narrow-eyed smile. Come on, over here, I've got something good to show you. Chapter 238, A Woman Can't Help Her Mother. Danger. Run. This was the first thought that came to Yang Mi's mind when she saw this scene, so without even thinking, she immediately opened her mouth. That Mom. I suddenly remembered that the faucet was left on in the bathroom. In case the water overflows, it can be very dangerous. As she said that, she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yang Mi turned around, the beautiful woman's voice sounded again. And, this time the tone was clearly starting to sound off. Yang Irma, 5 seconds. If you're not sitting by my side after 5 seconds, I'll immediately call your dad. As for what you would say if you called, you should know in your own heart. After saying that, the beautiful woman paused purposely for a moment, as if to give her daughter more time to react, before finally starting to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Listening to the timing sound beside her ears like a rush, Yang Mi was instantly like a frosted eggplant and could only turn back in resignation. Then like a frightened little daughter-in-law, she sat trembling beside the beautiful woman, not even daring to raise her head. Fear of a motherly brain crash if I'm not careful. Looking at her daughter in this state, the beautiful woman burst into laughter. Yeah, what are you doing? My mother didn't hurt you. Why do you look so frightened? Yang Mi how dared to reply, only bowed his head as a shrunken head turtle. The beautiful woman was not in a hurry, and only laughed to herself as she laughed on the sidelines. Geez, being a mom, I knew you'd grow up and have your own little secrets, even your own little world, but no matter how much I thought about it, I didn't expect my daughter to be this kind of person. It's even if you used to like to read some romance novels with corruption, but now you're actually studying small videos. I don't know who you learned it from. If I remember correctly, your sister didn't have any of these strange hobbies back then. That's just it. A girl's a big girl, as long as you don't fool around outside. I won't talk nonsense about you. After all, you're not so young. It's time to decide certain things for yourself. Right, Yaya? I just remembered that there's still something I haven't dealt with at the company, so I won't sleep with you tonight. I'll come back in a few days when I'm free, and we'll have a nice mother-daughter chat and talk about your life's events. After saying that without waiting for Yang Mi to reply, the beautiful woman put the laptop on her body back on the bed and left with a ginormous step. It wasn't until the beautiful woman had been gone for a while that Yang Mi reacted from the stupor she had just experienced. That's not right. How are things different from what she thought they would be? Did Mom miss the end of the game and instead overheard something in some newly created folder? It shouldn't be. The folder is on the desktop though, and it's easier to find. But it's definitely not as conspicuous as a game hanging directly on the screen. Can it be that Mom doesn't know about Fantasy West and turns it off like one of those page-turner ads? Thinking of this, Yang Mi hurriedly picked up the notebook and checked it up first. Then she was completely messed up. It wasn't that long ago that Yang Mi just broke off the connection. Where did this guy go? How come he lost his voice after disliking him? Looking at the daughter-in-law, who suddenly didn't move, Luffy was a bit puzzled. To be honest, after the competition just now, he was already 80% sure that his game wife, that is, the woman controlling the ID of Grumpy Little Red Riding Hood, was that cold and colorful female president. As for why he's not 100% sure, it's not that he hasn't met him in person yet. Just in case the other person didn't look as good as he wanted, Luffy would have to overturn everything he had thought before. There's no way around it. Men are just so exclusive, always like pretty people? Well, that's it. Sometimes male and female don't really matter, at least until that step is taken. Originally, according to Luffy's plan, it was intended to take advantage of the other party is impulsive, the most excited, to date a reality collision. Unexpectedly, before things got that far, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly disappeared. Is it hard for people to run to the bathroom? After frowning and thinking carefully, Luffy only felt that this was more likely. After all, the person is the president. There is no one else who can instruct her. Luffy didn't want to wait a little longer to see if his opponent would come right back. But on second thought, I don't think it's necessary. He is not chasing a goddess. There is no need to be like a licking dog to reply all the time. So he left his computer behind for a while, stripped himself naked and then dove headfirst into the bathroom. It wasn't until 10 or so minutes later, after taking a shower, that he came out of it nonchalantly in his bathrobe. After coming out he didn't rush to look at the computer, but took a Coke out of the refrigerator, casually opened it and smothered it in one gulp until his entire body emitted a penetratingly cool and comfortable sensation from the inside out before slowly looking towards the laptop on the bedside that was still lit up. It's been so long, it's time to come back again, isn't it? While muttering to himself, Luffy walked over and rechecked the dialog box. As expected, a new message alert appeared just in time. Luffy didn't dawdle. His right hand smoothly clicked on the mouse. Then he froze. The cranky little Red Riding Hood, husband. Let's not dislike each other, okay? Omega. What's this all about again? Is it hard to believe it's a new set? If the UID hadn't been correct, Luffy would have suspected that he had blinked or opened it the wrong way. What's going on? When did my daughter-in-law become so gentle? She doesn't look like herself. Thinking of this, Luffy hurriedly let out a burst of questions. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, Little Red Riding Hood directly returned in seconds. Hubby, don't you like it when Yaha speaks so gently? If that's the case, I'll change back again, aggrieved Baba emoji. Pitiful emoji. Teary emoji. Seeing this, Luffy was 10% certain that the person who was now on the opposite side of the room was definitely not Little Red Riding Hood himself, because from the time he knew each other until now, the emoticon sent over either waving a knife to cut people or laughing wildly this kind of simply did not have such a wimpy ever. But even so, Luffy didn't poke at his opponent's intentions, choosing instead to take the trick. After all, in his opinion, the one who could touch Little Red Riding Hood's computer was either her sister, or even her brother. Luffy didn't think it mattered anyway, as long as it wasn't the other person's mom or dad or elders. Siblings usually know something underhanded or dark about each other, so it's rare that they'll poke their nose into some little thing that they have or don't have. At most, they will only blackmail each other, so there will not be a great impact. So after a little thought, Luffy immediately came up with a brilliant plan. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, honey, how about this? Let's play a little game called You Ask, I Answer, I Ask, You Answer, and see who can answer fast and well. What do you think? Grumpy Red Riding Hood, yeah. // Nabla // Then I'll ask first. First question. Hubby O, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh how long have we been married? Second. When did we first meet? The third. In this way, because of Yang Mi's carelessness, someone and the mother-in-law completed a magical dialogue. Chapter 239. Strange Mom. Crazy. It's crazy. Looking at the game dialogue box, a whole lot more chat records. Yang Mi really shouted, Clown is actually her own? Her mom didn't find out what was going on. She was already chatting with the guy across the street. The reason for that look just now, I'm afraid it wasn't intentional, all on purpose. For a small punishment to scare her. As for why her mom did this in a roundabout way, Yang Mi wasn't sure, and didn't have time to think about it, because she has been amazed by the chatting scale between her own mother and the guy across the street. Not only do you call your husband sweetly, but the questions you ask are also very revealing. When did they have their first time? What are their terms of endearment? How many times have they been to a hotel? All sorts of normal, weird and strange questions are asked. It's almost like checking a household. And the asshole across the room clearly noticed something was wrong and even knew it wasn't her personally. But this guy not only did not pierce this layer of window paper, but instead directly play the fool, began to take advantage of the fire, and took the initiative to propose to engage in this you ask me to answer. Exchanging positions with each other, a small game. The question and answer, not only a mouthful of a wife called sweet, but also you a word and I a word, with the cooperation of singing a double read. If you don't know, you really think it is a young couple in order to enhance the relationship between the two sides. In the game to play a flirtation it. In fact, these Yang Mi can also tolerate, but cannot help these two have ghosts in their hearts. Not according to the set of cards each other. All of them have questions, or questions and answers. It's like the section in front of us. Grumpy Little Red Riding Hood, hubby, when was the last time we met? Do you remember? / Nabla / Big Bad Wolf, just the night before last. What? Missing my bravery again Or maybe it's the following paragraph. Big Bad Wolf, wife, didn't you say last time that your family was forcing you to get married? What's the situation now? Grumpy Little Red Riding Hood, hate it. Those stinky men don't have as many abs as you do, so I can't even look at them. Shy. There are many more words like that, and even quite a few of them can make Yang Mi look red in the face. She just couldn't understand. These two people were pretending to be confused. Was it fun to sing a double act like this? The guy across the street is just fine. He's usually so out of touch. Maybe it was to disgust her, to avenge her dislike of herself just now, so she did it on purpose. But her mom was of average age. How could she still be so? For a moment, Yang Mi didn't know what words to use. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yang Mi became. She is the president of the company, in the company of the word of God, a figure, actually so by the backstabbing. Since her own mother there, she did not dare to spread the fire, then only to go to the cheap husband trouble. This asshole, how dare he fall on his sword and say some nonsense about nothing to her mom? In case any sentence is really listened to by the other side, believe it, Yang Mi can be in big trouble. Just when Yang Mi is ready to restart the crusade, but suddenly realized a problem. Then she stopped moving, and gently removed her jade hands from the keyboard. After a few moments, she pulled the mouse back up, and scrutinized all the chats from beginning to end. Looking at it, she suddenly smiled, as if she had thought of something, and a few hints of cunning appeared in her eyes. The following morning, the breeze was blowing and the blue sky was a rare good day in recent days. Luffy, on the other hand, sitting in his office, was a little depressed. Rather, it is not that today's opening stock market crash, the national team to enter the chaotic kill led to his innocent less nearly $1 million. Rather, it was his beloved car, which had been broken into for inexplicable reasons. The reason is simple and bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He was going straight down the road as normal when he was cut off by a BMW that was making a left turn as he passed through a certain intersection. It wouldn't have been a big deal. We're all rich. A few kind words and a report to the insurance or a private settlement and everything would have been fine. But who thought that the BMW driver is a bit of reasonable and unforgiving posture? Nan said that she first left turn, so to compensate for the money is also Luffy compensation for her. Seriously, if it wasn't for the fact that Luffy still knew some traffic laws, he would have almost been intimidated by his opponent's aura. Adhering to the principle of private cannot directly public, Luffy did not argue with the female driver. Without saying anything, reported to the police. Coincidentally, the visitor was none other than Huang Yuyo, who was patrolling the neighborhood. Seriously, the moment the two met again, both eyes were a little off, or both felt a little haunted. The entire Star City was so big, and the two of them actually managed to run into each other 3 times in 3 different places in 3 consecutive days. To say that there really wasn't anything metaphysical in it, I'm afraid that Huang Yuyo herself wouldn't believe it. And with Huang Yuyo's impartial enforcement of the law, things soon came to a head. The BMW driver won and was completely victorious. She has single-handedly killed the livelihood of several neighborhoods. As it turns out, the matter was not at all about whether or not a left turn should be allowed to go straight ahead, but rather, that intersection allowed left turns at all. In the BMW driver's burst of reasoned argument, not only the intersection of the left turn was completely blocked, has always preferred the more serious Huang Yuyo even directly to the police force colleagues investigated in recent months the surveillance video. It can be imagined that in recent times, I do not know how many car owners will be settling scores. Alas, this is also considered a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for this incident, perhaps this yellow policewoman wouldn't have thought it through so quickly and then agreed to that cooperation plan. In fact, last time when Luffy proposed that special deal that could be a win-win situation, although Huang Yuyo verbally agreed and let him go, she didn't immediately pass Luffy's previous friend request afterwards. Rather, it was delayed again and again, until the third chance encounter just now. This cooperation is really finalized. To be honest, Luffy was indifferent about it. Anyway, the day of the thing is just his mindless action. If there is an opportunity to eat meat is naturally very happy. Even if he cannot eat he will not feel can. After all, as the ancients once said, the people do not fight against the government. Luffy was still cautious about making contact with people involved in the official Xia state. After a little brainstorming, the little depression in Luffy's head was cleared away. Originally, according to his plan, he was planning to personally drive the car to that previous force store in the afternoon for maintenance and restoration. Then think about it and think it is not necessary. He has become the boss, or everything personally that is not a muggle. So he casually mentioned towards the previous Porsche saleswoman Zhou Meng, roughly meaning that there is no door-to-door service in the store. His sudden question made Zhou Meng happy. Not only did she promise to have one, but she also said that as long as Luffy gave a location, she would immediately come to her door. That level of enthusiasm made Luffy cry a little. If you didn't know, you'd think they were up to something nasty. Chapter 240. Boss, reward me. A long time ago, Luffy had heard more than one person say that buying a house was an investment and buying a car was consumption. To be honest, he hadn't visualized the obvious difference between the two until he saw the price list for repairs at the Force store. As for the aftermath, everyone knows, 3 not-so-small cuts to repair can actually open nearly small 100,000 price. Simply outrageous to the home. Spare a thought for Luffy, who could now casually earn millions of dollars a day. After all, this could cost as much as a small BMW if it were repaired more than once. But heart-stricken as he was, Luffy had no intention of bargaining. Not that he had too much money to put it anywhere, or that the Parisian house on the long legs of the saleswoman Zhou Meng was so attractive. Rather, on the certificate of responsibility for the accident, it was clearly written, he, Luffy, was not responsible, and all repair costs would be reimbursed by the driver of the BMW. Since there were people peddling, he naturally wouldn't be salty enough to bother with that. As for whether the other side would go after the insurance company, that was out of his hands. There's one thing to be said for that money. The attitude and quality of service rubs off on you. Although the paint repair cuts and dings and so on is at most a few hours of time, but for the convenience of Luffy's car, Force Store actually also deliberately drove a similar configuration of the new Porsche over. The beauty of it is that customers can enjoy a full range of after-sales services. Enjoy or not enjoy, Luffy does not know, but it is Jo Meng the saleswoman who was a bit eager to try. During their brief conversation, Luffy was invited several times to test drive the car. As a normal man, Luffy would be lying if he said he wasn't moved at all. However, the other party's test drive experience is too rich. In order to not let himself a slip of the tongue, Luffy can only choose to ignore. That aside, Luffy was quite willing to deal with the other side. After all, it's professionally trained luxury car sales give the customer a truly first-class experience. Of course, there was no way that Luffy could be all over this for a whole big afternoon. After dictating a few necessary matters, he proceeded to return to the office to sit in on his shift and take care of his backyard garden in the meantime. This snacker actually knows to return a message from me. The boss. 6 o'clock in the evening. The sun is setting and night is falling. Luffy was leaning his back against the sofa and looking out of the window to enjoy the evening sunset, when the cell phone placed on the side suddenly vibrated. He originally thought it was Liu Yu's news, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the demon girl had been very restless this afternoon, and had been talking to him about wanting to come over and tell Luffy a story about a man named King. Luffy was a bit interested, but for the sake of fine print, he politely declined. Later on, I don't know which dog-head master gave this demon girl the bad idea, and actually began to preview up in the space. It made Luffy cry a little, but he didn't stop him. It was the other party's business to do what he liked. He couldn't restrict his freedom of speech. Out of caution. Of course, someone might as well tell the other guy to watch the scale or the police uncle will be knocking on the door. After a few more minutes, probably because he thought the evening sun was pretty much over, Luffy finally picked up his cell phone. Then, there was the scene just now. As to why he was so emotional, it started at noon. Ever since eating yesterday's takeout blind box, Luffy's had some kind of addiction. So he followed the example of the company's only employee, Luffy's personalized human mascot, Chihiro the Snack Foods. At noon again. And then there was no more. A certain snack foodie doesn't reply to tweets, doesn't answer phone calls, and the whole thing just disappears like vaporization. Such a situation actually lasted for more than 5 full hours, which made the big boss Liu, who was a party to it, very upset. Therefore, when he saw Chihiro, the snacker, resurrected, he immediately yin and yang. Luffy, if it isn't Ogre-sama? What? Resurrected again? Unfortunately, someone seemed to have overestimated the snacker's ability to understand, or perhaps the level of heartlessness. Chihiro, hey, you're welcome boss, no need to praise me like that. I'll be proud, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Seeing this, Luffy was directly silenced. Should he say the ninny had a big heart, or a big nerve? But before Luffy could think much about it, Chihiro continued to take credit for himself. Boss, you should reward me properly this time. Luffy was momentarily staggered at the sight, a bit unsure. Luckily, Chihiro didn't make him wait much longer, and immediately pieced together the whole story in one sentence. It's really just a very simple thing. Last night after Chio left Luffy's place, she immediately asked her sister Chihiro out. The sisters then had an all-night heart-to-heart talk. The central question is whether or not Chihiro, a snack food, should remain with Luffy, a man with bad intentions. The end result, naturally, was obvious. Chihiro, the younger sister, won. As for how she won, Chihiro didn't go into detail. Only a big grin suggests that she used her flood power, so a certain boss should reward her properly. She wasn't asking for much, just a big orange tube meal. After listening to Chihiro's somewhat rambling and long-winded speech, Luffy suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, he had a feeling that the snacker in front of him was not as stupid as he thought. Or maybe, she's been playing it safe? If that's the case, it's true. The best hunters often come in the form of prey. Fortunately, Luffy is not a person who likes to take the bull by the horns, and after putting this matter in his mind a little bit, he immediately put into the role of black-hearted boss. Eventually, after a lot of pulling and pulling, the orange meal managed to become a crawfish package. Such behavior. Angry, a certain snack food wailed, shouting that the owner is too black-hearted. In this way, the two of them were talking about something else, and before they knew it, it was evening. Seeing that it was getting late, Luffy didn't intend to continue staying at the company, so after casually greeting Chihiro, he planned to find a hotel to rest in advance. After all, he hadn't forgotten that tomorrow was the day of his appointment with Lu Fable, and he might have to do one another. But who would have thought? Halfway to the road he realized in hindsight that he had forgotten the car keys in the office. There was no other way. Unwilling to go back to the road again, someone can only temporarily decide to rest nearby, in the office building near a theme apartment to spend a night. Unexpectedly, he hadn't gotten very far out of the office building of the International Finance Center when a slightly surprised voice came from behind him. Chapter 241, Private Ordering. Luffy, Lu Fei turned back to look. A woman with long flowing hair, wearing a jade hairpin on her head, wearing a long white dress, dressed in an antique style, just like a big lady of a rich and noble family in the old days, was waving her hand towards him not far away. The woman saw that it was really him, and hurriedly jogged all the way over, not caring about panting small samples, and began to playfully greetings again. What a coincidence. Luffy, we can meet at this store. Is there a feeling of divine providence? Li Jie, why are you here? Nope, it's normal for you to show up here. I remember you saying earlier that the studio was nearby. It's just, what are you doing in that outfit at this hour? Li Jie didn't answer her positively either, but instead turned around several more times in front of Luffy's heel before revealing her shell teeth and saying with a joyful smile, well, don't I look pretty in this outfit? Does it have a stunning feel to it? Looking at his old classmate, who was covered in a bit of immortal aura, Luffy nodded his head matter-of-factly. To be honest, compared to the bone elf cost that the other party had put out earlier, this ancient-style costume now gave Luffy a more stunning feeling and was more in line with his aesthetic. After getting the desired answer, Li Jie immediately smiled with her eyebrows. Humph, I knew you men were into that. Come on, just in time to crash tonight. I'll show you another good one. With that, she took Luffy's arm in her own hands and pulled him in a certain direction. For a while, someone took advantage of the situation. After all, the touch that came from time to time on the crook of the arm could not be faked, and it gave one a feeling of relaxation. But sometimes, men being men, they like to get a good deal. No, not even a few steps away, some ungrateful person got all pretentious again and, no, Ms. Lee, what is the meaning of this? In the middle of the night, you want to rob a good woman? Li Jie didn't take it seriously, and only replied with a face that took it for granted. Yeah, you just realize that? That's not right. Didn't I just tell you that before? Why have you forgotten? Forget it, I'm not going to dwell on this with you. Let's show you the goodies I've prepared first. No, gotta hurry up. If I hadn't met you, I'd still be PKING with someone. Playing PK? Why does that sound strangely familiar? Can it be that this niece Li Jie is also doing live broadcasts? As it turns out, Luffy wasn't wrong. After being pulled by the other party up a few steps and taking a slight turn, a rather dated ornamental pavilion came into Luffy's eyes. And right next to the pavilion stood a small tripod, and right above it, there was a cell phone that was lit up. From a distance, characters move on the screen from time to time, followed by the familiar sound of canvassing. Guys, get in there. Another $10 and we'll break triple digits in PK bars. If we win then, I'll give you all a joyful Pure Land Dancio. Although at this time, Luffy is still relatively far away, only able to only hear his voice, not see his person. But just this crispy, sticky voice alone was so comforting to listen to that one couldn't help but feel some sort of desire to protect. And when Li Jie saw that Luffy suddenly didn't move, she immediately said with a bit of a grimace, "What's the matter, Lu de Handsome? Is this being mesmerized by that charming Fox Z across the street?" Luffy, however, answered the question and looked at the other party with a suspicious face. Li Jie, aren't you opening a studio for Cos? How come you're still doing anchors? Li Jie smiled mysteriously at his words. He, you don't understand this. Whose money is the best these days? Naturally, it's the fans' money. Luffy froze for a moment as well, then looked to the other. So you just. For her part, Li Jie immediately took over. Yes, it's what you think. I just registered an account in the Shake Station. Usually send their cost figure. Have time to see the podcast and fans talk about. Incidentally then sell studio clothes cut leaks. What's the saying? If the bottom costs don't use their brains, they can only stay at the bottom for the rest of their lives. If they want to blossom into their own light they have to keep trying to seize all the opportunities, and then let more people know themselves. You may not believe it when I tell you, but I'm also a little internet celebrity. Just a few days ago, my follower count on Shake Station was over the 10,000 mark. How was it? Awesome. Luffy could clearly feel that not only was Li Jie's face full of pride when she said these words, but there was also a glow in her eyes, giving her a strong infectious power. It's clear that she's been doing what she loves and enjoying it. Seeing this, Luffy also instantly cupped his hands. Awesome. Really great. Poof. At this, Li Jie was very flattered, and happiness was written all over her face. Suddenly, as if she had remembered something, she said with a few hints of cunning in her eyes, Luffy, do you want to experience what it's like to be the big brother of List 1? Big brother Punji? At first Luffy hadn't looked back and subconsciously repeated it, but immediately he understood the other party's meaning. The corner of his mouth twitched a little, crying and laughing as he looked at Li Jie. I think it's better to forget about it. We both know each other, so why spend that kind of money? Luffy hadn't watched much of the broadcast, but he knew something about how the business was split. That's a notorious 280. Super bully clause. Lee Jia didn't think so, and gently touched his chest with her elbow, deliberately ranting. Don't be so stingy. It's only $100 or so. Consider it as supporting an old classmate's business. Luffy was a bit surprised to see this. $100 or so? So little? He thought that a long and beautiful female cos like Lee Jia should have a lot of geeks who would be happy to spend money as soon as she opened the live broadcast. Not to mention thousands of swipes. 100 or 200 is still normal. How can you still mix it up like that? So what do you think? Do you really think a person can make money as an anchor? Lee Jia sighed and seemed a bit discouraged, thinking she had made an effort. After a brief pause, she continued to speak. Don't look at the heavy traffic at the shake station, but it's mostly people watching. Didn't you hear it just now? Just then Phantom Foxy's woman, a PK down, only collected $100 or so. Those who are able to make over $10, 000 or over $100, 000 a month either have someone to hold them up or they have something going for them. Even for the least scrub anchor, she'd have to let go of her face and be able to put up with all sorts of gossip to make it work. Otherwise, you'll just have to slowly simmer down, either by meeting a nobleman and making it to the top, or by fending for yourself. So on my road, big handsome brother, you as a favor, pity me, this old classmate. Of course, I won't let you suffer. As long as you become a top one, I'll give you a new dance that I've recently learned. You know, this is a private edition. Yo.